At 19, holding my college entrance exam admission letter, I gave up my only way out and chose to drop out of school. Faced with my childhood sweetheart who even gave up their farmland for me, I callously broke off the engagement. I became the unfilial son in my parents' words and the traitor in the eyes of the villagers. But they don't know that the me who once won glorious military honors for the country, this time just wanted to make my family proud in a different way. My name is Zhang Wei, a demobilized soldier who has just been reborn in 1981. The shouts pierced through the snowstorm, snapping me out of my daze. As I gazed at the familiar yet strange snowy forest before me, a mix of emotions churned in my heart. In my previous life, I devoted myself to the nation, fighting bloodily on the frontier, and was honored with a first-class merit, but lost both legs and an eye. When I returned home after military service, both my parents had passed away, leaving me standing before their graves unable to kneel. This was my greatest regret in my previous life. I knelt in the snow, tears flowing uncontrollably. Dad, Mom, your son is unfilial. This is my long overdue kneel, repaying the debt I owed my parents in my past life. Now that I have a second chance, everything is still possible. I have already made up my mind. In my previous life, I devoted myself to the nation. In this life, I will live only for my family. Even though the college admission letter had already arrived at home, and even though my father would be furious, I had to stay. My only worry was how to explain it to my father. The calls from the valley came again. It was the call to return home. I shouted back in response, packed up my tools, and strode down the mountain. As I returned to the village and stepped onto our family's courtyard, a little figure about 5 or 6 years old came running out of the gate, dressed in a small floral pattern jacket, cheering, "Brother, you're back. You dug so many roots, they'll last for days." It was Kai, my little sister. In my previous life, after I was discharged from the military due to disability, it was she who took meticulous care of me for the rest of my life, even giving up her marriage for my sake. In this lifetime, I will definitely make her happy. Suppressing the intense surge of emotions in my heart, I smiled and said, "Brother's fine. It's just that seeing Kai makes me especially happy." Back at home, the fire pit was burning brightly, the flames illuminating the weathered face of Father Zhang Kaming. He complained that I shouldn't have gone up the mountain in the snow, yet his hands honestly took the basket from my back. A father's love is always like this, his concern unspoken. Watching his no longer straight back, my heart ached even more. How I wanted to tell him, "Rest now, Father. Your son has been reborn and returned. From now on, I will protect this family." But I couldn't say it, so I rushed to grab the basket. "Dad, you go smoke, I'll pour it out." Father didn't let go, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You go warm yourself by the fire." I knew my father's temper, so I stopped arguing and instead looked toward the kitchen, trying to make conversation. "I'm not cold. I'll go see what delicious food Mom has made." Father put down the backpack and said grumpily, "What's so interesting? Sit down, I have something for you." My heart tightened, what was bound to come had arrived. I took a deep breath and sat by the hearth, mentally strategizing how to persuade my father. Zhang Kaming emerged from the bedroom holding a craft paper envelope, a relieved smile on his face. "The acceptance letter has arrived. On the 8th, you and she will go to the city together. From now on, study hard and strive to both get into college." His words were exactly the same as in the previous life. I held the envelope but didn't open it. The Ji father mentioned is named Xiaji, my childhood sweetheart. After I dropped out of school, she encouraged me to study on my own and supervised me for over 2 years, ultimately helping me receive this admission notice. If that were all, it would be one thing. The real trouble was, to ensure I could study peacefully after the college entrance exams and for my family to get more farmland. She actually convinced her father, the village chief, to agree to marry me now. Without a marriage certificate, the land allocated from her family to mine made this de facto marriage difficult to dissolve. In my previous life, I went to university with her, married her, yet we didn't make it to the end. In this life, I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. But my parents didn't know any of this. In their eyes, Xiaji was the perfect daughter-in-law. If I were to mention breaking off the engagement, they would never agree. Father puffed on his tobacco leaves, his face beaming with excitement as he said, "Especially when you're with Xiaji, you mustn't embarrass her." I watched his face, so radiant with joy it might have blossomed into flowers, and felt a dull ache in my heart. In my previous life, I was solely focused on studying with Xiaji to rise above others, unaware that this family was already on the verge of collapse. I didn't know that mother's money was only enough to make one new piece of clothing for me. Unaware that my father was secretly coughing up blood. My parents used all their strength to hold up a protective umbrella for me, yet I remained completely oblivious. In my previous life, I was the one protected under the umbrella. In this life, I will be the one who holds it up. I gritted my teeth and hardened my heart to interrupt my father. "I'm not going to school anymore. I want to break off the engagement." The room suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. Father seemed to freeze, taking a long time before tremblingly taking a puff of his leaf tobacco and uttering lightly, "Say that again and see what happens." My heart sank, knowing full well that father would never agree. I glanced at the tobacco pipe in his hand and the fire tongs by the hearth, having no doubt that he might grab something to throw at me. Dropping out of school and calling off an engagement were just the first hurdle with her parents. There were still Xiaji's parents and Xiaji herself to face. 3 obstacles, each one difficult to pass. I quickly changed my tone. Dad, I was just joking with you. Look how scared you got. With that, before he could react, I dashed toward the kitchen. Mom, what delicious food did you make? I rushed into the kitchen and saw my mother stir-frying, her eyes red. I deliberately exaggerated my shout, clinging to her side like a clingy child. You're about to take the college entrance exam, yet you're still so clingy. Though Mom complained verbally, she was smiling happily. I made you fried tofu today. See, I told you Mom cooked something delicious. Little sister Kai craned her neck by the stove, practically drooling. My heart aches with bitterness. A plate of fried tofu was what they consider a delicious meal. This family has truly been living in hardship. I can't even remember the last time we had meat at home. Seeing my mother and younger sister so pale and thin, only one thought fills my mind. I must let my family eat meat to nourish their bodies. But we have no money to buy meat, and finding ways to earn money isn't easy. The only way out I can think of is hunting. Shurha village is backed by the 100,000 mountains, where wild beasts roam, making it a natural hunting ground. But no one in the village hunts, because there are too many wild beasts, and too many incidents have happened in the past, including my eldest brother. Father thus chopped up the family's blunderbuss, making hunting a forbidden act in our household. My rebirth felt like dancing in shackles from the very start. Dropping out of school, breaking off an engagement, going hunting, every single thing I wanted to do was met with obstacles. But soon, I came to accept it. Since fate has given me this chance to be reborn, what do these obstacles even matter? After eating, I stood in the yard, gazing out at the 100,000 mountains shrouded in wind and snow. I assessed my body. Though it wasn't as strong as when I was a soldier, my combat and firearms skills were still sharp in my mind. With the wilderness survival experience from my previous life, I felt confident about my future hunting career. My little goal is to become the king of these 100,000 mountains. The only thing missing now is hunting tools. The family's musket was destroyed, and I can't afford to buy a gun now. I could make a bow and arrows myself, but that would raise my parents' suspicions. It seems I'll have to resort to ancient methods. Setting traps and making snares, I'm an expert at that. Back in the army, I once survived 30 days in the jungle with just a dagger. No gun, no arrows, so what? I am a reborn person. I suddenly slapped my forehead and couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's right, I'm someone who has been reborn. How could I forget the perks of being reborn? Brother, what are you doing standing in the yard in such heavy snow? My little sister Kai's voice came from behind me. I stopped laughing and waved to her. Kai, come here. The little one ran up to me, hunching their shoulders, and asked with a grin, Gidge, what are you doing? My heart ached even more for her, and I asked with a smile, Kai, would you like some meat? The little one kept nodding eagerly, practically drooling. I do. I want to eat meat. I burst out laughing. Alright, brother will treat you to meat today. Percent the little one immediately pouted. Big bro, we don't have any meat at home. Percent I know. I held her little hand. You go inside and warm yourself by the fire. I'll go get something, and tonight you'll eat your fill. I found an old snakeskin bag, a section of thin bamboo pole, and a hoe, then said a word to my parents. What are you going to do again? Father frowned. Daddy, Gidge said he's going to get some meat for me. I rushed to answer. Father glared at me and said irritably, how old are you? Is it fun to trick your little sister? I swear on my honor, Dasha people don't lie to Dasha people. I'm really going to get some meat. Just wait, I'll be back in a bit. With that, he dashed out in a flash. His parents thought he was just trying to comfort Kai and didn't think much of it. After leaving the house, I didn't go up the mountain but instead skirted along its base, circling around a cliff to reach a flat area. This was once a field cultivated by the collective, with an ox wallow pond nearby. During the time of heavy snow, the water in Nugentang had frozen over. I came here because of a memory from my previous life. Chapter 4: The Benefits of Rebirth. In his previous life, Zhang Wei entered the county town on the 8th day of the second lunar month to attend a preparatory review class for the college entrance exams. A month later, when he returned home for the break, the earth was gradually reviving, though a chill still lingered in the air. That day, he accompanied Xiaji to graze cattle here. While he and Xiaji chatted by the field's edge, the water buffalo wandered alone to the top of the cattle rolling pond. Somehow, it stepped on a protruding boulder, which rolled down, sending the buffalo tumbling with it. Both he and Xiaji were startled by the incident. Fortunately, the big water buffalo only took a tumble and wasn't injured. Curious about why the rock had fallen, Zhang Wei went to inspect its original position. There, amidst a patch of fresh black soil, he discovered an exposed hole. He didn't think much of it, assuming the loose soil had simply given way when the buffalo stepped on the rock. Just as he was about to turn away, a listless large grass snake, looking to weigh about 2 pounds, slithered out of the hole. Zhang Wei immediately grinned. Meat was hard to come by these days, so he promptly grabbed the snake. But before his joy could fully settle, another snake of similar size slithered out, equally listless. So this is a snake den. Zhang Wei was overjoyed, and he understood why these two snakes looked so listless. The saying goes, on the 3rd day of the 3rd month, snakes emerge from the mountains. This doesn't mean they always come out on that exact day, but rather that snakes typically hibernate in their burrows during cold weather. When March brings warmer temperatures, they end their hibernation and start moving about. Suyuan County, where Shurha village was located, was a high-altitude area with long winters. Even by early March, snakes were still hibernating. However, the weather had warmed enough by this time, and the snakes had transitioned from hibernation into a state of dormancy, a semi-conscious state. The loud noise from the falling rocks likely disturbed them, prompting the snakes to slither out of their burrows. Earlier, when Zhang Wei laughed heartily in the courtyard, mentioning the benefits for reincarnated individuals, it was precisely because he recalled this memory. Guided by his memory, Zhang Wei approached Nugantang. Gazing at the protruding rock on the sloping hillside above, his heart surged with excitement. He hoisted his hoe and climbed the slope to the rock. Snow covered the rock and its surroundings. Zhang Wei scraped away a large patch with his hoe, revealing a stone surface the size of a millstone. This was merely the portion of the stone protruding from the hillside. A much larger section remained buried beneath the earth. Knowing from the previous rockfall that this boulder was unstable, Zhang Wei proceeded with extreme caution. He carefully dug along the stone's edge, fearing that a single misstep might send the boulder tumbling down to crush him. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Before long, Zhang Wei had exposed most of the rock's body. Standing above it, he gave it a push. The 200 or 300 pound stone swayed slightly under his effort. A surge of excitement filled Zhang Wei. Instead of continuing to dig, he wedged his hoe under the stone at the uphill side to use as a pry bar. He then found a small rock to place under the hoe handle, creating a fulcrum for the lever. Gripping the handle, he gave a powerful backward heave, and the hoe levered the massive stone. He applied force again, repeating the motion 3 or 4 times until the boulder finally dislodged from its position. With a thunderous crash, it rolled down and smashed into the frozen Nyoguntang below, sending a huge splash of ice shards and water flying. Success! Zhang Wei joyfully tossed aside the hoe and went to inspect the pit left by the fallen rock. Sure enough, amidst the expanse of fresh black soil, he spotted the opening he remembered. Little snake, here I come. Zhang Wei rubbed his hands together excitedly, picked up the small bamboo pole he'd brought, and reached into the hole to probe inside. The weather was still cold, and the snake was in deep hibernation. It wouldn't slither out on its own like it had in his previous life. This time, he'd have to rely on himself. After just a few pokes, the bamboo stick wouldn't go any further. It seemed to have hit the bottom. Just as I thought, there's a bend inside. Zhang Wei had anticipated this and immediately withdrew the bamboo pole. Setting it aside, he picked up the hoe again and began digging around the hole's entrance. The excavation was no small task. Since the entrance sat 3 or 4 dozen centimeters above ground level, he had to remove all the soil above it and around the opening before digging inward. After over 20 minutes, he carved a trench into the mountainside over a meter long, 30 to 40 centimeters wide, and 40 to 50 centimeters deep, yet the hole remained. It's hidden pretty deep, huh? Zhang Wei muttered in admiration. After a brief rest, he spat twice onto his hands, rubbed them together, and resumed swinging the hoe. He dug for several more minutes. Finally, after one swing of his hoe cleared away a large patch of black mud, the scene before him suddenly brightened. He saw the snake. A whole bunch of them. 1, 2, 5. A large cluster of snakes coiled together, motionless. Zhang Wei picked them up one by one and stuffed them into the burlap sack, counting each as he went. To his surprise, there were 13 snakes in total, large and small. In his previous life, after catching the 2 snakes that emerged from the hole, he waited a while. Seeing no more snakes come out, he assumed there were only 2 inside. He never imagined there would be so many inside after digging it open this time. Zhang Wei grinned so wide his mouth nearly split to his ears. On their first hunt, others would search tirelessly, using guns or bows and arrows, only to catch rabbits or pheasants at best. But on his very first hunt, he decleared out a snake den with just a hoe and reaped 13 snakes. Besides, snake meat was far tastier than rabbit or pheasant. Though it was a tough start, he'd struck gold. Overjoyed, Zhang Wei strode back, one hand carrying the burlap sack of snakes and the other holding his hoe. "Honey, you're back." The moment Zhang Wei stepped through the door, Zhang Kai came running to meet him, her big eyes sparkling. "MHM." Zhang Wei nodded. Seeing his little sister's eager expression filled him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He waved the burlap sack in his hand and smiled. "Look, I brought you some meat." "Wow." The little one let out an exaggerated cry, her eyes immediately fixating on the burlap sack. Excitedly, she said, "Big brother, let me see what kind of meat you brought." As she spoke, a small hand reached out, eager to touch the burlap sack. Zhang Wei quickly pulled his hand back. Inside were snakes. Though dormant during hibernation, their appearance was still frightening. He certainly didn't want to scare his little sister. "Let me see. Let me see it, big brother." The little one begged pitifully when Zhang Wei wouldn't let her touch it. Just then, Zhang Kaming and Li Jing both turned to look. Seeing the bulging snake bag, they exchanged puzzled glances. Could he really have gotten some meat? But how could that be possible? Zhang Wei had been gone less than an hour. There was no way he could have hunted in the mountains in that short time. Even if he'd gone to steal it, they couldn't think of anyone in the village who might have meat. No hunting, nowhere to steal. They couldn't fathom where Zhang Wei could have gotten the meat. Chapter 5, That's not a snake, it's meat. You actually got meat? That's a real surprise. Zhang Kaming muttered to himself inwardly, then withdrew his gaze and sat down to continue smoking his leaf tobacco. Li Jing, being a woman, was more observant. She noticed the fresh mud on Zhang Wei's hoe and said, Wei, you dug something up, didn't you? Yep. Zhang Wei declared triumphantly. I dug up some meat. Li Jing couldn't help but smile wryly. The boy was talking nonsense. Where on earth could one dig up meat from the ground? But she didn't correct him. Instead, she said, alright, go warm yourself by the fire. You've been out in the cold wind for so long, don't catch a chill. Zhang Wei sensed her skepticism and laughed. Mom, there really is meat in the bag. Fine, it's meat. Is that good enough? Li Jing relented with a sigh, holding out her hand. Give it to me. Zhang Wei still pulled his hand back, hiding the burlap sack behind him. His mom was a woman too. He didn't know if she'd be scared seeing so many snakes, so naturally he wouldn't give it to her. He turned to call out to Zhang Kaming, Dad, you handle this meat. Zhang Kaming didn't believe for a second that there was meat in the bag, but since his son had called him over, he reluctantly got up and walked over. As he took the burlap sack, he muttered under his breath, We'll see what kind of trick you've pulled this time. He casually opened the sack and glanced inside. His eyes widened in shock. Inside lay a mass of sticky, gelatinous things, curled up in strands, an unsettling sight. Even he, a grown man, felt his hands tremble at the sight. The burlap sack clattered to the floor. His startled cry echoed the sound, Where on earth did you get all this? Li Jing, seeing this, couldn't help but wonder and quickly asked, Dad, what's inside? Before Zhang Kaming could answer, Zhang Kai's curiosity had already driven her into action. While the adults were talking, she slipped over to the burlap sack and swiftly tore open the flap with her small hands. Wah! The little girl burst into tears. Snakes, so many snakes. I'm scared. She practically scrambled away, crying and shouting as she ran far off. Zhang Wei felt a pang of regret. He'd been worried about scaring his little sister, and now, in a moment of carelessness, he'd done just that. He hurried over to Zhang Kai, crouched down, picked her up, and soothed her gently. Kai, don't be scared. That's not a snake. It is a snake. It's definitely a snake. The little one seemed genuinely terrified, clinging tightly to Zhang Wei's neck and burrowing deeper into his embrace. Zhang Wei patted her back. Kai, don't be afraid. That's not a snake, it's meat. I'll cook it for you later. No. The little one shook her head frantically. I don't want to eat snake meat. I'm scared. Li Jing, upon hearing the bag contained a snake, quickly backed away a few steps. She glanced at Zhang Kaming and whispered, Is Dad, it really is a snake. Sure enough, women were generally more afraid of snakes. By then, Zhang Kaming had regained his composure. He nodded, picked up the burlap sack, and opened it again. His face instantly broke into a wide grin. So many snakes meant plenty of meat. He glanced at Zhang Wei, who was still comforting Zhang Kai, his expression complex. He hadn't expected this kid to actually bring back meat. He couldn't help asking, Where did you catch all these snakes? Zhang Wei couldn't reveal the truth, of course. But before returning, he had already prepared his story. I was digging up roots on the mountain earlier and stumbled upon a hole. I saw what looked like snakes inside and was about to catch them when I heard Kai calling me back for dinner, so I headed home first. So he'd stumbled upon a snake den while digging for tubers. This explanation made perfect sense. Zhang Kaming didn't suspect a thing and chuckled, You're one lucky kid. Come on, let's go skin these snakes outside. We'll boil snake meat for dinner tonight. In the countryside, snakes are never killed indoors. The elders said it was because rural houses weren't well sealed, so many centipedes could hide inside. Centipedes and snakes are natural enemies. Killing a snake indoors would attract hidden centipedes, which would crawl onto the beams or ceiling and urinate on the snake meat. It was said that snake meat tainted by centipede urine became poisonous and inedible. Zhang Wei wasn't sure if this was true, but since his father insisted on hunting outside, he didn't argue over such a minor detail. He smiled in agreement, calmed Zhang Kai, and went to fetch a stool. Zhang Kaming fetched scissors, a hammer, and nails, then grabbed an empty bowl to collect the snake's gallbladder. With all their tools ready, father and son set up their killing station in the snow-covered courtyard. Dad, how are we gonna cook the snake later? Stew it. We'll eat the meat and drink the broth. Alright, how many should we stew tonight? 1, 2. The kids haven't had meat in ages. Let's stew an extra one so they can eat more. Alright, then let's do 2 for now. While slaughtering the snakes, Li Jing stood with Zhang Kai under the eaves, chatting sporadically with Zhang Kaming. She hadn't expected Zhang Wei to catch over a dozen snakes at once. With so much snake meat, she couldn't bear to stew it all at once. Zhang Wei interjected, Dad, stew a couple more. We can send some over to my sister-in-law's place once it's done. Zhang Kaming shot him a look and curled his lip. Like you're the only one thinking about your sister-in-law's family? I told your mom to stew 2 extra snakes precisely so we could send half to them. Zhang Wei gave a half-hearted O before insisting, 2 snakes won't be enough for everyone. We should stew at least 2 more. Zhang Kaming retorted irritably, if we eat 4 snakes per meal like you suggest, these won't even last 3 meals. Li Jing chimed in from the side. Wei, you can't just gobble up all the good stuff in one sitting. Exactly. Zhang Weiming chimed in. We finally got our hands on a few snakes, we should save them for more meals. After that, he added with a sigh, once we finish the snake meat, who knows when we'll get to eat meat again. We really should pace ourselves. Zhang Wei, however, remained unconcerned. He declared confidently, Mom, Dad, you don't need to save any. Just eat your fill. Once we finish these, I'll get more meat. Zhang Weiming paused mid-slaughter, instinctively wanting to disagree. But earlier, he hadn't believed Zhang Wei could get meat, yet Zhang Wei had caught so many snakes. He found himself unsure about Zhang Wei's words. He also sensed something different about Zhang Wei today, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. Finding a snake nest while digging up roots was pure luck, something that happened by chance, not by design. How could such good fortune strike twice? He figured Zhang Wei was just saying he could get more meat so he could stew a couple extra snakes tonight and eat more. Zhang Weiming scoffed, rolling his eyes. Give me a break. Meat isn't that easy to come by. Don't believe me? Zhang Wei grinned, adopting a mysterious tone. If you don't, just wait. You'll see for yourselves tomorrow. Chapter 6, Delivering Meat. As dusk fell, Zhang Wei's family began lighting the fire to cook. The meat from 4 snakes was cut into small pieces and stewed in plain water. Soon after the water came to a boil, a rich aroma began wafting through the cracks of the wooden pot lid. Mom, is snake meat really edible? Zhang Kai stood by the stove, watching the steam rise from the pot. The aroma drifted into her delicate nose as she timidly asked. Li Jing sat on a small stool by the stove entrance, adding wood to the fire while smiling and saying, Of course you can. Snake meat is delicious. The little girl's eyes lit up, though she still looked a bit timid. Yet she couldn't resist the allure of the savory aroma, sniffing greedily from time to time, drool nearly dripping from her mouth. Just then, Zhang Wei walked in carrying 2 white radishes. The little one beamed and asked, Grandpa, are you stewing radishes with the meat? MHM. Zhang Wei nodded, adding regretfully, too bad we don't have chicken. Otherwise, we could make a pot of dragon phoenix soup. The little one immediately asked curiously, Cook, what's dragon phoenix soup? Zhang Wei explained with a smile, snakes are also called little dragons, and chickens resemble phoenixes. When you stew snake meat and chicken together, it's called dragon phoenix soup. The little one giggled, Cookie, you're such a storyteller. Calling snakes dragons and chickens phoenixes, then what's a radish? Without hesitation, Zhang Wei replied, radishes are like ginseng. Li Jing couldn't stand listening to this anymore. She stood up, snatched the radish from his hand, and scolded playfully, How come I never noticed before that you're such a smooth talker, meow. With that, she began fetching water to wash the radish. Zhang Wei instinctively walked to the stove and took over tending the fire. Once the radish was in the pot and simmered for a while, the aroma grew richer, wafting into the noses of those inside the room and drifting out through the doors and windows, mingling with the swirling snow outside. About 50 or 60 meters away, on the slope behind the kitchen, stood a small stilt house. Judging by the color of its wooden walls, it had been built only a few years ago. Inside, however, it was Spartan. The main room was bare except for a portrait of a great leader on the front wall. The adjacent hearth room was dimly lit, the fire in the hearth burning weakly, sending up wisps of faint blue smoke. Before the hearth, a woman sat in a chair, her head bowed in a light doze. Beside her, on a small stool, a boy of 5 or 6 held a girl even younger than himself. The two whispered to each other. Daddy, I'm hungry again. The boy glanced at his dozing mother and whispered, I'll go find 2 potatoes to roast for you. The little girl's cheeks dimpled as she nodded her head like a chick pecking at grain. Suddenly, she sniffed the air and said, looking a bit dazed, Daddy, can you smell that? It smells so good. The boy chuckled, the potatoes aren't cooked yet, how could there be any smell? Before he could finish, the scent reached his own nose, and he froze. Where was that aroma coming from? And what kind of aroma was it? It was so tempting. Before he could savor the thought, several stomping sounds came from outside, followed by a figure stepping inside. Uncle, is that you? Recognizing the visitor, the little boy's eyes widened in surprise. He guessed, then his gaze immediately fixated on the large bowl held in the visitor's hands. The aroma wafting from that bowl had already filled the entire room in just a moment. The visitor was Zhang Wei, carrying a bowl of simmered snake meat and radish soup. The 3 people in the room were his sister-in-law Chen Xiu, his nephew Zhang Jun, and his niece Zhang Li. 2 years ago, after his eldest brother Zhang Wen met with an accident while hunting in the mountains, his sister-in-law Chen Xiu was left to raise the 2 children alone, struggling through extremely difficult times. That accident hadn't only affected Zhang Wen. That time, Zhang Wen had taken a distant cousin, Zhang Rui, and a young man from the same village, Wang Fei, into the mountains with him. The 3 entered the mountains and encountered a pack of wolves at night. During their escape, Zhang Rui lagged behind and was devoured by the wolves, leaving not a single bone behind. Zhang Wen and Wang Fei, in their panic, lost their footing and fell off a cliff. Zhang Wen was mangled beyond recognition in the fall. Wang Fei, however, landed near a tree and miraculously survived, though he broke his leg and became disabled. Since Zhang Wen had led Zhang Wei and Wang Fei into the mountains, both families confronted Chen Xiu after the incident. Ultimately, Zhang Kaming intervened, paying Wang Fei's family 100 yuan and Zhang Rui's family 200 yuan to temporarily settle the matter. This occurred in 1979, when the average monthly wage for urban workers was only around 20 yuan. Rural areas were still under the collective production system, and 300 yuan was a substantial sum even in the city, let alone in the remote and impoverished village of Shurha. Not only was Zhang Wei's family now in debt, but his sister-in-law Chen Xiu, unable to bear the grief of losing her husband, suffered a nervous breakdown. Though generally stable, she would fly into fits of madness when provoked, becoming a half-mad woman. In those backward times, even ordinary families struggled to make ends meet. For someone like Chen Xiu half-mad and raising 2 children, the hardships were unimaginable. Yet, as the saying goes, misfortune strikes the most vulnerable. The calamities facing Chen Xiu's family were far from over. Years later, both Zhang Jun and Zhang Li were abducted by human traffickers, and Chen Xiu truly descended into madness. Memories surged like waves, pounding painfully against Zhang Wei's chest. His sister-in-law, nephew, and niece, they were all his flesh and blood. In his previous life, he had chosen to leave, neglecting his family and loved ones. Now, in this new life, seeing his sister-in-law, nephew, and niece again, he was more determined than ever to stay home, to protect his family, and to safeguard all his kin. Jun. Zhang Wei suppressed the tightness in his chest, called out, and held out the bowl in his hand to his nephew, smiling as he said, "Look, what yummy treat Uncle brought you." "Uncle, what's this yummy treat? It smells so good." Before Zhang Jun could answer, Zhang Li toddled over, her big eyes blinking rapidly as she swallowed and asked. "Meat," Zhang Wei said with a smile. "Meat. Meat. No wonder it smells so good." Zhang Jun and Zhang Li both gaped, drool dripping from their little mouths as exaggerated delight spread across their faces. Just then, Chen Xiu, who had been dozing off, woke up. She sat up and saw the large bowl Zhang Wei was holding. The rich aroma wafting from it made her nose twitch, and she couldn't help but ask, Wei, where did you get the meat?" "Big sis," Zhang Wei called out affectionately, smiling as he explained, "I stumbled upon a snake nest while digging up clods of earth. I caught the snakes, stewed them with radishes, and brought you a bowl to share." Chen Xiu stared at the large bowl of snake meat and radish stew, desperately wanting to take it and start eating immediately. She and the 2 children hadn't had meat in ages. But she forced herself to say, how much meat could one snake provide? Bringing such a large bowl means there won't be enough for mom and dad. You should take it back. Times were tough for everyone now. Her parents often helped out their family, and even though she desperately wanted to eat it, she couldn't bear to refuse. Zhang Wei set the bowl on the old table and grinned. "Sis, I didn't catch just 1 snake, I got over a dozen. You, Junjun, and Lily can eat your fill. We'll have more tomorrow." Without waiting for Chen Xiu's reply, he turned and walked out. The walk home was only a few dozen meters, yet it took Zhang Wei 2 full minutes. He moved slowly, each step feeling heavy and deliberate. This wasn't just because seeing his sister-in-law's family again made him feel the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grow heavier. It was also because he had a rather ominous premonition. Chapter 7, A Lesson Learned. Pot, the snake meat is so delicious. Even the radish is delicious. During dinner, Zhang Kai grabbed a piece of snake meat with her little hands and tore into it excitedly, completely forgetting her initial fear of the snake. "If you like it, eat more." Zhang Wei added another piece of snake meat to her bowl, speaking with affection. "Thanks, big brother." Zhang Kai beamed, her voice sweet as honey. "You're the best." Seeing the smile on his little sister's face, Zhang Wei felt a sense of fulfillment unlike any he'd ever known. This feeling of fulfillment was even more intense than when he had been decorated for military merit in his previous life. In that moment, he suddenly understood, receiving honors felt like glory, but seeing his family smile brought him happiness. Seeing his parents eat only the radish and the broth after trying a piece of snake meat, he added another piece to both Zhang Kaming and Li Jing's bowls. "Dad, Mom, you should eat more too." Zhang Kaming gave an awkward smile. "I've already eaten." As he spoke, he transferred that piece of snake meat to Zhang Kai's bowl and said with a smile, Kai, you eat?" Li Jing also picked up the snake meat from her bowl and placed it in Zhang Wei's bowl, saying, Wei, you eat it. Mom doesn't like snake meat. Watching this, Zhang Wei understood perfectly well. His parents clearly couldn't bear to eat it themselves. They preferred to eat less so that he and his little sister could have more. Zhang Wei placed another piece in each of their bowls and said, "There's plenty more meat. You two should eat more." This time, Zhang Kaming and Li Jing didn't push the snake meat back out of their bowls. Instead, they quietly ate small bites. After a long while, Zhang Kaming paused thoughtfully before saying to Zhang Wei, "I took 2 snakes over to your uncle's place." Zhang Wei paused, then said, "Grandpa is staying with uncle. Since we have meat now, we should send some over." Zhang Kaming nodded. "Since we're sending some to your uncle's place, we should give one to your eldest uncle's family too." Zhang Wei had no objection. "You decide." Zhang Kaming continued, "Tomorrow, you should also take 2 snakes over to Xiaji's family." A pang of bitterness washed over Zhang Wei. He'd had a premonition when returning from his sister-in-law's house that his father would likely ask him to deliver snake meat to Xiaoji's family. His fears had been confirmed. It wasn't that he was stingy with 2 snakes. It was just that he was preparing to call off the engagement and hadn't figured out how to face his future father-in-law and mother-in-law yet. Glancing at his father, Zhang Wei tentatively suggested, "Dad, maybe we shouldn't send anything to Xiaoji's family for now." "What nonsense are you talking?" Zhang Kaming glared at him sternly. "They're your in-laws. You can't even spare some meat for them?" Zhang Wei couldn't voice his true feelings, so he stubbornly defended himself. "Dad, it's not that I'm stingy. I just think there isn't much meat to begin with. Look, there were only a dozen snakes in total. We stewed 4, gave 2 to uncle's family, 1 to granduncle's family, and now we have to give 2 to Xiaoji's family. That leaves hardly any left. I just wanted you all to have more." Zhang Kaming's face fell instantly. His voice turned sharp. "That girl Xiaoji has been so good to you. Whenever her family has something special, she always shares it with you. Now that we have meat at home, you won't send some over? Can your conscience really handle that?" Zhang Wei was rendered speechless. The truth was, Xiaoji had been genuinely kind to him and his family. He simply couldn't find a reason to argue. "Fine. I'll bring some tomorrow." Zhang Wei sighed inwardly and replied grudgingly. Seeing his agreement, Zhang Kaming's expression softened slightly as he said earnestly, Wei, you can't just think about yourself. Your mom and I can manage with a little less meat. We can't let our in-laws think we're hoarding it all for ourselves." Li Jing chimed in from the side, "That's right, Wei. In a few days, you'll be heading to the city with Xiaoji to study. You won't have many chances to show filial piety to your in-laws. Giving them 2 snakes is only right." Ultimately, the meal concluded with Zhang Kaming and Li Jing's earnest admonitions to Zhang Wei. By the time they finished, night had fallen. Shurha village still had no electricity, so the family gathered around the fire for a while by the light of a kerosene lamp. After splashing water on their faces and washing their feet, they all went to bed early. Lying in bed, Zhang Wei tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His rebirth wasn't that of a wayward youth finding redemption, nor was it revenge after betrayal. Both of those scenarios could be seen as debt owed by the dead. They deserved it. Moreover, both forms of rebirth offered relatively straightforward paths to redemption. The former involved correcting past mistakes, something people readily accepted and welcomed. The latter confronted vicious individuals, where revenge carried moral justification and came without psychological burden. But his case was different. In his previous life, he studied hard, entered university, and served his country in the military. To his family, loved ones, and indeed everyone, his path was one of positive growth and promise. His parents and relatives took pride in him, and the world regarded him as a hero. But, after rebirth, he chose to drop out of school. To his parents, this was straying from the right path, going astray, and ruining his future. Ask yourself, what parents would accept this? Which parents would accept it? He wanted to call off the engagement, and the person he was breaking it off with was a good person, someone who treated him well, treated his parents well, and whom his parents had already accepted as an outstanding daughter-in-law. How could that be justified? Moreover, this isn't merely a matter of explanation. His breaking off the engagement would inflict immense harm on Xiaoji, harm severe enough to potentially ruin her life. If Xiaoji were a heartless woman, he'd have no qualms. He wasn't some saint. But even in their past life, their divorce wasn't due to betrayal or Xiaoji treating him poorly. It simply happened when they reached a stage in life where their worldviews shifted and their values and pursuits diverged. The end of that marriage had nothing to do with right or wrong. They parted ways amicably. All these circumstances meant his path to rebirth and making amends for past regrets would inevitably be different. He had to tread carefully, unable to make bold, sweeping changes. Every step he took would be like walking on thin ice. Otherwise, not only would he fail to mend the past, but he would inflict immeasurable harm upon his family and loved ones. Zhang Wei pondered for a long time but couldn't devise a comprehensive solution. Forget it. I'll just take it one step at a time. Zhang Wei sighed inwardly, deciding to set the matter aside for now and refocus his mind on hunting. As for venturing into the mountains to hunt, he wouldn't even consider it until he had demonstrated sufficient capability. With his older brother's situation, his father would never approve. But that didn't faze him. After all, he was a reborn soul. He'd already claimed one perk of his rebirth, that nest of snakes. But the perks of rebirth didn't stop there. More were coming one after another. According to his memories, another benefit awaited tomorrow, one far greater than today's nest of snakes. It was precisely because he recalled that memory that he dared to boast while killing snakes this afternoon that he could secure more meat tomorrow. But Zhang Wei frowned slightly. Tomorrow's perk wasn't fixed like clearing out a snake nest. He only knew the location, not the exact time it would appear. Chapter 8, The Old Geezer is both wicked and annoying. The next day. No sooner had Zhang Wei finished his morning routine than Zhang Kaming ordered him to deliver snake meat to Xiaoji's house. Even though he was reluctant, Zhang Wei had no choice but to comply. After a night of freezing, the skin snakes had turned into giant, snow-white popsicles. They were slippery to the touch and bone-chillingly cold. Zhang Wei found a burlap sack, stuffed the 2 snakes inside, and carried the sack out the door. The snow had stopped sometime during the night. Early spring sunlight glistened on the snow, radiating a quiet, chilling cold. Though in the same village, the 2 households weren't far apart, just a 10-minute walk around a mountain hollow. Xiaoji's mother, Zhou Hongju, was sorting sweet potatoes in the main room. Spotting Zhang Wei enter, she greeted him warmly. "Wei Wei, you're here. Have you eaten breakfast? I was just about to cook sweet potato porridge. If you haven't eaten, stay and have some." "Good morning, Aunt Zhou." Zhang Wei greeted her promptly. Zhou Hongju's face immediately clouded over. She pouted. "You still call me auntie? You need to start calling me mom." Zhang Wei felt terribly awkward. He was already preparing to call off the engagement. How could he possibly call her mother? In his fluster, he quickly changed the subject, waving the burlap sack in his hand. "I dug up a snake nest while clearing weeds yesterday and caught a few snakes. I brought 2 over for you." At the mention of snake meat, Zhou Hongju's attention shifted decisively. She no longer dwelled on whether Zhang Wei should call her mom, instead exclaiming happily, "Wei Wei, you're so lucky to have caught snakes. Last year, the production team hadn't raised any pigs, and even the village chief's family had no meat to eat." She hadn't tasted meat in ages. She happily took the burlap sack, her face beaming with satisfaction as she praised, "What a wonderful son-in-law. Your mother hasn't raised you in vain." Zhang Wei blushed at the praise and quickly said, I have things to do. I'll head back now and come again in a couple of days." Without waiting for Zhou Hongju to respond, he turned and slipped away. "Hey, why the rush to leave? Stay for breakfast before you go. I still have things to tell you." Zhou Hongju, clutching her burlap sack, shouted after Zhang Wei's retreating figure. Zhang Wei dared not linger. He picked up speed, running even faster. "Still," he called back, "I really have something important to do. I'll come back after I'm done." He didn't head home but instead walked toward the village's storage room. During the collective farming era, the storage room served as the repository for the production team's grain, labor tools, and other supplies. It was also where all team members verified their daily work points. It could be said that in any production team, the storeroom was the most important and bustling place. But with the implementation of the policy of dividing land to individual households, Shurha village's production team was disbanded. Most of the former supplies had been distributed to each household, leaving only the undelivered public grain and some broken furniture in the storage room. Once the liveliest spot in the village, the storeroom now lay cold and deserted, guarded only by Old Wang, who hobbled on one leg. To be honest, Old Wang and Zhang Wei didn't get along well. The reason was simple. Old Wang had a son named Wang Fei, who had broken his leg while hunting in the mountains with Zhang Wei's older brother, Zhang Wan. Old Wan was already a cripple himself. Not only did he earn fewer work points, but he also endured plenty of scorn. He knew life was hard for the disabled. Now his son had lost a leg too, making things even worse than his own situation. He blamed Zhang Wan for his son's disability. And since Zhang Wan was dead, his hatred for Zhang Wan extended to the entire Zhang family. When Zhang Wei reached the storage yard, Old Wan was washing his face. Spotting Zhang Wei, he abandoned his washing, grabbed the wooden basin, and flung the entire basin of water at him with a splash. Fortunately, Zhang Wei was quick-eyed and quick-footed. He stepped back in a flash, and the steaming water splashed past him onto the ground, instantly melting a large patch of snow. Uncle Wang. Getting doused with face-washing water first thing in the morning left Zhang Wei feeling rather annoyed. If this had been his age in his previous life, he would have charged forward and started a fight. But he was reborn. As a soldier in his past life, he possessed exceptional self-control. Coupled with years of living with a disability, he now understood Old Wang's mindset. He merely growled, "Why did you splash me?" Old Wang gritted his teeth. "So what if I splashed you? I feel like splashing you, so I splashed you. What are you gonna do about it?" His utterly shameless demeanor left Zhang Wei feeling rather helpless. He couldn't very well beat the old man up over such a trivial matter. Besides, he was here on important business. He didn't want to start a conflict with a disabled old man. Waving his hand dismissively, he decided it wasn't worth his time. Zhang Wei walked toward the back ditch of the storage room, inspecting the area carefully along the way. Old Wang, seeing Zhang Wei not only ignore him but also loitering behind the storage room, grew even more enraged. He trailed behind Zhang Wei, muttering curses under his breath. "Kid, what are you doing in the storage room? Trying to steal something?" Zhang Wei was infuriated and retorted, "Uncle Wang, you can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't just say whatever comes to mind." "Which eye of yours saw me stealing?" Old Wang insisted. "You haven't stolen anything yet, but you're definitely planning to. Otherwise, what are you doing searching around this back ditch?" Zhang Wei was momentarily speechless. He really was searching for something here. But what he was searching for were traces. According to his memories from his previous life, a wild boar had come down from the mountains today, searching for food in the back ditch behind the storage room, and had even knocked Old Wang over. He'd only learned of this incident through rumors in his previous life, never witnessing it firsthand. The story went that Old Wang had heard noises in the storage room, gone to investigate the back ditch, spotted the boar, and tried to capture it for meat. The result? He failed to catch the boar and suffered serious injuries. Now reborn, Zhang Wei couldn't venture into the mountains to hunt just yet, so this incident came to mind. This was meat delivered right to his doorstep. How could he pass up such an opportunity? He didn't know the exact time the boar would appear, but he guessed it would be around dusk, when the sky was nearly dark. Zhang Wei planned to scout the location first, then find a way to bring his father along later. He would arrange a chance encounter with the boar, letting his father witness his hunting prowess firsthand, laying the groundwork for future expeditions into the mountains. Unexpectedly, just by coming to scout the area early, he ran into old Wang's unreasonable accusations and was even framed for preparing to steal. Damn old man, he really is rotten to the core. Zhang Wei shot old Wang a glance, thinking to himself that if hunting weren't currently prohibited, he wouldn't have set his sights on that boar. Then, what was meant to happen in his previous life would still unfold. The boar would charge and injure old Wang. But then he thought that would be such a waste. A wild boar meant plenty of meat. Compared to wild boar meat, old Wang wasn't that important. Still, Zhang Wei wasn't about to coddle old Wang. Some people, though not inherently bad and perhaps acting out of circumstance, would only grow more aggressive if constantly appeased. Ultimately, it was himself who would suffer. Zhang Wei's expression remained calm, yet a devious plan instantly formed in his mind. Chapter 9, Retribution approaches. With old Wang stirring things up, Zhang Wei worried that too many footprints would alert the wild boar. He decided not to look back. Glancing at old Wang, Zhang Wei remarked coolly, "Uncle Wang, one should always speak with virtue. Spouting such nonsense and pinning unfounded accusations on me, beware of karma catching up with you." With that, he turned and strode away. Enraged, old Wang leapt up and shouted, "You'll get your comeuppance. Your whole family will get their comeuppance." Zhang Wei pretended not to hear and soon returned home. For the entire morning, Zhang Wei sat by the hearth, warming himself and reading. He wasn't really in the mood for reading, but if he didn't, Zhang Kaming and Li Jing would drag him into discussions about schoolwork. So he pretended to study, while his mind was occupied with scheming how to lure his father near the storage room. Sure enough, seeing him reading, Zhang Kaming and Li Jing didn't bother him, and even kept Zhang Kai from interrupting. Lunch was a simple affair, with not even snake meat prepared. Zhang Wei said nothing, finishing his meal before returning to his book by the fire pit. Time passed quickly, and as dusk approached, Zhang Wei set down his book and said to Zhang Kaming, "Dad, let's go fetch water from the old well." Zhang Kaming, idly puffing on a leaf cigarette, froze. The big reservoir isn't dry. Why fetch water from the old well? In the past, Shurha village had only one old well, located not far from the storage room. During the collective era, the village responded to the national call to build reservoirs. The small village of Shurha constructed 2 new reservoirs. Nowadays, the villagers drew water from the nearby reservoirs, and few people specifically went to the old well to fetch water. Zhang Wei replied, "I just think the water from the old well tastes sweeter." Zhang Kaming scoffed, "It's all water, isn't it? Did they add sugar to the old well's water or something?" The large reservoir was only 200 or 300 meters from his home, while the old well lay 700 or 800 meters away. With the bitter cold and the icy, treacherous path, Zhang Kaming genuinely didn't want to go out of his way to fetch water. Of course, Zhang Wei wasn't actually planning to fetch water from the old well. His real intention was to lead his father to a chance encounter with a wild boar near the storage room. If Zhang Kaming refused to go, his plan would fall through. That was definitely out of the question. He had to improvise. "My eyes are blurry from reading too much. I heard from third uncle that the water in the old well comes from an underground spring, and drinking it regularly helps improve eyesight. Dad, please just come with me to fetch a couple buckets." If it were anything else, Zhang Kaming wouldn't have given it a second thought. But when it came to his son's reading and studies, that was a different matter entirely. With Zhang Wei's earnest pleading, Zhang Kaming set down his tobacco pipe and smiled. "All right then, I'll go fetch water from the old well." Zhang Wei was overjoyed and rushed to fetch the carrying pole and water bucket. Hunting wild boar barehanded was out of the question. The carrying pole was a handy weapon, and he had to keep it in his hands to use it effectively when the time came. Zhang Kaming didn't mind. He figured Zhang Wei could carry the empty buckets, and once they'd fetched water, he'd carry them back. And so, Zhang Wei walked ahead carrying the empty buckets, while Zhang Kaming followed behind with his hands behind his back. Father and son trudged through the gradually melting snow, one in front and one behind, heading toward the old well. "Kaming, Wei, where are you two headed?" Wei said he wanted to drink water from the old well, so I'm taking him to fetch some. Water from the old well is indeed sweet. Hey, it's just water. No need to trek all that way in this freezing cold. Wei, I heard you're going to school? Wei, when are you heading to the city? I'm leaving on the 8th. The snow had stopped, and people began venturing out. Along the way, they encountered several villagers who struck up casual conversations with Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei. Father and son smiled and responded politely to each one. It was all just casual chatter. More likely, neither party was actually there to talk. It was purely a matter of exchanging greetings upon meeting, finding something to say when there was nothing to say. Otherwise, if neighbors met without exchanging words, people might assume there was a dispute. But Zhang Wei cherished this atmosphere. When neighbors met, they'd exchange a few light-hearted words, the very essence of human warmth. He believed the reason the people of Daxia possessed the strongest cohesion in the world was rooted in this very warmth. Later, as the economy developed and masses migrated to cities, people moved from low-rise houses into high-rises. Steel and concrete sealed off that human warmth, and security doors shut the doors to people's hearts. This peaceful human warmth faded into obscurity amidst the dazzling city lights, lost in the rush of traffic. Reflecting on these changes, Zhang Wei felt a pang of melancholy as he found himself near the storage room. A wisp of smoke drifted from the storage room's roof, and the small door to the gatehouse stood ajar. It seemed old Wan was still inside, meaning the wild boar hadn't arrived yet. Zhang Wei glanced inside and thought to himself, "Old Wang, your retribution is coming soon." Originally, he had planned to wait near the drainage ditch behind the storage room. The moment the boar appeared, he would charge in and kill it. That way, old Wang wouldn't get hurt in this lifetime. But after old Wang had slandered him that morning, framing him for theft, Zhang Wei changed his mind. He decided to let the events of the previous life unfold as they had. He would wait for the boar to charge and injure old Wang, then step in to kill the boar and claim the meat. Zhang Wei felt no remorse whatsoever about old Wang getting hurt. This was both respecting the course of history and avoiding interference in old Wang's karma, a small punishment for a big lesson. Who asked him to act like an old fart and refused to talk properly? The old well lay about 200 meters from the storage room. Besides old Wang, 2 or 3 nearby households also drew water there regularly. Soon, father and son arrived at the old well. The so-called old well wasn't actually a well at all, but rather a small reservoir, only about 10 feet square. It was built of blue stone, with stone steps leading from the opening down to the bottom. Zhang Wei stood by the reservoir, balancing his carrying pole, and looked around. The sky was gloomy, and the distant mountains, nearby trees, and fields were all blanketed in a white haze. The unique snowy landscape of the mountain village brought a sense of peace. "What are you spacing out for?" Seeing Zhang Wei standing there for a long time without any intention of drawing water, Zhang Kaming frowned and said, "Hurry up and get the water so we can go back." The wild boar hadn't arrived yet. If he fetched water and carried it back now, wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Zhang Wei could only try to stall. He smiled and said, "Dad, why the rush to get back?" He pointed toward the distance. "Look, the scenery here is so beautiful." Zhang Kaming's face darkened. "Beautiful my ass." He didn't see what was so beautiful about the scenery. The wind biting at his skin was real enough. He just wanted to get back to the fire sooner. He reached out, "Give me the bucket. I'll fetch the water." Zhang Wei wasn't about to let him. "I'll get it," he said, hoisting the bucket and shuffling toward the stone steps of the well. The ground was covered in snow, and Zhang Kaming, probably worried he might slip into the well, didn't rush him. But even if Zhang Wei dawdled, fetching 2 buckets of water wouldn't take long. When Zhang Weiming had filled the buckets and was lifting them out of the well, he still hadn't heard any movement. Unwilling to return empty-handed, Zhang Wei thought, "Maybe I'll slip on purpose to buy some time." "Awah! Awah!" Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sound suddenly came from the storage room. Why would there be pig noises? Zhang Kaming froze, staring in surprise toward the storeroom. "Ah! Help!" At that moment, old Wang's agonized screams and cries for help echoed once more. Zhang Wei's heart leapt with joy. The wild boar had finally arrived, and old Wang must have been knocked down by it. "Dad, it looks like old Wang's in trouble. Let's go check it out." Zhang Wei feigned ignorance, crouching down to set the 2 buckets of water on the ground before grabbing the carrying pole. He shouted as he sprinted toward the storage room. Chapter 10, Meat delivered to your doorstep. The storage room was only about 200 meters from the old well. In less than a minute, Zhang Wei and Zhang Kaming arrived one after the other, only to witness a horrifying scene. Old Wang lay sprawled on the ground as a dark brown wild boar charged at him, snorting and goring wildly. Despite old Wang's desperate attempts to roll and dodge in the snow, the boar seemed possessed, relentlessly pursuing him with each fierce thrust. With each goring, old Wang let out a blood-curdling scream. Zhang Kaming watched, his mouth twitching. While the wild boars in Shurha village didn't have exposed tusks, their snouts were incredibly long. Combined with their massive size, just imagining being gored by that snout made the pain palpable. "Old Wang!" Recognizing the figure, Zhang Kaming cried out in alarm and immediately called to Zhang Wei, "Wei, hand me the pole. Move aside." Though he and old Wang didn't get along, they were still fellow villagers. With a life at stake, he set aside their grudges, for now saving him came first. Zhang Wei was different. He hadn't paid much attention to old Wang. With memories from his previous life, he knew old Wang wouldn't die, just suffer some injuries, so he wasn't worried at all. His full attention was fixed on that wild boar. Damn, this boar was huge. Though not fat, its frame alone suggested it weighed at least 100 or 200 pounds. Killing this boar would provide his family with meat for a long time. Zhang Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement. Only when he heard Zhang Kaming calling him did he snap back to reality. But instead of handing over the pole, he shouted, "Dad, step aside. I'll take the boar." This was his chance to prove himself. He wasn't about to let it slip away. Besides, if Zhang Kaming was worried about him, he was worried about his old father. With that, Zhang Wei strode forward and thrust the bamboo pole like a spear toward the boar's head. He had no choice. The boar was currently charging at Old Wang. If he struck it with the pole, he might accidentally hit Old Wang instead. Therefore, he had to drive the boar away first to separate it from Old Wang. Zhang Wei's strike was swift and precise. The pole's end pierced the boar's forehead, causing it to let out a piercing ooh howl. It stumbled back several steps but didn't flee, glaring at Zhang Wei with a vicious look in its eyes. This beast held a grudge it had turned vicious earlier precisely because Old Wang had struck it with a stick. Zhang Wei's actions had successfully redirected its hatred. Zhang Wei paid no immediate attention to the boar. He glanced at Old Wang, who lay sprawled on the ground, thoroughly battered by the beast. There was no trace of sympathy in his eyes. Earlier, he could have arrived faster, but he deliberately controlled his speed, arriving almost simultaneously with Zhang Kaming. Even after arriving, he hadn't rushed to help immediately. He wanted Old Wang to suffer a little. People who make mistakes must pay a price. He wasn't a saint, incapable of overflowing compassion or repaying evil with kindness, which was why he hadn't rescued Old Wang earlier. Of course, he wasn't the type to hold grudges over trivial matters. The morning's altercation with Old Wang was, as far as he was concerned, now water under the bridge. Oh, right, for someone like Old Wang, Zhang Wei saved him without expecting anything in return, but he wouldn't do a good deed and remain anonymous. He gave a slight smirk. Uncle Wang, I saved your life today. Don't ever slander your savior again. With that, he called out to Zhang Kaming, Dad, take Uncle Wang away. Zhang Kaming ignored Old Wang and cautiously approached Zhang Wei. Hand me the pole. You take Uncle Wang away. I'll drive it off. As the saying goes, wild boars are fiercer than bears or tigers. While a boar might not match a bear or tiger in combat prowess, its ferocity was second to none. Seeing the massive boar before him, Zhang Kaming felt a chill. How could he possibly let Zhang Wei handle it alone? Zhang Wei, however, grinned. Dad, a boar this big? Its meat delivered right to our doorstep. It'd be a shame to just chase it away. Zhang Kaming stared at him in horror, his voice trembling. What are you planning to do? Zhang Wei roared with laughter, of course we'll kill it for meat. Zhang Kaming was startled. A boar that big, even he had only intended to chase it away to save Old Wang at first, never once thinking of hunting it down. But now that Zhang Wei mentioned it, he couldn't help but feel tempted. Just imagine how much meat such a huge boar would yield. But more than the prospect of wild boar meat, he was consumed by worry for his son's safety. His son was about to go to the city for school, a future college candidate. If an injury ruined his exams, it would ruin his entire life. Nonsense! Zhang Kaming scolded sternly. Why show off against such a huge boar? Hand me that pole. He thought to himself, if anyone's hunting that boar, it's gonna be me. Though he wasn't confident of victory, the temptation of wild boar meat was too great. Zhang Kaming had already resolved to take the risk and reached out to grab the pole. Gore! Just then, the boar let out two sudden bellowing cries and charged violently toward where father and son stood. Dad, take Uncle Wang and get far away. Zhang Wei reacted with lightning speed, grabbing Zhang Kaming's hand as he lunged for the pole. With a swift tug and push, he managed to shove Zhang Kaming toward where Old Wang lay. By the time Zhang Kaming regained his footing and realized what was happening, Zhang Wei was already swinging the pole at the wild boar. By then, Zhang Kaming couldn't intervene even if he wanted to. He could only nervously help Old Wang to his feet and move them to safety while keeping a close eye on the fight nearby. He had intended to find Jia Guzi for help after settling Old Wang, but the scene before his eyes nearly made his jaw drop. Zhang Wei moved with astonishing agility, dodging the boar's frontal charge before delivering a powerful blow with his pole to the beast's forehead, sending it staggering. Before the boar could regain its footing, Zhang Wei delivered another blow with his pole. This blow carried even more force, sending the massive boar crashing to the ground. Zhang Wei didn't stop there. He delivered several more blows to the boar's forehead. The sharp thwack of the blows echoed through the air, mingling with the boar's agonized cries. Soon, the boar let out a few final grunts before lying still in the snow, its breath gone. The black bristles on its forehead were stained a vivid crimson, and the blood splattered across the messy snow around it resembled scattered plum blossoms, strikingly bright. That huge boar, just like that, beaten to death? When did wild boars become so easy to kill? Even if it could be killed, that was way too fast. Zhang Kaming's mind buzzed with disbelief as he stared blankly at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei walked over, grinning. Dad, pretty impressive, huh? Zhang Kaming genuinely thought so and was about to praise him, but seeing his smug expression, he immediately frowned and snapped, You're really something. That boar was so fierce, don't you realize how dangerous it was just now? Even though the boar was already dead, the thought of Zhang Wei facing it alone still sent shivers down his spine. Simultaneously, an unexplained worry began to grow in his heart. He feared that after easily killing a wild boar, Zhang Wei might become overconfident and sneak into the deep mountains to hunt in the future. With that thought, he scolded him more sternly, Don't be so reckless in the future. Especially don't think you can run off into the mountains just because you killed a boar. Zhang Wei sighed inwardly upon hearing this. He had gone to such lengths to let Zhang Keiming witness his hunting skills precisely to pave the way for future expeditions into the mountains. Unexpectedly, before he could even hint at his intentions, Zhang Keiming had already forbidden him from entering the mountains. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself and hadn't expected immediate approval. Adopting a submissive tone, he replied, "I understand." Satisfied with his compliance, Zhang Keiming finally voiced the question that had puzzled him, "By the way, how did you become so skilled?" Chapter 11, as enthusiastic as can be. Zhang Wei chuckled in response, "Dad, you've forgotten when I was little, I trained with Grandpa." Zhang Keiming paused, then recalled that indeed, such a memory existed. His father, Zhang Wenju, Zhang Wei's grandfather, was a legendary figure in Shurha village. Legend had it that in his youth, he'd been conscripted 4 times by Chiang Kai-shek's forces. The first 3 times, he'd escaped shortly after being taken away. The 4th time, he didn't escape. The old man claimed he'd been favored by the division commander and became his bodyguard, accompanying him to the front lines to fight the Japanese invaders. Later, during a battle, the division commander was killed in action, and the unit was scattered. The old man, having narrowly survived, returned to Shurha village. While serving in the army, the old man had learned a set of King Longquan Green Dragon Fist from an officer. After returning home, he continued to practice it regularly. When Zhang Wei was young, the old man taught him that same set of King Longquan. Zhang Keiming knew about this. But he hadn't really seen Zhang Wei practice it much. Seeming to sense his father's confusion, Zhang Wei chuckled awkwardly. "Dad, remember how I used to sneak out at night? That's because I was practicing the Qinglong Fist." A wave of embarrassment washed over his face as he spoke. It was true he'd often sneak out after dark, but not to practice any Qinglong Fist. He'd gone to the grove to meet Xiaoji. Zhang Keiming didn't suspect a thing. He had caught Zhang Wei sneaking out several times before. He had assumed his son was just playing around, never imagining he was secretly practicing the Blue Dragon Fist. So that's why. No wonder. Zhang Keiming murmured softly, finally resolving the mystery in his heart. Seeing his father's belief, Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject, handing over the carrying pole. "Dad, you go fetch water. I'll bring the wild boar back. We'll have meat tonight." Zhang Keiming took the pole, glanced at the battered old Wang beside him, and sighed. "I'll take your Uncle Wang back first." "Do as you wish." Zhang Wei replied indifferently. He didn't want to help old Wang, but since his father insisted, he wouldn't stop him. He shouldered the dead boar and began walking back. Old Wang's heart bled. That boar was his find. Yet Zhang Wei had carried it away. He could only watch helplessly, unable to stop him. After all, the man had just saved his life. Even though he desperately wanted that boar, he couldn't bring himself to fight over it. He blamed himself for his incompetence. Not only had he failed to take down the boar he'd spotted, but he'd ended up covered in wounds. That alone was painful enough, but what was even harder to accept was that he now owed Zhang Wei a favor. He'd owe anyone else a favor, but he refused to owe the Zhang family. Yet here he was, indebted to them. After Zhang Keiming left, old Wang felt increasingly frustrated. The pent-up frustration finally overwhelmed him, and he collapsed unconscious on his bed. Zhang Wei and Zhang Keiming remained completely unaware of this. Father and son, one carrying the wild boar and the other carrying water, walked home laughing and chatting along the way, their footsteps crunching through the soft snow. "Uncle Keiming, we're back with the water." As they passed the embankment of Li family field, Li Wei happened to step out. Seeing Zhang Keiming and Zhang Wei, he casually called out a greeting. But when he looked at Zhang Wei, he spotted a wild boar slung over his shoulder. Li Wei rubbed his eyes, almost convinced he was seeing things. When he looked again and realized it was real, he was utterly stunned. "Zhang Wei," he stammered in astonishment, "where on earth did you get such a huge wild boar?" Zhang Wei stopped and briefly recounted how he'd hunted the boar. Li Wei regretted it immediately, lamenting, "I was warming myself by the fire in the hut when I faintly heard someone shouting. I didn't catch what they said, so I didn't come out to check. I never imagined it was Uncle Wang getting trampled by a wild boar. Had he known about the boar, he would have gone to help." Now that Zhang Wei had already taken the boar, all he could do was envy him. Being close in age and sharing the character Wei in their names, he and Zhang Wei had always gotten along well. Seeing Zhang Wei bag the boar now stirred his thoughts. "Zhang Wei, carrying such a huge boar alone is too exhausting. Here, let me help you carry it." Without waiting for Zhang Wei's consent, Li Wei leapt down from the field and reached for the boar slung over Zhang Wei's shoulder, determined to share the load. Zhang Wei had intended to refuse, but after a moment's thought, he let him help. Only when he lifted it did Li Wei realize how incredibly heavy the boar was. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Zhang Wei, you're so strong. This boar is incredibly heavy, even I find it tough to carry, and you managed to carry it all by yourself earlier?" Speaking of which, Zhang Wei was also puzzled. In his previous life, at this age, his physique wasn't bad either, but lifting a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds was still quite difficult. Yet when he'd carried it earlier, though it felt heavy, it hadn't been unbearable. In fact, he believed he could have handled several dozen more pounds. Could this be another perk of rebirth? Has my strength increased? He wasn't sure if that was the case, but it seemed the only plausible explanation. Zhang Wei didn't want to dwell on it for now, so he let it go with a laugh. I've always been strong, you just didn't know it. Alright then. You're something else. Li Wei didn't know exactly how strong Zhang Wei was, but he spoke with a tone of admiration laced with flattery. As the two carried the wild boar, they were spotted by quite a few people along the way. Holy cow, Wei, you actually bagged a wild boar this big. Bro, you're so lucky. Zhang Wei, let me help you carry it. Me too. I'll help. Zhang Wei, tell me how you managed to bag that wild boar? More and more people joined the effort to carry the boar, and by the end, Zhang Wei wasn't needed at all. Several young villagers each grabbed a leg, while others yanked the tail and ears, scrambling to carry the boar to Zhang Wei's house. So many people showed up later that there was no room left to help carry the boar. One lad named Zhang Wei walked straight up to Zhang Kaming, grinning as he said, Uncle Kaming, let me help you carry the water. Before Zhang Kaming could refuse, the water pole was snatched away. Well, if he couldn't help carry the boar, at least he could help with the water. Zhang Kaming was left both amused and exasperated. As for what these young men were thinking, Zhang Kaming knew exactly. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't resist their sheer numbers and enthusiasm. Those who hadn't carried the boar or snatched the water-carrying duty still lingered, trailing behind the group. They chattered excitedly, asking Zhang Wei how he'd managed to hunt the boar. After Zhang Wei recounted the story, everyone listened with envy and amazement. The entire group marched on, transforming the village which should have been peaceful at this hour into a bustling scene. Before Zhang Wei even reached home, news of his wild boar kill had already spread back. At first, Li Jing couldn't believe it. Wasn't he just fetching water from the old well? How did he manage to hunt a wild boar? But soon enough, she saw Li Wei and the others carrying a large wild boar, surrounding Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei as they returned. Chapter 12, Slaughtering the Boar in the Snowy Night. Wow, this boar is huge. At least 200 pounds. Over 200 pounds, wow, that's a lot of meat. Look at that boar, its forehead split open. Zhang Wei really went for it. Impressive. If I saw a boar this big, I'd probably turn tail and run. Who knew bookish Zhang Wei would dare hunt wild boar? I heard he took it down with just a bamboo pole. After the boar was carried to Zhang Wei's farmyard and set down, Li Wei and the others finally had a chance to examine it closely, murmuring among themselves as they looked. His dad. Is this really the boar Wei hunted? Li Jing pushed through the crowd to reach Zhang Kaming, still sounding doubtful. Yes, I never imagined that kid could be so fierce. Zhang Kaming recounted the story of Zhang Wei hunting the boar with great excitement, grinning as he said, you wouldn't believe it that kid secretly practiced the Qinglong fist his dad taught him. He's really something. Seeing her son excel naturally filled Li Jing with pride, but as she looked at the gathering crowd, worry crept back into her mind. She whispered, his father, what are we going to do with all these people here? Zhang Kaming understood her concern. He was troubled too. So many people coming, what else could they want but meat? If it were just a few people, one meal would suffice. But now there were 20 or 30 people in the courtyard, and more kept arriving. They claimed to be just spectators, but who among them didn't want a bite of meat? Feeding all these people would require a lot of meat. Zhang Kaming really couldn't bring himself to do it. But they're all neighbors and fellow villagers, many are even relatives. He couldn't bring himself to tell them to leave. He sighed. Ah. Best go ask old Huang to slaughter the pig first. We'll deal with it after it's done. The old Huang he referred to was Huang Sihai. During the collective era, he was responsible for slaughtering the pigs raised by the production team. When the team disbanded, the slaughtering tools were distributed to him, and now he served as the village butcher. Li Jing nodded upon hearing this. I'll go fetch him right away. No sooner had she spoken than a hearty laugh echoed, Kaming. Your place sure is lively. 3 figures trudged through the snow from below the field embankment. The one leading the way was a burly figure carrying a bamboo basket. A rag draped over it hid its contents. Who else could it be but Huang Sihai? Behind him walked a man and a woman, his son, Huang Lei, and his daughter, Huang Qing. Huang Lei carried a long iron rod as thick as a middle finger, a tool used for slaughtering pigs locally known as a dingjang. Huang Qing, however, came empty-handed, looking every bit the spectator. Old Huang, why are you here? We were just about to send for you. Zhang Kaming hurried forward to greet him, speaking politely. Huang Sihai laughed heartily. The smell drew me here. Let me see, where's the wild boar? This way, this way. Zhang Kaming quickly parted the crowd, leading Huang Sihai to where the wild boar lay. Huang Sihai spotted the boar on the ground and exclaimed, wow. That's a huge one, bigger than any pig we ever raised in the production team. Back in the production team days, pigs raised from start to finish would yield at most 80 or 90 pounds of meat. Those over 100 pounds were considered large pigs, a rare sight. But this boar? Just by its size, it was easily over 200 pounds. Having slaughtered pigs his entire life, Huang Sihai had never handled one this massive. His excitement grew as he turned to Zhang Kaming. Slaughtering a boar this size will take time. It's already dark. Get some torches. Before Zhang Kaming could respond, 7 or 8 voices chimed in simultaneously. I'll make the torches. I'm fast at making torches, I'll go too. Torches? I've got one at home. Mine too. It's only half burned. I'll fetch it right away. The speakers all turned and dashed out. Huang Xihai burst out laughing. Kaming, you're so popular, look at all these people rushing to help you. Zhang Kaming couldn't help but smile bitterly. This wasn't about popularity clearly, these people just wanted a piece of the action. Old Huang, stop teasing me. Zhang Kaming's mouth twitched. What else needs preparing? You said it, I'll handle it. Huang Xihai wasted no time, laying out the arrangements one by one. Slaughtering a pig required a butcher's block, a large wooden basin, a wooden frame, 2 wooden sticks, and boiling water. After hearing Huang Xihai's list, Li Wei jumped up. When the production team distributed tools, the slaughtering block went to my family. I'll go get it with my dad right now. Hearing this, the crowd in the courtyard groaned in regret. Back when the items were distributed, everyone had dismissed the slaughtering block as useless, something they'd only use a couple times a year, and had shunned it. Little did they know that just days after the distribution, the butcher's block would prove so urgently needed. Not to mention, since Li Wei's family provided the slaughtering block, Zhang Kaming would at least treat him to a meal. And that meant a feast with meat. At that moment, those who had rejected the slaughtering board watched Li Wei's receding figure with envy, scheming how they could offer some help just to have a legitimate excuse to piggyback on the feast. Too bad, none of them had the large wooden basin needed for slaughtering a pig, so they couldn't help. Ahem. Zhang Wei's grandfather, Zhang Wenju, had arrived at the courtyard at some point. Clearing his throat, he announced, the large wooden basin is at my place. I'll bring it over shortly. With the slaughtering table and large wooden basin secured, the rest was simple. The crowd on the threshing floor pitched in enthusiastically, some shoveling snow, others setting up scaffolding, each brimming with energy. Once 7 or 8 torches were lit, the courtyard was illuminated as bright as day. With the slaughtering block and large wooden basin in place, Huang Xihai began butchering the wild boar. A distinctive feature of pig slaughtering in Shurha village was that after bleeding the pig, the butcher would make a small incision on its hind leg with a knife. He would then insert the top long tool into the incision, carefully avoiding breaking the skin, penetrating nearly the entire length of the pig. After withdrawing the long tip tool, Huang Xihai squatted down, mouth positioned over the incision on the pig's hind leg, and blew air into it in short bursts. With each breath, the pig's body gradually inflated like a balloon until it became perfectly round. Only then did Huang Xihai stop and stand up. Blowing up a pig this big is too hard. My mouth is numb from blowing. Huang Xihai let out a long sigh, his tone seemingly complaining but actually boasting. Zhang Kaming chuckled, only someone with your lung capacity could manage it. No one else could have done it. Huang Xihai felt deeply gratified by this, though he replied aloud, getting old can't compare to when I was young. Back in my youth, even bragging was no problem. Zhang Wei, who had been watching the scene unfold, suddenly understood upon hearing Huang Xihai's words, so this was the origin of the term blowing hot air that the people of Daxiao were always fond of using. Indeed, knowledge comes from life. Once the pig was inflated, it was time to place it in a large wooden tub for deherring. Huang Xihai brought his son, Huang Lei, and the two of them, each wielding a scraper, poured boiling water over the pig while scraping away with a steady scrape, scrape, scrape. Before long, the wild boar's dark brown bristles were scraped clean, revealing gleaming white flesh. Wow, what fine meat! Plenty of fat, rich and juicy. Just looking at it makes me hungry. Of course. Who doesn't want to eat meat these days? Earlier it was just a wild boar, but now that they saw the white, juicy meat, the onlookers' eyes lit up with desire, and they started calling out. From somewhere in the crowd, a voice suddenly piped up, Brother Kaming, with all this meat, could you spare us a little? Chapter 13, Why did you agree? This remark voiced what most people were thinking. But pride is a thing, even if they all shared this thought, no one dared voice it aloud. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, eager to see who had the nerve to speak so boldly. It's Zhang Kaikwan. How did he even show up? Aren't those two families sworn enemies? As they caught sight of him, everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief, murmuring among themselves. Everyone in the village knew that ever since Zhang Kaichuan's son, Zhang Rui, had been devoured by wolves while hunting with Zhang Wen in the mountains 2 years prior, Zhang Kaikwan had harbored resentment toward Zhang Kaming's family. Not only did he never give them a friendly look, but he also made a point of targeting them in various ways. No one expected Zhang Kaikwan to show up today. And now he was demanding a share of the meat. Looking at Zhang Kaikwan, Zhang Kaming felt a complex mix of emotions. After Zhang Rui's accident, he had compensated the family with 200 yuan, but that was still a human life lost. He always felt guilty. Therefore, even though Zhang Kaikwan had been hostile toward him in every way these past 2 years, he had always yielded whenever possible. He even seized opportunities to extend goodwill, hoping to mend their relationship. Yet Zhang Kaikwan remained bitter toward him, and their relationship hadn't thawed one bit. This time, however, Zhang Kaikwan had actually come to his home and even addressed him as Brother Kaming. This was undoubtedly an opportunity to mend fences with Zhang Kaikwan. Zhang Kaming hesitated for a moment. He was reluctant to share the meat, yet he didn't want to miss this chance to mend things with Zhang Kaikwan. Just as he was wavering, Zhang Wei suddenly spoke up from the side, Uncle Wu, since you brought it up, let's share the meat. His words caused the courtyard to fall silent for a moment. Wei Wei, are you serious? Zhang Wei, are you truly willing to share the meat with us? Wei Wei, you said it. If you promise to share the meat, you absolutely must. Exactly. A man of honor keeps his word. Once spoken, it cannot be taken back. Hearing they could share the meat, everyone was thrilled. Yet fearing Zhang Wei might go back on his word, people kept pressing him for confirmation. Zhang Kaikwan looked utterly stunned. After hearing Zhang Wei had killed a wild boar, he felt resentful that Zhang Kaiming's family would get meat while he went hungry. That's why he'd swallowed his pride to come here and deliberately suggested Zhang Kaiming divide the meat. He hadn't really expected Zhang Kaiming to agree. After all, meat was a precious commodity. Who would willingly give away such a large amount? His plan was simple: if Zhang Kaiming refused, the entire village would go without meat while only his family feasted. That would make Zhang Kaiming's family the village's public enemy, shunned by everyone. Events unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. After he proposed sharing the meat, Zhang Kaiming hesitated. In Zhang Kaichuan's mind, he could already picture the scene. After Zhang Kaiming refused to share the meat, the entire village would isolate his family. He was secretly delighted, but unexpectedly, Zhang Wei agreed to share the meat. This instantly shattered his plans. After a moment of dazed disbelief, Zhang Kaichuan's heart surged with wild joy. Since Zhang Wei had agreed to share the meat, he would get to eat some too. Moreover, with just one sentence, he had cost Zhang Kaiming a wild boar. The thought alone brought him immense satisfaction. Ha ha! Zhang Kaikwan laughed heartily and said to Zhang Kaiming, "Brother Kaiming, Wei Wei is a married man now. His word should hold weight, right?" Worried Zhang Kaiming might renege on Zhang Wei's promise, he emphasized the latter's married status. His meaning was clear: Zhang Wei was a grown man now, and his word was his bond. Even if you were his father, Zhang Kaiming, you couldn't go back on it. Zhang Kaiming now found himself in a difficult position. He hadn't expected Zhang Wei to promise to share the meat without consulting him first. He shot Zhang Wei a displeased glare and muttered, "Why did you agree to share the meat? One wild boar might seem like plenty of meat, but there were so many people to feed. If they really had to share it out, there wouldn't be much left for their own household." Zhang Wei just smiled. He knew exactly what his father was worried about. But since he'd decided to stay home and hunt, would the family ever lack meat again? No way. Not only would there never be a shortage of meat, but there would be so much game meat they wouldn't know what to do with it all. So much they'd be annoyed by it. What did giving away a little wild boar meat matter now? But he couldn't voice these thoughts yet. Instead, he whispered softly, "Dad, just trust me on this." Zhang Kaiming rolled his eyes and grumbled, "Now that you've said it, how can I possibly object? That would just make me look like a killjoy." Zhang Wei chuckled, patting Zhang Kaiming's shoulder. "Dad, don't worry. We won't lose out on the meat distribution." Zhang Kaiming didn't immediately grasp his meaning, but Zhang Wei offered no explanation. He simply added, "Then just state your position. Otherwise, they'll still treat me like a child and doubt my word." With matters having come to this, Zhang Kaiming had no choice. He looked at Zhang Kaichuan and said, "Wei Wei hunted the boar. Since he says we should share the meat, then let's share it." His words carried undeniable weight, landing like a handful of salt tossed into a hot oil pan. Ha ha! Since Kaiming says so, dividing the meat is definitely no problem. Exactly. Uncle Kaiming said so, absolutely no problem. Great. Finally, we get to eat meat. I haven't had meat in ages. Tonight I'll finally get to smell the aroma of meat. Uncle Kaiming, thank you. They'd followed along eagerly, offering all sorts of help. Wasn't it just to get a bite of meat? Now that their wish was granted, each of them grew excited. Zhang Kaikwan was especially thrilled and pressed, "So how are we splitting it?" At his words, everyone turned their concerned gazes toward Zhang Kaiming. Zhang Kaiming froze in surprise. He hadn't actually thought about how to divide it. His gaze instinctively shifted to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had already made up his mind. He declared loudly, "I can give out half of this wild boar's meat, but anyone who wants it must trade corn or wheat to pay for it." Ha! The crowd, which had been noisy moments ago, suddenly fell silent once more. Even Zhang Kaiming, who had been reluctant, broke into a smile. At first, he thought Zhang Wei intended to give away the meat for free. At least, that was his subconscious assumption. But unexpectedly, Zhang Wei wasn't giving it away for free. He was demanding something in exchange, and specifically mentioned only corn and wheat. The look in Zhang Kaiming's eyes toward Zhang Wei was no longer resentful. Instead, it held a hint of approval. This was absolutely a brilliant idea. My son is truly someone destined for college. His mind is sharp. The remaining half of the wild boar meat would be enough to feed the family for quite some time. Trading the other half for corn and wheat would increase their staple food supply, ensuring they'd have more to eat. Zhang Kaiming couldn't help but feel pleased inside. The others, after a moment of silence, were filled with resentment. "We have to trade corn and wheat for it? We don't have much corn or wheat at home, not even enough for ourselves. Zhang Wei, can't we trade something else?" "Yeah, Wei Wei, nobody has much corn or wheat. You're making things hard for us, aren't you? How about sweet potatoes or potatoes instead?" Chapter 14, You Can't Get Pearls from Swine. In Shurha village, corn served as the staple food, while wheat was considered a fine grain. Due to yield constraints, every household had limited supplies of both corn and wheat. Though everyone craved meat, few were willing to part with their precious corn and wheat for it. Seeing the villagers who craved meat yet couldn't bear to trade their corn and wheat for it, Zhang Wei sighed inwardly. It was all the curse of poverty. In later generations, who wouldn't have rice at every meal? Who wouldn't have meat on the table? It could only be said that this generation truly lived in hardship. They hadn't been born into a good era. A wave of compassion welled up in Zhang Wei's heart. But he didn't budge. Sympathy was easy, but to truly help others, one must first possess the means to do so. If within his means, Zhang Wei would gladly assist others. Yet he had only just returned to life, possessing nothing himself. His family was destitute, and his parents and relatives still struggled in poverty. For now, he can only set aside his sympathy and focus on lifting his family out of hardship. After all, priorities must be set. Stealing his resolve, Zhang Wei insisted stubbornly, I'm only offering half the wild boar meat. Whoever wants to trade for it should hurry home and weigh out their corn or wheat. Hearing his insistence, the others in the courtyard were mostly just considering whether to trade corn or wheat for the wild boar meat. Only Zhang Kaikwan felt deeply resentful. His purpose in offering the meat was either to isolate Zhang Kaiming's family from the village or to make Zhang Kaiming lose a wild boar. But if they followed Zhang Wei's exchange method, Zhang Kaiming's family would not only get meat but also a significant amount of grain. This completely contradicted his original intent for dividing the meat. And the one responsible for this mess was Zhang Wei. Zhang Kaikwan glared at Zhang Wei, who had ruined his plans, cursing inwardly, you little brat. Just a few years of schooling, and you're full of tricks. He exhaled, forcing down his resentment, and adopted an authoritative tone befitting an elder as he spoke again. Wei, what you're doing is wrong. Corn and wheat are scarce for every household. We never eat them during ordinary times, they're saved for when we're working in the fields. If you forcefully swap them away, we'll have nothing to eat when the busy farming season comes. How will we have the strength to work? If we can't work properly, it'll ruin the harvest. Aren't you driving us to our doom? He rattled off a long tirade, and many nodded in agreement, feeling his words struck a chord deep within them. Zhang Wei frowned deeper with each word. Finally unable to contain himself, he raised his hand to cut Zhang Kaikwan off and demanded sharply, Uncle Wu, what do you mean I forcibly took your corn and wheat? What do you mean I'm driving you to ruin? Explain yourself clearly. Did I ever say such a thing? Zhang Wei was furious, radiating a sharp, icy aura. It was the imposing presence he had cultivated during his military service in a past life. As it emanated from him now, his entire demeanor transformed. His voice boomed like a bell, each word striking Zhang Qinshuan's eardrums like a heavy hammer. No. Zhang Kaikwan involuntarily took 2 steps back, blurting out, you never said that. The words were out before he could stop him. Then, with a jolt of realization, he thought to himself, what the hell is wrong with me? How did this little bastard scare me like that? He quickly amended his words, gritting his teeth as he said, you didn't say it like that, but that's exactly what you meant. Zhang Wei was infuriated once more, but this time, he was amused by his own anger. Earlier, out of respect for Zhang Kaikwan being family, he called him fifth uncle. Zhang Wei had questioned him while still preserving his dignity. But since he'd thrown away his own dignity, Zhang Wei wasn't about to keep saving face for him. Uncle Wu. Zhang Wei beckoned to Zhang Kaikwan. Come on over, step forward for a moment. Zhang Kaikwan froze, unsure why Zhang Wei wanted him there, but he stepped out of the crowd as instructed. Standing before Zhang Wei, he snorted coldly, fine, I'm here. His posture screamed defiance, as if daring Zhang Wei to do something about it. Zhang Wei ignored him, pointing at the ground with a serious expression. Uncle Wu, open your mouth wide and spit hard onto the ground. Zhang Kaichuan's face darkened. What are you doing? What am I doing? Zhang Wei sneered. Seeing how many ivory teeth you can spit out, of course. Ah. Everyone in the courtyard froze for a moment. Once they regained their senses, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Wei, he's hilarious. I thought he was going to do something, but it turns out he's just finding new ways to insult people. That's just too mean. Is this how cultured people insult others? How novel. No one expected Zhang Wei to treat Zhang Kaikwan like this. This wasn't just simple name calling, it was outright humiliation. A slap in the face. Hearing the surrounding laughter, Zhang Qianquan was overcome with rage. He pointed at Zhang Wei and shouted, you little bastard. You've gone too far. Pushing it too far? Zhang Wei sneered coldly. If you were human, I wouldn't bully you. But since you don't act like one, what's wrong with me bullying you? How dare you speak to your uncle like that? Even Zhang Kaiming felt Zhang Wei had gone too far. He glared and snapped, he's your elder. Not wanting to defy his father, Zhang Wei softened his tone slightly, but the words still came out, Dad, if he acted like an elder, I'd treat him as one. He pointed at Zhang Kaikwan. But someone like him, spouting nonsense and clearly out to cause trouble, should I treat someone with such a twisted mind as an elder? Zhang Kaiming saw clearly who was right and who was wrong. He couldn't bring himself to scold Zhang Wei further. Instead, he looked at Zhang Kaichuan, whose face was twisted with anger, and sighed inwardly. This only makes mending their relationship even harder. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Zhang Kaichuan gritted his teeth in fury. Knowing he couldn't win an argument with Zhang Wei, he vented his anger on Zhang Keiming instead. Zhang Keiming, he bellowed. Your son doesn't know any better. I won't bother arguing with him. You tell me, how should this meat be divided? Many in the courtyard, though disdainful of Zhang Kaichuan's behavior, were equally unwilling to trade corn and wheat for wild boar meat. They began to echo his demands. Yeah, Keiming, you decide how to split it. Uncle Keiming, we'll follow your lead. Brother Keiming, you decide. Faced with such a crowd, Zhang Keiming felt like he was being roasted over a fire. Being thin-skinned, he couldn't match Zhang Wei's decisiveness. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Zhang Kaichuan and said, Kaichuan, since you say Weiwei's method won't work, how do you propose we divide it? Zhang Wei heard this and inwardly shook his head. Dad had just handed them a knife, waiting for Zhang Kaichuan and the others to slaughter him. Still, he wanted to see just how shameless Zhang Kaichuan and the others could be, so he held his tongue for now. Zhang Kaichuan, however, beamed with delight. His previous anger vanished as he straightened his back and smiled, saying, Since you ask, it's simple, let's stick to the old rules. The old rules? Everyone froze for a moment. Then some erupted in wild joy, some nodded, some frowned in confusion, some shook their heads, some wore expressions of inner turmoil. Yet no one spoke. Zhang Wei folded his arms and let out a cold chuckle. Chapter 15, I'm here. Same old rules? Zhang Keiming's heart jolted violently. Only then did he realize how foolish his decision had been to pass the floor to Zhang Kaichuan earlier. A bitter taste rose in his mouth. Was he really getting old? Otherwise, why couldn't he handle matters as cleanly and decisively as his son? He refused to accept it, still wanting to fight back. Zhang Keiming asked in a low voice, Zhang Kaichuan, what do you mean? Zhang Kaichuan laughed smugly. The old rules, of course, just like back in the production brigade days. Whatever the village harvests, we divided up per person. Though Zhang Keiming had anticipated this response when Zhang Kaichuan uttered the words the old rules, hearing it spoken aloud still infuriated him. He snorted, on what grounds? Why? Zhang Kaichuan snorted. Because the wild boar wasn't raised by your family. Because it belongs to the mountains. Just because it's from the mountains, why should it belong to you alone? Of course we split it. Zhang Keiming was furious too. He no longer cared about improving relations with Zhang Kaichuan, he just wanted to fight for his rights and keep the boar. Such a large boar would feed his family for a whole year. A wild boar was more important than his relationship with Zhang Kaichuan. He nearly roared, the boar may belong to the mountains, but my son Zhang Wei hunted it down. Why should my son's game be shared? Exactly. Zhang Kaichuan retorted. I admit your son shot the boar, but that only entitles your family to one extra piece of meat. The rest still must be shared. That's how it's always been done. He emphasized, rules are rules. We all have to follow them. Zhang Wei silently shook his head. His father's words seemed like a stand, but he'd already fallen into Zhang Kaichuan's linguistic trap. If this continued, they'd only get dragged into an endless, passive argument. It doesn't solve the problem. Seeing his father about to argue back, Zhang Wei raised a hand to stop him and said gently, I'll handle it. Zhang Keiming opened his mouth, then finally replied, all right. In Zhang Wei's expression, Zhang Keiming saw unwavering confidence, as if entrusting the matter to him meant it would be handled perfectly. In that moment, Zhang Keiming felt something. I really am getting old. Looking at Zhang Wei again, his figure was lean yet upright, radiating an aura of formidable strength. Children are for old age. These words unexpectedly surfaced in Zhang Keiming's mind. These words took concrete form the moment his son said, I'll handle it. Unaware of the flood of emotions that had washed over his father in that brief moment, Zhang Wei looked at the smug-faced Zhang Kaichuan and remarked coolly, Fifth uncle, you talk about rules all the time, your thinking is the one with the problem. In the 60s and 70s, if someone accused you of having a problem with your thinking, you were bound to be in big trouble. By the 1980s, ideological issues weren't as severe as in previous years, but they still carried immense weight. Hearing this, Zhang Kaichuan turned pale with shock and snapped, what nonsense are you spouting? My heart is as red as the sun, how could my thinking be problematic? Seeing his uncle cower at a single remark, Zhang Wei chuckled inwardly but retorted sternly, you're openly defying state policy, reviving the collective era's outdated methods, and reversing historical progress. Isn't that a problem with your thinking? Zhang Kaichuan was instantly speechless. What Zhang Wei pressed on. Just days ago, our village implemented the policy of assigning fields to individual households and adopted the contract responsibility system. The state introduced this policy to encourage self-reliance among the people, to encourage the masses to achieve prosperity through hard work, no longer relying on the communal pot system of the past. Yet here you are, leading the charge to violate national policy, trying to drag our fellow villagers back to the collective era of communal meals. You've got serious ideological problems. You're defying national policy. I'm reporting you to the village chief. I'm filing a police report to have you arrested. Zhang Wei's accusations were so severe they felt like a heavy hat being slammed down on Zhang Quan's head. Terrified and pale, Zhang Quan stammered, "You're lying." I didn't. But he couldn't utter another word. The villagers who had earlier sided with Zhang Qianquan were now visibly shaken. It seemed only now did they realize how inappropriate it was to try to get a free share of the wild boar meat Zhang Wei had hunted. Zhang Wei's right. The production teams are disbanded now. Insisting on that old collective system is just wrong. Yeah, communal meals are so last century. Zhang Wei hunted that boar, it's none of our business. If he's willing to share any at all, that's already generous enough. How could we expect it for free? The production teams in Shurha village had only been disbanded a few days prior, and the villagers' minds hadn't fully adjusted yet. At first, they'd been led astray by Zhang Kaikwan. But now, after Zhang Wei's words, everyone immediately realized the communal meal system was gone for good. Still, a few stubborn holdouts grumbled under their breath, insisting Zhang Wei was just exaggerating because he'd spent a few days in school. But they dared only to mutter among themselves, too afraid and embarrassed to speak openly. Seeing Zhang Wei step in and silence Zhang Kaikwan with just a few words, Zhang Keiming felt a surge of satisfaction. His son truly was someone destined for college. His words carried weight. That level of skill? Absolutely top-notch. Yes, I must let Wei study as much as he can. Wherever his studies take him, I'll support him even if it means selling everything I own. Perhaps realizing the value of education, Zhang Keiming made a silent vow to himself. But Zhang Wei was planning to drop out. If he knew that this incident had only strengthened his father's resolve to fund his education, what would he think? Would he regret performing so brilliantly just now? Seeing no one else proposing the usual meat distribution method, Zhang Keiming felt a surge of confidence. He declared loudly, "Let's do it my son's way, exchanging corn or wheat for wild boar meat." Who agrees? Who objects? Zhang Wei. He felt both amused and exasperated. Why hadn't he noticed in his previous life that his dad had a bit of a teenage-like streak? Glancing around the courtyard at the silent crowd, Zhang Wei assumed the matter was settled. But unexpectedly, Zhang Kaikwan shot up again. "I have something to say." Zhang Wei looked at him, wondering what kind of trouble he was stirring up now. Zhang Kaikwan declared, "Even if we don't distribute things the way the production teams did, requiring goods in exchange, we shouldn't limit it to just corn and wheat. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, radishes, aren't they all food?" Ha! Zhang Wei chuckled. He understood Zhang Kaichuan's scheme the moment he heard it. Put simply, he couldn't stand seeing his family prosper and didn't want them to get their share of staple grains. But did he really think this would give him leverage over me? Think again. Zhang Wei retorted bluntly, "I hunted that boar. How I use the meat is my call, not yours to meddle in. Who do you think you are?" It was safe to say he hadn't given Zhang Kai the slightest bit of face. Zhang Kaichuan's face turned ashen with rage. "You're acting shady, and now you won't even let me speak? You spend all day buried in books, oblivious to how hard our fellow villagers struggle. I'm just trying to secure some benefits for the villagers. Do you think everyone is as cold-hearted and ruthless as you, only caring about themselves and not giving a damn about others' lives?" He spoke with righteous indignation. Many who had previously looked down on him now found themselves reconsidering their opinions. "You know what? Zhang Kaikwan really is speaking up for us. Yeah, I thought he was just at odds with the Zhang Keiming family, but now I realize I judged him wrong. Zhang Wei's education's been wasted. How could he treat Zhang Keiming like that? He's still an elder, after all. Who knew? Zhang Wei may be young, but he's got a heart of stone." Seeing the tide turning, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He truly hadn't expected Zhang Kaikwan to be such a smooth talker. Chapter 16, A Single Move of the Divine Dragon's Tail. Zhang Wei didn't care about the meat from a wild boar. In truth, whether it was corn, wheat, potatoes, sweet potatoes, radishes, or even cabbage, it made no difference to him. But having lived 2 lifetimes, Zhang Wei understood a fundamental truth. Once you've made an offer, never back down easily. Even the smallest concession makes others think you're someone they can bargain with. Then they'll push your boundaries step by step. Zhang Kaichuan's current actions carried precisely that implication. There was no way Zhang Wei would let him have his way. Uncle Wu stopped calling out. Zhang Wei addressed him directly by name. "Zhang Kaikwan, you know exactly what you're up to, and I know it too. You're not qualified to pull tricks in front of me." In the 1980s, a younger person calling an elder by their first name was a grave disrespect, and the elder would feel deeply insulted. And Zhang Wei's words were particularly harsh. Zhang Kaichuan's face turned the color of liver from rage as he shouted, "You ill-mannered brat! Who do you think you are, calling me by my first name?" Zhang Wei shrugged indifferently. "If you don't want me to use your name, should I call you cat or dog instead? If that's what you prefer, I certainly wouldn't mind." You. Zhang Kaikwan was so enraged he couldn't speak again. He took several deep, angry breaths, his eyes red as he glared at Zhang Kaikwan, his teeth clenched as he ground out, "Zhang Keiming. Your eldest son killed my son, and now your youngest son wants to drive me to my death. How can your family be so vicious? How did he die? Wasn't it someone from your family?" Zhang Qianquan's words stabbed Zhang Kaming like a knife through the heart. His face darkened, but he bit his lip until it bled, refusing to speak. Zhang Wen's death had shattered his heart. Zhang Rui's death weighed equally on his conscience. This guilt kept him from ever raising his head in front of Zhang Kaiquan. Zhang Kaming remained silent, but Zhang Wei couldn't bear it. The death of his eldest brother was a wound deep within his own heart. Zhang Kaiquan's bringing up the death of their eldest brother Zhang Wen had touched a nerve with Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had no more reservations. Zhang Qianquan, you lost a son, but my father lost one too. Zhang Rui chose to follow my elder brother into the mountains. All these years, you've blamed our family for his death. What? Is our family in your debt? My father was too soft-hearted to stand up to you, but I won't put up with your nonsense. If you dare keep spouting that nonsense, just wait and see what I'll do to you. His words undoubtedly poured a bucket of oil on Zhang Kaiquan's raging fire. 2 years of pent-up frustration finally erupted. Fine. You want to take me down? I've been waiting for this moment. Zhang Kaiquan bellowed, swinging his massive fist straight at Zhang Wei's face. He knew he couldn't win an argument against Zhang Wei. But in his eyes, Zhang Wei was still just a youngster, skinny as a rail. Beating him up would be like beating a kid, right? Why are you actually hitting him? Stop fighting. We're all family here. Let's talk this out calmly. No need for violence. The sudden brawl caught everyone in the courtyard off guard, eliciting gasps of surprise. Zhang Quan threw that punch with all his might. He thought he could knock out a few of Zhang Wei's teeth with one punch after all, the guy was always shooting his mouth off. But Zhang Wei merely shifted his upper body slightly, evading Zhang Kaiquan's punch. In the next instant, he grabbed Zhang Kaiquan's shirt collar with a powerful hand, lowered his center of gravity, swung his elbow back, and then shoved him with all his might. Zhang Kaiquan flew through the air like a discarded sack. Thud! He crashed into the field below the embankment. The field held no crops at this time, its surface blanketed by thick snow. Zhang Qianquan's body slammed into the snow, carving out a large crater. Fortunately, the soft ground beneath the deep snow cushioned his fall. Zhang Kaiquan emerged unscathed, barely feeling any pain, and didn't even cry out. But what a humiliation! Zhang Quan remained curled up in the snow without getting up, whimpering softly. Everyone who witnessed this scene froze in shock. What the hell did I just see? Zhang Kaiquan got knocked flying? How is Zhang Wei so strong? I just saw Uncle Kaiquan hitting him, and I was worried about him. I never expected him to be so strong. One punch sent Uncle Kaiquan flying. Zhang Wei, have you studied martial arts? Zhang Wei, are you some kind of martial arts master? After a brief silence, the courtyard erupted with gasps and whispers. No one had expected Zhang Wei to be this formidable. For a moment, all eyes were fixed on Zhang Wei. No one paid attention to Zhang Kaiquan crying on the ground, not even a single glance. At that moment, Zhang Kaming felt a complex mix of emotions. When Zhang Kaiquan swung his fist at Zhang Wei, he hadn't been able to stop him in time, fearing Zhang Wei might get hurt. Little did he know the attacker would be the one sent flying. Only then did he recall that Zhang Wei had trained in the Qinglong fist. Was the Blue Dragon fist really that powerful? Just as Zhang Kaming was pondering this, a hoarse, aged voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Well done, grandson. You've truly mastered the Qinglong fist. That divine dragon tail strike was well executed. Zhang Kaming looked up to see his father, old man Zhang Wenju, speaking. The old man had been present throughout Zhang Kaiquan and Zhang Wei's argument. But he had remained silent. At his age, he no longer wished to meddle in the petty grievances of the younger generation, leaving them to resolve their own conflicts. Yet, upon witnessing Zhang Wei knock Zhang Kaiquan flying with a single punch, the old man couldn't help but cheer aloud. Hearing the old man's words, everyone turned to look at him. Old master, did Zhang Wei just use the Azure Dragon Fist? Old master, has Zhang Wei really trained in martial arts? Old master, do you know who Zhang Wei's master is? The Qinglong fist is so formidable I want to learn it too. Old man. The voices grew louder, but the old man heard every word clearly. He seemed quite pleased, chuckling as he replied, my grandson's Qinglong fist? I taught him that. It was clear he was truly satisfied with Zhang Wei's punch. Grandpa Zhang, so you're a martial arts master. Grandpa Zhang, could you teach me too? Grandpa Zhang, I want to learn martial arts from you too. Grandpa Zhang, teach me. Teach me. I want to learn. In an instant, the old man became a martial arts master, with the young people and children present all expressing their desire to learn martial arts from him. Zhang Wei watched the scene unfold, a bitter smile playing on his lips. That punch of his did indeed resemble the divine dragon's tail technique from the Azure Dragon Fist. But it was actually a move he'd developed by combining combat training and grappling techniques he'd learned in the military. As for the Azure Dragon Fist, he had indeed studied it as a child and practiced for a while, but after falling in love with Xia Ji, he simply didn't have time for it anymore. Of course, he wouldn't admit that move wasn't from the Azure Dragon Fist. Having trained in martial arts since childhood provided the perfect cover for his reborn abilities. This way, he didn't have to think about how to explain it. Convenient. Zhang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Glancing toward the old man, he saw him surrounded by a group of young people, deep in conversation. Judging that he wouldn't be able to attend to him just yet, Zhang Wei decided against approaching. For now, he needed to handle the meat distribution first. He cleared his throat and announced, anyone else wanting a share of the wild boar meat, come over here. Chapter 17, How Did I Offend You? Whoosh. Except for Huang Xihai and his son Huang Lei, who continued slaughtering the pig, nearly everyone else gathered around. Zhang Wei said, now that we're free from that troublemaker, we can continue discussing the meat distribution. Someone snorted derisively. Some thought to themselves, Zhang Wei really holds grudges. He beats someone up and still calls them a petty person. Some couldn't help glancing back toward the fields below the threshing yard embankment, only to see Zhang Kaiquan already on his feet, shuffling slowly back toward the yard. Zhang Wei paid no heed to the crowd's thoughts, nor did he notice Zhang Kaiquan's return. He continued, regardless of what you think, if you want meat, you'll have to trade corn or wheat for it. Half a wild boar looks like a lot, but it's actually not much. You're too late. Once others have traded, there won't be any left for you. Hearing this, Li Wei stepped forward first and called out loudly, Zhang Wei, I'll trade with you. How much corn for a pound of meat? Seeing someone take the lead, Zhang Wei felt pleased. People, no matter what they do, still need someone to take the lead at critical moments. Otherwise, if no one makes a move, things just get delayed. Nodding to Li Wei, Zhang Wei opened his mouth to speak, only to realize he couldn't recall the current price per pound of corn. He turned and whispered to Zhang Kaming, Dad, how many pounds would be fair? Zhang Kaming replied, pork is about 1 yuan per pound now, while corn and wheat are only 8 yuan per pound. You do the math. Pork at 1 yuan per pound. Corn and wheat at 8 yuan per pound. That cheap? Zhang Wei nearly blurted out in surprise. Fortunately, he managed to hold back. Steeling himself, he did the math in his head. At market prices, it would take 12 jin of corn or wheat to buy 1 jin of pork. 1 pound of meat would only feed the family 1 meal, while over 10 pounds of corn could sustain them for days. No wonder everyone was so reluctant to part with theirs. After a moment's thought, Zhang Wei said, we're all neighbors here. I won't ask for much, 5 pounds for 1 pound. Li Wei was overjoyed at the offer and immediately replied, great. I'll go home and weigh out the corn right now. His move stirred others into action. Only 5 pounds of corn for 1 pound of meat? That's a steal. Yeah, I thought it'd take over 10 pounds of corn for a pound of meat. Who knew it'd be just 5? If it's only 5 pounds, I'm willing to trade too. Yeah, if we don't trade now, we might never find meat this cheap again. Come on, let's go home and weigh the corn. Most people in the courtyard were tempted. Some even began placing orders. I'll trade 2 pounds. I'll take 3 pounds. I'll take 3 pounds too. I'll take 5 pounds. Zhang Wei heard this and immediately shouted, 2 pounds per household is the limit. No more. The one who had just demanded 5 pounds was none other than Zhang Kaiquan. Standing at the back of the crowd, he grew dissatisfied upon hearing Zhang Wei's 2 pound limit. He bellowed, Zhang Wei, will you ever stop? You said 5 pounds of corn for 1 pound of wild boar meat. Why are you now limiting it to 2 pounds? Why can't we trade more? Zhang Wei froze, taken aback that Zhang Kaiquan was back. He thought to himself, this guy really has some nerve. After I hit him, he still shows up and has the audacity to ask for more meat. This time, however, Zhang Wei didn't take it personally. He simply replied flatly, there's only so much meat. If one family takes too much, fewer families will get any. If each family takes a little less, more families can get some. Truthfully, the villagers gathered in the courtyard hadn't understood why Zhang Wei limited exchanges to 2 pounds of meat. Hearing his explanation, they all looked enlightened. Our village has many households. Without limits, the wild boar meat would be gone in no time, and some would definitely miss out. That's right. The production team didn't raise pigs last year. Every family hasn't had meat in over a year. Now that there's meat available, who wouldn't want to have a meal? Zhang Wei really thought this through. You bet. He's the one aiming for college sharp as attack. Enough talk. Hurry home and weigh your wheat to trade for meat. Don't dawdle or it'll be gone. Exactly. Let's go. The crowd buzzed with chatter as everyone hurried home to weigh their corn or wheat. Even Zhang Kaiquan said nothing more, silently making his way home. Most people would feel too embarrassed to trade meat with someone after a fight like that with Zhang Wei. But Zhang Kaiquan didn't care if people called him thick-skinned. If he had thin skin, how could he ever get his hands on meat? Soon, most of the crowd had left the courtyard. Zhang Kaming pulled Zhang Wei aside and whispered, Wei, 5 pounds of corn for 1 pound of meat? What were you thinking? He had no objection to Zhang Wei trading half a piece of meat for corn and wheat. But he'd explained both meat and grain prices to Zhang Wei. Yet Zhang Wei was willing to trade a pound of wild boar meat for just 5 pounds of corn and wheat. He couldn't quite wrap his head around it. But with everyone present, he hadn't felt comfortable saying anything. Now that most people had left, he was determined to get to the bottom of it. Zhang Wei smiled and said, Dad, the wild boar was free anyway. If 5 pounds is all we can get, then 5 pounds it is. If we ask for more, people in the village might not say anything, but they'll definitely think less of us. Zhang Kaming knew full well that most families in the village didn't have much corn or wheat to spare. Still, he felt it was a bit of a rip-off. Even if you want to trade it cheaply, he said, 7 or 8 pounds for 1 pound would be fair. 5 pounds is really too little. Zhang Wei knew full well that 5 caddies of corn and wheat for 1 caddy of wild boar meat was a low price, but he had his reasons for doing it. He believed that if he insisted on 10 or 8 pounds of corn and wheat for 1 pound of wild boar meat, some villagers would still trade. But that would only be a one-time deal. If he hunted again later and wanted to trade with the villagers, it would be difficult. After all, the villagers really didn't have much corn or wheat to spare. Small profits but steady sales was the sustainable approach. He was thinking long-term, hoping to trade more gain with the villagers in the future. Of course, he couldn't share these thoughts with Zhang Kaming. Instead, he smiled and said, "Dad, we're all neighbors here, many of them are even relatives. A little less is fine." Zhang Kaming sighed, "It is what it is. We'll just have to make do." As father and son spoke, someone carrying a sack returned and called out to Zhang Wei, "Wei, here's 10 pounds of corn I weighed. I'll trade you 2 pounds of meat." As he spoke, he approached Zhang Wei and handed over the bag. It was Zhang Kaigui, a distant uncle from the same clan who lived nearby. Zhang Wei called him fourth uncle. Zhang Wei nodded and said to Zhang Kaming, "Dad, take the corn Uncle C brought. I'll go get paper and pen to record it for him." He then turned to Zhang Kaigui, "Fourth uncle, I'll record this first. Once we've finished butchering the wild boar, I'll weigh out your meat." Zhang Kaigui didn't object, chuckling heartily. Wei, I'm your fourth uncle. Haven't I always looked out for you since you were a kid? And I was the first to come exchange my points. When you weigh the meat later, you'd better weigh mine first and pick the best cuts for me." Zhang Wei chuckled, "Sure, uncle. You'll be first in line. I'll pick out the leanest cuts for you." Zhang Kaigui's expression darkened. Wei, what do you mean? How have I wronged you?" Chapter 18, Hidden Talents in the Countryside. Zhang Wei froze, initially confused by the sudden tension. But it quickly dawned on him. This wasn't the future, where people preferred lean meat. Back in the 1980s, everyone loved fatty cuts, dismissing lean meat as dry and unappetizing. How could Zhang Kaigui be pleased if he suggested lean meat? Ha ha. Zhang Wei laughed awkwardly and said, "Fourth uncle, I was just joking with you. You're my fourth uncle, of course I'd pick the fattest meat for you." Hearing this, Zhang Kaigui gave an awkward chuckle before retorting irritably, "You're a grown man now, stop joking around. Next time I see Xiaji, I'll tell her to keep you in line." Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt his head spin. He quickly said, "Fourth uncle, hand over the corn to my dad. I'll go get paper and pen to register it for you, so we avoid any confusion when more people arrive." He dashed off into the house. By the time he returned with the supplies, the yard had filled with more people, some carrying sacks, others baskets. Wei's here. Quick, register me. I'll trade 2 pounds. Me too, 2 pounds. I only want to exchange 1 pound. I'll only take 1 pound too. It's so rare to get meat this cheap, get more. I'll take 2 pounds. Yeah. If it weren't limited to 2 pounds, I'd really want to get an extra pound. Most people bought 2 pounds, but a few still stuck to just 1. After all, not everyone was willing to part with it. Here's 10 pounds of corn, trade me 2 pounds of wild boar meat. Zhang Kaming was so busy collecting corn and wheat that his hands were numb. He had just dumped a sack of corn into the basket when he turned around and saw Zhang Wenju holding out a small bag of corn. Zhang Kaming quickly said, "Dad, I can't accept your corn. Take it back. I'll bring the meat to you later." The old man replied, "I'm trading what I'm trading, and you're delivering what you're delivering." He insisted on handing the corn to Zhang Kaming. As Zhang Kaming hesitated, the old man stepped past him, emptied the sack into the basket, and told Zhang Wei, "Make a note for me, exchange this for 2 pounds of wild boar meat." Zhang Wei gave a wry smile but could only agree with a laugh. "Sure, Grandpa, I'll make a note of it." Only after seeing the old man recorded on the paper did he look satisfied. As he turned to leave, he shot Zhang Kaming a glare. "Look at how you handle things, not nearly as straightforward as my grandson." Zhang Kaming. Zhang Wei. After the old man left, Zhang Kaming shot Zhang Wei a fierce glare. "Look at you, acting all high and mighty. You dare take your grandfather's corn." Zhang Wei. "Well, one generation teaches another. Just gotta take it." By the time the registration was nearly complete, Wang Sihai had finished slaughtering the pig. After removing the head, half a side of wild boar meat was laid out on the cutting board. Finally, it was time to exchange for meat. Everyone was excited, crowding around the table so tightly there was no room to move. They stared at the wild boar meat, drool practically dripping from their mouths. "Follow the registration order one at a time," Zhang Wei announced, then called out names. "Uncle C, you're first. 2 pounds of meat." Seeing he was indeed first in line, Zhang Kaigui beamed with delight. He hurried to the cutting board and chuckled to Huang Sihai, "Brother Huang, cut the fattest part a little extra, just a little more." He rubbed his hands together excitedly as he spoke. Huang Sihai grunted in acknowledgement, selected the fattest section, and with a sharp whoosh of his knife, effortlessly sliced off a strip of meat. "Hey ho! Zhang Kaikwan grimaced and said with a pout, Brother Huang, your aim is way too accurate. Even half a liang more would have been nice. Huang Sihai laughed heartily, take that as a compliment. He tossed the meat toward Zhang. Zhang Kaigui took the meat, feeling both resigned and pleased, and turned to head home with it. Zhang Wei then called out the next name, Brother Zhang Long, 2 pounds of meat. Zhang Long happily stepped forward to weigh his portion. One by one, the others followed suit, each grabbing their meat and hurrying home in a flurry. At first, Zhang Wei hadn't noticed, but after 7 or 8 people received their portions, he realized something remarkable. Whether it was 2 pounds or 1 pound, lean meat or fatty cuts, Wang Sihai sliced each portion perfectly, not a single ounce more or less. There was no need for additional trimming or cutting into smaller pieces. True masters really do exist among the common folk. Zhang Wei marveled inwardly as he watched Huang Sihai. After removing the head and innards, the half-wild boar only weighed 50 to 60 pounds, and it was quickly divided up. 2 people who had registered still hadn't gotten any meat. One was Wang Changgui, the other Hu Shiqian. Standing before the empty cutting board, they stared longingly at Zhang Wei. Wang Changgui said, Wei, I gave your dad 10 jin of wheat, didn't I? The meat's gone now, could you cut some from the other half? Hu Shiqian remained silent but shared the same sentiment. Zhang Wei hadn't anticipated that half a wild boar wouldn't be enough to go around. After a moment's thought, he said, Uncle Changgui, Brother Shiquan, I promised to give only half the boar in exchange, so I'll only give you half. As for the wheat and corn you gave, I'll have Dad weigh it and return it to you. Wang Changgui protested urgently, that won't do. You've already taken the wheat, how can we return it? His wife and kids knew he'd gone to trade for wild boar meat and were waiting for him to bring it home. If he couldn't bring any meat back now, hearing the smell of others eating meat would be unbearable. Hu Shiquan also chimed in, Zhang Wei, you've already taken my corn. Don't blame me. I don't want the corn back, I just want the meat. By now, quite a crowd had gathered in the courtyard to watch the commotion, and some began to speak up. Zhang Wei, isn't there still half a side left? Changgui and Quan both signed up. You should cut them some meat. Yeah, Zhang Wei, your family already has half a pig. Between the two of them, they only got 4 pounds of meat. What's the harm in sharing a little with them? Even Zhang Kaming chimed in, Wei, cut 2 pounds of meat from that half for Uncle Changgui and Brother Shiqian. His words carried the weight of an order. But Zhang Wei stubbornly insisted, my word is final. Once the half-wild boar is divided, there will be no more sharing. Seeing Zhang Wei refuse to listen even to his own father, everyone present thought he was being overly stubborn. Wang Changgui and Hu Shiquan wore expressions of disappointment, their displeasure with Zhang Wei palpable. Zhang Wei replied, Uncle Changgui, Brother Shiquan, I'm the one at fault for accepting your goods without exchanging them for wild boar meat. So I'll return your corn and wheat, plus I'll give you an extra pound of meat and a pound of offal. What? Wang Changgui and Hu Shiquan, who had been seething with anger, looked utterly incredulous at Zhang Wei's words. The others in the courtyard froze in shock. For a moment, no one could figure out what Zhang Wei was up to. Zhang Wei declared, I stand by my word, but I also take responsibility for my mistakes. So I'm returning the goods to you, the meat and offal are my gift. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, applause erupted behind Zhang Wei. It was Huang Sihai who beamed as he said, good job, kid. You handled that beautifully. Hey, never would have guessed you'd be such a principled guy, handling things so smoothly. If you weren't already married to Ji, I'd definitely have you as my son-in-law. My Chiners looks aren't half bad either. The crowd in the courtyard burst into laughter at this. Zhang Wei blushed with embarrassment and quickly said, Uncle Huang, please stop. Huang Sihai roared with laughter. After the laughter subsided, he said, alright, no more joking around. I have serious business to discuss with you. Seeing his serious tone, Zhang Wei quickly replied, Uncle Huang, please tell me what's on your mind. Chapter 19, I've got my eye on you. No rush. Huang Sihai waved his hand dismissively, glancing at Wang Changgui and Hu Shiquan. Cut their meat first. We'll sit down and talk properly later. Zhang Wei nodded and said to Zhang Kaming, Dad, weigh out the wheat and corn for Uncle Changgui and Brother Shiquan. But inwardly, he wondered, what could Huang Sihai possibly want with him? Zhang Kaming quickly measured out 10 pounds of wheat for Wang Changgui. Huang Sihai also cut him a pound of meat and a pound of offal. Wang Changgui protested, this is too much, but took the wheat, meat, and offal without hesitation. Then he headed home, overjoyed. Hu Shiquan was more shy. As Zhang Kaming weighed the corn, he pulled him back, saying, Uncle Kaming, I won't take the corn back. I can't accept your meat for free. His words carried genuine sincerity. Zhang Kaming didn't really want to give it back either, but after glancing at Zhang Wei, he said, since Wei says to give it back to you, then so be it. He insisted on weighing out 10 pounds of corn, which he poured into the basket Hu Shiqian had brought. Zhang Wei, I misunderstood you earlier. Hu Shiquan apologized to Zhang Wei, adding, if you ever need anything in the future, just give me a shout. After saying this, he took the pound of meat and pound of offal Huang Sihai handed him, thanked them profusely, and left. By now, the market square was empty. Well, of course. With meat in hand, who wouldn't want to head home and stew it up? Who would stick around to watch the commotion? Zhang Kaming said to Huang Xihai, "Old Huang, you've worked hard. Come on, let's head to the fire pit room to warm ourselves by the fire, have some tea, and then we'll eat." Huang Xihai accepted without hesitation, instructing Huang Lei, "You tidy up the tools," before following Zhang Kaming inside. Zhang Wei followed them inside. Seated by the hearth, host and guest settled in. After Huang Xihai took a sip of tea, Zhang Wei finally asked, "Uncle Huang, what did you want to talk to me about?" Huang Xihai fixed Zhang Wei with a piercing gaze but remained silent. Seeing this, Zhang Kaming smiled and said, "Old Huang, just say what's on your mind." Pointing at Zhang Wei, he added, "You don't need to be so formal with a younger generation like him." Huang Xihai chuckled. "Well then, I'll be blunt. Of course. If you have something to say, just say it." Zhang Kaming chimed in with an apologetic smile. In Shurha village, Huang Xihai commanded great respect. Otherwise, Zhang Kaming wouldn't be so cautious. This only heightened Zhang Wei's curiosity. He and Huang Xihai hadn't interacted much, so he wondered what business could possibly bring Huang to seek him out with such solemnity. "Zhang Wei, I've set my sights on you." Huang Xihai's words were nothing short of earth-shattering. Zhang Wei never imagined Huang Xihai would utter such a shocking statement. Thankfully, he hadn't taken a sip of tea just then, otherwise, he would have spit it out in surprise. Even Zhang Kaming froze in shock, wondering if Huang Xihai was seriously considering Zhang Wei as a potential son-in-law. But how could that be possible? Zhang Wei was already engaged to Xiaji. Even Xiaji's farmland had been allocated to their household. "Old Huang, this is absolutely out of the question." Zhang Kaming snapped back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Wei Wei is already engaged to Xiaji. They're just waiting to consummate the marriage after they finish college. You can't even entertain that idea." Huang Xihai snorted with laughter, exasperated. "Kaming, what are you talking about?" He couldn't fathom why Zhang Kaming would say such a thing. Zhang Kaming looked stunned. "Didn't you say you had your eye on Wei Wei? That you wanted to set him up with your Qin girl?" Only then did Huang Xihai realize his words had caused a misunderstanding. Glancing at Zhang Wei, he saw the same look of shock on his face and knew Zhang Kaming wasn't the only one misinterpreting things. He glared and snapped, "Did I imply that?" Zhang Kaming quickly asked, "Then what did you mean?" Zhang Wei listened intently as well. Huang Xihai clarified, "When I said I had my eye on Wei Wei, I meant I wanted to take him on as my apprentice." Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei exchanged bewildered glances, neither having anticipated such an explanation. They were both speechless. What a mix-up this had caused. Zhang Kaming gave a wry smile and said, "Old Huang, you think highly of Wei Wei and want to take him as your apprentice. That's his good fortune. But Wei Wei's heading to the city for school on the 8th day of the new year. He'll be taking the college entrance exams in May. He's bound for university. He won't be learning pig slaughtering from you." The news that Zhang Wei was going to school had already spread throughout Shurha village, and Huang Xihai naturally knew about it. Hearing Zhang Kaming say this, he scoffed. "Kaming, no offense, but what good is education? Instead of sending Wei Wei off to take exams, you'd be better off having him learn the butcher's trade from me." Times have changed. Since the production teams disbanded, every household is allowed to raise pigs now. "Learn butchering from me, and you'll have meat to eat." Zhang Kaming's face darkened. "You can teach your own son butchery. But my son? I'm still sending him to school. Education is the only path to a future. Otherwise, he'll be stuck in this godforsaken valley forever." Huang Xihai scoffed, "What good is education? After all that studying, they still have to get a job. Look at all those educated people back then. They ended up being sent down to the countryside as educated youth. Many still can't return to the city now. They ended up marrying and settling down in the countryside. If you ask me, instead of wasting years on books, it's better to learn a trade early. That's a real path forward." Some things Zhang Kaming couldn't argue with. Though there weren't many educated youth in Shurha village, there were still 3 or 5 of them. And just as Huang Xihai said, those few hadn't been able to return to the city yet. But he still argued, "The old saying goes, all trades are lowly, only scholarship is noble. I still want Wei Wei to study hard and get into university, to bring honor to our family someday." Huang Xihai scoffed. "The old folks also said scholars are useless. What good is all that studying? Besides, you already have one child who left for education. Do you really want to have no son left by your side? What about taking care of you in your old age?" Huang Xihai's words silenced Zhang Kaming. He had 3 sons. His eldest, Zhang Wen, had died hunting 2 years prior. His second son, Zhang Wu, became one of the first to enter university after the college entrance exams were reinstated in 1987. Now, Zhang Wu had graduated from university. But since leaving for college, Zhang Wu had never returned home. He sent only one letter, stating he was heading to the far northwest to conduct research. After that, all contact ceased. Zhang Wei listened with amusement. He had already planned to drop out of school but hadn't figured out how to break the news to his father. Little did he expect Huang Xihai to provide this perfect setup. Well, even if it wasn't a perfect assist, it was at least a scout mission, a way to test his father's resolve. Undoubtedly, he was fully on Huang Xihai's side at this moment. But he dared not show it now, merely observing his father's expression silently. After a moment of silence, Zhang Weiming spoke up, "Old Huang, I admit some of what you said makes sense. But Wei Wei still has to go to school." Huang Zihai grew impatient at once, snapping, "Zhang Weiming, why are you so stubborn? Education. What good is education? Haven't you heard? True loyalty often comes from the lowly, while betrayal comes from the educated." It was precisely because I saw Wei Wei's sense of justice in handling Wang Changgui and Hu Shirquan that I wanted to take him as my apprentice. I, Huang Zihai, don't take apprentices lightly. Seeing Huang Zihai stubbornly insist on taking Zhang Wei as an apprentice despite his clear explanation, Zhang Weiming couldn't help but feel annoyed. He retorted, "Old Huang, Zhang Wei is my son. There's no way I'd agree to him skipping school to learn butchery from you." Huang Zihai retorted, "That's not necessarily true." He pointed at Zhang Wei. "Ask him. See if he'd rather go to school or learn butchery from me?" Then he turned to Zhang Wei. "Wei Wei, you tell him." Chapter 20, The Joy of Stealing a Bite. Zhang Wei froze, caught off guard by the sudden shift of the conflict onto him. How could he possibly answer? He couldn't very well say, "I don't want to go to school, and I don't want to learn butchering from you, Huang Zihai. I just want to go hunting in the mountains." "Well, Zhang Wei stammered, unsure how to phrase it. Huang Zihai frowned. "I thought you were decisive when handling matters. Why are you stammering now when I ask you to state your position?" Zhang Weiming, seeing Zhang Wei's silence, actually smiled. "Old Huang, you can't even tell? Wei Wei is afraid that saying it directly would embarrass you. His attitude speaks volumes. Don't push it, save yourself some face." Zhang Wei shot his father a peculiar look. "Is that what I meant?" Then he thought, "Fine, you two can say whatever you want, even argue if you must, just don't drag me into it." He didn't want to lose Huang Zihai's support, nor could he confront his father just yet. So he chose the wisest course of action, retreat. Uncle Huang, Dad, you adults talk. I'll just go check if Mom's dinner's ready." Without waiting for a response, he bolted toward the kitchen. The kitchen was lit by a hooded lamp, essentially a kerosene lamp with an elongated glass lantern-shaped cover to shield it from the wind. The dim light from the lamp made the room darker than the main living area. Li Jing was stir-frying vegetables, Chen Xiu tended the fire at the stove entrance, and the three little ones Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li were gathered around the stove. Tonight was the pig slaughter feast, so Chen Xiu and her two children had naturally come over. Moreover, this feast also had guests, and Li Jing was a bit overwhelmed cooking alone, needing Chen Xiu's help. Earlier, after gutting the wild boar, Zhang Weiming had Huang Zihai cut a piece of meat with ribs for cooking. The rib hotpot was already simmering, while other cuts of meat were being stir-fried. The entire kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of meat. The three little ones Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li hadn't even gone to see the commotion in the courtyard. They'd stayed glued to the kitchen. "Cook, are you done yet?" Zhang Kai exclaimed happily upon seeing Zhang Wei enter. "Uncle! Uncle!" Zhang Jun and Zhang Li both called out in crisp voices. Zhang Wei nodded to each of them. Looking at the three little ones, their mouths and hands still smeared with grease, he smiled and asked, "You've been guarding this place, did you sneak any bites?" Zhang Kai looked smug, adopting a mysterious air as she lowered her voice to boast, "Mommy secretly gave me 2 little pieces of meat." Zhang Jun piped up, "Grandma gave me some too." Me too." Zhang Li, the youngest, still struggled to form her words clearly but tried her hardest to express herself, looking adorably cute. Seeing the satisfied little expressions on his sister and niece's faces, Zhang Wei's gloom from the fire pit hut vanished. He burst out laughing, "Oh, so you sneaked a bite while I was gone?" Zhang Kai smiled brightly, "Mom gave it to me, she let me eat it." Zhang Li chimed in, "Grandma, let me eat it." It wasn't stealing." Zhang Wei burst into laughter upon hearing this. In the 1970s and 80s countryside, family discipline and rules were still quite strict. Generally, before meals, especially when guests were present, adults wouldn't allow children to eat first, no matter how hungry they were. But there were exceptions. For instance, when meat was a rare treat at home, if a child lingered by the stove, parents might take pity and offer a small piece of cooked meat to satisfy their craving. The adults would deliberately call it stealing a bite. This way, the child could feel a sense of satisfaction from having something others hadn't eaten, something they'd gotten to eat secretly. After a laugh, Zhang Wei asked, "Is the wild boar meat tasty?" Zhang Kai nodded her little head like a chick pecking at grain. "Meat is delicious, so delicious. So delicious." Zhang Jun exclaimed excitedly, "Wild boar meat is so delicious. I've never tasted anything this good. Even better than the snake meat we had yesterday." Even little Zhang Li chimed in, "Delicious, so delicious. I love eating meat." As she spoke, her big eyes darted toward the hotpot simmering with spare ribs. Seeing this, Zhang Wei smiled and said to Li Jing, "Mom, Lily and the others want some. Just serve them a little more." In the past, Li Jing would have refused outright. In the past, even when the family managed to get a little meat, it was truly just a little. If the children were allowed to eat freely in the kitchen before the meal was served, by the time it reached the table, there might not even be any broth left. But this time, they'd slaughtered a wild boar. The first batch of meat was a large chunk, and Jing had prepared plenty. Hearing Zhang Wei's suggestion, she generously served each of the three little ones a small portion. Zhang Kai happily ate her meat. Noticing Zhang Wei hadn't touched his, she said, Daddy, you should eat too. Zhang Wei smiled and said, You guys eat. I'll have mine when it's time for dinner. No way. Zhang Kai protested. Pot should eat first too. Then she turned to Li Jing, Mommy, brother Zhang Wei hunted the wild boar. Give him a little piece of me too. Zhang Wei was about to decline, but Li Jing smiled and said, Alright, I'll sneak a piece for your brother too. Saying this, she picked up her chopsticks and scooped more meat from the pot. Zhang Wei hurriedly protested, Mom, don't take any more. I'm not eating right now. Li Jing smiled sweetly. It's fine. We cooked extra meat tonight. One piece won't hurt. As she spoke, she scooped a large piece of meat from the pot and handed it over. One hand held the chopsticks gripping the meat, while the other cupped beneath it to catch any drips, utterly unconcerned as the scalding broth splashed onto her skin. Zhang Wei quickly reached out to catch the meat. Otherwise, the meat juice would drip onto Mom's hands. Eat up, it's delicious. Li Jing said with a smile. Zhang Wei replied, popping the meat into his mouth and savoring every bite. This scene reminded him of his childhood. Whenever the family got meat, Mom would always sneak him a small piece while cooking. Back then, he felt those were the happiest moments. Never did he imagine that after rebirth, he would experience this secret eating happiness once more. This happiness surged more intensely, more passionately than the childhood stealing. Tears welled up in his eyes, hotter than the freshly cooked meat in his mouth. He fought back the tears, finishing the meat bite by bite. He even licked the gravy from his fingers, uttering a heartfelt praise, so delicious. Zhang Kai beamed, I told you it was delicious. Zhang Wei nodded repeatedly. Just then, Zhang Kaming walked in and asked Li Jing, how much longer until dinner? Li Jing replied, soon. Just a little while longer. Zhang Kaming nodded, then turned to Zhang Wei, earlier when we slaughtered the pig, Li Wei's family provided the large wooden basin and your grandfather's family contributed the big wooden basin. Your third uncle and your brother Zhang who also helped out. Go call them over for dinner. In the countryside, helping out didn't require paying wages, but you absolutely had to treat people to a meal. Zhang Wei knew this custom and agreed, alright, I'll go get them right now. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Kaming called out, wait. Zhang Wei thought his father had forgotten someone and asked, is there someone else we need to invite? Zhang Kaming replied, when we slaughtered the pig earlier, your father-in-law's family didn't send anyone. Go fetch your father-in-law and mother-in-law too. Let them join us for the meal. Chapter 21, Eavesdropping. Xia family, fire pit room. Xia Yonggui, Zhou Hongju, and their youngest son Xia Meng sat huddled around the fire pit. The firelight reflected on Xia Meng's face, making him look flushed and red-necked. He had indeed been arguing with Xia Yonggui. Everyone else is trading for wild boar meat. Why can't I go? Xia Meng fumed. We're not out of corn. What's wrong with trading for a couple pounds of wild boar meat to eat? Xia Yonggui retorted, would the Zhangs even accept your corn in exchange? Xia Meng retorted defiantly, whether they accept it or not is their business. I'm trading corn for it, I'm not taking their meat for free. Xia Yonggui countered, you know full well the Zhangs won't accept your corn. Yet you still go to trade it. What does that look like to outsiders? It looks like you're begging for meat. Xia Meng was momentarily speechless. He bit his lip and held his breath for a long time before reluctantly saying, everyone says things are easier between relatives. Why is it that in our case, just because Zhang Wei is my brother-in-law, I can't go to him to trade for meat? I really don't understand how you think. Xia Yonggui looked at Xia Meng, shaking his head and sighing. In life and in business, you mustn't give others ammunition to gossip. How can you not grasp such a simple truth? Xia Meng argued back, how could I not understand? What you're saying is, if Zhang Wei weren't my brother-in-law, I could go ask him for meat. Xia Yonggui flew into a rage, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Xia Meng retorted, isn't that exactly what you meant? After that, still feeling resentful, he snorted, I say, even though Zhang Wei and Xia Ji are engaged, who knows if it'll last? You bastard. Xia Yonggui truly lost his temper, bellowing, what nonsense are you spouting? Xia Meng sneered, how is that nonsense? You all know how high Xia Ji's standards are. She only settles for Zhang Wei now because he's the only one in our village who meets her standards. Once she gets into college and sees the world out there, she'll find plenty of outstanding young men. Do you really think she'll still have eyes for Zhang Wei then? Xia Yonggui was furious beyond words. I know Xia Ji better than you do. Zhang Wei is the man she chose herself. She chose him, and she'll live a good life with him. Zhou Hongju, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject, Meng, Ji is your sister. How can you speak of her like this? Don't say these things again. Xia Meng retorted defiantly, I'm not slandering her. I'm just stating the facts. Seeing him persist, Zhou Hongju grew annoyed. I watched Wei Wei grow up. He's kind-hearted and sharp-minded. Besides, he'll study for college with Xiuji and experience the world alongside her. There won't be the kind of gap you're talking about between them. Xia Meng snorted with derision. Zhang Wei may seem clever, but he's actually stubborn as a mule. His mind will never work as fast as Xia Ji's. Poof. Even if they don't divorce, he'll always be under Xia Ji's thumb. She'll keep piling demands on him. As long as he stays with Xia Ji, he's doomed to an unhappy life. As his words grew increasingly outrageous, Xia Yanggui's chest heaved with anger. Pointing at Xia Meng, he demanded, You actually want your sister to suffer? Of course not. Xia Meng blurted out in denial, then declared firmly, I just don't think her marriage to Zhang Wei will work out. Besides, even if she breaks up with Zhang Wei, with her abilities, she can make a great life on her own. Xia Yanggui and Zhou Hongju were both rendered speechless by his words. After a long pause, Zhou Hongju finally said, You two old men, stop arguing. I'll go cook dinner. Xia Yanggui fell silent, but Xia Meng grumbled, Everyone else gets meat, but we're stuck with vegetables. I can't stomach this meal. Zhou Hongju retorted irritably, Wei just delivered 2 snakes yesterday. Haven't you had any meat? Xia Meng pouted, Snake meat isn't as good as wild boar meat. It's not even fatty. Zhou Hongju sighed helplessly. You're not a child anymore, yet you still act like one. If you want meat, wait until tomorrow. You'll get your meat then. Xia Meng paused, skeptical. Dad won't even let me trade for meat. Where's this meat supposed to come from? Zhou Hongju replied, Wei's such a filial boy. He caught several snakes and gave us 2. After hunting such a big wild boar, do you think he'd forget about us? Right. Xia Meng slapped his thigh. Zhang Wei will definitely bring us meat. Then, as if remembering something, he added, But if I go to his house and he gives me meat, how is that any different from him bringing it over himself? It's a world of difference. Zhou Hongju retorted. Just like your dad said, if you go trading, the Zhangs won't take your corn. To others, that's just you begging. But if Zhang Wei delivers it himself, that's in showing respect to me and your dad. No one can say anything about that. The 3 family members chatted inside the house. Outside, Zhang Wei had been standing there for a while. When he arrived, he overheard Xia Meng saying Xia Jixin was too proud and would never look at him favorably. Hearing those words, he couldn't bring himself to go in right away, so he stood outside listening. Most people would be furious hearing others speak ill of them behind their backs. But upon hearing Xia Meng's words, Zhang Wei felt no anger. Instead, he thought to himself. So others could see that his marriage to Xia Ji was doomed to fail. He didn't know how his brother-in-law Xia Meng had come to that conclusion. But at that moment, he felt as if he'd found a kindred spirit. Originally, he'd been at a loss for how to break the engagement to Xia Yanggui and Zhou Hongju, but Xia Meng's words provided him with an opening. It seemed he could break through using his brother-in-law. At the very least, he could enlist him as an accomplice. Zhang Wei chuckled. Coming to pick up his temporary in-laws for the pig slaughter feast, he'd been forced to eavesdrop, but now he'd even uncovered a breakthrough for ending the engagement. This trip hadn't been in vain after all. He patiently stood outside eavesdropping until the 3 inside stopped discussing anything related to him. Only then did he pretend to have just arrived, calling out, Uncle Xia, I'm here. As he called out, he pushed open the slightly ajar door and stepped inside. By the time he crossed the main hall and reached the adjacent hearthroom, both Xia Yanggui and Xia Meng had risen to their feet. Seeing it was Zhang Wei, Xia Yanggui smiled and said, It's Wei. What brings you here? Zhang Wei replied, I hunted a wild boar. I'm here to invite you to the feast. Xia Meng's face lit up instantly. Before Xia Yanggui could respond, he piped up, Zhang Wei, you're truly my good brother-in-law. Whenever there's something good, you always think of us. Ha ha. Zhang Wei's mouth twitched inwardly. You sure didn't talk like that before. If I hadn't overheard you, I'd have actually believed your words. But he certainly couldn't mention the eavesdropping incident, nor did he want to acknowledge this brother-in-law. So he didn't take the bait, just smiled and said, Let's hurry. The meal is almost ready. All right. Xia Meng answered for Xia Yanggui. We're leaving right now. Then he shouted toward the kitchen, Mom, stop cooking. My brother-in-law's here to take us to the pig slaughter feast. Seeing Xia Meng's impatient demeanor, Xia Yanggui scolded him with disdain, what a sight. Then he turned to Zhang Wei and said, You've got help at home, right? It wouldn't be right for us to go eat there. Zhang Wei replied reluctantly, Your family. Of course we're invited to the pig slaughter feast. Just then, Zhou Hongju emerged from the kitchen. Hearing Zhang Wei say they'd come to take her to the feast, she beamed from ear to ear, praising him, What a wonderful son-in-law. Your mother didn't spoil you for nothing. The 3 tidied themselves up and followed Zhang Wei out the door. Chapter 22, I really want to see him. When Zhang Wei and the other 3 arrived home, the meal was already set on the table. In the hearthroom, besides Huang Xihai and his son Huang Lei, were also present Zhang Wei's grandfather Zhang Wenju, his 3rd uncle Zhang Kaikai, his eldest uncle's 2nd son Zhang Hu, and Li Wei. These individuals had either lent tools or offered assistance during the pig slaughter. Inviting them to dinner was a way of showing appreciation. Oh, right. Huang Xihai had specifically sent Huang Lei home to fetch Huang Qing as well. Brother, what took you so long? As Xia Yanggui entered, Huang Xihai rose first and greeted him respectfully. Uncle. Huang Lei and Huang Qing both greeted him respectfully. Huang Xihai and his two sons also greeted Zhou Hongju with equal respect. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wei slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten that although Xia Yonggui and Huang Xihai bore different surnames Xia and Huang, they were in fact biological brothers. The reason the brothers had different surnames was that Huang Xihai had been adopted by the Huang family shortly after his birth. Most of the younger generation was unaware of this. Zhang Wei had heard the story from his grandfather. When Huang Xihai was born, the Xia family was struggling and feared they couldn't raise him, so they gave him to Xia Yonggui's uncle. His uncle, surnamed Huang, had no children of his own. Adopting Huang Xihai ensured the continuation of the Huang family line. By this reckoning, Xiaji and Huang Qing were actually blood cousins. Zhang Wei went over the details again and still found the relationship quite complicated and confusing. While he was recalling these details, the others had already exchanged greetings. Zhang Keiming warmly invited them to sit down for dinner. The house had only one large round table. With Zhang Wenju, Xia Yonggui, Zhou Hongju, Xia Meng, Huang Xihai, Huang Lei, Huang Qing, Zheng Kaikai, Zhang Hu, and Li Wei seated around it, the table was already packed. Zhang Wei's family, including Qin Xiu and her two children, couldn't fit at the large table. They set up their usual dining table nearby, creating a separate seating arrangement. Tonight's spread was quite generous. Not only was there a hot pot of spare ribs, but also a pot of snake meat soup. Other dishes included stir-fried pork belly, chili-fried lean pork, stir-fried potato slices, stir-fried shredded radish, and stir-fried Chinese cabbage. Zhang Keiming apologized, "Sorry, we only have plain rice. There's no alcohol at home either." Xia Yonggui smiled and said, "All this meat is plenty. No wine is fine." Zhang Keiming explained, "The wild boar was a sudden catch and it's getting dark. Otherwise, I would have gone to town to buy a couple pounds of liquor. I really feel terrible about this." Xia Yonggui waved his hand. "It's 30 or 40 miles to town, no need to go that far." He picked up his chopsticks, gestured around the table at everyone seated, and smiled. "Look, there's not a single outsider here. No need to be so polite with us." "Exactly." Huang Xihai chimed in. After a few more polite exchanges, everyone at the octagonal table began to dig in heartily. "Old man, can you manage this meat? It's stewed until tender, perfectly manageable. Then please eat more." You all eat more too." "Delicious, delicious. Auntie Lee's cooking is always the best." "You know what? This wild boar meat has a unique flavor." "Oh, there's snake meat too." "Haha, you guys wouldn't believe it, Zhang Wei not only hunted a wild boar today, but yesterday he raided a snake nest and caught over a dozen snakes." "Goodness gracious, Uncle Keiming, what kind of heavenly life is your family living? Meat every single day." "Their family? I don't know about before, but they'll never have to worry about meat again." "Exactly. They've got half a wild boar left, enough to last them a whole year. Finally eating like royalty, I'm going all out." Around the octagonal table, the group ate heartily while chatting loudly. At the smaller table, the Zhang Wei family and the Chen Xiu family also began their meal. Unlike the boisterous chatter at the large table, the smaller one was much quieter. Still, the children chattered happily as they ate. At first, their chatter was just simple phrases like delicious, so good. After a while, Zhang Kai suddenly stopped her chopsticks and said to Li Jing, "Mom, we've all had meat, but sister hasn't had any yet." Zhang Keiming had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son was Zhang Wen, the second son was Zhang Wu, and the third son was Zhang Wei. The eldest daughter was Zhang Yun, 5 years younger than Zhang Wei, now 14 years old. The reason Zhang Wei hadn't seen her yet after his rebirth was because Zhang Yun was currently attending junior high school. The middle school was in Sanxia town, nearly 40 li from Shirhe village. There was no road, and even adults took half a day to walk there. Li Jing's maternal home was only 3 li away from Sanxia town. Since Zhang Yun started junior high, she had been staying at her uncle's house and rarely returned home. Zhang Wei was naturally aware of this situation and missed Zhang Yun dearly. After hearing Zhang Kai's words, he spoke up before Li Jing could say anything. "Little Kai is so thoughtful. Even when eating meat, she remembers her sister. Tomorrow, I'll bring a piece of meat to uncle's house so sister can have some too. How about that?" "Yes, yes," Zhang Kai exclaimed happily. "Then our whole family will get to eat meat." "The whole family." Zhang Wei silently repeated the phrase in his mind, his expression turning solemn. He spoke slowly, Kai, if we're talking about the whole family, we're still missing your second brother." Zhang Kai realized with a start, "Oh right, there's still my second brother." Her expression darkened. "I've never even met my second brother. I don't even know what he looks like." Zhang Wei smiled. "You have seen your second brother, Kai. You were just too young back then, you simply don't remember now." Zhang Wu had left home to attend university in 1978. 4 years had passed since then, over 3 full years. When he departed, Zhang Kai was only 3 years old. Memories from before the age of 3 fade away as one grows up. It was only natural that Zhang Kai didn't remember Zhang Wu. But she still felt unhappy. "When is my second brother coming home? I really want to see him. I wonder if he gets to eat meat." Her childish voice, paired with her gloomy expression, tugged at the heartstrings of Zhang Keiming, Li Jing, Zhang Wei, and even Chen Xiu. Zhang Keiming and Li Jing missed Zhang Wu too. Not mentioning him usually was fine, but bringing him up suddenly made their longing surge like floodwaters bursting through a dam. Zhang Wei missed his second brother too. Only he knew that not only could his second brother not come home now, but for decades to come, he would never be able to return. His second brother, Zhang Wu, had been selected during university to serve in the northwest frontier of the motherland. He was part of a crucial research team working on the Great Xia's National Defense Project, developing the nation's ultimate weapon. In his previous life, Zhang Wu had lived under an assumed name for 30 long years. By the time he publicly revealed his identity and returned to Shurha village, Zhang Keiming and Li Jing had passed away years ago. Zhang Wei had been disabled for years, and even Zhang Kai was already middle-aged. The thought that his parents would never see his second brother again brought tears to Zhang Wei's eyes. But he couldn't show it. He forced a smile and said softly, Kai, your second brother was the most outstanding in our family. He got into university and is now building our great motherland. And when he completes the work our nation has entrusted to him, he'll come back to see you. Then we'll eat meat together. Then I'll make my second brother eat lots and lots of meat. Zhang Kai said, blinking her big eyes. Being a child, Zhang Kai quickly forgot about her second brother after a few words of comfort from Zhang Wei and happily resumed eating her meat. Zhang Wei stole a glance at his parents. Seeing their expressions still heavy, he knew they were missing his second brother. He quickly spoke up to shift their focus. Dad, he said, tomorrow, the two of us should go to Uncle's place and bring him some wild boar meat. Zhang Keiming replied, I can handle that alone. You stay home and study. Zhang Wei couldn't possibly agree to that. His insistence on accompanying his father to his uncle's house wasn't just about delivering the wild boar meat, it also involved his third perk. Chapter 23, Settling Accounts. This third perk was different from the previous two. The first perk, clearing out the snake nest, was a sure thing. The second perk, hunting wild boar, was also a sure thing. The only challenge was that Zhang Wei needed to bring Zhang Keiming along to coincidentally encounter the boar. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and he succeeded without much effort. But the third benefit? Not only was the timing uncertain, the location was unknown, and it was fraught with danger. Because it involved wolves. Wolves rarely appeared near villages, but Zhang Wei clearly remembered that in his previous life, a small village called Bayanshangu near Sancha town had been visited by a pack of wolves around February or March. At first, the wolves only snuck into villagers' homes at night to steal chickens. But Bayanshangu had few households. How could there be enough chickens to feed a pack of wolves? Once the chickens ran out, the wolves began attacking people, snatching away 3 children in total. The incident had such a huge impact that the Tsuyuan County Daily later ran a special report on it. It was from the newspaper that Zhang Wei learned about it. Recalling the details of the report, Zhang Wei calculated the timeline. By now, that pack of wolves was already stealing chickens throughout the mountain villages, and the tragedy of children being carried off had yet to occur. Whether to prevent such tragedies or for the wolves' pelts and meat, Zhang Wei was determined to eliminate the pack. He didn't expect to take them down tomorrow. After all, he didn't even have a hunting rifle yet. Going alone to challenge a pack of wolves was still far too dangerous. His plan was to visit his uncle's house tomorrow, find an opportunity to scout Bayanshangu village first, and then devise a feasible plan to kill the wolves. Zhang Wei said, Dad, I haven't visited my uncle's place in ages. I want to see Uncle and Auntie. Zhang Keiming was about to object when Li Jing interjected, Honey, Wei Wei was planning to go to town to have Tailor Shin make him some new clothes. This would be perfect timing. Li Jing's reminder jogged Zhang Keiming's memory. He turned to Zhang Wei and said, Then go with us. You can stop by the town and have Tailor Shin make your new clothes. Zhang Wei wasn't even planning to attend school. Why would he need new clothes? But this would make his plans much easier. He happily agreed on the spot. After that, they ate and chatted. Since no alcohol was served, both tables finished their meals quickly. Afterward, everyone gathered around the fire pit, warming themselves and chatting for a while before finally taking their leave to return home. When Xia Yonggui left, Zhang Keiming gave him a piece of meat, weighing about 4 or 5 pounds. Additionally, when Huang Xihai departed, Zhang Keiming gave him 2 pounds of meat as payment for slaughtering the pig. The others who helped weren't given anything. After everyone had left, Zhang Keiming washed his feet while settling accounts with Zhang Wei. We still need to give your grandfather 2 pounds of meat. For your eldest uncle and third uncle, 1 pound each will suffice. And for your eldest sister-in-law's family, they're the hardest hit. Give them 4 or 5 pounds of meat, plus 20 pounds each of corn and wheat. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Zhang Keiming continued, You have 3 uncles. Even though Yun Yun lives with your second uncle, it wouldn't be right to send meat only to his family. Here's what we'll do, give 2 pounds of meat to each of your eldest and youngest uncles. Since Yun Yun lives at your second uncle's place, send him a little extra 5 pounds. Oh, and give them 20 pounds of corn and wheat each too. He added in explanation, Before, our family couldn't spare any grain. Yun Yun ate what your second uncle's family provided. Now that we have some grain, we should give them some rations. Zhang Wei still had no objections. Whatever you decide is fine. But Li Jing, standing nearby, started calculating aloud. Half a wild boar is only 50 or 60 pounds total. With all these gifts combined, we're giving away 20 or 30 pounds, half of it gone before it's even warm. Zhang Kaming gave a wry smile. What can we do? We still have to give to those who deserve it. I know that. Li Jing pursed her lips, her voice tinged with resentment. It just feels like no matter how much we have, it can't withstand being divided. When you give a little to this person and a little to that person, it all adds up to a significant amount. Zhang Kaming said, just be content. Even after giving away those portions, we still have 20 to 30 pounds of meat left, plus the pig's head and offal. That's not insignificant. Li Jing nodded. If we ration it carefully, it should last us until year end. Zhang Kaming pondered for a moment before saying, sitting here eating away our savings isn't sustainable. Now that the policy has relaxed and allows households to raise pigs, I'll head to town tomorrow and inquire about the current market price for piglets. We'll figure out a way to raise one. That way, we can slaughter it for the New Year's feast by year's end and have meat to eat next year. Li Jing replied, but we don't know how much piglets cost and we'd still need. At that moment, she seemed to suddenly realize something. She stole a glance at Zhang Wei and stopped speaking. Zhang Kaming seemed to catch the look too, and with unspoken understanding, he too held his tongue. Zhang Wei understood what his parents were avoiding. He smiled and said, I think raising a few piglets is a great idea. Zhang Kaming shot him a glare. You don't need to worry about these things. Just focus on your studies. Getting into college is what matters. Zhang Wei. Alright, I knew talking about anything now was a bad idea. I'm sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. Unwilling to continue the conversation, he quickly got up and headed toward his bedroom. You haven't washed your feet yet. Li Jing called after him. Zhang Wei replied as he walked, washing my feet isn't as important as washing my bedding. I'm going to sleep. That kid. Li Jing sighed helplessly. Zhang Kaming shook his head too. The elderly couple chatted for a while longer, washed Zhang Kai's feet, and then retired for the night. The rest of the night passed without incident. The next morning after breakfast, Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei prepared to depart. Li Jing took out a handkerchief, carefully unwrapping it layer by layer to reveal a crumpled stack of bills inside. They were all small bills, nothing but dimes and pennies, not a single dollar bill among them. Li Jing carefully counted it twice before handing all the money to Zhang Wei. She urged him repeatedly, Wei, here's 8 yuan. Keep it safe and don't lose it. When you get to town, find Tailor Shin. I've already made arrangements with him. When you go, have him take your measurements first. And don't forget to remind him he must finish your clothes before the 8th day of the new year. You'll need them for your trip into town. Listening to his mother's instructions, Zhang Wei felt both warmth and a pang of sadness. Mom, I know. Zhang Wei agreed to everything his mother said, like a well-behaved child. But deep down, he already had a new purpose for those 8 yuan. After Li Jing finished her instructions, Zhang Kaming emerged carrying a pair of baskets on a shoulder pole. The 2 baskets held 20 pounds of corn, 20 pounds of wheat, and 3 pieces of meat. Let's go! Zhang Kaming called out to Li Jing before setting off with Zhang Wei. The snow hasn't melted completely yet. The roads are slippery. Be careful on your way, Li Jing called after them as they walked away. Hearing his mother's words, Zhang Wei didn't find them nagging. Instead, they felt especially warm and comforting. He turned and waved, Mom, don't worry. Daddy, come back soon with Mom. Zhang Kai called out from the side. Zhang Wei responded as he walked, we'll probably get back after dark. If we're late, just go to bed early. I'll bring you something delicious. Chapter 24, Second Ant. The dirt road from Shurha village to Sansha town still bore patches of unmelted snow. With more people traveling, the central path was nearly bare of snow. The sections paved with blue stone slabs were manageable, but the muddy stretches were treacherous, slushy and slippery, worse than the snow-covered parts. Every few steps, mud caked onto their shoe soles. Fortunately, both father and son were accustomed to mountain trails and didn't mind. They took turns carrying the basket, walking without stopping. Even with their hurried pace, it still took over 4 hours to reach Li Jiabao. Zhang Wei's uncle's home was in Li Jiabao. At the foot of a low hill, beside a bamboo grove, stood a basket-shaped house that was home to Zhang Wei's 3 uncles. The second uncle, Li Dashang, lived on the left near the bamboo grove. The eldest uncle, Li Dasun, lived on the right near the reservoir. The youngest uncle, Li Dayuan, lived in the main house in the middle. Since Zhang Yun was staying with Li Dashang, Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei went straight to his house. Upon entering, second aunt Zhao Hongyu was chopping pig feet in a corner of the main room. Spotting Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei, she sprang to her feet, exclaiming with delight, brother-in-law. Wei, what brings you here? Second sister. Zhang Kaming addressed her respectfully before replying, we came specifically to see you. Second aunt. Zhang Wei also greeted her respectfully. Zhao Hongyu responded while wiping the pigweed fragments from her hands on her apron. Come sit in the fire pit room. I'll light the fire. As she spoke, she noticed Zhang Kaming setting down his load and unhooking the carrying pole. Only then did she see the contents of the 2 baskets. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "Brother-in-law, where did you get all this meat?" Zhang Kaming looked rather pleased. "Second sister, yesterday Wei Wei hunted a wild boar. After we butchered it, Wei Wei and I brought some meat over for you." Zhao Hongyu was stunned again, but this time her gaze shifted to Zhang Wei. "Wei Wei, you hunted a wild boar? You're so amazing." After her praise, she grew anxious. "Come, let your aunt see, did you get hurt?" During his elementary and middle school years, Zhang Wei had also stayed at his second uncle's house. He had always been close to his second aunt. Hearing her praise and concern now, Zhang Wei felt warm inside. He smiled and said, "Second aunt, I'm fine. Not a scratch on me." "Are you absolutely sure?" Zhao Hongyu asked again, still uneasy. "Honestly, I'm not," Zhang Wei assured her. Only then did Zhao Hongyu relax, her face lighting up with a bright smile. She beckoned to Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei, come on. I'll light the fire for you to roast things. We'll have lunch ready soon." She didn't ask a single question about the corn and wheat in the baskets. Zhang Wei knew that among his aunts, his second aunt was the most industrious, never one to sit idle. But he hadn't expected that on such a bitterly cold day, she would be so absorbed in her work that she hadn't even lit the fire pit. A pang of sorrow struck Zhang Wei's heart. He quickly offered, "Second auntie, I'll light the fire." He headed straight for the hearth room. Having lived here for nearly 9 years, he knew the place as well as his own home. He easily found the kindling leaves and small sticks, placed them beneath the long extinguished but partially burned embers in the hearth, and lit them with a match. Zhao Hongyu didn't stop him. Seeing him start the fire, she went to brew tea. By the time the tea was ready, the fire pit was blazing. Usually, when guests visited, the host would sit and chat with them to show respect and hospitality. But Zhao Hongyu was restless. Handing Zhang Kaming a pack of Dakianman cigarettes, she said, "Your second brother isn't home. Just take the cigarettes and smoke them yourself. I'll cook for you guys." Zhang Kaming waved his tobacco pouch. "This is all I need." Zhao Hongyu glared at him. "I told you to take it, so just take it. Why are you being so polite with me?" Zhang Kaming reluctantly took it, sighing, "Every time I come here, you give me such good tobacco." A pack of Dakianman cost 15 cents, too expensive for most families. Zhang Kaming usually smoked homemade leaf tobacco. Zhao Hongyu said nothing and headed toward the kitchen to start the fire and prepare the meal. Zhang Kaming added, "Second sister, just make something simple. We'll need to head into town later." Zhao Hongyu paused and asked, "What are you going to town for?" Zhang Kaming explained, "Wei Wei is going to the city in a few days for the college entrance exam prep class. I want him to go to town and have Taylor Shin make him a new suit. I want to go to town to find out where they sell piglets. I plan to raise a pig this year." Zhao Hongyu nodded. Since Wei Wei is going to town for school, he does need a new outfit. He can go find Taylor Shin himself. "You want piglets? You won't find any in town. But I just bought 3 piglets a few days ago. If you want to raise pigs, I can give you one." Zhang Kaming felt a surge of delight, but he replied awkwardly, "I was just going to ask around. I don't have the money to buy a piglet right now." Zhao Hongyu glared at him. "Who said you have to pay now? Just take the piglet home first. Pay me when you're ready." "But that's not right. That's not fair." Zhang Kaming waved his hands repeatedly. Zhao Hongyu put her foot down. "That's settled. Warm yourselves by the fire for a bit. I'll whip up a simple lunch. After eating, Wei Wei can head out. When his uncle gets off work this afternoon, I'll cook a proper meal for you all. Let's celebrate Wei Wei going back to school." Hearing his second aunt's words, a wave of warmth washed over Zhang Wei. Among all their relatives, his second uncle's family had been the most supportive. Not only had all the siblings stayed at their house while attending school, but whenever possible, they'd lent money or provided food to help out. He remembered his family still owed Uncle Wei's family 60 yuan. Just like now, the moment father mentioned wanting to raise pigs, second aunt immediately set aside one of the piglets they'd bought and let father take it on credit. Perhaps in later generations, every rural household could afford a piglet. But in 1981, a single piglet cost over 10 yuan, an amount most families in Shurha village simply couldn't spare. Seeing his father still hesitating, Zhang Wei spoke up, "Dad, since Auntie said she'd give you a piglet on credit, just go catch one from their place first. I'll repay Uncle Air's kindness in due time." After saying this, Zhang Wei felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grow heavier since his rebirth. In his previous life, he had not only failed his parents and sister but also owed his uncles, aunts, and many other relatives. The regrets he sought to mend in this new life were far more complex than he had initially imagined. Lunch that day was indeed simple, prepared by Zhao Hongyu. She cooked a large bowl of noodles for both Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei, adding an egg to each bowl. Looking at the noodles and egg in his bowl, Zhang Kaming felt a bit embarrassed to eat. "Didn't you say you'd just make something simple? Why go to all this trouble? It'd be a waste for me to eat this." His family could never afford such refined white noodles, let alone with an egg added. Zhang Wei was also deeply touched. He knew that even at his uncle's house, egg noodles were a rare treat. Yet when he arrived, his aunt had unhesitatingly cooked them for him. This wasn't just generosity, it showed how much his aunt valued family bonds and genuinely cared for him and his father. Zhang Wei felt fortunate that he had no malicious relatives. Most of his kin cared for and helped one another, facing life's hardships together. It was only in his previous life that he hadn't cherished this enough, giving back far too little to his kin. He silently resolved that in this life, he would ensure his relatives all lived well. After the meal, Zhang Wei said to Zhao Hongyu, "Auntie, I'm heading into town now." Zhang Kaming was about to follow him, but Zhao Hongyu said, "Didn't I tell you to help catch piglets at my place? Why are you going?" Zhang Kaming pointed at Zhang Wei. "I'll go with him. I'm uneasy about him going alone." Zhao Hongyu rolled her eyes. "Let Wei Wei go by himself. You stay home. I'll be pulling radishes in the field later, help me carry a few baskets back." Zhang Wei had been trying to figure out how to dissuade his father from coming along, but he hadn't expected his aunt to assign his father a task instead. This was a huge help. He smiled and said, "Dad, I'll be fine on my own. You go help second and carry those radishes." Zhang Kaming could only say, "Be careful, then don't lose the money." Zhao Hongyu told Zhang Wei, "Wei Wei, when you get to town, if you need anything, just go straight to the supply and marketing cooperative and find your second uncle." "Got it," Zhang Wei replied, picking up the carrying pole leaning against the wall. Zhao Hongyu looked puzzled. "Aren't you going to Mr. Shen the tailor to get clothes made? Why are you taking the carrying pole?" Zhang Wei explained, "I'm taking the shortcut through the back mountain. It's higher up and the path might still be icy. I'll use the pole as a walking stick. You could just grab any bamboo stick for a walking stick. Is carrying such a thick pole really convenient?" Zhao Hongyu was still chattering when she saw Zhang Wei dash off swiftly with the pole, heading straight for the back mountain. Chapter 25. Did you steal our village's chickens? The carrying pole did come in handy. The back mountain path was indeed icy. His feet slid dangerously on the surface, and several times Zhang Wei nearly fell. Thankfully, he planted the bamboo pole to steady himself, maintaining his balance and avoiding a tumble. This shortcut was one Zhang Wei had taken often as a child, so he knew it like the back of his hand. In just over 10 minutes, he reached Sancha Town. Sancha Town was named for its role as a three-way junction. One path led east to Dei Forest Farm, another headed south to Fulson Forest Farm, and the third went west to Shieling Forest Farm. In the 1980s, Sancha Town was modest in scale, featuring only a single cobblestone street 2 to 3 meters wide, stretching 3 to 400 meters long. Most of the buildings lining both sides were old-style wooden houses with tiled roofs. The town held its market day on odd-numbered days of the lunar calendar each month. Locals referred to this event as going to market, attending the market, meeting the market, or rush to market. Different villages had different names for it, but they all meant the same thing. Today was the 4th day of the second lunar month, an even-numbered day, so no market was held. The street was deserted, with only a few shops belonging to local residents open. Zhang Wei approached from the east, walking westward from the eastern end of the street. About 100 meters ahead, on the left side of the street, stood a larger shop. 3 steps led up to its wide wooden door, above which hung a wooden sign reading Sancha Supply and Marketing Cooperative. His second uncle, Li Deshang, worked as a salesman at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and should be inside at this hour. He missed his second uncle, who, like his second aunt, had always been kind to him. But now he had important business to attend to, and time was short. If he went to see his uncle, he might not be able to leave for a while. "Since I've been reborn, there'll be plenty of time later." Zhang Wei glanced inside the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, silently telling himself this before hurrying past. As he neared the western end of the street, he noticed the Jingfeng tailor shop was open. Zhang Wei paused and peered inside. In the modest shop, several ready-made garments hung on one wall, while rolls of colorful fabric piled high on the counter. 2 sewing machines occupied most of the space. Behind them sat a lean middle-aged man and a girl with a long braid, both intently focused on their work. The lean middle-aged man was Master Tailor Shen, whose full name was Shen Qingyi. The girl with the large braid was his daughter, Shen Kaifeng. Who would have thought that 30 years later, the famed god of tailoring at the head of the Huangpu River and the clothing and retail giant of Daxia would now be crammed into a tiny shop less than 10 square meters, peddling sewing machines? Watching Shen Qingyi and Shen Kaifeng inside the shop, Zhang Wei felt a wave of emotion wash over him. But he only sighed inwardly before withdrawing his gaze and striding forward. For him now, befriending the future tailor goddess and business tycoon was utterly unnecessary. His sole focus was settling his own affairs swiftly, then heading into the mountains to hunt. He aimed to provide his family with a life free from want. Once he had the means, he would bring those relatives who had once supported him into that same comfortable existence. At the western end of the street lay a large square, with the township office, the town government, police station, and grain management office clustered around it. Zhang Wei's maternal uncle, Li Dasun, worked at the grain management office. He skipped visiting his uncle too, heading straight out of West Street and continuing another 100 meters until he reached a 3-way intersection. At the junction stood a low, 2-story brick building that looked quite old. Yet it was one of the few brick and concrete structures in Sancha Town. A vertical wooden sign reading Sancha Town Post Office hung beside the main gate. Opposite the post office stood a wooden building with its doors closed. A wooden sign hung on the door, reading Red Star Restaurant. This was currently the only restaurant in Sancha town, though it usually only opened for business during market days. Zhang Wei gave the Red Star restaurant an extra glance. Because in the future, when he hunted game, if he wanted to sell it, he could basically only find the owner of this restaurant in Sancha town. He had considered selling in the city, but that wasn't feasible for now. The journey from Sancha town to Tsuyuan County was over 180 li, along a rough dirt road with only one bus a week. No wonder they called this place remote. Zhang Wei put thoughts of the city aside for now. His destination, Banshangu village, lay to the south, requiring him to take the road leading to the Fulson forest farm. Pianshangu village wasn't far from the town either, about the same distance as Ligia, roughly 3 li. This road was relatively flat, and Zhang Wei walked extremely fast, arriving in just over 10 minutes. Banshangu village nestled in a valley between two great mountains. The majestic green peaks were now completely blanketed in snow, the world stretching out in a vast expanse of white. Zhang Wei recalled that reports from his previous life mentioned the town police station officers had spotted the wolf pack in the mountain range to the left. The mountain to the left was locally known as Fuluwa Mountain. Below Fuluwa Mountain lay a long, sloping forest. The mountain's height was impossible to gauge, its peak piercing the sky. Yet the summit abruptly gave way to sheer cliffs, some towering over 10 meters high, others reaching 3 or 4 meters at their lowest points. These precipices resembled a colossal dragon lying prone. The mountain's name, Fuluwa Mountain, likely originated from this very feature. Zhang Wei looked up. The rust-red cliffs sliced the snow-covered Fuluwa Mountain into two segments of pure white. Below the cliffs lay the snow-capped mountains, while the smaller hills above the cliffs appeared exceptionally slender and elongated, truly resembling a great dragon slithering across the snowy peaks. Oh, no, at this moment, it resembled not a dark dragon, but a silver one. In that moment, the majestic scene of mountains dancing like silver snakes, plains gleaming like wax materialized vividly before his eyes. Zhang Wei felt an immediate sense of exhilaration. Withdrawing his gaze, he set off toward Fuluwa Mountain. Passing by several households at the mountain's base, he seemed to catch a distinct fragrance in the air. Right, Bianshango village is famed for its fine wine. I nearly forgot. Zhang Wei realized with a start. He greedily sniffed the air, and the faint aroma of Pianshan Daku became increasingly distinct, as if the very air itself was saturated with the scent of liquor. No way, I absolutely have to get some of this liquor back with me later. Zhang Wei murmured softly, his mind made up. Fortunately, he still had the 8 yuan Li Jing had given him in his pocket. He couldn't recall the current price per pound of Bianshan Dichu, but in this era, such bulk liquor couldn't be too expensive, so he wasn't worried. After walking a bit longer, Zhang Wei reached the foot of the mountain and encountered a middle-aged man carrying firewood downhill. Seeing Zhang Wei was unfamiliar, carrying a single pole, and traveling alone, the man couldn't help but speak up. Young man, you're not from our village, are you? There are no more houses ahead. Actually, Zhang Wei had been thinking of striking up a conversation with the man. Seeing him speak first, he smiled and said, hello, sir. I'm not from Bianshan village. My name is Zhang Wei, and I'm from Shurha village. Shurha village? The man murmured the name, then shook his head. Shurha village was over 40 li away, and the man had never heard of it. He gave a low oh and asked, then what brings you here? Zhang Wei asked, brother, have a lot of chickens gone missing in your village these past few days? The middle-aged man's eyes immediately sharpened with suspicion. His expression turned stern as he demanded in a low voice, how do you know that? Did you steal our village's chickens? Chapter 26, The Clue. He was actually being accused of being a chicken thief. Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile bitterly. But from the man's words, he could tell that indeed, many chickens had gone missing throughout Banshango village recently, and they still didn't know wolves were responsible. You chicken thief, what are you laughing at? Seeing Zhang Wei silent yet smiling, the middle-aged man grew angry and shouted. Zhang Wei replied, brother, if I really were a chicken thief, would I tell you my name and where I live? The middle-aged man paused, realizing, well, that was true. Yet he kept a wary eye on Zhang Wei, snorting, who's to say you're not just making up some fake name to fool me? Zhang Wei felt a mix of laughter and exasperation. These days weren't like later times. Back then, people always carried ID cards when they went out. To prove who you were, you could just show your ID card to the other person. But this was only 1981. The state hadn't issued ID cards to ordinary citizens yet. Moreover, this era without ID cards would persist for several more years. It wasn't until June 1984 that the Great Xia government finally began issuing ID cards to its citizens. Before that, if someone traveled far from home, those with work units would get a letter of introduction from their workplace, while those without would typically get one from their village to prove their identity. Zhang Wei was merely traveling to the town, hardly a long journey, so he hadn't obtained a letter of introduction. Proving his identity was indeed a hassle. After a moment's thought, Zhang Wei asked, brother, do you know Li Dasun from the grain management office? In those days, nearly everyone in the countryside paid grain taxes. Li Dasun was the grain collector and accountant at the grain management office. The middle-aged man naturally recognized the name and nodded. I know him. What about him? Zhang Wei replied, he's my maternal uncle. He added, and Li Deshang from the supply and marketing cooperative, you know him too, right? He's my second uncle. Since the 1978 reform and opening up, private businesses had gradually emerged. Yet in the early 1980s, the Rural Supply and Marketing Cooperative remained the primary channel for villagers to purchase daily necessities. Li Deshang worked as a sales clerk there, and the middle-aged man recognized him too. He nodded and said, oh, so you're the nephew of Li Dasun and Li Deshang. Well, that explains it. Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt both pleased and inwardly amazed. People in this era were still so straightforward. Indeed. The moment Zhang Wei mentioned Li Dasun and Li Deshang were his uncles, the middle-aged man instantly dismissed his suspicions. But the man never stopped to think, how many people in Sancha town didn't know the names Li Dasun and Li Deshang? Zhang Wei naturally wouldn't mention this to the man. His reflection stemmed from his past life. In his previous life, he had been an officer stationed at the frontier, constantly facing complex enemy situations. No matter what information reached him, he would scrutinize it rigorously and verify it before reaching a final conclusion. How could he possibly believe someone based on a few casual words? Since the man believed him, things would be easier. Zhang Wei continued, brother, which families in the village have had chickens stolen? Could you take me to see them? The middle-aged man looked surprised. You're an outsider. Why are you so concerned about our village's missing chickens? Are you a police officer from the station? Zhang Wei replied with a mix of truth and jest, I'm not a cop. A friend mentioned your village has had frequent chicken disappearances lately. He also said he heard wolves howling on Fulua Mountain. I just wondered if those chickens might have been snatched by wolves. At the mention of wolves, the middle-aged man's expression changed momentarily before quickly steadying. He replied with certainty, wolves? How could that be? Wolves usually stay deep in the mountains and old forests. Why would they come to our village? Under normal circumstances, the middle-aged man was right, wolves wouldn't venture into densely populated villages. But Zhang Wei was different. As a reincarnated soul, he knew for certain that a pack of wolves had indeed come to Fulua Mountain. He smiled and said, I was just wondering, so I came to take a look. The middle-aged man eyed him up and down. Seeing the young man, who looked barely 20, he said skeptically, even if wolves really did snatch chickens from our village, how would you know? The middle-aged man's expression didn't escape Zhang Wei's notice. As a frontline military officer in his previous life, keen observation was fundamental to his training, and his ability to analyze and judge people and situations was honed to perfection. Zhang Wei knew exactly what the man was thinking. With a confident smile, he replied, brother, don't judge me by my age. I've been hunting since I was a child and am highly skilled at identifying animal tracks. If I go to the place where the chickens were stolen and find tracks, I'll know for sure whether wolves took them or not. The middle-aged man looked skeptical, hesitating to respond. Seeing this, Zhang Wei pressed on, brother, it won't cost you anything to let me investigate. Besides, if I uncover the truth, it'll be a blessing for all of you. If it really is a wolf, it's only stealing chickens now, but who knows what it might do to the children later. The middle-aged man's expression darkened at this. If Zhang Wei's words were true, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. He quickly agreed, all right, I'll take you there right now. After a pause, he added, over a dozen households have lost chickens. Do you intend to visit them all? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and replied, I'll start with the households closest to the mountain that have lost chickens. The middle-aged man said, my house is closest to the mountain, and we've lost chickens too. You can come straight to mine. Zhang Wei chuckled inwardly. What incredible luck he'd stumbled upon the very source of the problem. Smiling, he said, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet, brother. The middle-aged man replied, my surname is also Zhang. I'm Zhang Donlai. Zhang Wei chuckled, what a coincidence. You're a Zhang too, brother. We might even be related 500 years back. Zhang Donlai chuckled in return. That's for sure. You can't write two Zhangs with one stroke. Sharing the same surname quickly brought them closer. Chatting along the way, they soon arrived at Zhang Donlai's doorstep. As soon as they stepped onto the courtyard, Zhang Wei's nostrils twitched. He caught the stronger aroma of Panchan Dako liquor wafting through the air. Brother Zhang, he exclaimed with delight. You brew liquor here too? Zhang Donlai walked to the corner of the wall, setting down the firewood as he proudly declared, in this entire valley, when it comes to brewing liquor, my old Zhang family makes the finest. The flavor is the most mellow and rich. He glanced at Zhang Wei and added with a smile, you've got a keen nose, you caught the scent before even stepping inside. Zhang Wei chuckled, it's mainly because your liquor smells so good, brother. That aroma just wafts right up your nose. Hearing this, Zhang Donlai beamed. Looks like you're a wine connoisseur too. Why not come inside for a couple sips? On a cold day like this, a little drink warms you right up. Who among us soldiers doesn't enjoy a drink? But Zhang Wei waved him off. No thanks, I'd rather check out where your chickens went missing first. Alright. Come inside for a drink after you've seen it. Zhang Donlai said, leading Zhang Wei to the chicken coop behind the house. Pointing, he explained, right here. Zhang Wei looked around. The house was built below a retaining wall, with the back wall about 2 or 3 meters away from it. This created a wide rear ditch, where the chicken coop was a wooden shed. He immediately crouched down, carefully examining the snow-free areas beneath the eaves. Soon, he crouched at one spot and whispered, "Found it." It really was a wolf that carried it off. Zhang Donglai hurried over to look, but saw only dust-covered ground with scattered traces. It seemed no different from the surrounding area, prompting him to ask, "I don't see anything unusual. How can you be sure it was a wolf?" Zhang Wei smiled and continued searching ahead. Soon he stopped again, pointing at the ground and saying, "Now you can see clearly." Zhang Donglai crouched down and saw a faint footprint in the dust, resembling a dog's paw. He muttered, "This doesn't look like a wolf's either. It could just as easily be a dog's paw print." Zhang Wei said, "Wolf and dog footprints look quite similar, but upon closer inspection, there are differences. Because a wolf's paw pads are curved inward on both sides, its footprints tend to be longer and heavier than a dog's, giving them a more slender appearance." Pointing to a set of prints ahead, he continued, "See how these two prints are different too. This one is from the front paw, and this one is from the back paw. The distance between these two prints is quite large, whereas the distance between a dog's front and back prints isn't this wide." Zhang Donglai listened, finding it all very plausible, yet no matter how he looked, he couldn't discern any difference. Still, seeing Zhang Wei's earnest expression, he began to believe him. His voice trembling, he asked, "If it really is a wolf, what should we do?" Zhang Wei glanced at him and said, "Brother Zhang, you go back inside. I'll follow the tracks and see if I can find where the wolf is hiding." With that, he continued along the rear drainage ditch, observing intently as he walked. Chapter 27, 1 against 7, The Advantage is Mine. Zhang Wei followed the rear sun-drenched ditch, soon reaching the other end of the house. The last wolf tracks vanished here. Beyond this point lay a snow-covered slope extending beyond the eaves. After Zhang Donglai's chickens went missing, 2 more snowfalls had covered the earlier wolf tracks, making them impossible to find. But this didn't faze Zhang Wei. He carefully examined the last wolf footprint beneath the eaves. After careful analysis, he deduced that the wolf had been somewhere on the slope before leaving that print. Following this direction should lead us to it. Zhang Wei glanced in that direction, then hoisted his carrying pole and began ascending the slope. Zhang Donglai didn't go back inside. He followed behind, and when he saw Zhang Wei climb the slope, he opened his mouth to say, "That's my family's vegetable garden, don't step on it." But in the end, he remained silent. He silently grieved for his vegetable patch for a few seconds. By the time he snapped back to reality, Zhang Wei's figure had vanished from the slope, disappearing into the forest ahead. Should I go check? Zhang Donglai hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and decided to follow. Just a few steps out, he suddenly remembered Zhang Wei was carrying a carrying pole. He thought, what if he encountered a wolf? He couldn't be caught without a weapon. So he returned to the house and grabbed a pitchfork. The front of the fork was U-shaped and made of iron, with 2 blunt prongs. Attached to the back was a wooden handle nearly 2 meters long. Locals called this type of fork a horse fork, primarily used for scooping manure like cow or horse dung from pens when fertilizing crops. While not a proper weapon, it could serve as one in a pinch. With the horse fork in hand, Zhang Donglai instantly felt a sense of security. He rushed to the vegetable garden, where 2 distinct sets of footprints were visible in the snow-covered field. Following the tracks, he pursued the trail directly. 20 minutes later, Zhang Donglai had already ventured deep into Fulua Mountain and finally spotted Zhang Wei. At that moment, Zhang Wei was crouched in a grove of trees, intently examining the ground. Sensing someone behind him, Zhang Wei turned to see Zhang Donglai and exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, how did you follow me here?" Zhang Donglai took a few deep breaths, muttered, "You sure can run fast," before saying, "I came to keep you company." Zhang Wei said, "The wolf pack must be close by now. Brother Zhang, why don't you head back first?" "Wolf pack?" Zhang Donglai swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "You mean not just one wolf, but a pack?" Zhang Wei nodded, pointing at the snow. "Based on my comparison of the tracks, I estimate there are 7 wolves. The wolf tracks in the snow were far clearer than the dusty footprints in the back ditch of Zhang Donglai's home." Yet, even after staring at them for a long while, Zhang Donglai couldn't discern any differences between each print. Still, he now fully believed Zhang Wei's words. After all, no dog could have run here and left these prints. Zhang Donglai instinctively glanced around. The forest was deep and quiet, as if somewhere nearby, hidden among the trees and grass, a vicious wolf was watching him. An inexplicable chill gripped Zhang Donglai. His voice trembling, he said, "Brother, now that we've found the wolfpack's trail, let's hurry back." Zhang Wei replied, "I need to search a bit more. Once I find the den, we'll head back. Brother Zhang, you go ahead." Zhang Donglai's mouth twitched. Zhang Wei had confirmed the presence of wolves. How could he possibly go back alone now? What if he encountered the pack on the way back? Zhang Wei said no more, hoisting his carrying pole and crouching low as he followed the footprints in the snow deeper into the forest. "Young man, you're not old, but you've got some guts." Watching Zhang Wei's retreating figure, Zhang Donglai muttered to himself. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his pitchfork tightly and quickened his pace to follow. Zhang Wei noticed Zhang Donglai had followed but made no further mention of turning back. After all, he only intended to locate the wolf den, not to engage the pack in battle. It shouldn't be too dangerous, right? And so it went, Zhang Wei leading the way with his pole, Zhang Donglai following 7 or 8 meters behind, gripping his pitchfork. Neither spoke as they pressed on for another mile or two. The deeper they ventured into the mountains, the more tense Zhang Donglai grew. Despite the bitter cold, sweat beaded on his palms and soaked through his undershirt. Woo woo! Suddenly, beneath a pine tree as thick as a water barrel, a wolf's head emerged from beside the trunk and let out a howl directed at Zhang Wei. This wolf had grayish-white fur and wasn't particularly large, only slightly bigger than an ordinary dog. Yet its gaze was fierce, fixated on Zhang Wei and Zhang Donglai as if they were delicious prey. Zhang Wei, it's a wolf. The sudden appearance of the wolf nearly startled Zhang Donglai. He hurried over to Zhang Wei's side, his face tense as he spoke. I know it's a wolf. Zhang Wei replied coolly without turning his head. He hadn't expected to encounter a wolf so suddenly either, and now was no time to deal with Zhang Donglai. He kept his eyes fixed on the gray wolf ahead while scanning the thicket with his peripheral vision. Soon, more wolves appeared one after another. The new wolves formed a semicircle around the gray wolf at the center, 3 on each side, encircling Zhang Wei and Zhang Donglai. The gray wolf was clearly the pack leader. The others seemed to be awaiting its command. At the gray wolf's signal, they would launch into hunting mode. It really is the 7 wolves. Zhang Donglai swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he gripped the horse fork. Glancing at Zhang Wei, who wore an equally grave expression, Zhang Donglai whispered, Zhang Wei, do you think we can outrun them? Zhang Wei shook his head. In this dense forest, we can't outrun the wolves. Then what do we do? Zhang Donglai asked anxiously. At that moment, he truly regretted following along. What else can we do? Zhang Wei said gravely. Kill the wolves, of course. The 2 of us against 7 wolves? Zhang Donglai asked, his voice trembling with doubt. Facing 7 wolves alone, armed only with a bamboo pole, Zhang Wei felt the pressure mounting like a mountain. He thought that if Zhang Donglai could distract them, things would be easier. But seeing Zhang Donglai's state, Zhang Wei knew he was wishful thinking. Zhang Donglai was useless. This battle, he would have to fight entirely on his own. As a battle-hardened soldier who had fought Indian troops in the southern river valleys in his previous life, Zhang Wei understood that whether in war or in a fight, it all came down to momentum. The saying when 2 meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins held true. If one lost their spirit, the fight was already lost. Huff. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and solemnly addressed Zhang Donglai. This isn't about the 2 of us. You just protect yourself. I'll handle the wolf. Zhang Donglai froze. When he finally snapped back to reality, his face was filled with disbelief, his voice trembling. You're going to fight 7 wolves alone? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Wei burst into laughter, tightening his grip on the pole. 7 wolves? 1 against 7? The odds are in my favor. Before his words had fully faded, Zhang Wei swung his pole and charged straight at the gray wolf in the center. Chapter 28, Battle Wolves. The pole wasn't for show. Even an ordinary adult, if bold enough, could defeat a wolf with a pole. But that was strictly one-on-one. Facing a pack of wolves? Forget even armed with spears, swords, or hunting rifles, an ordinary person would still end up as wolf fodder. But Zhang Wei was no ordinary man. His keen combat awareness, unwavering fighting spirit, seasoned combat experience, and masterful fighting skills from his previous life, all these reincarnated traits made him vastly superior to ordinary people. Even if he has only a single pole. Even if he faced 7 wolves. Zhang Wei showed no fear. Moreover, Zhang Wei harbored a deep hatred for wolves. Seeing wolves reminded him of his elder brother, Zhang Wen. This hatred, too, became his strength. To catch the thief, first catch the king. To fight wolves, strike the alpha first. Zhang Wen's form was like lightning as he instantly charged before the gray wolf, swinging his pole like a scythe to sweep through the ranks. The gray wolf didn't even have time to react. Crack! The thunderous blow, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, struck squarely across the wolf's cheek. The gray wolf, weighing 70 or 80 pounds, was sent flying by the immense force of the blow. It flew over 2 meters through the snow-covered forest, crashing into a thicket of branches that shook loose a heavy snowfall before tumbling to the ground. Landing curled like a shrimp, the wolf twitched uncontrollably. Blood poured from its mangled cheek, instantly staining the snow red. Only Zhang Donglai witnessed this scene. After striking the first wolf, Zhang Wei paid it no further attention. Instead, he slid sideways with a sweeping motion, positioning himself before another wolf. He swung the pole down with all his might, striking the creature squarely on the forehead. This wolf was smaller, weighing only about 50 to 60 pounds. The blow sent it flying backward in a somersault. With 2 final howls, it collapsed lifeless in the snow. It might sound like a long story, but Zhang Wei had dispatched both wolves in the blink of an eye. It was all over in the blink of an eye. So fast that the pack hadn't even registered what was happening before they were both taken down. Zhang Dong watched with his mouth agape, wide enough to fit a goose egg. He'd been convinced he'd be wolf fodder today, never dreaming Zhang Wei could be so ferocious. In that instant, he felt as though Zhang Wei was the true wolf, while those wolves were mere weaklings. But what he didn't know was that Zhang Wei had used every ounce of strength to take down those two wolves. After the back-to-back kills, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, leaving him unable to mount another attack on the third wolf. Meanwhile, the remaining wolves had finally reacted. Woo woo woo. Woo woo. Each wolf let out a mournful howl, their breath steaming like boiling water as they all lunged toward Zhang Wei, each targeting a different part of his body. One lunged at his face, another clawed at his shoulder, two bit at his legs, and yet another pounced on his back. Each wolf bared its fangs, ferocious beyond measure, as if seeking vengeance for their fallen leader. Watch out! Zhang Dongliang watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a startled cry of warning. Yet his body felt rooted to the spot, as if nailed to the ground, utterly unable to offer assistance. Fortunately, Zhang Wei hadn't counted on him. As the pack closed in, he drew a deep breath, summoned his wits, and gripped one end of the pole with one hand. Swinging it like a whip, he traced relentless circles before and behind him, shielding himself in an impenetrable barrier. Of the two wolves lunging for his face and shoulder, one was swept across the hindquarters by the pole, while the other was struck squarely on the spine. This defensive, root protection style of wielding the pole lacked the force of his earlier one-on-one attacks. Though both wolves were struck and injured, the blows weren't fatal. Both wolves let out agonized howls, tumbling onto the snow and rolling in pain. For the two wolves biting his legs, Zhang Wei leaped aside, avoiding a direct confrontation. However, evading below left him exposed from behind. Despite his lightning-fast dodge, the wolf's speed was no slouch either. Its claw tore into Zhang Wei's padded coat with a sharp rip. Fortunately, the coat was thick. Though the wolf's claws were sharp, they only tore a hole, pulling out a clump of cotton without piercing the skin. Zhang Wei shrugged off the attack. In a fight, how could one strike the enemy without being struck in return? Zhang Donglai, however, turned pale with shock. Worried and anxious, he shouted, "Zhang Wei, are you okay?" Zhang Wei had no time to answer. The three wolves that hadn't been injured earlier, their first strike unsuccessful, turned and lunged again. The wolf that had been struck on the hindquarters by the pole was also closing in. Though it lagged considerably behind the other three and moved more slowly, it remained a threat nonetheless. Zhang Wei kept an eye on the wolf struck on the spine by the pole. Seeing it still struggling in the snow, trembling as it tried to rise, he decided to leave it be for now. Kill! Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and let out a low shout, charging head-on toward the three wolves in the lead. They closed in rapidly, and soon a fierce melee erupted between one man and three wolves. Zhang Wei's pole swung with fierce momentum, slashing and sweeping to keep the wolves at bay. The three beasts darted left and right, leaped high and low, lunging relentlessly without a hint of fear. Not far away, Zhang Donglai gripped his horsefork with both hands, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. Yet all he could see was swirling snow long since obscuring any figures of man or beast. Anxiety, worry, fear. A whirlwind of emotions churned within Zhang Donglai. His legs trembled uncontrollably, yet he dared not utter a sound. A woo, woo woo. The occasional howl of wolves pierced the air. Never had time felt so slow to Zhang Donglai. It seemed like an eternity, though in reality only 3 or 5 minutes passed before the battle in the snowy forest finally drew to a close. The scene was utterly chaotic, black soil, yellow leaves, dead branches, and weeds lay scattered across the ground. Red splotches dotted the snow, and 4 more wolves lay fallen. The sole survivor was desperately trying to flee. Zhang Wei gripped the pole like a javelin. With a perfectly executed throwing motion, the pole transformed into a spear, shooting forward with a sharp whistling sound. The pole's tip struck the wolf squarely in the rear. The already badly wounded wolf tumbled to the ground, howling in agony, unable to rise again. Seeing the last wolf fall, Zhang Wei's taut nerves finally relaxed. He bent his knees, hunched his upper body, and pressed both hands against his knees, panting heavily with gasps of "Ha! Ha!" The hot breath escaping his mouth resembled billowing white smoke rising from a chimney. My body still isn't up to par. I need to train more and build up my stamina quickly. Zhang Wei sighed inwardly. Glancing up, he saw Zhang Donglai still staring blankly ahead. With a sigh of exasperation, he called out, "Brother Zhang, what are you spacing out for?" Zhang Donglai snapped out of his trance and immediately asked, "Zhang Wei, are you okay? Are you hurt?" He spoke while striding toward Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei raised one hand and waved it dismissively. "I'm fine. Go check if that last wolf is really dead." "You really are okay?" Zhang Donglai asked, his voice filled with concern. Zhang Wei insisted, "Seriously, I'm fine. Not even a scratch. Just a bit drained. Don't worry about me. Go check on that wolf." Hearing this, Zhang Donglai finally relaxed. "Alright, rest up. I'll go check." With that, he grabbed his pitchfork and headed toward the spot where the fleeing wolf had fallen. Zhang Donglai had barely taken 2 steps when he suddenly locked eyes with a pair of eerie blue eyes ahead. A chill shot straight through his spine, terrifying him so much he nearly lost his mind. He cried out in panic, "Zhang Wei! Zhang Wei! There's a wolf!" Chapter 29, I'll take the lead. There's a wolf. Zhang Wei jolted awake. His exhausted body, upon hearing Zhang Donglai's cry, seemed to be infused with some divine power, erupting with unimaginable strength. His crouched form snapped like a taut bowstring, propelling him like an arrow from a bow toward the retreating Zhang Donlai. At that very moment, an old grey wolf lunged at the terrified Zhang Donlai, its jaws wide open. When Zhang Wei arrived, the wolf's head was less than 4 feet from Zhang Donlai, its foul breath already reaching him. Zhang Wei. Seeing Zhang Wei, Zhang Donlai wept with joy. He truly believed he was about to become wolf fodder, never expecting Zhang Wei to appear like a divine soldier, arriving at his side so swiftly. Give me the pitchfork. Get back. Zhang Wei barked, pushing Zhang Donlai aside to face the vicious wolf alone. This was his instinctive reaction as a soldier from his past life, hearing the cries of the people for help. It was also the kindness ingrained in the DNA of the people of Daxia. Sacrificing oneself to save others, never a moment's hesitation. Of course, as an excellent soldier, Zhang Wei didn't forget to arm himself in such a critical moment. As he shoved Zhang Donlai aside, he also snatched the pitchfork from his grasp. Zhang Donlai was timid in his hands, the pitchfork was no more than a fire poker. But in Zhang Wei's hands, it transformed into a formidable weapon. Zhang Wei raised his pitchfork with both hands and thrust it fiercely toward the wolf's head as it lunged at him. Yet neither prong of the horse fork found its mark. From the moment Zhang Wei shoved Zhang Donlai aside to seize the pitchfork to the instant he thrust it forward, the entire sequence flowed seamlessly, faster than lightning. Zhang Wei's strike was entirely instinctive, so naturally, it lacked precision. But by sheer luck, though the thrust missed, the U-shaped fork snagged just above the wolf's nose, its 2 prongs catching in the wolf's face. The force of the grey wolf's charge collided head-on with the thrust of the horse fork, much like 2 vehicles crashing into each other on the highway, sending the smaller one flying. The old grey wolf was that small car. The impact sent its body tumbling through the air. Head down, body upright, rear end pointing skyward, its 4 legs flailed wildly in midair. Even so, the 2 prongs of the pitchfork remained firmly lodged in the wolf's cheeks. As a result, the old grey wolf not only failed to escape but was instead held aloft in midair by Zhang Wei, who gripped the pitchfork. This outcome had not been anticipated by Zhang Wei either. He bellowed, jerking his arms to flip the wolf onto its back while still holding it impaled. Zhang Donlai, who had run several meters away, turned back just in time to witness the scene. He nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Holy! Zhang Wei, you've captured that wolf alive. Zhang Wei pressed down hard on the pitchfork to prevent the old grey wolf from breaking free. Go pick up the carrying pole. Ha! Zhang Donlai froze, asking blankly, what for? Zhang Wei snapped back impatiently, pick it up. Use the pole to beat it to death. Oh, okay. Zhang Donlai finally understood and shakily went to retrieve the pole. After taking a few steps, he hesitated again, turning back to look at Zhang Wei with concern. Are there more wolves up ahead? Zhang Wei snapped, like there are that many wolves. Zhang Donlai retorted, you said there were only 7, but then another one appeared. Speaking of which, Zhang Wei had been puzzled at first too. He'd examined the snow tracks carefully, there were clearly only 7 wolves' footprints. How did another one appear later? But upon seeing this old grey wolf, it all made sense. This wolf was elderly. It had likely stayed behind at the den, never joining the pack on hunts, which explained why its tracks weren't in the snow. Judging by this, the den must be nearby. Glancing at Zhang Donlai, Zhang Wei said, don't worry, there won't be any more wolves. Only then did Zhang Donlai pluck up his courage and run to retrieve the shoulder pole. When he picked it up, he saw one end was covered in bloodstains. The cold air had frozen the blood, turning it into dark red scabs. The sight of the blood made Zhang Donlai's scalp tingle. He hurried back to Zhang Wei's side, where he felt slightly better. Standing beside him, he timidly asked, should I shoot? Zhang Wei was genuinely at a loss for words. I'm holding the wolf down. If you won't hit it, who else is going to? Zhang Donlai stammered, unable to find the words. He raised and lowered the pole several times, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to strike. Seeing this, Zhang Wei sighed helplessly, you hold down the fork then. Zhang Donlai felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He quickly dropped the pole, stepped forward, grabbed the fork, and held it down tightly. After releasing his grip, Zhang Wei bent down to pick up the pole and brought it down hard on the still struggling old grey wolf. Zhang Donlai turned his head away, closing his eyes. His expression betrayed his reluctance to watch. After 3 or 5 blows, the old grey wolf ceased struggling and breathed its last. Huff. Zhang Wei exhaled a long breath, tossed the pole aside, and plopped down onto the ground. This time, he was truly drained of all strength. Zhang Wei, is the wolf dead? Even now, Zhang Donlai hadn't turned his head or opened his eyes. He asked weakly. Dead. Zhang Wei snapped irritably. Only then did Zhang Donlai open his eyes and turn his head. Seeing the old grey wolf truly dead, he exhaled a long breath, patted his chest, and muttered to himself, thank goodness, it's finally dead. Zhang Wei was speechless. He hadn't expected Zhang Donlai to be so cowardly. He couldn't understand why someone so timid would insist on following him into the mountains. But everyone had their own personality. Zhang Wei didn't press the matter he didn't have the energy to anyway. He simply said, Brother Zhang, go find some vines. We'll tie up the wolf later. I'll rest a bit before heading down the mountain. Yes, yes. Zhang Donglai eagerly agreed before rushing off to find vines. He might not dare fight the wolves, but finding vines was his forte. Before long, he returned with several lengths. Without needing Zhang Wei to instruct him further, he gathered all 8 wolves into one spot, tied their hind legs, and divided them into 2 groups of 4. This task, though seemingly simple, took him a full half hour. Zhang Wei had rested sufficiently by then. Picking up the carrying pole, he said, "Brother Zhang, wait here for a moment. I'll go look for the wolves' den." Zhang Donglai's face paled. His voice trembled as he asked, "There are more wolves?" Zhang Wei replied, "The wolves themselves should be gone, but just to be safe, I need to find their den before I can feel at ease." From his past life as a soldier, he developed the habit of eliminating potential threats. Though he suspected the wolves were gone, it remained merely a suspicion without verification. It wasn't a conclusion. Hearing this, Zhang Donglai immediately insisted on accompanying Zhang Wei to search for the den. He dared not stay here alone. What if there were still wolves? He was afraid to face them alone. Zhang Wei said nothing, joining Zhang Donglai in searching the immediate area. True to his expectations, the den was located in a cave not far away. But the cave was empty of wolves. Only a floor strewn with chicken feathers remained. The two returned to where they'd left the wolf carcasses. Zhang Donglai proactively asked Zhang Wei for the carrying pole, saying, "You must be exhausted from earlier. I'll carry the wolves back." He walked between the 2 piles of carcasses, hung 4 bound wolves on each end of the pole, then crouched down, placed the pole on his shoulders, and prepared to lift. But despite straining every muscle, his weathered face flushed crimson, and the pole bent under the weight. The wolves on the ground didn't budge an inch. Zhang Donglai lowered the pole, stood up, and looked at the 8 wolves on the ground, his expression awkward. In his earlier excitement, he'd assumed a single wolf wasn't heavy, forgetting there were 8 in total. The smallest weighed 40 to 50 gene, the largest 70 to 80 gene. Averaging 60 gene per wolf, 8 wolves totaled 480 gene. In the 1980s, many grown men could easily carry 100 to 200 pounds at a time. Take Zhang Donglai, for instance. Though timid, he possessed considerable strength and could easily shoulder over 200 gene for a short period. But 400 or 500 pounds? He simply couldn't manage it. Zhang Wei sighed upon seeing this and stepped forward. "I'll carry it," he said. Chapter 30, Big Brother, Take Off Your Clothes. Zhang Donglai had estimated the combined weight of the 8 wolves to be around 500 pounds. He had to admit, Zhang Wei was truly formidable when it came to hunting wolves. Perhaps Zhang Wei's strength was no small feat either. After all, someone that skilled couldn't possibly be weak. But to say Zhang Wei could carry 500 gene? He simply refused to believe it. Seeing Zhang Wei's calm expression, Zhang Donglai couldn't help but ask, 8 wolves weigh nearly 500 gene. That's incredibly heavy. Are you really capable of carrying it? Zhang Wei shot him a withering look. What are you thinking? With that, he walked over to the pile of wolves, picked out the 4 smallest ones, set them aside, and said, "You carry these 4 little ones." Ah! Zhang Donglai stood frozen for a moment. When Zhang Wei said, "I'll carry them," he'd instinctively assumed Zhang Wei was going to carry all 8 wolves down the mountain. He never imagined that Zhang Wei meant anything like that at all. He was indeed making a choice. But not in the sense of carrying a load. He meant selecting. He was selecting 4 smaller ones from the 8 wolves. Zhang Donglai's mouth twitched. How embarrassing. He'd been standing there in awe for ages, wondering just how strong Zhang Wei really was, whether he could lift 400 or 500 pounds? Turns out, he'd been overthinking it. Who do you think you're looking down on? Zhang Donglai's cheeks puffed out as he fumed. "I'll take the big ones, you take the small ones." "Fine." Surprisingly, Zhang Wei didn't object. He agreed immediately. This left Zhang Donglai stunned once more. It wasn't anything else, it was just that he realized at that moment that Zhang Wei wasn't playing by the usual rules. But he couldn't find fault with it. The 4 adult wolves weighed nearly 260 to 270 gene, while the 4 cubs barely exceeded 200 gene. Zhang Wei balanced the load on his horse fork, 2 wolves hanging from each prong, nearly bending the fork to breaking point. Zhang Donglai carried 4 large wolves on a shoulder pole, weighing nearly 300 pounds. He managed to hoist it with sheer determination, but could only walk a few steps before needing to stop and rest. In contrast, though Zhang Wei had expended nearly all his strength killing the wolves earlier, after such a long period of recovery, carrying 4 small wolves posed no problem at all. Walking ahead, Zhang Wei watched Zhang Donglai pause after every few steps and sighed helplessly, "Let's switch places." If it meant less effort, he was certainly willing. At this pace, who knew when they'd ever make it down the mountain? Zhang Wei didn't have time to argue, so he took over. By now, Zhang Donglai knew Zhang Wei possessed considerable strength, yet he refused to admit defeat. "I told you to take the big ones," he retorted. "But you still can't go more than a few steps before needing a break." But eventually, they switched places. Carrying 4 large wolves, Zhang Wei felt the weight pressing painfully on his shoulders and his steps were heavy. Yet he didn't need to rest after every few steps like Zhang Donglai did. He could walk for over 10 minutes straight before needing a break. No comparison, no hurt. Zhang Donglai had assumed carrying 4 small wolves would be no problem, but once he actually shouldered them, he found he still couldn't keep pace with Zhang Wei. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. During a break, Zhang Donglai admitted with genuine respect, I've rarely been impressed by anyone, but you, Zhang Wei, are one of them. Zhang Wei, however, remained modest. He smiled and said, I'm young and full of energy. If you were a few years younger, brother Zhang, you'd be just as good as me. These words spared Zhang Donglai's pride. But he knew himself best. Deep down, Zhang Donglai understood that even in his prime, he could never match Zhang Wei's sheer strength. Still, flattery is always welcome. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Zhang Donglai felt pleased, and the more he looked at Zhang Wei, the more he found him likable. He began to consider befriending him. Looking at Zhang Wei, he said, Brother Zhang Wei, I really owe you today. When we get to my place, don't rush off. I'll have my wife whip up a few dishes, and we'll have a proper meal together. Ha ha. You've already caught the scent. My family's Benchan Dako liquor is quite the aroma, you know. Zhang Wei was genuinely intrigued by the liquor at Zhang Donglai's house, but he still declined. Brother Zhang, I'll have to pass on dinner this time. I still need to get to my uncle's place. Zhang Donglai looked disappointed and tried again. You've got to eat. Your uncle's place is in Lijiabao, right? It's not far from here, just a half-hour drive. You can eat first and leave later. Zhang Wei replied, Brother Zhang, I really can't stay for dinner. But I do need to ask you for a favor. Zhang Donglai immediately responded, What is it, brother? Tell me. As your elder, I'll help if I can. If I can't, I'll figure something out with you. Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt quite relieved. There are so many wolves I can't carry them all at once, he explained. When the market day comes tomorrow, could you help me find a few people to carry them to town? We'll meet at the post office, and I'll find buyers. Zhang Donglai burst out laughing. I thought it was something difficult. It's just selling wolf meat, right? Zhang Wei replied, There's a lot of meat. It might not be easy to sell. Zhang Donglai roared with laughter. What's hard about selling it? With these 8 wolves, we could easily sell several right here in our mountain valleys. Zhang Wei stared at him in surprise. Really? Zhang Donglai replied, Would I lie to you? Our village is considered well off in the whole Sanxia town. Folks here crave meat, but even at the market days, they can't always get it. You've got fresh meat right here. Once word gets out, won't every household be scrambling to buy some? Seeing Zhang Wei still doubtful, he patted his chest and assured him, Don't worry. Once we get to my place, I'll notify the villagers. You'll see for yourself. Seeing his certainty, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel hopeful. If that's the case, it's perfect, he exclaimed cheerfully. His most urgent need now was to sell these wolves. If Zhang Dong's words held true, it would be a huge help. After this conversation, their relationship deepened, and they chatted more along the way. From Zhang Donglai's words, Zhang Wei gained a rough understanding of the situation in Pianshango village. The root of Bianshango village's relative prosperity in Sanxia town lay in one word, liquor. Of the village's 100-plus households, nearly a third were involved in brewing liquor. The remaining households mostly engaged in wine-related industries. For instance, they purchased grain, traded liquor flasks and bottles, and some even specialized in selling liquor outside the village. Previously, Zhang Wei had only known that Bianshango's liquor was famous, but he hadn't realized the villagers were so resourceful that they had built an entire industry chain. Perhaps many people, including the villagers themselves, still didn't grasp how astonishing it was for a single village to cultivate an entire industrial chain. But as someone who had been reborn, Zhang Wei understood it all too well. It was a pity that in his previous life, he hadn't paid attention to Bianshango village afterward. He didn't know what it had become in that lifetime, whether it had established a large distillery or formed a liquor conglomerate. As they chatted along the way, they soon arrived at Zhang Donglai's home. Upon entering, Zhang Donglai's wife, Li Chunmei, nearly jumped out of her skin when she saw the pile of dead wolves he'd brought back. After hearing the full story, she was both grateful and deeply impressed by Zhang Wei. Upon hearing that Zhang Wei intended to sell the wolf meat, she immediately urged Zhang Donglai to go spread the word. After Zhang Donglai left, only Li Chunmei and Zhang Wei remained in the hearthroom. As they chatted, Li Chunmei glanced at Zhang Wei several times. Suddenly, she stood up and said, Brother, take off your clothes. Chapter 31, Favoritism. Sis-in-law, you. Zhang Wei was stunned by Li Chunmei's abrupt demand, instinctively clasping his arms around himself. Oh my. Li Chunmei chuckled at his reaction. I see your clothes are torn. Take them off, and I'll sew them for you. So that's what it was. Zhang Wei looked slightly embarrassed. He quickly replied, Thanks, sis. As he spoke, he took off his quilted jacket and handed it to Li Chunmei. Li Chunmei fetched needle and thread, along with a small wad of cotton. As she deftly mended the garment, she asked with genuine concern. Young man, where are you from? Brother, how old are you this year? Brother, do you have a girlfriend yet? The first 2 questions were easy enough to answer truthfully. But when asked about a girlfriend, Zhang Wei momentarily didn't know how to respond. Noticing his expression, Li Chunmei smiled and said, Oh, you're shy because you have a girlfriend. Why be shy in front of your sister-in-law? Tell your sister-in-law how far have you and that girl gotten? Zhang Wei was speechless. He finally understood how intense women's curiosity could be. But he understood that people of this era were like that, they had no concept of boundaries. He could tell Li Chunmei was the type to strike up conversations easily. Her questions were straightforward, without any hidden motives. In fact, she even seemed genuinely concerned about him. Glancing at Li Chunmei, Zhang Wei replied candidly, "I do have a girlfriend, but we're breaking up." Li Chunmei froze for a moment before snapping back with a smile, "If it's over, it's over. The next one will be better." Zhang Wei was stunned by Li Chunmei's words once more. Back in those days, breaking up with a partner wasn't something to be proud of, it was something people would look down on. He never expected Li Chunmei to utter words like, "the next one will be better." That was ahead of its time. Seeing Zhang Wei's expression, Li Chunmei thought he was heartbroken over the breakup and began offering earnest consolation. "Bro, you're so handsome and talented. If that girl doesn't want to be with you, it's definitely her loss, she just doesn't have good taste. A girl like that? You're better off without her. Just wait, she'll regret it." Without even asking why, she blamed the breakup entirely on the other party, standing firmly on Zhang Wei's side. This is partiality. Favoritism knows no right or wrong, only sides. Being with someone who favors you is incredibly comfortable. It's a blessing to encounter someone who favors you. The days since Zhang Wei's rebirth had been deeply oppressive. Whether it was dropping out of school, breaking off the engagement, or hunting, he dared not mention any of these matters to his family. Yet human emotions need an outlet. Li Chunmei's affection provided Zhang Wei with an outlet. He gave a bitter smile. "Sis, my girlfriend hasn't treated me badly. She's been very good to me, and to my parents and everyone in my family." Li Chunmei froze, staring at Zhang Wei in surprise. "Then why did you break up?" As if remembering something, she clenched her teeth and said, "Was it because her family disapproved and forced her to break up with you?" "Oomph. Her parents wouldn't do something so cruel as to break up a loving couple." Zhang Wei. Li Chunmei's favoritism was painfully obvious. She never imagined that it would be Zhang Wei who wanted to break up. Zhang Wei gave a bitter smile and said, "Sis-in-law, it's not like that. Her parents have always been very kind to me." "Huh?" Li Chunmei froze, then after a long moment asked incredulously, "So, you're the one breaking up?" Zhang Wei nodded. Li Chunmei fell silent for a moment before saying, "If you want to break up, then break up. Since you want to end it, there must be something that doesn't feel right. Marriage is the most important thing in life. You absolutely mustn't force it. Brother, you'll definitely find someone more suitable in the future. You deserve someone better." Zhang Wei. Alright, he had to admit Li Chunmei's partiality had genuinely stunned him. From start to finish, Li Chunmei had stood firmly on his side, completely disregarding anyone else's feelings. And he'd only met her once. They'd barely spent 15 minutes together. He didn't know why Li Chunmei favored him so much, but the feeling was incredibly comforting. No question about it, this sister-in-law, he'd accept her. "Sis-in-law, my situation is a bit complicated." Zhang Wei briefly recounted his story with Xiaji. He shared how they'd attended school and played together since childhood, how Xiaji encouraged him to continue his studies and tutored him after he dropped out, and how she'd even allocated farmland to his family. Of course, he only recounted events that had occurred in this lifetime up to the present. He wouldn't utter a single word about rebirth or what would happen after it. Li Chunmei listened while mending a quilted jacket. After hearing his story, even she was taken aback. "From what you've said," she remarked, "this girl named Xiaji really is wonderful." She couldn't quite understand why Zhang Wei would break up with such a wonderful girl. Yet even this didn't sway her support for Zhang Wei in the slightest. Otherwise, how could it be called favoritism? After marveling at Xiaji's virtues, Li Chunmei stated firmly, "Brother, I know you're not the type to be reckless with your feelings. If Xiaji is so wonderful, you must have your reasons for wanting to break up with her." Zhang Wei nodded emphatically, as if he'd found a kindred spirit. "Yes, sister-in-law. I want to break up with her because I don't want to go to college anymore. I want to stay home and hunt." Li Chunmei's smile faltered. When it came to Xiaji and Zhang Wei, she was entirely on Zhang Wei's side. But hearing Zhang Wei say he didn't want to take the college entrance exam still shocked her. Like most people, she believed college was an opportunity to change one's fate and felt Zhang Wei's choice might be unwise. But favoritism is favoritism. She didn't immediately dismiss him, instead patiently asking, "Why did you make this choice?" This question had weighed heavily on Zhang Wei's mind these past few days, nearly suffocating him. Finally finding someone like Li Chunmei willing to listen, he poured out his pent-up thoughts like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. "My older brother died while hunting 2 years ago. Losing a child devastated Mom and Dad. Both their minds and bodies took a hit, and their health has been declining ever since. Dad's been coughing up blood secretly. My mom suffers from severe migraines and often can't sleep all night. My second brother left for college 4 years ago and hasn't returned since. From what I understand, he's gone to the far northwest now, joining a secret research team. He might not be able to come back for years, maybe even decades. We also have a younger sister in 7th grade and another who's 6. She'll start school in the fall. And after my eldest brother passed away, he left behind a widow and orphan children. After my eldest brother's accident, my sister-in-law suffered a severe blow. Her mental state fluctuates during good periods, she's indistinguishable from anyone else, but any trigger can send her into a frenzy. There are 2 children, my nephew is 6 and will start school this year, while my niece is just over 4. After saying all this, Zhang Wei let out a long sigh. He looked at Li Chunmei and asked, sister-in-law, with the family in this situation, how could I possibly think only of myself and leave my parents behind to go to school? Besides, we can barely afford enough food as it is. Going to school would mean another huge expense. Wouldn't that just add insult to injury for this already broken family? That's why I want to stay home and hunt in the mountains. At least this way, everyone at home can have meat to eat, and my little sister and nieces and nephews can continue their schooling. Li Chunmei listened, her eyes welling up. My dear boy, you've been through so much. Zhang Wei shook his head. Sis-in-law, it's nothing. It's just that dropping out of school, breaking off the engagement, and hunting these things go against what mom and dad want. They're unlikely to agree. If I insist on this path, they'll be disappointed in me. It'll break their hearts. Sister-in-law, tell me, is this choice right or wrong? Li Chunmei looked up at him, her gaze gentle yet her voice firm. Brother, if I were you, I'd make the same choice. Brother, you're not wrong. For the first time since his rebirth, his thoughts had been acknowledged. Zhang Wei's eyes grew moist. Before he could sincerely say thank you, Li Chunmei hesitated again. But, big brother, but. This time, she stammered slightly. Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask, sis, what is it? Chapter 32, this thank you, Zhang Wei earned. Li Chunmei said, brother, given your family's situation, dropping out of school to shoulder the burden, that's the responsibility of a real man. Sis, there's nothing more to say. But Xia Ji is such a wonderful girl. If you break up with her just because of this, wouldn't that be a bit unfair to her? I think you should talk it over with her first before making a decision. She might actually support you. Don't miss out on such a good girl. Zhang Wei froze, surprised that Li Chunmei would suddenly speak up for Xia Ji. He gave a bitter smile. The bond between him and Xia Ji wouldn't be shaken by life's hardships. Xia Ji was a woman who could weather any storm with him. Zhang Wei was absolutely certain of that. The reason their marriage had ended in his previous life was solely because their worldviews and life pursuits had diverged over time. But those were events yet to unfold, and he couldn't bring them up now. It was like a criminal suspect who had clear evidence of his innocence but couldn't produce it to prove his case. Utterly frustrating. Zhang Wei shook his head and came up with a plausible-sounding excuse. Sister-in-law, I can't drag her down with me. Li Chunmei nodded. That's a good way to think about it. It shows you're a decent man. Still, I suggest you have a proper talk with Xia Ji. I will. Zhang Wei replied. As they talked, Li Chunmei finished mending the quilted jacket. Just as Zhang Wei slipped it on, a commotion erupted outside. Who'd have thought our chicken was stolen by a wolf? Damn wolf. Dares to steal my chicken? I'll eat its flesh. Chunmei, are you home? Chunmei, they say there's wolf meat for sale in Donglao, is that true? Where's the wolf? Zhang Wei and Li Chunmei stepped outside to find dozens of people, men, women, and children gathering at the entrance, chattering as they approached. Seeing so many people arrive, Zhang Wei felt pleased. However, he didn't recognize any of them, so he didn't plan to engage. Stepping aside, he prepared to let Li Chunmei handle the greetings. Stop hiding. Li Chunmei grabbed his arm. You're the star here. Pushing him forward, she introduced him to the visitors. This is my big brother Zhang Wei. He's the one who hunted the wolves. They're all inside. Some entered the main room to see the wolves piled on the floor. Good heavens, so many wolves. I thought that kid Zhang Donglai was just bragging, but there really are this many wolves. Goodness gracious, 8 wolves. Wow, so this is what wolves look like. Without a closer look, you'd mistake them for dogs. Wolves are far fiercer than dogs. Someone approached Zhang Wei to greet him. Hey kid, you're the one who took down those wolves? Zhang Wei, right? You're amazing, killing 8 wolves all by yourself. Brother, who taught you such amazing skills? Big brother, have you trained in martial arts? Are you really selling these wolves? How much per pound for the wolf meat? The main hall was suddenly bustling with activity. Some were curiously discussing the wolves, others were talking about Zhang Wei hunting them, some were praising his skill, and others were asking about the price of wolf meat. With so many voices chiming in, Zhang Wei didn't know whom to answer first. What's more, he had no idea what a fair price per pound for wolf meat should be, making it even harder to respond. Fortunately, Li Chunmei noticed his predicament and cut through the noise with her loud voice. Of course, my big brother killed the wolf, it's right here in the room. Someone heckled, but it could have been your husband who hunted it. Li Chunmei rolled her eyes. You all know my husband, he can't even bear to watch a chicken being slaughtered. You expect him to hunt wolves? Everyone burst into laughter. Li Chunmei didn't seem bothered at all. My eldest brother killed that wolf. He didn't just rid our village of a menace, he saved us. Right now, the wolf is just stealing chickens, but who knows when it might go after the children. Her words sent shockwaves through the room. Everyone's gaze toward Zhang Wei shifted. Auntie Li, you're absolutely right. We really need to thank your big brother properly. Yes, yes. If something like that were to happen, it would be a tragedy. Brother Zhang Wei, thank you. Thank you. Zhang Wei deserved every word of that gratitude. Because in his previous life, wolves really did snatch children. And not just one child, 3 had been snatched. This time around, thanks to Zhang Wei's rebirth, he hunted the wolves early, preventing the tragedy of the past life and effectively saving those 3 families. But that was the past. This time, the tragedy hadn't occurred, and Zhang Wei wouldn't take credit for it. He quickly responded with humility, "There's no need to say such things. I'm just a hunter. When I encounter wolves, it's only natural to hunt them." His modesty endeared him to the people in the room. Many continued to express their gratitude, while even more praised his skill. "Brother, I'm back." Fortunately, just then, Zhang Donglai returned with a large group of people. Otherwise, Zhang Wei would have found it difficult to extricate himself. With so many people, the room was simply too cramped. At Li Chuanmei's invitation, the group moved out to the courtyard. Zhang Wei took a quick glance. There were easily 80 people, if not 100, filling the field. He couldn't help but be impressed by Zhang Donglai's influence gathering so many people in such a short time. Zhang Donglai scurried over to Zhang Wei, beaming with pride. "See? I told you there'd be plenty of people wanting to buy meat." "Indeed there are." Zhang Wei gave him a thumbs up. Even more delighted, Zhang Donglai grinned. "Everyone's here, let's start selling." Zhang Wei whispered, "Bro, we haven't even killed the wolf yet. How are we going to sell it?" Zhang Donglai replied, "There's a way to sell the whole wolf, and there's a way to sell the meat after it's butchered. It depends on what you want to do." "Can we really sell a whole wolf?" Zhang Wei asked, a hint of worry in his voice. "What's not to sell?" Zhang Donglai chuckled. "The price for a whole, unkilled wolf will definitely be cheaper than the meat price. What about families who want more meat? They could pool their resources to buy a whole wolf, then butcher it themselves afterward. That should work, right?" When it came to this kind of practical wisdom, Zhang Wei was no match for Zhang Donglai. Hearing this, he suddenly understood and quickly said, "If we can sell it whole, that's definitely best. Even if it's a bit cheaper, that's fine." Zhang Donglai asked, "Brother, how much per pound are you thinking of selling it for?" Zhang Wei only knew the price of pork and had no idea about wolf meat. He was considering whether to just sell it at the same price as pork. Li Chunmei chimed in from the side, "Brother, how about this? For the whole wolf, let's go with 1 yuan and 20 cents per pound." Zhang Wei was overjoyed. That was 2 dimes higher per pound than he'd hoped for. What was there to disagree with? Still, he cautiously asked, "Sis, is this price too high?" Li Chunmei smiled. "Not at all. You're like family to me. I wouldn't shortchange you. But I also won't rip off fellow villagers. This is a fair price for both of us." Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt reassured and happily agreed. "Then let's do it your way, 1.2 yuan per pound for the whole wolf. I'll count on brother Zhang and sister-in-law for your help with this." Zhang Donglai replied, "No problem." Li Chunmei, however, patted her chest emphatically and declared, "What help? Leave it to me, sister-in-law. I'll take care of it." Zhang Donglai. Li Chunmei, oblivious to his expression, stepped forward and announced loudly to the crowd gathered in the courtyard, "My big brother hunted these wolves. Whole wolf, 1.2 yuan per pound. If any of you brothers or relatives want some, pool your orders together. There are only 7 wolves total. Once they're gone, they're gone. First come, first served. Head to the scales." Chapter 33, The First Money Earned from Hunting. 1.2 yuan per pound? That's not expensive. Exactly. A wolf only weighs 50 or 60 pounds. That's just a few dozen yuan. Old Wang, should our 2 families pool our money for one? Get lost. For a few dozen bucks, you want me to pool with you? I'll buy it myself. But why buy so much by yourself? It's just 1 wolf. How much meat is a few dozen pounds? You make a good point. Well, I might as well buy one too. Exactly. You can't get this much meat at the market. With a chance like this, we should stock up. Uncle Zhang, brother Zhang San, how about we pool our money and buy one together? Sure thing. Let's invite brother Huzi too. To be honest, after Li Chunmei announced the price, Zhang Wei still felt a bit uneasy, worried they might not sell all 8 wolves. But the scene that unfolded was beyond his wildest expectations. 8 wolves. Oh, wait. Li Chunmei had only mentioned selling 7. In less than 3 minutes, all 7 wolves were snapped up. Many others hadn't gotten any. Wang Laowu, you took 1 wolf all by yourself. Share some with me. Yeah, Uncle Wang, give my family some too. That's right, old Wang. We're all neighbors here. It's rare to get meat to buy. You can't hog it all for yourself. At least give me 3 pounds. Brother Zhang San, count me in on your wolf too. Not much, just 5 pounds of meat will do. Get lost. What are you thinking? 1 wolf only has a few dozen pounds of meat. We pooled resources from 6 families to buy it. You want 5 pounds? If we give you that, how much will we have left? Exactly. Who told you to be so slow with your mouth? 2 pounds, then just give me 2 pounds, okay? Listening to the people in the courtyard scrambling for meat, each exchange filled Zhang Wei with both joy and a pang of sadness. People in these mountain valleys really have money. If these wolves were brought back to Shurha village, forget about selling a whole wolf for 1.2 yuan per pound. Even if they slaughtered them and sold the meat, Zhang Wei estimated they wouldn't be able to sell all the meat from a single wolf. Even in the same era, in the same township, the gap between rich and poor was staggering simply because they lived in different villages. Zhang Wei felt deeply moved, his thoughts drifting away. Brother Zhang Wei, thanks for the wolf you hunted. I'm off now. Don't flatter yourself. I'll just call you little Zhang. I'm taking the wolves back. Thanks to you, my family will have meat to eat again. Brother, my chickens were stolen by wolves. Without you, I'd never have known what happened. Thanks. Brother, come on, let's go to my place and eat some wolf meat. Little Zhang, my homemade liquor is quite fragrant. Come over for meat and drinks. Only when the people who'd bought the wolf began taking their leave did Zhang Wei snap back to reality. He politely declined each and every invitation. Many people expressed regret, saying that if they ever had the chance, they would definitely invite Zhang Wei over for a meal and drinks. Soon, the entire village dispersed, each household heading home to butcher their wolves and divide the meat. Li Chunmei ushered Zhang Wei into the fire pit room. After he sat down, she pulled out a stack of cash and said, all 8 wolves have been weighed 473 jin total. At 1.2 yuan per jin, that comes to 567 yuan and 6 jiao. Count it. Over 500 yuan. Zhang Wei's heart pounded wildly. It wasn't that he'd never seen such a large sum before. In his previous life, his salary and the resettlement allowance he received after leaving the military added up to hundreds of thousands. Far more than this 567 yuan and 6 jiao. But to him, that money was just a number. This money was different. This was the very first money he had earned through hunting since his rebirth. He hadn't expected his first hunting earnings to amount to this much. This proved that his path to improving his family's life through hunting was viable. That was what truly excited Zhang Wei. Over 500 yuan. In the present year of 1981, especially in Shurha village, that was absolutely a fortune. It was more than his parents could earn through years, even decades of hard labor in Shurha village. With this money, he could pay off the family debts, buy daily necessities to improve their living conditions, purchase medicine for his parents, cover tuition for his sister and nieces and nephews. It wasn't a huge sum, but there were so many ways it could be put to use. But Zhang Wei didn't go to collect it. He asked, sis-in-law, we only sold 7 wolves, right? How did you calculate payment for 8? Li Chunmei replied, I bought that last wolf. Zhang Wei already suspected as much. He said, then you don't need to pay me for that wolf, sister-in-law. Consider it one I hunted together with brother Zhang. He hunted wolves? Li Chunmei chuckled, then shot Zhang Donglai a disbelieving look. If he didn't get eaten by wolves when he encountered them, he just got lucky. Zhang Donglai looked sheepish. Brother, you saw how I fared in the mountains. I won't hide it from you, big bro. I can't stand the sight of blood. Li Chunmei said, brother, your brother is a soft-hearted man. Let me put it this way, even when I slaughtered a chicken and asked him to take out the innards and throw them away, he felt queasy. That he came back alive after encountering a wolf? That's all because of you. It's no exaggeration to say you saved his life. Right. Zhang Donglai looked slightly embarrassed but insisted, you saved my life, but you fought the wolf alone. It has nothing to do with me. We'll buy that wolf. Hearing the couple's words, Zhang Wei finally understood why Zhang Donglai, despite holding the pole, couldn't bring himself to kill the wolf when he'd asked him to. Zhang Wei said, brother, even though you didn't kill the wolf, it was because of you that I found the pack. And you helped carry it back. So I can't accept payment for that wolf. Zhang Donglai didn't know what to do and turned to look at Li Chunmei. Li Chunmei said, brother, if you insist on this, it means you don't recognize me as your sister-in-law. Hearing this, Zhang Donglai immediately chimed in, right. If you do this, you're disowning me as your brother. Hearing both of them speak like this, Zhang Wei found himself at a loss. Li Chunmei added, brother, though your husband is soft-hearted, he's a master at brewing wine. To be honest, back in the collective days, our family brewed the most wine and earned the highest share from sales. We've got more than enough money to buy a wolf. Zhang Donglai chimed in again, exactly, money's no object. With both of them insisting, Zhang Wei had no choice but to take the money. I'll take you up on your offer, brother Zhang and sister-in-law. Li Chunmei beamed with satisfaction at his acceptance. You call us brother and sister-in-law, why even mention it? Zhang Wei said no more, tucking the stack of bills securely into his pocket. That's the spirit. Zhang Donglai laughed heartily, urging Li Chunmei, go whip up a few dishes. Brother Zhang and I will have a few drinks. He then turned to Zhang Wei with a knowing look, no time to hunt wolves now. The village butcher Zhang is probably swamped, he won't get to mine. But I do have some cured pork. Zhang Wei replied, brother Zhang, I really can't stay for dinner. I need to get back. Zhang Donglai turned to Li Chunmei, hoping she'd help persuade him to stay. Unexpectedly, Li Chunmei said, brother, if you have things to do, go ahead. When you're free, come over for a meal. Your sister-in-law will cook something delicious for you. Zhang Donglai shot Li Chunmei a look of pure frustration. I asked you to help keep the guest. Instead, you didn't utter a single word to keep him. Zhang Wei once again marveled at Li Chunmei's partiality toward him and said, "Thanks for your understanding, sister-in-law. I'll definitely come. Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, I'll head back now." He stood up, ready to leave. "Wait." Li Chunmei called out to him. Zhang Wei halted and asked, "Sis-in-law, is there something else?" Chapter 34, Sister-in-law, please advise. Instead of answering Zhang Wei, Li Chunmei turned and glared at Zhang Donglai. "What are you standing there for?" "Ha?" Zhang Donglai looked utterly bewildered, his mouth agape. Li Chunmei scolded playfully, "What ah? Hurry up and bring out 2 bottles of liquor. My big brother's visiting for the first time, you expect him to leave empty-handed?" Oh. Zhang Donglai finally snapped out of it and said to Zhang Wei, "Bro, hold on a sec. I'll go get you the finest Benchon Daco liquor." With that, he scampered off into the back room. Zhang Wei quickly protested to Li Chunmei, "Sis-in-law, this is too much. You've already done me a huge favor by helping me sell the wolf. I couldn't possibly accept your liquor too." Li Chunmei retorted, "What's this about taking? You're my sworn big brother. If you haven't even tasted your sister-in-law's liquor, what kind of big brother are you?" Zhang Wei. He didn't consider himself particularly eloquent, but he wasn't that bad either. Yet in front of Li Chunmei, he truly felt like a younger brother, as if blood ties were suppressing him, leaving him unable to voice his thoughts. Soon, Zhang Donglai emerged, one hand carrying a jug of liquor. The flasks were white plastic, square-shaped, with a shallow handle and a short spout at the top, the kind sealed with a screw cap. These jugs typically came in 5-pound or 10-pound sizes. Judging by its size, Zhang Donglai was carrying the 10-pound version. "Here you go, buddy. Just a little taste for you. This is aged liquor, I've been hoarding it for years." Zhang Donglai grinned as he handed both flasks to Zhang Wei, his face beaming with pride. Zhang Wei hurriedly protested, "Brother Zhang, this is far too much. Nowadays, even ordinary bulk baijiu costs 60 cents per pound, while the mountain-grown Daku brand is pricier, typically going for 70 or 80 cents per pound. As for the aged liquor Zhang Donglai mentioned, it was hard to find even at a yuan per jean. If he'd offered just a pound or two, Zhang Wei would have accepted. But he just handed over 20 pounds. That was at least 20 yuan. 20 yuan, that's more than 3 months of grueling work for Zhang Wei's parents in Shirha village, and they still might not save that much. Otherwise, when Li Jing gave him money that morning, he wouldn't have had to hand over 8 yuan in nothing but small bills. Seen this way, the sheer value of those 20 pounds of Banshan Daku old liquor became self-evident. How could Zhang Wei possibly accept it? Seeing Zhang Wei refuse, Zhang Donglai feigned anger. "I thought you were my brother. You won't even drink my liquor? Do you look down on me?" Zhang Wei. He stole a glance at Li Chunmei, thinking to himself, "You two really live up to that saying, birds of a feather flock together. You picked up your sister-in-law's way of speaking so quickly." Just as he was thinking this, Li Chunmei snatched both flasks from Zhang Donglai's hands and shoved them forcefully into his. "Here, take them." Zhang Wei, "Alright, sister-in-law is sister-in-law. What a boss." Zhang Wei stopped being coy. "Thanks, brother Zhang. Thanks, sister-in-law." Seeing he'd finally accepted, Zhang Donglai and Li Chunmei's faces lit up with smiles again. Just as Zhang Wei was about to leave, he paused and asked, "Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, if I hunt successfully in the future, could I come back to sell meat in the mountain valley again?" Zhang Donglai chuckled. "Of course you can. I bet the villagers would be thrilled to have you sell meat here." Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt genuinely pleased. He had always thought that after hunting, he could only sell his game to the owner of the Red Star restaurant in Sancha town. Little did he expect that after hunting wolves in the mountain valleys, he'd discover another sales channel right here. Zhang Wei said, "Well then, I'll be coming to Bianshan much more often from now on. I'm sure I'll be bothering brother Zhang and sister-in-law quite a bit." Zhang Donglai was delighted to hear this. "With your skills, you'll surely bag plenty of game. Bring whatever you hunt over here to sell any time." At that moment, Li Chunmei interjected, "Brother, you should only take half of what your brother says to heart. While we folks in Bianshan live a bit better than those in other villages, even with your hunting skills, I doubt we could absorb that much game." Zhang Wei nodded. He considered that and never expected to sell every single piece of game in Bianshan. "I know, sister-in-law." "What do you know?" Li Chunmei retorted. "I haven't even finished speaking." Zhang Wei's heart stirred. He quickly said, "Auntie, please enlighten me." "I knew you were sharp, you catch on fast," Li Chunmei said with a satisfied glance, then asked with a smile, "Do you remember old Wan?" Zhang Wei replied, "Of course. He was the first to buy a wolf, and he bought it alone, no partners. Plus, he got the biggest one." "Exactly." Li Chunmei said. "Wang Laowu rarely stays in the village. He mainly makes a living selling liquor. Many families in our village brew their own liquor and ask him to help sell it." Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. This information was crucial. Li Chunmei continued, "Wang Laowu has a nickname, they call him Pole King. He carries 2 buckets on a pole, going door to door selling liquor. He's made quite a fortune over the years." Zhang Wei nodded. Li Chunmei added, "Don't underestimate Wang Laowu just because he carries his goods on his shoulders. He travels far and wide. Not only has he covered every village nearby, but he sometimes even takes his liquor all the way to Tsuyuan County to sell. He's even carried it to the neighboring county of Xingyang before. Zhang Wei listened, his respect for King of the Shoulder Pole growing. He said sincerely, "Thank you for your guidance, sister-in-law. Next time I bring game, I'll make a point of paying that King of the Shoulder Pole a visit." Li Chunmei nodded. She had said all she needed to say. What Zhang Wei chose to do next was entirely up to him. After exchanging a few more words, Zhang Wei hoisted 2 jars of Banshan Dako liquor onto his shoulder pole and left Zheng Donglai's home, setting off toward Sansha town. As he exited the Benshan Valley, Zhang Wei glanced back. Between the 2 great mountains, Benshan Gully remained blanketed in white mist, just as it had been on his way there. But now, wisps of blue smoke curled from the rooftops of every household. This added warmth of domestic life made him feel a deeper connection to Benshan Gully. He even felt that this valley was his lucky place. Yet he knew well that this blessing came from Zhang Donglai and his wife, Li Chunmei. Zhang Donglai, a timid, soft-hearted man who brewed exceptional liquor. Li Chunmei, a boisterous, loud-voiced woman who treated him with special affection. Regardless of their personalities, they were both kind, warm-hearted, and generous people who had helped and cared for him. He was filled with gratitude toward Zhang Donglai and Li Chunmei, etching their kindness deep into his heart. Pulling his gaze away, Zhang Wei turned and continued onward. Unlike the hesitant steps of his arrival, his stride was now firm and purposeful. Originally carrying only 8 yuan, he had earned 567 yuan in 6 jiao after selling 8 wolves. Now, he held the substantial sum of 575 yuan in 6 jiao in his pocket. Now that he had money, Zhang Wei naturally wanted to buy rice, buy oil, buy flour, buy seasonings. He bought new clothes for his parents, younger sister, sister-in-law, and nieces and nephews. Snacks for his sister and nieces and nephews. There were so many things he wanted to buy. But most of the things he wanted could only be bought at the supply and marketing cooperative, where his second uncle, Li Deshang, worked as a sales clerk. If he went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things, he would definitely run into his second uncle, Li Deshang. Li Deshang knew his family's situation. Seeing him buy so many things at once, he would surely ask where he got all that money. He wouldn't know how to explain it. Chapter 35, Caught Off Guard. But the situation had to be resolved. Zhang Wei decided to talk to his second uncle first. If he couldn't get past Uncle Air, buying anything in Sansha town would become a problem from now on. 10 minutes later, Zhang Wei arrived in Sansha town. Wei, what are you doing here? Just as he approached the grain management office entrance, he bumped into his eldest uncle, Li Dasun, and his second uncle, Li Deshang, walking toward him. It was his eldest uncle, Li Dasun, who asked, "Uncle." "Second uncle." Zhang Wei hurriedly called out to both of them. Earlier, he'd been walking with his head down, still pondering how to address his second uncle when they met. He hadn't expected to run into them both right away. Not only had he run into his second uncle, but his first uncle was there too. This caught him completely off guard. Both men responded with a nod, their eyes darting in surprise toward the 2 wine flasks balanced on the shoulder pole. But neither asked about them. Li Dasun chuckled, "You went to town and didn't even come find me. If I hadn't run into you, I wouldn't have known you were out." Zhang Wei looked sheepish and quickly explained, "I was just about to go see my second uncle." Li Dasun retorted with a hint of annoyance, "Oh, so you lived with your second uncle when you were little, and now you're only close to him? You go looking for him but not me?" No. Zhang Wei shook his head hastily. "I was just going to ask him to buy something." Li Dasun was just teasing him and didn't really mind. Seeing his awkwardness, he stopped teasing him and smiled, "Well, the cafeteria steamed buns today. I just went to call your second uncle over to eat some. You should come along too." "Oh, sure, thanks, uncle." Zhang Wei replied quickly. "Let's go then." Li Dasun called out, and the 3 of them walked together toward the grain management office's entrance. Despite all the conversation between him and Li Dasun, Li Deshang hadn't uttered a single word. To Zhang Wei, this was nothing unusual. His eldest uncle, Li Dasun, was easygoing, while his second uncle, Li Deshang, exuded an imposing presence without needing to raise his voice. He rarely smiled or spoke much. Moreover, his voice was booming, and whenever he spoke, it carried an oppressive weight. As a child, Zhang Wei had actually been quite afraid of his second uncle. In fact, it wasn't just him. All the children felt an inexplicable fear whenever they saw Li Deshang. Zhang Wei recalled that whenever he misbehaved as a child, his mother, Li Jing, would threaten him, "If you don't behave, I'll send you to your second uncle." Hearing that, he'd instantly turn into a model child, never daring to misbehave again. Perhaps the shadow of childhood lingers still. Even though Zhang Wei had been reborn and knew his second uncle was actually a very good person, seeing Li Deshang's naturally imposing face still made him feel inexplicably uneasy. He took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Second uncle, aren't you supposed to be at work? Didn't coming out now interfere with your work?" Li Deshang replied expressionlessly, "No crowds today. Not many people around at noon." His words were concise, yet even in casual speech, his voice remained booming. Only then did he glance at Zhang Wei and ask, "You mentioned wanting to buy something from me earlier. What is it?" Zhang Wei had many things he wanted to buy, but before discussing it with his uncle, he dared not say. He could only reply, "We'll talk about that later." Then he quickly changed the subject. "Oh, right, uncle, my dad is at your place." Li Dasheng, upon hearing this, naturally assumed Zhang Wei had come to buy things for his father and said no more. Li Dasun, standing nearby, chuckled. Wei, did your aunt drag your dad off to carry things again?" Zhang Wei chuckled. "Uncle, you're sharp as a tack." Li Dasun roared with laughter. "If your father hadn't been dragged off to work by your aunt, would he have let you go shopping alone?" Turning to Li Dasheng, he added, "Second brother, no offense, but you should tell Hongyu to slow down. Her health is important." Li Dasheng's mouth twitched. "If only she'd listened to me." Zhang Wei chimed in, "Uncle, you won't believe it, Uncle Li was sent off to work before he even had a chance to speak." Li Dasun laughed even harder. But Zhang Wei earned a fierce glare from Li Dasheng. Startled, he quickly ducked his head. But what he said was absolutely true. Second Aunt Zhao Hongyu couldn't stand idleness herself, and she couldn't stand it if anyone else in the family was idle either. Not just his second uncle, even his cousins were constantly kept busy with household chores under her urging. Even during the years he boarded at his second uncle's house, his aunt never let him off the hook for chores. It could be said that the work ethic he developed was largely cultivated by his second aunt. As the three chatted, they walked to the single-occupancy dormitory Li Dasun had been assigned at the grain management office. Watching Zhang Wei unload the carrying pole and set down the 2 wine flasks, Li Dasun said, Wei, keep your second uncle company for a bit. I'll go to the canteen and get some food." With that, he grabbed a mesh bag and 2 rectangular aluminum lunchboxes before heading out. Inside the room, only Li Dasheng and Zhang Wei remained. In the past, whenever Zhang Wei was alone with his second uncle, he felt utterly uncomfortable. The weight of familial authority and childhood traumas made him want to keep his distance. But upon meeting his second uncle again after his rebirth, Zhang Wei felt only warmth in his heart. "How's the pre-exam class going?" To Zhang Wei's surprise, Li Dasheng had initiated the conversation. Li Dasheng had received the notification about Zhang Wei's acceptance into the college entrance exam prep class 2 days prior. But in the 1980s, communication was limited, and with the two families living far apart, Li Dasheng still didn't know Zhang Wei had received the letter. "I got it the day before yesterday," Zhang Wei replied. "They told me to report on the 8th. Hearing this, Li Dasheng's stern, square face broke into a rare smile. "That's good. Once you start school, study hard and get into university just like your second brother did." Bitterness welled up in Zhang Wei's heart. He was already preparing to drop out. What was the point of aiming for university? He had originally intended to discuss dropping out and hunting only with his second uncle. But since this rare moment found both his eldest and second uncles together, he changed his mind and decided to tell them both. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and said, "Second uncle, when first uncle arrives, I'd like to discuss something with both of you." Li Dasheng paused slightly. "All right, we'll discuss it when your eldest uncle arrives." After that, he fell silent. He pulled out a pack of Tianmen cigarettes from his pouch, took one out, fished for a match, struck it, lit the cigarette, and began puffing. With his uncle silent, Zhang Wei found it awkward to speak. The two sat there in silence. Fortunately, Li Dasun returned quickly. Carrying an aluminum lunchbox in one hand and a mesh bag hanging from his wrist, he called out from the doorway, Wei, come help me carry this." Zhang Wei hurried over to take it. The contents of the 2 aluminum lunchboxes remained hidden for now, their lids closed. But the steamed buns in the mesh bag were still steaming hot. Zhang Wei glanced at them. There were 6 buns. Zhang Wei took the 2 aluminum lunchboxes from Li Dashuan's hands. One was warm, but the other was scalding hot. Inside the dorm room stood a small coffee table. Li Dasun deftly grabbed a newspaper and spread it on the table. His practiced movements showed he often came here to eat with Li Dasun. Once the paper was laid out, Zhang Wei placed the 2 aluminum lunchboxes on top. Opening them, he found one contained stir-fried cabbage, while the scalding hot aluminum box held egg drop soup. After placing the steamed bun net bag, Li Dasun took 3 pairs of chopsticks from a porcelain cup on the drawer, handing 1 pair each to Li Dasheng and Zhang Wei. Pointing to the 6 buns, he smiled and said, 3 are vegetable buns, 3 are sweet-filled buns. 2 each. Eat whichever you prefer." Zhang Wei untied the net pouch, first picking up a sweet-filled bun and setting it on the drawer behind him. Then he took a vegetable bun, took a bite, and declared, "I like the vegetable buns." Li Dasun saw this and chuckled. "Then why did you take a sweet-filled bun?" Zhang Wei replied matter-of-factly, "The sweet-filled bun I'll take it home for Kai to eat later." Li Dasun and Li Dasheng both froze, followed by a brief silence. Chapter 36, Who He's Closer To. Both Li Dasun and Li Dasheng knew Zhang Wei's family wasn't well off, but they hadn't expected that over a simple meal of buns, Zhang Wei would eat one and save another. Li Dasun looked at Zhang Wei with approval and praised, Wei, you're becoming more and more considerate." As he spoke, he selected a sweet-filled bun from his net bag and handed it to Zhang Wei, saying, "Then I'll only have one for lunch too. This sweet-filled bun is for you as well. Take it home for Kai to eat." "Thanks, uncle." Zhang Wei accepted the bun without hesitation and tucked it away, then turned his gleaming eyes toward his second uncle. While Li Dasun was speaking, Li Dasheng had already grabbed a sweet-filled bun and taken a bite. Noticing Zhang Wei's gaze, he said, "I have a big appetite, so I won't save any buns. When you go to the supply and marketing cooperative later, I'll give you a packet of biscuits. Take them back for Kai Kai to eat." "No, I want buns." Zhang Wei unapologetically grabbed another vegetable bun from the net bag and grinned, "Perfect. Those two are sweet-filled buns. I'll take Uncle Air's vegetable bun too, so Kai Kai can try different flavors." Truthfully, he was thinking that with 3 kids at home, bringing back only 2 buns wouldn't be fair to share. So he simply took the vegetable bun meant for his second uncle too. Li Dasheng shook his head helplessly. Li Dasun, however, burst out laughing. "Wei Wei, you've really made it now. You're not even afraid of your second uncle anymore." Zhang Wei chuckled. "Uncle Air cares about me the most. Why would I be afraid of him?" Li Dasheng froze. In his memory, Zhang Wei wasn't exactly dull, but he wasn't the type to be sweet-talking either. Today was strange. The boy's words were as smooth as if coated in honey, and his courage had grown remarkably bold, daring to take his buns. That would have been unthinkable before. He sensed Zhang Wei was different from before, almost like a changed person. But Zhang Wei's change was for the better, which delighted him. He mused that perhaps Zhang Wei had received his acceptance letter for the college entrance exam prep class, which might explain his newfound cheerfulness. He didn't dwell on it further. Yet, a rare smile still flickered across his stern, square face. Li Dasun also noticed Zhang Wei's change. He gave him a surprised look, uttered a couple of tisk sounds, then turned to Li Dasheng and said, "Second brother, look at this. When did Wei Wei become so smooth-talking?" Li Dasheng ignored his brother's remark. Taking a bite of his bun, he swallowed and said, "Wei Wei got his acceptance letter for the college entrance exam prep class." "Really?" Li Dasun exclaimed happily, then turned to Zhang Wei. "Wei Wei, when did the letter arrive? Why didn't you tell me?" Zhang Wei replied, "I got it the day before yesterday." Hearing it arrived 2 days ago, yet he only found out today, and from his second brother no less. Li Dasun shot Zhang Wei a reproachful look. "Wei Wei, you really are closer to your second uncle. You only told him about the acceptance letter? If he hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known about such big news." Zhang Wei quickly explained, "Uncle, I only told second uncle after you went to the cafeteria." Hearing this, Li Dashuan's mood lifted again. But Li Dasheng seemed determined not to let him feel too pleased. "Big brother," he said, "Wei Wei lived with me when he was little. What's wrong with him being closer to me? I've always been the one looking after him since he was little. When he got the notice for the college entrance exam prep class, was there anything wrong with him telling me first?" Li Dasun retorted unhappily, "He lived at your place when he was little because Ping Ping was the same age as him. So because he lived with you, he's closer to you? I'm his uncle. Ever since he was little, he always wanted me to hold him. When did he ever ask you to hold him when he was young? Oh, but whenever you tried to hold him, he'd start crying in fright. He definitely bonded more with me, his uncle." Li Dasheng retorted, "So what if he was scared of me when he was little?" "He was scared because I was strict with him. It's precisely because I disciplined him strictly back then that he's doing so well in school now and can get into college. Unlike you, who just played with him all day and never paid attention to his studies." Listening to his 2 uncles bicker arguing over who was closer to him warmed Zhang Wei's heart. Perhaps in family bonds, there are never any grand matters. True affection might just be like this, endlessly arguing over trivial things like who is closer to whom, matters completely devoid of logic. It was like how parents often ask their children, "Are you closer to your dad or your mom?" Zhang Wei smiled and said, "Uncle 1, Uncle 2, stop arguing. You're both my uncles, equally close to me." Hearing this, the 2 stopped arguing. After all, it was just brothers joking around, no need to fight over who was right or wrong. The 3 ate in peace. Biting into a steamed bun and scooping a forkful of stir-fried cabbage from the aluminum lunchbox was incredibly delicious. Soon, the buns and stir-fried cabbage were completely devoured. From the other aluminum lunchbox, they shared the egg drop soup, each holding their own container and taking turns sipping it. In those days, no one insisted on having their own bowl, everyone drank soup from the same one. The 3 of them drank every last drop of the egg drop soup from the aluminum lunchbox, leaving it cleaner than if it had been washed. However, Zhang Wei had skimped on the buns, giving each person only 1 instead of the promised 2. As a result, none of them felt truly full. Li Dasun didn't mind, he didn't do physical labor anyway, so a light lunch was fine for him. He was a bit worried about Zhang Wei and asked, "Wei Wei, are you full?" "Not really. Just tell me, and I'll see what's available on the street later to get you something to eat." Zhang Wei replied, "Before I came out, my aunt cooked me a bowl of egg noodles. I just had a bun, so I'm not hungry anymore." Li Dasheng shot Zhang Wei a glance and remarked, "Not being full is his own problem. Who told him to skimp on the buns? Now I'm not full either." Zhang Wei chuckled. "Uncle, if you'd said that before I mentioned Auntie cooked me egg noodles, I might have believed you." Li Dasheng shot him a glare but said nothing more. He pulled out a pack of De Chenmen cigarettes, handed one to Li Dasun, and lit one for himself. Li Dasun took a drag, exhaled a puff of smoke, and then smiled. Wei Wei, now you see clearly, don't you? Between your second uncle and me, who cares more about you? He pointed at Li Deshang. Look at your uncle, he's still grumbling about you taking his buns. Seeing the two about to start bickering again, Zhang Wei quickly interjected, both hurt, both hurt. Both loved, both loved. Li Deshang shot Li Dasun a withering look. Will you ever stop? All this nonsense. We've finished eating, and we still haven't discussed the important matter. Li Dasun froze, looking bewildered. What important matter? Chapter 37, Strategic Showdown. Li Deshang replied, since Wei Wei is going to school, we need to make arrangements for his education. Li Dasun slapped his forehead, chuckling awkwardly. Wei Wei, your second uncle really wasn't wrong. I only remember teasing you, I never kept tabs on you as much as he did. Li Deshang didn't dwell on the matter. Turning to Zhang Wei, he said, Wei Wei, among all our relatives, only your family has produced one college student, your second brother. If you get into university too, it'll bring honor to all of us. That's right, that's right. Li Dasun nodded repeatedly. Wei Wei, you must study hard. You absolutely must follow your second brother's example and get into university too. A bitter taste filled Zhang Wei's mouth, but he held his tongue for now. Li Deshang continued, your family's situation your uncle and I both know about it. If you get into university, even if your parents can't afford it, your uncle and I will help. Li Dasun chimed in, that's right. It's rare for a college student to come from our family. We uncles would sell everything we own to make sure you finish your education. Hearing these words, Zhang Wei's eyes welled up. This was the true nature of family ties in Daxia, nothing like the vicious relatives portrayed in those female-oriented online novels. In Daxia's social dynamics, there was a saying, relatives only hope their kin are poor, while friends only hope their friends are rich. But that was truly the exception, not the rule. And certainly not the kind of venomous relatives often portrayed. In the Daxia kinship system, what prevailed was the shared hardships and joys of blood ties, the deep affection where blood is thicker than water, and the warmth of humanity. Uncle Dai, Uncle Heir. Thank you both. It's truly a blessing to be your nephew. Zhang Wei said from the bottom of his heart. Li Dasun immediately smiled, pointing at Zhang Wei and saying to Li Deshang, look at him, second brother. He's about to be a college student and he's still being sentimental. Li Deshang's face also held a smile, though it was faint. He said, studying hard is the best way to thank us. Study hard. Those words cut deep. If he could, Zhang Wei would have studied hard too. He too wanted to be a carefree youth, writing passionately and discussing grand visions in the beautiful campus grounds. But he was born in the wrong era. He hadn't been born in the glorious era of the Great Xia, but in its most arduous times. He wasn't born in Rome, he was merely the son of two impoverished farmers. Children of the poor grow up fast. Reborn, the time had come for him to take charge. It was also time for him to confront his two uncles. I hope my first and second uncles will understand and support me. Zhang Wei silently murmured to himself. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he was no longer a greenhorn. Even when confronting them, he wouldn't be blunt. Instead, he strategically picked up a wine flask beside him and said with a smile, Uncle Li, this fine wine is specially brought for you too. When they first met, Li Dasun and Li Deshang had noticed Zhang Wei carrying 2 wine jugs on a shoulder pole and found it odd, but they hadn't asked. Now, seeing Zhang Wei proactively offer the jugs, Li Dashuan's expression turned grave. He asked in a deep voice, Wei Wei, where did you get so much wine? Though Li Deshang remained silent, his piercing eyes conveyed authority, his questioning gaze unmistakable. After all, that was 2 whole jugs of liquor. 1 jug held 10 jin, so 2 jugs meant 20 jin costing 10 or 20 yuan. They both knew that given Zhang Wei's family's current circumstances, buying 20 pounds of liquor was practically impossible. Zhang Wei saw the look on his 2 uncles' faces and knew exactly what they were thinking. However, using the wine as a pretext was his strategy to confront his uncles, so he remained completely unhurried. Instead, he grinned and said, Uncle, this is Mountain Valley wine aged and superb. He unscrewed the lid of the jug. The moment the lid lifted, a pure, rich, and potent aroma wafted out, filling the entire room. Li Dasun, who didn't drink, immediately covered his nose, but still remarked, this wine smells quite fragrant. Li Deshang said, let me see. Zhang Wei promptly handed over the flask. Li Deshang took the flask, first bringing his nose close to the spout for a careful sniff. Then he dipped his index finger into the opening, scooping up a drop of liquor. He withdrew his finger, placed it in his mouth, and licked it with his tongue before smacking his lips. It's definitely aged liquor, 53% proof. This is a rare gem. Zhang Wei gaped at Li Deshang in astonishment. Second uncle, you could tell the proof just from one taste? Li Deshang shot him a dismissive glance and replied coolly, do you think your second uncle became a salesman at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative for nothing? If I couldn't tell something like this, I'd be better off going home to grow sweet potatoes instead of being a salesman at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Zhang Wei felt a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, are the standards for being a sales clerk at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative really this high? He was no stranger to drinking himself, with a considerable tolerance able to down half a pound of baijiu in a single sitting. But his drinking was more like chugging once he got drunk, he couldn't tell one liquor from another. Uncle Li, you're amazing. Zhang Wei gave Li Deshang a heartfelt thumbs up. In his previous life, he had no idea his second uncle possessed such a skill. Only now did he realize that people he thought he knew well were actually strangers to him. Fortunately, he had been reborn. This time around, he had all the time, patience, and attentiveness he needed to truly understand his family and loved ones. Li Dazhan, hearing Li Deshang praise the wine so highly, couldn't help but ask, Wei, where exactly did these 2 bottles of wine come from? Li Deshang fixed him with an authoritative gaze, his expression clearly saying, give me a reasonable explanation, or else. When Zhang Wei had produced the wine, he had already prepared his explanation. He carefully chose his words. Uncle, these 2 jars of wine were given to me by someone else. Li Dazhan narrowed his eyes, as if trying to see right through Zhang Wei, and demanded in a deep voice, who gave them to you? Clearly, he didn't believe Zhang Wei's words. In his mind, Zhang Wei was still just a 19-year-old boy who would give him so much liquor? Zhang Wei explained, I just came from my second uncle's place to the street at noon, planning to find tailorshin to make some clothes. That's when I saw a woman fall down. I rushed over to help her up and realized she'd badly injured her leg. At her request, I escorted her home. She's from Benchan village. Her name is Li Chunmei. As he spoke, he silently apologized to Li Chunmei in his mind, sorry, sister-in-law. Since you're my sister-in-law, I had no choice but to use you as a cover. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain this to my 2 uncles. When Zhang Wei explained it was an act of kindness, both Li Dazhan and Li Deshang showed no objection, their faces even wore expressions of satisfaction. In those days, it wasn't common for people to be blackmailed after helping others. On the contrary, nearly everyone had been taught from childhood to be helpful. Lei Feng, Lai Ning, Luo Xingjiao, Xiao Xiaoyun. Each of these resounding names served as role models for those growing up in this era. Influenced by these role models, people of this era took helping others for granted and felt honored to do so, never considering the potential consequences of their kindness. Zhang Wei continued, her home was at the foot of a mountain covered in ravines. When I delivered her home, I happened to hear her husband shouting from the mountain that a wolf had snatched their chicken. Li Chunmei turned pale at the mention of wolves and, despite her limp, insisted on climbing the mountain to find her husband. How could I let a woman with a limp go after wolves? So, I grabbed my bamboo pole and chased after her up the mountain. Chapter 38, Second Brother, that's going too far. What? You say there are wolves on the mountain? You're going up there with wolves around? Li Dazhan and Li Deshang nearly shouted in unison. Yes, wolves. Zhang Wei's voice remained calm. And not just one, there are 8 wolves in total. Hearing this, Li Dazhan and Li Deshang turned deathly pale, even though Zhang Wei stood perfectly unharmed before them. The look of lingering terror on the brothers' faces was thick and unshakable. So many wolves, how could you possibly dare? Are you out of your mind? You don't care about your own life, but have you thought about your parents? Have you forgotten what happened to your eldest brother? Your father will carry the pain of your eldest brother's death for the rest of his life. If he knew you went up the mountain chasing wolves, he'd die of grief. You, really? Li Deshang leapt to his feet, pointing at Zhang Wei and bellowing angrily. His voice was already booming under normal circumstances, but when he flew into a rage, it thundered like a crack of lightning, making Zhang Wei's ears ring. As a child, seeing his second uncle like this would have scared the pants off him. Yet now, facing his uncle's thunderous rage, Zhang Wei remained as calm as autumn water, feeling a warm glow inside, like winter sunshine on his face. Zhang Wei felt both joyful and deeply moved. Because some anger wasn't born of hatred, but of love pushed to its limits. Compared to Li Deshang, Li Dazhan was much calmer. He tugged at Li Deshang's sleeve. Second brother, don't get so worked up. Look, Wei Wei is right here in front of us, isn't he? Li Deshang angrily shook off Li Dashuan's hand and barked at Zhang Wei, come here. Zhang Wei immediately walked obediently to Li Deshang's side and stood at attention. Take off your clothes. Seeing Zhang Wei stand obediently like a child who'd done something wrong, Li Deshang's anger subsided slightly. Yet his face remained cold as he suddenly demanded. Zhang Wei's face twisted in misery as he whined, second uncle, I'm this old now. You're not going to spank me, are you? Spank you? Li Deshang froze, staring in disbelief. When have I ever spanked you? Zhang Wei replied, when I was in second grade, I woke up one night needing to pee. But it was cold, and the room was pitch black. I was too scared to get up, so I just peed on the wall from my bed. Back then, your bedroom with Auntie was on the first floor, while Ping Ping and my room were upstairs. My pee ran down the wall, dripped through the floorboards, and fell right onto your bed. You yelled downstairs, saying the urine dripped into your ears. Then you ran upstairs and beat both Ping Ping and me. Li Deshang froze, recalling that such an incident had indeed happened. Anger flared in him. You little brat. I only hit you that one time, and you've held it against me ever since. Fuming, Li Deshang began rummaging around the room, pretending to search for something to hit someone with. Second brother, is that really true? Good thing you sleep on your side, so Wei Wei's pee only dripped into your ear. If you'd been sleeping on your back with your mouth open snoring, that pee would have dripped right into your mouth. Ha ha ha. You might have even been dreaming about drinking. Ha ha ha. Li Dasun, standing nearby, bent over double, clutching his stomach, laughing so hard tears were nearly streaming down his face. Li Desheng's mouth twitched at the memory. It was something that happened years ago, something he had long forgotten. Back then, Zhang Wei was still young and harmless. But now Zhang Wei was nearly 20. Bringing this up and making the boss laugh? This time, he genuinely felt like beating Zhang Wei to vent his frustration. But in Li Dashuan's room, aside from a single bed, a chest of drawers, a coffee table, and a few chairs, there really wasn't anything handy to use as a weapon. Suddenly, Li Dasheng spotted the pole Zhang Wei used to carry his wine jugs. He strode over and snatched it from Zhang Wei's grasp. Even Zhang Wei was startled. He exclaimed, "No way, second uncle. You're that ruthless? You're gonna beat me with a pole?" Li Dasun stopped joking immediately, rushing over to pull Li Dasheng back while apologetically saying, "Second brother, it's not that serious." Not at all. Of course, Li Dasheng wasn't really going to hit him, but he still made a show of it, pointing at Zhang Wei and saying, "If you dare not take off your clothes, I really will hit you. If I hit you, your parents won't say a word, they'll just say I did the right thing." Zhang Wei sighed helplessly and began to take off his padded jacket. As he undressed, he sighed inwardly. Day after day, he was being made to strip twice. Just as this thought crossed his mind, it suddenly clicked. He chuckled, continuing to peel off his coat as he said, "Uncle, if you want to check if I'm hurt, just say so. No need to scare me like this. I'm perfectly fine, not even a scratch on me." With that, he swiftly stripped off not just his padded coat, but also the knit sweater and undershirt beneath, revealing his well-built upper body. He even playfully struck a model's pose, flexing his muscles and spinning around with a quick turn. At that moment, Li Dasun finally understood. Second uncle hadn't really intended to hit Zhang Wei, he was just worried about his injuries and wanted to check. Seeing that Zhang Wei truly hadn't even skinned himself, Li Dasheng felt relieved but also started to feel sorry for him. He grumbled, "It's freezing out here. Who are you stripping down for?" Li Dasun chimed in, "Hurry up and get dressed. You'll catch a cold." Only then did Zhang Wei leisurely put his clothes back on. Once he was seated again, Li Dasun asked, "You encountered 8 wolves. How did you escape?" Before he could answer, Li Dasheng interjected impatiently, "What else could he have done? He must have fought them off." Li Dasun looked surprised. "Second brother, how do you know?" Li Dasheng pointed to the bloodstains on one end of the carrying pole and said, "I've used this pole before. It used to be spotless, but now it's covered in blood. What else could it be but from fighting wolves?" Li Dasun looked and saw the bloodstains indeed covered one end of the pole. The stains had turned into dark, blackened spots, and a faint, lingering scent of blood still hung in the air. Wei, did you really chase the wolves away?" Li Dasun asked, sounding almost incredulous. Zhang Wei smiled proudly. "Uncle, I didn't just scare off the wolves, I killed all 8 of them." "What? You say you killed 8 wolves? How is that possible?" Li Dasun and Li Dasheng exclaimed in unison. Both men had served in the military, their jobs were assigned when they transitioned out of service. If given a pole, they were confident they could kill a wolf. But for one man to kill 8 wolves with a pole, unscathed? They knew they couldn't do it, and they simply didn't believe it. Seeing their disbelief, Zhang Wei smiled and said, "Don't believe me? No problem. Tomorrow at the market day, the whole valley will be in town. You'll see for yourselves then." He had revealed the story of slaying 8 wolves out of necessity. Even if he kept quiet, the whole valley would spread the news. Eventually, it would reach Li Dasun and Li Dasheng's ears. Rather than wait for others to spread the news and face their questioning later, he chose to speak up first. Hearing his confident tone, which didn't sound like he was lying, Li Dasun and Li Dasheng exchanged glances. Wei, did you really kill 8 wolves? With just this pole?" Li Dasun asked again, still not convinced. "Of course." Zhang Wei declared emphatically, then added, "Not only did I kill 8 wolves, I sold them all." With that, he pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and slammed it onto the coffee table. Chapter 39, If you asked me first, I wouldn't have agreed. A thick stack of cash landed on the coffee table. Most were large denomination notes, with plenty of 5 yuan, 2 yuan, and 1 yuan bills mixed in. But on top lay a crumpled stack of small bills, all dimes and pennies, even a dozen or so coins. "Oh, sorry." Zhang Wei grabbed the stack of small bills and stuffed them back into his pocket, muttering resentfully, these are for mom to buy clothes." Originally, he had planned to use these 8 yuan to buy medicine for his parents at the clinic. But with the income from selling the wolf, he no longer intended to spend this money. He planned to find a place to keep it safe. Because this was money his mother had given him after his rebirth. He wanted to keep it forever. Li Dasun and Li Dasheng, unaware of his secret thoughts, stared longingly at the thick stack of bills on the coffee table. After a long while, Li Dasun picked up the money and began counting each bill one by one. A total of 567 yuan and 6 jiao. After finishing the count, Li Dasun announced in a low voice. As he counted, Li Dasheng's eyes never left the bills. Even without Li Dasun announcing the total, Li Dasheng knew it was 567 yuan and 6 jiao. Seeing such a large sum, both Li Dasun and Li Dasheng wore solemn expressions. Even for them, Li Dasun with his slightly longer tenure earned only 23 yuan and 80 fun a month, while Li Dasheng's monthly wage was just 19 yuan and 60 fun. Together, their annual earnings barely exceeded 200 yuan. The sum Zhang Wei had produced exceeded their combined annual earnings. Yet Zhang Wei claimed it was the money he earned from hunting wolves. This was hard for them to accept at first. But upon reflection, it was money earned from selling 8 wolves, which seemed about right. After all, who could kill 8 wolves at once? Putting the money aside for now, Li Dasheng asked, Wei, how did you manage to kill 8 wolves? Li Dasun was also curious about this and looked at Zhang Wei, waiting for his answer. Li Wei smiled. Second uncle, I've been practicing Qinglong fist since I was a kid. Li Dasheng pondered this. When Zhang Wei lived at their house as a child, he had indeed been quite active and mentioned learning some Qinglong fist, but he had never seen him practice it seriously. This only made him doubt even more. Li Dasun was more direct. Pfft, he snorted. You practicing Qinglong fist? I've never seen you do it. Zhang Wei replied, Uncle Dai, Uncle Air, I learned the blue dragon fist from my grandfather when I was little. Li Dasun hummed, oh, right. I remember now. Your grandfather was Zhang Zhang Wenju. Zhang Wei blurted out the name. Right, Zhang Wenju. Li Dasun continued, when I chatted with him, I think he mentioned being conscripted by the nationalists in his youth. He served in the army for several years and learned some kind of boxing from an officer while stationed there. Zhang Wei nodded. That's the blue dragon fist. Li Dasun still seemed skeptical. Even if you did learn Qinglong Quan, I never saw you practice it. How could you suddenly become so skilled killing 8 wolves single-handedly with just a carrying pole? Zhang Wei replied, Uncle, I did learn Qinglong Quan as a child, but I never really practiced it. His tone shifted abruptly. But 2 years ago, after my older brother met his end, I swore I would avenge him. Ever since then, I've been sneaking out at night to practice my boxing. My father knows about this. At the mention of Zhang Wan, Li Dasun and Li Dasheng both grew somber. When they heard he'd started training 2 years ago and that Zhang Kaming knew about it, Li Dasun and Li Dasheng found it hard to say anything more. They accepted Zhang Wei's words. Looking at Zhang Wei, their eyes held a mix of admiration, relief, and heartache. Such a young boy, yet he'd channeled all that determination into mastering such formidable skills. As his uncles, they were naturally delighted. However, regarding his desire to avenge Zhang Wan, both uncles shared the same stance. Li Dasun said, Wei, it's clear you've become quite formidable now, more so than your second uncle or me. But don't even think about avenging your brother, it's far too dangerous. Li Dasheng nodded. Yes, Wei. If your father found out about this idea, wouldn't it break his heart? Don't you know your parents still carry the pain of your brother's death? It took 2 years for your parents to recover a little, and the scars on their hearts have only just begun to heal. You're grown now. You need to understand. Don't reopen your parents' wounds. It was rare for Li Dasheng to speak so gently and at such length. Zhang Wei listened, his heart brimming with emotion. But some things simply had to be done. He had been reborn precisely to make amends for his regrets and complete what he hadn't achieved in his previous life. How could he give up so easily? Zhang Wei composed himself and spoke softly, Second uncle, do you remember what I told you earlier? That once first uncle arrived, I had something to discuss with you both? Seeing that Zhang Wei hadn't responded to his earlier warning but instead brought this up, Li Dasheng felt a twinge of displeasure. Still, he replied, yes, you did. Now that your eldest uncle is here, go ahead and say what you need to say. Li Dasun chuckled. Well now, Wei's a good lad waiting for his great uncle to discuss matters. What is it? Go ahead. Both men turned their gaze to Zhang Wei. This was the first time Zhang Wei had ever formally sought their counsel, and both men took it seriously. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and said, the old saying goes, mother's side is the strongest. Uncle, second uncle, I'm consulting you now because I consider you my closest kin. So stop treating me like a child. The moment I tell you what's on my mind, you go back and tell my father, selling me out. Li Dasheng raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Li Dasun let out a oh-ho and turned to Li Dasheng, saying, second brother, from the sound of Wei's tone, he's planning to do something shady behind his brother-in-law's back. Li Dasheng shot him a withering look. His eldest brother, though no longer young, showed no sign of maturity or steadiness. Everything he touched turned into a laughing matter. Seeing his second brother ignore him, Li Dasun didn't seem embarrassed. He turned to Zhang Wei and said, Wei, go ahead and say it. Your uncle won't tell your dad anyway. Zhang Wei turned his questioning gaze back to Li Dasheng, his eyes silently saying, if you don't agree, uncle, I won't say a word. Li Dasheng snorted and said, go ahead. Let's see what it is. He hadn't agreed, but he hadn't refused either. Zhang Wei knew his second uncle's temperament. He understood that this response was already a concession. He didn't press Li Dasheng for a firm promise. Instead, he said, Uncle Li, second uncle, I've decided not to enroll in the college entrance exam prep class. Li Dasun and Li Dasheng exchanged glances. They had both wondered, was Zhang Wei asking them to cover up his wolf hunting? Or to hide the fact he had over 500 yuan? All sorts of possibilities crossed their minds. But they hadn't expected this turn, Zhang Wei declaring he wouldn't go to school. After a moment, Li Dasheng stated bluntly, if you're asking my opinion, I won't agree. Go ask your uncle what he thinks. He finished speaking and turned to look at Li Dasun. Chapter 40, Adding Fuel to the Fire. Li Dasheng's gaze held a hint of expectation. He thought, big brother, on such a matter of principle, you can't be playing the nice guy now, can you? Ahem. Li Dasun cleared his throat twice before speaking slowly, Wei, if you don't want to study anymore, what do you want to do? Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Bringing his uncle into the conversation was definitely better than talking to his second uncle alone. At least his eldest uncle hadn't explicitly opposed the idea. But he knew his uncle was only being agreeable on the surface. If he couldn't provide a solid reason, his uncle's opposition would be even fiercer than his second uncle's. Uncle, second uncle. Zhang Wei began slowly, recounting how his eldest brother Zhang Wen had met with misfortune, how his second brother had gone to the far northwest and couldn't return home, and then moving on to his two younger sisters, his sister-in-law, and his nieces and nephews. He had recounted these events once before to Li Chunmei while traversing the mountain valleys, and now the words flowed more easily. Yet the effect was vastly different. After all, Li Chunmei knew nothing of Zhang Wei's family circumstances. All her information came solely from Zhang Wei's account, and she was unfamiliar with the people he spoke of. Li Chunmei was, by nature, an outsider emotionally detached and unable to resonate deeply. Li Dasun and Li Dasheng, however, knew every detail of Zhang Wei's family like the back of their hands. They were blood relatives to every member of his family. When Zhang Wei recounted these stories, they felt every word as if it were their own. Listening to Zhang Wei's words, both men felt a dull ache in their hearts, their faces clouding with sadness. Seeing the emotional groundwork laid, Zhang Wei pressed on, my uncles already know about the family situation, they're well aware of it. But honestly, things at home are far worse than what I've described. Li Dasheng couldn't help but ask, what else? Zhang Wei replied, my father is sick. He's been coughing up blood in secret, hiding it from all of us, even Mom doesn't know. What? Li Dasheng exclaimed in shock, your father is that sick? Zhang Wei said bitterly, yes. He's this sick, yet he's still hiding it from us. Li Dasheng grew anxious. Didn't you say he's at our place? This won't do. I'm heading back right now. I'll insist on taking him to the hospital. Zhang Wei quickly interjected, second uncle, do you really think Dad would listen to you? Trust me, if you take him to the hospital this afternoon, he'll be out by tonight. Li Dasun added, second brother, don't panic. Since your father-in-law hid this from us, he clearly didn't want us to know. Finding out suddenly might only make him feel worse and resist coming to the hospital even more. Li Dasheng countered, but we can't just keep putting it off like this. Li Dasun countered, look, since Wei brought this up with us, he must have thought it through. Otherwise, why would he say he wants to discuss it with us? Hearing this, Li Dasheng sat back down. Looking at Zhang Wei, he said, Wei, you did the right thing. If you'd known and not told me or your uncle, that would have been truly unfilial. But he quickly added firmly, if you're considering dropping out of school because of your father's illness, I still won't agree to it. You focus on your studies. Your father's matters are ours to handle. Now that we know, we won't just stand by. Li Dasun nodded in agreement. Yes, Wei. Right now, getting into college is your top priority. Leave everything else to us. Hearing his uncle's words, Zhang Wei felt deeply moved. Yet he replied with a bitter smile, Uncle, second uncle, if it's just Dad's illness and the need for money for treatment, with you uncles here, I truly have no worries. Li Dasheng couldn't help but startle again, urgently asking, is there something else? Zhang Wei replied, my mother. Li Dasheng's face paled as he trembled, what's wrong with your mother? Li Dasun was equally anxious, urging Zhang Wei, you're driving us crazy. Just tell us already. Zhang Kaming was their brother-in-law. And Li Jing was their own sister. No matter how fair they treated others, a biological sister was a biological sister, irreplaceable by anyone. They couldn't help but feel even more anxious. Seeing his two uncles so frantic, Zhang Wei felt deeply guilty. Yet to successfully persuade them, he had to exaggerate even more. He said, my mother's migraines are getting worse and worse. Now she can't sleep a wink all night long. Li Dasun and Li Dasheng knew about Li Jing's migraines, but because she downplayed them, they'd always dismissed it as a minor ailment and never paid much attention before. They hadn't realized Li Jing's migraines had become this severe. How agonizing is it to be unable to sleep? That feeling of being so exhausted your eyelids feel heavy, yet you just can't fall asleep, it's utterly maddening. Li Dasun and Li Dasheng felt their hearts ache. But Zhang Wei spoke up, Uncle Li, though the migraines torment Mom terribly and aren't life-threatening yet, if left untreated long-term, I worry more about Mom than Dad. Treat it. We absolutely must treat it. Li Dasheng declared firmly. Li Dasun added, let's start at the town clinic. If that doesn't work, I'll find time to take your mom to the county hospital. We have to cure this. Hearing his uncles commit so firmly, Zhang Wei felt deeply satisfied. Zhang Wei looked at them gratefully and said, Uncle Dai, Uncle Air, Dad and Mom's illnesses definitely need treatment, but that's not what I wanted to talk to you about. Li Deshang asked, then what do you mean? Zhang Wei replied, Grandpa and Grandma have passed away. Today, I'll say something that might sound unfilial. If Grandpa and Grandma were this sick, could you two still focus on your studies? Li Dasun and Li Deshang both froze. At that moment, they understood what Zhang Wei was truly trying to convey. Truthfully, they still wanted to object, still hoped Zhang Wei would continue his studies. But their words no longer carried the same firmness. People share the same heart, what you wouldn't want for yourself. Ah! Li Dasun let out a long sigh and turned his head away. Li Deshang pulled out a Dakianman cigarette from his pocket, handed one to Li Dasun, then lit his own and took a deep drag. That deep drag seemed to suck the entire cigarette into his lungs in one go. Only when faced with troubles beyond their control do men smoke like this. At times like this, they weren't smoking tobacco, they were inhaling their own unresolved sorrows, their own unforgivable inadequacies. Zhang Wei continued, Uncle Dai, Uncle Air, you are the best relatives I could ever have. Being related to you both is the greatest blessing of my life. But uncle, second uncle, I'm not just your relative, I'm also my parents' son. I want to do everything I can to take care of Mom and Dad. Besides, first uncle, second uncle, you have your own families. Your homes are certainly better off than ours right now. But your homes aren't wealthy either. Uncle, you can be my backup, my safety net. But I'm grown now, I can't rely on you for everything. Chapter 41, A Child Too Sensible to Bear. Zhang Wei's words moved both Li Dasun and Li Deshang deeply. It wasn't just the sincerity of his words, but the realization that they were witnessing a young man's growth. The child they once knew had, unnoticed, matured so profoundly. Though his shoulders still bore a hint of youth and his frame remained slender, he was prepared to shoulder the family's burdens. But how could they bear to see such a wonderful nephew, such a good child, abandon his education? Yet at the same time, they sensed unwavering resolve in his words. This resolve wasn't a rash impulse, but a choice made after deep consideration. Even if they wanted to change his mind, they knew it would be futile. Li Deshang's tiger-like eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed tenderly at Zhang Wei, his voice catching slightly. Wei, you've grown up and become so sensible. Your second uncle is very happy. I can't say I oppose your choice. But this concerns your entire life. Are you truly certain? Zhang Wei lifted his head, his youthful face set with unwavering resolve. His voice rang out firmly, Uncle, I have thought it through. These past days, I've been thinking. If I don't do this, I'll be free and easy. I might be able to live a decent life. But that would be too selfish of me. Mom and Dad gave everything selflessly for us siblings. But now big brother is gone, second brother can't come back, the two younger sisters are still small, my sister-in-law needs care, and my two nephews are crying for food. I can't be that selfish. If I did that, even if I achieved great success later, my heart would never find peace. One day, I would regret it, and that regret would haunt me for the rest of my life. Enough. Li Deshang waved his hand to cut Zhang Wei off, his voice breaking with tears. Since you've made your choice, your uncle supports you. His voice trailed off briefly before rising again. But don't shoulder everything alone. Remember, you still have me as your uncle. Li Dasun added firmly, that's right, and me too. Just like you said, your second uncle, me, and your youngest uncle were all your support. Whatever troubles you face, you can come to us anytime. Zhang Wei nodded firmly. A relieved smile spread across his face. Having reborn to this point, persuading both uncles to stand by his side marked the first step toward breaking the deadlock. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, second uncle. Zhang Wei bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to both uncles. Li Deshang hurriedly helped him up, scolding, what are you doing? Li Dasun chimed in, Wei, that's not how it's done. Understood, uncle. Zhang Wei instantly became docile, replying humbly. Seeing his dramatic shift in demeanor, Li Dasun couldn't help but shake his head, muttering, this kid. Yet his eyes were filled with affection and heartache. Li Deshang said, Wei, since you've made up your mind, I'll talk to your father when we get back this afternoon. No. Zhang Wei immediately refused. Second uncle, please don't tell Dad yet. Li Deshang looked at him in surprise. Zhang Wei continued, second uncle, you know Dad is stubborn as an old mule. If you just blurt it out to him like that, he won't listen. Li Dasun chimed in from the side, second brother, Wei's right. You know how your brother-in-law's temper is. Wei must have his reasons. We might as well hear him out first. Li Deshang thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, we won't mention it for now. Zhang Wei said, Uncle Dai, Uncle Air, not only should you not tell Dad I'm not going to school, but please don't mention his illness either. My father, he's actually a very proud man. Once I've made all the necessary arrangements, I'll tell Dad about dropping out and take him to get treatment. Uncle Dai, Uncle Air, you've seen I can earn money now. Rest assured, with my skills, I won't let Mom and Dad's situation drag on too long. Please give me some time. Li Dasun and Li Deshang exchanged glances. They both knew exactly what kind of person Zhang Keiming was. Upon reflection, they knew Zhang Wei was right. For a moment, both men felt a complex mix of emotions. They had always treated Zhang Wei like a child, but now, how could he still be seen as one? This child's thoughts were more delicate than theirs, his considerations more thorough. Everything seemed to be under his control, arranged with meticulous order. Li Dasan tilted his head back, his large eyes beneath long eyebrows brimming with tears. He sighed softly. Every parent in this world hopes their child will be sensible. But sometimes, when a child is too sensible, it breaks your heart. Li Dashang also turned his head away discreetly, wiping the tears from his eyes. Zhang Wei wanted to cry too. Ever since his rebirth, he'd yearned to let out a good cry. But he couldn't. He had to appear strong. That was how a real man behaved. Only then would his uncles have full confidence in him and support him wholeheartedly. He forced back his emotions, plastered on a smile, and said, "Uncle Dai, Uncle Air, let's agree on this, keep the withdrawal from school a secret from Dad for now. I'll find the right moment to explain it to him properly." Li Dasan and Li Dashang both nodded. Zhang Wei continued, "Also, don't tell him about me killing those 8 wolves yet. You know he dreads hearing about wolves more than anything." Li Dasan and Li Dashang nodded in unison. Since they'd agreed to conceal the withdrawal, the wolf incident was even less of an issue. Besides, as Zhang Wei said, wolves were an unshakable nightmare in Zhang Kaming's mind. Looking at Zhang Wei, Li Dasan asked, Wei, so are you planning to become a hunter now?" Though Zhang Wei hadn't mentioned it directly, Li Dasan had already guessed the truth when he saw the 567 yuan and 6 jiao, heard about the 8 wolves he'd killed, and learned of his secret Qinglong fist training. "Yes, uncle." This time, Zhang Wei didn't evade the question, admitting it with remarkable candor. He explained, "In a place like Shurha village, no matter how hard I work the land, I won't be able to grow much grain in a year. When it comes to running a business, first off, I don't know how, and second, I don't have any connections. Plus, Sancha town is just too remote, no business could ever grow big here. But Shurha village is close to Dei Forest Farm, where there's plenty of game. Hunting not only provides meat for our families but also brings in money. You saw it yourselves, I only hunted 8 wolves and made over 500 yuan. In Sancha town, what could possibly make money faster than this?" Li Dasan nodded. "You're absolutely right." After a moment, he added with concern, "But Wei, hunting is really dangerous." Zhang Wei smiled. "Uncle, I'm not bragging, but with my current skills, as long as I don't do anything stupid, no wild beast can hurt me." Hearing this, Li Dasan couldn't really argue. After all, killing 8 wolves with just a bamboo pole and emerging unscathed was no ordinary feat. Zhang Wei continued, "Uncle, second uncle, rest assured. I won't do anything reckless. Even when I go hunting in the mountains, I'll always remember that I have parents, a little sister, and nieces and nephews waiting at home. That's why I won't venture too deep into the mountains at first. Once I hunt some small game, sell it for money, and buy a rifle, I'll be completely safe." Li Dasan nodded, a hint of admiration in his voice. "Since you understand the risks and have a plan, I can finally relax." Li Dashang added, Wei, I won't say anything more about dropping out of school or hunting." He then pointed to the money on the coffee table and asked, "What are you planning to do with this money?" Chapter 42, Don't Rush Down the Slope. Zhang Wei replied, "Second uncle, I want to buy some things for the family first to improve our living conditions. Also, I'll go to the hospital to get some medicine for mom and dad to take. Any extra money, I'll save up. Once I have enough, I'll buy a gun." Li Dashang nodded. "That sounds reasonable. If you need anything, come to my place later and take it." After a pause, he added, "But what will you tell your father when he asks where the money for these purchases came from?" This question gave Zhang Wei a headache. He hadn't yet come up with an excuse. Turning to Li Dashang, he tentatively suggested, "Uncle Li, could you help me come up with an explanation?" "You wish?" Li Dashang retorted. "I'm already doing you a favor by covering for you with your dad. You want me to lie for you too? No way." Zhang Wei turned to Li Dasan, who quickly interjected, Wei, lying isn't my forte. You'd better make something up yourself." "Yeah, at worst, you're second uncle and I won't call you out on it." Zhang Wei sighed helplessly. "I'll think of something else. When Dad asks, you two better back me up." Li Dashang remained silent. Li Dasan, however, chuckled. "Fine. I'll see how you cover it up when the time comes." He then whistled appreciatively, "You weren't this sly when you were little. Now, wow, you're like a completely different person." Zhang Wei gave an awkward chuckle. He hadn't become a different person, but reborn, he truly was a changed man. Li Dashang suddenly seemed to remember something. He looked at Zhang Wei and said, Wei, if you drop out, what about Xia? Asked this, Zhang Wei sighed inwardly again. He had only told Li Dasan and Li Dashang about dropping out and hunting, not a word about breaking off the engagement. This was part of his strategy. After all, you couldn't take a steep plunge all at once. If he brought up the broken engagement too, Li Dasan and Li Dashang might not support him. In this era, marriage wasn't treated as lightly as in later times. It wasn't something you could simply call off on a whim. Though he avoided the topic, he was still asked about it. After some thought, Zhang Wei replied, I'll discuss withdrawing from school with Xia and see what she thinks. In the end, he chose to hold back. He didn't pursue the topic of breaking off the engagement. Hearing this, Li Dashang nodded with relief. Yes, you need to have a proper talk with Xiaji. Li Dasun cautioned, when you talk to Xiaji, be kind. She's been so good to you. Don't take advantage of her now that you've achieved something. I know. Zhang Wei agreed verbally, though bitterness lingered in his heart. But regardless, this immediate hurdle was cleared. Zhang Wei didn't want to say more. He picked up the carrying pole and said, Uncle, I'll go wash the blood off the pole at the water tap first. Otherwise, Dad will see it. Go ahead. Li Dasun waved him off, handing him a rag. After Zhang Wei left, Li Dasun and Li Dashang exchanged glances. Li Dashang sighed, that boy, Wei Wei. What a waste. Li Dasun knew he was lamenting Wei Wei giving up his studies. With a bitter smile, he replied, he's changed. Yeah, Li Dashang sighed. It hasn't been that long since we last saw him, but he seems like a completely different person. I hardly recognize him anymore. Li Dasun felt the same way, but still said, enough of that. You work at the supply and marketing cooperative, find a way to get him a gun. He's dead set on hunting. He needs a gun. Li Dashang replied, I was thinking the same thing. Hunting in the mountains is dangerous after all. With his current skills, a gun should keep him safe. He paused, then added, getting him a gun isn't hard, but if my brother-in-law won't let him hunt, the gun won't do any good. Li Dasun nodded. That's true. With my brother-in-law's temper, Wei Wei might not be able to persuade him. But you must have noticed Wei Wei isn't an ordinary kid. The things he told us today? Those aren't the words of a 19-year-old. If he could persuade us too, he might just have a way to convince the son-in-law too. Li Dashang sighed, let's hope so. Li Dasun continued, then you should help him get the gun first. Don't tell him yet. Wait until he's persuaded your brother-in-law, then give him the gun. Li Dashang nodded. Understood. Li Dasun added, oh, and when you get back, don't mention this to Hongyu either. I won't tell your sister-in-law either. If they find out, third brother and Jelly will know too. Jelly has a mouth like a sieve. Word will spread in no time. Alright. Li Dashang agreed. This stays between us for now. Li Dasun said, then let's discuss what else we can do to help him. Li Dashang, alright. Zhang Wei walked to the water basin at the far end of the dormitory, turned on the faucet, and just as he was about to dip the end of his carrying pole under the stream, he seemed to suddenly remember something and yanked the pole back abruptly. Staring at the bloodstains on the bucket handle, he fell into a daze. After a moment, he walked back carrying the unwashed pole. Little did he know that in the brief time he'd been gone, his eldest and second uncles had already begun scheming to get him the gun he'd been so desperate to possess. When Zhang Wei returned to the bachelor dormitory, Li Dasun and Li Dashang didn't notice he hadn't cleaned the pole. Li Dashang pointed to the over 500 yuan on the coffee table and said, Wei Wei, you won't need that much cash for shopping, and carrying it around is inconvenient. I'll take you to the credit union to deposit it. Zhang Wei replied, alright, I'll listen to my second uncle. Li Dashang said, let's go then. Zhang Wei then said to Li Dasun, uncle, I'll leave the carrying pole and the liquor here with you. I'll come back for them after I'm done with my business. Li Dasun chuckled, didn't you say the liquor was for me and your second uncle? Why take it back now? Zhang Wei explained, one jar is for you, my second uncle, and my youngest uncle. I'll take the other one back with me. Li Dasun burst out laughing. I was just joking. I don't drink, and neither do your second uncle or youngest uncle. You can take all the liquor back with you. Zhang Wei shook his head. I said I'd give you one jar, so that's what I'll do. If you don't drink it yourselves, you can serve guests. This is aged Banshan Dako liquor, a rare find. Fine, whatever you say. Li Dasun waved his hand. Go handle things with your second uncle first. We'll head back together after work this afternoon. Alright, uncle. My second uncle and I will head out first. Zhang Wei said, leaving the dormitory with Li Dashang. They exited the grain management office and headed straight for the Sancha Town Rural Credit Cooperative. It was only 1981. Residents didn't even have ID cards yet, so depositing money at the credit union required only a household register. But with Li Dashang present, Zhang Wei didn't even need to show his household register. Chen Kezhong, the credit union director, issued Zhang Wei a passbook. Zhang Wei deposited 400 yuan into the passbook, keeping 167 yuan and 6 jiao on hand for emergencies. Ah, the 8 yuan Li Jing gave him didn't count. He planned to keep those 8 yuan forever as a memento. After leaving the credit union, the two headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative. On the way, Li Dashang made a rare joke. Wei Wei, you're a depositor now. You've got more savings than your uncle Li, who's been working for over 20 years. Zhang Wei smiled and said confidently, Uncle, this is just the beginning. My savings will only keep growing. Li Dashang nodded. I believe you. After walking a few more steps, Zhang Wei suddenly remembered that his family still owed his second uncle's family 60 yuan. Chapter 43, Not Her. 2 years ago, Zhang Wen, Zhang Rui, and Wang Fei went hunting in the mountains together but unfortunately encountered a pack of wolves, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 injury. After the incident, the families of Zhang Wei and Wang Fei blamed Zhang Wen and demanded compensation from Chen Xiu and Zhang Keiming. At the time, Chen Xiu suffered a nervous breakdown and went mad. As Zhang Wen's father, Zhang Keiming had no choice but to step in and handle the situation. He compensated the Zhang family with 200 yuan and the Wang family with 100 yuan. The total was 300 yuan. Most of that 300 yuan was borrowed by Zhang Keiming, including 60 yuan borrowed from Li Deshang. If he hadn't had money before, that would have been one thing, but now Zhang Wei had money. If he had money and still refused to repay, what kind of person would that make him? After pondering, he said, "Second uncle, I recall our family still owes you 60 yuan. Li Deshang certainly remembered this. He glanced at Zhang Wei, his tone tinged with displeasure. Why bring this up now? Zhang Wei replied, I have money now. Li Deshang replied, you should use the money you have first. Your parents still need medical care, and you still need to buy. He had been about to say he needed to buy a gun, but stopped himself at the last moment. Instead, he said, never mind. Let's not talk about that now. Keep your money for yourself. I don't need that 60 yuan. Zhang Wei scratched his head. Uncle, I never said I was going to pay you back. Li Deshang froze, asking, then why did you bring up the 60 yuan? Zhang Wei dropped his smile and said earnestly, second uncle, I just wanted to tell you that after I go hunting, once dad sees I'm making money, I'll give him what I earn. That 60 yuan was borrowed from your wife back then. I'll have dad repay it to her. Li Deshang paused, then instantly understood Zhang Wei's meaning. He shook his head and chuckled, you little rascal. Zhang Wei chuckled. So uncle, it's not that I'm keeping the money from you. Li Deshang said, you're thinking of your father. You're doing the right thing. Your father is the kind of man who's always been about saving face his whole life. If you gave the money directly to me, he wouldn't say anything, but it would definitely bother him. Sigh. I don't know how someone so young can be so worldly wise. Zhang Wei thought to himself, I've lived 2 lifetimes. But out came the words, that's because I lived in your house when I was little. Uncle Li and Auntie taught me well. Even Li Deshang, usually so stern, couldn't help but chuckle at his words. The uncle and nephew chatted all the way, arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative before they knew it. Zhang Wei said, Uncle, you go into work? I'll head to the clinic first to get medicine for mom and dad. Li Deshang hesitated. But your parents haven't been to the hospital for a checkup. How would you know what medicine to buy? Zhang Wei chuckled. Uncle, I didn't go to school for nothing. Mom's migraines can only be relieved with painkillers for now. Dad's coughing up blood, it's actually tuberculosis. He can take isoniazid or rifampicin. I'll go to the clinic and see what they have. I'll get some for them to take first. With that, he waved goodbye and headed toward the clinic. Li Deshang stood frozen at the supply cooperative entrance for a long moment, muttering to himself, he learned this stuff in school? High school textbooks wouldn't cover this kind of knowledge, would they? But then again, he hadn't finished high school himself. He really didn't know what exactly was in those textbooks. Forget it. This kid is getting harder and harder to figure out. Li Deshang shook his head and slowly entered the supply and marketing cooperative. As for Zhang Wei, after leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, he reached the health center in just 2 or 3 minutes. At this hour, the Sanchai Health Center was still quite rudimentary, just a row of 2-story buildings with earthen walls and tile roofs. The first floor housed the outpatient clinic, while the second floor served as the inpatient ward. The entire clinic was eerily quiet. A green quiet sign hung forlornly above the corridor, though no prompting was needed, the place was already dead silent. This stood in stark contrast to the crowded hospitals of later generations, where people jostled and queued for medical care. The reason for this was that people in the 1980s, especially those in rural areas, had almost no concept of going to the hospital for treatment. People of that era self-treated minor ailments with folk remedies. For example, if someone had a headache or fever, they would usually add an extra thick blanket at night, sleep under it, sweat it out, and that would usually cure them. For stomach issues like diarrhea, people would scoop a ladle of sour water from their home fermentation jars. Drinking it usually brought relief. For minor cuts, people weren't afraid of infection. For very small ones, they'd spit on the wound to disinfect it. For larger wounds, they'd sprinkle some homemade medicinal powder, stop the bleeding, bandage it, and that was that. Well, never mind minor ailments, even with more serious illnesses, rural folks rarely went to hospitals. They'd tough it out at home, pitting their bodies against sickness. If they pulled through, all was well. If they didn't, it was 3 things. 1 blast of the gong, 1 night of funeral songs, 1 mound of yellow earth. Only when someone is critically ill and truly unable to endure would their family take them to the hospital for treatment. Even then, the sick person still resists hospital treatment, insisting, I'm fine. I'll be better after a few days rest. Take Zhang Wei's parents, for instance. They were clearly sick but hid it from everyone, preferring to tough it out rather than go to the hospital. First, they genuinely lacked the awareness to seek medical care. Second, they were poor and couldn't bear the expense of treatment. Upon entering the clinic, the pungent smell of disinfectant hit Zhang Wei's nose and mouth, sending a wave of nostalgia through him. In his previous life, he'd spent much of his later years in hospitals. The smell was all too familiar. The difference was stark. In his past life, he entered hospitals confined to a wheelchair. Now, in this new life, he walked in on his own 2 feet. He couldn't help but reflect, for a person to live in good health, with limbs intact enough to hold things and walk, was in itself a profoundly precious kind of happiness. Perhaps those who have never lost a limb could never truly understand this feeling. In a daze, he thought he saw a snow-white figure approaching slowly, a smile on her face. He couldn't help but smile. He smiled foolishly. "Comrade, who are you looking for?" The cold female voice shattered the illusion before Zhang Wei like a mirror, its fragments scattering like snowflakes vanishing in the sunlight. Recognizing the figure before him, a female doctor in a white coat, stethoscope around her neck, glasses perched on her nose, his heart felt as though it had shattered. It wasn't her. How could it possibly be her? Zhang Wei gave a bitter smile and hurriedly said, "Doctor, I'm sorry." The young doctor glanced at him, thinking to herself, this man is quite handsome and doesn't look like he's sick. Why is he standing in the hospital hallway, smiling foolishly? Could he be mentally unstable? "It's fine," she said politely, though her voice remained icy and tinged with impatience. "What do you want?" In those days, there was no such thing as customer service with a smile, especially in hospitals. Doctors were notoriously aloof. Just getting them to acknowledge you was a win. Zhang Wei didn't let it bother him. "I'd like to buy some medicine," he said. The young doctor asked coldly, "What kind of medicine?" Zhang Wei replied, "I need isoniazid tablets or rifampicin tablets, and some painkillers." Hearing this mismatched combination of drugs, the young doctor's voice turned even colder. "What illness do you have? Have you seen a doctor? Just buying medicine randomly?" Chapter 44, Marked. "I'm not sick," Zhang Wei explained, "I'm buying medicine for my dad and mom." The young female doctor responded coldly, "Have they been examined at the hospital? What are their conditions?" Though Zhang Wei disliked her coldness, he appreciated her professional inquiry and replied, "My mom has migraines. I'm buying painkillers to help her." "Oh, and if you have aniline, I'll get some of that too. She can't sleep. My dad has tuberculosis, early stage, so I need isoniazid or rifampicin." His knowledge that Zhang Keiming's tuberculosis was in its early stages also came from his memories of the previous life. In his previous life, it wasn't until Zhang Keiming coughed up blood while working that Li Jing, terrified, insisted on taking him to the hospital. After tests, the doctor said Zhang Keiming had tuberculosis, which had been developing for over a year. This incident occurred in May 1982. Based on this timeline, Zhang Wei deduced that his father's coughing up of blood must have only recently begun. This was also why he had spoken so harshly in front of his 2 uncles, yet remained unhurried. The young female doctor listened to Zhang Wei's explanation and gave him another surprised look. She thought to herself, this man seems perfectly lucid. Why was he standing there grinning like an idiot earlier? Of course, that wasn't her concern. After a moment's thought, she dismissed it and said, "Since you know the cause and what medicine to buy, come with me." With that, she led Zhang Wei to the billing office. The billing office was simple, a large room with 2 rows of medicine cabinets. One row held Western medicine, bottles and jars of various kinds. The other row was a traditional Chinese medicine cabinet, divided into compartments with drawers kept closed. The entire room was filled with a pungent medicinal odor. In township health centers of this era, most doctors were still barefoot doctors, with very few having graduated from proper medical schools. Therefore, it was hardly surprising to find both Chinese and Western medicines mixed together in the dispensary of a township clinic. At the billing counter, the young female doctor retrieved a bottle of painkillers, a bottle of anal gin, and a bottle of rifampicin tablets from the Western medicine cabinet as Zhang Wei requested. One bottle of painkillers contains 30 tablets and costs 80 cents per bottle. Aniline, 20 tablets per bottle, priced at 60 cents per bottle. "We don't have isoniazid tablets, so I'm giving you rifampicin tablets instead. Each bottle contains 100 tablets and costs 4 yuan and 20 cents. She rattled off the prices on her abacus before concluding, 3 bottles total 5 yuan and 60 fun. Zhang Wei's first thought was how cheap and plentiful the medicine was these days. Considering Shirha village's distance from Sansha town, he added, "Doctor, could you please get me 5 more bottles each of the painkillers and an aniline?" The young female doctor was startled and asked in surprise, "Why are you buying so much at once?" Zhang Wei explained, "My home is in Shirha village, far from town. It's not easy to make the trip, so..." "Enough. Who cares where you're from?" The young female doctor muttered under her breath, but she still went back to the medicine cabinet and retrieved 5 more bottles each of the painkillers and anal gin. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no purchase limits on an AIG now. Otherwise, with only 20 tablets per bottle, he'd have to make frequent trips to the hospital to buy it. The young female doctor stowed the medicine away, clacked the abacus a few more times, and announced, "That'll be 12 yuan and 60 fun." "All right," Zhang Wei replied, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket. When depositing money at the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Wei had placed the 8 yuan note Li Jing gave him in another pocket. So what he pulled out now was the 167 yuan and 6 jiao he had left over after the deposit. Among them were 16 large unity notes, 1 5 yuan note, 2 1 yuan notes, 1 50-cent note, and 1 10-cent note. The young female doctor, who had been wearing a cold expression, seemed to light up beneath her glasses when she saw the stack of large denomination notes in Zhang Wei's hand. Though she hadn't counted them, the thickness of the stack told her Zhang Wei had at least 150 yuan in his hands. 150 yuan. She worked at the clinic, earning only 12 yuan a month. 150 yuan more than her entire yearly salary. When she looked at Zhang Wei again, the frost on her face melted like spring breeze had blown over it. Snow and ice dissolved, the earth revived, peach blossoms blooming everywhere. If not for the thick lenses of her glasses, the spring water in her eyes might have spilled over. Zhang Wei completely missed the doctor's emotional shift. He counted out his change, 2 1 yuan notes, 1 50-cent coin, and 1 10-cent coin. He pulled out a 10 yuan note to make up the difference, totaling exactly 12 yuan and 60 fin. Here's 12 yuan and 60 cents. Zhang Wei handed the counted money to the female doctor. The young doctor took it without even counting, staring straight at Zhang Wei as she said, "Alright, got it." Zhang Wei nodded, picked up the medicine from the table, and stuffed it into his pocket. His coat pockets, his pants pockets, all four were stuffed to bursting. "Thanks, doctor." Zhang Wei tucked the medicine away, gave a quick thanks, and turned to stride toward the exit. Seeing this, the young female doctor hurriedly called after him, "Hey, don't rush off. I haven't told you the dosage yet." Without turning back, Zhang Wei replied, "Thanks, I know the dosage." All that remained was his tall, slender silhouette. The young doctor stomped her foot in frustration. "I should have written him a prescription. Then I could have asked his name." After fuming for a moment, she seemed to remember something and muttered to herself, "Oh right, he mentioned he's from Stone River Village. Is Stone River Village far away? I'll ask Mom when I get home." Zhang Wei had no idea that after he left, the young female doctor was still thinking about him. He took the medicine and soon arrived at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative was still quiet and deserted. Behind the U-shaped counter, Li Deshang was on the left and another sales clerk named Wang Mei was on the right. They were chatting sporadically from a distance. Zhang Wei had frequented the Supply and Marketing Cooperative often during his school days and was somewhat acquainted with Wang Mei. Upon entering, he greeted her first, "Hey, Sister Wang." Wang Mei chuckled. "Oh? Didn't you used to call me Auntie Wang? Why the sudden switch to sister today?" Li Deshang chimed in with a scolding tone, "You youngster? No respect for elders. What's with all the random nicknames? You're messing up the family hierarchy." Zhang Wei regretted it the moment he said it. Indeed, in his previous life, he had always addressed Wang Mei as auntie whenever he came to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. But his last meeting with Wang Mei in that life was so long ago. Seeing her for the first time after his rebirth, he instinctively called her Sister Wang. When Li Deshang called him out, Zhang Wei laughed heartily. "I've grown up, but Sister Wang just keeps getting younger. Calling her auntie just doesn't feel right anymore. Wei Wei, you've got a sweet mouth." Wang Mei was delighted, her smile stretching wide. After laughing, she beckoned Zhang Wei over. "Come here, Wei Wei. Come to sister. I'll give you some candy." Li Deshang shook his head in disbelief beside them. He spat contemptuously at Wang Mei. "She calls you sister and you actually respond? Have you no sense of your own age?" Wang Mei immediately retorted angrily, "Li Er, don't you know how to speak properly? You're so old, yet you're still less articulate than your own nephew?" Li Deshang pointed at Zhang Wei. "He's my nephew and calls me second uncle. If you're his sister, does that mean you'll have to call me uncle from now on?" Wang Mei froze, then waved her hand dismissively. "Pft, pft, pft. Our friendship is a separate matter." Then she turned to Zhang Wei. "Wei Wei, from now on, call me sister." "Sure thing, sis." Zhang Wei agreed readily. Li Deshang, on the other side, was so annoyed his lips curled up. He asked irritably, "Did you buy all the medicine?" When it came to business, Zhang Wei immediately turned serious, patting his bulging pouch pockets. "All set." Li Deshang scoffed, "Just stuffing them in your pockets like that? Aren't you afraid your dad will see?" He picked up a sheet of brown paper and slapped it on the counter, snorting coldly, "Wrap it yourself." Zhang Wei hurried over, carefully removing all 13 medicine bottles from his pouch pockets one by one, then wrapped them in the brown paper. Once he was done, Li Deshang asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to buy something? What do you need? I'll get it for you." Chapter 45, Shop Till You Drop. "Uncle Li, first get me 5 packs of Dichen men's cigarettes. And get me 10 pounds of rapeseed oil. Oh, right, I don't have an oil jug. Grab me a 10-pound one while you're at it. I also need 20 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, and 2 bundles of noodles. Also 2 bottles of soy sauce, 2 bottles of aged vinegar, 2 bags of Lotus brand MSG, plus 1 pound each of star anise, cinnamon, and Sichuan peppercorns. Then 3 pounds of Debata milk candy, 3 packs of sesame cakes, 5 pounds of roasted melon seeds, 5 pounds of roasted peanuts, and 3 bags of cookies." Zhang Wei rattled off a long list of items he'd been meaning to buy, glancing around the counter and shelves as he spoke, adding to his order on the fly. At first, after Zhang Wei named each item, Li Deshang gritted his teeth and fetched them one by one from the counter. But as he kept fetching, he suddenly stopped, his gaze turning cold as if looking at a fool. Zhang Wei remained oblivious. He continued listing items one by one. Get me 5 bottles of malted milk powder. And 5 cans each of yellow peach, snow pear, and orange preserves. Oh, and we're short on thermoses at home. I need 10 toothbrushes, 2 tubes of toothpaste, 4 bars of soap, and 2 bags of laundry detergent. And Wang Mei stood nearby, her mouth agape in astonishment. Wei, did you strike it rich or something? Only when he heard Wang Mei's words did Zhang Wei snap out of his shopping frenzy. He noticed Li Deshang hadn't picked up anything. Still dazed, he asked in confusion, "Second uncle, why aren't you picking anything up? Why didn't I pick anything up?" Li Deshang snapped. You tell me why I didn't pick anything up? Is this what you meant by just buying a few things? Wang Mei chimed in from the side. Wei, you weren't joking with your second uncle, were you? She knew a bit about Zhang Wei's family situation and had seen Li Jing shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative. Even when buying cooking oil, Li Jing would only get 1 pound at a time. As for other items, it wasn't exactly that she bought them through gritted teeth, but she'd at least agonize for a while before purchasing even the bare necessities. But Zhang Wei? He bought 10 pounds of cooking oil at once, 20 pounds of rice, 5 cartons of Dakianman cigarettes, and all sorts of other things. She'd heard it was dozens of items. Even a nouveau riche wouldn't dare shop like that. Hearing Li Deshang and Wang Mei's remarks, Zhang Wei suddenly realized he might have bought a bit too much. He gave an awkward chuckle. Second uncle, we never had much at home before, so I just bought a lot at once. Li Deshang snorted coldly. A bit too much? More like you've got money to burn and don't know your own name. No. Zhang Wei hurriedly protested. Second uncle, I promise this is just a one-time thing, getting everything the household needs. I won't be so reckless with money in the future. The exchange between uncle and nephew reached Wang Mei's ears, startling her once more. Earlier, when Zhang Wei mentioned buying those things, she genuinely thought he was joking with Li Deshang. She knew Zhang Wei's family couldn't possibly afford that much. Upon hearing this, Li Deshang clearly implied that Zhang Wei could afford such a large sum, merely reproaching him for his extravagant spending. She hadn't calculated the total cost of the items Zhang Wei had listed, but even by feel, it must have been over 100 yuan. Over 100 yuan. Her salary was even less than Li Deshang's, just 17 yuan and 9 jiao a month. It would take her half a year of hard work to earn 100 yuan. Zhang Wei was so young and didn't even have a job. Where on earth did he get all that money? Li Deshang fell into deep thought after hearing Zhang Wei's words. He thought of how hard the Zhang family had been struggling these past years, and how both Zhang Kaming and Li Jing were sick. So he said, you can buy essentials like rice, flour, oil, soap, and laundry detergent. But things like cigarettes, sunflower seeds, peanuts, canned goods, you really don't need to buy those, or at least not so much. Wang Mei felt even more shocked upon hearing this. It was confirmed Zhang Wei really did have enough money to buy those things. In truth, Li Deshang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This kid really splurged. Rice alone was something else. Families like his wouldn't dare buy even 10 jin of rice in a year. But Zhang Wei? He bought 20 jin in one go. Zhang Wei insisted, second uncle, this is my first time earning money to buy things. Just let me buy them. I have plans for all these items. Seeing him look so pitiful, Li Deshang's heart softened a bit. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Wei, do you have the ration tickets for these purchases? Coupons? Zhang Wei's mind froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. In the 70s and 80s, buying things required not just money, but also various ration tickets. Zhang Wei retorted, Uncle, do I look like someone who has ration tickets? Li Deshang's mouth twitched again as he sighed. If you don't have ration tickets, you'll have to bargain for everything. There's no way I can get you the standard price. Are you still sure you want to buy it? In the 60s and 70s, buying anything at the supply and marketing cooperative definitely required ration tickets. By the 1980s, rationing had loosened, and purchases could be made without tickets. However, having a ration ticket meant you were within the supply quota and could buy at the standard price. Without a ticket, you were outside the quota and couldn't get the standard priced goods. You had to negotiate the price. Negotiated prices meant paying more than the standard price. For ordinary goods, this was typically over 10% higher, while for scarce items, a 20% markup was common. Buy. Zhang Wei paused briefly, then made his decision resolutely, gritting his teeth as he spoke. No ticket meant no fixed price, but so what? He'd just have to pay more. He'd rather pay more to get everything he needed. After all, this was the first money he'd earned since his rebirth items to improve his family's quality of life. In his heart, their value couldn't be measured solely by price. All right. Seeing him insist on buying even without haggling, Li Deshang sighed and stopped objecting. Let me calculate it for you, he said. Dakianman cigarettes, regular price is 1 yuan 45 fen per pack, negotiated price is 1 yuan 60 fen per pack. You want 5 packs, so that's 8 yuan total. Rapeseed oil, standard price is 1 yuan and 10 cents per jin, negotiated price is 1 yuan and 30 cents per jin. You want 10 jin, so that's 13 yuan total. The oil jug you want a 10-pound capacity one is 1 yuan 60 fun at the negotiated price. Rice is 35 cents per pound at the fixed price, or 38 cents per pound if you bargain. 20 pounds comes to 7 yuan and 60 cents. Flour is 30 cents per pound at the fixed price, or 33 cents per pound if you bargain. 10 pounds is 3 yuan and 30 cents. And soy sauce. Li Desheng finished calculating all of Zhang Wei's items and frowned. All negotiated prices. Total comes to 129 yuan and 40 fun. Got it, uncle. Zhang Wei remained unflappable as he pulled out 13 100 yuan notes and handed them to Li Desheng. But inside, he felt an endless wave of emotion. Things were so cheap in the 80s. Dozens of items, cigarettes, rice, cooking oil, and more cost less than 130 yuan. In later times, 130 yuan wouldn't even buy 2 packs of Dichen men's cigarettes. Cheap. So cheap. Luckily he kept his thoughts to himself. If Li Desheng and Wang Mei had heard him, they'd probably have been furious enough to spit blood. Li Desheng handed Zhang Wei 60 cents in change, teasing him, "You're enjoying your shopping spree now, but wait till you get home and see your dad. I'd love to hear how you explain where this money came from." Chapter 46, A young man like you deserves her. Hearing Li Desheng's words, Wang Mei beside him said excitedly, "Forget his dad wanting to know where all this money came from, I want to know too." Li Desheng glanced at her and said, "The kid earned it himself. And he didn't just make this much today, he made nearly 600 yuan in total." What? Wang Mei nearly fainted, gasping, 600 yuan? Pointing at Zhang Wei, she still couldn't believe it. "Lier, you're saying he made 600 yuan in one day? That's impossible. How could that be?" Li Desheng replied calmly, "Why not? I've already deposited the money for him at the credit union, a full 400 yuan. Wei, you made that much in a single day?" Wang Mei practically skipped over to Zhang Wei, grabbed his hand, and exclaimed excitedly, "Tell me, how did you earn so much money? If you're so good at making money, take me with you. Let's make money together." Zhang Wei was thoroughly embarrassed. Sister Wang's enthusiasm was overwhelming. Li Desheng shook his head from the side. "Sis Wang, is this really necessary?" Wang Mei retorted, "Why not? Wei made so much money, I want to make it too." Then she turned to Zhang Wei, "Wei, take me along to make money. Once we've made it, I'll even call you big brother." Li Desheng teased, "Forget calling him brother, even if you called him dad, you couldn't learn his money-making skills." Wang Mei retorted defiantly, "Why couldn't I learn? I started walking at 3, cooking at 5, and was already working as a sales clerk by 16. My learning ability is lightning fast. What could I possibly not learn?" Li Desheng chuckled. Wei makes so much money because he single-handedly took down 8 wolves with just one pole. If you had that kind of skill, you could make hundreds a day too. Wang Mei covered her mouth in shock. After a long moment, she released her hand, still incredulous yet not entirely resigned. She turned to Zhang Wei and asked, "Wei, is what your uncle said true?" Seeing his uncle speak so plainly, Zhang Wei admitted frankly, "I happened to encounter 8 wolves. If I hadn't killed them, they would have eaten me. I had no choice but to kill them." Hearing Zhang Wei say this with her own ears, Wang Mei gave up completely. A bitter smile touched her lips. "This kind of money. I really can't earn it." After speaking, the once utterly disheartened woman seemed to recall something. Her gaze toward Zhang Wei shifted as she praised him. Wei, you're so amazing. You're incredible." Li Desheng boasted, "Of course he's amazing, he's my nephew." Ignoring Li Desheng's swagger, Wang Mei took Zhang Wei's hand affectionately. Wei, with your skills, imagine how much game you'll bag when hunting in the mountains. You're going to strike it rich." Zhang Wei loved hearing that. Grinning, he replied, "Well then, I'll take your good wishes to heart, Sister Wang. If I ever strike it rich, I'll come buy things from you every single day." Wang Mei shot him a glare and teased, "You really have gotten used to calling me sister, haven't you? I was just joking. Don't call me that anymore. Call me Aunt Wang, or just Aunt Wang or Aunt Mei." Zhang Wei looked at her in surprise, wondering why she suddenly didn't want him to call her sister anymore. Calling her sister was perfectly fine. Li Desheng, however, found it perfectly reasonable. "I thought you'd have the nerve to make my nephew call you sister." "Not at all." Wang Mei laughed awkwardly. "I was just teasing him because he's so sweet-talking. We can't mess up the family hierarchy." Zhang Wei found it increasingly odd the more he listened. But he didn't dwell on it, busy sorting through the huge pile of things they'd bought. There was simply too much to carry by hand. In the 1980s, plastic bags weren't common. When villagers went shopping, they either carried backpacks or used shoulder poles. For convenience, some used baskets or cloth sacks. But Zhang Wei had brought a carrying pole before heading out. Where would he find a bamboo basket or cloth sack? "Uncle Air, I need you to find me a bamboo basket to carry these things." "I can't manage them all," Zhang Wei said sheepishly. Li Desheng scoffed coldly. "Now you realize you can't carry everything? Why didn't you think about that when you were shopping?" "I only brought my briefcase when I came to work this morning," he shrugged helplessly. "I don't have anything to carry them in." Just as Zhang Wei was fretting, Wang Mei chimed in cheerfully, "Wei, Auntie happened to bring a basket this morning. You can borrow it for now." Zhang Wei beamed with delight and quickly replied, "Thank you, Auntie Wang." Since she wouldn't let him call her sister, he was happy to go along with it. Besides, she'd just agreed to lend him the basket, he certainly wouldn't want to offend her. Hearing him call her auntie made Wang Mei happy. She went into the back room of the store, fetched a bamboo basket, handed it to Zhang Wei, and even helped him pack things. Put the vegetable oil, soy sauce, and vinegar at the bottom. This goes in the middle. As she packed, she guided Zhang Wei on how to arrange items to save space and stack them more tightly. Truth be told, without her help, Zhang Wei might not have fit everything into the basket. After packing the basket, Wang Mei took Zhang Wei's hand affectionately and said, "Wei, you're 19 this year, right?" Zhang Wei nodded. "Yeah, 19. I'll be 20 in March." "Almost 20. Wang Mei's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Great! Great! Great!" Zhang Wei was puzzled. What was so special about turning 20? Then Wang Mei explained, 20 means you're a grown man now. You can start a family. Then she asked with a smile, Wei, do you have a girlfriend yet? During the New Year holiday, Zhang Wei had become engaged to Xia Ji. But they hadn't held a ceremony or invited guests. Their parents had simply agreed and announced it in Shurha village. Shurha village was 30 or 40 miles from town. Wang Mei had never been there, and since she wasn't related to either the Zhang or Xia families, she naturally hadn't heard the news. Zhang Wei's expression turned peculiar. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he already guessed what Wang Mei was implying. Before he could respond, Wang Mei pressed on, Wei, I have a niece who's as beautiful as a fairy heart-shaped face, willowy waist, hips like a millstone. She'll definitely bear you sons. Oh, and she graduated from technical college and has a good job now. Sure, she's a few years older than you, but as they say, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. A fine young man like you deserves her. I'll introduce you two sometime you two should date. Li Deshang's face darkened as he retorted, Wang, why are you meddling in matchmaking when it's none of your business? Wang Mei retorted indignantly, Lier, men should marry when they grow up and women should marry when they grow up. How is suggesting a match for Wei meddling in matchmaking? Besides, you've met my niece Bingbing. If I set her up with your nephew, you'd be secretly thrilled. Li Deshang replied, Wei got engaged over the new year. His fiancée is a high school senior about to take her college entrance exams. Chapter 47, I knew I couldn't count on you guys. Wang Mei felt as if a bucket of cold water had suddenly been poured over her head, leaving her heart icy cold. She still found it hard to accept. She murmured, Wei, you're really engaged? You're still so young, how could you get engaged already? Seeing her distraught state, Li Deshang sighed inwardly. He thought she'd give up. But after a moment of dazed silence, Wang Mei actually said to Zhang Wei, even though you're engaged, having another friend is still a good thing. Next time, I'll introduce Bingbing to you. Who knows? Maybe you two will become good friends. Li Deshang snapped, Wang, what do you think you're doing? I already told you Wei is engaged. You're introducing your niece? That's not appropriate. Even in the 1970s and 80s, let alone later generations, most people would feel somewhat uncomfortable hearing Li Deshang speak like this. But Wang Mei showed no sign of awkwardness. She glanced at Li Deshang and smiled, brotherly, come on. I'm just introducing them. They say more friends mean more opportunities, what's wrong with that? Li Deshang snorted. Your intentions are as obvious as Sima Zhao's ambition, everyone can see right through you. He turned to Zhang Wei and warned, Wei, be careful when making friends. Zhang Wei nodded quickly. He then addressed Wang Mei, Auntie Wang, my fiancée and I grew up together. We have a very strong bond. If she found out I was seeing other girls, she'd definitely be upset. Li Deshang felt quite satisfied hearing Zhang Wei's words, unaware that he had already prepared to break off his engagement with Xia Ji. He simply didn't want to get involved with Wang Mei's niece and was using Xia Ji as a shield. Wang Mei felt a wave of disappointment, inwardly lamenting that she'd missed out on such a wonderful nephew-in-law. Still, she refused to give up. She was convinced that with her niece's looks, figure, family background, and job, Zhang Wei would fall for her the moment they got to know each other. But with Li Deshang around now, she couldn't push too hard. She resolved inwardly to find an opportunity for her niece and Zhang Wei to meet. After that, no one came to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy anything, so the three of them chatted in the store. Wang Mei paid out of her own pocket for a pound of roasted melon seeds to treat everyone. Throughout the conversation, she kept asking Zhang Wei personal questions, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Thankfully, Li Deshang's shift finally ended, and Zhang Wei was liberated. Carrying his purchases, he followed Li Deshang out of the supply and marketing cooperative store. As soon as they reached the entrance, Li Dasun had already arrived carrying the 2 jars of liquor. Wei, you bought all this stuff? Seeing the large basket piled high with goods on Zhang Wei's back, Li Dasun gaped in astonishment. Li Deshang replied with a hint of exasperation, it's his first time earning money, so he wants to buy extra things for his family. And they're all discounted items, I couldn't talk him out of it. Li Dasun, however, was easygoing. He didn't scold Zhang Wei after hearing this, but just smiled and said, Wei is just showing filial piety. If he bought them, he bought them. Thanks for understanding, uncle. Zhang Wei replied with a smile. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at his uncle's positive outlook, truly embodying the saying that a broad mind leads to a healthy body. He recalled his previous life. His second uncle, who had been the strongest, had deteriorated the fastest in his later years and passed away first. As for how long his eldest uncle had lived, he had no idea. Because he had passed away, while his eldest uncle was still alive and well. Moved by this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but advise Li Deshang, second uncle, you really should learn from first uncle. Keep your mind at ease, and your body will be fine. Li Dasun roared with laughter. Right, Weiwei's absolutely right. Second uncle, you should learn more from me. Stop wounding yourself up like a bowstring day after day. Li Deshang didn't respond to his words, only saying, I'll carry the bar. I'm the eldest, you're the second. The eldest goes out, the younger suffers. It's your turn to carry, Li Dasun said cheerfully, then slid the shoulder pole off his own shoulders and placed it directly onto Li Deshang's. Li Deshang didn't mind, but Zhang Wei felt awkward. Second uncle, I'm carrying the basket. I'll have to trouble you to help me with the poles. Enough with the nonsense. Li Deshang snapped, hoisting the pole and striding ahead. Zhang Wei hurriedly invited his uncle to follow. This time, they didn't take the back mountain path but instead followed the main road ahead. The so-called main road was really just a dirt track leading to Dei Forest Farm, officially named Sanyi Highway. It's worth noting that Zhang Wei's home village, Shurha Village, was also near Dei Forest Farm. However, the Sanyi Highway didn't pass through Shurha Village. Instead, it ran along the other side of the mountain range behind it. To reach the Sanyi Highway from Zhang Wei's home, one must traverse mountains and valleys for 10 kilometers to a small village called Ertaping before finally entering the highway. From Ertaping to Lijiabao, the Sanyi Highway winds through several sharp curves, covering over 30 kilometers, significantly farther than Zhang Wei's direct mountain path from home to Lijiabao. Additionally, Sancha town streets differ from those in many other townships. Sancha Street isn't built alongside the highway. Instead, the highway runs behind the street. West Street connected to the highway via a side road at the Grain Management Office entrance, also the post office entrance, while East Street merged onto the highway via a sloping road in front of the health center. Li Dasun, Li Deshang, and Zhang Wei passed the health center entrance onto the dirt road. After walking 200 or 300 meters uphill to the east, they reached the Sancha Town tractor station. Continuing uphill for another 100 or so meters, they entered a flat stretch. After rounding a bend, rows of low-rise buildings came into view. Sancha Central Primary School, where Zhang Wei had once studied. The Sancha Elementary School was about 600 to 700 meters from the main street and only about 1,000 meters from Li Deshang's home. However, Li Deshang's home wasn't on Mayoma Road itself. From the school, you had to walk another 600-700 meters forward. There was a small path off Mayoma Road. After descending the slope and walking another 400-500 meters, you'd finally reach Li Deshang's house. Weiwei, have you figured out how to explain to your dad where the money for the purchases came from? Li Dasun asked as the three of them stepped onto the path. Zhang Wei suggested, how about I say I found 200 yuan? Li Dasun chuckled. Zhang Wei awkwardly replied, yeah, you're right. Who would lose 200 yuan these days? Even if I really did find it, Dad would make me turn it over to the police. Li Dasun smiled warmly. If you can't think of anything, your second uncle's shoulder pole will come for you. Zhang Wei adopted a pitiful expression and wailed, so uncle, you have to save me. I don't want to get beaten by my dad at my age. Li Dasun replied, how could I save you? Say I gave you the 200? Then you wouldn't be the one getting beaten. Your aunt would grab the bamboo pole and beat me first. Zhang Wei chuckled, as my uncle, taking a beating for me isn't out of the question. Like hell I would. Li Dasun flatly refused, adopting the attitude of better dead than poor. He shot Zhang Wei a meaningful look. Why don't you ask your second uncle? Li Deshang grumbled, enough of this nonsense. Neither your uncle nor I can come up with 200 bucks. You'll have to figure this out yourself. He added, if you hadn't bought so much stuff, you could have kept it hidden for a while longer. But now, with all these purchases, there's no way to cover it up. You brought this on yourself. Deal with it yourself. Zhang Wei sighed. I knew I couldn't count on you guys. I'll handle this myself. Chapter 48, I never knew you were such a clever one. The Li family compound was shaped like a scoop, with a small path running along both sides of the house. The right path led eastward out of the compound. Zhang Wei had taken that route coming from his home. Entering the courtyard led directly to Li Deshang's house. The left path led west. This time, Zhang Wei and his two companions had taken this path back, and upon entering the courtyard, they arrived at Li Dashuan's home. Next to Li Dashuan's house lived another family surnamed Lai, headed by Lai Daqing. As the trio passed Lai's house, Lai Daqing was standing in the courtyard. He smiled and greeted them. Dasun, Deshang, you're off work already? Li Dasun smiled and replied, work's done. Has Uncle Lai eaten yet? Lai Daqing said, it's still early. Your auntie's cooking right now. Then he turned to Li Deshang and said, Deshang, where did you get all this liquor? I can smell it from this far away. Li Deshang said, Uncle Lai, you have a keen sense of smell. He pointed to Zhang Wei, who was bringing up the rear. It's Weiwei's doing. He's got the whole valley stocked with Baishan Dako liquor. Li Daqing and Zhang Wei were also familiar with each other. After all, Zhang Wei had lived at Li Dasheng's house for 9 years as a child, and the two often crossed paths. Seeing Zhang Wei carrying a basket full of goods, he smiled and said, Wei, you've really made something of yourself. Just this afternoon, your aunt told me you hunted a wild boar and gave her some meat. Now you've bought all this stuff. You're quite the achiever. Zhang Wei humbly replied, Uncle Li, I just got lucky. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly added, when I get back, I'll have my uncle set aside a pound of aged liquor for you to try. Li Daqing waved his hand. That's out of the question. How could I possibly accept your liquor? Zhang Wei smiled. When I was a kid staying with my second uncle, you always gave me candy. What's wrong with me showing my respect with a pound of wine? No. Li Daqing waved his hand again. Wei, your thoughtfulness is enough. You don't need to give me the wine. Zhang Wei insisted, Uncle Li, please don't be so polite. I'll bring the liquor over shortly. He pressed on, it's a 10-year-old Bian Shan Daka you'd be missing out if you didn't take it. Listening to their exchange, Li Dasun shot Zhang Wei a puzzled look, thinking, why is this kid being so generous all of a sudden? Suddenly, a memory seemed to surface. He chuckled and said, Uncle Li, if Wei says he's giving it to you, then accept it. He's right, you looked after him quite a bit when he was young. Li Daqing, a connoisseur of fine liquor, smiled broadly at this endorsement. Well then, I'd be rude to refuse. I'll have a taste of Wei's fine brew. Seeing Li agree, Zhang Wei felt pleased and said, then it's settled. I'll bring it over shortly. No rush. Li Daqing chuckled. You go ahead and get on with your business. The three descended the embankment of Li's courtyard and reached the pigsty gate of Li Dashuan's house. 5 more steps up the steps led to the courtyard. As soon as they reached the courtyard, Li Dasun stopped abruptly, turned to look at Zhang Wei, and whispered, how come I never noticed before that you're such a clever little devil? Zhang Wei chuckled. No matter how clever I am, my little tricks couldn't fool you, uncle. Li Dasun smugly declared, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. If I couldn't see through your little tricks, would I still be your uncle? Li Dasheng froze, looking bewildered at the two of them. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Dasun pointed at Zhang Wei and explained, this kid's got his sights set on Uncle Li. Li Dasheng still didn't get it. What's so special about Uncle Li? Li Dasun chuckled. Uncle Li himself isn't worth targeting, but he has a nephew and that's where the real opportunity lies. If Wei wants to hunt in the future, building a good relationship with Uncle Li is definitely the way to go. Li Dasheng finally understood. Oh, you mean Zhou Jingxiong? Li Dasun nodded. Exactly. Zhou Jingxiong is the head of the county's armed forces department. If Wei ever needs bullets for hunting, this connection will make sure he never runs out. Li Dasheng couldn't help but chuckle. You two really think ahead. Just then, Lu Fang stepped out the front gate. The 3 men immediately stopped their conversation. Zhang Wei greeted her warmly, Auntie. Ah. Lu Fang responded with a smile, asking, what were you chatting about just now? You all seemed so engrossed. Nothing much, just chatting, Li Dasun replied, quickly changing the subject. Where's your husband? Lu Fang explained, Hong Yu is still pulling radishes in the field, and the son-in-law is helping her. Only then did she notice the basket on Zhang Wei's back. Startled, she asked, what did you buy that fills such a large basket? Why is Wei carrying it? He's just a kid, growing like a weed. How could you make him carry that much weight? You're such an uncle. She called out to Zhang Wei, put that down right now. She assumed the basket contained items bought by Li Dasun or Li Dasheng and scolded them for making Zhang Wei carry it. Li Dasun replied, he bought it himself, so of course he should carry it. Lu Fang froze, then looked at Zhang Wei and asked incredulously, Wei, did you really buy all this? Yes, Auntie, Zhang Wei admitted openly, adding, after going to the market today, I unexpectedly made a little money, so I bought some things. Li Dasun, you call that a small windfall? Nearly 600 yuan, that's over 2 years of my wages. Li Dasheng, you call that buying a few things? It's 129 yuan and 4 jiao. And all of it was bargained down. If you hadn't been in such a rush, I could have found the receipts and saved you over 20 yuan. Just the difference from bargaining alone would cover more than my monthly salary. What a spendthrift. Lu Fang, oblivious to the expressions on Li Dasun and Li Dasheng's faces, asked excitedly, Wei, what did you do to make all this money? Well, I'll explain later. Let me just carry these things inside first. Zhang Wei couldn't explain it clearly on the spot and deflected the question. Oh, right, Lu Fang quickly agreed. Go inside and put your things down first. That big basket looks heavy. The 4 of them entered the main room of Li Dashuan's house. Zhang Wei set down his basket, while Li Dasheng placed the carrying pole and 2 jars of wine on the floor. After setting everything down, he said, Big brother, big sister, you two go ahead with your work. I'll go check on the fields. Lu Fang replied, go ahead. Tell Hong Yu to stop harvesting after this basket and come back for lunch. Got it. Li Dasheng replied, turning and striding quickly out the door. Uncle Li, wait for me. Seeing Li Deshang leave, Zhang Wei called out, then turned to Lu Fang and said, Auntie, I'll go check on my dad too. With that, he ran after Li Deshang. Lu Fang called after him, what are you running off for? But Zhang Wei had already sprinted down the courtyard, leaving only his retreating figure. Left with no choice, Lu Fang turned to Li Daxuan and asked, what did Wei Wei do to earn money? That big basket is packed full. Li Daxuan's mouth twitched. Ask him yourself later. He had no idea how Zhang Wei would cover up a lie. Saying anything now would only complicate things for him. Better to stay silent. Lu Fang had a temperament similar to Li Daxuan's. She was also quite easygoing. She pouted, fine, if you won't tell me, I'll ask Wei Wei myself later. Let me see what he bought. Rice. Flour. Noodles. Lu Fang grew increasingly alarmed as she looked. How much stuff had he bought? Zhang Wei had no idea Lu Fang was inspecting his purchases after he left. He quickly caught up with Li Deshang. Li Deshang glanced at him and said, you dared to chase after me. You're rushing to see your dad so quickly. Have you thought about how you're going to explain this to him? I've got it figured out. Zhang Wei declared with certainty. Chapter 49, Covering Up the Lie. In Li Deshang's radish field, most of the vast expanse was still blanketed in snow. Only about 1/5 of the plot had been harvested, its yellow mud exposed. Zhao Hongyu was pulling up the radishes, while Zhang Kaiming used a sickle to cut off the leaves, placing only the white roots into large bamboo baskets. These large bamboo baskets were short and cylindrical, with a diameter of about 1.2 meters and a height under 50 centimeters. The woven strips were thick and sturdy, with gaps between them wide enough for 2 fingers. They were common farming tools locally, known as baskets, frequently used for husking corn and pulling radishes. By now, Zhang Kaiming had filled half his basket with radishes, while a large pile of radish leaves had accumulated beside him. Second brother, you're next. Seeing Li Deshang approach, Zhang Kaiming paused his work and greeted him with a smile. Li Deshang looked at Zhang Kaiming with mixed feelings and smiled, you're working hard, son-in-law. Zhang Kaiming smiled. No problem. Just helping my sister-in-law out. Not hard work at all. Li Deshang handed him a Dakianman cigarette, lit it for him, then lit one for himself before calling out to Zhao Hongyu, who was bent over pulling radishes, fill this basket and we'll stop. Sister-in-law says dinner's almost ready. Got it. Zhao Hongyu replied without looking up, returning to her task. After giving his father a quick nod, Zhang Wei headed straight for the field to help Zhao Hongyu pull carrots. With his help, the basket was soon filled. Zhang Kaiming and Li Deshang lifted it onto a bamboo basket on their backs, ready to carry it. Li Deshang offered, brother-in-law, let me carry it. Zhang Kaiming replied, second brother, you help second sister-in-law carry the radish greens. I'll handle the radishes. No need. Li Deshang, already aware of Zhang Kaiming's coughing up blood, refused to let him do heavy labor and insisted on carrying it himself. Zhang Wei saw this and said, Dad, second uncle, stop arguing. I'll carry the radishes. With that, he scrambled to sit on the ground, slipping both arms through the shoulder straps of the basket. Li Deshang worried, can you handle it? Before he could finish, Zhang Wei had already stood up with the basket on his back, grinning, I can handle it. I'm really strong now. Zhao Hongyu, watching nearby, was first delighted, Wei Wei, you're so strong now. You can carry such a big basket of radishes. Then came the reproach, Deshang, how could you let Wei Wei carry it? Even if he can manage it, he's still just a child with a delicate frame. Feeling his aunt's protective concern, Zhang Wei was deeply touched. He smiled and said, Auntie, I'm stronger than uncle now. Don't worry about him, I volunteered to carry it myself. Li Deshang shot him a glance, thinking to himself, you finally have a shred of conscience. He never argued back in front of Zhao Hongyu, letting her rant while he kept his head down, stuffing radish leaves into his bamboo basket. Once the basket was full, he piled more on top until it was stacked high, then tied it securely with rope. Zhang Kaiming was about to take it, but Li Deshang snatched it from him. Seeing the large pile of radish leaves still left in the field, Zhao Hongyu reproached Li Deshang, you should have brought another basket when you came. You could have carried one more basket back. Li Deshang replied, we can come back tomorrow to carry them. Zhao Hongyu retorted, tomorrow brings tomorrow's troubles. She kept nagging all the way home. Zhang Wei had seen this scene countless times before. He could only feel a pang of sympathy for his second uncle in his heart for 3 seconds. Zhang Kaiming followed behind Zhang Wei empty-handed. Seeing his son carry such a large basket of radishes with such ease, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. He thought to himself, my son is a natural at hard work. Still, education was the best path. Education was the only way out. With that thought, he asked, Wei Wei, have you finished sewing the clothes? Li Deshang's heart tightened at the question. Zhang Wei replied, no, I haven't. Zhang Kaiming visibly froze for a moment before demanding, weren't you specifically sent to the market to get clothes made? Why haven't you done it? What were you doing instead? Zhang Wei replied casually, something came up and delayed me. Zhang Kaiming snapped, what could possibly be more important than making clothes? Do you realize it's already the 4th day of the new year? There are only 3 days left until the 8th. If you haven't made the clothes by now, what will you wear on the 8th day? Zhang Wei explained, I was heading to the tailor's to get clothes made, but before I even reached Mr. Shin's shop, I saw someone fall down. Li Deshang's mouth twitched. How familiar this felt. The moment the thought crossed his mind, a sudden shock jolted his heart. That's not right. According to Zhang Wei's initial story, he was bound to mention the wolf incident next. He couldn't help but regret not asking more questions when Zhang Wei said he had it all figured out. But he hadn't. Now it was too late to stop him. That damn kid, let's see how he spins this. Li Deshang cursed inwardly, his anxiety mounting as he strained his ears to listen. Dad, you have no idea how dangerous today was. Lucky I had a pole in my hand, otherwise, you might never have seen me again. Zhang Wei said slowly. What happened? What happened? Zhang Kaming and Zhao Hongyu asked almost in unison, their voices filled with concern. Zhang Wei shook his head inside. Li Chuanmei's home is in Bianshan Gully, right at the foot of the mountain. I just walked her to her doorstep when two wolves suddenly came charging out of the woods. Wolves? At the mention of wolves, Zhang Kaming's face paled. His voice trembled as he asked, You encountered wolves? Zhao Hongyu gasped, Wei, you encountered wolves? Li Deshang's mouth twitched again. Sure enough, the kid had mentioned wolves after all. But earlier he'd mentioned 8 wolves, this time he only said 2. If he hadn't seen that 567 yuan and 6 jiao, he would have believed Zhang Wei had only encountered 2 wolves. Zhang Wei explained, the moment I saw those 2 wolves, I wanted to run for my life. But Li Chuanmei's foot was injured, I could run, but she couldn't. In my panic, I grabbed the carrying pole and whack, 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 killed both wolves with a few blows. Zhang Kaming and Zhao Hongyu visibly relaxed. Zhang Wei continued, Li Chuanmei was so grateful I escorted her home and saved her life. Not only did she give me 20 pounds of Bianshan Daku liquor, but she also found someone in the village to sell the 2 wolves. I made over 100 yuan in total. Zhao Hongyu exclaimed in delight, Wei, you sold those wolves for over 100 yuan? That's truly a case of good deeds being rewarded. You saved someone and made money too. Over 100 yuan. That's half your uncle's annual salary. Li Deshang finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Zhang Wei's explanation accounted for the source of the money, reduced the number of wolves involved, and framed the encounter as an accident during a rescue mission. This approach eased Zhang Kaming's concerns without leaving him much room to criticize. Still, this was merely his interpretation. Zhang Kaming's true thoughts remained to be seen. Li Deshang couldn't help but glance at Zhang Kaming. Zhang Wei likewise turned his gaze toward his father. Chapter 50, Didn't I say I used a little? At that moment, Zhang Kaming's mood was complex. At first, he was genuinely angry when Zhang Wei said he hadn't made new clothes. But upon learning it was because he'd taken an injured person home, his anger dissipated. In his heart, his son had done the right thing. Then, upon hearing about the wolves Zhang Wei had encountered, his heart truly clenched in terror. If asked what he hated most in the world, it would undoubtedly be wolves. After all, his eldest son had met his end precisely because of a wolf pack. Hearing that his younger son had encountered wolves again, his feelings were beyond description. Fortunately, Zhang Wei was unharmed. Not only that, but Zhang Wei had killed 2 wolves. In just a few short sentences, his heart had been lifted and then dropped, rising and falling in a flutter. He didn't doubt for a moment that Zhang Wei could kill 2 wolves with a simple pole. After all, he had witnessed firsthand yesterday how Zhang Wei had killed a wild boar. Wolves were fierce, but compared to wild boars, they were nothing. If Zhang Wei could take down a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds with just a few swings of his pole, 2 wolves were certainly no challenge. And upon hearing that the 2 wolves fetched over 100 yuan, he found even less reason to blame Zhang Wei for not making the clothes. After a long pause, Zhang Kaming said, There are reasons for everything. I won't say anything more. All right. I'll head back alone tonight. You can stay at Uncle Air's place tonight. You can make the clothes tomorrow and then go back. At this point, Zhang Wei didn't dare argue with his father about not making the clothes. After all, he had enough money to make a set of clothes now. He immediately agreed, All right, I'll make the clothes tomorrow. But inwardly, he thought, if I'm making clothes, I'll make them for mom and dad, my 2 younger sisters, my sister-in-law, and my nieces and nephews. After all, he'd only promised to start making them tomorrow. He hadn't specified who they were for. This wasn't exactly lying. Seeing Zhang Wei had successfully passed the test, Li Deshang said, Son-in-law, why the rush to go back? You can wait until tomorrow and go with Wei. Zhang Kaming replied, No, I'd rather hurry back tonight. They just slaughtered a wild boar yesterday. There are dozens of pounds of meat and hundreds of pounds of grain at home. If I don't go back, it'll just be Kai and her mother at home. I can't rest easy. This wasn't an excuse, he genuinely worried. As the saying goes, when full and warm, thoughts turn to lust. When hungry and cold, thoughts turn to theft. In the 1970s and 1980s, most rural families still struggled to get enough to eat, and theft was a common occurrence. As Zhang Kaming pointed out, with meat in the house and no men present, the risk of bandit striking was indeed very real. Li Deshang understood this reality. Hearing Zhang's explanation, he could only stop trying to persuade him. Zhang Kaming asked Zhang Wei, How much did you get for the wolf? Zhang Wei replied, 167 yuan and 60 fun. That much. Zhang Kaming was startled at first, then said, "Give me the money. I'll take it back and keep it safe for your mother." Zhang Wei grimaced and said, I spent a little of it." Li Desheng's mouth twitched again at this. He thought to himself, "You call that spending a little?" Hearing Zhang Wei say he'd spent some of the money, Zhang Kaming opened his mouth to scold him. But then he remembered Zhang Wei had caught a nest of snakes just the day before yesterday, and yesterday he'd hunted a wild boar. Not only did that mean meat for the family, but it also meant a lot more grain. And the wolf was Zhang Wei's kill too. Even though he was stingy with money, he couldn't bring himself to scold him again. He sighed. "Fine, you used a little. Just give me the rest of the money." "Sure." This time, Zhang Wei was surprisingly prompt. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the remaining money, and handed it over in one go. Zhang Kaming took it and counted, only 2 large notes, 1 5 yuan bill, 1 50-cent coin, and 1 10-cent coin totaling just 25 yuan and 60 fin. "Didn't you say you sold it for 167 yuan and 60 fun? Why are you only giving me 25 yuan and 6 jiao? Where's the other 142 yuan? Zhang Kaming immediately grew anxious and began questioning him repeatedly. Zhang Wei scratched his nose awkwardly and mumbled, "Didn't I say I used a little? After using it, there's only this much left." "No!" Zhang Kaming exclaimed anxiously. "When you say used a little, you mean you spent over 100 yuan? When he first heard Zhang Wei say used a little, he assumed Zhang Wei had gotten a craving and bought some snacks like steamed buns or sunflower seeds on the street at most a few dimes. He never imagined that a little meant over 100 yuan. Over 100 yuan working his fingers to the bone at home for 2 years wouldn't even earn him that much. With that 100+ yuan, he could not only pay off the family's debts but also afford some household necessities. But instead, Zhang Wei had squandered it. Zhang Kaming felt such heartache he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet deep down, he still couldn't quite believe it. He suspected Zhang Wei didn't want to give him the money, intending to keep it for his own use when he went to the city for school. Suppressing his anger, he said, Wei, give me the money. I'll have your mother keep it safe. She'll give you your monthly allowance for living expenses when you go to school in the city. It's not safe for a kid to carry that much cash around. What if you lose it?" Zhang Wei replied helplessly, "Dad, I really spent the rest of it, except for the money I gave you." He pointed at Li Desheng. "Ask Uncle Li if you don't believe me, I bought things from him." Swish! 2 pairs of eyes turned toward Li Desheng simultaneously. One pair belonged to Zhang Kaming, the other to Zhao Hongyu. Hearing Zhang Wei say he'd spent 142 yuan all at once, Zhao Hongyu felt a pang of worry. Just as she was about to help Zhang Kaming ask, she heard Zhang Wei say the money was spent at the supply and marketing cooperative. She was determined to see how Zhang Wei could possibly have spent over 100 yuan. Under the piercing stares of the two, Li Desheng stammered awkwardly, "Oh, well. Wei is right. He did buy over 100 yuan worth of goods from me. He actually, really spent it." Zhang Kaming nearly stumbled, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly swallowed hard, forcing down the blood that threatened to spill. Simultaneously, he raised his sleeve to wipe his lips, his voice bitter as he asked, "Second brother, how could you let Wei spend so much?" Unlike his reproachful tone, Zhao Hongyu immediately launched into a lioness-like roar, "Li Desheng. Wei is just a child who doesn't know any better. He's wasting money recklessly, didn't you stop him?" Li Desheng. He felt like a mute swallowing bitter gall, utterly unable to voice his grievances. Didn't stop him? He had. But it didn't work. He regretted it too, regretted not being firm enough back then. If he had been resolute, Zhang Wei wouldn't have been able to spend that money. But then, the words Zhang Wei had spoken back then made him unable to bring himself to refuse. Now, with Zhao Hongyu pressing him, he had no choice but to endure it. Seeing his silence, Zhao Hongyu's anger flared. She gritted her teeth and snapped, "Fine, you won't say. But where are the things? Where are the things Wei bought?" Li Desheng replied, "They're all in the main room of my older brother's house." Zhao Hongyu shot Li Desheng a fierce glare, then turned her angry stare to Zhang Wei. Looking at Zhang Kaming, who wore a dejected expression, she said, "Brother-in-law, don't worry just yet. Let's go back and see what Wei bought. Worst case, we'll just return them to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow." Chapter 51, I Have Plans. The main house stood elevated in the center of the Li family compound, flanked by lower-lying side wings. At the main entrance, 5 steps connected the eaves corridor to the courtyard, while the side rooms had only a single step down to the courtyard. Therefore, several steps were also needed to ascend from the eaves corridors of the side rooms to the main house's eaves corridor. At the corners of the courtyard beyond these steps on both sides stood a large rectangular stone vat, used for collecting and storing rainwater from the eaves. Zhang Wei and Li Desheng dumped the radishes and radish leaves beside the stone vats, making it convenient to draw water from them for washing. Zhao Hongyu and Zhang Kaming crossed the courtyard and headed straight for the main hall of Li Dashuan's house across the way. "Brother-in-law, you're back. Your brother says Wei bought all this." As soon as they entered, Lu Feng pointed to the large pile of items she had taken out of her bamboo basket and said to Zhang Kaming, Zhang Keiming and Zhao Hongyu were both stunned. Rice, flour, noodles, rapeseed oil, soy sauce, vinegar, beta candy, roasted melon seeds, roasted peanuts, sesame cakes, biscuits, malted milk powder, canned goods. Item after item, they not only filled the octagonal table in the main hall but also piled high on chairs and the floor. He actually bought all this stuff. No wonder he spent over 100 yuan. Zhao Hongyu murmured, her eyes still betraying her shock. Lu Feng, hearing this, took Zhao Hongyu's hand and said, where did Wei Wei get the money to buy all this? I asked your brother, but he wouldn't say. It's driving me crazy. Zhao Hongyu gave a wry smile. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Wei Wei's money is from a legitimate source. Lu Feng had been worried Zhang Wei's money might be ill-gotten, but hearing Zhao Hongyu's words eased her mind. Still, curiosity got the better of her. Where did he get so much money? I just calculated it. Even if he bought only discounted items, it would still cost over 100 yuan. At this, Zhao Hongyu grew indignant. What bargain items? He bought nothing but premium goods, a full 142 yuan worth, all from Deshang. Good heavens! Lu Feng gasped. Why didn't Deshang stop him? Even if he has money, he shouldn't be spending it like that. Your brother only earned a little over 100 yuan working part-time this past semester. Exactly. Zhao Hongyu retorted. I was just telling my brother-in-law that if it comes to it, we'll carry all this stuff back tomorrow and return it. Lu Feng interrupted, we'll worry about that later. Quickly tell me, where did Wei Wei get the money? Li Dasan was listening intently nearby. He was also curious how exactly had Zhang Wei covered up his lie. Li Dayuan and Lin Jelly, who had been cooking in the kitchen, heard the commotion and came over. Zhao Hongyu recounted Zhang Wei's story in front of everyone. Lu Feng, Li Dayuan, Lin Jelly, and Li Dasan all gaped in astonishment. However, Lu Feng and Li Dayuan were astonished that Zhang Wei had actually killed 2 wolves. Li Dasan, upon hearing it, was first surprised that Zhang Wei had actually brought up the wolf-killing incident. But after a moment's thought, he understood Zhang Wei's intent and couldn't help but silently praise him. This kid was truly a clever little devil. Lin Jelly reacted differently from the others. After hearing the story, she couldn't stop praising Zhang Wei. I told you Wei Wei was no ordinary kid. Look at him, he killed a wild boar yesterday, and today he took down 2 wolves. Who else has skills like that? And get this, he sold those 2 wolves for over 100 yuan. His money-making skills are even better than big brother and second brother. He's young. What's wrong with him earning money and buying things for the family? Second sister-in-law, don't you dare tell him to quit. As Lin Jelly rattled on, Zhang Wei walked in after emptying the radishes. Li Deshang followed behind him. Uncle. Auntie. Upon entering, Zhang Wei first greeted Li Dayuan and Lin Jelly, whom he hadn't met yet. Li Dayuan responded with a smile. Lin Jelly took his hand and said with a smile, Wei Wei, you're here. I was just talking about you, how you're making money now, even better than your first and second uncles. Auntie, I'm just lucky. Zhang Wei said modestly, his face flushing with embarrassment. Lin Jelly said, don't be modest with your auntie. It's good for a young man to be capable. I believe in you, you'll make a fortune someday. Zhang Keiming couldn't stand listening to this anymore and interjected, Jelly, stop praising him. Look at all this stuff he's bought, he's practically a spendthrift. Lin Jelly, being much younger and more open-minded, laughed and countered, brother-in-law, money is meant to be spent. What's the point of earning it otherwise? Pointing to the pile of items, she added, look at all the things Wei Wei bought, they're all for the household. What more could you ask for? Zhang Keiming didn't see it that way. These things cost over 100 yuan. He didn't think the family needed these things right now, but over 100 yuan was too important to the household. Being older than Lin Jelly, he wasn't afraid to contradict her. Turning to Zhang Wei, he said, you spendthrift. Return all these things first thing tomorrow morning. After that, he turned to Li Deshang, second brother, I'll need your help with this. Zhao Hongyu chimed in from the side, Deshang, Wei Wei bought these things from you. You need to take responsibility. Pointing to the pile of items, he added, here's what we'll do, keep a few things that might be useful for the son-in-law's household, and return the rest tomorrow. Generally, goods sold by the supply and marketing cooperative couldn't be returned, but since Li Deshang was a sales clerk there, returns were possible if he agreed. Li Deshang looked at Zhang Wei and said, if you want to return them, just pick out the items and I'll process the return tomorrow. Zhang Keiming immediately retorted, what's there to pick? Return everything. If mom needs anything, she can just buy it from second brother when she goes shopping. Dad. Zhang Wei called out. These items can't be returned. I have plans for them. Zhang Keiming flared up at once. Over 100 yuan worth of stuff, and you just say you won't return it? Do you think you're some rich landlord who can just throw money around like that? Zhang Wei stubbornly insisted, Dad, I really have plans for them. Zhang Keiming didn't believe he had any plans at all. He just thought his son didn't want to return the items. Fuming, he snapped, fine, you say you have plans. Then tell me what they are. Zhang Wei immediately walked to the octagonal table and picked up 3 packs of Tianmen cigarettes. Turning around, he said earnestly, Uncle Dai, Uncle Air, Uncle Yao, you've always looked after me since I was little and helped our family. Back then, I was useless, but today I got lucky and made a little money. I bought each of you a pack of cigarettes as a token of my respect. He handed one to Li Dasun, one to Li Dashang, and the last to Li Dayuan. The room fell silent. No one had expected Zhang Wei to actually have something prepared. He had only bought 5 packs of cigarettes in total, with 3 of them intended for his eldest, second, and youngest uncles respectively. Zhang Wei himself didn't smoke, so the other 2 packs were either meant for gifts or for Zhang Kaming. Li Dasun was the first to react. He pushed the cigarettes back toward Zhang Wei and said, Wei, your filial heart truly makes your uncle happy. But I really don't need these cigarettes. Take them back. Li Dashang chimed in, that's right, Wei. Your thoughtfulness is enough. Second uncle can't accept your cigarettes either. Li Dayuan remained silent but also handed the cigarettes back to Zhang Wei, his stance clear. Compared to Li Dashuan's easygoing nature and Li Dashang's sternness, Li Dayuan was rather taciturn. Usually a quiet sort, he seldom spoke. Seeing all 3 uncles refuse the cigarettes, Zhang Wei turned to Zhang Kaming and asked, Dad, what do you say? Chapter 52, Accept them all. Zhang Kaming froze for a moment. He truly hadn't anticipated that Zhang Wei's arrangement meant these 3 cartons of cigarettes were gifts for his 3 uncles. What could he say to his son's gesture? Even though he was reluctant to part with the money, he knew deep down that his son was doing the right thing. In fact, his son had thought it through more thoroughly than he had. Zhang Kaming shot his son a complex look, then stepped forward. He picked up the cigarettes Li Dasun, Li Dashang, and Li Dayuan had returned to Zhang Wei, handing them back one by one. Eldest brother, second brother, Dayuan, he said, since Wei bought these, you should take them. Don't let the boy's kind gesture go to waste. Li Dasun pondered for a moment before replying, brother-in-law, you're right. Since Wei bought them, I'll accept them. Li Dashang hesitated before accepting the cigarettes. Brother-in-law, I'll take these. But there's something I need to discuss with you. Zhang Kaming quickly interjected, second brother, go ahead. Li Dashang glanced at Zhang Wei and said solemnly, brother-in-law, Wei has truly grown up. You shouldn't treat him like a child anymore. Perhaps, sometimes, for certain matters, you could consider his opinion. Zhang Kaming froze, puzzled by Li Dashang's sudden remark. Yet he always respected Li Dashang and heeded his words. He nodded. Second brother, I'll keep that in mind. Hearing Uncle Li's words, Zhang Wei understood his uncle was laying the groundwork for his future conversation with his father about dropping out of school. He shot Uncle Li a grateful glance, silently thinking, Uncle, thank you. Seeing both his eldest and second uncles accept the cigarettes, Li Dayuan stopped refusing. He smiled at Zhang Wei as he handed him a pack. With the cigarette matter settled, Zhang Wei walked back to the octagonal table and picked up 3 bottles of malted milk drink, handing one each to Lu Fang, Zhao Hongyu, and Lin Jelly. Auntie first, auntie second, auntie third. This is just a small token of Wei's appreciation. Please don't refuse it. Lu Fang and Zhao Hongyu were momentarily at a loss for words, clearly surprised that the malted milk was intended for them. Lin Jelly, however, beamed. Oh, dear sisters-in-law, since it's Wei's thoughtful gift, we'll gladly accept it. Zhao Hongyu shot Lin Jelly a fierce glare. Then she turned to Zhang Wei and said, Wei, I don't drink this stuff. You really didn't need to spend money on it. Lu Fang immediately chimed in, that's right, Wei. Why would I drink this? It's unnecessary and wasteful. You should return it. Zhang Wei replied sincerely, all 3 uncles smoke, so I buy them cigarettes. But I can't just think of my uncles and forget about my aunts. I didn't know what to buy, but I just hope Auntie 1, Auntie 2, and Auntie 3 stay healthy. I bought this to help you nourish your bodies. Zhao Hongyu tried to refuse again, but Zhang Kaming spoke up, eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, you raised Wei when he was little. He means well, please accept it. When Zhang Wei handed the malted milk powder to Lu Fang, Zhao Hongyu, and Lin Jelly, Zhang Kaming knew the gifts wouldn't be returned. At that moment, he suddenly recalled what Li Dashang had just said, feeling both pleased and disheartened. Perhaps his second brother was right, Wei really had grown up and couldn't be treated like a child anymore. Seeing all 3 uncles and aunts accept the gifts, Zhang Wei said, uncles and aunts, this is all I can afford right now. It's just a token of my gratitude. When I make something of myself in the future, I'll repay you properly for all you've done for me and our family. Lin Jelly was quickest to respond. Oh my, she exclaimed. Wei, what nonsense are you talking? We don't need any repayment from you. Just be well, and that's all your auntie needs to be happy. Then she added with another oh my, I've been standing here watching the commotion. My stove is still on. Son-in-law, you two chat away. I'll go tend to dinner now. With that, she pulled Li Dayuan along and left. Li Dasun added, alright, Wei, you don't need to say another word. Just like your aunt said, we don't need any repayment from you. Lu Fang chimed in, that's right. Enough talk. Go warm yourselves by the hearth first. Once Jelly finishes cooking, we'll all eat together. Though Li Dasun, Li Dashang, and Li Dayuan had split their households and cooked separately most days, the 3 families shared a custom. Whenever guests visited either sister's home, all 3 families would dine together. As for who cooked, it depended on whose household was least busy. The three families never argued over it. In fact, they usually competed to cook. Take today, for instance. Lu Fang had initially planned to cook, but Lin Jelly insisted on doing it instead. Having lived 2 lifetimes and witnessed countless families, Zhang Wei had rarely seen such harmonious relationships among 3 uncles and their sisters-in-law. Having uncles and aunts like these truly brought him comfort. After hearing Lu Fang's words, Zhang Wei said, "Auntie, you two go warm yourselves by the fire. I'll set aside a pound of liquor to give to old Lai next door." Lu Fang froze, surprised. Why give him liquor out of the blue? Zhang Wei smiled and explained, "I passed by the Lai residence earlier and saw old Lai working in his field. His keen nose caught the scent of liquor. When he asked what kind it was, I offered him a pound." Li Dasan, who knew the reason, said, "Uncle Lai looked after Wei Wei when he was little. Wei Wei giving him a pound of liquor is no big deal. Go find a bottle, and bring the funnel and the liquor dipper too." As Lu Fang turned to go inside, Zhang Wei added, "Auntie, could you also bring 2 more wine jugs?" Lu Fang paused, surprised. "What are the jugs for?" Zhang Wei explained, "I'll give Uncle Lai 1 pound from this jug. The remaining 9 pounds will be divided equally among my first, second, and youngest uncles 3 pounds each." Lu Fang quickly protested, "You've already given us gifts. We don't need the wine." Before she could say more, Li Dasan cut in, "Alright, listen to Wei Wei. Get 2 more wine jugs." Lu Fang shot Li Dasan a puzzled look, feeling he seemed odd today. But she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Shaking her head, she said no more, went into the bedroom, and brought out a bottle of wine and 2 jugs. She went back inside once more to fetch the funnel and the wine-pressing grapes. Zhang Wei divided the wine, took the filled bottles, and headed straight to the Lai family next door. As for the remaining items, whether to return them or not, no one mentioned it again. About half an hour later, Lin Jelly finished cooking and called everyone to eat from the hearthroom at Li Dashuan's house. Only then did Lu Fang notice Zhang Wei hadn't returned yet. She couldn't help but grumble, "Why isn't Wei Wei back yet?" Li Dasan chuckled, "Probably Uncle Lai dragged him off to play chess again." Li Dashang added, "That's most likely it. Ever since he was a kid, he's loved running over to Uncle Lai's place to play chess." Li Dasan stood up and said, "I'll go fetch him." No sooner had he spoken than a creak sounded as the side door near the main hall opened. Zhang Wei walked in, beaming. "Woof! Woof!" 2 small dog barks echoed from his arms. Li Dasan glanced over, surprised. "Wei Wei, why did you bring Lai Uncle's puppies?" Chapter 53, What are you afraid of? Zhang Wei stroked the golden, fluffy little head nestled against him and chuckled, "Uncle Lai insisted on giving them to me, so I had to bring them home." "Put!" Li Dasan shot him a disbelieving look. "That puppy was given to Uncle Lai by Aunt Zhou's nephew. Uncle Lai adores it, would he really give it away?" Lu Fang chimed in, "Yeah, I heard Uncle Lai beg Xiaozhou for one several times. It wasn't until Xiaozhou came to pay New Year's respects this year that he finally brought one over. They say this pup is even the offspring of a military dog, a real rarity. Uncle Lai would never part with it for you. If you snatched it, you'd better return it right away." How could Zhang Wei bear to give back such an adorable puppy? He stubbornly insisted, "Auntie, Uncle Lai really insisted on giving it to me." "Enough!" Li Dasan cut him off. "No need to make excuses. I'd wager Uncle Lai dragged you into a game of chess and lost to you." Zhang Wei laughed heartily. "Uncle, you really do see through everything. You've hit the nail on the head again." Li Dasan replied, "Uncle Lai has only 2 hobbies, drinking and playing chess. You went to bring him wine, so of course he dragged you into a game. The funny thing is, he loves playing chess but he's a complete hack. Losing to you was a foregone conclusion." He paused before adding, "I'm just curious, how did you end up petting this puppy?" With the topic out in the open, Zhang Wei dropped the act and said smugly, "The moment I stepped into Lai Grandpa's house, I set my sights on this puppy. After Grandpa Lai took the wine, he called me over to play chess. I flat out refused, just playing with this little pup instead. He got impatient and said if I beat him, he'd give me this pup. I was thrilled, but afraid he'd change his mind, so I said I'd give him a rook advantage. If he still lost, he couldn't back out." He sighed as he continued, "But who knew he'd change his mind after losing? He insisted we play a best-of-3 series instead. No choice, I played 2 more games with him, each time letting him start with a rook advantage. In the end, old Lai still lost all 3 games. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't bear the shame and obediently gave me the puppy." Li Dasan burst out laughing upon hearing this. Lu Fang retorted irritably, "But you still snatched it away. Hurry up and return it to them, or Uncle Lai and Aunt Zhou will start bickering again." Lin Jelly spoke up in defense, "Sis, Wei Wei won that puppy fair and square. Why should he give it back?" She then turned to Zhang Wei, "Wei Wei, their quarrels are their business. You're not giving him back." Zhang Wei nodded vigorously. "I'll listen to my aunt." Lin Jelly immediately smiled and said, "Well, Wei Wei, you're about to go to school in the city soon. You won't have time to take care of the puppy. Why not leave it with your auntie? I'll look after it for you." As she spoke, her hand reached out toward Zhang Wei. No, toward the puppy in Zhang Wei's arms. Zhang Wei jerked backward swiftly, shaking his head like a rattle, "I'll take care of it myself." Lin Jelly, unable to grab the puppy, exclaimed impatiently, "You silly boy. I'm not taking it from you, I'm just offering to look after it. What are you afraid of?" Zhang Wei retorted, "I'm afraid you're Liu Bei." Lin Jelly froze, bewildered. What does Liu Bei have to do with this? How am I Liu Bei? Li Dasun overheard and chuckled. Third brother's wife, Wei Wei means his puppy is Jingzhou. He's afraid if you take it, you won't give it back. You, really? What are you arguing with a child about a puppy for? Lin Jelly glared at Zhang Wei with almond-shaped eyes, her voice tinged with reproach. Wei Wei's being naughty. Just a moment ago he said he'd listen to me, but now he's finding new ways to insult me. Zhang Wei shook his head hastily. No, auntie. I wasn't insulting you. I was just... Enough. Li Dasun cut him off. Stop arguing. Dinner's ready. Let's eat. Lin Jelly reluctantly conceded and motioned for everyone to head to the dining area. Several meat dishes graced the table today, all stir-fried with the wild boar meat Zhang Wei had brought. The 8 of them ate and chatted, finishing the meal in lively cheer. By the time they finished, night had fallen. Zhang Kaming insisted on returning home. After Zhao Hongyu's futile attempts to persuade him to stay, she had Li Deshang fetch a piglet from the pen for Zhang Kaming to take with him. This had been arranged beforehand as a credit purchase. Looking at the black piglet, Zhang Kaming was overjoyed. He asked, "Second brother, second sister-in-law, how much is this piglet?" Zhao Hongyu replied, "Didn't we say at noon? Take the piglet home to raise it first. We'll discuss the payment later." Zhang Kaming insisted, "But we should agree on the price first." Zhao Hongyu glanced at Li Deshang beside her before saying, "I bought it for 12 yuan. Since it's only been raised for 3 days, I'll still give it to you for 12 yuan. Li Deshang thought to himself that this piglet had clearly cost 16 yuan to buy, but he understood why Zhao Hongyu was only mentioning 12 yuan and kept quiet. Zhang Kaming thought for a moment, then pulled out the 25.6 yuan Zhang Wei had given him earlier. He took out a 100 yuan note and handed it to Zhao Hongyu along with the 5 yuan note, saying, "Second sister-in-law, I happen to have some cash on me. I'll give you the money for the piglet now." Zhao Hongyu didn't take the money. Waving it away, she said, "Keep that money for Wei Wei's school and living expenses. We'll talk about the piglet later." Zhang Kaming insisted, "If I didn't have any money, that's one thing. But to have money and not give it? What kind of person would do that?" He sighed. "I can only pay Zhuzi's share for now. The remaining 60 yuan I owe you both will have to stay unpaid. It's all Wei Wei's fault. If he hadn't spent money recklessly, we could have paid you back that 60 yuan by now." Zhao Hongyu retorted unhappily, "What kind of talk is that, son-in-law? De Chang and I never pressured you to repay. Don't say things like that again." "I won't say it anymore." Zhang Kaming waved his hands awkwardly. "I did want Wei Wei to return those things, but since he earned the money himself, he has his own ideas. I can't keep pressuring him." Zhao Hongyu nodded. "Yes, it feels like he suddenly grew up. He's become so sensible it almost breaks my heart. Brother-in-law, just let him be this time." "I know." Zhang Kaming nodded, then added, "Second sister-in-law, could you lend me your flashlight?" Zhao Hongyu replied, "No problem. I'll go get it for you." After she left, Zhang Wei said, "Dad, I'll go back with you." Zhang Kaming replied, "You still have to make clothes tomorrow. Stay the night at your second uncle's place." "Why go back?" Zhang Wei insisted, "It's late. I won't feel right leaving you to go home alone. I can go to the market tomorrow to get the clothes made." Zhang Kaming snapped, "I've walked this road at night 80 times if not 100. Why should I need your concern?" Zhang Wei insisted, "It's always better to have company when walking alone at night." "That's final. I'll go pick up the groceries too." With that, he fetched 2 baskets from the main hall and went to Li Dashuan's living room. He carefully sorted all the items, filling each basket. To his surprise, both baskets were completely filled. Originally, Zhang Kaming had intended to carry the piglets home in the baskets. Seeing they were now full, he had no choice but to borrow a bamboo backpack from Zhao Hongyu. Zhang Wei carried the baskets, shining a flashlight, while Zhang Kaming carried the piglet basket on his back and held the puppy in his arms. Father and son set off on the night journey home. Chapter 54, Thank goodness you came back with me. The mountain path stretched nearly 40 li. Even by day, it took nearly 4 hours to traverse. By night, progress was even slower. Neither spoke much along the way. It seemed that in the Great Xia, communication between fathers and sons was scarce. Zhang Wei had grown accustomed to this silence. For him, simply being reunited with his father felt like a blessing, so he made no effort to fill the quiet. After walking for about half an hour, Zhang Kaming suggested, "Wei Wei, you take the backpack. I'll carry the load." They had taken turns carrying the load on the way there that morning. The load had been lighter then, consisting only of 20 pounds of corn, 20 pounds of wheat, and 3 pieces of meat, totaling just over 50 pounds. Now, the basket alone contained 20 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, 2 bundles of noodles totaling another 10 pounds, a jar of rapeseed oil, and a jar of white liquor, each weighing 10 pounds. Just these items alone weighed 60 pounds, and then there were all the canned goods, roasted peanuts, roasted melon seeds, soy sauce, vinegar, and so on, adding up to dozens more pounds. Zhang Keiming's piglet weighed only about 10 pounds, but he wouldn't let Zhang Wei carry everything alone. "Dad, no need." Zhang Wei refused. "I'm not tired yet. Just hold Big Yellow tight." Big Yellow. Zhang Keiming paused, then realized this was the name Zhang Wei had given the puppy. He couldn't help but say, "The puppy's so tiny, calling it Big Yellow? Little Yellow would be more fitting." Zhang Wei chuckled. "It'll grow up eventually. Calling it Little Yellow when it's big won't sound right." Zhang Keiming thought about it and agreed. He dropped the subject and repeated his earlier offer, "Let me take over carrying the load." Zhang Wei insisted, "Dad, really, it's fine. I just finished eating and have plenty of energy. When I get tired, we'll switch." Zhang Keiming couldn't persuade him otherwise and finally relented, "All right then. Just call me when you feel tired." After Zhang Wei agreed, father and son resumed their journey with heads down. After walking for over an hour, Zhang Keiming noticed Zhang Wei still hadn't mentioned switching. He was astonished by his son's strength and endurance, and felt a sense of relief. By now, he couldn't help but realize his son was sparing him. If his son cared for him, how could he not care for his son? Zhang Keiming said, Wei, you've been carrying this for so long. It's my turn now." "Dad, really, it's fine." Zhang Wei refused again, smiling. "I want to see how long I can actually carry this. Just let me carry it for now. When I really can't carry it anymore, I'll definitely tell you." He truly meant it. After all, hunting would require endurance in the future, and he wanted to test his limits. Seeing his persistence, Zhang Keiming sighed and reluctantly continued onward. They had set out from Li Desheng's house around 7 o'clock. After walking for about 3 hours, they arrived at a place called Jizi Ferry. Nestled between two mountains, it was a deep river valley flanked by cliffs as steep as if carved by a knife. As the name suggested, Jizidu was once a crossing point for herds of muntjac deer. The very name hinted at the area's rugged, desolate nature. Not a soul could be seen for miles around. Moonlight now cast a ghostly glow over the valley, its depths made even more eerie by the roaring river below. Walking along the narrow path, one couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. After crossing the stone arch bridge over the river, Zhang Wei and Zhang Keiming had walked just over 100 meters when Zhang Wei's ears twitched and he abruptly halted. Zhang Keiming was about to ask what was wrong. Zhang Wei raised a finger to his lips, motioning for silence. After finishing, Zhang Wei gently set down the basket and withdrew the carrying pole, his movements remarkably light. Zhang Keiming watched, puzzled, wondering why Zhang Wei had suddenly become so quiet. He glanced around curiously, but all he saw was pitch-black darkness, unable to make out a single thing. When he looked back at Zhang Wei, the flashlight was off. Crouching low, Zhang Wei was moving forward stealthily, tiptoeing forward. Soon, Zhang Wei's silhouette vanished into the darkness, and Zhang Keiming could see nothing. After waiting about a minute, a flashlight beam suddenly illuminated the area ahead, shining directly onto a small clearing at the base of the mountain on the right. Zhang Keiming recalled that beyond this patch lay a path leading down to the riverbank, though long overgrown with weeds from disuse. So far away? What did that little bastard find? Zhang Keiming was muttering to himself when suddenly, the flashlight beam ahead darted rapidly, then began swaying erratically. A bleating sound followed. A roe deer. Zhang Keiming's heart leapt with joy, and he exclaimed excitedly. After the deer's calls ceased, the flashlight beam swept across the ground before lifting again, illuminating their return path. Moments later, Zhang Wei appeared before them, one hand holding the flashlight and a carrying pole, the other hand gripping a roe deer. This muntjac was no small catch, at least 60 pounds. "Good job, kid. How did you spot it from so far away?" Zhang Keiming exclaimed, surprised and delighted. Zhang Wei, however, wore a look of regret. "There were actually 3 deer," he said. "I only managed to freeze one in place with the flashlight. The other 2 escaped because I couldn't pin them down without the light." Zhang Keiming shrugged it off, chuckling, "Getting one muntjac is already quite a feat. Good thing you came back with us tonight. Otherwise, we'd have missed this one." Muntjac meat was among the most delicious of all wild game, far superior to wild boar. He set down the basket, laid the muntjac across the opening, and grinned at Zhang Wei. "Your turn to carry the basket now. I'll take the load." Zhang Wei replied, "The piglets and the roe deer together weigh 70 or 80 pounds. It won't be much lighter than the load. Dad, you carry the basket. I'll stick with the load." Zhang Keiming countered, "How can it be much lighter? Your 2 baskets alone weigh at least 100 pounds. Zhang Wei insisted, "I'm more used to carrying the load." By the time they finished speaking, Zhang Wei had already hoisted the pole. Zhang Keiming felt both relieved and helpless, so he reluctantly shouldered the basket again. Only this time, it felt much heavier. Yet Zhang Keiming didn't feel the weight at all. Instead, he was filled with excitement. After setting off, he couldn't help but ask again, "How did you spot that muntjac?" Zhang Wei replied, "As soon as we stepped onto the stone bridge, I faintly heard a muntjac's cry. When we stopped, I heard movement again. I signaled you to stay quiet, then crept over there." Zhang Keiming looked surprised. "How come I didn't hear a thing?" Your ears are that sharp? Zhang Wei smiled. In his previous life, he had served as a reconnaissance company commander, honing an acute sensitivity to his surroundings. Any movement within 100 or 2 meters rarely escaped his notice. After hearing the first deer call, he pinpointed its approximate location. He kept his ears open afterward, and eventually, he spotted the deer's trail. But he couldn't share this with his father. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Maybe it's because my ears have become more sensitive since I started practicing martial arts." Zhang Kaming whistled in admiration. Practicing the green dragon fist has so many benefits? If I'd known, I would have trained harder back then. Zhang Wei chuckled, "It's never too late to start. Just think of it as physical exercise." Zhang Kaming waved it off. "Forget it. I'm not in the mood for that now." After a few more words, father and son fell silent again. Nearly 2 hours passed before they finally entered Shurha village. Chapter 55. No matter how late you return, there's always a light burning. The moon now hung high in the sky, well past midnight. Lights had faded in every household, and under the moonlit night, Shurha village lay in profound stillness. When father and son reached their courtyard, they saw a faint glow emanating from the window of the fire pit house. As soon as Zhang Kaming knocked on the door, it swung open. "Wei Wei, you're back." Li Jing held a lamp with a shade, its faint light illuminating her weary face as she greeted them with a beaming smile. Zhang Wei's heart was deeply touched. This was the feeling of home. No matter how late you returned, someone would always keep a light burning for you. "Mom, why didn't you go to bed earlier?" Zhang Wei asked with concern. Li Jing replied casually, "I couldn't sleep anyway, so I waited for you." Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt an even deeper ache in his heart. Before he could say anything else, Li Jing gasped, "Dad, what did you bring back on your back?" Only then did she notice the muntjac lying across Zhang Kaming's back basket. In the dim light of the kerosene lamp, she hadn't recognized it at first glance. Zhang Kaming grinned. On the way back tonight, Wei Wei spotted a muntjac at the crossing and took it down. "Wei Wei, you actually bagged another muntjac!" Li Jing exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. "You took down a wild boar yesterday, and now a muntjac tonight? You're incredible!" Zhang Kaming thought to himself, "I didn't just shoot a boar and a muntjac, I also took down 2 wolves in the mountain ravines." But before he could speak, Li Jing gasped again. "Wei Wei, why did you bring back so much? Where did all this come from?" She almost thought she was hallucinating. She'd just been waiting for her husband and son to come home, never expecting to open the door and see not only her husband carrying a muntjac deer, but also her son carrying 2 baskets full of things. Woof! Woof! The big yellow dog Zhang Kaming was holding suddenly barked twice. Li Jing was even more stunned. There were puppies too. But it didn't stop there. The next second, she heard a grunt sound coming from the bottom of the bamboo basket. Not only puppies, but piglets too. Li Jing truly felt she was hallucinating. Her husband and son had gone out for a while and returned with all this stuff. What on earth had they been up to today? "Close the door first, then we'll talk inside." Zhang Kaming saw Li Jing frozen in place and hurriedly said. The journey from Jizadu to their home was over 10 li, carrying 70 or 80 jin. All that Wei had truly exhausted him. His shoulders felt heavy now. Li Jing snapped out of her daze and quickly stepped aside. "You guys go inside. I'll close the door." By the time she closed the gate and reached the hearth room, Zhang Wei had already set down the basket and was helping Zhang Kaming unload the bamboo back into the house. Big Yellow had also been let down, but the unfamiliar surroundings made him uneasy. After touching the ground, he scurried behind Zhang Wei for cover. Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile. Big Yellow was a good dog. He knew who his real master was. Turning around and crouching down, Zhang Wei said cheerfully, "Big Yellow, this is your home now. You've got to guard it well." Woof woof. Whether Big Yellow understood or not, he tilted his golden little head and barked twice. "Go play," Zhang Wei said with a smile as he stood up. Li Jing watched Big Yellow scampering about the yard and asked curiously, "Wei Wei, where did you find this puppy?" Zhang Wei replied, "Old Lai gave it to me." Li Jing knew exactly who Old Lai was. She gave a non-committal "oh" and didn't press further. At that moment, she was more concerned about where the piglet had come from. She turned to Zhang Kaming and asked, "Dad, where did you catch this piglet?" Zhang Kaming was just lifting the piglet out of his bamboo basket. The piglet squealed and squirmed, letting out sharp cries. Zhang Kaming replied, "My sister-in-law gave it to me." Li Jing sighed, "We already owe them money, and now we've taken one of their piglets. We owe them even more." Zhang Kaming countered, "The piglet cost 12 yuan, I already paid for it." Li Jing's face flashed with shock. "Where did you get the money?" she asked incredulously. Before she could finish, Zhang Kaming handed her several bills. Among them, a large 100 yuan note stood out prominently, along with 3 1 yuan notes, a 50-cent piece, and a 10-cent coin. "No way!" Li Jing was dazed. "What did you two do today? How did you suddenly have money?" Recalling the day's events, Zhang Kaming felt a pang of emotion. Pointing at Zhang Wei, he explained, "Wei Wei didn't just hunt a muntjac tonight, he also took down 2 wolves during the day. He sold the wolves, and that's how he bought those 2 baskets of goods. Here's the rest of the money. You keep it for now." Li Jing didn't bother to take the money or look inside the baskets. She grabbed Zhang Wei's arm and asked frantically, Wei, you encountered wolves? Are you hurt? Quick, take off your clothes so I can check. Hearing his mother's words, Zhang Wei felt both touched and exasperated. This was the third time today. Earlier in the mountain ravine, Li Chunmei had told him to take off his clothes. At the grain depot in Li Dashuan's bachelor quarters, his second uncle had told him to take off his clothes. Now he was back home, and his mother was telling him to take off his clothes again. He felt like today was just not going to let him be without taking his clothes off. Mom, I'm totally fine, not even a scratch. Zhang Wei said helplessly. Are you really not hurt? Li Jing asked again, her voice filled with concern and urgency. Zhang Wei replied with absolute certainty, Mom, don't worry. I'm really fine. Not a scratch on me. Second uncle already checked me over. That's good. That's good. Li Jing patted her chest repeatedly, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Still, she couldn't help but ask anxiously, Wei, how did you end up encountering wolves? Wolves were the most terrifying beasts in both her and Zhang Keiming's hearts. After all, their eldest son had met his end because of wolves. Zhang Wei first offered some reassuring words, then repeated to his mother the explanation he'd given his father earlier. After listening, Li Jing still felt a wave of lingering fear wash over her. She admonished him, you must never act so recklessly again. If you ever encounter wolves again, run as far away as you possibly can. Zhang Wei could only agree for now. While mother and son were talking, Zhang Keiming had already found a small basket similar to the one Zhang Wei used to carry radishes, but with a much smaller opening. He placed the captured piglet inside and pressed a sack of corn on top of the basket. This way, even if the piglet tried to flip the basket, it wouldn't be able to lift it. Zhang Keiming said, that's all for tonight. Tomorrow we'll need to clean out the pig pen. Li Jing replied, alright, I'll clean it first thing tomorrow morning. You two sit by the fire. I'll fetch a basin so you can wash your feet first. Zhang Wei wanted to go himself, but Li Jing had already headed toward the kitchen. He sighed helplessly. That's just how Mom was. Even after staying up this late, she still thoughtfully looked after him. As Zhang Keiming and Zhang Wei washed their feet, Li Jing added, you've been walking all night. Are you hungry? I'll make something for you to eat. Chapter 56, I dreamed of Guogua coming back. For lunch, Zhang Keiming and Zhang Wei ate at Li Dayuan's house and were both quite full. Normally, they wouldn't be hungry at this hour. But the two had not only walked 40 miles of mountain roads in one go, but also carried or hauled dozens of pounds of goods, exhausting their physical strength. Zhang Keiming said, actually, I am a bit hungry. Just whip up something simple. Wei and I will manage. Li Jing agreed and was about to head to the kitchen when Zhang Wei spoke up, Mom, skip the rice. Just boil some noodles. Li Jing hadn't yet checked the contents of the basket and didn't know if noodles were inside. A look of difficulty flashed across her face as she apologetically said, Wei, we don't have noodles at home. Mom will still make you fried noodle rice. Zhang Wei replied, I bought noodles. Boiling them is easy. Upon hearing there was noodles, Li Jing immediately smiled and said, since you bought noodles, I'll cook them for you. She walked over to the basket, ready to grab the noodles. But when she actually reached the basket, she froze in place. The basket was overflowing with items. So much so that she forgot she'd come for noodles. One by one, she pulled items out of the basket. Rice. Flour. Rapeseed oil. Soy sauce. Vinegar. Whey powder. With each item she took out, Li Jing called out its name before placing it on the ground. Soon, everything was emptied from the basket, covering a large patch of floor. Wei, why did you buy so much stuff? How much did this cost? Li Jing's voice trembled slightly. Earlier, her attention had been focused entirely on Zhang Wei's encounter with the wolf, overlooking the fact that the wolf he'd killed had sold for over 100 yuan, while Zhang Keiming had given him a mere 13 yuan and 6 jiao. Only now, seeing all these items, many of them quite expensive, did she start to feel the sting of the expense and began to question Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei opened his mouth, struggling to find an explanation, growing increasingly flustered. To his surprise, it was his father who came to his rescue. Zhang Keiming said, let's not talk about that now. Go cook some noodles quickly. Wei and I are both hungry. We can discuss the shopping while we eat. Hearing this, Li Jing had no choice but to go cook the noodles. She had barely entered the kitchen when a small figure emerged from the main room, feeling her way through the darkness toward the hearth room. Daddy, you really came back. Only when the muffled, childish voice rang out did Zhang Wei and Zhang Keiming notice Zhang Kai entering. She hadn't even put on her cotton coat, wearing only her underwear and slippers. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she made her way toward the hearth. Zhang Wei jumped up at the sight of her. Kai, why are you up? Zhang Kai murmured, I dreamed Papa came back, so I got up to check. I never thought Papa would really be back. That's wonderful. Gogo, did you bring me something delicious? Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile. I did bring you something delicious, he said softly. But you should go back to bed now. We'll eat it tomorrow morning. Come on, I'll take you back. As he spoke, he walked up to Zhang Kai and scooped her up in his arms. Zhang Kai whined, I don't want to sleep. I want to eat it right now. Hearing his little sister's whiny voice, Zhang Wei's heart softened. He chuckled, even if you want to eat now, you have to put your clothes on first. What if I catch a chill running out like this? Zhang Kai whined, it's dark, I can't see. Big bro, carry me back to get dressed. Alright, big bro will carry you back to get dressed. Zhang Wei ruffled her hair affectionately. After speaking, he grabbed the kerosene lamp from the table and carried Zhang Kai back to her bedroom. By the time he returned with her dressed, the little one was fully awake. The moment she entered the hearth room, she exclaimed, Gogo, did you bring something delicious back? Is mom cooking it? It smells so good. The aroma wafting from the kitchen was unmistakably that of stir-fried meat. Zhang Wei knew immediately mom was cooking shredded pork noodles for him and dad. He sighed inwardly. She had said a simple bowl of noodles would suffice, yet even though it was late at night, she still didn't mind the trouble, cutting meat and cooking shredded pork noodles. Perhaps that's just how mothers are never considering their own trouble, only thinking about how to feed their children well. Whatever the family had, she would use the best ingredients to cook for her children. Feeling his mother's love deep within, Zhang Wei smiled as he replied to his little sister, Mom's cooking noodles for us. I brought you lots of goodies, big white rabbit milk candies, canned goods, roasted melon seeds and peanuts, plus steamed buns. What do you want to eat first? Wow! Zhang Kai exclaimed with delight upon hearing about all the treats. They all sound so good. I want to eat everything. Zhang Wei smiled gently and made the decision for his little sister. Then let's start with the buy 2 milk candies. Zhang Kai nodded eagerly. After agreeing, she asked curiously, Big brother, what's buy 2 milk candy? Zhang Wei felt a pang of sadness in his heart. In later generations, many children no longer ate big white rabbit milk candy. They had access to all sorts of fancy candies and a wider variety of snacks to choose from. But what about his little sister? She was already 6 years old, yet she didn't even know what buy 2 milk candy was. Let alone ever having tasted them. A bitter ache welled up in Zhang Wei's heart. Compared to children in the future, little sister was missing out on so much. Zhang Wei silently vowed to himself that in this life, he would give his little sister the best life this era could offer. After calming his emotions, he led Zhang Kai to the storage area and began searching for the big white rabbit milk candies. The dimly lit room revealed a pile of items Zhang Kai hadn't noticed before. Seeing them now, she gasped, Big brother, there's so much stuff. Did you buy all this? Zhang Wei smiled. Yes, I bought them all. You'll have plenty to eat from now on. Wow, brother Wei, you're amazing. Zhang Kai exclaimed joyfully. As she shouted, she wandered around the floor, peering at everything with wide-eyed wonder. Woof woof. Just as she reached the wall by the window, a shadow suddenly darted out, running and barking twice. Doggy. Puppy. Little doggy. Zhang Kai heard the calls and saw clearly that a puppy had dashed from her feet to behind Zhang Wei. Excited, she cried out again. Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile. He'd been so engrossed in talking to Kai Kai that he'd completely forgotten about Big Yellow. He hadn't expected the little guy to be hiding in the corner. Seeing his little sister wasn't afraid at all, in fact, she seemed delighted to meet Big Yellow. Zhang Wei smiled and said, This is Big Yellow, whom I just brought home. Kai Kai, you can play with him from now on. Great! Great! Zhang Kai clapped her hands excitedly, so thrilled she even forgot she'd come looking for snacks. She waved at Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Did Guogua name you that? Big Yellow, come here quickly. Big Yellow, come to me. Gogo found me some goodies, I'll share them with you. Woof woof. In response, Big Yellow continued to dodge away, leaving only 2 barks behind. Chapter 57, A Family Dog Deserves Its Meat. With Zhang Wei's help, Zhang Kai finally got her wish and held Big Yellow in her arms. Sitting on a small stool by the fire pit, she held Big Yellow close while munching on a buy 2 milk candy, her big eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Daddy, these milk candies are so delicious. Daddy, have one too. It's so sweet. Watching his little daughter offer him the candy, Zhang Kaiming grinned so wide his mouth nearly split to the back of his ears. In that moment, he truly felt happiness. Eat it yourself, Kai Kai. I don't eat that stuff. He waved his tobacco pipe and chuckled, I'll stick to this, it hits the spot. Seeing her father decline, Zhang Kai withdrew her hand and stroked the fluffy fur on Big Yellow's head. In her babyish voice, she asked, Big Yellow, do you want some? Open wide, I'll feed you. It's so sweet. As she spoke, she tore open a big white rabbit milk candy and offered it to Big Yellow's mouth. Woof woof. Big Yellow barked, twisting his little head back and forth to dodge Zhang Kai's attempts to feed him. After several failed attempts, Zhang Kai looked at Zhang Wei sadly and asked, Daddy, the big white rabbit candy is so delicious. Why won't Big Yellow eat it? Zhang Wei chuckled, Kai Kai, you can have it yourself. Big Yellow doesn't eat big white rabbit candy, he only eats meat. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up. Then I'll feed him meat later. Alright. Zhang Wei nodded. Zhang Kai beamed, Daddy, you're so amazing. Not only did you bring back all these delicious treats, but you also brought home the little piggy in Big Yellow. Oh, right, you hunted again. Does that mean we'll have to ask Uncle Huang to slaughter it tomorrow? Does that mean we'll have lots of guests again, and big sister will come help mom cook? Zhang Wei said, yes. Zhang Kai said, that's great. Then Jun and Lily can eat meat with me again. There'll be so much good food, I'll share some with them. As the siblings chatted happily, Li Jing had already cooked the noodles and served a bowl to Zhang Kaiming first. She asked, Kai, do you want some? I want some. Zhang Kai hopped off her little stool, scooped up Big Yellow, and dashed toward the kitchen, calling out as she ran, I'll get Dad a bowl first. Li Jing couldn't help but laugh. How are you going to serve your brother noodles while holding the puppy? Zhang Kai let out an ah and stopped, looking down at Big Yellow in her arms, reluctant to put him down. But soon, she patted Da Wang's little head and said softly, Da Wang, be a good boy and wait for me by the stool. After I bring my brother his noodles, I'll bring you a bowl too. I'll feed you. Hearing his little sister's words, Zhang Wei's eyes grew moist. This scene reminded him of his younger sister bringing him tea and water every day after he became paralyzed in his previous life. How strikingly similar it was to what he saw before him now. It turned out his little sister had begun caring for him from a very young age. Even when eating noodles, she always thought to serve her brother first, saving herself last. She was so young back then. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Zhang Kai had already returned. She placed Da Huang on her little stool and then skipped off toward the kitchen. Watching Zhang Kai's retreating figure, Zhang Wei found himself lost in thought. Little sister was truly so well-behaved and sensible. Such a sweet and sensible little sister deserved a happy life. But in the past life, he had dragged her down. Little sister, in my past life, you took care of me in my later years. This life, let me take care of you for your entire life. Zhang Wei silently vowed to himself. He rose and walked toward the kitchen. Finally, of course, he helped Zhang Kai carry her small bowl of noodles into the hearthroom. In Shurha village, both adults and children ate noodles directly from their bowls without using tables. But Zhang Wei still moved the long table next to Zhang Kai's little stool and placed her bowl of noodles on it. Thanks, big brother. Zhang Kai said with a beaming smile. Seeing that her small bowl contained not just noodles but also stir-fried shredded pork and a fried egg, she exclaimed with delight, wow, shredded pork noodles. And an egg. It smells so good. But instead of digging in right away, she picked up a piece of shredded meat with her chopsticks, held it out to Big Yellow, and said in a babyish voice, Big Yellow, come eat some meat. Big Yellow opened his little mouth, flicked his tongue, and snatched the meat off Zhang Kai's chopsticks. He then barked twice at her. Look. Big Yellow ate it. Ha ha ha. Big Yellow ate the meat. Zhang Kai squealed with delight, then picked up another shred of meat and held it to Big Yellow's mouth. Zhang Kaiming watched the scene while eating his noodles, a smile curling his lips. If this had happened just 2 days ago, Zhang Kai feeding meat to a dog like this would have earned her a scolding. But now, he felt not a shred of regret. It was as if his own dog deserved to eat meat. This inexplicable feeling made him look involuntarily at Zhang Wei. The fact that he could now afford noodles, could afford meat, and could watch his daughter feed meat to a dog without a twinge of regret, all of it was because of Zhang Wei. It was Zhang Wei who hunted the wild boar. He was the one who hunted the wolf and sold it for money. He was the one who hunted the muntjac, ensuring his family would have meat to eat freely for a long time to come. And it was the money from selling the wolf that bought the piglets, which they raised and slaughtered, ensuring they'd have meat to eat from now on. Zhang Kaiming could almost see the days ahead, eating meat by the bowlful. Dad, you're not eating your noodles. Why are you staring at Wei Wei? Only when Li Jing spoke did Zhang Kaiming snap back to reality, offering an awkward smile. Oh, I was just lost in thought. Li Jing asked, what were you thinking about? You were completely lost in thought. Zhang Kaiming covered up, nothing much. Just thinking about asking old Huang to help slaughter the muntjac tomorrow. Li Jing gave a non-committal O and said, tomorrow's matters can wait until tomorrow. Hurry up and eat your noodles, or they'll get soggy. Zhang Kaiming nodded and resumed wolfing down his noodles. Li Jing opened her mouth to ask Zhang Wei why he'd spent so much money, but she held back. She decided not to bring it up in front of the child and would wait until they were in bed to ask Zhang Kaiming later. Zhang Kaiming and Zhang Wei finished their noodles quickly, but Zhang Kai hadn't eaten much. She'd spent most of her time feeding Big Yellow and had barely touched her own bowl. Only when Jing urged her did she shovel the last few bites of noodles into her mouth. Li Jing went to the kitchen to wash the bowls, and Zhang Wei followed her inside. What are you doing here? Li Jing asked. You walked so far today. You should go to bed early. Mom, this is for you. Zhang Wei handed her a bottle of ananine and a bottle of Tsutong tablets. Medicine? Li Jing looked at Zhang Wei in surprise. You bought medicine? I'm fine. Why did you buy all this medicine? What a waste of money. Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt a pang of pain in his heart. Even now, Mom still wanted to hide it from him, refusing to take her medicine. Recalling how he'd been completely unaware of her illness in his previous life, his sense of guilt deepened. But now that he had been reborn, he wouldn't just ignore her after a few words. Zhang Wei spoke gently, Mom, you don't need to hide it from me. I know you have migraines and often can't sleep well. He pointed to one bottle. This is pain relief. Take one when your head hurts. It takes about half an hour to work, so don't take too many at once. Pointing to another bottle, he continued, this one is ananine. Take 1 tablet before bed each night. Don't take too much either. It'll help you sleep. Chapter 58, You must be addicted to threatening me. After speaking, Zhang Wei slipped both bottles into Li Jing's pocket and left the kitchen. He didn't say anything more. Even if Mom refused to take them, he trusted Dad would make her. Because he still had to hand the rifampicin tablets over to his father. After returning to the hearth house, Zhang Wei said, Dad, I'm going to the outhouse. Want to come? In the countryside, outhouses were usually located outside the main house, often combined with the pigsty. Going out at night to use the restroom required carrying a kerosene lamp to light the way. Therefore, if the men in the household needed to use the restroom before bed, they often went together to share the lamp. Zhang Keiming nodded, grabbed the covered lamp from the coffee table, and stepped outside with Zhang Wei. Dad, here, take these. 2 tablets at a time, 3 times a day. Don't forget to take them. Outside the gate, Zhang Wei pulled a bottle of rifampicin tablets from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Keiming. Zhang Keiming took it in surprise, leaning closer to the lampshade to examine it. Seeing it was medicine, he snapped, Why are you giving me medicine? Zhang Wei replied, Dad, I saw you coughing up blood in secret. You can hide it from Mom, but not from me. If you don't want Mom to find out, you'll have to listen to me. This time, he didn't offer gentle persuasion. Instead, he issued a direct threat. Who says threats are always meant to hurt? Sometimes, threats can be an effective way to communicate even more so than gentle words. Because Zhang Wei knew his father was stubborn. Persuasion might be useless no matter how you tried. But he also knew his father feared nothing more than Mom discovering his coughing up blood. By using this as leverage, Zhang Wei was certain his father wouldn't dare skip his medication. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Zhang Keiming froze. After a long pause, he finally asked weakly, When did you find out? Zhang Wei's voice softened. Dad, when I found out isn't important. What matters is that you listen to me and take your medicine on time, so Mom won't worry. Zhang Keiming sighed, slipped the medicine bottle into his pocket, and gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll take the medicine. His tone shifted abruptly. But you absolutely can't let Mom find out. Seeing his father agree, Zhang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. If I wanted Mom to know, do you think I'd call you out here just to tell you? Zhang Keiming seemed to grasp something, his voice suddenly flaring with anger. You don't want Mom to know either? Then why did you threaten me? Don't think just because you've gotten smarter, I won't beat you. Zhang Wei looked utterly innocent. You're my dad. You don't need a reason to scold or hit me. But if you refuse to take your medicine, that's not a threat. I'll definitely tell Mom. Zhang Keiming was rendered speechless, scrambling for a way out. I'm going to the bathroom. Can't be bothered talking to you. Zhang Wei followed behind him, adding, Mom has migraines and can't sleep. I bought her some Aniyin and Qitong tablets too. I gave them to her when I went to the kitchen earlier, but she looked like she felt bad about the money and didn't want to take them. Her medication is your responsibility now. If she still refuses, I'll tell her about your coughing up blood. Zhang Weiming had already been seething over Zhang Weiming discovering his coughing up blood. First threatened once, then hit with a second threat in the blink of an eye. He genuinely wanted to smash Zhang Weiming with the kerosene lamp in his hand. But deep down, he knew Zhang Wei was acting in his best interest and for Li Jing's sake. Fuming but unable to lash out, Zhang Keiming stormed into the bathroom, slammed the door shut, and left Zhang Wei waiting outside. Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Anyway, he'd only intended to relieve himself briefly. Skipping the bathroom wasn't a big deal. Under the faint moonlight, Zhang Wei took a few steps forward and began pouring over a patch of snow. By the time he finished, the snow below had formed a large puddle. Not bad. Zhang Wei smiled confidently, glancing at the faint light leaking from the restroom before turning and heading back inside with his hands behind his back. The rest of the night passed without incident. The next morning, when Zhang Wei woke up, Zhang Kai was already up. Kai, why are you up so early? Zhang Kai hugged Big Yellow and replied with a beaming smile, I got up early to play with Big Yellow. You wouldn't believe it, Big Yellow just kissed me. He came running to my bed first thing this morning, barking. After saying this, she bent down and asked, Big Yellow, isn't that right? Woof woof. Da Huang gave 2 low barks. Zhang Kai said triumphantly, Guigua, see? Big Yellow says yes. Zhang Wei chuckled, Kai, you're amazing. You've already taught Big Yellow to understand you so quickly. Zhang Kai boasted, Big Yellow is so smart. He understands everything I say. Zhang Wei looked at Big Yellow, who was nestled in Zhang Kai's arms, tilting his golden little head back. His big eyes gazed right at Zhang Wei, looking as if to say, I really am very smart. Zhang Wei walked over, bent down, and gently hooked a Huang's jaw with 2 fingers. The dog immediately relaxed into a contented expression. In his previous life, Zhang Wei had kept a military dog while serving in the army. He knew exactly how to select puppies and how to train and discipline them. The moment he stepped into Lai Daqing's home yesterday, he instantly recognized Big Yellow as a promising dog. Otherwise, he wouldn't have schemed to bring it back. After playing with Big Yellow for a few moments, Zhang Wei turned to Zhang Kai and said, Kai, put Big Yellow down. Let's go brush our teeth. Zhang Kai was reluctant to let go of Big Yellow, but she obeyed Zhang Wei more readily. She gently set Big Yellow down on the floor, patting its back and saying, Big Yellow, go play by yourself. I'll come find you in a bit. Da Huang whined softly and trotted off to the side. Clearly, he was remarkably intelligent and understood what his little master was saying. Zhang Kai pulled her gaze away from Big Yellow, tilted her head back, and asked curiously, Daddy, what's brushing teeth? In the 1970s and 1980s, most people in rural areas didn't brush their teeth. This included Zhang Wei's family. They'd never owned toothbrushes or toothpaste before, and Zhang Kai didn't even know what brushing teeth meant. For Zhang Wei, who had grown accustomed to brushing twice daily in his previous life, going 2 days without brushing since his rebirth was unbearable. That's why yesterday he bought 10 toothbrushes and 2 tubes of toothpaste all at once. He intended not only to brush his own teeth but also to instill the habit of brushing morning and night in his parents, younger sister, sister-in-law, and 2 nieces and nephews. Zhang Wei took Zhang Kai's hand and said, Come on, big brother will take you to brush your teeth. Afterwards, your mouth will smell nice and fresh. A 6-year-old child is naturally curious about everything, especially when it's something her brother suggested. Zhang Kai happily agreed. When Zhang Wei reached the hearthroom, he found that all the items scattered across the floor the night before had vanished. Li Jing, who had risen early, had gathered and organized everything, putting each item in its proper place. Rice, flour, noodles, rapeseed oil, soy sauce, and vinegar were all stored in the kitchen. Snacks like roasted peanuts, sunflower seeds, beta candy, sesame cakes, cookies, and canned goods had been stored in the cupboard of her bedroom. Only small items like toothbrushes, toothpaste, and soap remained on the hearthroom windowsill. Among them, there were only 8 toothbrushes left. 1 tube of toothpaste had been opened. Zhang Wei knew immediately that his parents had taken them. They hadn't brushed their teeth before, but unlike Zhang Kai, they knew about toothpaste and toothbrushes. They simply couldn't afford them back then, so they just didn't brush. Last night, Zhang Wei had bought all the toothbrushes back, and the elderly couple had started using them. Zhang Wei smiled, took 2 new toothbrushes, squeezed on toothpaste, and led Zhang Kai into the kitchen. The kitchen was empty. Zhang Wei walked to the water jar, picked up a dipper from the shelf above, scooped a ladle of water, and motioned for Zhang Kai to follow him to the back ditch. Chapter 59, The Passing of 3 Buns. Ha! 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 After brushing her teeth, Zhang Kai mimicked him, exhaling several deep breaths in a row. Turning to Zhang Wei, she exclaimed excitedly, Brother, brushing my teeth really makes my mouth feel so fresh. It feels so good. Zhang Wei finished brushing his teeth and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, his mouth felt refreshed. He smiled and said, Then from now on, brush your teeth once every morning when you wake up and once every night before you go to bed. Zhang Kai nodded her little head like a chick pecking at grain, happily declaring, I love brushing my teeth. Zhang Wei said, Then remember the color of the toothbrush in your hand. From now on, it's yours. Don't grab the wrong one. Got it. Zhang Kai promised. Mine's red. I'll remember. The two returned to the house. Zhang Wei first put away the bottle gourd, then placed his and Zhang Kai's toothbrushes back on the windowsill of the hearthroom. We really need to buy a few cups. Otherwise, there won't even be a place to put the toothbrushes. Zhang Wei sighed inwardly. The thought of shopping reminded him he had no money on him. Forget it, no cups for now. That 400 yuan is untouchable, it's for buying a gun and ammo. We need to go hunting soon. Otherwise, without cash on hand, it's inconvenient to buy anything. Zhang Wei muttered under his breath. Little did he know Zhang Kai had sharp ears and overheard him. She asked, Honey, you bought so much yesterday. What else do you want to buy? Zhang Wei smiled and said, There's still plenty I want to buy. He ruffled her hair. Never mind shopping for now. Where did Mom and Dad go? Zhang Kai replied, They went to clean the pigsty. They said they'd be back to make breakfast once they're done. Zhang Wei hummed in acknowledgement, then suggested with a smile, Kai, how about I make breakfast? Zhang Kai beamed, Yes. Yes. You make breakfast, and I'll tend the fire for you. She dashed toward the stove as she spoke. Though only 6 years old, she often helped add firewood while Li Jing cooked. A wave of sadness washed over Zhang Wei once more. In the world she came from, who among 6-year-olds didn't have their clothes handed to them and their meals served? Who wasn't still cuddling and playing cute in their parents' arms? Yet his little sister could already handle so many household chores. Compared to children in the future, little sister was truly working too hard, so sensible and heartbreakingly tender. Kai, you don't have to tend the fire. Zhang Wei couldn't bear to let his little sister tend the fire. He called out to her, Go to your aunt's house and see if Junjun and Lily are awake yet. If they're up, call them over. I'll heat up the buns I brought back yesterday for you all to eat. Alright, I'll go call Junjun and Lily. Zhang Kai happily agreed, dashing out of the kitchen and calling to Big Yellow, come quick. We're going to call Junjun and Lily for buns. Woof woof. Da Huang barked twice and actually followed Zhang Kai toward Chen Xiu's house. Good dog. Zhang Wei praised him before getting to work. First, he filled the pot halfway with water, then went to the stove entrance to start the fire. Once the flames roared, he closed the stove door and went to the main room. He retrieved the wild boar head, pig stomach, and intestines from the table, placing them all into a large wooden basin used for washing vegetables. Before long, the water in the pot came to a boil. Zhang Wei ladled the hot water into the wooden basin, then refilled the pot with cold water and added more firewood to the stove to heat it again. After stoking the fire, Zhang Wei began cleaning the pig's head, stomach, and intestines. Each of these items was quite difficult to clean and required several rounds of scrubbing to get thoroughly clean. After washing them 5 or 6 times, Zhang Wei had just finished when Zhang Kai entered the kitchen through the back door with Zhang Jun and Zhang Li. "Uncle! Uncle!" The 2 little ones called out obediently. Zhang Wei smiled and replied, Kai, take Jun and Li to warm yourselves by the fire. I'll heat up the buns shortly and bring them out for you. Zhang Kai didn't leave. Instead, she crouched beside the wooden basin and asked curiously, Dad, why did you wash the pig's head? Are you going to cook it for us? Zhang Wei nodded, his voice tinged with mystery. Yesterday I bought some spices. I'm going to braise this wild boar head and make you some braised meat. What's braised meat? Zhang Kai blinked her big eyes, her curiosity evident. In this era, no one in Sansha town knew how to make braised meat. Zhang Wei could do it only because of his memories from his previous life. After being discharged from the military due to disability, the government had resettled him in Suyuan County. Zhang Kai had also moved to Suyuan County to care for him. Zhang Kai hadn't attended school for many years, and with the responsibility of caring for Zhang Wei, she never sought employment. Once, she brought home some braised meat for Zhang Wei, and he instantly fell in love with the flavor. Seeing his fondness for it, Zhang Kai specifically learned how to make braised dishes and even opened a small braised food shop. This allowed her to earn money while caring for Zhang Wei. While Zhang Kai was preparing the dishes, Zhang Wei would sometimes lend a hand. Over time, he gradually learned how to make the braised dishes himself. Recalling this memory, Zhang Wei's gaze toward Zhang Kai softened. He smiled and said, braised meat requires a lot of spices to marinate and it tastes amazing. Kai, you definitely love it. Zhang Kai beamed, as long as it's made by my husband, I love everything. Then she turned to Zhang Jun and Zhang Li. Jun, Lily, what do you think? Do you like the food my pot makes? Zhang Jun answered honestly, yes. Zhang Li mumbled, Uncle, is amazing. Mom said so. Zhang Wei couldn't help but laugh at her expression. Alright, go play for a bit. I'll bring it out once it's ready. After the 3 little ones went to the fire pit room, Zhang Wei rummaged through the cupboard and pulled out 3 steamed buns wrapped in brown paper. He placed them in the pot to steam first. He used the time to fetch the spices he'd bought yesterday: star anise, cinnamon bark, bay leaves, cloves, Sichuan peppercorns, measuring out each by proportion into a small bowl. He also retrieved some sun-dried chili peppers from home, added them to the mix, washed everything, and drained it in a bamboo sieve. By the time he finished, the buns in the pot were steaming hot. He lifted them out of the pot, arranged them on a plate, and carried them to the hearth room. Buns! Zhang Jun's eyes lit up at the sight of the buns. He had last eaten buns before his father's accident, but he was only 4 years old then. Now, 2 years later, he had almost forgotten what buns tasted like. Zhang Wei said, 3 buns, 2 sweet filled and 1 vegetable filled. You guys divide them yourselves. Zhang Jun immediately replied, let my aunt and sister have the sweet ones. I'll take the vegetable bun. Zhang Kai had no objections and generously said, 1 each is fine with me. Zhang Li certainly wasn't going to object. So Zhang Jun took the vegetable bun, while Zhang Kai and Zhang Li each took a sweet-filled bun. The 3 gathered together and happily began eating. Brother, I want a bite of your vegetable bun. After taking a few bites of her bun, Zhang Li watched Zhang Jun eat with such relish and asked with longing eyes. Zhang Jun promptly held his vegetable bun to Zhang Li's mouth, letting her take a bite. Afterward, he glanced at Zhang Kai and offered his own bun, saying, Auntie, have a bite of my vegetable bun too. Sure thing. Zhang Kai agreed, opening her mouth to take a bite. Jun. Try my sweet-filled bun too, Zhang Kai said, chewing as she offered her sweet-filled bun. Dad, have mine too. Zhang Li saw this and also offered her sweet-filled bun to Zhang Jun. And so, the 3 little ones happily shared bites back and forth. Zhang Wei watched the scene unfold, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He turned and headed back to the kitchen to continue preparing his braised dishes. Chapter 60, Sister-in-law, help me tend the fire. With his past life experience, Zhang Wei wasn't exactly a master at making braised dishes, but he managed just fine. In less than an hour, the aroma of braised meat wafted out from the kitchen. Uncle, it smells so good. Uncle, how did you make it smell so good? It smells even better than Grandma's cooking. Uncle. Yum. So yummy. I want to eat. Drawn by the aroma, the 3 little ones rushed into the kitchen, swarming around Zhang Wei and chattering excitedly. Watching their drooling faces, Zhang Wei chuckled, it's not done yet. Just a little longer and it'll be ready. As he spoke, he took a bamboo sieve, placed it over a small basin, and scooped out the rice cooked to about 60% done from the pot. Before the advent of electric rice cookers, most households cooked rice this way. This process was called draining the rice water. The small basin was for collecting the rice water. The snow-white rice instantly caught the attention of the three little ones. "Grandpa, you cooked rice!" Zhang Kai exclaimed excitedly. "Wow, it's white rice!" "Uncle, where did you get the rice?" Zhang Jun exclaimed dramatically. "White rice! White rice! I want white rice!" Even Zhang Li clapped her hands in delight. Zhang Wei's family had never cooked white rice before. Zhang Kai had only ever eaten it during the New Year at her three uncles' homes. Zhang Jun and Zhang Li were the same. But since they were younger in the family hierarchy, they had to address Zhang Wei's uncles as great-uncles, or even great-granduncles, or sometimes as maternal great-uncles. Zhang Jun and Zhang Li called Li Dasun great-uncle and Lu Fang great-aunt. Watching the three little ones get so excited over a bowl of rice, Zhang Wei felt both heartache and joy. Wasn't the very purpose of his rebirth to ensure his family could eat well, to keep them happy and joyful? Zhang Wei explained, "The rice has just been drained. We need to wait until all the dishes are stir-fried. By then, the rice water will have drained out, and we can steam the rice again." Zhang Kai boasted, "I know. I've seen second aunt cook rice before." Zhang Wei smiled. "So, just wait a little longer. You'll have rice in no time. Yay! We get to eat rice. White rice!" The three little ones jumped up and down with excitement. Once the three had quieted down, Zhang Wei beckoned to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun immediately scampered over to him, excitedly asking, "Uncle, what is it?" Zhang Wei said, "Go call your mom to come eat." "Got it," Zhang Jun answered, turning on his heel and dashing out the back door. Not long after, Zhang Jun and Chen Xiu walked in together. Wei, what are you cooking? It smells amazing." Chen Xiu sniffed the air the moment she entered the kitchen, her voice filled with surprise. "Good afternoon, sister-in-law." Zhang Wei greeted them first before explaining, "I braised the wild boar's head, intestines, and belly." "Braised?" Chen Xiu clearly hadn't heard of braised dishes before and pressed, "How do you braise them?" Zhang Wei gave a brief explanation. Chen Xiu looked at him, surprised, and asked, Wei, when did you learn how to make braised dishes?" "Children from poor families often learn to cook." Zhang Wei often cooked at home too, but he only knew how to stir-fry cabbage, potato slices, shredded potatoes, green beans, chili peppers, pickle yellow flowers, and preserve pickles. She'd never heard of him making braised dishes. Before starting the braising process, Zhang Wei had anticipated this question and prepared his answer. "I saw it in a book. It said braised dishes were delicious, so I learned to make them following the method in there." Chen Xiu exclaimed in surprise, "You can learn cooking from books?" "You can learn anything from books." Zhang Wei added, giving an example, "Sis-in-law, remember how the commune used to distribute manuals on pest control and crop cultivation? And even the militia unit, didn't they distribute various training manuals too?" Chen Xiu thought for a moment and nodded. "That's true. I just never heard of books teaching cooking, so it struck me as odd." After that, she asked, "Is there anything else I can help with?" Zhang Wei was about to say no, but then thought better of it. His sister-in-law was the type who couldn't sit still. "Sis, could you tend the fire for me?" "No problem." Chen Xiu agreed with a smile, but still asked, "Are there any leafy greens that need washing?" Zhang Wei replied, "I've already prepped everything." Chen Xiu said no more. She walked over to the small stool by the stove entrance and sat down, adjusting the flames in the firebox. Zhang Wei glanced outside at the large pot where the braised pig's head, intestines, and belly were nearly done. He scooped them out into a small basin, then added more than half a ladle of the rich braising liquid. The braised dishes were lifted from the pot, their aroma intensifying. "That smells amazing. Is this what you meant by braised meat?" Chen Xiu stood up, examining the small bowl. The braised meat glistened with a deep red sheen, the marinade a golden hue, dotted with whole Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and chili peppers. Her mouth watered at the sight. She looked as if she could reach in and grab a piece to eat right then and there. "Yep, that's braised meat," Zhang Wei replied, noticing Chen Xiu's eagerness to dig in. He added, "It's just been braised. It needs to soak a bit longer to absorb the flavors." Hearing this, Chen Xiu reluctantly held back. Noticing a small pot of marinade left in the pan, she asked, "What's this?" "Soup. It looks spicy and smells delicious. Must be tasty to drink, right?" Zhang Wei smiled and explained, "This is the braising liquid, also called brine. While you can drink it, it's not soup, it's too salty for that. I use it to braise vegetables." As he spoke, he added the prepared potato chunks to the pot, the marinade just covering them. He instructed Chen Xiu to simmer it over low heat. After a short while, he added a large handful of whole cabbage leaves, continuing to simmer gently. In those times of scarcity, no other suitable vegetables for braising could be found at home. So Zhang Wei only braised these two items. When the braising time was nearly up, he lifted the pot and transferred the contents to a small basin, scooping all the remaining braising liquid into it to soak the vegetables. After finishing these steps, Zhang Wei began washing the pot and preparing the stir-fries. First, he stir-fried wild boar meat with chili peppers, then made a dish of sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Spotting the last block of tofu in the cupboard, he sliced it thinly, pan-fried it until golden brown on both sides, then removed it. He poured yesterday's leftover spare ribs into the pan to reheat. Once the broth came to a boil, he ladled it into a small hot pot and added the fried tofu cubes. Placing the hot pot on the stove, all the dishes were finally ready. All that remained was to cook the rice. Zhang Wei poured the drained white rice back into the pot, spread it thin and even, added a little water around the edges, and immediately covered it with the lid. At this moment, Tian Qi asked, Wei, where did you get this rice? To his uncles and parents, Zhang Wei dared to boast about hunting wolves in the mountains. Though they too hated wolves with a passion, they were, after all, normal people. But in front of his sister-in-law Tian Qi, Zhang Wei dared not even utter the word wolf. 2 years prior, Zhang Wen had met with disaster after encountering a wolf pack, leaving Tian Qi traumatized. Zhang Wei feared mentioning wolves in her presence might trigger her. He had no choice but to invent another excuse. Chapter 61, You're such a good-for-nothing. Zhang Kaming and Li Jing had been busy in the outhouse all morning. They repaired the pig pen fences, the floorboards of the pig loft, the feeding troughs, and everything else that needed fixing. The pigsty was swept spotless, even the squat toilet was scrubbed clean, and the manure buckets were stacked neatly. I'll go round up the piglets and put them in their pens. We'll feed them gradually from now on, Zhang Kaming said as he stepped out of the bathroom. Li Jing replied, all right, I'll wash up and make breakfast. Oh, after you catch the piglets, go to Huang Sihai's house and ask him to come help slaughter the muntjac. Zhang Kaming nodded. Then make a few extra dishes for breakfast. We'll have him eat first, then. Before he could finish mentioning the deer slaughter, his nostrils suddenly twitched. Furrowing his brow, he asked, what's that smell? It smells so good. Li Jing chuckled. You've been in the pigsty all morning, you reek of manure. What could possibly? But before she could finish, she caught the scent too. You smell it too? Zhang Kaming saw her suddenly fall silent and quickly asked. Li Jing nodded. Yes, I do. Come on, let's go see what's making that smell. Zhang Kaming didn't even bother to catch the piglets first. He followed the scent toward the back ditch. Li Jing hurried after him. The scent grew stronger as they walked, gradually leading them to the back door of the kitchen. By now, both were certain the scent was coming from inside the kitchen. Zhang Kaming glanced at Li Jing, looking puzzled. You've been cleaning the outhouse the whole time. Who could be cooking? Li Jing pondered for a moment before saying, could it be Xiao? Zhang Kaming nodded. Besides Tian Qi, he couldn't think of anyone else who would come to their kitchen to cook. Together, they entered through the back door of the kitchen. The moment they entered, they saw Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li gathered around Zhang Wei by the stove. Uncle, give me this piece. Uncle, I want the intestines. Uncle, I want some too. The three little ones stared excitedly at the small piece of meat in Zhang Wei's hand, shouting and clamoring. Tian Qi, meanwhile, stood at the stove doorway. Her mouth was practically watering. Zhang Kaming and Li Jing exchanged glances. This scene was a bit different from what they had imagined. Clearly, that scent wasn't Tian Qi's doing. It looked more like something Zhang Wei would have done. Li Jing couldn't help but speak up. Wei, what did you do? Only then did Zhang Wei, Tian Qi, and the three little ones notice that Zhang Kaming and Li Jing had entered. Mom! Zhang Wei called out, quickly handing the meat slices to Zhang Kai and explaining, I braised some pork head meat. Braised pig's head? Li Jing froze, asking blankly, what's braised pig's head meat? She walked over to Zhang Wei as she spoke. Zhang Kaming followed suit. Grandpa, you stink. As they passed by, Zhang Jun shouted, covering his nose as he sprinted away. Zhang Kai and Zhang Li saw this, covered their noses, and scattered in a panic after Zhang Jun. The space beside the stove suddenly emptied. Li Jing and Zhang Kaming walked behind the stove and immediately spotted the wooden basin on it. Inside, a pig's head was soaking in a glossy, red, spicy, and fragrant broth. Not just the head, pig intestines and stomach were also soaking in that golden liquid, dotted with clearly visible chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. You cooked an entire pig's head? Zhang Kaming asked in disbelief, his face showing shock. Not boiled. Zhang Wei scratched his nose awkwardly and corrected himself, it's braised. I don't care if you boiled it or braised it. Zhang Kaming snapped. I'm asking if you cooked the entire pig's head. Not just the head. I braised the pig intestines and stomach too. Zhang Wei muttered softly. Zhang Kaming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He and Li Jing had been slaving away in the bathroom all morning, working themselves to exhaustion and stinking to high heaven. Little did they expect that when they finished and came out, not only was the wild boar head gone, but the intestines and stomach were missing too. You. Zhang Kaming stomped his foot in fury. You're such a wastrel. Yesterday you blew over 100 yuan, and today, again. That huge pig's head. And all those intestines. Do you have any idea how long that would have lasted? And you just go and finish it all in one sitting. Li Jing couldn't help but feel heartbroken too. Such a huge wild boar head cut up and stir-fried, it could easily last over 10 days. And those pork intestines, she'd planned to clean them and render the fat. Instead, Zhang Wei had devoured it all. Li Jing blamed herself. She shouldn't have gone to the pigsty to help Zhang Kaming that morning. If she'd cooked herself, Zhang Wei wouldn't have wasted so much. When Zhang Kaming scolded him, Zhang Wei just shrugged indifferently, grinning as he said, "Oh, I've already braised it. Braised meat keeps for ages. Hurry up and fetch water to wash them. We're about to eat." Li Jing heard this and asked excitedly, Wei, are you saying the braised pig's head can last a long time? Zhang Wei thought to himself, no dish lasts long once cooked. But in this cold weather, it should be fine for 2 or 3 days. Out loud, he said, yeah, it definitely keeps longer than just leaving it out. Li Jing breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly told Zhang Kaming, as long as it keeps, that's fine. Go catch the piglets and put them in the pen, then come back to wash up and eat. Wei says he's already cooked dinner. Zhang Kaming overheard their conversation. He grunted in acknowledgement, went to catch the piglets first, then returned to fetch water for a quick wash. After changing his clothes, he headed out. Zhang Wei watched him go and asked in surprise, Dad, where are you going when dinner's almost ready? Li Jing replied, let's set the table first. Your dad is going to fetch Huang Sihai to ask him to slaughter the muntjac. Zhang Wei gave a non-committal O and helped Xin Shou carry the prepared dishes to the table. Today's spread looked quite substantial. A leftover bone broth hot pot from yesterday's simmered fried tofu and cabbage leaves. A plate of stir-fried dried chili peppers with pork, a plate of stir-fried potato shreds, a plate of braised pork head meat, a plate of braised pork intestines, a plate of braised pork stomach, a plate of braised cabbage, and a plate of braised potato chunks. Of course, the usual pickled chili peppers were a must. Additionally, Zhang Wei specially prepared a dipping sauce for the braised meats using hot oil, incorporating crushed chili peppers, minced garlic, chopped scallions, soy sauce, and more. Why isn't Grandpa back yet? I'm so hungry. Me too. I'm starving. Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li gathered around the table as soon as the dishes were served, all looking incredibly eager. Li Jing saw them and reassured them, your grandfather went to invite Grandpa Huang to butcher the muntjac. Once Grandpa Huang arrives, we'll all eat together. Zhang Jun pouted, grumbling, if I'd known we were inviting Grandpa Huang over for dinner, I would have gone to fetch him earlier. Now we have to wait so long. Fortunately, Huang Sihai's house wasn't far from Zhang Wei's, only about 400 or 500 meters away. They didn't have to wait long before Sihai's voice called from outside the door. Kaming, what delicious food have you prepared? What smells so good? Chapter 62, from now on, I'll eat plain rice every meal. Zhang Kaming felt a bit awkward. He had heard Zhang Wei mention what dishes were being prepared earlier, but he'd been so consumed by rage at the time that he hadn't registered a word. Now that Huang Sihai asked, he couldn't answer. He could only cover up by saying, what's so fragrant about it? Come inside and grab a bite. Alright. Huang Sihai readily agreed, striding ahead into the house. Zhang Kaming and Huang Lei followed behind. Uncle Huang. Grandpa Huang. Grandpa Huang. Zhang Wei, Zhang Kai, and Zhang Jun, the siblings, all stood up to greet Huang Sihai. Alright. Huang Sihai muttered a few vague responses before hurrying over to the table. Goodness, what a huge spread. Huang Sihai was stunned, his wide eyes fixated on a plate of braised pig's head and another of braised pork intestines. So close now, he was certain the aroma was wafting from these unfamiliar dishes. He couldn't wait to dig in. Kaming, you've prepared such a huge spread. You're far too kind. Huang Sihai said this, but without a moment's hesitation, he plopped himself down at the table. Just home cooking. We're honored to have you, Brother Huang. Zhang Kaming was genuinely pleased to see so many dishes, feeling quite honored. He responded politely before promptly gesturing to Huang Lei. Lei, pull up a chair. Let's eat first. Uncle Kaming, you sit down too. Huang Lei politely acknowledged the invitation and sat down beside Huang Sihai, his eyes fixed on the plate of braised pork head, practically drooling. Zhang Kaming chuckled, Brother Huang, we've got wine today. How about a glass? Huang Sihai perked up at the mention of liquor. He laughed heartily, alright, let's have a glass. But I can't drink too much, I still need to hunt a muntjac after dinner. I can't afford to get too tipsy. Zhang Kaming exchanged polite banter, then fetched 2 small cups, placing one before each of Huang Sihai and Huang Lei. These cups were very small, each holding only 5 qian of liquor commonly known as kaozai cups. Zhang Kaming fetched the wine flask, unscrewed the lid, and poured wine for both Huang Sihai and Huang Lei. The liquor poured into the cups revealed a pale amber hue, its aroma rich and heady. Fine wine. Even just smelling it, Huang Sihai couldn't help but praise it. Zhang Kaming felt even more honored and smiled, saying, this is old wine Wei distilled from the mountains. Brother Huang, give it a taste. Great. Huang Sihai eagerly agreed, lifting his cup to invite Zhang Kaming to drink together, only to realize that only his own cup and Huang Lei's had been poured. He quickly set his cup down and asked, Kaming, aren't you having any? Zhang Kaming waved his hand. I can't hold my liquor. I won't be joining you, Brother Huang. You enjoy yours. Huang Sihai widened his eyes. That won't do. Kaming, with such fine dishes and such fine liquor today, you absolutely must have a drink with me. Zhang Kaming looked troubled. He really hadn't had much alcohol in his life. I'll drink with Uncle Huang. Just as Zhang Keiming was struggling with the situation, Zhang Wei volunteered. You? Zhang Keiming looked at Zhang Wei, instinctively wanting to say, what are you, a kid, doing drinking alcohol? But the words stopped at his lips. He suddenly recalled what Li Deshang had told him yesterday not to treat Zhang Wei like a child anymore and quickly changed his tone. Right, Uncle Huang, let Wei Wei keep you company. Wei Wei can join us. Huang Sihai wasn't picky and readily agreed. Zhang Wei fetched a bullseye cup himself, took the wine jug from Zhang Keiming's hand, then sat down on the chair beside Huang Sihai. With practiced ease, he poured himself a cup. After pouring the wine, Zhang Wei didn't rush to make a toast. Instead, he asked first, Uncle Huang, should we eat while drinking, or finish the wine before eating? Huang Sihai thought to himself, with such fine food and such fine liquor, why bother with the meal? He decisively declared, drink first. Waving his chopsticks, he added to Zhang Keiming, Li Jing, and Chen Xiu, you eat. Don't mind us. Wei Wei and I are drinking. Alright, then I won't keep you company. Zhang Keiming politely declined, motioning for Li Jing to serve the rice. Li Jing nodded in agreement, settled the three children, and went with Chen Xiu to the kitchen to scoop out rice. When she reached the stove, she lifted the lid and nearly gasped in surprise. Inside the pot, a large batch of steaming white rice shone brighter than the snow still unmelted outside. Regaining her composure, Li Jing looked at Chen Xiu beside her in disbelief, her voice trembling. Sure, Wei Wei, he cooked all white rice? In Shurha village, no family ever cooked pure white rice alone. Usually, they steamed a mixture of rice and cornmeal, commonly called soggy rice. Who would be so extravagant as to cook only white rice? Chen Xiu replied bitterly, when I arrived, Wei Wei had already cooked all the rice. Li Jing didn't know what to say. The meal had already begun at the table over there. It wasn't possible to go fetch some cornmeal now and mix it in to cook a new pot of strawcloth rice. Just serve the rice first. Chen Xiu said helplessly. Li Jing had no choice but to set down the pot lid, grab a bowl, and serve out 6 portions of rice. The two of them each took 3 bowls and headed back to the hearth room together. The 3 little ones each got a bowl. Zhang Keiming, Li Jing, and Chen Xiu each had 1 bowl too. The 3 little ones, who had long known this meal would feature white rice, eagerly began eating as soon as they were handed their bowls. Zhang Keiming's eyes widened at the sight of the white rice in his bowl. But with Huang Sihai and Huang Lei at the table, he couldn't very well ask why it was all white rice. He certainly couldn't say anything. He only felt the bowl in his hands was heavy and substantial. Just then, Huang Sihai had taken his second sip of wine with Zhang Wei. He picked up a slice of braised pork head, dipped it in water as Zhang Wei had instructed, and chewed it with relish. Suddenly, he noticed that Zhang Keiming and the others had bowls filled entirely with plain white rice. Stunned, he stopped chewing the meat in his mouth. Just moments ago, when Zhang Wei had asked him whether he preferred to eat and drink simultaneously or drink first before eating, he had thought to himself, why eat rice when there's wine and meat? But now, he truly regretted it. He'd assumed they were eating cornmeal porridge, but it turned out they were eating plain white rice. In his memory, he had never eaten pure white rice before. For the people of Shurha village, having a meal of corn husk rice was already a rare treat. Huang Sihai remarked, Keiming, your family's meals are even better than what we used to get at Old Lu's place. The Old Lu he referred to was a notorious big landowner known throughout Shurha village and the surrounding countryside. In their youth, both Huang Sihai and Zhang Keiming had worked for Old Lu. But after the founding of the People's Republic in 1949, the new government executed Old Lu, confiscating all his land and property for redistribution. Lu Laotsai's family members either died or scattered, their whereabouts unknown for decades. Now, only the Lu family mansion and ancestral hall remained, standing in the neighboring village of Liujia. Zhang Keiming was already distressed that Zhang Wei had cooked pure white rice. Hearing Huang Sihai's words, he felt no pride at all, only a deeper ache in his heart. Indeed, even the household of a wealthy landowner like Old Lu never ate pure white rice. Yet Zhang Wei had cooked it. What else could he be but a wastrel? Brother Huang, please don't laugh at me. Zhang Keiming forced a smile and said bitterly, we're just treating ourselves. How could we dare to eat like this every meal? Zhang Kai chimed in, Dad, Grandpa already said I can have white rice every meal from now on. The table fell suddenly silent. Several pairs of eyes turned to stare at Zhang Wei. Chapter 63, The hunting venture gets more challenging. Under the weight of so many gazes, Zhang Wei felt somewhat uncomfortable. If he admitted to saying it, everyone Zhang Keiming, Li Jing, Huang Sihai, and Huang Lei would think he was bragging. The thing was, neither Shurha village nor even the entire Sancha town produced rice. The rice sold at the supply and marketing cooperative was all shipped in from other regions, costing several times more than corn or wheat. Compounding this, Shurha village was impoverished. Generations of villagers had never managed to eat cornmeal every single meal. In fact, if a family in Shurha village could afford cornmeal for a third of the year, they'd be considered well off. Against this backdrop, eating rice every single meal was nothing short of a fairy tale. Yet Zhang Wei couldn't deny it. Because eating white rice every meal wasn't just something he'd said in front of Zhang Kai, it was his promise to give his little sister a happy, fulfilling life. To deny it would surely disappoint her. Not even a single word. Zhang Wei didn't want to let his little sister down. Ha ha. Zhang Wei laughed it off, saying, people need something to hope for in life, right? By saying this, he acknowledged having made the promise without making Zhang Kai feel he was deceiving her or letting her down, while also avoiding giving Zhang Kaiming and Huang Xihai ammunition to accuse him of making empty boasts. Sure enough, Zhang Kaiming's expression eased considerably. Huang Xihai even laughed heartily, saying, educated people really do speak differently. With that, he raised his glass to Zhang Wei. You're growing on me more and more, kid. Come on, let's have a toast together. Uncle Huang, I'll toast to you. Zhang Wei promptly raised his cup, keeping it lower than Huang Xihai's. After clinking glasses, he downed his drink in one gulp. Huang Xihai followed suit, emptying his cup with a hearty laugh. Zhang Wei picked up the wine jug again and said, Uncle Huang, let me refill yours. So far, Huang Xihai had only had 2 cups of wine, about 1 liang. Given his drinking capacity, 7 or 8 more cups wouldn't be a problem. But the problem was, Huang Xihai wanted to eat rice. He waved his hand. No more wine for now. We'll be hunting muntjac later, so I need to eat something. Zhang Wei disliked urging people to drink and was about to agree when Zhang Kaiming interjected, Brother Huang, you've barely touched your drink. How can that be enough? Let me scoop you a bowl of rice. You can eat while you drink. This proposal perfectly suited Huang Xihai's mood. After a brief refusal, he readily agreed. A mouthful of white rice, a bite of braised pork head, followed by a sip of Banchan Daku liquor. The taste was truly beyond words. This meal was the most satisfying Huang Xihai had ever had in his decades of life, truly a feast to the fullest. The others felt the same way. Every single person ate until they were completely satisfied. This braised meat is amazing. Even the braised cabbage is this good. Spicy and fragrant, I absolutely love it. The plain white rice is so good. If only we could have white rice every single meal. I want meat with every meal. After finishing their meal, Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li were still chatting animatedly, their voices overlapping in a lively discussion. Li Jing and Shen Shou went to the kitchen to clear the dishes and began boiling water in a large pot. Zhang Wei kept Huang Xihai and Huang Lei company, sitting by the hearth to warm themselves and sip tea. Zhang Kaiming pulled out a pack of Tianmen cigarettes and handed one to each of Huang Xihai and Huang Lei. Huang Xihai accepted the cigarette and murmured, Kaiming, you've really changed. Not only do you feast on rich food and wine, but now you've even taken up cigarettes. In Shurha village, most people only smoked loose tobacco. Being able to afford cigarettes was a sign of considerable status. Hearing this, Zhang Kaiming felt quite pleased. He humbly replied, I only lit one because you're here. Usually, I stick to these. He gave a little wave of the tobacco pouch in his hand. The two chatted and smoked together. Once the cigarette was finished, Huang Xihai got up to go back to work. The butchering table and large wooden basin used for slaughtering the wild boar the day before hadn't been returned yet, and the wooden scaffolding was still in place, which made today's fallow deer slaughter quite convenient. After Zhang Kaiming and Huang Lei set up the butchering table and large wooden basin, Zhang Wei carried the muntjac onto the table, and Huang Xihai began the slaughter. The bustle in the courtyard quickly drew the attention of several neighboring households, and many people came over. Kaiming, what did you hunt this time? It's a muntjac. Good heavens, Uncle Kaiming, you hunted a muntjac again? Kaiming, when did you hunt the muntjac? How come I didn't hear about it? Ah, it was Wei Wei who shot it. Wei Wei, you're incredible. You bagged a wild boar just the day before yesterday, and now a muntjac yesterday. Your luck is just unreal. Zheng Kaikai, Zheng Kaixing, Zheng Kaigui, Zheng Long, Zheng Hu, and even Zhang Wenju all gathered at Zheng Kaiming's farmyard. One by one, they asked where the muntjac came from. When they learned Zhang Wei had bagged it on his way home last night, everyone murmured with envy and excitement. At first, only the neighbors came over. But as word spread, more people arrived to join the commotion: Li Fugui, Li Wei, Wang Changgui, Wu Shiqian, Yang Wei, and others. As the crowd grew, so did the chatter. Zhang Wei, you're so skilled, why not become a professional hunter? Yeah, Wei Wei, if you hunt, we'll get to eat me too. Zhang Wei, if you really hunt, take me with you. I want me too. Me too. You get the meat, I'll just have a sip of the broth. Not just the young guys like Li Wei and Yang Wei, but even the older folks like Wang Changgui were crowding around Zhang Wei, egging him on. What are you talking about? Zhang Kaiming happened to be passing by. Hearing their goading, his expression darkened instantly. He snapped, if you want meat, go hunt for it yourselves. We Zhangs will never hunt again. Never again. If anyone dares to spout nonsense again, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Li Wei, Yang Wei, and the others suddenly remembered Zhang Wen's situation. They immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Wang Changgui looked sheepish, forcing a smile as he said, Kaiming, we were just joking. You, don't take it seriously. A joke? Zhang Kaiming retorted angrily. Is this something to joke about? No, it's not. Wang Changgui hastily assured him. Brother Kaiming, don't be angry. I'll never make jokes like that again. With that, he quickly slipped away. Li Wei, Yang Wei, and the others scattered in a flurry. Zhang Wei was left standing there alone, his head spinning. He felt his hunting ambitions were now even more difficult to achieve. After all, Zhang Kaming had declared in front of everyone, "We Zhangs will never hunt again." Words spoken cannot be taken back. If he ever agreed to let Zhang Wei hunt now, wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? Just think of it as a good thing that takes time. I'll find another way to persuade father. With things as they were, Zhang Wei could only silently steel his resolve and prepare to leave. Stay right there. Just as he tried to leave, Zhang Kaming called him back. Zhang Wei froze, feigning nonchalance as he forced a smile and cautiously inquired, "Dad, what is it?" Chapter 64, Today's road deer meat isn't for trading. Didn't we say we'd go to town today to get clothes made? Why aren't we leaving yet? Zhang Kaming's anger hadn't subsided. With those people gone, he vented all his fury on Zhang Wei, his face cold as he spoke. Phew. Zhang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I figured after we hunt the deer, I'd bring a few pounds of venison to my uncle's before we head out," he said casually. That excuse left Zhang Kaming speechless. He glared at him, then walked away with his hands behind his back. "Uncle, are you heading out again?" Zhang Kai tiptoed over and asked in a hushed voice. Zhang Wei replied, "Yes, I'll head out to the market again shortly." Zhang Kai said, "Then come back early, boss. I want to eat the food you cooked tonight." Zhang Wei ruffled her hair and smiled. "I'll probably be back pretty late. Don't wait up for me to eat. Okay, finish your dinner and go to bed early. I'll make something delicious for you tomorrow." "Okay." Zhang Kai agreed obediently, though her little face wore a pitiful expression. Seeing this, Zhang Wei took her small hand. "Come inside with me, little one. I'll get something good for you to eat." Zhang Kai's big eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "Big brother," she asked eagerly, "what's the special treat?" Zhang Wei smiled. "You'll see soon enough." The house was empty now. Everyone was outside in the courtyard watching the muntjac slaughter or chatting in groups. Zhang Wei led Zhang Kai into their parents' bedroom, opened the innermost cabinet, and pulled out 2 large brown paper bags, setting them on the nearby drawer. "Wow, Dad, you bought so many peanuts and melon seeds!" Zhang Kai exclaimed excitedly after opening them. "Here, open your pouch," Zhang Wei said, grabbing a handful of roasted peanuts. Zhang Kai immediately turned sideways, stood on one foot, and tilted her waist to reveal the pouch pocket on her little cotton jacket. Then, with both hands, she pulled open the bag and said happily, "Daddy, give me more. I'll share it with Junjun and Lily." "Sure." Zhang Wei agreed with a smile, filling one pocket before moving on to the next. Only when all 4 pockets on her coat and pants were stuffed with roasted peanuts and melon seeds did Zhang Wei stop. Zhang Kai couldn't wait to peel a peanut. Just as she was about to pop it into her mouth, she saw Zhang Wei rewrapping the brown paper. She reached out, handed him the peeled peanut kernel, and said sweetly, "Daddy, you eat first." Zhang Wei smiled. "That's my little sister for you. She always thinks of her big brother first. Eat them, Kai Kai." "I'm not hungry now," Zhang Wei said with a smile. Zhang Kai insisted, "Then put some in your pouch too, brother. You can eat them while walking on the street later. With peanuts to snack on, you won't feel hungry." "Alright, I'll listen to Kai Kai." Zhang Wei agreed with a smile, scooping a handful of roasted melon seeds into his pouch. "Fill it up. Fill it up. Just like me, stuff every pouch until it's full." Seeing Zhang Wei stop after just one handful, Zhang Kai urged him on. Zhang Wei said, "Eating too many sunflower seeds makes you thirsty. If we run out of water on the road, 1 handful is enough for me." Truthfully, he couldn't bring himself to take more. He didn't have extra money for snacks now. If he ate less, his sister, nephew, and niece could have more. As he spoke, Zhang Wei repackaged the roasted peanuts and sunflower seeds, tucking them back into the cabinet. He then casually pulled out a jar of canned yellow peaches. He hesitated, realizing the lid was stubborn. So he unscrewed the lid, then screwed it back on. This time, however, he didn't screw it on as tightly as the original cap. Zhang Kai could manage it herself. "Take this too. Go find Junjun and Lily, then find a spot to sneakily share it between yourselves." Zhang Wei handed the canned peaches to Zhang Kai and said. Zhang Kai had never tasted canned fruit before. Taking it, her big eyes fluttered as she asked curiously, "Daddy, what is this?" Zhang Wei replied, "It's canned yellow peaches. Eating them helps you get vitamins, and they're delicious." She didn't understand the part about vitamins, but hearing delicious made her happy. She promised, "I'll go find Junjun and Lily right now and sneak a bite with them." Why sneak it? Mainly because there were quite a few kids in the courtyard. If she took it out to eat in public, the other kids would clamor for some too. Should she give it to them or not? Refusing would be awkward. They were all neighbors' kids. But if he did give them, not only was a jar of yellow peaches expensive, there weren't even that many pieces inside. It simply wouldn't be enough to share. So it wasn't that Zhang Wei was stingy. He simply didn't have much money right now and couldn't afford to be generous with strangers. He could only prioritize those closest to him. His sister, nephew, and niece had never eaten much fruit growing up. They needed to eat more fruit to get balanced nutrition. But this season, no fresh fruit was available in Sansha town, so Zhang Wei had to settle for canned fruit instead. After Zhang Kai left, Zhang Wei closed the cabinet door. He glanced around the room. Seeing the bottles of Anagen and Katanpian painkillers sitting on the windowsill near the bedhead, a faint smile touched the corners of Zhang Wei's mouth before he left the bedroom. When he returned to the field, the muntjac was nearly butchered. Several people were gathered around Zhang Kaming. "Uncle Kaming, are you still trading for the muntjac meat today? Kaming, swap me 2 pounds of muntjac meat. I didn't get any wild boar meat the day before yesterday. How about swapping me a pound of muntjac meat? Yeah, I'd like 2 pounds too." Just as Zhang Kaming was about to agree, Zhang Wei spoke up first. "Sorry, but we're not exchanging any muntjac meat today." Among those asking to trade meat was Zhang Kaikwan. Hearing Zhang Wei refuse, he immediately grew displeased and retorted, "Zhang Wei, that's such a big muntjac, so much meat. You can't possibly eat it all yourselves. Why won't you trade us some?" In Shurha village, the Zhang family was considered relatively well off. First, he had many brothers. With more brothers, they earned more work points during the collective era, meaning they received larger shares of grain and money during the mid-year and year-end distributions. Second, 2 years ago, after his son Zhang Rui was killed by wolves, Zhang Kaming compensated his family with 200 yuan. What was 200 yuan worth? Li Dasun, who worked at the grain management office, earned only 23 yuan and 80 fun a month. And his salary was considered high. Take Wang Mei, for instance. She worked as a sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative and only made 17 yuan and 90 fun a month. Both the grain management office and the supply and marketing cooperative were considered good employers in the 1980s, offering relatively high wages. At ordinary workplaces, workers earned only 12 to 15 yuan a month. In other words, even if someone with a job didn't eat or drink, it would still take over a year to save 200 yuan. In remote places like Shurha village, a farming household with 2 laborers was considered well off if they could save 20 yuan a year. For the vast majority of Shurha village households, saving 200 yuan would take over a decade. Zhang Kaikwan received 200 yuan in compensation. Setting aside the emotional loss of his son, purely from an economic standpoint, his family had come into a substantial sum. Moreover, Zhang was exceptionally frugal. As the head of the household, he managed finances meticulously, and over time, the family had accumulated some savings. All these factors combined made Zhang Kaichuan's family relatively well off in Shurha village, which was only natural. This was the confidence behind his demand 2 days ago to trade for 5 pounds of wild boar meat, and his insistence today on trading for muntjac meat. Seeing it was Zhang Kaikwan, Zhang Wei immediately felt annoyed. "I hunted that muntjac," he retorted. "I'll trade the meat if I want to. If I don't, you can't just take it." His words left Zhang Kaikwan with no face whatsoever. Zhang Kaichuan's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen, looking extremely unpleasant. Most people would have turned and walked away after being spoken to like that. But Zhang Kaikwan stubbornly stood his ground. Gritting his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, he fixed Zhang Wei with a gaze so intense it seemed he could devour him. "Kaikwan, if Wei Wei doesn't want to trade, then forget it. Yeah, brother Kaikwan, you traded 2 pounds of wild boar meat the day before yesterday. If you don't want to trade today, just go home." Kaikwan. Many feared Zhang Kaikwan and Zhang Wei might come to blows again, so they tried to calm them down with kind words. Little did they know. Zhang Kaikwan not only ignored their pleas but also didn't go after Zhang Wei. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Zhang Kaming, I want to trade for 2 pounds of muntjac meat. Are you going to trade with me or not?" Chapter 65. If only my son were still here. "Zhang Kaikwan, do you think I'm giving you face?" Zhang Kaikwan's unyielding stance, refusing to back down until he got his muntjac meat, coupled with his direct address of Zhang Kaming's name, ignited Zhang Wei's anger. He bellowed the question. Unexpectedly, Zhang Kaikwan merely gave him a cold glance before continuing to address Zhang Kaming. "Zhang Kaming, we're cousins after all. Do you really want a junior meddling in matters between us brothers?" Zhang Wei snapped, "I don't care about your cousin business. If you disrespect my father, I won't stand for it." He took 2 steps forward, blocking his father. "Enough!" Zhang Kaming roared, yanking Zhang Wei aside. His voice was heavy. "Your Uncle Wu is right. He and I are of the same generation. You're just a junior. Don't meddle in this." "Dad!" Zhang Wei tried to speak again, but Zhang Kaming shot him a fierce glare that silenced him. "Wei Wei, just leave your father and Kaichuan's matters alone for now." "That's right. You're still the younger generation. Don't worry. They'll just argue for a bit. They wouldn't actually come to blows, would they? We're all here. Don't worry, Wei Wei." Many people tried to persuade Zhang Wei. In the 1980s, while family and clan traditions had faded considerably compared to pre-liberation times, a hierarchy of elders and juniors remained deeply ingrained. Therefore, when it came to how Zhang Wei treated Zhang Kaikwan, most people sided with Zhang Kaikwan. Huff. Zhang Wei exhaled sharply, forcing down his anger. But he kept his gaze fixed on Zhang Kaikwan. If he dared harm his father, Zhang Wei would fight him no matter what. Having been reborn, his family was his Achilles heel. No one was permitted to harm them. Seeing Zhang Kaming step forward, Zhang Kaikwan said, "Zhang Kaming, even if we have our differences now, you should know what kind of person I am." Zhang Kaming nodded. Zhang Kaikwan continued, "Who in Shurha village doesn't call me, Zhang Kaikwan, a tightwad? Who among the villagers has ever seen me splurge on food and drink? Zhang Kaming didn't understand why Zhang Kaikwan was suddenly bringing this up, but he answered honestly, Kaikwan, I know you're frugal. You never indulge in extravagance. Zhang Kaikwan gave a bitter smile upon hearing this. Since you know that, then do you know why I had the nerve to ask you to trade me some wild boar meat the day before yesterday? And do you know why I absolutely had to come find you today to trade for muntjac meat? His two consecutive questions stunned not only Zhang Kaming but also many others in the courtyard. Even Zhang Wei found it odd, wondering why Zhang Kaikwan was bringing this up. Zhang Kaming said, Kaikwan, as you said, we're cousins. Though separated by generations, we share the same ancestor. Just tell me what's on your mind. Moisture welled in Zhang Kaichuan's eyes as profound sorrow churned within him. After a long moment, he finally spoke, your second aunt, she's not long for this world. She endured a lifetime of hardship. Before she leaves this world, isn't it only right that I prepare a few more meat-filled meals for her? By this point, tears were already falling from his eyes. He continued. In all of Shurha village, no one hates you more than I do, Zhang Kaikwan. I hate your entire family. If the town weren't so far away, I'd rather buy meat there than come to your house and beg you to trade with me. Zhang Kaming, no matter how many conflicts we have, you've called my mother second aunt for decades. Today, I'm asking you, will you trade me that muntjac meat or not? The last words were practically shouted. Grief, resentment, and a whirlwind of emotions tore at him, tears falling in heavy drops. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Even Huang Sihai paused mid-motion as he slaughtered the muntjac. Zhang Wei's mind froze for a second. Then he remembered, in his previous life, he had gone to the city for studies on the 8th day of the first lunar month and returned home only a month later. Upon his return, he had seen a new grave at the village entrance. After arriving home and inquiring, he learned that Zhang Kaichuan's mother had passed away just over 10 days after he left for the city. This meant that in this lifetime, Zhang Kaichuan's mother had only about 10 days left to live. Suddenly, Zhang Wei felt inexplicably uneasy. He recalled that before his eldest brother's accident, his family and the Zhang family had been close neighbors. Back then, he often visited Zhang Kaichuan's home to play. He called Zhang Kaichuan's mother second grandma. She was a kind-hearted old woman who always greeted him warmly with Wei Wei. He also remembered the two jujube trees in front of the Zhang family's house. Every year during harvest season, whenever second grandma saw him, she would pull out a handful of red jujubes and press them into his hands. Memories flooded back, scene by scene. Only then did Zhang Wei suddenly understand, Zhang Kaichuan's shameless insistence on exchanging for meat wasn't for his own sake, but to fulfill his filial duty. Just as he stood up for his father, both men were fulfilling their filial duties, doing what sons ought to do. It was also at this moment that Zhang Wei suddenly realized that since his rebirth, almost all his emotions had been poured into a handful of close relatives, his parents, sister, sister-in-law, uncle, and aunt. He had cared only for them, almost completely neglecting everyone else. That was why he hadn't remembered that second grandma was about to pass away. As Zhang Wei was lost in thought, Zhang Kaming said to Huang Sihai, Brother Huang, could you please cut a leg of venison for Kakwan? A leg cut yielded more meat than a whole leg, including the upper portion of the leg. It amounted to roughly 1/6 of a whole muntjac. Huang Sihai agreed with a nod, his knife moving swiftly as he cut the portion and handed it to Zhang Kaming. Zhang Kaming felt the weight of the meat in his hands as he walked over to Zhang Kaikwan. Kaikwan, he said, this thigh meat is for you. You don't need to trade anything for it. Zhang Kaikwan accepted the meat, his voice flat. For my mother's sake, I'll take the meat. But I won't take it for free. I'll weigh out corn and bring it to you shortly. 15 pounds of corn for 1 pound of muntjac meat, you won't lose out. With that, Zhang Kaikwan turned and walked away. After taking 3 or 5 steps, just as he neared the stone steps leading to the field embankment, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at where Zhang Wei stood. Zhang Wei, don't think you're all that just because you've got some skills. Your father has a son, and you protect him. That's because your father's life is more precious than mine. If my son were still here, he'd protect me too. If my son were still here, you wouldn't be able to bully me like this. As he turned away, a torrent of scalding tears spilled forth. Zheng Qianquan's retreating figure grew smaller and smaller, looking especially desolate against the faint layer of snow. At first, Zhang Wei didn't register what had happened. He thought Zhang Kaikwan was referring to Zhang Rui. He felt sorrow for the impending death of his second grandmother, but that didn't mean he would sympathize with Zhang Kaikwan. After all, Zhang Rui was dead, and so was his elder brother, Zhang Wen. Gradually, however, he overheard whispers. Sigh, who could have imagined? Old Lady May is on her last legs. I heard she's been bedridden since the new year. We should find time to visit old Lady May. Yeah, bring her some food. Zhang Quan is such a devoted son. All these years, he's never spoken ill of his mother. Come to think of it, Zhang Kaikwan really has had a tough life. Yeah, Zhang Jisheng and Zhang Rui both passed away early. He had to be both father and mother to them. He finally raised both kids up, only to have them both die before him. That kind of blow is unbearable even once, yet he endured it twice. Hearing these murmurs, Zhang Wei felt a thunderclap in his mind. No other words registered. All he could do was mutter over and over, Zhang Jixiang. Zhang Jixiang. Zhang Jixiang. Chapter 66, not as good as his father. After rebirth, memories from 2 lifetimes intertwined, and Zhang Wei nearly forgot the name Zhang Jixiang. Zhang Jixiang, Zhang Rui's elder brother, Zhang Kaiquan's eldest son. In the autumn of 1979, the Zhang family received a notification of death in combat. Zhang Jixiang had fallen heroically during the defensive counterattack on the southern frontier. Also in the autumn of 1979, Zhang Rui was devoured by wolves. If Zhang Rui's death evoked only sympathy in Zhang Wei, then Zhang Jixiang's sacrifice stirred entirely different emotions within him. In his previous life, Zhang Wei had served in the military and participated in combat, witnessing comrades in arms he had lived and breathed with fall in pools of blood and leave forever. Moreover, Zhang Wei himself had been wounded and disabled in combat. In essence, Zhang Wei and Zhang Jixiang were kindred spirits. Therefore, Zhang Wei felt not sympathy but profound respect for Zhang Jixiang's sacrifice. Dying on the battlefield has always been the highest honor for a soldier. And this honor carries on. That legacy is the honor of being a martyr's family. His emotional obsession with making amends for past regrets after rebirth made Zhang Wei focus solely on his parents. The intertwining memories of 2 lifetimes and the vastness of time nearly made him forget that Zhang Kaijian was also a family member of a martyr. Smack! Zhang Wei slapped himself across the face. No matter what, he should never have forgotten that Zhang Qianquan was a martyr's family member. He shouldn't have treated a martyr's family like this. Martyrs had already shed their blood, their families should not shed tears. Before Zhang Quan descended the field embankment, his words, "If my son were still here, you wouldn't dare bully me like this," landed like a resounding slap across Zhang Wei's face, piercing his heart like a sharp blade. Compared to his father, Zhang Kaiquan had lost not only one son, Zhang Rui, but also another son, Zhang Jixiang. Just as Zhang Jixiang had given his life to the nation in his previous life, regretting that he hadn't fulfilled his filial duties to his parents, did Zhang Jixiang also harbor the same regret? If Zhang Jixiang had also been reborn, would he too have shielded his father? When Zhang Wei looked up again, Zhang Kaiquan's figure had vanished. Yet he felt as if he saw Zhang Jixiang pointing at him from the heavens, demanding, "Zhang Wei, you too served in the military. You too walked the battlefield. What right do you have to mistreat my father?" Smack! Zhang Wei struck himself across the face once more. The double slap stunned everyone in the courtyard. All conversation ceased as they stared at Zhang Wei in bewilderment. Zhang Kaming asked, Wei, what are you doing?" Tears welled in Zhang Wei's eyes as he choked out, "Dad, I shouldn't have treated Uncle Wu like that. I shouldn't have. I really shouldn't have." Zhang Kaming paused, his own eyes growing moist. He spoke slowly. "That year, your Uncle Wu lost 2 sons within 10 days. After speaking, his frame seemed to stoop slightly, his voice growing even softer. "That's why I've been giving him leeway these past 2 years. Dad!" Zhang Wei cried out hoarsely. Until now, he had always felt resentment on his father's behalf. He couldn't understand why his father had to yield to Zhang Kaiquan when both his eldest brother and Zhang Rui had perished in that accident. In that moment, he understood. His father had handled it better than he ever could. He was no match for his father. Even with 2 lifetimes, even though in his previous life he had entered university, served as an officer in the military, earned a first-class merit award, and even after his injury had read thousands of books, he still fell short of his father, who had never attended school. Seeing his son like this, Zhang Kaming sighed deeply and said, "Don't dwell on it. Before you head into town, take some time to visit your second grandmother. When you were little, she used to hold you often." Zhang Wei nodded firmly. "I will." He would not only visit his second grandmother, but also his Uncle Wu to tell him he was sorry. It seemed that only now, in this moment, had he truly been reborn. All the experiences and books from his past life couldn't compare to the profound impact this moment had on his heart. Only now did he understand, life truly has no perfection, regrets are everywhere, existence is far from simple, and human nature has many faces. Perhaps this was why people couldn't teach others well, but experiences taught them in a single moment. There were so many things he needed to rethink. Just a couple days ago, he thought rebirth meant he could start over. Now he realized he had oversimplified things. The deer was butchered, the onlookers gradually dispersed, and Huang Sihai and Huan Lei both departed. Looking at the pile of muntjac meat in the winnowing basket, Zhang Wei said, "Dad, I'll take a leg of muntjac meat over to Xiaji's place." Zhang Kaming nodded. "That's only right." Zhang Wei added, "And take a piece for each of my 3 uncles too." Zhang Kaming repeated, "That's only right." Earlier, Zhang Kaiquan had already taken a portion of the meat. Now, with 2 more portions to be given away, only the last portion remained along with 2 ribs, a deer head, and the offal. Zhang Wei didn't specify who else to give it to. No matter how one conducted themselves in life, what should be kept for family must be kept. After pondering, Zhang Wei said, "Dad, if Uncle Wu comes to deliver corn, you should accept it." Zhang Kaming paused, then said, "But that leg of meat was meant for your second grandmother. Accepting his corn too, what would that look like?" Zhang Wei smiled bitterly. "After this incident, I've learned a lesson. Dad, you think that pork was your way of showing filial piety to second grandma, but Uncle Wu doesn't see it that way. Because you're standing on different sides. Different standpoints lead to different perspectives. When those perspectives clash, it sparks conflict. He chuckled as he continued, take how I treat Uncle Wu, I have many stances on that. If he hurts you, as your son, no matter who he is, even if he were the king of heaven himself, I'd stand before you and knock him down. Because no relationship compares to you being my father. But Uncle Wu also has another identity, he's a martyr's family member. I should respect him. In certain matters, I should learn from you and yield to him. As long as it doesn't involve my bottom line, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, I can yield to him. Even the conflict between you and Uncle Wu should be resolved. Both you and Uncle Zhang Wei were victims in the incident with Big Brother. It's truly pointless for two victims to keep hurting each other like this. Hearing these words, Zhang Wei froze for a long moment. Suddenly, he felt his son had truly grown up. If yesterday he had merely heededly Shang's advice, now he truly felt from the bottom of his heart that his Wei had grown up. He could no longer be treated as a child. He smiled and said, actually, I never intended to hurt your Uncle Wu either. Zhang Wei nodded. I know. You've always given in to him. Then he shifted gears. But giving in doesn't solve problems. Otherwise, after all this time, our two families wouldn't have ended up like this. Ah. Zhang Wei sighed. Bitterly, he said, perhaps this is what they call fate. Between me and your Uncle Wu, between our two families, this is our destiny. Zhang Wei shook his head. I don't believe in fate. I believe my destiny is in my own hands, not heaven's. I want to change everyone's fate. Chapter 67, News of Xia Ji's Return. Zhang Wei twisted 2 strips of palm leaves into ropes, tied 2 loops onto the antelope legs, and hung a leg of antelope meat on each end of the carrying pole. Then he took a flashlight, tucked it into his pants pocket, and shouldered the pole, heading towards Xia Ji's home. Since his rebirth, he had deliberately avoided contact with the Xia family, mainly because he wasn't ready to face them. But after recent events, he knew what must be faced would come sooner or later. That was why he'd offered to deliver the muntjac meat to Xia Ji's family. His mood, however, remained somewhat complicated. Though Xia Ji's home was only a 10-minute walk away, Zhang Wei took nearly 20 minutes to arrive. Zhang Wei, you're bringing us meat again. The news of Zhang Wei's family killing a muntjac hadn't reached Xia Ji's household. Seeing Zhang Wei enter with 2 hindquarters balanced on his carrying pole, Xia Meng exclaimed with delight. Got lucky, caught a muntjac. Slaughtered it today and brought you a leg. Zhang Wei replied first. Uncle Xia. Aunt Zhou. He then greeted Xia Yonggui and Zhou Hongju. Xia Yonggui invited Zhang Wei to sit down, while Zhou Hongju beamed from ear to ear. Oh my, Wei. Your dad just brought us such a big chunk of wild boar meat the day before yesterday. How come you're bringing more meat today? That won't do. How can we keep eating meat from your family? Zhang Wei said, Auntie Zhou, don't be so polite. It's only right that I bring you meat. Before Zhou Hongju could respond, Xia Meng chuckled from the side, Mom, Wei's right. What's wrong with him bringing us meat? With that, he took the carrying pole from Zhang Wei's shoulders and began unloading the meat. He almost took both sides of the meat, but remembered Zhang Wei had said he was giving them one side. After taking one side, he said, I'll hang this one back on your pole for you. Zhang Wei nodded. As Xia Meng set the meat down, he asked, Wei, where are you planning to take the other leg? Zhang Wei answered honestly, I'll be stopping by my uncle's place later to deliver it to all 3 of them. Hearing this, Zhou Hongju felt overjoyed. Zhang Wei was only giving 1 leg of meat to his 3 uncles' families combined, yet he gave her family an entire leg. What did this mean? It meant she held more weight in her son-in-law's heart than his uncles did. It meant her son-in-law knew how to prioritize. The more she looked at Zhang Wei, the more she liked him. Xia Yonggui was also pleased and asked with concern, Wei, where did you get this fallow deer meat? Zhang Wei replied, last night, on my way back from my uncle's place, I passed through Muntjac Crossing and happened upon a muntjac. I shot one. You're one lucky guy. Xia Yonggui exclaimed. Walking home at night and actually encountering a muntjac and you managed to bag it. Xia Meng heard this and exclaimed in surprise, there really are muntjac at Muntjac Crossing? Xia Yonggui shot him a look. Do you think those place names were just made up? In our great Xia, whether naming people or places, we take great care. If it's called Muntjac Crossing, it must mean muntjac frequently cross the river there. Xia Meng's eyes lit up with fervor as he gasped, Deer Crossing isn't far from here. Why don't I go stake out there tonight too? Maybe I can bag a deer myself. Give it a rest. Xia Yonggui rolled his eyes. You think roe deer are that easy to hunt? Stop messing around all the time. Xia Meng pouted in defiance. If Zhang Wei can catch one, why can't I? Xia Yonggui ignored him, continuing his conversation with Zhang Wei. After a few more words, he suddenly remembered something and smiled. Wei, Xia Ji will be back the day after tomorrow. You should come over for dinner then. Today was the 5th day of the 2nd lunar month. The day after tomorrow would be the 7th day of the 2nd lunar month. Zhang Wei remembered that in his previous life, Xia Ji had also returned on the 7th day. What was Xia Ji coming back for? To take him to the city, of course. No matter what, Zhang Wei had to admit that the current Xia Ji was genuinely kind to him. Consider this, the journey from Chuyuan County back to Sanxia Town was over 180 li. Then, from Sanxia Town back to Shurha village, there were nearly 40 more li of mountain roads. For a woman to make such a long journey back just to pick him up and take him into town, could anyone say she wasn't kind? The reason Xia Ji returned on the 7th day and they headed into town on the 8th was because the 7th was the day the bus from Chuyuan County to Sanxia Town departed, and the return bus was scheduled for the 8th. Missing that window meant waiting another 7 days for the next bus. In his previous life, when Xia Ji returned, he had happily gone to Sanxia Town to meet her, and the next day they boarded the bus to Chuyuan County together. This time around, Zhang Wei had already decided not to pursue his studies and wouldn't be going to town with Xia Ji. Still, he said, "Uncle, the day after tomorrow I'll go to the town to pick up Xia Ji first. Then you two can come over to my place for dinner." Xia Yonggui had originally planned to pick her up himself. Hearing Zhang Wei's suggestion, he felt pleased and smiled, replying, "That works. You go pick up Xia Ji, and I won't go. After you return, we'll head straight to your place for dinner." With that settled, Zhang Wei stood up. "Uncle, it's settled then. I'll head to my uncle's place first, otherwise, if I get back late, I'll have to travel in the dark again." Xia Yonggui nodded. "It's such a long way. You should leave early so you can get back sooner." Zhang Wei nodded, said his goodbyes to Zhou Hongju and Xia Meng, then picked up his carrying pole. With only one leg of muntjac meat left, he couldn't carry it on his shoulders. Instead, he hung it from one end of the pole and shouldered it as he left the Xia residence, heading toward Li Jiabao. All the snow on the road had melted today. After a night of wind, the mountain path was still damp but no longer as muddy as yesterday. Zhang Wei walked alone, carrying the pole with long, quick strides. In less than an hour, he reached the muntjac crossing. Last night, he and Zhang Kaming had taken nearly 2 hours to walk home from this very spot. Passing the spot near where they'd hunted the muntjac last night, Zhang Wei glanced in that direction, thinking to himself how nice it would be to bag another muntjac on his way back. Of course, it was just a passing thought. After all, where would you find a muntjac so easily? Stumbling upon one near the road last night had been pure luck. With a smile, he withdrew his gaze and continued on his way. After nearly 2 hours, Zhang Wei arrived at Li Desheng's home. "Auntie! Auntie!" Zhang Wei called out twice but received no response. Instead, Lu Feng emerged from the front gate and said, "She just keeps calling you second auntie the moment she gets here. She's gone to the fields to haul back yesterday's radish leaves." "Auntie!" Zhang Wei quickly called out, smiling as he explained, "I came from this direction. The gate to the field is right by second uncle's house, so I just called out to second aunt." Lu Feng shot him a disapproving look. Only then did she notice the piece of meat hanging from Zhang Wei's shoulder pole, a leg, likely lamb, though she couldn't be certain. Lu Feng asked, "Why did you bring meat again?" Zhang Wei recounted the night's events at the muntjac crossing. Lu Feng's eyes widened. "Good heavens, Wei Wei. What incredible luck you have. Hunting a muntjac on a night walk? Just like your aunt said, unbeatable." Zhang Wei said, "I only brought the hindquarter today. I didn't cut any portions. I'll leave it here with my aunt for now. You guys can divide it up yourselves later." Lu Feng smiled. "No problem, we'll sort it out ourselves. Come inside and warm up by the fire. I'll make you something to eat." After walking for 3 hours, Zhang Wei was genuinely starving and parched. He didn't hesitate, saying, "I'll have a drink of water first. Please make me something to eat, auntie." "Anything will do." Lu Feng smiled. "I'll make you a bowl of fried rice with oil, your favorite when you were little." Lu Feng's family usually ate cornmeal porridge too. The only difference was in the preparation method. She usually steamed the cornmeal in a bamboo steamer, commonly known as cornmeal rice. Nian Nian rice was softer than fried rice, making it easier to chew. She added lard, an egg, and some greens, stir-frying them together with the cornmeal rice to create a delicious dish. After finishing his meal, Zhang Wei voluntarily washed the pots and bowls before saying, "Auntie, Dad asked me to go to the market to buy some fabric, so I'll head out now." With that, he picked up his carrying pole and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute, Wei Wei." Lu Feng called out to him. Chapter 68, Money, Money, Always Money. "Auntie, is there something else?" Zhang Wei stopped and asked. Lu Feng only told him to wait a moment before getting up and heading to her bedroom. Soon she returned, holding 2 large banknotes. She pressed them into Zhang Wei's hands and said, "Take these. Don't tell your father or mother. When you go to the city for school, buy some snacks if you get hungry." Zhang Wei hastily protested, "Auntie, I really don't need it." Lu Feng glared at him. "Why not?" Zhang Wei couldn't very well say he wasn't planning to go to school at all, so he replied, "I'm a grown man now, not a child. Why would I need snacks?" Lu Feng countered, "Even if you don't eat them, it's only right to treat Xia Ji to something occasionally. Besides, how can you manage in the city without any money? Sometimes you'll need to buy notebooks, pens, ink, and such. Having some cash on you is just more convenient." Zhang Wei remembered that in his previous life, his aunt had secretly given him money before he went to town for school. But in that past life, Lu Feng had given him 10 yuan. This time around, Lu Feng had actually given him 20. He wondered if it was because he'd delivered meat to his aunt's house both yesterday and today. Then yesterday, he'd also given his uncle a pack of Dakianman cigarettes, his aunt a bottle of malted milk powder, and 3 pounds of Bianshan Daku aged liquor. None of these gifts had been given in his previous life. This time around, after giving so many gifts, his aunt had only given him 10 yuan more than in his previous life. Though it was only a 10 yuan difference, Zhang Wei could already sense the butterfly effect of his rebirth. Zhang Wei tried to refuse again, but Lu Feng snapped, Wei, if you keep being stubborn, I'll get angry. Thank you, auntie. With a sigh of resignation, Zhang Wei accepted the 200 yuan bills. As he tucked the money into his pocket, his fingers brushed against the flashlight tucked inside. He quickly pulled it out and handed it to Lu Feng. Auntie, I borrowed this flashlight from auntie last night. She's not home, so could you return it for me? Alright. Lu Feng took the flashlight. Only then did Zhang Wei pick up his carrying pole again and head toward the door. Lu Feng followed him out to see him off. Just as Zhang Wei stepped onto the courtyard, Zhao Hongyu, Li Dayuan, and Lin Jelly returned from the opposite direction, each carrying a basket of radish leaves on their backs. Spotting Zhang Wei, Lin Jelly spoke first. I thought I heard someone calling for second auntie, turns out it was you, Wei. What, are you heading back already? Second aunt. Youngest uncle. Youngest aunt. Zhang Wei greeted all three before replying, I was just about to head into town. After answering, he turned to Zhao Hongyu and said, second aunt, I left the flashlight at first aunt's place. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Zhang Wei added, second aunt, uncle, and aunt, I'll leave you to your business. I'm heading out to the street now. Zhao Hongyu said, wait a moment. I need to say a few words to you before you go. Zhang Wei had no choice but to wait. Soon, Zhao Hongyu, Li Dayuan, and Lin Jelly all set down their baskets. Zhao Hongyu motioned for Zhang Wei to follow her inside. Once in the bedroom, Zhao Hongyu opened a drawer and pulled out an old wooden box with a small lock on one side. Zhao Hongyu took out a key, unlocked the box, and revealed its contents, money and various tickets. Wei, here you go. Zhao Hongyu pulled out 3 large unity notes and pressed them into Zhang Wei's hand. Zhang Wei froze. It wasn't anything else, it was mainly because he had just experienced this very scene at his aunt's place. He hadn't expected to go through it again so soon. Snapping back to his senses, he quickly declined, saying, Auntie, I don't need it. Zhao Hongyu retorted, what do you mean, no need? You're going to school in the city, don't you need to eat? Buy pens? Buy notebooks. Zhang Wei. Alright, it seemed every elder had the same script when dealing with younger relatives about to start school. Behind the stern tone lay genuine care, the warmth of human connection. Having learned from his experience with his maternal aunt, Zhang Wei knew he couldn't refuse. He could only say, second aunt, even if you insist on giving me money, you don't need to give me this much. I won't need that much. 30 yuan was simply too much. It took his second uncle a month and a half of work to earn that much. Zhang Wei intended to take only 10 yuan as a token gesture. Zhao Hongyu countered, it's not like you have to spend it all in a few days. Keep it with you and use it little by little. She added, don't mention these 30 yuan to your parents. Thank you, auntie. Zhang Wei had no choice but to accept the money for now. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel once more at how the butterfly effect of his rebirth had already begun to unfold. In his previous life, his second aunt had also given him money, but not today, it had been on the 8th day of the new year. And in that past life, it wasn't 30 yuan either, it was 20 yuan. As for the reason, Zhang Wei guessed it was the same as with his first aunt. After all, in his previous life, before heading to the city for school, he hadn't given meat to his uncles, nor had he given them cigarettes, alcohol, or malted milk powder. This time around, having done those things, he was already seeing the rewards from his aunts. Life might just be like that, kinship is merely the foundation. Only through mutual giving among relatives can one receive greater returns. Without needing to think too much, Zhang Wei could guess that his youngest aunt would also give him money when he left. In his previous life, Lin Jelly had given her 5 yuan. Among his 3 uncles, both the eldest and second uncle's households were half households, while only the third uncle's family, like his own, held dual agricultural household registrations. A half household meant one person worked at an enterprise while the other farmed at home. In the 1980s and 1990s, it wasn't dual-income families who lived most comfortably, but precisely these half-household families. Just as Zhang Wei had expected, when he stepped out of his second uncle's main hall, Lin Jelly was already waiting for him in the courtyard. Wei, come here. Zhang Wei reluctantly walked over. Lin Jelly pressed 5 yuan into his hand and said, your first and second aunts must have given you money too. My family can't compare to theirs, it's not much, but keep it for yourself. Of the 3 aunts, only the youngest gave him the same amount as in his previous life. Zhang Wei didn't complain about the small amount. He knew, just as Lin Jelly had said, that his third uncle's family couldn't match the wealth of his first and second uncles. It was highly likely that this 5 yuan note represented the absolute limit of what his third uncle's family could afford to give him now. Zhang Wei genuinely didn't want to accept this money. But he knew he couldn't refuse. He could only express his gratitude and accept it. The past favors had already been too many, he could only keep them all in his heart for now. One day, when he earned money from hunting, he would repay them all. When heading into town, Zhang Wei still took the back mountain path. Carrying his shoulder pole, he walked at a brisk pace. In less than 10 minutes, he reached the three-way intersection. Today's three-way street was vastly different from yesterday's. Yesterday was an even-numbered day, not a market day. Today was the 5th day of the lunar month, market day in Sancha town. Although most of the market-goers had dispersed by this hour, and the streets weren't as packed as they had been in the morning and early afternoon, there were still quite a few people around. All the shops were still open, and street vendors lined the roadside one after another, farmers carrying their own produce to sell. Corn, soybeans, wheat, dried chili peppers, eggs, raw melon seeds, raw peanuts, potatoes, radishes, cabbage, you name it, they had it. Every kind of utensil was available: baskets, carrying poles, scoops, sieves, winnowing baskets, strainers, wicker baskets, buckets, chairs, and stools. Stalls selling fried dough cakes, steamed buns, and mantou were also plentiful. No planning exists for stall placement, everything jumbles together haphazardly. Essentially, whoever arrives first claims a spot, with later arrivals clustering together in succession. Some stalls were bustling with customers haggling over prices, while others stood deserted. In the center of the street, some shoppers glanced around occasionally, while others walked straight through. The constant chatter, discussions, laughter, and vendors' shouts mingled together, never ceasing. Zhang Wei stared blankly for a moment before finally setting off toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 69, The First Household Appliance. Outside the supply and marketing cooperative. People carrying back baskets, hand baskets, cloth bags, or mesh bags, some alone, some in pairs, some with their entire families, some in groups of 3 or 5, came and went through the cooperative's doors. Zhang Wei, carrying his carrying pole, had to sidestep to squeeze inside the cooperative. Inside, it wasn't exactly shoulder to shoulder, but there was barely any room to stand. Most shoppers carried back baskets, and if you got too close, a sudden turn could send their load crashing into you. Even Zhang Wei's nimble movements were useless here. He could only wait patiently for the people ahead to move before he could inch forward. It took several minutes of waiting before Zhang Wei finally reached the counter. Li Deshang was behind the counter, but it still wasn't Zhang Wei's turn. Customers weren't lined up in a single file, instead, they were spread out across the counter, at least a dozen people browsing, asking prices, and paying. Only after Li Deshang finished serving the woman next to Zhang Wei did he glance over and ask amidst the chaos, "What brings you here?" Zhang Wei replied, "Uncle Li, grab me a flashlight and 4 batteries. "Hold on," Li Deshang replied before attending to another customer. 2 or 3 minutes later, he placed the flashlight and batteries on the counter in front of Zhang Wei. The flashlight is 7 yuan and 20 cents. 4 batteries total 2 yuan and 40 cents. Total is 9 yuan and 60 cents. He added, all negotiable. Zhang Wei pulled out a large 100 yuan note and handed it over. Li Deshang took it and quickly returned 4 10-cent coins as change. Knowing Li Deshang was busy, Zhang Wei didn't linger. "Uncle Li, I'll be going now," he said, grabbing the flashlight and batteries before slowly making his way out of the supply and marketing cooperative. Outside the supply and marketing cooperative, the streets were bustling with people, yet not crowded at all. One could stroll leisurely. Zhang Wei wasn't in the mood for leisurely browsing. He randomly picked a barber shop. Long hair and layered cuts weren't in style back then. Besides, having served in the military in his previous life, Zhang Wei was accustomed to short hair. This time, he went straight for a crew cut. After the haircut, Zhang Wei glanced at his reflection in the mirror. In the mirror, the youth with the crew cut had shed the flowing, melancholic air of his former long hair, gaining instead a sharp, spirited look. This was exactly the look he wanted. Zhang Wei was quite satisfied. Without asking the price, he pulled out the 5 yuan note his aunt had given him and handed it over. The barber gave him 4 yuan in change. A haircut for just 1 yuan? That's cheap. Stepping out of the barber shop, Zhang Wei murmured in admiration as he headed toward Mr. Shen's tailor shop. The tailor shop was quiet at that hour, with only a middle-aged woman smiling warmly as she watched Shen Kaifeng take measurements from a boy around 10 years old. Shen Qingyi wasn't working at the moment. Seeing Zhang Wei enter, she greeted him, "What kind of clothes do you need?" Zhang Wei replied, "I'm not here for clothes." Shen Qingyi asked, "Then are you here to look at fabrics?" Zhang Wei explained, "I'm making clothes for my parents, my sister-in-law, my 2 younger sisters, and my nieces and nephews." Shen Qingyi's face lit up at this 7 garments. He'd been running his tailor shop on Sancha Street for years but had never taken such a large order. He quickly asked, "Did you bring measurements for the clothes you want made?" Zhang Wei replied, "I haven't measured them, but it's not crucial. I can tell you their heights, weights, and body types. You can tailor accordingly. Just get them roughly right. Right, like ready-to-wear clothes." "Got it," Shen Qingyi replied. Zhang Weiming, Li Jing, Zhang Kai Zhang Wei hadn't measured any of their heights or weights. But from his past life as a reconnaissance soldier, his keen eye was well honed. He could usually get it right with just a glance. Since he wasn't demanding custom-made garments anyway, he quickly rattled off a string of numbers for each. The only exception was Zhang Yun. Since Zhang Wei hadn't seen her after his rebirth, he could only estimate based on memory. Xin Qingyi jotted down each measurement in a small notebook. After finishing, she asked, "What fabric and style do you want for these garments?" Zhang Wei replied, "Spring has already arrived, and the weather will warm up in a few days. Make them as spring-autumn wear. As for the fabric and style, I don't know much about that. Master Xin, you decide." Xin Qingyi had been a tailor for many years, and almost every customer she encountered had specific requests. This was the first time he'd encountered someone like Zhang Wei, who made no requests and simply left it up to him. This pleased him greatly. He selected several fabric samples, shared his thoughts on the garment styles, and then sought Zhang Wei's input. Zhang Wei simply replied, "I trust Master Xin's taste in craftsmanship." Then he asked, "How much will these garments cost?" Clothing was inexpensive these days. An adult spring-autumn top made from ordinary fabric cost around 8 to 12 yuan to produce. Children's tops varied by age, ranging from 5 to 9 yuan each. After calculating the cost for 7 spring-autumn tops, Xin Qingyi quoted 52 yuan. Zhang Wei didn't haggle. He counted the money on him. His maternal aunt had given him 20 yuan, his second maternal aunt 30 yuan, and his youngest maternal aunt 5 yuan, totaling 55 yuan. He spent 9 yuan 6 jiao on a flashlight and batteries at the supply and marketing cooperative, plus another yuan on a haircut. Now he only had 44 yuan 4 jiao left. That wasn't enough for the clothes. He was still short 7 yuan and 60 fun. Zhang Wei thought for a moment, pulled out 3 large unity notes, and added 2 1 yuan bills. Handing them to Xin Qingyi, he said, "Master Xin, I'll give you 32 yuan now. I'll pay the remaining 20 yuan when I pick up the clothes." Xin Qingyi hesitated slightly. He usually only made clothes after receiving full payment up front. Only a handful of close acquaintances could pay half in advance, with the remaining half due upon pickup. He didn't know Zhang Wei, so logically, he shouldn't agree. But seeing Zhang Wei's generous gesture, he hesitated briefly before replying, "All right. I can have the clothes ready in 3 days at the earliest. When would you like to pick them up?" Zhang Wei considered it. "My home is in Shurha village, quite a distance from town. How about this, I'll definitely come pick them up sometime after the 10th and before the 15th. "No problem," Xin Qingyi agreed readily. After that, he added, "A few days ago, someone named Li Jing from your Shurha village mentioned she needed clothes made for her son soon. Do you know her?" Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile. "Master Xin, you have such a good memory. Li Jing is my mother. My name is Zhang Wei, and she was indeed planning to make clothes for me." Xin Qingyi paused, studying Zhang Wei's features closely. He did bear a resemblance to Li Jing. "So it's you." Then, with a hint of surprise, she added, "But didn't your mother say she was making clothes for you? Why did you stop and start making them for them instead?" Zhang Wei waved his hand, unwilling to discuss the topic. He simply said, "I changed my mind." Xin Qingyi wasn't one to pry. Seeing Zhang Wei reluctant to speak, she said, "All right then, come pick up your clothes when the time comes." Zhang Wei nodded and took his leave. Chapter 70, I just wanted to see your experience. After Zhang Wei left, Shen Kaifeng finished taking the boy's measurements. As she put away the tape measure, she said to Xin Qingyi, "Dad, that guy's name is Zhang Wei. I remember when his mom came to see you, she said she was making him clothes because he was going to study in the city. But from what I heard him say to you just now, it seems he doesn't plan on going to school anymore." Xin Qingyi replied, "Why are you thinking so much about other people's business?" Shen Kaifeng replied, "I was just saying." Then she couldn't help adding, "Judging by his mother's demeanor, their family situation doesn't seem great. But that Zhang Wei, he was pretty generous with his spending." The middle-aged woman who had accompanied her son to get clothes made earlier responded with a touch of bitterness. He ordered 7 outfits at once, didn't haggle over the price, didn't even look at the fabric, and had them made without taking measurements. "Does he look like someone from a poor family to you?" "Oh, and I saw him paying Master Shin. He clearly had a 100 yuan bill in his hand. That's definitely someone with money." Sigh, rich people are so stingy. They won't even pay for a suit all at once, insisting on settling the full amount when they pick it up. I just don't buy it. Money sitting in your hand for a few days like it's going to multiply or something. She only meant it as a complaint, but to her surprise, Shen Kaifeng replied earnestly, "Aunt Tian, you really shouldn't doubt it. Money truly can multiply when you hold on to it." Aunt Tian looked puzzled. "How can money breed?" Shen Kaifeng smiled and explained, "Running a business is essentially making money breed more money. The bigger your capital, the more profit you earn." Aunt Tian shook her head, clearly confused. Kaifeng said no more, her gaze drifting unconsciously to the street outside, lingering there. Outside, the street bustled with people, some carrying backpacks, others with baskets slung over their arms, some balancing poles on their shoulders, and others walking empty-handed. Yet the young boy with the flat top and the single pole was nowhere to be seen. Who would have thought such a spirited youngster could be found in Sancha town? His eyes were so clear. Too bad I was busy working earlier and didn't get a chance to chat with him. Shen Kaifeng sighed inwardly and withdrew her gaze. As someone who had been reborn, Zhang Wei knew that 30 years later, Qin Qingyi would become the renowned Qin tailor god at the head of Shanghai's Huangpu River, while Qin Kaifeng would rise to become a titan in the fashion and retail industries of the Great Xia Empire. Yet now, facing these two future titans, his heart remained still as water. He felt no desire to befriend them. He had no interest in pursuing a career in business, nor was he particularly drawn to the glittering world of the future. He only wished to spend more time with his parents and watch his two younger sisters and nieces and nephews grow up. So no matter how godlike they were, no matter how successful they became, it had nothing to do with him. His visit to Qin Qingyi stemmed purely from a desire to make clothes for his parents, his sister-in-law, his two younger sisters, and his nieces and nephews. Yet fate is a truly wondrous thing. He had no interest in Qin Qingyi or Qin Kaifeng, yet Qin Kaifeng had developed an interest in him. Of course, Zhang Wei remained completely unaware of this. After leaving the tailor shop, he hoisted his shoulder pole and headed toward West Street. Passing the grain depot, he glanced at it but didn't go in to greet his uncle. He kept walking straight ahead until he reached the three-way intersection. Zhang Wei stood at the entrance of the post office, gazing across the street at the Red Star restaurant. Yesterday when he had come by, the Red Star restaurant had been closed. Today, being market day, it was open for business. The crowd inside wasn't exactly bustling, but there were clearly customers present. After watching for a few minutes, Zhang Wei turned and headed back. At the eastern end of the street, as he was admiring the rural market scene of the 1980s, a voice suddenly called out to him from behind. "Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei turned around and saw it was Li Wei. He couldn't help but smile and said, "You're at the market too?" Li Wei chuckled, "I spotted your silhouette from afar. Your hairstyle's changed, so I wasn't sure at first, but it really is you. When did you get here?" Li Wei replied, "Just a little while ago." Li Wei sighed regretfully, "If I'd known you'd be out today too, I would have come with you." "No worries," Zhang Wei said. "We can head back together." Li Wei flushed and smiled. "I'm not going back today. I'll head back tomorrow." Zhang Wei didn't think much of it and casually asked, "Visiting relatives?" Li Wei's face flushed even redder as he stammered, "Yes, I'm going to my aunt's place." Seeing his flustered state, Zhang Wei chuckled inwardly and said, "Visiting your aunt isn't embarrassing. Why are you blushing?" Li Wei explained, "My aunt said she'd set me up with someone. They live near her place." Zhang Wei chuckled. "Someone's setting you up? That's great news. Why are you stammering like that?" Li Wei whispered, "I've never even held a girl's hand before. How could I possibly talk about it?" He looked at Zhang Wei, his eyes sincere and filled with envy. "In our village, you're the one everyone talks about. Yang Wei and the others say you and Xia Ji have even kissed." Zhang Wei's forehead creased with exasperation. "That's slander. Absolute slander. Xia Ji and I are completely innocent. When I get back, I'll skin Yang Wei alive for spreading those lies about me." Li Wei froze, disbelieving. "Zhang Wei, you and Xia Ji are already engaged. If you haven't even kissed, who's going to believe that?" After saying this, he put on an admiring expression and flattered him, "Brother Wei, I only brought this up because I know you have experience. Could you share some tips with me?" "Share my ass." Zhang Wei smacked him hard on the forehead. "I'll say it again, Xia Ji and I are completely innocent." He was at his wit's end. He was already preparing to call off the engagement with Xia Ji, yet now the village was buzzing with rumors. In this era where chastity was sacred, a woman's purity was worth half her life. If word got out about kissing, how could he possibly call off the engagement? Despite the slap, Li Wei didn't get angry. He just pouted, "Brother Wei, if you don't want to talk, fine, but why hit me?" Zhang Wei's face darkened as he snapped, "What's wrong with hitting you? That's the least of it. Do you have any idea what the consequences of spreading slander are? I'm a man, so it doesn't matter to me, but Xia Ji is a woman. With rumors like this, how will she ever show her face in public?" Li Wei shivered involuntarily under Zhang Wei's gaze, sharper than any blade, and hung his head in defeat. But deep down, he still couldn't accept it. He thought to himself, "You're already engaged. Kissing is one thing, but sleeping together? That's no big deal. How does that make it spreading dirty rumors?" He couldn't fathom why Zhang Wei was so repulsed. Kissing a beauty like Xia Ji, wasn't that something to brag about? But Li Wei dared only rebel in his heart, not uttering a single word aloud. He meekly replied, "Got it. I won't say anything more." Zhang Wei's face remained cold as he fixed him with a piercing stare. Who else is spreading this? Li Wei's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Wei's expression meant he was going after the rumor mongers. But he dared not hold back, rattling off several names in quick succession: Li Yongyon, Wang Bingbing, Wu Pingping, Yang Yongyon, Wang Pingping. They're all spreading it. Zhang Wei's expression darkened further. He'd assumed only the usual group of Li Wei's close friends were spreading it, but this was far worse. It had spread to nearly every young person in the village. "I'm going to deal with them," Zhang Wei said through gritted teeth. Chapter 71, Must We Be So Formal? After parting ways with Li Wei, Zhang Wei lost all interest in nostalgically admiring the rural market scene from the 1980s. Clutching his carrying pole tightly in one hand, he walked back with a cold expression. He wasn't just talking. He genuinely intended to return and teach those rumor mongers a lesson. But that wasn't just spreading rumors. They were blatantly sabotaging his plan to call off the engagement. They were undermining the very foundation of his new life plan after rebirth. He had to nip those rumors in the bud. Otherwise, he'd never be able to call off the engagement. Fried dough cakes. Delicious fried dough cakes. Oil cakes. Zhang Wei reached the East Street corner when a string of shouts reached his ears. He followed the sound and saw a big-eyed girl with a thick braid standing behind the oil cake stall outside the Kai family's door. She was frying oil cakes while shouting her sales pitch with all her might. Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed. After a moment of stunned silence, he walked toward the oil cake stall. Xiaoqian, you're selling oil cakes here. Kai Xiaoqian lifted her gaze, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling like the Milky Way. Zhang Wei, it's you, she exclaimed with delight. It's me. Zhang Wei smiled. Long time no see. Kai Xiaoqian said, it really has been a while, almost 2 years now, hasn't it? Zhang Wei thought to himself, it's been more than 2 years. It felt like 2 years plus a lifetime. 2 years prior in his past life, after seeing Kai Xiaoqian for the last time, he never saw her again. He hadn't even heard any news about her since. He never imagined he'd encounter her again after reincarnating. Suppressing these thoughts, Zhang Wei asked, aren't you supposed to be studying? Why are you frying donuts here? Kai Xiaoqian replied casually, I dropped out half a year ago. During the fair, I've been frying donuts here, you just never saw me. Zhang Wei froze. He had attended several temple fairs over the past 6 months. Even the day before yesterday, the 7th day of the lunar month, was a fair day. If Kai Xiaoqian had been frying donuts here every fair, he should have seen her. It made no sense that they hadn't crossed paths in his previous life. But he quickly understood. In his previous life, his eyes had been fixed solely on Xiaji. When he came to the street on the 7th day, it was always with Xiaji. Even if he had seen Kai Xiaoqian, he probably wouldn't have paid her any mind. Some people are always there. But if she isn't in your heart, you remain blind to her presence, unaware she's always been there. Zhang Wei smiled bitterly. When your eyes are fixed on just one person, you truly might lose the entire world. He didn't ask Kai Xiaoqian why she'd stopped studying. Just like 2 years ago when he dropped out, he hadn't told his classmates why either. He'd simply withdrawn silently. Everyone harbors secrets they refuse to share. Asking is like reopening old wounds. Zhang Wei exhaled and said with a smile, old classmate, fry me 10 oil cakes. Ha? Kai Xiaoqian paused, then asked, are you sure you can eat that many? Zhang Wei replied, I'm taking them back for my little sister and my nieces and nephews. Oh, you're taking them home? Kai Xiaoqian replied, then asked, how many kids do you have? Do you really need that many? Zhang Wei replied, just 3. Kai Xiaoqian said, for 3 kids, 3 fried dough sticks would be plenty. No need to buy so much. Zhang Wei chuckled, what's the matter? Old classmate, you've got a business opportunity and you're not going for it? Kai Xiaoqian replied, each oil cake costs 10 cents, that's expensive. Why buy so many? For the kids, 1 is enough to try. Zhang Wei paused slightly. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he wasn't as naive as before. He sensed from Kai Xiaoqian's tone that she seemed to know his family was struggling. But he wondered, how did she know? Zhang Wei chuckled, pulled out a 1 yuan note, and handed it over. I'm not short on cash now, he said generously. Here, fry me 10. Kai Xiaoqian opened her mouth slightly, clearly wanting to ask something. The words formed on her lips but were swallowed back. Moments later, her full red lips parted again, and a radiant smile lit up her delicate face. Zhang Wei, you've struck it rich. She happily accepted the money as she spoke. After placing the money, Kai Xiaoqian began frying the oil cakes, chatting with Zhang Wei in a casual, often on manner as she worked. They talked about classmates, teachers, the old days. But she didn't ask why they'd dropped out, or what they'd been up to since leaving school. She didn't ask how things were now. Much less what their plans were for the future. It was as if only the past existed between them, only the happy memories of days gone by, with no future in sight. Once the fried dough sticks were ready, Kai Xiaoqian wrapped each one in brown paper. Seeing Zhang Wei had nothing to carry them in, she said nothing but grabbed one of her own mesh bags, stuffed all the dough sticks inside, and handed it to him. Zhang Wei counted them 11 in total. Hey, classmate, you gave me 1 extra. Zhang Wei said, reaching to take back the extra 1. Kai Xiaoqian raised her hand to stop him, saying generously, the extra 1 is my gift to you. You have such a long way to walk home. Eat a fried dough stick to tide you over. Then I'll pay you. Zhang Wei said, reaching for his wallet. Kai Xiaoqian frowned. We're old classmates. What's wrong with me giving you 1? Must we be so formal? Her last words were spoken softly, tinged with a hint of resentment. It didn't match the cheerful, sunny image Zhang Wei had of her. Well, thanks then. After a moment's thought, Zhang Wei accepted Kai Xiaoqian's kindness. After all, she was an old classmate. It was just a fried dough stick. No need to be so formal. Zhang Wei hung the net bag filled with fried dough sticks on one end of his carrying pole. After bidding Kai Xiaoqian farewell, he shouldered the pole and headed back. As he walked, he reflected on his encounter with Kai Xiaoqian, feeling a touch of emotion. But soon, he pushed it all out of his mind. Passing by Li Jiabao, Zhang Wei glanced toward his uncle's house nearby but didn't stop, continuing on his way. His pace was brisk, and he passed many people returning home from the market along the way. He didn't recognize most of them. This direction wasn't just for Shurha village, many villages lay along this path. Zhang Wei couldn't even name most of them, let alone recognize the people. He did encounter a few people from Shurha village heading to the market, but Zhang Wei merely exchanged brief greetings with them before quickening his pace to leave. Why is he walking so fast? Young man, quick on his feet. Looks like he bought some fried dough sticks, his net bag is full of them. Yeah, I can smell the aroma of those oil cakes. His family can actually afford oil cakes now? And so many at once? Zhang Wei's got good luck, he even bagged a wild boar the day before yesterday. Zhang Wei had excellent hearing. After passing those acquaintances, he faintly caught their chatter. He didn't pay it much mind. Being gossiped about behind your back was inevitable. Before long, he had pulled ahead of the group. He walked briskly and arrived at a place called Zhejiawan in about half an hour. Zhejiawan wasn't even a proper village, just a few sloping plots of land at the foot of a large mountain, home to only 5 families, all surnamed Zhao. Zhang Wei had a primary school classmate named Zhao Gang. Chapter 72, Come and Steal It If You Dare. Zhao Gang was Zhang Wei's best friend in elementary school. His family lived in Zhejiawan, and whenever Zhang Wei passed through, he'd sometimes stop by Zhao Gang's house for a drink of water. Yesterday, he had also passed through Zhejiawan, but with Zhang coming by his side, Zhang Wei hadn't paid much attention. Today, walking alone, and having encountered Kai Xiaoqian earlier on the street, he instinctively glanced upward as he reached the embankment of Zhao Gang's courtyard. Coincidentally, Zhao Gang was just emerging from the gate. Spotting Zhang Wei, Zhao Gang broke into a smile and greeted him warmly. Wei, it's been ages. You're at the market today? Zhang Wei stopped and replied, Yeah, I went to the market. Didn't you go? Zhao Gang waved his hand dismissively. Too far. I couldn't be bothered to walk. Zhang Wei chuckled, You call that far? It's less than 20 li from your place to town. From mine, it's a full 40 li. Zhao Gang chuckled. Enough about that. Come on up and rest your feet. Have some water before you go. Zhang Wei was feeling thirsty, so he agreed and walked up the courtyard, following Zhao Gang into the house. He expected just an ordinary visit, but the moment he stepped inside, Zhang Wei was stunned. Covering half the left wall of Zhao Gang's main room hung rabbit pelts and pheasant feathers. What are you staring at? Zhao Gang noticed Zhang Wei staring intently at the rabbit pelts and pheasant feathers on the wall and asked in surprise, You've seen these before, haven't you? You never looked this amazed when you saw them last time. Hearing this, Zhang Wei suddenly recalled that he had indeed seen these rabbit pelts and pheasant feathers during previous visits to Zhao Gang's home. But back then, hunting held no interest for him whatsoever. Even when he saw them, he simply ignored them. It was like Kai Xiaoqian, she'd been frying donuts on the street for half a year, and he might have seen her when he went out. But because he hadn't paid attention, even though his eyes had seen her, his mind held no memory of it. Gang, Zhang Wei said bitterly, I suddenly realized that the world we see isn't the real world at all. Zhao Gang froze, giving Zhang Wei a strange look. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Wei ignored his mockery and continued, Our brains automatically filter out much of what our eyes see. The world we perceive is merely the version we choose to see. For those things filtered out by the brain yet truly existing, it's as if we've never seen them at all, unknowing of their presence. You really are sick. Zhao Gang shook his head and sighed. And not just a little sick, your brain must be fried. You're talking complete nonsense. Zhang Wei smiled and said no more. He knew that some things could only be understood through personal experience. Pointing at the rabbit pelts and feathers on the wall, he asked, Did you hunt all these yourself? Of course. Zhao Gang puffed out his chest proudly, replying with satisfaction. Impressive. Zhang Wei gave him a thumbs up. You hunted all these rabbits and pheasants, do you have a shotgun? Zhao Gang scoffed. Just hunting rabbits and pheasants? Who needs a gun for that? How much does a single bullet cost? I couldn't afford that junk. Zhang Wei asked curiously, Then how do you hunt rabbits and pheasants? Do you set traps or snares? Zhao Gang scoffed. Setting traps and snares? That's too much hassle. You know me, I don't have the patience for that. Zhang Wei reflected for a moment. Zhao Gang's personality matched his name, stubborn and impatient. Methods like setting traps and snares required long hours tracking prey, analyzing their movements, tasks demanding patience and meticulousness. They certainly didn't suit the impatient Zhao Gang. Zhang Wei grew even more curious and pressed, Then how did you bag so much game? With this. Zhao Gang lifted his outer garment and reached into his waistband, producing a wooden fork slingshot. Wow! Zhang Wei exclaimed sincerely. You hunted wild rabbits and pheasants with just a slingshot? That's impressive. Ha ha. Zhao Gang laughed triumphantly. This was the first time Zhang Wei had ever praised him like this. After laughing, he handed the slingshot to Zhang Wei, showing it off. Let me show you my treasure. Zhang Wei took it and examined it closely. Crafted from Sichuan pepper wood, the two prongs naturally formed a perfect curve. Its size was just right, fitting snugly into the crook of his thumb when gripped. It felt incredibly comfortable in his hand and was remarkably lightweight. The rubber bands, made from some kind of smooth-cut rubber, were incredibly resilient when pulled. The projectiles they launched must pack quite a punch. The slingshot already bore a patina, a testament to how long Zhao Gang had used it. It was clearly his prized possession. "Gang, hand over that slingshot!" Zhang Wei exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. "What are you thinking?" Zhao Gang snapped, snatching the slingshot back. "A gentleman doesn't take what others cherish. I kindly invited you for tea, and you go and covet my treasure." Zhang Wei shrugged indifferently. "I'm no gentleman, you said it yourself." Zhao Gang froze, denying it. "When did I ever say that?" Zhang Wei replied, "When the teacher was telling us about the 4 gentlemen of the warring states, I said, I want to be a gentleman like Lord Mengchang someday. You said, even if I were a gentleman, I'd be a hypocritical one." "Ha ha ha ha." Zhao Gang burst out laughing, remembering the incident. "I did say that. Your name is Zhang Wei, what else could you be but a great gentleman?" Zhang Wei chuckled, "See? You just admitted I'm no gentleman. So why bother with that 'a gentleman doesn't take what others cherish' nonsense? Anyway, I'm no gentleman. If I want to take what's good, I'll just take it. This slingshot is mine. No problem, right?" "Problem? Of course there's a problem." Zhao Gang chuckled. "The problem is, the slingshot is in my hands. If you can snatch it, then it's no problem. If you can't, then it's still a problem." Zhang Wei chuckled, "Well then, hold on tight to your precious toy. Don't let me snatch it again. If it ends up back in my hands, I won't give it back." Zhao Gang shrugged it off with a laugh. "I showed it to you first. Now that I know about your wolfish ambitions, there's no way I'm giving it back." He chuckled. "But if you've got the guts to snatch it back, what's the harm in giving it to you?" Zhang Wei retorted, "Then hold on tight." Zhao Gang retorted, "Come and take it if you dare." No sooner had the words left his mouth than everything blurred before his eyes, and his hand felt empty. "No." Zhao Gang stared at his right hand, which had held the slingshot but was now empty. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "How is that possible? How did you move so fast? I didn't even see it clearly before you snatched the slingshot?" Zhang Wei, one hand supporting the pole on his shoulder and the other twirling the slingshot, grinned. "You said it yourself, if I snatched it, it's mine. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Zhao Gang fumed, "When have I ever gone back on my word? The slingshot, it's yours." He then pounded his chest in frustration. "This is outrageous. I invited someone over for tea with good intentions, only to let a wolf into my house. My precious slingshot. Enough. We haven't even had our tea yet." Zhang Wei couldn't stand Zhao Gang's overly dramatic act any longer. He quickly interrupted, "Go pour me some tea." "Ugh." Zhao Gang stopped his ranting. Sighing with a bitter expression, he said, "I really owe you big time. You snatched my treasure, and now you're even swindling me out of my precious tea." Zhang Wei scoffed, "What kind of good tea could you possibly have?" Zhao Gang immediately bristled. "I do have some good tea. Wait, I'll go brew some for you. Just don't try to swipe my tea leaves after you've had a sip." Chapter 73, Place Name Obsession. Zhao Gang actually did have some special tea leaves. Not leaves from tea plants, but tender shoots and fresh leaves from the Mao Bao Pai camphor tree, processed through boiling and sun-drying, commonly known as eagle tea. The Mao Bao Pai camphor tree only grows deep in ancient forests, making it extremely rare. Legend has it that manual harvesting is nearly impossible, as most tender leaves are devoured by eagles, hence the name eagle tea. "You actually have such fine tea!" Zhang Wei exclaimed in admiration as he examined the tea leaves Zhao Gang handed him. Zhao Gang replied with pride, "If I hadn't been hunting rabbits and wild pheasants, where else would I have found such exceptional tea leaves?" Zhang Wei's interest piqued. "Are there many rabbits and pheasants where you gather tea?" "Plenty," Zhao Gang boasted. "I even bagged a pheasant there yesterday." Zhang Wei was thrilled. "Gangzi, take me to see it." Zhao Gang glanced at him, surprised. "What? You want to hunt pheasants too?" Zhang Wei chuckled, "Yeah, you gave me that slingshot, I want to try it out." At this, Zhao Gang replied with a sigh, "Don't even bring it up. That slingshot in your hands, you bookworm, is nothing but a toy. You'll probably get bored with it after a few days. Just so you know, once the novelty wears off, you're handing that slingshot right back to me." Zhang Wei retorted, "Who do you think you're looking down on? Don't you remember how I got the slingshot in the first place?" Zhao Gang asked, "I didn't actually see how you snatched that slingshot earlier. Tell me about it. You wanna know?" Zhang Wei smirked. "Take me hunting partridges, and I'll show you what I'm really capable of." "Fine, let's go," Zhao Gang retorted defiantly. "Even if you're quick with it, your aim's all over the place. If we don't hit a single pheasant, don't blame me." Zhang Wei felt even more pleased inside. "From the sound of it, you're saying we're guaranteed to find pheasants on our trip?" Zhao Gang replied, "That's where you're wrong. The heavy snow has just melted enough, making it the perfect time for game to come out foraging. Plus, the spot we're heading to is called Pheasant Hill. It's known for having plenty of pheasants. I won't say we'll find them every time, but 6 or 7 times out of 10, we will. He shot Zhang Wei a teasing glance. As for whether we actually catch any after taking you along, that depends entirely on your luck. Zhang Wei didn't bother arguing. He just smiled and said, let's go then. Wait. Zhao Gang called out, turning toward the inner room. Moments later, he emerged holding a slingshot. Zhang Wei asked, you have another slingshot? Zhao Gang shot him a look. We slingshot enthusiasts, how could we possibly have just one slingshot? That made perfect sense. Zhang Wei couldn't find a reason to argue. He asked, so how many of you guys usually hang out together to play with slingshots? Zhao Gang's face flushed with embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, he finally held up 2 fingers. Zhang Wei chuckled. So there are 20 of you playing? That's quite a crowd. Zhao Gang mumbled sheepishly, not 20, just 2. Ha ha. Actually, Zhang Wei had long since read Zhao Gang's expression and deliberately teased him with his words. Seeing his candor, he stopped joking and asked sincerely, then who's the other one? Zhao Gang's expression darkened. After a moment's silence, he replied, my grandfather. But last December, he passed away. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Zhang Wei apologized immediately. Zhao Gang waved his hand, his expression returning to normal. It's all in the past. It's fine. Let's go. Zhang Wei nodded, took the net bag hanging from the pole's end, placed it on a nearby table, then hoisted the pole and followed Zhao Gang toward the door. Why are you taking the pole? Zhao Gang asked in surprise when he saw it. Zhang Wei smiled. Just in case. If we run into a wild boar or something, it can be used for self-defense. Zhao Gang chuckled, there aren't any wild boars in Wild Chicken Hill. Even rabbits and mountain cats are rare there. It's practically a paradise for wild chickens, that's what you see most of. Zhang Wei asked curiously, there's actually a place like that? Then how did you hunt so many rabbits? Zhao Gang chuckled, for rabbits, you've got to go to Papa Mountain or Chara Cave. As for wild boars, I've seen them in Boar Forest. I've heard Pig Trough has them too. But I've never hunted wild boar myself. Of course, I sometimes go to Oxhead Gully in Lower Pingma to hunt wild rabbits too. Wait. Zhang Wei cut Zhao Gang off, astonished. How do you hunt in so many places? How far do you have to travel? The thing was, he'd never even heard of those places. Zhao Gang replied, far? Not at all. As they talked, they walked on. Before long, they reached a sloping area. Zhao Gang pointed out, this is Tongzi Slope. See all the tung trees planted everywhere? Zhang Wei nodded. After walking about 200 meters up the slope, Zhao Gang added, this place is called Yaziko. Zhang Wei looked ahead and saw 2 massive boulders standing about 10 meters apart on either side of the mountain path, forming a natural gateway. Passing through the gateway, Zhao Gang continued, this is white waxwater. Up ahead is a well, that's where my family fetches our drinking water. After walking another 40 or 50 meters, Zhang Wei indeed spotted a well. Passing by the well and walking another 100 meters or so, Zhao Gang said, this place is called Shashiling, but I've never seen any sand trees here. I don't know where the name came from. Zhang Wei suggested, perhaps there were once, but they were cut down later. Zhao Gang nodded and muttered, probably, before leading the way forward. The path remained uphill, but after less than 100 meters, he said again, this is the land god temple. Zhang Wei finally caught on. His mouth twitched a few times as he turned to look down the hillside. Zhao Gang's house was not far away. Calculating the distance they'd covered, it couldn't have been more than 500 meters. Yet in this short distance, Zhao Gang had mentioned Tongzi Slope, Yazi Mouth, Bila Water, Shadow Ridge, and the land god temple, of full 5 place names. That worked out to nearly 1 place name per 100 meters. Earlier, when Zhao Gang mentioned hunting in so many places, Zhang Wei had assumed they were far apart. But judging by the density of place names Zhao Gang was spouting, Zhang Wei figured if he gave Zhao Gang a sheet of A4 paper, the guy could draw a map of the entire Great Xia Empire from his home to the hunting grounds. But fair's fair, if Zhao Gang paid such close attention to even these minor landmarks, he might actually be a skilled hunter. Later, when Zhao Gang continued announcing place names, Zhang Wei stopped bothering to remember them. But Zhao Gang seemed to relish it, endlessly rattling off place names all the way. After traversing mountains and valleys for about an hour, Zhao Gang pointed ahead and declared, that's Wild Chicken Hill right there. Chapter 74, if you won't bet, you've already lost. Zhang Wei followed the direction of his finger. Before them lay a sloping valley. Whether due to excessive logging during the Great Leap Forward or not, the slope was devoid of trees, even scrub wood was scarce. Instead, wild grasses grew rampant, making it resemble more of a tangled brush slope. Above the grassy slope stood a patch of low-growing goosefeather bamboo, while the other 3 sides were covered in dense, low-lying shrubbery. Zhang Wei knew quite a bit about the habits of pheasants. After observing the scene, he couldn't help but remark, no wonder you said there are so many pheasants here. This environment really is perfect for them. Zhao Gang chuckled, though the slope looks small from here, it's actually quite expansive once you step inside, big enough to keep us exploring for half a day. In his previous life, Zhang Wei had served as a reconnaissance soldier. He could instantly gauge the slope size and nodded. The valley and slope span at least 2 li. It's quite large. A place this size surely has more than just one pheasant slope as its name? Zhao Gang chuckled, of course there are more. There's Bull Top, Half Rock, Bamboo Ridge, and… Cut it out. Zhang Wei quickly interrupted him. If he let this guy keep going, he could probably rattle off 20 or 30 names for such a vast area. Just on the way here, they'd only walk 6 or 7 li of mountain road, yet he'd heard Zhao Gang rattle off easily over 50 place names. You ask and then won't let me talk. You're no fun, Zhao Gang pouted in complaint, then added indignantly, just wait till you need me. Zhang Wei chuckled. What would I need you for? Zhao Gang flung open his outer garment, fumbled at his waist, and pulled out a canvas pouch larger than a palm resembling an ancient silk pouch, smiling as he said, without this, your slingshot is useless. The pellets. Zhang Wei instantly guessed the bag's contents, suddenly remembering he'd swiped Zhao Gang's slingshot but had no pellets. It was like having a gun without bullets. Just as Zhao Gang had said, the slingshot in his hands was nothing but a decoration. What's your deal? You gave me the slingshot but won't give me the pellets? That's like handing someone cigarettes without giving them a lighter, Zhang Wei said irritably, reaching out to grab the canvas pouch. Zhao Gang tossed the canvas bag toward him. Catching it mid-air, Zhang Wei remarked with surprise, you're being unusually generous this time. Zhao Gang replied, I'm giving you the pellets, but not for free. Zhang Wei chuckled. Now that I have the bag, you're suddenly laying down conditions? What can you do if I refuse? Zhao Gang sneered, who said I'm making demands? I just want to make a bet with you. Zhang Wei perked up. What kind of bet? Zhao Gang said, we'll hunt around here. Before nightfall, we'll see who's bagged more game. If I get more, you give me back that slingshot. What do you say? He finished with a smug grin, looking at Zhang Wei as if victory were already his. Not so fast. Zhang Wei replied coolly, now that the slingshot's in my hands, you want it back? Zhao Gang retorted, you won it from me in the first place. Now I'm winning it back from you, what's the problem? You didn't dare to bet, so you conceded defeat. Zhang Wei chuckled. I never said I wouldn't bet. Zhao Gang froze, surprised. Then what did you mean by nothing special? Zhang Wei explained, what I meant was, if we're going to gamble, let's go big. How big? Zhao Gang's interest piqued, he demanded immediately. Zhang Wei said, you made that slingshot yourself, right? Of course. Zhao Gang declared proudly. Grandpa said my slingshots never miss. He cleared his throat twice. Well, that's true for someone like me, a slingshot master. But for someone like you who's never even played with one, that's a different story. Zhang Wei ignored his dig and simply said, then here's the deal, if I win, you'll make me a bow and arrow. Zhao Gang froze, surprised. How did you know I can make bows? Zhang Wei smiled without answering. Earlier, in Zhao Gang's hearthroom, he'd spotted the mulberry wood for bow limbs already shaped with the basic contours carved out. Plus, there were materials like ox horns, tendons, and hemp rope, along with tools. It was clearly all set up for bow making. Seeing Zhang Wei's silence, Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and said, fine. If you win, I'll make you a bow. Zhang Wei immediately countered, that's not enough. I want a full set bows, arrows, and a quiver. Fine. A full set it is. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth in agreement, then asked, what if you lose? Zhang Wei smiled. Whatever you want. With that, he strode ahead toward the valley. Seeing Zhang Wei's impatient demeanor, Zhao Gang's lips curved slightly. This is my turf. I know exactly where to find game. At this hour, the pheasants are still roosting. Why would they be out? Oh, and I was going to tell you past Partridge Hill, around the bend, through Windswept Pass, not far ahead is Slump Mountain. That's where the wild rabbits are plentiful. He muttered as he searched for a spot to sit. Plucking a blade of grass, he tucked it between his teeth, then flopped back onto the grass, crossed his legs, and began humming softly. I'm gazing at the mountain scenery from the city wall. Hearing the tumult beyond the city walls. Banners flutter, casting shifting shadows. After walking so far, he needed to enjoy himself first. He'd wait until dusk fell and the pheasants came out to forage, then it wouldn't be too late to begin. He couldn't believe it, Zhang Wei, a total newbie who'd just gotten his slingshot, could actually hit a wild pheasant? At the thought, Zhao Gang's smile stretched almost as wide as the sun overhead. He hummed under his breath with renewed fervor. But it turns out the troops were sent by Sima. I too sent men to inquire. Only to learn Sima led the troops. Zhang Wei didn't realize his old classmate hadn't been digging through the grass at all, he was lying on it. Holding a pole in one hand and a slingshot in the other, he began searching the bushes meticulously. Before long, he truly found traces. Before his eyes, several tiny feathers lay scattered on the ground. But upon closer inspection, Zhang Wei shook his head. These weren't signs of a pheasant's activity, they indicated that a pheasant had been shot down here. He knew without a doubt that Zhao Gang must have shot a pheasant here. Zhang Wei continued searching. After an unknown amount of time, he had spotted at least a dozen spots where pheasants had been shot down, but he hadn't found a single live one. But he wasn't in a hurry. He had patience to spare. By now, he had moved from the thickets into the grasslands. The tall reeds towered above him, while the shorter grasses were interspersed with thorns and low shrubs. Fortunately, he had a pole in his hand, which he could use to push aside thorny bushes, saving him a lot of trouble. After searching for a while longer, his eyes lit up and a smile touched his lips as he parted a clump of wild grass. Chapter 75, First Test of the Slingshot. Tucked within the grass was a wild hen's nest, clearly containing several wild eggs. Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't found the pheasant, but he'd found a nest of wild eggs instead. He counted them 16 wild eggs in total. After one last glance at the eggs, Zhang Wei pulled back his carrying pole and got up to leave. He didn't take the nest of wild eggs with him. First, he was out hunting now, and carrying the eggs would be inconvenient. The slightest bump could crack them. Second, he didn't want to deplete the wild chicken population. Rather than taking the eggs, he hoped the wild chicken would hatch them, ensuring more wild chickens in the area in the future. Zhang Wei continued searching through the grass. Before long, about 20 meters ahead, a splash of colorful feathers caught his eye. Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed. He halted, gently setting down the carrying pole in his hand before reaching into his canvas bag for a pellet. Calling it a pellet was a stretch, it was more like a pebble. Slightly larger than a checkers piece, it was a piece of green stone, hard and durable, meticulously polished by hand until it resembled a bead. That impatient Zhao Gang actually took the trouble to polish it like this. Good for him. Holding the pellet, Zhang Wei murmured to himself with a touch of admiration. He placed it in the slingshot's rubber band chamber, then slowly raised his arm. Aim. Pull back the rubber band. Whoosh. The pellet sliced through the air. In the next instant, the grass ahead erupted like a flurry of chickens and dogs. Amidst flapping sounds, several colorful figures soared into the air. Amidst the cackling, 3 wild pheasants vanished into distant grasses after a few leaps. Zhang Wei, however, remained undeterred. His eyes followed the direction the pheasants had vanished before he picked up the pole from the ground and continued walking forward. Creak, creak. In the grass, a pheasant with dazzling plumage and a metallic sheen flapped desperately, trying to take flight. A large pool of blood flowed from beneath its left wing, staining the dry grass and fallen leaves crimson. Zhang Wei recognized it instantly as a ring-necked pheasant, also known as a mountain pheasant. Its tail was a deep reddish-brown, exceptionally long and dazzlingly colorful, a male bird, and a sizable one at that. Zhang Wei estimated it weighed over 4 pounds. Cluck, cluck. The pheasant continued to cry out and struggle. But it was all in vain. Although Zhang Wei's slingshot hadn't killed it outright, it had shattered its wing, and the pellet had lodged deep within its body. Even if Zhang Wei didn't finish it off now, it would eventually bleed to death. Zhang Wei clearly wasn't about to let the meat slip away. He parted the grass with his carrying pole, walked over, picked up the wounded pheasant, and gently twisted its neck, ending its suffering. Kai will love this. Running his fingers through the pheasant's long, vibrant plumage, Zhang Wei's lips curved upward as he murmured to himself. Without lingering, Zhang Wei picked up his pole and slingshot, took the freshly caught pheasant, and turned to walk in one direction. His destination was precisely where the escaped pheasant had vanished earlier. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived. But by then, the pheasant had vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. Zhang Wei didn't let it bother him. He changed direction and continued searching. Another 10+ minutes passed without success. Suddenly, about 60 or 70 meters ahead, a pheasant burst upward from the grass. There you are. Zhang Wei's heart leapt with joy as he hurried toward the direction the bird was flying. But just as he started moving, he saw the pheasant plummet headfirst from the sky. Zhang Wei. Soon, he understood. The pheasant had been shot down by Zhao Gang. Wow. Zhang Wei silently praised the boy's skill. That kid's slingshot was seriously impressive. He could actually hit a flying pheasant. Since the pheasant had already been taken down, Zhang Wei didn't bother heading that way. He didn't even say goodbye to Zhao Gang. Instead, he changed direction and continued searching. This time, he kept moving to the right. After about 10 minutes, he came across 2 more sites that had clearly been battlegrounds, but still no sign of any active pheasants. Surveying his surroundings, Zhang Wei realized he had left the central grassy area and entered the valley's thicket of shrubs. Grasslands and thickets were prime habitats for pheasants. After a moment's thought, Zhang Wei pressed forward. This time, he didn't have to go far. About 30 meters ahead, a pheasant was leisurely pecking at a rock. Zhang Wei set down his carrying pole and the pheasant he'd shot once more, then retrieved another pellet. Without hesitation, he aimed, pulled the slingshot's rubber band taut, and fired the pellet. With a whistling sound, the pellet tore through the air. The pheasant on the rock ahead collapsed instantly, tumbling down into the grass below. Zhang Wei didn't bother picking up his pole, he sprinted over instead. Soon, he found the bird on one side beneath the rock. This bird was smaller than the previous one, with less vibrant plumage, a female. Lying motionless on the ground, it showed no signs of life, save for the blood seeping from its neck feathers. The pellet had actually pierced right through the bird's neck. Zhang Wei was slightly taken aback. He had clearly aimed for the bird's wing earlier, since the wing offered a larger target and was easier to hit from such a distance. Moreover, even if a wing hit didn't kill it, the bird wouldn't be able to escape. But unexpectedly, his aim had drifted, and the pellet had struck the pheasant's neck instead. Looks like I need more practice with my slingshot skills. Zhang Wei muttered to himself in self-reflection before picking up the pheasant from the ground and turning back. With 2 pheasants in hand, Zhang Wei felt quite satisfied. Glancing at the sky, though it had grown darker, it was still hours before nightfall. A watch. I still need to buy a watch. As he checked the sky, another goal formed in Zhang Wei's mind. In his previous life, he had a cell phone that let him check the time anytime. Now reborn, he had no watch, and there was no clock at home. He could only roughly estimate the time by observing the sky and the shadows cast by trees under the sun. This life without precise timekeeping felt deeply unsettling to him. What's more, if he was going hunting, he needed a watch even more. Pulling himself together and gathering his belongings, Zhang Wei pressed on. He kept moving forward. Unnoticed, he rounded a mountain pass. Ahead, the rocks grew more numerous, the trees taller, and the terrain more complex. If Zhao Gang had been by his side, he would have told him this was Fengshui Pass, and just ahead lay Papa Mountain. Just one pass away, the forest environment ahead was no longer a paradise for pheasants. Of course, that didn't mean pheasants never ventured there. They just visited less often and stayed even shorter. But Zhang Wei no longer cared. He had already bagged 2 pheasants and was now eager to hunt some other game. The terrain ahead was more to a hare's liking. Zhang Wei guessed Zhao Gang had likely hunted most of his rabbits in the woods ahead. Let's try our luck. Zhang Wei muttered to himself as he crossed the mountain pass and headed toward the woods ahead. Chapter 76, The Pole Proves Its Worth Again. The woods grew denser. No paths wound through the mountains, instead, boulders scattered everywhere, forming ravines of varying sizes. Large trees, small trees, shrubs, and weeds tangled chaotically among them. Shallow streams trickled through some of the smaller ravines. Zhang Wei searched the mountains for a long time but didn't encounter a single wild rabbit, nor did he find any signs of their activity. He did come across wild boar droppings, but they were completely dried out, clearly left long ago and useless as a reference. After searching a little longer, Zhang Wei noticed the sky had grown noticeably darker. Enough. That's enough for today. 2 pheasants is good enough. In a remarkably good mood, Zhang Wei muttered to himself before turning back to meet up with Zhao Gang. On his way back, he didn't retrace his steps exactly, but headed in the direction of Wild Pheasant Hill. This was also a chance for himself. Who knows? Maybe something unexpected would happen on the way back. By the time he neared the pass, he hadn't spotted a single hare. Zhang Wei chuckled to himself. This trip through the woods had been a complete waste. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a flash of white suddenly caught his eye diagonally ahead. Looking closer, he saw a plump white rabbit nibbling on a small patch of grass beside a boulder, occasionally glancing around. You try to make things happen, and they don't. But when you least expect it, things just fall into place. Zhang Wei murmured to himself. But now, he was within striking distance no more than 5 or 6 meters away, and rabbits were notoriously wary. If he put down the pheasant and his carrying pole, the rabbit would easily notice. Once it bolted into the woods, chasing it down would be no easy task. Without a moment to spare, Zhang Wei transformed his carrying pole into a javelin and hurled it straight at the white rabbit. Clang! The pole struck a boulder ahead, flipped over, and landed on the ground. Ha ha! Zhang Wei laughed heartily. Of course he wasn't aiming at the rock with the pole. The clang came from the pole's spearhead rebounding off the rabbit and striking the boulder. Amidst his laughter, Zhang Wei reached the boulder. The plump white rabbit now lay in a pool of blood, half its head crushed and mangled by the pole, already lifeless. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Wei picked up the white rabbit and gave it a feel. It weighed at least 8 Jin. Now he had 2 pheasants and a large white rabbit. This trip had been quite fruitful. Just as Zhang Wei was about to pick up the pole in delight, he happened to glance at several palm trees beside the boulder. These palm trees were planted behind nearly every house in the countryside. Their leaves grew in long, interconnected strands, branching out at the top to resemble giant, open green fans. In the countryside, palm leaves were commonly used as rope for tying things. For simple bundling, one could simply tear off a leaf and use it directly. If twisted into a rope, it provides even stronger binding. For example, when hanging cured meat in the countryside, they typically use palm leaves twisted into strands. More useful than the leaves themselves are the layers of fibrous husk that encase the trunk. These husks are brown and mesh-like, resembling fabric woven from fine, dense fibers. These fibers can be pulled out individually and twisted into ropes of varying thicknesses and lengths. Before nylon ropes became common, rural areas relied almost entirely on palm fiber and hemp ropes. Upon spotting the palm tree, Zhang Wei abandoned his search for a shoulder pole and walked over to it. He tore 6 or 7 palm leaf strips from one of its leaves. He twisted 2 strips together to form 3 ropes, securing one around each of the wild chicken and rabbit's legs before looping the ends into a snare. Only after completing these tasks did Zhang Wei pick up the carrying pole. He glanced down and saw a small dent where the pole had struck the rock. He felt sorry for the pole for 3 seconds. He silently resolved to avoid throwing the pole to smash things in the future. Zhang Wei carried the pole back to where he'd placed the game, hung all 3 animals on one end, and shouldered the pole as he headed toward the partridge slope. Wei Wei. Wei Wei. Where are you? We're heading back. Before he even reached the valley, Zhao Gang's shouts echoed from ahead. Zhang Wei smiled. It seemed Zhao Gang had finished hunting too. He shouted back, I'll be right back. Zhao Gang's voice came back instantly, then we'll meet at the spot where we split up. Alright. Zhang Wei agreed and pressed on. A few minutes later, the two met up. You. Zhao Gang stared in disbelief at the pole Zhang Wei carried on his shoulder, his face filled with shock. You actually bagged a pheasant too. And a rabbit too. Zhang Wei glanced at Zhao Gang's haul and chuckled, not bad yourself 4 pheasants. Zhao Gang replied haughtily, I hunt pheasants here all the time. What's so great about getting 4 birds? But you've really impressed me. Never hunted before, and you bagged 2 pheasants and a rabbit. How did you manage that? Are you really using a slingshot for the first time? At that moment, he suddenly stopped, scrutinizing the large white rabbit. Wait, that rabbit wasn't killed with a slingshot. You killed it with a pole. Zhang Wei chuckled as he recounted how he'd caught the rabbit. Zhao Gang's gaze toward him shifted completely. Impressive. That skill with the pole in ancient times, you'd have been a javelin thrower. Zhang Wei roared with laughter. In his previous life, he had indeed been a skilled javelin thrower. He'd even won a silver medal in the javelin event at his military unit's athletic meet. But he couldn't and didn't need to show off such things. Instead, he waved the slingshot in his hand and said with a smile, so, this slingshot. It's yours. Zhao Gang dismissed the wager's terms without hesitation. Including that slingshot pouch, all yours. Zhang Wei chuckled, but that's not all. Zhao Gang pouted. Today I really did invite a wolf into my house, lost both the battle and the wife. Alright. I'll make you a set of bow and arrows. Thanks a bunch. Zhang Wei chuckled. By the time the two returned home, night had completely fallen. By then, Zhao Gang's parents had also returned home. His father was named Zhao Guangming and his mother was Lu Hongying. Zhang Wei had visited Zhao Gang's home many times before and was acquainted with both Zhao Guangming and Lu Hongying. Uncle Zhao. Aunt Lu. Upon meeting, Zhang Wei greeted the two elders first. Lu Hongying smiled and said, Wei Wei's here. So you went hunting in the mountains? Looks like you had a good haul today. Zhao Gang replied, I only got 4 pheasants. Those 2 pheasants and the hare were caught by Zhang Wei. Lu Hongying was taken aback. She had assumed Zhao Gang had bagged all the game and was surprised to learn Zhang Wei had also made a kill. Wei, you're quite the hunter too, she exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Wei humbly replied, Aunt Lu, I'm no match for Gangzi. He caught way more than I did. Gangzi is great. You're great too. You're both great. Lu Hongying said with a smile. Zhao Gang scratched his head awkwardly. Mom, go cook now. Zhang Wei doesn't come often. Make something special for him. Aunt Lu, you really don't need to go to all that trouble, Zhang Wei quickly interjected. I won't be staying for dinner. I just came to chat for a bit before heading out. That won't do. Lu Hongying insisted. Zhao Guangming and Zhao Gang also insisted he stay, so Zhang Wei had no choice but to eat dinner before leaving. Before leaving, Zhang Wei took not only the slingshot in his catch, but Zhao Gang also gave him half a pound of eagle tea. Chapter 77, How could this relationship be acknowledged? Perhaps it was because he'd carried a rifle all his life in his previous existence, or maybe he was simply inspired by the cool pose of Lin the instructor carrying his long spear up to the Temple of Wind and Snow and Water margin. Rather than carrying things on his shoulders, Zhang Wei preferred hanging everything on one end of a pole and then shouldering the pole like Lin the instructor carrying his spear. The flashlight he'd bought that day proved useful, cutting through the darkness and lighting Zhang Wei's way home. After about 20 minutes, he reached Deer Crossing. Last night he'd bagged a roe deer here, and passing by again tonight, he instinctively scanned the foothills on either side of the mountain path. Ha! The beam of his flashlight swept over the spot where he'd hunted the muntjac the night before. There was a faint movement there, and Zhang Wei let out a soft gasp. Could there really be another muntjac? Is my luck this good after rebirth? Zhang Wei muttered to himself, worried he might be mistaken. He swept the flashlight beam over the area again. This time he saw clearly a dark shape was indeed wriggling in the grass. But the thick grass obscured the figure, making it impossible to tell exactly what it was. Muntjac, wild boar, wild goat, lynx. Any of them could be possible. After all, this area was completely deserted for miles around, and it was nearly 11 p.m. Perfectly normal for wild animals to be out and about. Zhang Wei found it odd. He had swept the flashlight over the area twice. The beast should have fled by now. Yet when he turned off the flashlight, he still detected no sign of its retreat. Is that beast that stupid? Zhang Wei was doubtful. He turned the flashlight back on and shone it over again. Gotcha. That really is a dumb beast. Seeing the dark shadow still there, Zhang Wei muttered to himself. Just as he was about to turn off the flashlight and grab his slingshot, the dark figure suddenly darted out of the grass. A voice rang out. Who the hell is that? If you're in a hurry, just keep moving. Why keep shining that flashlight at me? Got nothing better to do? Zhang Wei. The dark figure in the grass wasn't a wild animal at all, it was a person. Startled by the sudden curse, Zhang Wei froze mid-motion to turn off the flashlight and instead swept the beam back toward the figure. The blinding beam of his new flashlight now bore directly down on the figure. Still shining it. I'm already out here, and you're still shining that damn light. Don't run. I won't rest until I teach you a lesson. The man was furious, clearly boiling with rage. Amidst his curses, he switched on his own flashlight and charged toward Zhang Wei. That voice. Zhang Wei recognized it instantly. He quickly shifted the beam of his flashlight onto the man. The man was already charging toward him, closing the distance rapidly. Under the beam of the flashlight, Zhang Wei finally got a clear look at the man's face. Before he could speak, the man cursed again. I told you to stop shining that light. You still shine it, don't you believe I'll punch you? Ignoring the rant, Zhang Wei laughed and called out loudly, Mingzi, what are you doing here? Indeed, Zhang Wei had recognized him clearly. It was none other than Xia Meng. Xia Meng's stride abruptly halted. The beam of light in his hand swept over. You're Zhang Wei? Xia Meng exclaimed. Zhang Wei chuckled, who else could it be? Can't you even recognize my voice? Xia Meng started moving toward them again. But this time he wasn't running, he was walking. You bastard, he muttered as he walked. Why'd you have to show up now? Zhang Wei explained, didn't I tell you this morning I was going to my uncle's place to deliver meat? I'm just heading home now and passing by here. Xia Meng retorted, you dragged it out this late just to hunt muntjac here again? Zhang Wei chuckled, deer aren't that stupid. They usually avoid places where they've been startled for quite a while. After saying this, he added with relief, good thing you came out yourself. Otherwise what? Xia Meng demanded angrily, already stepping in front of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei explained, I spotted a dark shadow in the grass. Didn't know what kind of beast it was, so I was about to take a shot with my slingshot. Xia Meng shuddered at the thought, secretly relieved he'd come out early. Had he stayed inside and taken a slingshot hit, who knew what would have happened? Even more terrified than him was Zhang Wei. He knew exactly how powerful that slingshot was. If he'd actually fired it earlier, missing a vital spot would have been bad enough, just bleeding in injury. But if it had hit him in the head? The consequences were too terrifying to imagine. He couldn't help but snap, why the hell were you hiding in the grass? Xia Meng shot back, I heard you say you bagged a muntjac here, so I thought I'd try my luck. Who knew I'd run into you? Only then did Zhang Wei recall that when he'd delivered meat that morning, Xia Meng had mentioned he'd come to Muntjac Crossing to hunt muntjac too. He hadn't paid it much mind at the time, assuming Xia Meng was just talking idly. Little did he know the man wasn't joking, he'd actually come. He didn't know what to say. Sighing, he said, forget it. No muntjac are likely to show up around here anytime soon. Let's head back. Frustrated at not bagging a deer, Xia Meng snapped back, just because you say they won't show up doesn't mean they won't. You can leave if you want, but I'm staying put until one comes out. Zhang Wei knew Xia Meng was just like his sister, Xiaji, both stubborn to the core. Persuading him was hopeless. He simply said, believe it or not, if you want to wait, then wait. I'm leaving. With that, he actually shouldered his bamboo pole and started walking away. Fine, go. I never said I needed you to stay. You're just getting in my way. Just you wait till I catch that muntjac, I'll make you pay. Xia Meng paid no mind to Zhang Wei leaving alone, instead muttering complaints under his breath as he watched the man's retreating figure. Suddenly, he spotted the pheasant and rabbit hanging from the shoulder pole. Xia Meng's mood sank even lower. He trekked over 10 miles through the mountains, crawled through thickets of wild grass, and endured hours of cold wind, all to hunt a single muntjac. Yet he hadn't even managed to get a single muntjac hare. But Zhang Wei? Who knew what kind of dog luck he'd stumbled upon, managing to bag a pheasant and a rabbit again? The contrast stung Xia Meng like a knife. He shouted at Zhang Wei's retreating figure. Hey, you're really leaving? What do you mean? Zhang Wei wasn't actually leaving. After all, in his previous life, Xia Meng had served as his brother-in-law for several years and treated him fairly well. Leaving Xia Meng here alone really bothered him. Hearing Xia Meng shout, Zhang Wei halted his steps. Continuing his strategy of provocation over persuasion, he turned around and quipped sarcastically, I'm not leaving. I'm still here keeping you company in the wind. Xia Meng's expression froze, and he snapped angrily, Zhang Wei, who do you think you're talking to? Get this straight, I'm your brother-in-law. How dare you speak to me with such sarcasm? Do you have any respect for your elders? Hearing Xia Meng call him his brother-in-law, Zhang Wei instinctively wanted to deny it. He was already preparing to call off the engagement. How could he possibly acknowledge this relationship? Just as he opened his mouth to distance himself, he suddenly recalled overhearing Xia Meng's words during his first delivery of snake meat to the Xia household. His resolve instantly wavered. Chapter 78, What use are you to me? Wasn't this a golden opportunity? A chance to take the first step toward breaking off the engagement and enlist Xia Meng as an ally? With that thought, Zhang Wei chuckled. Xia Meng, didn't you say that if I married Xiaji, I wouldn't have a good life? That it would be better to part ways? Deep down, you never accepted me as your brother-in-law. Right? If you don't acknowledge me in your heart, then why are you suddenly admitting I'm your second brother-in-law now? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Xia Meng froze, instinctively retorting, when did I ever say? But the words died on his lips. He remembered that day. Damn it, he really had said it. He wondered how Zhang Wei had found out. He recalled that when he'd said it, only his parents had been present in the room. And there was no way his parents could have passed that information on to Zhang Wei. Suddenly, it dawned on him, Zhang Wei had overheard him that day. No doubt about it, he definitely heard it. Because not long after, Zhang Wei had walked into the room. Once he figured it out, Xia Meng's mouth dropped open and a holy burst out. Zhang Wei, you were eavesdropping, weren't you? Yep. Zhang Wei admitted openly, unfortunately, I just happened to be outside and overheard it that day. Getting caught gossiping behind someone's back and having it exposed right to their face was embarrassing for anyone. Xia Meng's face flushed crimson as he tried to cover up. Wei, listen to me. I wasn't saying you two should break up. I was just expressing how I felt. Yeah, my feelings must be wrong. Don't take it to heart. As long as you two feel good about it, I won't oppose you being together. I swear on the statue of a great man I absolutely won't oppose it. Not only do I not oppose it, but I sincerely wish you both a loving marriage, a harmonious union, mutual respect, and a lifelong partnership. The words that followed were spoken with genuine sincerity. It was as if, were a portrait of the great leader placed before him now, he would absolutely raise his hand and swear. Zhang Wei's face darkened. Is this what I wanted? What I want is for you to keep opposing it. Your resolute opposition. Zhang Wei desperately wanted to give Xia Meng a sharp rebuke, shouting at him, Xia Meng, where are your principles? Where are your boundaries? Where is your original resolve? You've so easily abandoned your principles, crossed your boundaries, and betrayed your original purpose. What use are you to me? But with certain matters and certain people, you can't be too direct if you want to achieve your goals. You have to pretend. You need to play it cool. Zhang Wei chuckled mockingly. Xia Meng, which do you think I'll believe, the words I overheard, or the nonsense you're spouting right now? Xia Meng's expression froze, speechless. But he genuinely felt wronged. He'd only been venting at home. Who knew there were ears behind the walls? If he couldn't clear this up, how could he maintain this family relationship in the future? Zhang Wei was one thing. That was one thing. But if Xia Qi found out, Xia Meng couldn't even imagine the consequences. His face twisted in anguish as he pleaded, Wei, I didn't mean a word of it. Please don't take it seriously. Seeing Xia Meng's expression, Zhang Wei chuckled inwardly but wore a look of deep regret. Sorry, he said, I took it seriously. Isn't Xia Qi coming back the day after tomorrow? When she gets back, I'll have a serious talk with her. A marriage without family blessing, without family approval, forcing it through will surely lead to trouble later. Rather than waiting for conflicts to arise later, it's better to part ways amicably now before things get out of hand. Xia Meng was dumbfounded. He just blurted those words out. He never once considered breaking up Zhang Wei and Xia Qi. He never imagined it would escalate to the point where Zhang Wei was actually considering breaking up with Xia Qi. No. This couldn't end like this. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Meng desperately tried to salvage things, saying helplessly, Zhang Wei, I just said something offhand, a thoughtless remark. Is this really necessary? Zhang Wei retorted, why not? What do you mean unintentional? Don't you know that what comes out unintentionally is what's truly in your heart? Xia Meng felt utterly wronged, but Zhang Wei kept hammering on his words, leaving him helpless. If his words caused Zhang Wei and Xia Qi to break up, he couldn't bear that responsibility. Nor could he handle Xia Qi's wrath. Xia Meng pleaded almost desperately, Zhang Wei, I was wrong. I was wrong, okay? Don't you dare mention breaking up to Xia Qi. If you promise me, from now on, whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Isn't that enough? Seeing Xia Meng on the verge of tears, Zhang Wei felt a twinge of guilt. He realized he might have overreacted. He needed to rein it in. You'll really listen to everything I say? Zhang Wei knew when to stop. Seizing Xia Meng's concession, he feigned compromise and asked. As for the condition attached to Xia Meng's statement not to break up with Xia Qi, he conveniently ignored it. Master negotiators excel at taking things out of context. They lure opponents into their linguistic traps to achieve their objectives. Sure enough, Xia Meng failed to detect the subtlety in Zhang Wei's question. Seeing Zhang Wei suddenly relent, he mistakenly believed his pleas had worked and immediately declared, Yeah. I'll do whatever you say. Alright then, let's go home first. Zhang Wei said indifferently, then turned and walked away without setting any conditions. Alright. Xia Meng replied promptly. I'll go back with you. Obedient as a tamed horse. Zhang Wei pretended he wasn't fully over his anger yet, ignoring him as he walked ahead in silence. Xia Meng followed behind, constantly seeking an opportunity to confirm with Zhang Wei that he wouldn't mention breaking up with Xia Qi. Yet he dared not speak lightly, fearing that any slip might cause Zhang Wei to change his mind. Neither spoke for over 10 minutes as they walked. Xia Meng was choking on his words. Finally, he tentatively tried to strike up a conversation with Zhang Wei. Avoiding mention of Xie, he pointed to the game hanging from Zhang Wei's carrying pole. Hey, Wei, where'd you hunt today? 2 pheasants and a rabbit. You're on a roll now, catching game almost every day. His tone was entirely ingratiating, clearly buttering Zhang Wei up. Zhang Wei knew exactly what was going on, but he deliberately acted indifferent, replying with feigned impatience, "Where I hunt is none of your business." Yet to Xia Meng, this brusque remark sounded like music to his ears. His heart leapt with joy. Wei finally acknowledged me. As long as I keep him on my side, he won't report me to Xia. Xia Meng continued to flatter him. Look, whenever you go hunting, you always come back with game. Not me, I've been out all night and haven't gotten a single thing. As he spoke, what started as flattery turned increasingly melancholy. Weren't these words exactly how he felt tonight? He truly regretted coming here tonight. What was the point of hunting muntjac? Zhang Wei snorted and continued to ignore him. Though Xia Meng desperately wanted to talk more with Zhang Wei to mend their relationship, seeing Zhang Wei's dismissive attitude, he felt any further words would be pointless. He fell silent, trailing behind Zhang Wei as they trudged home in gloomy silence. About half an hour later, they entered Shurha village and arrived at Xia Meng's doorstep. Xia Meng tentatively suggested, Wei, how about coming in for a bit? Chapter 79, he seemed to have caused the problem. Truthfully, even if Xia Meng hadn't spoken, Zhang Wei was about to initiate the conversation. After all, his goal was to bring Xia Meng on board as an ally, not to push him into becoming an adversary. As the saying goes, too much of a good thing can be bad, one must know when to stop. In fact, he needed to offer some incentive. Zhang Wei gave Xia Meng a casual glance, not asking whether he'd come inside. Instead, he slowly lowered the pole from his shoulder, removed the female pheasant, tossed it toward Xia Meng, and said, "This is for you." Then, he hoisted the pole back onto his shoulders and strode away without looking back. Xia Meng stared at the pheasant in his hands, then watched the receding beam of light from the flashlight. He stood there dumbfounded, utterly baffled. What's my brother-in-law playing at? Forgiven me? Yes, he must have forgiven me. Otherwise, why would he give me the pheasant he hunted? As he thought this, his heart swelled with joy. But soon, he felt something was off. Wait a minute, if he forgave me, why isn't he talking to me? Why is he still acting like that toward me? If he hasn't forgiven me, what does giving me a pheasant even mean? Could it be? A possibility quickly dawned on him. This pheasant isn't for me. It's for my parents. For his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Yes, that must be it. Looks like my brother-in-law still wants to be with my sister. He's still mad at me. No, I have to find him tomorrow. I must clear up this misunderstanding. Otherwise, Xiaoji will be back the day after tomorrow. Zhang Wei didn't realize that tossing Xia Meng a wild chicken meant to comfort him had backfired. The guy's vivid imagination ran wild, conjuring up countless possibilities. His consolation not only failed to help but kept Xia Meng tossing and turning all night with wild thoughts, unable to sleep. When Zhang Wei reached his own farmyard, he saw light spilling from the window of the fire pit hut. The light wasn't bright, but it felt so warm. It was the light of waiting for a child to come home. It was the light of someone waiting, no matter how late the night, as long as the child hadn't returned. Zhang Wei silently blamed himself. He should have known that if he didn't come home, his mother wouldn't sleep, but would wait for him all night. He should have come back earlier. He shouldn't have stayed out so late, making his mother wait this long. Zhang Wei knocked softly on the door. Creak. Moments later, the door slowly swung open. Just as Zhang Wei was about to call out Mom, he opened his mouth only to see his father standing there. He paused for a moment. Zhang Kaming said, "You're back." Zhang Wei quickly nodded and asked, "Dad, why aren't you asleep yet?" After asking, he let out a wry smile. Wasn't that obvious? Why wouldn't Dad be awake? He was clearly waiting for him. Zhang Kaming moved aside and said indifferently, "I gave your mother some anal gin and sent her to bed first." He didn't say the rest, but Zhang Wei understood. Dad had sent Mom to bed first, so he was waiting. In every family, someone always waits for the children to come home at night. If it's not Mom waiting, it's Dad. As long as the children haven't returned, someone will stay awake. Only when Zhang Wei entered the house did Zhang Kaming notice what hung from his shoulder pole. While the contents of the net pouch remained a mystery, a wild pheasant and a large white rabbit were clearly visible. "Where did you get the rabbit and the pheasant?" Zhang Kaming asked in surprise. Zhang Wei didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Dad, do you remember Zhao Gang from Zhejiawan?" Zhejiawan, Zhao Gang. Zhang Kaming repeated, then said, "I remember him, your elementary school classmate." "What about him?" Zhang Wei explained, "When I came back this afternoon, I got thirsty near Zhejiawan and stopped by Zhao Gang's place to ask for some water. When I arrived, Zhao Gang was just getting ready to go hunting in the mountains." Zhang Kaming had once accompanied Zhang Wei to Zhao Gang's house for water. He vaguely recalled that the Zhao family had hunting roots and had seen rabbit pelts in their home. Moreover, he knew Zhang Wei and Zhao Gang had always been close friends. Without thinking, he asked, "Did Zhao Gang give you the rabbit and pheasant?" As they spoke, father and son entered the hearth room. Zhang Wei took down the net, pheasant, and rabbit, placing them on the long table before setting down the carrying pole. After finishing these tasks, he pulled out his slingshot and finally answered his father. No, the rabbit and pheasant weren't gifts from Gangzi. This slingshot is what he gave me. Zhang Kaming froze, his expression shifting to surprise. So you're saying you hunted the rabbit and pheasant with this slingshot? Yes. Zhang Wei admitted readily. Behind Gangzi's house, there's a place called Pheasant Slope. He insisted on taking me there, saying he wanted to show off his slingshot skills. I went with him, and there really were tons of pheasants and rabbits there. Before long, Gangzi had already bagged 3. Seeing that made me itch to try it myself, so I asked him for his slingshot. Well, you saw the result. I got the pheasant and the rabbit. Seeing I had a knack for it, Gangzi gave me a slingshot as a gift. So that's how it happened. Zhang Kaming didn't suspect anything. Mainly, he knew that Zhejiawan was far from the forestry station, and there were no large predators in the surrounding mountains. Going into the woods to hunt rabbits and pheasants posed no real danger. Therefore, even if Zhang Wei had hunted with a slingshot, he hadn't considered it hunting. The kind of hunting he disapproved of was like Zhang Wen's venturing deep into the forest of the logging camp for days on end without returning. In layman's terms, Zhang Wen was essentially a professional hunter back then, making a living off hunting. But in everyday life, catching a snake, trapping a bird, or setting snares for rabbits, these were things Zhang Kaming could accept. To him, they were perfectly normal. It was akin to modern people holding down a job while using their skills to earn extra income on the side. Zhang Wei understood this well, which is why he dared to openly mention accompanying Zhao Gang on his rabbit and pheasant hunts. Seeing his father show no suspicion after hearing this, he quickly changed the subject. Dad, guess what I encountered tonight at the Muntjac crossing? Zhang Kaming asked. What did you encounter? Zhang Wei recounted his encounter with Xia Meng right then and there, even mentioning how he'd overheard their conversation. Of course, he only mentioned how angry he was about Xia Meng's words, omitting the details of how he had caught Xia Meng off guard. Zhang Kaming's brow furrowed deeply. Meng actually thought that? If you hadn't told me, I'd have assumed Xia Ji's family supported you two being together. Zhang Wei replied. Maybe Mengzi just said that to provoke Uncle Xia and Aunt Zhou. No. Zhang Kaming shook his head. You're still young and don't understand many things. Meng had his reasons for saying that. Zhang Wei froze, asking in surprise, what reason? Ah. Zhang Kaming sighed deeply before saying, most likely, Xia Ji has allocated her fields to our family. If Xia Ji's fields hadn't been allocated to our family, they would have been Meng's. Even though Meng didn't say anything at the time, he must have felt resentful inside. That's why he said those things. Zhang Wei froze upon hearing this. This possibility had never crossed his mind. In fact, he'd only brought it up to test his father's reaction. After all, Xia Meng had implied that he and Xia Ji weren't suited for each other, predicting they'd part ways sooner or later. He never imagined his father would analyze it so deeply. Zhang Wei suddenly felt as though he had created problems. A problem between his father and Xia Meng, even between his father and the Xia family, creating a rift in his father's heart toward them. This wasn't what he had intended at all. Chapter 80, 3 Restless Nights. That night, none of the 3 slept well. Xia Meng couldn't sleep, needless to say. Zhang Wei couldn't sleep either, constantly dwelling on the trouble he'd caused, trouble he never intended. He couldn't predict what conflicts might arise between his father and the Xia family if things continued this way. Zhang Kaming tossed and turned all night. The words Xia Meng had spoken, as relayed by Zhang Wei, kept surfacing in his mind. You know, even though Zhang Wei and Xia Ji are engaged, I don't think it'll last. You all know how high Xia Ji's standards are. She only settles for Zhang Wei because he's the only one in our village who meets her expectations. Once she gets into college and sees the wider world, there will be plenty of outstanding young men out there. Will she still have eyes for Zhang Wei then? Zhang Wei seems smart, but he's actually stubborn. His mind will never work as fast as Xia Ji's. Even if they don't divorce, he'll always be under Xia Ji's thumb. She'll keep piling demands on him. As long as he stays with Xia Ji, he's doomed to an unhappy life. These words felt like knives stabbing deep into Zhang Kaming's heart. Just hearing them hurt. Those words were also like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. It jolted him awake. Before, he had only seen Xia Ji's kindness toward his son, only seen her kindness toward him and Li Jing, only seen everything she had given to his family. He was happy his son had such a wonderful wife. But in doing so, he overlooked Xia Ji's true worth, her character, the gap between her and Zhang Wei, and the disparity between the Xia family and his own. Before seeing these things, he had always believed his son and Xia Ji would live happily ever after. But tonight, he wondered, if the things Xia Meng had said were true, what kind of happiness could his son possibly have in the future? For the first time, he harbored doubts about Zhang Wei and Xia Ji's marriage, a flicker of wavering creeping into his heart. Yet the engagement was set, Xia Ji's fields had been allocated to his family, and he hadn't seriously considered changing his mind. In other words, he hadn't considered separating Zhang Wei and Xia Ji. He was merely worried and anxious about whether Zhang Wei would be happy in the future, feeling a deep sense of unease. This was the common state of affairs for Zhang Kaming's generation. For their generation, marriage meant that as long as the couple remained alive, they would stay together for life no matter the bumps in the road, no matter the chaos and strife. Their marriages were less about love and more about kinship, about sharing a life together, carrying on the family line, and fulfilling life's major responsibilities. Their marriages held little romance, few tales of love so intense it felt like life or death. Yet their marriages possessed a loyalty, a shared hardship, a mutual support, and an unwavering devotion absent in later generations' unions. The next morning, Li Jing awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. She hadn't slept well in so long. This feeling of being able to sleep soundly was truly wonderful. The sleeping pills my son bought really work. A smile crept onto Li Jing's lips. Thinking of her son, her heart skipped a beat. She had fallen asleep last night and didn't know if he had come home yet. When had he come back? Had he gotten something to eat after coming home? She rolled over, intending to ask Zhang Wei. But the bed was empty. Did he get up this early? How could I have slept so soundly that I didn't even notice his father getting up? Li Jing hurriedly got up. She dressed and went to the hearth room, only to find the fire blazing brightly in the hearth. Surprised, she asked, "Father, when did you get up?" "You're up." Zhang Wei glanced at her, responding casually before adding, "I've been up for a while." Li Jing said, "I thought you hadn't slept at all last night." Zhang Wei replied, "I slept for a little while." His voice sounded listless, but Li Jing didn't notice. She continued, "By the way, has Wei Wei come back yet? When did he return?" Zhang Wei replied, "He got back a bit late." He didn't know the exact time, since there was no clock in the house. Only after learning Zhang Wei had returned did Li Jing relax. She then asked, "You stayed up late waiting for him last night. Why get up so early? Why not sleep a little longer?" Zhang Wei couldn't admit he'd been unable to sleep, so he simply replied, "Once I'd slept enough, I got up." Seeming unwilling to dwell on the topic, he pointed to the table and said, "That's what Wei Wei brought back last night." Li Jing followed his gesture and saw a net bag, a pheasant, and a large white rabbit. She exclaimed in surprise, "But Wei Wei went out to make clothes, didn't he? Why did he bring back a rabbit and a pheasant? And what's in the net bag?" Zhang Wei didn't know what was in the net either. He hadn't opened it to look. He only recounted what Zhang Wei had said about going to Wild Pheasant Hill with Zhao Zhouan and Zhao Gang. As long as Zhang Wei hadn't entered the forestry station, Li Jing wasn't worried. After listening, she smiled and said, "Wei Wei has really become quite skilled. He can catch rabbits and pheasants with just a slingshot. Even if we don't raise pigs anymore, we'll still have meat to eat." As she spoke, she walked joyfully to the table, untied the net bag, and picked up one of the brown paper packets. Opening it, she exclaimed, "Wei Wei bought oil cakes." She swiftly opened the other brown paper bags, finding they all contained oil cakes, 11 in total. Oh, wait, not all of them. There was also a much larger package, not brown paper but newspaper. She unwrapped it too, and inside was tea. Zhang Wei had also walked over to the coffee table by then. Seeing all those fried dough sticks, he asked Li Jing, "Did you give Wei Wei money when he left?" Li Jing shook her head. "Yesterday he left carrying 2 pieces of pork. I didn't give him any money." Zhang Wei frowned. "Then he only had the 8 yuan you gave him for clothes. All these oil cakes cost at least 1 yuan. Where did he get the money?" "Yeah, where did he get the money?" Li Jing also found it strange. Zhang Wei seemed to recall something and said, "Could he have not made the clothes after all?" Li Jing thought about it and realized it was indeed possible. She hurriedly said, "I'll go wake him up and ask him." Zhang Wei nodded. "We need to get to the bottom of this. It's already the 6th day of the new year. Xia Ji will be back tomorrow, and they're heading into town the day after. If he still hasn't made the clothes by today, he won't have anything new to wear the day after tomorrow." Li Jing hurried toward Zhang Wei's bedroom. Just as she reached the door and opened her mouth to call him, the door swung open before she could utter a sound. "Mom!" Zhang Wei called out first. Li Jing responded, "I was just about to wake you up, and here you are. Did you sleep well?" The moment she saw her son, she completely forgot why she'd come and instead turned her concern to him. Zhang Wei smiled and said, "I slept great." "That's good," Li Jing replied, her gaze lingering on Zhang Wei's head. "Why did you cut your hair? Didn't you always like keeping it longer?" Zhang Wei casually replied, "It's just easier to keep it short." Li Jing nodded in agreement, then suddenly remembered her purpose and hurriedly asked, "Oh, did you go to Tailor Shin yesterday to have clothes made?" Chapter 81, Children Grow Up and Leave Home. "I did." Zhang Wei said, "Shin the tailor still remembers you. We chatted for quite a while." "That's good." Li Jing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She smiled and said, "Shin the tailor works fast and his clothes are always well made. Now that you've been, I can rest easy." Only then did Zhang Wei realize why his mother had come to his door. She'd been worried he hadn't gone to get new clothes made by Mr. Shin. More precisely, she was worried he wouldn't have new clothes to wear when he went into town the day after tomorrow. A bitter smile formed on Zhang Wei's face. He had indeed had new clothes made, but not for himself. He'd made them for his parents, his younger sister, his sister-in-law, and his nieces and nephews. Of course, he couldn't mention that now. Changing the subject, he asked, "Mom, have you been sleeping well these past 2 nights?" At this, Li Jing lit up with delight, beaming as she replied, "Slept like a log, like a pig, in fact. Didn't even notice when your dad came to bed or when he got up this morning. Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt relieved. She didn't continue, shifting the topic instead. Mom, I went to Zheojiabe yesterday. Before he could finish, Li Jing cut in, your dad already told me. I also saw. She was about to mention the wild pheasants and rabbits she'd spotted, but suddenly remembered the oil cakes and tea leaves. She changed her words, oh, right, you made clothes. Where did you get the money to buy oil cakes and tea leaves? Zhang Wei answered truthfully, my first aunt, second aunt, and youngest aunt all gave me money. Ha? Li Jing froze for a moment, then hurriedly asked, how much did they give you? Zhang Wei looked troubled and said, when my aunts gave me the money, they told me not to tell you or dad. So, Mom, please don't ask about that. Li Jing paused, then understood her aunt's intentions. She smiled and said, your aunts were worried you wouldn't have enough money for the city, so they told you to keep it secretly, right? Zhang Wei scratched his nose and nodded sheepishly. Li Jing shot him a disapproving look but softened her tone. Wei, you can keep the money your aunts gave you. Neither your dad nor I want it. But you have to tell me exactly how much they gave you. I need to keep track of this. The money they gave you is a favor. I need to remember that favors must be repaid someday. Zhang Wei replied, Mom, I'll repay these favors myself later. Li Jing glared at him reproachfully. What favors do you need to repay? Just tell me how much they gave you. Zhang Wei hesitated. Seeing this, Li Jing said, you stubborn child. I've told you I don't want the money your aunt and the others gave you. Why won't you just tell me? Zhang Wei wasn't unwilling to give his mother the money. He'd just spent most of it already and feared that if she pressed him, his sewing business would be exposed. Seeing her insist repeatedly that she didn't want the money, he finally said, my first aunt gave me 20 yuan, my second aunt gave me 30 yuan, and my youngest aunt gave me 5 yuan. That much? Li Jing exclaimed in surprise. She knew that when Zhang Wei went to the city, his 3 aunts would surely give him some money. After he told her, she thought Lu Feng, Zhao Hongyu, and Lin Jelly would each give him no more than 5 yuan. She never imagined they'd given so much. That made a total of 55 yuan. Wei, what if you lose all this money carrying it around? Give me the money, I'll keep it safe for you. Li Jing reached out her hand. Zhang Wei. What happened to I don't want it? Changing your tune already? If I'd known, I would have never said a word. Now he only had 14 yuan and 4 jiao left on him. Where was he supposed to come up with 55 yuan? Mom! Zhang Wei called out in a pout. Li Jing snapped, call me mom all you want, but hand over the money. Why are you carrying so much cash on you anyway? Mom! Just as Zhang Wei was at a loss, frantically trying to figure out how to dodge this crisis, Zhang Kai's voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhang Wei and Li Jing both turned around. There she was, trotting over with excitement radiating from her little face. Daddy, there you are. Quick, squeeze me some toothpaste, I need to brush my teeth. Zhang Wei was overjoyed. His little sister was his absolute savior. He seized the opportunity to make his escape, saying, Mom, I'll take Kai to brush her teeth first. With that, he grabbed Zhang Kai's hand and dashed toward the fire pit hut. That child. Watching Zhang Wei practically flee the scene, Li Jing shook her head helplessly inside. Back at the hearth house, Zhang Kaming asked, what did Wei say? Li Jing replied, he went to find Mr. Shen the tailor. The clothes are done. That's good. Zhang Kaming felt relieved. Li Jing recounted how Lu Feng, Zhao Hongyu, and Lin Jelly had given Zhang Wei 55 yuan, adding, that kid. I asked him to give me the money, but he refused. He insisted on keeping it himself. Zhang Kaming instinctively opened his mouth to say, what does a child need that much money for? But then he suddenly recalled what Zhang Wei had said last night about Xia Meng. He sighed and said, his mother, Wei is grown up now. If he wants to keep it, let him keep it. Li Jing froze, then exclaimed in surprise, but Dad, that's 55 yuan. That much money on him? I can't feel at ease. Zhang Kaming replied weakly, honey, forget it. Wei's a grown man now. With Jir by his side, if he doesn't have any money on him, don't you think he'd feel like he can't hold his head up? Ha? Li Jing froze again. She'd never considered that before. But it seemed to make sense. Sigh, children really do outgrow their mother's control. Li Jing sighed helplessly. Fine. If he wants to give the money to Xiuji to keep, then let him have his way. After hearing Zhang Kaming's words, she mistakenly assumed that Zhang Wei didn't want to entrust the money to her because he intended to give it to Xiaji instead. Little did she know that wasn't the case at all. It just goes to show that when people encounter situations, they tend to judge based on their own experiences. Yet because their understanding of the facts is limited, misunderstandings inevitably arise. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei was helping Zhang Kai brush her teeth. While brushing her teeth, Zhang Kai tilted her head to look at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei asked, Kai, why are you looking at me? Her mouth full of toothpaste foam, Zhang Kai mumbled, Daddy, you got a haircut. Zhang Wei chuckled, it's just a haircut, why are you staring so long? Zhang Kai replied, Daddy's short hair looks good. Zhang Wei couldn't help but laugh. I think short hair looks good too. Zhang Kai declared, then I want short hair too. Zhang Wei nearly dropped his toothbrush. No way, he exclaimed. Girls look cuter with long hair. Zhang Kai tilted her head. But I think brother's short hair looks really good. Zhang Wei gazed deeply at his little sister, remembering how in his past life, she kept her hair short for years to make preparing braised dishes easier and to better care for him. But she didn't know. The moment she picked up the scissors and secretly cut off her long hair, Zhang Wei happened to see it. What fell with her strands of black hair? 2 streams of tears. After all, what girl doesn't cherish her flowing locks? In his previous life, little sister had already cut off her long hair once to care for him. This time around, he couldn't bear to let her cut her long hair again, making her look like a boy. He wanted her to keep her long, flowing hair. He wanted her to keep the long hair she loved. He wanted her to be like a princess. He wanted her to be the happiest little princess. Zhang Wei stroked Zhang Kai's hair and smiled, but you know, big brother loves it when Kai keeps her hair long, it looks especially beautiful. His voice caught, and he nearly cried out loud. Brother, what's wrong? Zhang Kai, ever sensitive, noticed the change in Zhang Wei's voice and asked with concern. Zhang Wei fought back his emotions, forcing a smile. Nothing. Big brother just loves seeing you with long hair. You really look beautiful. Zhang Kai's face lit up with a smile. If brother likes my long hair, then I'll keep it long. After brushing his teeth, Zhang Wei returned to the hearthroom, still worried mom would hound him about the 55 yuan. But when he entered, Li Jing didn't even ask about it. This made him feel inexplicably guilty. He quickly found something to occupy himself with and said to Zhang Kai, Kai, I brought back some delicious treats for you. Go wake up Jun and Lily so they can come eat something tasty. Zhang Kai immediately asked excitedly, Daddy, what yummy treats did you bring me? Zhang Wei walked to the side table, pulled out a brown paper package, opened it, and said, Look, what do you think this is? But she didn't answer his question. Instead, Zhang Kai squealed excitedly, Wow! It's so pretty! Daddy, is this a pheasant? Where did you hunt it? How beautiful! Zhang Wei. Well, girls really do love beauty. When they see something beautiful, they can even overlook delicious food. Chapter 82, That Feather Got Singed. Zhang Wei sighed in resignation, giving up on showing off his fried dough sticks to his little sister for now. He plucked the longest feather from the pheasant and handed it to Zhang Kai. Wow! So pretty! So pretty! Zhang Kai held the dazzling feather, unable to put it down, and exclaimed in wonder once more. After playing with it for a while, she finally looked up at Zhang Wei and asked, Bro, you said you'd bring me something tasty earlier? Zhang Wei replied, You just remembered? Zhang Kai said sheepishly, I was just so excited when I saw the pheasant feathers. Zhang Wei chuckled before pulling out the fried dough sticks again. Wow, it's fried dough sticks! Zhang Kai exclaimed again, then dashed outside, calling over her shoulder, Go, I'm warming up the oil cakes. I'll go get Jun and Lily to eat. After running a few steps, she turned back. Big yellow. Quick, come with me to Lily's house. We're going to call her to eat oil cakes. Woof woof. Big Yellow trotted along on his stubby legs, keeping pace with Zhang Kai. Zhang Kaiming and Li Jing watched the scene unfold, shaking their heads helplessly. Still, seeing their little daughter so young already thinking of Zhang Jun and Zhang Li whenever there was something tasty made the elderly couple genuinely happy deep down. Fearing Li Jing would ask him for money again, Zhang Wei dared not linger. He lifted the net bag and handed it to her, saying, Mom, I bought some oil yesterday. Just refry all the oil cakes, and we'll have them for breakfast. Without hesitation, Li Jing replied, Your dad and I will just have some boiled dough for breakfast. Save the fried dough cakes for Kai, Jun, and Li. Zhang Wei insisted, Oil cakes don't keep well. There are over a dozen, enough for all of us. With that, he shoved the net bag into Li Jing's hands. Then he picked up the white rabbit and pheasant from the side table and called out to Zhang Kaiming, Dad, we'll go slaughter the rabbit and pheasant first. Zhang Kaiming stood up. I'll get the knife. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Wei called out, Dad, wait a moment. Zhang Kaiming turned back and asked, What is it? Zhang Wei walked around to face him, studied his face closely, and asked in surprise, Dad, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep last night? I did sleep. Zhang Kaiming replied flatly, turning to head toward the kitchen. Li Jing noticed and asked, Wei, what's wrong with your dad? Zhang Wei replied, Didn't you see? His dark circles are as big as a panda's. Li Jing replied, I didn't notice. Then she muttered to herself, I slept like a log last night. I have no idea when he went to bed or got up this morning. Could he really have stayed awake all night? This won't do. I need to ask him. Gripping her mesh bag, she headed to the kitchen. Zhang Wei froze for a moment, wondering if Dad had something on his mind. Otherwise, why wouldn't he sleep well? He pondered for a moment but couldn't make sense of it. He decided to stop thinking about it and focus on slaughtering the rabbit and pheasant first. He arrived at the farmyard, set the white rabbit on the ground, and placed the pheasant on the cutting board. Carefully plucking each feather one by one, he set them aside with precision. Zhang Kaiming approached carrying a knife, a wooden basin, and a thermos of boiling water. You're plucking too slowly, he remarked. If you scald them with hot water, the feathers come right off. Zhang Wei's hands never stopped as he replied, but that would ruin the feathers. Zhang Kaiming chuckled. If the feathers get damaged, they're ruined anyway, you can't eat them. Zhang Wei replied, Kai loves these feathers. The long ones are for her to play with, and I'll use the short ones to make her some shuttlecocks. Zhang Kaming smacked his lips and said no more. Only after Zhang Wei had plucked most of the desired feathers did he begin pouring boiling water to remove the remaining feathers from the pheasant. While father and son were busy plucking the pheasant and rabbit, Li Jing poured rapeseed oil into a wok in the kitchen. Once the oil was hot, she added the oil cakes for a second fry. Before they were done frying, Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li came in from the back. Grandma! Grandma! Zhang Jun and Zhang Li called out sweetly. Then they gazed longingly at the stove. Zhang Jun's mouth watered so much he could barely contain it, swallowing hard as he exclaimed, the fried dough sticks smell so good. Li Jing said softly, they'll be ready soon. Go play for now. Zhang Jun chuckled, I'll wait right here, I can smell how good they are. Zhang Li didn't want to leave either. Li Jing let them be. Zhang Kai, however, asked, where's Dad? Li Jing replied, he's out in the field with your dad, butchering the pheasants and rabbits. I'll go check. Zhang Kai said, dashing off toward the field in a flash. When she arrived, Zhang Wei had just finished skinning a rabbit and was admiring his handiwork. Zhang Kaming stood nearby, whistling in admiration. Wei, you're something else. How did you manage to skin it so perfectly intact? Zhang Wei shook his head. It's not really intact. Indeed, it wasn't. The rabbit's head had been smashed to a bloody pulp by the carrying pole, and now that the skin was removed, half the scalp was missing. Zhang Kaming was speechless for a moment before muttering, is this what I told you about? Just as he was about to say more, Zhang Kai approached Zhang Wei, her eyes sparkling with delight. Daddy, look. It's the rabbit's skin. It's so pretty. Yes. Zhang Wei smiled. Once the skin is dried, I'll make it into a cushion for your little stool. Then you'll be very comfortable sitting on it. Yay, yay. Zhang Kai clapped her hands happily and asked, when the rabbit's skin is on the little stool, will it be soft? Zhang Wei replied, yes, it'll be soft and warm. Zhang Kai immediately said, then let's put it on brother's chair. Brother reads books and sits there for so long every time. A warm feeling filled Zhang Wei's heart. This was his little sister, the one who had cared for him in his later years. No matter what, no matter how much she wanted something, she always thought of him, her big brother, first. He smiled, a genuine, happy smile. Pointing to the wild pheasant feathers he'd collected earlier, he said, Kai, take these back home. I'll make you a shuttlecock later. Big brother, you're the best. Zhang Kai squealed with delight at the sight of the feathers. She hadn't expected her brother to save them for her, let alone make her a shuttlecock. Zhang Kai carried the pheasant feathers happily into the house. After she left, Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei continued preparing the rabbit and pheasant. After finishing their work, they carried the rabbit and pheasant meat back to the kitchen. By then, Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li had each eaten 2 oil cakes. Li Jing called out to Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei, you should eat too. Zhang Wei took one without hesitation, but Zhang Kaming refused outright. At my age, I can't stomach that stuff. Just make me a bowl of porridge instead. The porridge is already cooked. Li Jing replied. As she spoke, she scooped a bowlful for Zhang Kaming. Zhang Kaming took it, grabbed some chopsticks, and carried the porridge over to the hearth to eat. Li Jing scooped herself a bowl of gruel and sat by the stove entrance to eat. Zhang Wei watched, silently shaking his head. He understood that his parents weren't averse to eating fried dough sticks, they simply couldn't bring themselves to indulge. But he didn't try to persuade them again. He had already tried once before. Though his intention was for them to eat better, they had clearly refused. Persisting would only lead to arguments. He didn't want to quarrel over such a small matter. Only when we earn enough money. Only when we have enough grain at home. Then mom and dad won't be stingy about eating. Zhang Wei understood this well and planned to take things step by step. After finishing his oil cake, he scooped a bowl of noodle soup. Just as he finished eating, shouts came from outside. Chapter 83, The Fish in Hand. Zhang Wei stepped outside to find Xia Meng arriving. Xia Meng held a fish nearly a foot long. Its mouth curved upward, its body slender and flattened sideways, resembling a giant silver willow leaf, with only its tail fin tinged a faint red. Zhang Wei recognized it instantly as silver carp, still wriggling vigorously in Xia Meng's grasp. He exclaimed in surprise, Brother Meng, where did you get this black-mouthed croaker? Hearing Zhang Wei call him Mengzi and mention barsucker, Xia Meng felt a surge of delight. He grinned and said, Wei, you know your stuff? Worth every minute I spent wading in the water this morning. Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise, in this freezing weather, you actually went into the river? Xia Meng chuckled, I don't have the skills to hunt muntjac up in the mountains, but catching fish? That's my specialty. I haven't been in the river all winter, I was itching to get in. Last night I couldn't sleep anyway, so I tried fishing to see if I could catch anything. Who'd have thought my luck would hold, I actually caught a big head carp. So here it is, I brought it over for you. After saying this, he stole a glance at Zhang Wei, feeling a bit uneasy. He didn't want to go into the freezing river to catch fish either. But the thought of Zhang Wei holding that leverage over him made his skin crawl. He felt he had to do something to improve their relationship. Anyway, he couldn't sleep, so he might as well go fish in the river. Catching fish in the river during winter was no easy task. Fortunately, luck was on his side. After tossing and turning all night and into the morning, he finally caught a blackmouth croaker. He then scurried off to deliver it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei didn't think much of it. "You went through all that trouble to catch a fish," he said. "Why bring it to me? Keep it for yourself." Hearing this, Xia Meng's heart sank. His brother-in-law didn't want the fish. He was still holding a grudge against him and wouldn't forgive him. That wouldn't do. As the old saying goes, a hand that gives is a hand that commands. Only if Zhang Wei accepted the fish could he speak freely. Xia Meng forced a smile. Wei, you've been bringing me wild boar meat, fallow deer meat, and last night even a whole pheasant. I can't just keep accepting your gifts without giving something back. You have to take this fish." With that, he swiftly shoved the croaker into Zhang Wei's hands. Fearing he might refuse again, Xia Meng turned and ran the moment the fish left his grasp. "What's going on? Who's there?" When Zhang Kaming came out, Xia Meng had already vanished in a flash. Not seeing anyone, he heard the commotion outside and asked curiously. Zhang Wei held up the fish. Xia Meng brought it. Zhang Kaming froze, his mind drifting back to the words Zhang Wei had relayed from Xia Meng last night. He frowned. Why would he bring fish? Zhang Wei, who had probably figured out Xia Meng's motive, replied, "Who knows? In this freezing weather, he must not fear freezing to death in the river." Hearing this, Zhang Kaming assumed Zhang Wei was still angry with Xia Meng. Feeling uneasy himself, he seized this rare moment of father-son solidarity and remarked, "He must have done something wrong and is trying to buy your silence with these fish. Don't take those fish. Send them back to him later." Zhang Wei looked at his father in surprise, puzzled. "Dad, what are you talking about? What guilty conscience? Shutting me up? I don't understand." Zhang Kaming replied irritably, "Didn't you tell me last night that Xia Meng was saying behind your back that you and Xia Ji aren't suited for each other?" Only then did Zhang Wei understand. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. He'd shared this with his father merely to hint that his marriage to Xia Ji wasn't as perfect as his parents imagined, laying the groundwork for a future proposal to call off the engagement. He hadn't expected his father to take it out on Xia Meng instead, creating a rift between them. He was at a loss for words. His father's perspective on things was so different from his own. Yes, he intended to call off the engagement, but the Xia family had been genuinely kind to him and his family. He didn't want to create another rift between the two families, sparking conflict that could end up like the situation with the Zhang family. Zhang Wei quickly interjected, "Dad, it's not that serious. Mingzi was probably just talking off the cuff. Don't take it to heart." Zhang Kaming snorted coldly and lectured, "You're still too young. Remember this, the words spoken behind your back are what people truly think. Don't let people's flattery blind you. You'll pay dearly for it later." Objectively speaking, he had a point. Zhang Wei didn't want to argue with his father over such philosophical matters, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll remember that." Zhang Kaming urged, "Then hurry up and return the fish to its owner." Zhang Wei wasn't about to give back the fish he'd already caught. He certainly didn't want to end up like Xia Meng, wading into the river to catch fish in this freezing weather. He smiled and said, "Dad, I don't think we should return the fish. It would make Uncle Xia and Aunt Zhou look bad. It was just a small thing to begin with. Returning the fish would only make it a big deal." Zhang Kaming froze. When he'd heard Xia Meng had given the fish, he'd only wanted to vent his anger and make Zhang Wei return them, without considering the consequences. Hearing Zhang Wei's reasoning, he suddenly realized the mistake. Nodding, he said, "You're right." He looked at Zhang Wei with a complex expression. His son had truly grown up. On some matters, he was even more thoughtful than his own father. This filled him with delight. Little did he know that, unconsciously, he was gradually growing more and more appreciative of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's motive for this was simply to ensure that when he eventually proposed breaking up with Xia Ji, his father wouldn't react too violently, allowing them to have a calm and rational conversation. Seeing the smile return to his father's face, Zhang Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he genuinely feared his father's stubbornness would kick in, insisting on returning the fish. Thankfully, this time his father was willing to listen. This seemed like a good sign. As long as he presented his case logically and reasonably, his father wasn't entirely unreasonable. Recognizing this, Zhang Wei felt a little more confident about discussing dropping out of school and breaking off the engagement with his father in the future. "Keep it up." Zhang Wei gave himself a mental pep talk and smiled, "Dad, today we've got rabbit, pheasant, and fish. We'll have a real feast for lunch." At those words, Zhang Kaming's expression darkened. "Are you trying to blow through everything you get?" he snapped. "Look at us, who else eats chicken and fish in one sitting?" The more he spoke, the more his anger boiled over. "Oh, and yesterday you ran off so fast I didn't get to tell you. How much rice did you cook yesterday morning? After you left, your mother and I weighed that 20-pound bag of rice was down to 16 pounds. You spendthrift. You cooked 4 pounds of rice for one meal. Don't you know to mix in some cornmeal to make corn rice porridge? 1 pound of rice mixed with 3 pounds of cornmeal, doesn't that taste delicious? If you keep doing it your way, the rice we buy will be gone in just a few meals. From now on, you're banned from the kitchen. Zhang Wei. All he suggested was having a decent meal, yet now he's being called a spendthrift, and she's even digging up yesterday's old grievances. That alone would be bad enough, but now he's being banned from cooking altogether. No way. Chapter 84, another little goal added. Go. Go, come quick. Zhang Wei was at a loss for how to wrap things up when Zhang Kai's voice suddenly rang out from the front gate. His heart leapt with joy. Whenever things got awkward, his little sister always showed up just in time to save the day. She was his absolute lifesaver. Dad, Kai's calling me. I'll go check. Zhang Wei shoved the fish into Zhang Kaiming's hands, gave a quick farewell, and dashed off toward Zhang Kai as if fleeing. Zhang Kaiming, running off again? You haven't given me an explanation yet. And now you're running off again? Zhang Kaiming sighed as he stared at the fish in his hand, then dragged it dejectedly toward the kitchen. Zhang Wei reached Zhang Kai and asked, Kai, what did you need? Zhang Kai blinked her big eyes and whispered, I heard Dad yelling at you earlier, so I called out to you. Zhang Wei chuckled. Earlier, he'd used Zhang Kai's call to escape his father, but deep down, he still believed his little sister had genuinely needed him. Little did he know, she hadn't come for business at all, she'd come to save the day. You little smarty pants. Zhang Wei chuckled as he reached out and ruffled Zhang Kai's hair. He. Zhang Kai beamed, big bro, if Dad yells at you again, I'll call you out. Zhang Wei burst into laughter and nodded. Alright, I'll be counting on you to save my skin from now on. Zhang Kai patted her little chest proudly and declared, with me around, I won't let Dad yell at you. Hearing her words, Zhang Wei's eyes grew misty. The tiny figure of his little sister before him seemed like a towering presence, protecting him as her big brother, shielding him from the world's storms. Zhang Wei knew clearly this was an illusion. But it wasn't an illusion. Because in her previous life, my little sister truly shielded him from life's storms with her delicate frame, caring for him like a child for decades. Go, what's wrong now? Seeing Zhang Wei lost in thought, Zhang Kai asked softly, her big eyes brimming with concern. Zhang Wei snapped back to reality and smiled. Nothing. I'm just happy. With Kai here, I won't be afraid of Dad yelling at me anymore. With that, he took Zhang Kai's hand. Come on, I'll make you a shuttlecock. Yay! At the mention of making a shuttlecock, Zhang Kai was overjoyed. She let Zhang Wei lead her by the hand, skipping and skipping, her voice filled with delight. Big brother is making me a shuttlecock, making a shuttlecock. Making a shuttlecock required copper coins. Zhang Wei remembered there were quite a few at home. Not knowing exactly where, he first took Zhang Kai to the hearthroom and asked Li Jing, Mom, where do you keep the coins? I's money referred to copper coins. These coins referred to ancient copper currency, such as Kangxi Tongbao, Zhenlong Tongbao, Guanshu Tongbao, and so on. Because these coins were round with a square hole in the middle, people in the countryside called them I's and I's coins. In the 1970s and 1980s, most households actually had quite a few of these coins, passed down from previous generations. After liberation, these coins fell out of circulation. Since most people had no concept of collecting, the majority were used by children to make shuttlecocks. Li Jing said, I'll go get them for you. She rose and headed toward the bedroom, with Zhang Wei and Zhang Kai following behind. In the bedroom, Li Jing pulled a white porcelain teapot from the corner of a drawer. The spout was broken, the rim had several chips, and both the body and lid bore 2 deep cracks. It was so worn it was unusable. Li Jing lifted the lid. Clatter! A series of clinks and clangs followed as dozens of copper coins, along with some elongated and round objects that weren't coins, spilled out of the teapot onto the drawer. It's all here. You choose. Li Jing said after emptying the contents. Zhang Saihuan exclaimed, so many coins. Mom, give me a few to play with. Zhang Wei was also surprised and asked, Mom, we still have so many copper coins at home? Li Jing replied, these coins aren't worth much anyway. What good is having so many? Zhang Wei thought about it and agreed. In the era when these copper coins circulated, a single coin wasn't worth much. Now that they hadn't been in circulation for decades, they were even less valuable. Of course, in the prosperous era of later generations, when collecting became popular, some rare copper coins were quite valuable. In his previous life, confined to his home as an invalid, Zhang Wei spent his days reading and watching TV. He'd seen shows about collecting and appraising antiques, but back then, he'd merely watched them without any real interest in collecting itself. But as someone reborn, he did possess some understanding of collecting. Smiling, he remarked, who knows? There might be some valuable ones in there. He immediately picked up the coins and began examining them one by one. Kangxi Tongbao. Kangxi Tongbao. Xianlong Tongbao. Kangxi Tongbao. Daguang Tongbao. Xianlong Tongbao. Guanshu Tongbao. Kangxi Tongbao. One by one, he examined all 29 ancient coins. Most were Kangxi Tongbao and Xianlong Tongbao, while the rest were copper coins issued during the reigns of several later Qing emperors. Even with Zhang Wei's rudimentary knowledge of collecting, he knew these copper coins wouldn't be worth much even during the later collecting craze. Probably worth a few dozen yuan each. He couldn't help but feel a slight pang of disappointment. After all, who among those reborn doesn't fantasize about having a treasure at home? Fortunately, neither in his previous life nor this one had he been someone obsessed with wealth, so this disappointment quickly faded from his mind. Or rather, it wasn't really disappointment at all at most, it could be called a sense of loss. Among the items poured out of the teapot, besides these copper coins, there were 3 grayish-white circular objects considerably larger than the coins. Zhang Wei picked them up one by one and realized they were all yuan shirkai silver dollars. Yuan shirkai silver dollars, also known as silver coins, were worth more than copper coins, and certain versions were particularly valuable. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei had no idea whether the 3 silver dollars in his hands held any value. Adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, Zhang Wei said, "Mom, give me these silver dollars." Li Jing smiled and said, "If you want them, take them." Zhang Wei tucked the 3 silver dollars into his pocket, intending to stash them in his bedroom drawer later. Then he turned his attention to the rest of the items. They were all badges featuring portraits of great figures, round ones, oddly shaped ones, rectangular ones, all kinds, a total of over a dozen or 20. In this era, such badges could be found in almost every household. Zhang Wei merely glanced at them before moving his attention back to the copper coins. He casually picked out 3 and handed them to Zhang Kai, saying, "You wanted to play with these, here, take them." "Thanks, big brother." Zhang Kai happily accepted them, turning them over in his hands. He even craned his neck, holding one coin aloft and peering through its square hole at the ceiling. He was thoroughly engrossed in his play. Seeing this, Zhang Wei sighed inwardly. Children in this era found happiness in such simple things. Any random object in their hands could bring them such delight. After all, children in this era simply didn't have many toys. I must get my little sister some toys. Let her have a happy, wonderful childhood. Another small goal formed in Zhang Wei's mind. Chapter 85, Suddenly So Much Meat. After pulling his gaze away from Zhang Kai, Zhang Wei casually picked up 6 copper coins. Making a shuttlecock required 2 coins. He planned to make 3 shuttlecocks, one for Zhang Kai, one for Zhang Jun, and one for Zhang Li. "Want more?" Li Jing asked. "That's enough," Zhang Wei replied. "Mom, can you find me some scrap fabric? And where are the needle and thread?" Li Jing placed the remaining coins, including the badges, back into the old teapot as she asked, "Do you know how to sew shuttlecocks?" From his time in the military, Zhang Wei still knew the most basic sewing skills. Sewing a shuttlecock wouldn't be a problem. But in this life, he hadn't done any needlework. To avoid arousing Li Jing's suspicion, Zhang Wei scratched his head and said weakly, "I should be able to manage it, right?" Li Jing chuckled. "Forget it. Look at you fumbling around. You'll probably prick your finger before you even finish sewing the shuttlecock. I'll do it myself." "Alright, Mom, you do it." Zhang Wei handed her 6 copper coins. Li Jing took them, then rummaged out some old cloth, needle and thread, and scissors. Zhang Wei also sent Zhang Kai to fetch the feathers they had collected earlier. Li Jing was exceptionally skilled with needlework and had experience making shuttlecocks. She cut 3 chicken quills, wrapped each with fabric after preparation, and sewed them onto 2 coins to form the shuttlecock bases. Then, she selected suitable feathers to attach to the quills, completing one shuttlecock. "Mom, your shuttlecock is so beautiful." Zhang Wei took the shuttlecock, praised it, gave it a test kick, then handed it to Zhang Kai. "Mom, I'm going to find Junjun and Lily to kick shuttlecocks." Zhang Kai exclaimed happily upon receiving it, then turned and ran out. Big Yellow. Big Yellow. Come with me to find Junjun and Lily. We're going to kick shuttlecocks." No matter what the little one did now, she never forgot to bring Big Yellow along. Li Jing still had 2 more shuttlecocks to make. Zhang Wei said goodbye and left the room first. He headed back to his own bedroom first. His bedroom was extremely simple, an old-fashioned, basic wooden bed, a chair by the headboard, and an old chest of drawers near the window that Zhang Wei used as a desk. The desk was piled high with old books, along with a fountain pen, several notebooks, a bottle of ink, a lamp with a shade, and a box of matches. A chair sat in front of the desk, the only wooden chair in the house. Zhang Wei sat down on the wooden chair, pulled the 3 silver dollars from his pocket, and rubbed them in his hands for a moment before opening the rightmost drawer. Inside was an old pencil case. Zhang Wei took it out and opened it. Inside the pencil case lay his passbook from the credit union and the 8 yuan Li Jing had given him. He placed the 3 silver dollars inside, closed the pencil case, and put it back in the drawer. He sat before the drawer for a long while before finally rising. By the time he returned to the hearthroom, Li Jing had finished making 2 shuttlecocks and had also come back inside. The elderly couple were deep in conversation, but upon seeing Zhang Wei enter, they both fell silent. Zhang Wei sensed the mood and didn't ask. The 3 of them sat silently by the fire. After a moment, it was Zhang Kaming who spoke first. Wei, I noticed the flashlight you brought back last night looks brand new." Zhang Wei replied, "Yes, I bought it with the money Auntie gave me." Zhang Kaming frowned. "What did you spend that money on?" Zhang Wei explained, "It's the 1980s now, and our family still doesn't have a single household appliance. Buying a flashlight proves our family has home appliances too. Once we have our first appliance, we'll get a second, then a third. Soon we'll have radios, TVs, washing machines, refrigerators." We'll have all those things. Ha! Jing couldn't help but laugh out loud. You kid, you're full of sweet talk. A flashlight counts as a household appliance? And listen, even Sancha Street doesn't have electricity yet, and you're already dreaming about radios and TVs? What on earth are you thinking about day in and day out? Zhang Wei replied, with reform and opening up now, life will only get better. Electricity will come eventually. Radios, washing machines, televisions, we'll have it all. Li Jing seemed moved by his words and mused, I heard from Xiaji that even in the city, they don't use kerosene lamps anymore, they've switched to electric lights. She said the lights are so bright, night feels like day. I wonder if that's really true. Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. According to his memories, electricity didn't reach Shurha village until the late 1990s in his previous life, by which time both his parents had passed away. They never got to use electricity in their entire lives. Let alone appliances like washing machines, televisions, or refrigerators. He could imagine how, after Li Jiabao got electricity, his parents would visit their three uncles' homes. Seeing the electric lights and televisions there, they must have longed for their own home to have electricity too. Zhang Wei said solemnly, Mom, our home will definitely have electricity. Li Jing replied, enough about the distant future. I heard from your uncle Xia yesterday that Jidao is coming back tomorrow. Zhang Wei froze for a moment, taken aback by his mother's abrupt change of subject. He quickly replied, yes, I told Uncle Xia I'd go to town tomorrow to pick her up. Li Jing nodded. Perfect timing. We have meat at home now: wild boar, muntjac, rabbit, pheasant, and a fish. As she spoke, she suddenly exclaimed, oh my. I didn't realize until I counted it we actually have this much meat all at once. Zhang Kaming also froze, clearly just realizing this himself. So much meat all at once. Both of them looked at Zhang Wei simultaneously. After all, he was the one who'd brought all this meat home. Oh, wait. Li Jing suddenly added, there's also snake meat, 2 more snakes we haven't cooked yet. Zhang Wei quickly seized the opportunity. Mom, look at all this meat we have. We need to cook it soon, or it'll go bad if we leave it too long. Li Jing replied, it won't spoil. The rabbit, pheasant, and fish I'll cook them tomorrow when Xiaji gets back. It's perfect timing since you bought so much salt the day before yesterday. I already salt cured the wild boar and muntjac meat yesterday and hung them above the hearth to smoke. This way, we'll have meat to eat all year long. Zhang Wei couldn't help but look up. Sure enough, hanging above the hearth were 3 ribs, 2 wild boar trotters, a muntjac leg, and several other pieces of meat. Smoke from the smoldering embers in the hearth slowly permeated the meat above. In just a few days, it would all become cured meat. He was at a loss for words. Fresh muntjac meat was so delicious, what a waste to turn it into cured meat. But since it was already done, he couldn't really say anything. To his surprise, Li Jing added, you hunted the muntjac but haven't tasted its meat yet. I saved a small piece especially for you. I'll cook it for lunch. Zhang Wei felt a warm glow in his heart. A mother is a mother. Even if she herself couldn't bear to eat it, she thought of him not having tasted it yet and specially saved a piece of fresh muntjac meat. He quickly replied, Mom, I can eat anything. Zhang Kaming grumbled from the side, who was just saying we should cook and eat the rabbit, pheasant, and fish today? Zhang Wei. He dared not respond. Zhang Wei was certain that if he said anything, his father would start digging up old grievances. The whole incident of boiling all the rice yesterday would likely be brought up again for another long lecture. Even if he didn't say anything, he felt it wasn't a good idea to linger. He stood up and said, I suddenly remembered I need to find Li Yong. I'll be off then. Chapter 86, Ungrateful Brat. Seeing Zhang Wei dash off again, Zhang Kaming muttered irritably, that little bastard runs faster than a rabbit. I was just about to bring up the rice cooking incident, but before I could say a word, he bolted again. His voice carried loud and clear, and Zhang Wei, who had just dashed out the gate, heard every word. Good thing I had the foresight. Zhang Wei felt a surge of relief, his feet moving faster as he sped away. His claim of needing to find Li Yong wasn't entirely an excuse, he genuinely had business. Li Yong and Li Wei were cousins, their families living in the same courtyard. Wei, it's you. When Zhang Wei reached Li Yong's courtyard, Li Fuguwei was just heading out with a bucket of water. He smiled and said, you got a haircut, I almost didn't recognize you. Good day, Uncle Fuguwei. Zhang Wei greeted him. Off to fetch water? Li Fuguwei replied, yes, the water in the jar is running low. I'm going to fetch a couple of buckets. Then he asked, were you looking for Wei? Oh, he's not home, he went to his aunt's place. I'm not looking for him, Zhang Wei replied. I'm here for Li Yong. Oh, you're looking for Yong, Li Fuguwei said. He's not home either. He went to the Huang family's place. Zhang Wei asked, Uncle Huang's place or Aunt Huang's? Li Fuguwei said, he said he was going to see Huang Pingping, but I reckon he's probably gone to see Qingqing. Looking for Huang Chang? Zhang Wei paused in confusion, then said, then I'll go check at Uncle Huang's place. Li Fuguwei nodded. Go ahead. Come over to my place sometime. I'm off to fetch water. Alright, Uncle Fuguwei, see you later. Zhang Wei said politely, turning to walk toward Huang Sihai's house. Li Fugui stood there for a moment, muttering to himself, "Goodbye? Goodbye. That Wei Wei kid is quite something. He actually said goodbye to me. Ah, no wonder he's about to take the college entrance exam. He's different from the other boys in the village, so polite and likable. If only my Wei Wei were half as outstanding, I wouldn't have to worry so much." After muttering to himself for a while, he finally shook the pole from his shoulders, hoisted the water bucket, and headed toward the old well. Soon, he reached the storeroom door. Seeing old Wang limping back, one hand holding a cabbage freshly picked from the field and the other leaning on his cane, Li Fugui called out, "Old Wang, what's for dinner today?" Old Wang shot him a glance and replied curtly, "What good food could I possibly make? Cabbage stewed with noodles, want some?" Li Fugui replied, "I've already eaten." Old Wang teased, "You lot have all started eating meat. Who'd want my watery grub anymore?" Li Fugui protested, "Old Wang, don't talk like that. Where would I get meat?" Old Wang fumed, "Didn't you guys trade for meat at Zhang Weiming's place just the other day?" Li Fugui retorted, "We only got 2 pounds of meat. That was days ago, we're already out of fried dough sticks." Old Wang snorted coldly, "I was the one who spotted that wild boar, yet Zhang Wei snatched it away. You all got your share of meat, while I didn't even get a whiff of it." Li Fugui replied with some irritation, "Old Wang, you're still upset about that? Honestly, you shouldn't be. If it weren't for Wei Wei, who knows what state that wild boar would have left you in. Wei Wei saved your life that time. If you don't feel grateful, that's one thing, but to talk behind his back like this? That's downright ungrateful." Old Wang snapped angrily, "Who asked him to save me? If he hadn't stuck his nose in, I'd have shot that boar long ago." Li Fugui shot him a withering look, thinking to himself, "With your one-legged body, you'd have killed a wild boar? Without Zhang Wei, surviving that wild boar's jaws would have been pure luck." He didn't bother explaining this to Old Wang, just saying, "Take your time cooking. I'm off to fetch water." "Fugui, wait a moment." Old Wang called out as he was about to leave. Li Fugui halted and asked, "What is it?" Old Wang said, "Fugui, I heard Zhang Wei bagged another muntjac?" Li Fugui nodded. "Yeah, heard it was the night before last at the muntjac crossing. What about it?" Old Wang said, "Fugui, you know I don't get along with Zhang Weiming. That brat Zhang Wei has no respect for elders and won't listen to a word I say either. I know your two families are on good terms. Could you pass along a message to Zhang Wei for me?" Li Fugui asked in surprise, "What message?" Old Wang smacked his lips. "After all, I was the one who spotted the boar. Even if Zhang Wei killed it, he can't keep all the meat for himself. Tell him to give me at least half of that leftover half of the boar meat." Li Fugui wanted to call him shameless and ungrateful. But he knew Old Wang was like a dog's leash. If you cursed him, he'd hound you all night. It wasn't worth antagonizing someone like that. "Sorry about that." Li Fugui replied, "If you need firewood for your stove and ask me to gather a bundle, that's no problem. But this messenger job? I, Li Fugui, can't do it." Old Wang's face darkened. "Li Fugui, what do you mean? You won't even help deliver a simple message? Remember back when you were starving? I gave you half a sweet potato. Without that half sweet potato, you'd have starved to death long ago. Today I'm just asking you to pass on a message, and you won't even do that. If I'd known you'd be so ungrateful, I never would have shown mercy and saved you back then." Hearing Old Wang's words, Li Fugui was momentarily at a loss for words. It was true. In 1959, a severe drought had swept across the nation, and Shurha village was no exception. Li Fugui's parents had died that year after eating clay and being unable to pass it. When Li Fugui was on the brink of starvation, it was Old Wang who gave him half a sweet potato. Though called half a sweet potato, it was really just a sweet potato stump. But regardless, that half a sweet potato truly saved his life. This kindness, Li Fugui would remember for the rest of his life. He let out a long sigh and gritted his teeth. "Fine, Old Wang. You bring it up and I'll pass on the message. But once I've delivered it, how Zhang Wei handles it is none of my business." Old Wang replied, "Just deliver the message. Even if he refuses, have him come see me once. That will settle the debt of that year." "Fine." Li Fugui spat out the word through gritted teeth, hoisting the water bucket and walking away. Even after he finished fetching water and arrived home, Li Fugui remained sullen. He truly didn't want to deliver that message. It felt humiliating. But Old Wang had brought up the debt of saving his life all those years ago, so he had no choice but to deliver the message. "What's wrong with you? Why are you sighing and groaning after carrying water back?" His wife, Su Dahong, saw him and stopped her needlework, asking bluntly. Li Fugui recounted Old Wang's request to deliver a message. Upon hearing this, Su Dahong flew into a rage. "What does that cripple Wang think he is? Why send you to deliver this message instead of coming himself? Listen here, Li Fugui, you're not going to deliver that message." Li Fugui replied bitterly, "I don't want to either, but Old Wang threatened me with that sweet potato incident from 59. What choice did I have?" Su Dahong snapped, "It's just a sweet potato crop. Over the years, we've treated the Wang family well enough. Any debts of gratitude were paid long ago. He still brings up that trivial matter? He should be ashamed. I'm telling you, don't spread this." If Lame Wang asks, just say I forbade it. Let's see what he can do to me. Chapter 87, I came to cause trouble. Zhang Wei left Li Fugui's courtyard and headed toward Huang Xihai's house. On the way, he ran into Zhang Kai, third uncle. Zhang Wei greeted him respectfully. Unlike how he addressed others as fourth uncle or fifth uncle, Zhang Kai was his own blood uncle. MHM. Zhang Kai acknowledged, then asked, where are you headed? I'm going to Uncle Huang's place, Zhang Wei replied, then asked, where are you headed, Uncle San? Zhang Kai sighed. I went to see your second grandmother. Zhang Wei inquired, how is second grandma now? A sorrowful expression crossed Zhang Kaisai's face as he shook his head. She can eat a little, but, sigh, your third grandfather says she probably won't last much longer. The coffin and burial clothes there already. Zhang Wei felt deeply saddened. I'll find time to visit second grandma. Zhang Kai nodded. You should go sooner rather than later. If you wait too long, you might not get to see her. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added, aren't you heading into town with Xiaji the day after tomorrow? If you don't go soon, when will you have time? Zhang Wei knew his second grandmother had only a few weeks left, but he couldn't say so. He could only reply, I know. When I get back, I'll discuss with Dad when would be the best time to go. Zhang Kai nodded and sighed. Given how things are with your fifth uncle, you should discuss visiting your second grandmother with your father. Zhang Wei replied, I had some misunderstandings about Uncle Wu before, but I've come to terms with it now. It's fine. I'll try not to clash with him anymore. A relieved smile spread across Zhang Kaisai's face. It's good you think that way. You're definitely college material. In our Zhang family, only you and your second brother have what it takes for academics. Keep up the good work. Zhang Wei smiled bitterly inside, but could only reply, third uncle, I'll do my best. Whether that effort would be directed toward studying or hunting, only he knew for sure. Zhang Kai was pleased to hear this. Uncle San believes you won't let the whole family down. Well, go about your business. I'll head back now your aunt is waiting for me to grind the grain. Alright, Uncle Zhang, take your time. Zhang Wei politely stepped aside to let him pass. Only after Zhang Kai had left did he turn back toward Huang Xihai's house. The Huang family compound also housed two households. One was the Huang Xihai household, the other the Huang Rong household. The relationship between Huang Xihai and Huang Rong was simple yet complex, or perhaps complex yet simple. Huang Xihai's original surname was Xia. He and Xia Yonggui were biological brothers. Years ago, when the Xia family couldn't afford to raise their child, they gave him to his uncle for adoption, and thus he took the surname Huang. His uncle had no sons, only a daughter named Huang Rong. Thus, while Huang Xihai and Huang Rong were nominally siblings, they were actually cousins. Huang Rong never married but instead took in a son-in-law named Luo Lin, who reportedly fled famine in Sichuan to settle in Shirha village. Though the elder sister, Huang Rong, married later than Huang Xihai. She and Luo Lin had two sons, Huang Yang and Huang Ping. Zhang Wei arrived at Huang Xihai's courtyard and called out, Uncle Huang, are you home? Oh, Wei. What brings you here? Huang Xihai emerged from the gate, smiling as he asked. Hello, Uncle Huang. After greeting him politely, Zhang Wei explained, I'm looking for Li Yong. Uncle Fugui said he came to find Huang Ping. I came over to let you know first. Ha ha ha. Huang Xihai laughed heartily. Wei, you're such a likable kid. Come on in, I'm absolutely thrilled and welcome you with open arms. His smile vanished abruptly, his tone turning sharp. You mean Li Yong? That good-for-nothing brat? I kicked him out. Zhang Wei was stunned. Uncle Huang, what did Li Yong do to upset you? He didn't make me angry. Huang Xihai snapped. Just seeing him pisses me off. Zhang Wei was puzzled. He hadn't heard of Li Yong ever offending Huang Xihai. Huang Xihai added, Wei, what do you need Li Yong for? Don't you dare hang out with scum like Li Yong every day. Zhang Wei retorted, I'm not hanging out with him, I'm here to cause trouble. Ha! Huang Xihai froze for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. After a while, he declared, Wei, that's the spirit. You're exactly the kind of person I admire. You're going to give him trouble? Excellent. He's at Pingping's place. Go find him and show him what you're made of, beat him up good. Zhang Wei felt even more puzzled, wondering what exactly Li Yong had done to offend Huang Xihai so deeply that he hated him this much. He agreed, alright, I'm off. Just as he turned toward the gate of Huang Rong's house across the street, Huang Qing, dressed in a red cotton jacket, stepped out beside Huang Xihai. Zhang Wei, if you're looking for Li Yong, I'll call him out for you. Huang Xihai froze for a moment before quickly chiming in, right. Wei, if you're looking for Li Yong, let Qing call him out for you. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, alright, Qing, could you please call out Li Yong, Huang Ping, and Huang Yang for me? Huang Qing froze in surprise. But you just told my dad you were looking for Li Yong. Why call my second brother and little brother too? Zhang Wei said, I need to talk to them about something. Alright then. Huang Qing hesitated for a moment before responding, then headed toward her aunt Huang Rong's house. Before long, Li Yong, Huang Yang, and Huang Ping followed Huang Qing out the door. Li Yong walked right beside Huang Qing, grinning as he teased, "Hey Qing, why not play cards with us? Sitting alone in your room is so boring. Let's play tractor, you team up with me, and I promise we'll beat your second brother and his crew until their legs go numb. Who's on your team?" Huang Qing retorted, her cheeks puffed out with indignation. "If Zhang Wei hadn't asked me to call you, I wouldn't have bothered." Li Yong retorted angrily, "If you hadn't called me, I wouldn't have bothered with him either." Then, as if remembering something, he snapped, "Qing, why did you help Zhang Wei?" "I'll help if I want to. What's it to you?" Huang Qing shot back. "And remember this, from now on, you're not allowed to call me Qing." Seeing Huang Qing's temper flare, Li Yong immediately backed down, hastily agreeing, "Okay, Qing. You still call me that." Huang Qing was furious, raising her hand as if to strike. Huang Yong, standing beside her, stopped her and said, "All right, Qing, stop it. Uncle is still watching over there." Huang Qing glanced ahead and saw Huang Sihai still standing at the doorway. She lowered her arm. The group soon arrived at the entrance to Huang Sihai's home. They all greeted Huang Sihai first before turning their attention to Zhang Wei. Li Yong asked, "Qing said you wanted to see us. What's on your mind?" Zhang Wei glanced at the three of them indifferently and said, "I need your help." Li Yong, Huang Yong, and Huang Ping all froze in surprise. Huang Sihai, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in confusion. He thought to himself, wasn't he here to cause trouble for Li Yong? How did it turn into asking all three of them for help? Li Yong pressed, "What kind of help do you need?" "Wang Bing, Wu Ping, Yang Yang, Yang Wei, Zhang Kong, Zhang Jia, and Zhang Kai." Zhang Wei rattled off a long list of names. "You three, go gather them all at the big sandbar by the river." Chapter 88, Men's Business, Women's No Concern. "Why should I go call them for you?" Li Yong grumbled, "We're in the middle of a card game. We don't have time to call people for you." Huang Ping chimed in, "Yeah, Zhang Wei, we're in the middle of a game. The three of us can only play run fast right now. Why don't you join us? Then the four of us could play tractor." Li Yong and Huang Ping were both 19, about the same age as Zhang Wei. Huang Yong was slightly older at 21. He asked, Wei, why are you asking them to go to Deshaba?" Zhang Wei replied, "All of us in the village are around the same age. We've played together since we were kids. I'm heading to the city the day after tomorrow, so I thought before I leave, I'd gather everyone together for a meat feast." "Meat?" All three froze, drawn in by the words eat meat. Even Huang Qing's lips twitched as he swallowed hard. Only Huang Sihai wore a peculiar expression, thinking to himself, where on earth would there be meat to eat at Dashabang? Huang Yong snapped out of his daze and said skeptically, "You'd be so kind as to treat us to meat?" Huang Ping chimed in, "Yeah, with all those people you mentioned plus us, that's a lot of mouths to feed. Are you really willing to shell out that much meat?" Li Yong seemed to catch on too. "The great sand dunes have nothing but sand and rocks. You're inviting us to eat meat? You're pulling our leg." Huang Qing, however, remained steadfastly convinced and defended Zhang Wei. "Zhang Wei is kindly inviting you to eat meat and you still doubt him? Fine, if you guys aren't going, I'll go." He then turned to Zhang Wei, "I'll go round and invite the people you want to come." Zhang Wei pressed his hand to his forehead, thinking, why are you stirring up trouble? He ignored her. He smiled at Huang Yong, Huang Ping, and Li Yong. "I genuinely want to treat you to meat. Look how beautiful the sun is today. I'll bring the meat, you bring your hands. We'll gather some firewood by the river and build a grill. We'll have a barbecue by the Clearwater River. That grilled meat, dripping with grease, just thinking about it makes my mouth water." As he described it, a vivid picture of riverside grilling unfolded before everyone's eyes. Not just Huang Yong, Huang Ping, and Li Yong, even Huang Sihai couldn't help smacking his lips, drool nearly dripping from his mouth. Huang Sihai felt a twinge of doubt. This kid sounded like he meant it. Huang Qing exclaimed excitedly, "A barbecue? Awesome. I love it." Huang Ping couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "All right, I'll go get Yang Wei and Yang Yang right now." Li Yong chimed in, "I'll go get Zhang Jia and the others." Huang Yang asked again, "Are you serious?" Zhang Wei nodded, grinning. "Absolutely. As real as pearls. I'm genuinely treating you guys to meat." "All right then." Huang Yang gritted his teeth. "I'll go get the others." The three quickly ran off into the distance. Huang Qing excitedly approached Zhang Wei and said, "Zhang Wei, you're inviting so many people for barbecue. That'll take a lot of meat. Will Uncle Kaming agree?" Zhang Wei shot her a helpless look. "My dad doesn't know." Huang Qing gasped, "Zhang Wei, if Uncle Kaming finds out, he'll skin you alive." No way, no way. You shouldn't invite them for meat." Seeing the terror in her eyes, Zhang Wei sighed again. Qing, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Just stay home and keep warm by the fire." "All right, I'll go now." Without even bothering to say goodbye to Huang Sihai, she hurried off. Watching him run off, Huang Chang was both furious and exasperated. She stamped her foot and exclaimed, "It's bad enough you stole all that meat. But you'd rather treat Li Yong and the others than let me come. That rotten Zhang Wei. Damn Zhang Wei. That rotten Zhang Wei." She gritted her teeth and spat venomously for a long while, still not satisfied. Finally, she huffed, "Li Yong and the others get to eat meat, but why can't I? I'm going to eat barbecue too. With that, he started walking down the embankment toward the field. Qing, come back. Huang Zihai called out just as she took a few steps. Only then did Huang Qing remember she hadn't said goodbye to her dad. She stopped abruptly, turned around, and said, Dad, I'm going to Dishaba too. Go where? Huang Zihai snapped. Come back here. You're staying home. Huang Qing protested, Dad, Li Yong and the others are going to eat meat. I want to eat meat too. Meat? Huang Zihai sneered. By now, he had figured it out. How could Zhang Wei possibly afford to treat so many people to meat? Recalling Zhang Wei's earlier threat to cause trouble for Li Yong, he suspected that Zhang Wei inviting Li Yong and the others to Dishaba probably wasn't for anything good. With this realization, Huang Zihai wouldn't let his daughter go. You're overthinking it, he said. Zhang Wei didn't invite Li Yong and the others to Dishaba to eat meat. Huang Qing didn't believe him. Then why did he invite them? Huang Zihai replied, I think it's a fight. A fight? Huang Qing gasped. Dad, he's challenging that many people to a fight all by himself? Has he lost his mind? Huang Zihai replied calmly, I don't know if he's crazy, but that kid, the more I see him, the more I like him. Ha ha. He laughed heartily. I want to see how he takes on 10 of them alone. Dad. Huang Qing stamped his foot in frustration. They're about to fight and you're laughing. Huang Zihai shot him a look. It's not my fight. I'm just watching them fight. Why shouldn't I laugh? Huang Qing fumed, Dad, how old are you? A bunch of young people are fighting, and you're just standing there waiting for the show. How could I have a father like you? Gritting his teeth, he declared, if you won't do anything, I will. With that, he dashed toward Zhang Wei's house. What are you doing? Huang Zihai caught up in a few strides, grabbed Huang Qing by the arm, and dragged him back inside. Dad, let go of me. I'm going to find Uncle Kaming. I can't let them fight. Back inside, Huang Qing continued to struggle and shout. Huang Zihai said calmly, you're not going. If you go, you'll ruin Zhang Wei's plans. Huang Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm going to ask Uncle Kaming to keep an eye on Zhang Wei and stop him from fighting. How is that ruining his plans? Huang Zihai replied, men's affairs are none of a woman's business. That's the kind of woman men truly admire. If you tell Uncle Kaming and ruin Zhang Wei's plans, he'll definitely hold a grudge against you. Ha! Huang Qing's mouth fell open. That sounds kinda weird. Before she could think further, she blurted out, Dad, if I don't tell Uncle Kaming, Zhang Wei will get hurt fighting all those guys. Huang Zihai's large, bell-like eyes narrowed slightly. His mind flashed back to the scene just days ago. Zhang Wei had grabbed Zhang Kaiquan by the chest and hurled him several meters away, landing him directly in the field below the embankment. A sinister smile curled his lips. It's not certain who'll get hurt. Huang Qing could hardly believe her ears. Huang Zihai ignored her, muttering to himself, I just wonder why that kid suddenly called so many people to fight? Chapter 89, I just brought you here to trick you. Dasha Dam. The 800-li Clearwater River flowed through here, making a sharp, sweeping turn that formed a dam dozens of meters wide. The Great Sand Dam was covered in pebbles and fine sand, resembling a silver beach. In summer, many villagers from Shurha would swim in the river from this spot, and children loved playing with the sand on the dam. During the collective era, Shurha village owned 4 small boats, all moored at the Great Sandbar. After the production teams disbanded, however, the boats were distributed among the households. Xiao Weigu's eldest son, Xiao Wei, received one of them. The boat Xiao Meng used to go fishing that morning belonged to Xiao Wei. Just as Zhang Wei had said, the sun was shining brightly today. Its rays bathed the sandy beach in a silvery white glow, like salt, complementing the clear, emerald-green river water. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. People basking on the beach in the early spring sunshine felt an extraordinary warmth. By now, quite a few people had gathered on the large sandbar. Cousins Yang Wei and Yang Yong. Zhang Kong, Zhang Jia, and Zhang Kai, all 3 were also cousins. Well, they were distant cousins to Zhang Wei too, though separated by several generations, so the relationship wasn't as close. Huang Yang and Huang Ping, brothers, need no introduction. Then there were Li Yong and Wang Bing, along with Hu Ping, the only girl. Exactly 10 people, no more, no less. Li Yong, didn't you say Zhang Wei invited us for barbecue? Where is he? Yeah, we all showed up. Why isn't he here? Huang Ping, you said the same thing. You two didn't team up to trick us here, did you? It's not even summer. We can't go swimming now. Why would I trick you guys into coming? Then where's Zhang Wei? Didn't he go home to get the meat? Forget it. We're already here, so let's just wait. Alright, Zhang Wei said he'd grill something. Since he's not here yet, let's go gather some firewood. Alright, let's gather the firewood first. After a brief discussion, Li Yong, Wang Ping, and a few others went to gather firewood, while most remained in small groups, complaining among themselves. It wasn't until over 10 minutes later that Zhang Wei finally appeared. Zhang Wei's here. He's empty-handed. Didn't he say he'd bring meat? Like hell he did. Li Yong, Wang Ping, what's the deal? Why did you trick us into coming here? Li Yong, Wang Yong, and Huang Ping all looked utterly bewildered. When Zhang Wei had spoken so convincingly, they believed every word only to find themselves duped. Li Yong protested innocently. Zhang Wei said it himself. I was just passing along the message. Wang Yong chimed in, why would we lie to you? Huang Ping fumed, if you're going to blame anyone, blame Zhang Wei. He's here now, just ask him yourselves. Amidst the clamor of voices, Zhang Wei walked up to the group of 10, giving them a casual glance. Everyone's here? Good. Zhang Kai snapped, what's so good about it? You had Li Yong trick us here, what exactly do you want? Zhang Jie added, you lured all of us here, you owe us an explanation. His words were immediately echoed by the others. Yeah, Zhang Wei, what's your game? I was busy when brother Huang Yong called me over. What do you want with us? Zhang Wei, you never hang out with me normally. Why did you suddenly call me today? What's the deal? Zhang Wei, you can't just make us come all this way for nothing. Yeah, pulling a fast one like this is no fun. The group chimed in one after another, all expressing their displeasure at being tricked into coming by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei couldn't care less about their displeasure. He admitted it openly, I did trick you guys here. If Zhang Kai and the others had merely been annoyed before, hearing Zhang Wei's brazen admission sent nearly everyone into a rage. Damn it! Zhang Kai spat on the ground and snarled, Zhang Wei, you think you're so great for playing people like this? Huang Yong was even more furious, bellowing, Zhang Wei, you used me as a pawn? Zhang Wei glanced at the confrontational Zhang Kai and Huang Yong, offering a faint smile. Don't you want to know why I tricked you here? Zhang Kai fumed, what's in your head is none of my damn business. But you lied to me, you owe me an explanation, or else. He waved his hand, pointing at Huang Yong and the others. There's a whole bunch of us here. You've got to give us an explanation. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, clearly ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Zhang Kong and Zhang Jia always followed Zhang Kai's lead. Seeing him roll up his sleeves, they did the same. In the 1980s, fights among young people in the countryside were as common as could be. Wang Bing, Yang Yong, and the others were unfazed, not giving it a second thought. Besides, among the 11 present, aside from Mu Ping, the only girl, everyone else, including Zhang Wei, had been in their fair share of fights. But fights were just fights. Young villagers usually didn't hold grudges. Today they might fight and swear never to speak again, but within 3 days they'd be climbing trees together to raid bird nests or wading into the river to catch fish. Many friendships were actually forged through these very fights. Among the 10 who had come, Yang Wei was closest to Zhang Wei. Seeing the Zhang Kai brothers ready to strike, he rushed forward to mediate. Kai, Kong, Xiao Jia, hold your horses. Let's hear what Wei has to say first. Huang Yong was also furious, but as the oldest among them, he added, Kai, Yang Wei is right. Let's hear what Zhang Wei has to say first. Turning to Zhang Wei, he demanded, Zhang Wei, what do you have to say? If you don't have an explanation, I'll teach you a lesson myself before Zhang Kai and the others get involved. Zhang Wei glanced at him and said, Brother Yong, I came looking for those 9 guys. This has nothing to do with you. Huang Yong froze. From Zhang Wei's tone, he sensed there was a reason behind luring Zhang Kai and the others here. He asked, what business did you have with them? Zhang Wei replied, Brother Yong, step aside for now. Once I handle this situation, I'll definitely apologize to you. I shouldn't have used you as a pawn. Huang Yong froze again. Not only had he personally called some of them, but his own brother, Huang Ping, was among the 9. Even if Zhang Wei claimed it had nothing to do with him, how could Huang Yong possibly remain uninvolved now? Huang Yong's voice turned grave. Our issues can wait. Why did you trick the others into coming here? Seeing he wouldn't listen, Zhang Wei dropped the subject. Pointing at Li Yong, Zhang Kai, Wang Bing, and the others, he declared, alright, I called you all here for one question only. Zhang Kai, Li Yong, and the others exchanged glances, wondering what Zhang Wei was up to. But seeing his fighting stance, could it really be just for a question? None of the 9 believed it. Not even Huang Yong believed it. Yang Wei, confident in his friendship with Zhang Wei, stepped forward and asked, Wei, what is it you want to ask? Chapter 90, today, I'll play the role of Cao Cao. Zhang Wei cut straight to the point. These past few days, have you guys been spreading rumors about me and Xiaji? Yang Wei froze upon hearing this, blurting out instinctively, Wei, what kind of rumors could we possibly spread about you and Xiaji? The others nodded in agreement. Zhang Wei, where'd you hear that? We're not bored enough to make up rumors about you and Xiaji. Zhang Wei, you tricked us here just for this? I thought it was something serious, but it's just this petty nonsense. Zhang Wei, is this really necessary? Seeing no one admit it, Zhang Wei's expression darkened. He shouted, fine, let me make it crystal clear, are you spreading rumors that Xiaji and I kissed? A moment of silence fell over the vast sandy plain. Then, a roar of laughter erupted. Zhang Wei, you mean that thing? Yeah, I said that. Yeah, I said it too. Ha ha. Zhang Wei, does Xiaji's mouth taste sweet? Zhang Wei, I saw you and Xiaji kissing, is that a rumor? Zhang Wei, don't try to play innocent after getting your way. You kissed her, so why can't we talk about it? Exactly. This time, all 9 admitted it faster than the last, not a single one denying it. They were completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Even Huang Yong couldn't help but chuckle to himself, muttering, I thought it was no big deal just a kiss, after all. Zhang Wei's expression, however, was grim. He had also believed Li Wei, Yang Wei, and Zhang Kai were spreading rumors. But after hearing Hu Ping say she had witnessed him kissing Xia Ji, he suddenly recalled that the night before Xia Ji went into town last month, he had indeed kissed her in the small grove. Unfortunately, Hu Ping had caught them. At the time, Hu Ping had scolded them both, you shameless people. Aren't you ashamed? Then she covered her face and fled. But he had only just returned from his rebirth a few days prior. After his rebirth, he was entirely focused on breaking off his engagement with Xia Ji. Deep down, he rejected any intimate connection with her and had forgotten about this incident. It wasn't until he saw Hu Ping and heard her say it herself that the memory came flooding back. Turns out it was all a misunderstanding. Hu Ping, Li Wei, and Zhang Kai hadn't spread rumors at all, they'd merely made public the private moment of him and Xia Ji kissing. This left him feeling somewhat awkward. Watching Zhang Kai, Li Yong, and the others still roaring with laughter, Zhang Wei's mind raced. Should he just apologize and let it go? Or should he play dumb, deny everything, claim they were spreading rumors, and beat them up? Or... After a moment's thought, Zhang Wei made his decision. Stop laughing. Zhang Wei's thunderous shout split the air like a bolt from the blue, silencing the 10 laughing figures instantly. They stared at him in stunned silence. Once silence fell, Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and spat, even if I did kiss Xia Ji, do you think you can just spread it around like that? Do you have any idea how much this damages Xia Ji's reputation? Yang Wei chuckled, Wei, you and Xia Ji are engaged. What's the big deal about a kiss? Zhang Kai chimed in, exactly. Xia Ji's practically your wife already. You kissed her, so what? How could that possibly affect her reputation? Li Yong chimed in, we're just having a bit of fun. Zhang Wei, you don't have to make such a big deal out of it. Hu Ping pouted and muttered under her breath, you did the dirty deed, and now you don't want anyone talking about it? Even Huang Yong chimed in, Wei, it's no big deal. Don't sweat it. They're not actually spreading rumors. Besides, don't we all know Xia Ji? It's only natural she likes you. No one in our village would ever speak ill of her just because you kissed. Zhang Wei sighed deeply and said with genuine sincerity, normally, if I did something and you talked about it, that's fine. But not this time. Huang Yong froze, his expression darkening. He'd been ready to smooth things over, letting Zhang Wei's deception of so many people slide. But he hadn't expected Zhang Wei to adopt such an unyielding stance. Huang Yang asked in a low voice, Zhang Wei, what are you trying to do? Zhang Wei replied calmly, since everyone's here, I'd like to tell you a story. Everyone froze again. Just moments ago he'd been so adamant, so why was he suddenly talking about telling a story? They all looked at Zhang Wei with puzzled expressions. None of them understood his meaning. Yang Wei stepped in to smooth things over, turning to the others and saying, it's such a beautiful day out today. Since we're all here, let's just listen to whatever story Zhang Wei wants to tell. Zhang Kai, Li Yong, and the others said nothing. They were curious too, what was Zhang Wei up to today? Zhang Wei spoke slowly. I'll tell you a story from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. During the Battle of Guandu, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao clashed at Guandu. Cao Cao commanded an army of over 170,000, confident that his superior numbers and strength would crush Yuan Shao's forces in one decisive blow. At that time, Yuan Shao's army had a general named Li Feng, a man of considerable talent. Seeing that Cao Cao's forces were eager for battle and wanted a quick victory, Li Feng analyzed the situation. This year's severe drought had caused famine, meaning Cao Cao's army would inevitably face food shortages. Therefore, he chose to hold his ground and avoid engaging Cao Cao's forces. Sure enough, after over a month, Cao Cao's army faced a critical shortage of provisions. Upon learning this, Cao Cao summoned his grain officer, Wang Ho, and ordered him to distribute the rations using the small Hu measure. Perhaps Zhang Wei feared the young men of Shurha village wouldn't understand what small measures meant, so he paused before continuing. In plain terms, it means they used to distribute rations to soldiers using large bowls, but now they're using small bowls. This measure allowed the scarce military provisions to last a bit longer. But this means the soldiers won't get enough to eat, causing discontent among the troops. There have even been disturbances, and morale is starting to falter. At this, everyone perked up their ears. After all, in the 1980s, entertainment options were scarce, and many people rarely heard stories. Take this story, for instance, almost everyone in later generations knew it, but to Yang Wei, Zhang Kai, and the others listening now, it still felt fresh. Zhang Wei swept his gaze across the group and continued his unhurried narration. What about Cao Cao? Unable to resolve the grain shortage, he summoned Wang Ho and said, our soldiers are starving because the grain rations are too meager. As the grain officer, I must borrow something from you, please do not be stingy. What did Wang Ho ask Cao Cao was being borrowed? Cao Cao replied, I wish to borrow your head for a moment. Wang Ho was horrified and immediately knelt to beg for mercy, saying, I distributed the grain rations using small jars only because I followed your orders. I have committed no crime. Cao Cao replied, I know you are not guilty. But if I do not execute you, the army might mutiny. By killing you and declaring you embezzled the grain, I can stabilize the troops. He then told Wang Ho, "Go to your death with peace of mind. After you're gone, I'll take care of your wife and children." Finally, Wang Ho was executed on charges of embezzling grain as the quartermaster, causing the army's provisions to run short. After executing Wang Ho, Cao Cao stabilized the troops and ultimately secured victory at the Battle of Guandu. Zhang Wei was a gifted storyteller, painting vivid scenes with his words. Yang Wei, Li Yong, Zhang Kai, and the others listened with rapt attention. No wonder they call Cao Cao a cunning villain. He's truly wicked. Yeah, poor Wang Ho. He was killed on trumped-up charges. Wang Ho was truly unlucky to serve such a master. If I were him, I'd have followed Liu Bei. After the story ended, Zhang Kai and the others continued discussing it. Yang Wei even chimed in, "Wei, your stories are just so captivating. Tell us another one." The others chimed in, murmuring for Zhang Wei to tell another tale. Only Hu Ping, being a girl, was more sensitive. She asked, "Zhang Wei, what's the meaning behind telling us this story?" Clap. 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 Zhang Wei clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Good question." The clapping silenced everyone, and they all looked at Zhang Wei with puzzled expressions, unsure what he meant. Zhang Wei explained, "Stories always carry a certain meaning. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been passed down through the ages. Today, I shared this story to show you that sometimes, people do things out of necessity. Take Cao Cao, for instance. He knew full well that Wang Ho, the grain officer, had done nothing wrong, yet he still had him executed. That's because Cao Cao had more important matters to attend to. To Cao Cao, victory at the Battle of Guandu was paramount. For that triumph, he could betray his conscience and execute Wang Ho." At this point, Zhang Wei paused. His gaze swept across every face before he sighed and said, "Truthfully, each of us has that one most important thing in our hearts. To achieve that most important thing, we're all capable of doing things that go against our conscience. Each of us can be Cao Cao. So..." After dragging out the last syllable, Zhang Wei's voice suddenly boomed, "Today, I'll be Cao Cao and borrow something from you guys. After I borrow it, I'll treat you all to a feast. This time it's for real, no lies." Chapter 91, 1 against 10. As Zhang Wei finished speaking, he clenched his fists and charged toward the 10 men across from him. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. "Zhang Wei, what are you doing? Zhang Wei, have you lost your mind? Damn it, Zhang Wei, you're killing them. Zhang Wei, stop hitting me. Zhang Wei, are you even human? I'm a woman, and you're hitting me. Zhang Wei, if you don't beat me to death today, I'll never let this go. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spread rumors about you and Xia Ji kissing. Zhang Wei, please stop hitting me. Ow. It hurts." On the vast sandbar, shouts of curses, accusations, wails, pleas for mercy, screams of agony, sobs, the sound of fists and feet striking, the thud of bodies hitting the ground. All these sounds blended with the river's rhythm against rocks and sand into a symphony. 3 minutes. This symphony raged on for a full 3 minutes before abruptly ending. Yang Wei, Yang Yang, Zhang Kong, Zhang Jie, Zhang Kai, Wang Ping, Wang Bing, including Huang Yang and Hu Ping, all 10 of them, not one missing, lay sprawled across the sand in every conceivable position. The only person still standing on the sand was Zhang Wei. He looked at the 10 figures sprawled on the sand with a touch of pity. These were his childhood friends, with whom he had shared many happy moments. But now, he had personally beaten them all, until they cried out in pain. "I'm sorry." Zhang Wei murmured silently to himself. Moments later, Wang Yang was the first to rise, glaring furiously at Zhang Wei. He truly hadn't expected Zhang Wei to take down all 10 of them single-handedly. And after the beating, Zhang Wei seemed completely unscathed. It was as if he hadn't been the one doing the fighting. A few days ago, he'd heard Zhang Wei had killed a wild boar. The villagers all said Zhang Wei was formidable, but he hadn't been convinced. Killing a wild boar? What's so special about that? But today, he had experienced Zhang Wei's terrifying power firsthand. When Zhang Wei had attacked earlier, he fought back with equal ferocity. Yet he hadn't even managed to touch the other man's clothes before getting savagely beaten and thrown onto the sand, unable to get up. Now, he glared at Zhang Wei, both furious and terrified, wishing he could charge forward and tear him apart. Yet the very thought made his legs tremble. In the end, he didn't even dare to utter a single word of protest. Slowly, Zhang Kai, Yang Yang, Wang Bing, Wang Ping, and the others all stood up. They all gathered beside Huang Yang, each glaring at Zhang Wei with fury, yet none dared make a single extra move. The memory of the beating they had endured earlier stirred a deep-seated fear within each of them. That fear was so deep that they couldn't even muster the will to flee, each of them frozen in place. Once all 10 men were standing, Zhang Wei bent down, picked through the sand, and selected a pebble larger than his palm. What do you want now?" Hu Ping's face drained of color as she saw the pebble in Zhang Wei's hand, letting out a shrill scream. At her scream, Huang Yang, Zhang Kai, Yang Wei, and the others, every single one of them instinctively took a step back. Zhang Wei was terrifying enough with his bare hands. If he was armed with a rock, they genuinely feared they might meet their end here today. At that moment, Zhang Wei seemed like a stranger to them, a cold-blooded, ruthless, brutal, terrifying demon they'd never known. Zhang Wei cast another glance at the trembling group of 10 and said flatly, if any of you still want to fight me, first compare yourselves to this rock. See if your arms and legs are any harder than it is. As the word hard fell, Zhang Wei brought his palm crashing down on the pebble. With a sharp crack, the stone split cleanly in two. Whoa! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. No one had imagined Zhang Wei could shatter a pebble with a single strike. If he'd unleashed that kind of force on them earlier. No one dared to imagine the consequences. No way, no way. Yang Wei was the first to back down, waving his hands frantically. I won't fight you anymore. Never again. Zhang Kai chimed in, I'll let you beat me up today, but don't come looking for trouble with me in the future. The others immediately chimed in. Right. None of us dare fight you anymore. I won't fight you either, absolutely not. Zhang Wei, today you weren't beating us, you were showing off your skills. Yeah. I heard you practice the Azure Dragon Fist. Wow, the Azure Dragon Fist is that powerful? Zhang Wei, with a master like you in our village, we won't have to fear bullies from other villages anymore. Originally, they'd followed Zhang Kai's lead, admitting today's beating was deserved and promising not to bother Zhang Wei again. But after Li Yong said Zhang Wei was just showing off his skills, the rest started sucking up. Zhang Wei felt both amused and uneasy inside. He had no choice but to act this way. For the sake of his plan to drop out of school, he had to let his childhood friends suffer a little first. But certain things couldn't be stated outright. Too many mouths could ruin the plan and cause trouble instead. Zhang Wei gave his now submissive friends a cool glance and said in a low voice, I need you to do me a favor. Yang Wei immediately chimed in, Brother Wei, don't even mention help. Just give the orders, I'll treat your every word as the highest directive. I will carry out the highest directive without question. Finishing his line, he grinned and snapped to attention, saluting with a military-style salute. His comical display made Huang Yong and the others want to laugh, but they dared not let it out, each holding it in. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. Alright, stop messing with me. Got it. Yang Wei instantly transformed into a model soldier, standing quietly in line without another word. Zhang Wei continued, the favor I need from you is simple, and I won't be asking for it for free. He paused before continuing, before I even laid a finger on you, I promised I'd treat you to some meat. Once you've done this favor, I'll give each of you at least 20 pounds of meat this year. His words landed like a handful of salt tossed into a sizzling oil pan. Zhang Wei, are you serious? You'll really give each of us 20 pounds of meat? Zhang Wei, just tell me what you need me to do. Me too, your business is my business. Seeing everyone scrambling to pledge their support, Zhang Wei felt satisfied. He said, for the next 3 days, you'll follow every instruction. He pointed at Huang Yong. Follow Brother Yong's lead. Whatever he tells you to do, do it. If you do this, it'll count as helping me. The 20 pounds of meat I promised? Not a single pound less. I'll make sure it's in your hands this year. All eyes turned to Huang Yong. Huang Yong, however, looked utterly bewildered. Staring blankly at Zhang Wei, he stammered, Zhang Wei, what do you mean? Zhang Wei motioned for him to wait. He told Yang Wei and the others, you guys go ahead. Just remember to follow Brother Yong's lead within the next 3 days. He added one last thing, you're all bruised and battered. If anyone asks what happened, just say I beat you up. Yang Wei, Zhang Kai, and the others exchanged glances, but dared not ask why. Only after all of them promised to follow Huang Yong's lead for the next 3 days did they leave together. In the vast sandy expanse, only Zhang Wei and Huang Yong remained. Zhang Wei first apologized to him, then whispered a few words in his ear. Huang Yong listened, his eyes widening so much his mouth gaped wide enough to fit 2 duck eggs. Chapter 92, finally accomplishing something big. After Huang Yong left, Zhang Wei stood alone by the riverbank at Dishaba for a long time. Turning around, Zhang Wei called out loudly in one direction, Uncle Huang, you've been hiding and watching for so long. If I hadn't left, would you have stayed hidden there the whole time? Aren't you tired? Ha ha. With a hearty laugh, Wang Sihai emerged from the shadows, descending the slope as he called out, you got me, kid. You spotted me. Zhang Wei pursed his lips, refusing to respond. Only when Huang Sihai reached him did Zhang Wei speak up. Uncle Huang, please don't tell my dad about today. Huang Sihai neither agreed nor disagreed, merely chuckling, kid, taking on 10 of them single-handedly and winning cleanly? You're something else. After a pause, he asked, would you beat me up even if I refused? Zhang Wei's face took on an inscrutable expression. Uncle Huang, you can try. Huang Sihai gasped, you little rascal, you really meant to do that? Earlier, he'd watched from his hiding spot as Zhang Wei beat up Huang Yong and Zhang Kai, and even witnessed him shatter a pebble with a single palm strike. He prided himself on never losing a fight, yet facing Zhang Wei, he didn't even have the courage to challenge him. After waiting a long while for Zhang Wei's response, Huang Sihai waved his hand dismissively. First, I saw you hit a woman, you're ruthless. If I refuse, I doubt you'd spare me either. Forget it. I never came to Dishaba today. Hearing this, Zhang Wei finally smiled. Uncle Huang, I'll bring you 2 pounds of fine liquor in a few days. Huang Sihai's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, first a slap, then a sweet treat. He stared deeply at Zhang Wei, feeling that despite decades of life experience, he couldn't truly see the youth before him. After a long silence, he couldn't help but ask, "I've already promised not to tell your father about this. Just satisfy my curiosity. If I hadn't agreed, would you really have hit me?" "No," Zhang Wei replied with absolute certainty. "You're an elder. How could I possibly hit you?" Huang Xihai's mouth twitched again, almost blurting out, "Zhang Quan is your own cousin. When you beat him up, you didn't hold back at all." He assumed Zhang Wei was just giving him face, thinking that at least this kid understood social etiquette. But then Zhang Wei added, "In the Qinglong fist, there's a technique called separating tendons and dislocating bones. If I were to apply that to Uncle Huang's jaw, I guarantee he wouldn't be able to utter a word for 3 days." Huang Xihai froze solid. A chill ran down his spine. He was relieved he hadn't tried to lord his seniority over others. Otherwise, given Zhang Wei's ruthlessness, he dared not dwell on the thought. "Wei," he blurted, scrambling to his feet. "I've got things to attend to. I'll be off now." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he spun around and sprinted up the hillside. His agile form darted like a hare, outpacing 99% of young men. Phew! Zhang Wei exhaled a long breath of relief. After all that turmoil, he'd finally accomplished something major. He plopped down onto the sand, flopping straight backward until his entire body lay flat on the beach, stretched out in a big character. He was truly exhausted. Not physically exhausted from the earlier fight, but mentally drained. In the 6 days since his rebirth, he felt like he was starring in a spy thriller, constantly hiding his identity from different people, never able to be himself. His heart was utterly exhausted. He just wanted to lie there. Just lie there and rest properly. He lay there, listening to the gentle flow of the Clearwater River. Sunlight poured down from the sky, bathing his face in a brightness that was almost blinding. Zhang Wei couldn't help but close his eyes. The river flowed gently, the sunlight felt warm. Before he knew it, he drifted into a deep sleep. Go. Go. Where'd you go? Dinner's ready. Hurry back and eat. Go, come back for dinner. Only when the childish voice echoed from afar did Zhang Wei slowly open his eyes. He looked up to find the sun blazing overhead. It's already noon. I actually fell asleep. Zhang Wei slowly sat up, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. Big brother, come eat. His little sister's call echoed again. Zhang Wei recalled how she had called out just like this on the very first day of his rebirth. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'm back." He strode away from Dishaba. Wei, where have you been? Your sister's been calling you home for dinner for ages. Zhang Wei, come hang out at the house sometime. On the way home, he passed many fellow villagers. Those who spoke exchanged greetings, those who didn't simply nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, Zhang Wei arrived at the field embankment below Li Fugui's house. Uncle Fugui, have you eaten yet? Zhang Wei called out casually, his feet never stopping. Li Fugui called out urgently, Wei, wait a moment. Though eager to get home for dinner, Zhang Wei had to stop when called. Uncle Fugui, what is it? Well, Wei. Li Fugui stammered. Zhang Wei found this odd. They'd had a perfectly smooth conversation with Li Fugui just that morning. How could things change so drastically in just a few hours? Zhang Wei didn't want to waste time and urged, Uncle Fugui, just say what you need to say. Li Fugui hesitated, looking deeply troubled. Seeing this, Zhang Wei grew even more puzzled, but said, Uncle Fugui, if you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to say it now. Wait until Li Wei comes back and have him tell me instead. Alright, I'll head back now. He assumed Li Fugui wanted to ask him for a share of the spoils or something. Otherwise, what could possibly be so embarrassing for Uncle Li? His relationship with Li Wei was decent enough. If Li Fugui really asked for a share of the meat, he wouldn't mind secretly setting some aside. After all, he decided to stay and hunt, so there'd be plenty of meat at home, more than enough to eat. But since Li Fugui didn't bring it up, he wouldn't mention it either. After saying that, Zhang Wei started walking home. Wei. Li Fugui called out to him again. Zhang Wei sighed in resignation and stopped once more. Uncle Fugui, what is it? Li Fugui clenched his jaw, as if summoning immense resolve, before relaying old Wang's words. Alright. I understand. After hearing it all, Zhang Wei said indifferently before setting off immediately. Li Fugui had expected Zhang Wei to fly into a rage upon hearing the news. He never imagined Zhang Wei would react with such utter indifference, as if the matter had nothing to do with him at all. This young man is no ordinary fellow. Watching Zhang Wei's receding figure, Li Fugui sighed inwardly. His thoughts drifted back to his own son, Li Wei. He muttered bitterly, if only Li Wei had half of Zhang Wei's composure, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Shaking his head and sighing, he walked back into the house. Zhang Wei certainly didn't take old Wang's words to heart, and sharing the meat with him was out of the question. In fact, he had no intention of meeting with old Wang, who had requested a meeting. He had important matters to attend to tomorrow. He had no time to deal with old Wang. Chapter 93, Knocking on the Door. Where have you been? What took you so long to get back? As soon as Zhang Wei stepped through the door, Zhang Keiming fired off the questions. Zhang Wei gave a perfunctory reply, just took a stroll around the village and chatted with Uncle Fugue for a bit. Yeah, right. Zhang Keiming rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, when did you get your haircut? Zhang Wei was speechless. His mom had spotted it first thing that morning, his sister had seen it, even Li Fugue and Huang Sihai had noticed it, yet his father was the last to catch on. Still, he replied, I got it cut yesterday when I went into town. I thought you'd seen it last night. Zhang Keiming retorted, why would I be staring at your hair? Seeming a bit guilty, he waved his hand dismissively. You've been gone so long, the food's getting cold. Let's go inside and eat. With that, he led the way, striding quickly into the fire pit room. Zhang Wei scratched his nose and followed him inside. Inside the hearth room, besides Li Jing and Zhang Kai, Chen Xiu, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li were also present. The dishes were already laid out on the long table. Zhang Wei glanced over and saw a pot of roasted muntjac meat, a plate of stir-fried pheasant, another plate of stir-fried Chinese cabbage, and a plate of spicy sour potato slices. He couldn't help but glance at his father, thinking to himself, you said not to make pheasant meat, but Mom made it anyway. The rice was also brought to the table. Dad, your rice. As soon as Zhang Wei sat down, Zhang Kai promptly brought a bowl over to him. Thanks, Kai. Zhang Wei smiled as he accepted it. He looked down and saw it was a bowl of plain white rice. But it wasn't fresh, clearly yesterday's leftovers reheated. Without a second thought, he called out, Dad, Mom, sister-in-law, help yourselves. He shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth. While chewing, he reached for some side dishes. His gaze swept across the table, and he noticed something odd. His parents' and sister-in-law's bowls contained cornmeal porridge, while Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li's bowls were filled with white rice. Oh, right, his bowl too. It was white rice too. No. Zhang Wei nearly snapped. His hand, reaching for chopsticks to grab some food, froze mid-air. It's just a meal, why must there be such a strict hierarchy? Mom, Dad, and my sister-in-law ate cornmeal porridge. But he and the kids get to eat white rice. Is this really necessary? Wei, what's wrong? Chen Xiu asked in surprise when she saw this. Zhang Wei felt a lump in his throat, nearly blurting out, I can't stomach this food. But having lived 2 lifetimes, he forced himself to suppress his emotions. Pretending to be distracted, he replied, oh, nothing. Just got lost in thought for a moment. Chen Xiu smiled wryly. You can't even eat without getting distracted. Stop overthinking it and eat up. Zhang Kai chimed in from the side, eat up, boss. The rice is so fragrant. Alright, eating. Zhang Wei scooped a forkful of vegetables into his bowl and shoveled rice into his mouth haphazardly. The pickled radish braised with muntjac meat was sour and spicy, but to Zhang Wei, it tasted like chewing wax. With every swallow, he felt something rising up in his throat. What are you thinking about now, kid? Who eats like that, shoveling food in like you haven't eaten in 3 days? Can't you at least pick some vegetables and eat slowly? Zhang Wei's frantic shoveling of rice looked like he was wolfing down his food. Li Jing watched, scolding him while reaching for her chopsticks. She scooped a large portion of muntjac meat and pickled radish from the hot pot and placed it in Zhang Wei's bowl. Uncle, slow down. Lily won't fight you for it. Seeing Zhang Wei eat so hastily, Zhang Li recalled her mother's usual admonitions to eat more slowly. Her words came out muffled. Zhang Jun, however, chimed in, Uncle, you're eating so fast. Let's race, see who finishes first. As he spoke, he began shoveling rice into his mouth at lightning speed. Listening to his mother, niece, and nephew, whether urging him to eat more, telling him to slow down, or challenging him to a race, he felt their care and concern for him. It felt as though the entire household revolved around him. Tears welled up in Zhang Wei's eyes. He fought back the tears, holding them back again and again. But truly, he was on the verge of breaking down. Woof woof! Behind him, Big Yellow's bark suddenly rang out. Zhang Wei seized the lifeline, forcing out, I'll feed Big Yellow a piece of meat. He spun around swiftly, scooped a piece of muntjac meat from his bowl, and held the chopsticks out to feed it to Big Yellow. As he raised his arm to extend the chopsticks, he seized the moment to wipe all the tears from his eyes onto his sleeve. Woof woof! De Huang, delighted by the venison, barked joyfully and bounded around Zhang Wei, frolicking with glee. Big Yellow, eat! Big Yellow, eat some more! Zhang Wei bent low, picking up slice after slice of muntjac meat from the bowl and feeding it to the dog again and again. But no one noticed that in the instant he lowered his head, large tears silently fell from his arms, splattering into the yellow mud on the ground. Woof woof! Woof woof! With every piece of meat he ate, Big Yellow would bark twice. His large, clear black and white eyes never left Zhang Wei's face, as if asking, why are you crying? Stop feeding only the dog. Eat your own food. After we finish eating, I'll get Big Yellow some dog food. Li Jing's voice came from behind. With that pause, Zhang Wei had composed himself. He replied, okay, then fed De Huang the last piece of muntjac meat. As he turned away, his face broke into a bright smile once more. Sometimes, men can be quite deceiving. No matter how much heartache lay behind him, when he turned to face his family, the smile he forced himself to wear was gentler than spring breezes and brighter than sunlight. Because he knew his smile wasn't just a smile, it was his family's world. Daddy, the muntjac meat is so delicious. The pheasant meat is delicious too. These past few days have been pure bliss, so much delicious meat to eat. Zhang Kai chattered happily as she ate. Zhang Li slurred, I love eating at grandma's house. I want to eat at grandma's house every day. At grandma's house, there's so much meat to eat. Hearing these words, Zhang Wei's heart, which had just been stabbed until it bled, felt as if it had been healed by a miracle cure. Seeing his family's happy smiles, he thought, what's a little hardship compared to this? He joined them in their cheerful meal, laughter filling the air from time to time. Zhang Wei, get out here. You bastard. Are you even human? How dare you treat my daughter like that? Get out here. I'll skin you alive today. Just as the meal was nearly finished, a sudden outburst of curses erupted outside the door. Chapter 94, Your Zhang family is too bullying. Recognizing the voice as Hu Hansen's, Zhang Keiming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flashed like lightning as he glared at Zhang Wei. What did you do to Hu Hansen's daughter? Li Jing and Chen Xiu both turned to Zhang Wei, their eyes filled with terror. Hu Hansen mainly mentioned how Zhang Wei treated his daughter, and when they heard treated, their minds immediately jumped to negative terms like assault or humiliation. I didn't do anything to her. Zhang Wei scratched his nose, looking innocent. Zhang Keiming roared, nothing? Why else would Hu Hansen come knocking on our door? You tell me straight, what the hell were you doing out earlier? Li Jing chimed in, Wei, tell us. Mom's heart is pounding with worry. You have to tell me so I can feel at ease. Honestly, nothing. Zhang Wei insisted, still looking innocent. Forget it. You guys keep eating. I'll go check it out. With that, he set down his chopsticks and bowl and headed outside. At that moment, Zhang Keiming, Li Jing, and Chen Xiu couldn't possibly focus on eating. They quickly put down their chopsticks and bowls and followed him out. Even Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li followed them out the door. Zhang Wei. Get your ass out here. When Zhang Wei and the others reached the gate, Hu Hansen was already storming toward the courtyard, a kitchen knife clenched in his hand, bellowing at the top of his lungs. What's going on? Old Hu Hansen, why are you brandishing a knife? Can't we talk this out calmly? Uncle Hu, calm down. Hansen, what happened? Tell us first. Hu Hansen arrived near Zhang Keiming's house, shouting and cursing all the way, having already alarmed several households next door. Zhang Wenju, Zhang Kaixing, Zhang Yueying, Zhang Kaikai, Shen Hongxia, Zhang Long, Zhang Hu, Zhang Chan, Zhang Kaigu, and others all came out before Zhang Wei and the others emerged. Seeing Hu Hansen wielding a kitchen knife, they rushed over while trying to persuade and question him. Hu Hansen paid no heed to their words. Only when Zhang Wei emerged did he point the cleaver at him and bellow, You bastard. You dare show your face. If you don't give me a proper explanation today, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Hansen, let's talk this out. Watching the cold gleam of the knife in Hu Hansen's hand, Zhang Keiming's forehead was covered in sweat as he stepped forward to shield Zhang Wei. Zhang Keiming, get out of the way. Hu Hansen roared. I'm only after Zhang Wei. If you try to protect him, I'll chop you up too. Hansen. Zhang Keiming refused to budge, still trying to reason with him. Zhang Wei raised his hand, gently placed it on his father's shoulder, and pulled him back. Dad, let me handle this. He had already darted in front of Zhang Keiming. Taking 2 more steps forward, he stood face to face with Hu Hansen. Less than 2 meters apart, Hu Hansen's kitchen knife was nearly pressed against his nose. Uncle Hu. Can we talk this out calmly? Zhang Wei raised his hand, effortlessly deflecting the knife before him. You're a grown man. Is it really necessary to brandish a knife at the drop of a hat? What's the point? Those around them gasped in shock. Zhang Wei's got some serious guts. Yeah, look at him facing Hu Hansen's knife without flinching. Now that's a real man. Oh my, Wei really is reckless. Someone's got a knife pointed at his nose, and instead of talking calmly, he tells the knife wielder to talk calmly? That's just pouring oil on the fire. Young people these days so impulsive. Zhang Wei, just talk nicely with Uncle Hu. We're all neighbors here. What can't be resolved with a calm conversation? Exactly. Hu Hansen, you shouldn't act impulsively either. Put the knife down first. Most people gathered in the courtyard were Zhang Wei's relatives. Seeing him stand alone facing Hu Hansen's knife, they felt both admiration for their young man's courage and deep concern. They tried to reason with both Zhang Wei and Hu Hansen. Hu Hansen probably hadn't expected that even with the cleaver pointed right at Zhang Wei's nose, the man would still be so defiant. He burst into laughter. Fine. You've got guts. Hu Hansen raised the cleaver again, pointing it at Zhang Wei. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, If you're so brave, how do you explain bullying my daughter? Hu Hansen kept insisting Zhang Wei had bullied his daughter, and everyone in the courtyard grew anxious. They were all Zhang Wei's close relatives and genuinely feared he might have committed some monstrous act. None were more anxious than Zhang Keiming and Li Jing. They desperately wanted to know the truth, yet dreaded hearing it. Their agony was pure torment. Zhang Wei, however, remained utterly calm. Account? What exactly do you want me to account for? Hearing his words, even Zhang Keiming, Li Jing, Zhang Wenju, Zhang Kaixing, and Zhang Kaikai, those closest to Zhang Wei, felt a surge of anger. When had Wei Wei become like this? He'd wronged someone's daughter and didn't even care. This wasn't arrogance, it was sheer, unbridled audacity. Zhang Keiming's hands trembled with rage. He wanted to charge forward right then and there, slap that good-for-nothing son of his heart across the face to knock some sense into him. Hu Hansan gaped in disbelief, his voice cracking with fury. Zhang Wei, are you even human? You beat my daughter like that, and you don't feel a shred of guilt? You act like you're entitled? Did all your education go to the dogs? Ha! Hu Hansen's words plunged the courtyard into a moment of stunned silence. So it was just hitting someone. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Wei Wei only hit Hu Pingping. Seeing Hu Hansan looking like he wanted to kill someone, I thought Wei Wei had done something to Hu Pingping. I didn't expect it was just hitting her. Just hitting Hu Pingping? That's not so bad. I mean, Wei Wei's already engaged to Xia Ji, he wouldn't do anything to Hu Pingping. You really gave me a scare. Hearing Hu Hansan say Zhang Wei had only hit Hu Pingping, Zhang Keiming, Li Jing, Zhang Wenju, Zhang Kaikai, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, they had genuinely been terrified. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Hu Hansen's expression darkened further. You Zhang family members are too bullying. My daughter was beaten by Zhang Wei, and you actually say it's no big deal. You're bullying people. Hu Hansan spoke, then the kitchen knife clattered to the ground. He crouched down, clutching his head and sobbing. Since his son hadn't done anything worse to Hu Hansen's daughter, just hit her, Zhang Keiming felt more confident. Seeing Hu Hansan crying, he hurried over, helped him up, and apologized. Hansan, I didn't mean it that way. Stop crying, get up first. Zhang Keiming, your Zhang family just bullies honest people. Hu Hansan cried even harder. Zhang Keiming protested, Hansan, no. Whatever that bastard Wei Wei did to Pingping, I'll do to him. Rest assured, I won't let him off easy. He then barked at Zhang Wei, you bastard. Get over here and apologize to Uncle Hu. Li Jing also urged, Wei Wei, hurry up. Go apologize to Uncle Hu. Not just her, Zhang Wenju, Zhang Kaixing, Zhang Kaikai, and others all chimed in. Wei Wei, no matter what, hitting someone is wrong. Go apologize to Uncle Hu right now. That's right, go apologize. Wei Wei, go apologize to Uncle Hu right now, or I'll spank you. Chapter 95, Beating at Home. Apologize? Why should I apologize? When Zhang Wei spoke up in front of everyone, all eyes turned to him in astonishment. Zhang Keiming flew into a rage. You little bastard. You hit someone and now you think you're in the right? I'm telling you to apologize. What's the problem? Dad. Zhang Wei called out. I admit hitting someone was wrong. But teaching someone a lesson shouldn't be a problem, right? He pointed at Hu Hansan. Didn't you even ask why I hit Hu Ping? Zhang Keiming froze, then snapped angrily, regardless of your reasons, hitting someone is wrong. Especially since it was Hu Ping you hit. She's just a girl and you're a grown man. How could you even hit her? How dare you? I'm embarrassed for you. Zhang Wei sneered, I didn't just beat her. I took on 10 of them at once and knocked them all down. What's there to be ashamed of? What? Zhang Keiming thought he'd misheard and asked, you mean you didn't just beat Hu Ping? Yeah. Zhang Wei said matter-of-factly. There was Yang Wei, Yang Yong, Wang Bing, Li Yong, Zhen Kai, Zhen Kong, Zhen Jia, Wang Ping, and Huang Yang. Along with Hu Ping, all 10 of them I gave them all a good beating. Whoa. Zhang Wenju, Zhang Kaixing, Zhang Kaikai, and the others all sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Zhang Wei in disbelief. In their minds, Zhang Wei might not be exactly refined, but he certainly wasn't the type to pick fights. What on earth possessed him today? Not only did he beat up 10 young men from the village, but he didn't even seem to think it was a big deal. They were merely puzzled. Amid the crowd, Yang Dian was engrossed in the spectacle when he suddenly heard Zhang Wei recite the list of those beaten, and his son, Yang Yong, was prominently included. Yang Dian immediately jumped out. Zhang Wei, you hit my son Yang Yong too, he demanded, disbelief evident in his voice. Hello, Uncle Yang. Zhang Wei greeted him politely before continuing, yes, Yang Yong was among those I beat. Didn't he tell you? Yang Dian froze. Zhang Wei was being exceptionally polite to him, speaking with such calm detachment. Did this really sound like someone who had beaten his son? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Yang Dian frowned and said, he still hasn't come back yet. Zhang Wei gave a non-committal "oh." Then when he gets back, Uncle Yang, you can ask him yourself, he said. I'm not lying to you, I really did hit him. At this point, Yang Dian was already 7 or 8 parts convinced. But with the person involved absent, as an elder, he couldn't very well lose his temper at Zhang Wei outright. Gritting his teeth, he said, go find him right now. With that, he hurried off to find Yang Yong. Coincidentally, he hadn't walked far back when he spotted Wang Bing coming toward him. Before they even met, Yang Dian asked, Wang Bing, have you seen Yang Yong? Uncle Yang. Wang Bing called out. Yang Yong is at Yang Wei's house. Yang Dian hurried toward Yang Wei's house. Yang Wei's father, Yang Dalong, was Yang Dian's own brother, and their homes were less than 200 meters apart. As soon as Yang Dian reached the courtyard of Yang Dalong's house, he heard his brother's angry shouts coming from inside. "You good for nothing. I got beaten up, and you won't even let me go confront him. How can you be so pathetic?" Yang Wei retorted defiantly, "What good would it do to confront him? Could you even beat him?" Yang Dalong roared, "You think I'm useless like you? When I see that little bastard, I'll punch him so hard he'll be begging for mercy." Yang Wei sneered, "You're just brute strength." Zhang Wei practices Qinglong fist. Did you hear? He split a cobblestone clean in two with one palm strike. He took on 10 of us like slicing through vegetables. We couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Yang Dian, listening outside, felt his blood boil. So that little bastard Zhang Wei was telling the truth. He really did take on 10 of us alone. Then his son Yang Yong's voice cut through the air. "Uncle, Yang Wei's right. Don't go confronting Zhang Wei. That guy's gone off the deep end lately. He's got a dark heart and dirty hands. He even hit Hu Ping, such a gentle woman. If you go confront him, he might hit you too." "Exactly." Yang Wei chimed in. "That bastard doesn't recognize anyone. Zhang Kaikwan is his own uncle, yet he punched him from the field all the way down to the farmland below. I'm telling you not to confront him for your own good. I'm afraid if you confront him, you'll just get beaten up too and lose face." Outside, Yang Dian heard these words and felt a chill run down his spine. He'd seen Zhang Wei beat Zhang Kaikwan with his own eyes, utterly merciless. Then he recalled what happened earlier. Hansan had gone to confront Zhang Wei with a kitchen knife, demanding an explanation. But Zhang Wei didn't just refuse to apologize, he told Hu Hansan to speak properly. Judging by his attitude, if Hu Hansan dared to draw the knife, Zhang Wei would have beaten him up too. These thoughts gradually calmed Yang Dian. Just as his son had said, Zhang Wei was off his rocker. You couldn't go toe-to-toe with him. Otherwise, he'd be the one to suffer. This pisses me off. Inside the house, Yang Dalong bellowed, pointing at Yang Wei as he cursed, "You useless piece of trash. You get beaten and then hide like a coward? You have no shame, but I still have mine. First I'll beat you, worthless piece of trash, then I'll go find Zhang Wei and demand an explanation." Then came a clatter of noise from inside, punctuated by Yang Wei's cries of pain. "Ow. Ah." His sister-in-law, Chen Mingyu, wailed and pleaded. "Father, please stop hitting him. Wei Wei's already been beaten. Why are you hitting him again? How can you be so heartless?" Yang Yang also pleaded, "Uncle, please stop hitting Yang Wei. I beg you, stop." "Ouch, uncle. Why are you hitting me too?" "Yang Dalong, what's wrong with me hitting you? I'm doing your father a favor by disciplining you. You two brothers can't even handle one guy like Zhang Wei. How could our Yang family produce two such cowards?" Yang Dalong beat and cursed them, growing angrier with every blow, until Yang Wei and Yang Yong were wailing in pain. "Big brother, stop." Yang Dian stood outside. At first, hearing Yang Yong being beaten, he held back. He thought to himself, "My son's fighting outside. I can't bring myself to hit him myself, so having my eldest brother discipline him is acceptable." Little did he know Yang Dalong would only grow more brutal. He couldn't stand it anymore and rushed into the room to stop Yang Dalong. Seeing Yang Dian arrive, Chen Mingyu looked at him as if he were a savior. She cried out, "Dian, stop your brother. He's gone mad. He's beating the boys to death." "Sis-in-law, I know." Yang Dian comforted Chen Mingyu while pleading with Yang Dalong, "Big brother, stop hitting them. Calm down first. Get out of my way." Yang Dalong shoved him away angrily. "I won't calm down until I beat them properly today." He made a move to strike again. Yang Dian struggled to hold him back. While the two brothers wrestled here, Chen Mingyu went over to help Yang Wei and Yang Yong. "Wei Wei, Yang Yong, how are you? Are you guys okay? Where does it hurt?" Yang Wei wept uncontrollably. His body ached, but his heart hurt even more. Getting beaten up by Zhang Wei was bad enough, but coming home only to be met with more blows from his father instead of comfort was unbearable. Yang Yong was even more furious. His own father hadn't hit him, instead, his uncle had beaten him up. If only he'd known, he never would have come to his uncle's house. He should have just gone straight home. Chapter 96, The Three-Party Interrogation. Zhang Wei, has he lost his mind? No way, I'm going to confront him. Dad, I beg you, don't go. I got beaten up, that's embarrassing enough. Do you want to make us look even worse? Mom, it hurts, it hurts. Be gentle. Zhang Wei, how could his hands be so dark? He beat you like this? No way. I'm going to his place later to demand an explanation. Mom, don't go. Ouch. I told you not to go. He hit me for a reason. What reason? No matter what reason, he has no right to hit someone. I spread rumors about him and he found out. He beat me up, but it's nothing. Spread rumors? You actually spread rumors? Serves you right. Where's the broom? Where's the broom? I'll beat you too, see if you dare spread rumors again. Dad, I lost a fight with Zhang Wei. Why are you going after him? This is between us younger folks. You elders should stay out of it. Scenes like the one at Yang Dalong's house played out in several households in Shurha village this noon. After Yang Wei, Zhang Kai, and others returned home, some were beaten again by their parents, while others were merely scolded. Regardless, whenever parents tried to go find Zhang Wei to demand an explanation, they were stopped. Only Hu Hansan showed up wielding a kitchen knife. Of course, there was one exception. That was Li Yong. Both of Li Yong's parents had died young. He used to live with his grandfather, but his grandfather passed away 2 years ago, leaving him alone in the house. When he returned home, no one questioned him. Now, regarding Zhang Wei's family. After much persuasion, Zhang Kaming managed to convince Hu Hansan to return home. The onlookers from the surrounding households, seeing Hu Hansan leave, dispersed and went home. Only those closest to Zhang Wei remained in the courtyard. Grandfather Zhang Wenju, eldest uncle Zhang Kaixing, eldest aunt Zhang Yueying, third uncle Zhang Kaikai, youngest aunt Shen Hongxia, cousins Zhang Long and Zhang Hu, younger cousins Zhang Chen and Zhang Bin, and a group of children. Dad, you should go home first. Zhang Kaming addressed Zhang Wenju first, then turned to Zhang Kaixing and the others, eldest brother, youngest sister, you should all go home too. Zhang Wenju replied calmly, I'll just sit in your place for a bit. Zhang Kaixing smiled. I'll sit for a while too. Zhang Kaikai chimed in, second brother, if dad and eldest brother are going, I'll go too. Zhang Kaming had intended to deal with Zhang Wei after everyone else had left, but since they all wanted to come inside, he couldn't refuse. Reluctantly, he said, well, come on in, then. Then he barked at Zhang Wei, you get your ass in here too. Today, this son had truly infuriated him beyond measure. Not only had he never once apologized to Hu Hansan, but he also wore an expression of anger, threatening Hu Hansan that if he dared cause trouble again, he would personally throw him off the field embankment. He was completely out of control. Zhang Kaming seethed inwardly. He wouldn't feel satisfied until he gave Zhang Wei a good beating. But just as he finished yelling, Zhang Wenju, who had been about to enter, stopped in his tracks. He turned to face Zhang Kaming and snapped, I'm still here. Who the hell are you calling old man? You think I won't beat you? Zhang Kaming. After berating Zhang Kaming, Zhang Wenju beckoned to Zhang Wei. Wei, stay by my side. Today, I'll see who dares insult you again. Zhang Kaming. Zhang Wei, overjoyed, happily agreed, got it. I'll be at your service, Grandpa. He quickly ran to the old man's side and reached out to support him. Zhang Wenju retorted, I'm not so old I can't walk. I don't need your help. Yet he didn't push Zhang Wei's hand away. Allowing the boy to support his arm, he slowly entered the fire pit room. After the grandfather and grandson entered, the three brothers Zhang Kaming, Zhang Kaixing, and Zhang Kaikai exchanged glances, each wearing a wry smile before following inside. Zhang Hu and Zhang Chen also wanted to go inside, but Zhang Long stopped them. What are you going in there for? He asked. Zhang Chen replied, I want to hear why brother Zhang Wei beat Hu Ping and the others. Zhang Hu chimed in, yeah, I want to know too. Zhang Long glared at them. Can't you see the situation? A three-way interrogation. Why would you want to get involved? Ha! Zhang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Long snapped, what ha? Get back to your room. Oh, okay. After Zhang Chen reluctantly left, Zhang Long pulled Zhang Hu along too, shooing the children in the courtyard back to their respective homes. Zhang Yueying and Shen Hongxia, however, followed Li Jing and Shen Xiu into the house. The hearth room at Zhang Kaming's house was fairly spacious. But the hearth couldn't seat everyone. Zhang Kaming had the old man, his eldest brother Zhang Kaixing and sister-in-law Zhang Yueying, his younger brother Zhang Kaikai and sister-in-law Shen Hongxia sit by the hearth. His own family pulled up chairs nearby. Grandfather, this is eagle tea. Have some tea. Zhang Wei specially brewed a teacup of eagle tea and handed it to Zhang Wenju. With only one teacup in the house, only one cup could be brewed at a time. Others would have to wait until the old man had finished before taking turns sipping from it. In those days, whether it was family or guests, everyone shared from the same teacup. No one batted an eye at the idea of drinking from the same vessel. Tea from my grandson is simply fragrant. Zhang Wenju took a sip of the eagle tea, smacked his lips, closed his eyes, and swayed his head back and forth, his face radiating pure enjoyment. After a long while, he slowly took another sip before passing the cup to Zhang Kaixing. Big brother, try some. It truly lives up to its name as eagle tea. Zhang Kaixing took the cup but didn't drink immediately. He lifted the lid, blew gently on it, and murmured as if to himself, Wei, you say this is eagle tea, eagle tea. I've never had it before. I wonder if this tea is any good? Before Zhang Wei could respond, the old man interjected, any tea Wei serves is delicious. Zhang Kaixing smiled. If you say it's good, Dad, then it must be good. Only then did he take a small sip. After finishing, he mimicked the old man's manner, smacking his lips and sighing, truly fine tea. He casually handed the cup to Zhang Kaikai. Third brother, have some too. Zhang Kaikai smiled and said, alright, I'll have a sip of Wei's eagle tea too. After taking his sip, he gently replaced the lid on the teacup. His gaze fixed on Zhang Wei as he spoke slowly, now that the tea is finished, the three-party interrogation can begin. Zhang Wei was a bit confused and blurted out, what interrogation? Zhang Kaikai explained, you hit Hu Ping. Since outsiders were present earlier, we didn't ask if you didn't mention it. He gestured toward the old man, Zhang Kaixing, Zhang Wei, Shen Hongxia, and the others. Now that it's just our own people in here, you should finally tell us why you hit her. Uncle San, you mean this? Zhang Wei smiled. I thought it was something else. Zhang Kaixing interjected, otherwise, why would your grandfather, Uncle San, and I have come inside specifically? At this, the old man chimed in, yes, Wei, tell us what really happened. Zhang Wei replied, it's really nothing much. Hu Ping and the others spread rumors, saying I did that thing with Huang Qing, all sorts of nasty things. He couldn't possibly admit to kissing Xia Ji, so he had to frame the fight as retaliation for the rumors. Though his words were veiled, Zhang Kaixing and the others were seasoned enough to grasp the meaning instantly. Chapter 97, I'll clean up his mess. What? That happened too? That kind of rumor? You can't just spread that around. It would ruin Xia Ji's reputation. If you ask me, Wei did nothing wrong this time. Whoever spread those rumors deserved a beating. If I'd known this was the case, when Hu Hansan came knocking, I'd have demanded to know how he raised his daughter. Exactly. He can't even raise his own daughter properly, yet he has the nerve to come demanding answers. And Yang Wei, Yang Yon, Zhang Kai, every last one of those brats deserves a good scolding. The main hall suddenly erupted with commotion. Zhang Kai, Zhang Yueying, Shen Hongxia, and even Chen Xiu were all seething with anger. The old man fixed his gaze on Zhang Wei and asked in a deep voice, Wei, did you really beat them because they spread rumors? Of course. Zhang Wei declared, I heard those rumors and got so angry. I called them all out to Dishaba. They admitted it themselves before I acted. The old man nodded firmly. Then you did nothing wrong. Turning to Zhang Kaiming, he added, see? I told you Wei wouldn't hit someone for no reason. They spread rumors, they deserved it. Only now did Zhang Kaiming understand why Zhang Wei had fought. Truth be told, he was even angrier than the old man and agreed those people deserved a beating. After all, Xia Ji was his daughter-in-law. If these rumors spread unchecked, who in the village wouldn't point fingers at Xia Ji from now on? Even Zhang Wei, along with himself and Li Jing, would be subject to gossip. But Zhang Wei had beaten up 10 people at once, making such a huge mess of things. He was still very worried. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Kaiming said, Dad, Hu Ping and the others deserve to be beaten for spreading rumors. But Wei has his own issues too. The old man retorted bluntly, what fault does Wei have? Zhang Kaiming replied, he should have told me so I could handle it. Now look, acting on pure bloodlust, he beat up so many people. So far, only Hu Hansan has come looking for trouble. Who knows how many more will show up later. The old man snorted, spreading rumors and getting beaten, they had it coming. I'll see who dares come knocking on our door. Zhang Kai chimed in, exactly. Our Zhang family isn't short on people. Who do they think they are, coming here to bully us? Zhang Kaixing declared with bravado, if they want to talk things out, I'll talk it out with them. But if they're unreasonable and looking for trouble, we brothers aren't pushovers. Zhang Kaiming was exasperated. Dad, big brother, third brother, you spoil him rotten like this, and he'll just get more and more out of control. The old man scoffed. He's my grandson. I spoil him. What's wrong with that? Zhang Kaiming pleaded, Dad, you can't let him get away with this. If he dares to beat up so many people today, he'll only grow more arrogant and cause trouble in the future. The old man snorted. My grandson, I know his character well enough. I watched Wei grow up. He's not as bad as you make him out to be. Zhang Kaiming was speechless. He thought to himself, in this house, aside from the 4 who married in, who hasn't been raised under your watchful eye? But he dared only voice this complaint internally, not uttering a single word aloud. And so the so-called 3-party interrogation came to nothing. The old man rose and beckoned to Zhang Wei, Wei, come with me. Zhang Wei responded with a nod and followed Zhang Wenju out the door. Seeing the old man leave, Zhang Kaixing, Zhang Yueying, Zhang Kai, and Shen Hongxia also rose to depart. Li Jing and Chen Xiu tidied up the chairs in the room, and everyone sat back down around the fire pit. Zhang Kaiming sat there, sighing deeply. Chen Xiu tried to console him, Dad, it's been so long since that happened. Besides Hu Hansan, no one else has come looking for trouble. Probably because they know the truth and feel they're in the wrong, so they won't come looking for trouble. Stop overthinking it. Zhang Kaiming replied, even if Wei was in the right, he still hit someone. They're both our children. When one gets hurt, what parent wouldn't feel pain? Even if they don't come looking for trouble, resentment will still fester in their hearts. Once resentment and anger take root in their hearts, we won't get a friendly look when we meet again. Li Jing added, exactly. We're all from the same village, we'll run into each other all the time. How could we possibly bear that? Chen Xiu asked, then what should we do? Zhang Kaiming seemed to make up his mind, gritting his teeth. When that boy comes back, I'll take him door to door to apologize. Chen Xiu hesitated, then said, Dad, you saw how Wei acted toward Hu Hansan. In my opinion, there's no way he'll apologize. Li Jing sighed, that boy, once he sets his mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. Turning to Zhang Kaiming, she added, I think Xiu's right. Making him apologize probably won't work. We'll have to find another way. Zhang Keiming bristled at this, raising his voice, if he won't go, then I'll go myself. Chen Xiu knew Zhang Keiming valued his pride, so she quickly interjected, Dad, you don't need to go apologize alone. Zhang Keiming retorted, if neither he nor I go, won't this matter just remain deadlocked? When trouble arises, someone has to step forward. After saying this, he turned to Li Jing, go fetch the ladder and bring down 2 pieces of wild boar meat. Li Jing looked puzzled. What's the meat for? Zhang Keiming snapped irritably, I'm going to clean up his mess. I can't show up empty-handed. Li Jing protested, he beat up so many people 2 pieces of wild boar meat won't be enough. Zhang Keiming explained, after you get it down, cut the meat into portions. About a pound per slice should be enough. He mentioned beating about 10 people earlier. 1 pound per person should be about right. Though reluctant to part with the meat, Li Jing gritted her teeth and agreed for her son's sake. She fetched a ladder, retrieved 2 chunks of wild boar meat from the beams above the hearth, took them to the kitchen to clean, then cut them into 10 portions. Zhang Keiming took 1 piece of meat and a pack of Dakianman cigarettes, then headed straight to Yang Yong's house. Keiming, what brings you here? Yang Dian asked awkwardly with a smile when he saw Zhang Keiming. Zhang Keiming replied, I came to see Yang Yong. Uncle Keiming. Yang Yong, his face bruised and swollen, his lip puffed up, spoke with a faint whistle, calling out weakly. Seeing Yang Yong like this, Zhang Keiming's eyelid twitched several times. Before arriving, he'd assumed that even if Zhang Wei had hit someone, it would only be a few punches at most. But Yang Yong's current state? This was far beyond a few punches. He looked like a pig's head, and that wasn't an exaggeration. Zhang Keiming was at a loss for words, fuming as he cursed, that bastard. How could he be so brutal? Both Yang Dian and Yang Yong wore expressions of awkwardness, as if they had grievances they couldn't voice. Zhang Keiming said, Yang Yong, Wei beating you up like this shows he doesn't know any better. Don't worry, I'll give him a good scolding when I get home. No. Yang Yong hurriedly interrupted. Uncle Keiming, it's not Zhang Wei's fault. Please, don't hit him. Yang Dian chimed in, that's right, Keiming. Kids' business is kids' business. We adults shouldn't get involved. Yang Yong's injuries aren't Wei's fault. The father and son's words left Zhang Keiming stunned. Chapter 98, Treating Every Family Equally. No. What the hell is going on? He came to apologize, yet they claimed it had nothing to do with Zhang Wei and told him to mind his own business. Zhang Keiming truly couldn't wrap his head around it. After pondering, he assumed Yang Dian and Yang Yong were afraid of Zhang Wei's retaliation. He said, Dayan, Yang Yong, don't worry. I'll deal with him when I get back. He definitely won't dare retaliate against you guys. Yang Dian couldn't bring himself to say that although Zhang Wei had hit Yang Yong, most of the injuries on Yang Yong were actually inflicted by his older brother, Yang Dalong. He could only awkwardly reply, Keiming, it's not like that. Well, anyway, let's just leave it at that. We won't blame Zhang Wei. When you get back, don't mention him either. That's it. Zhang Keiming listened, his heart filled with mixed emotions he couldn't quite name. He'd come bearing gifts to apologize, fully prepared for Yang Dian's scolding. But not only did Yang Dian not scold him, he actually tried to persuade Zhang Keiming not to pursue Zhang Wei's responsibility. Such magnanimity left him feeling utterly ashamed and at a loss for words. Sighing, he placed the pound of wild boar meat and a pack of Dakianman cigarettes on the table. Dian, Yong, I'm truly sorry. This is a small token of my apology. Please accept it. I'll be on my way now. With that, he hurried away. Behind him, Yang Dian's voice called out, Keiming, this won't do. How could I possibly accept your meat? When Zhang Keiming returned home, Li Jing rushed to ask, Dad, you went to apologize to Yang Dian. What did he say? Did he forgive Wei? Forgiven? Zhang Keiming snorted impatiently. Li Jing's face fell. Well, Wei did hit someone. It's only natural they wouldn't forgive him. Seeing he'd returned empty-handed, she added, at least they accepted the gifts. That eases things a bit. We'll just have to apologize more sincerely later. Realizing Jing had misunderstood, Zhang Keiming finally clarified, honey, that's not what I meant. Do you know what happened? I went to apologize to Yang Dian. Both he and Yang Yong said they don't blame Wei. They even tried to persuade me not to make things difficult for him. So what forgiveness are you talking about? Ha? Li Jing froze for a moment, then exclaimed joyfully, Big Eyes is still reasonable. If they don't blame Wei, that's good. It felt like a weight had been lifted from her heart, and she breathed a huge sigh of relief. With her mind at ease, she asked with a smile, her dad, did Wei really hurt Yong that badly? In her mind, if Yang Dian and Yang Yong could forgive Zhang Wei, it probably meant Wei had only shoved Yong a few times or knocked him to the ground, nothing too serious. Well, if that was the case with Yang Yong, then the others Zhang Wei had hit probably weren't much worse off. Suddenly, she felt resentment toward Hu Hansan. For such a minor incident, Hu Ping probably didn't even have a scratch she'd stormed over wielding a kitchen knife. That was making a mountain out of a molehill. Just as Li Jing was thinking this, Zhang Keiming gritted his teeth and said, it wasn't serious? He just beat him into a bloody mess. If it hadn't been at Yang Dian's place, I wouldn't have even recognized Yang Yong. His dad, you're telling the truth? Hearing Zhang Keiming describe how badly Zhang Wei had beaten the other person, Li Jing's heart sank. She asked incredulously. After asking, she muttered to herself, that can't be true. Wei Wei wouldn't hit someone that hard. If Yang Yang was that badly hurt, why didn't Yang Dian come after Wei Wei? Dad, are you trying to scare me? You're trying to scare me, aren't you? As she asked, Li Jing gripped Zhang Keiming's arms tightly and shook him. She was genuinely panicked, unwilling to believe it. Zhang Keiming gave a bitter smile. Damn it, why would I scare you? Everything I said is true. I never imagined Wei Wei would be so ruthless. They're beating him to death. Seeing all those injuries on Yang Yang made my heart skip a beat. But what I can't figure out is, even though Wei Wei hit him so hard, why are both father and son still defending Wei Wei? It's so strange. He couldn't figure it out, Li Jing couldn't figure it out, and Chen Xiu couldn't figure it out either. The three of them looked at each other in silence. After a long moment, Zhang Keiming said, I'll go to Tiejuan's house again. Yes. Li Jing immediately chimed in. This time, when you go to Tiejuan's place, you must ask Wang Bing get to the bottom of what really happened back then. I know. Zhang Keiming nodded, grabbed another piece of meat and a pack of Dakianman cigarettes, and headed to Wang Tiejuan's place. A few minutes later, Zhang Keiming returned. Li Jing immediately asked, how about his father? Zhang Keiming gave a wry smile and recounted the entire incident. Wang Bing had also been injured, though not as badly as Yang Yang. However, Wang Bing and Wang Tiejuan's account left Zhang Keiming feeling both amused and exasperated. According to Wang Bing, Zhang Wei had beaten all 10 of them, leaving them bruised and battered, nearly in agony. But aside from the bruises and swellings, their injuries weren't actually that serious. He added that Zhang Wei had shattered a pebble with a single palm strike at Dashaba. If Zhang Wei had truly gone all out, they would have been missing limbs by now. Wang Taijun added that after learning the cause of the incident, Zhang Wei had beaten Wang Bing again. He had originally intended to confront Zhang Wei for an explanation, but Wang Bing flatly refused. In the end, Wang Taijun, much like Yang Dian, claimed Zhang Wei had his reasons for fighting and shouldn't be blamed. Li Jing and Chen Xiu listened in stunned silence. After a long pause, Chen Xiu finally said, it seems Wei Wei still knows his limits. Li Jing nodded repeatedly, tears of emotion welling in her eyes. I knew it. I knew Wei Wei wouldn't be so reckless. He's about to take his college entrance exams, how could he not know the weight of his actions? Chen Xiu added, no wonder he refused to apologize to Hu Han-san. He knew exactly what he was doing. Exactly. Li Jing agreed. It's just that Hu Han-san is making a mountain out of a molehill. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, Dad, when you said Yang Yang was beaten to a pulp, was that also by Yang Dian? Zhang Keiming replied, I thought about that on the way back. I don't think it was Yang Dian. It was probably Yang Dalong. Yang Dian wouldn't dare hit his own son. Most likely Yang Yang was walking Yang Wei home, and Yang Dalong beat them both up. In our village, the only one who'd beat a kid that badly is Yang Dalong. Li Jing and Chen Xiu both nodded in agreement, well aware of Yang Dalong's temper. Chen Xiu said, Dad, since Wei Wei didn't seriously hurt anyone, and the victims aren't blaming him, you don't need to visit the other families. Li Jing added, yeah, it's been so long. If they wanted to make trouble, they would have come looking for us already. Since they haven't come, it's probably similar to Yang Dian and Wang Tiejuan's situations. If you don't go, you'll save 8 pounds of meat and 8 packs of cigarettes. No way. Zhang Keiming declared firmly. Since I started this, I'll visit every household regardless of their attitude. Chen Xiu protested, Dad, why bother? That's 8 pounds. Before she could finish, Zhang Keiming cut her off. This isn't about 8 pounds of meat or 8 packs of cigarettes. Since I've already apologized to Yang Dian and Wang Taijun, I won't skip a single one of the remaining 8 households. Every family must be treated equally. Otherwise, when the remaining 8 families find out, it will only breed new resentment. After speaking, Zhang Keiming took another piece of meat and a pack of cigarettes before heading out once more. Chapter 99, got your eye on it? Then move out. There's an old saying among the common folk, the emperor favors his eldest son, but the common people cherish their youngest. In rural areas, children split the household upon reaching adulthood. Typically, after the eldest son started his own family, the household would split and become independent, continuing until the youngest son married. After the youngest son marries, some families divide the household while others remain united. If they separate, the elderly parents live alone while their sons provide support. If the parents do not separate from the youngest son, there's a rural saying that the parents follow the youngest son. In such cases, the parents are subsequently supported by the youngest son, who also bears responsibility for events like longevity banquets and funerals considered his duty. The other sons are only expected to show filial piety customarily, they no longer bear the obligation of financial support. This custom may well be the origin of that proverb. After all, most elderly people end up living with their youngest son. Take Zhang Wenju, for instance. He had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The daughters were married off, so they were out of the picture. Of his 3 sons, the eldest, Zhang Kaixing, was the first to establish his own household after marriage. When the second son, Zhang Kaiming, started his own family, he also separated. Finally, when the youngest son, Zhang Kaikai, got married, he did not establish a separate household. Zhang Wenju ended up living with his youngest son, Zhang Kaikai. Zhang Wei followed the old man to Zhang Kaicai's home. Grandpa. 5th brother. Grandpa. 5th brother. Inside the hearthroom, Zhang Chen and Zhang Bin both jumped to their feet to greet the two as they entered. Zhang Chen was Zhang Kaicai's eldest son, 19 years old this year, born in the same year as Zhang Wei. But Zhang Wei was born in March, while Zhang Chen was born in September, making him half a year younger. Zhang Bin was 17, not quite yet. Zhang Kaikai also had a daughter, Zhang Jing, who was 15 years old. Like Zhang Yun, she was in junior high school, already in her 3rd year. Zhang Jing lived at school and rarely returned home. Zhang Chen and Zhang Bin called Zhang Wei 5th brother based on the age order of the 3rd generation in Zhang Wenju's branch of the family. The eldest is Zhang Long, the first son of Zhang Kaixing. The second son is Zhang Wen, the eldest son of Zhang Kaikai. The third is Zhang Hu, the second son of Zhang Kaixing. The fourth is Zhang Wu, the second son of Zhang Kaiming. Since Zhang Kaixing had only 2 sons, the 5th position went to Zhang Wei. The 6th was naturally Zhang Chen, and the youngest was Zhang Bin. Additionally, Zhang Kaixing's eldest daughter, Zhang Hong, is married and serves as the eldest sister in the 3rd generation of the Zhang family. Zhang Kaicai's daughter Zhang Jing was the second born. Zhang Kaiming had 2 daughters, the eldest, Zhang Yun, was the 3rd born, while Zhang Kai was the youngest, making her the youngest sister in the 3rd generation of the Zhang family. Now both Zhang Long and Zhang Hu have started their own families, each with wives and children. The Zhang family now spans 4 generations, a truly large household. Both the old man and Zhang Wei responded with a low hum to Zhang Chen and Zhang Bin's greetings. Zhang Chen exclaimed excitedly, 5th brother, I heard you take on 10 men single-handedly. You're incredible. Teach me the Qinglong fist when you get a chance. Before Zhang Wei could respond, the old man snapped impatiently, didn't I teach you when you were young? I told you to stand in the stance, but you went off climbing tongue trees. With your careless attitude, what good would practicing Qinglong fist do? The scolding left Zhang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Bin chimed in from the side, Grandpa, I trained diligently when I was young, but I'm still nowhere near as skilled as 5th brother. The old man glared. You trained diligently, but you were too rigid. Boxing requires flexibility. Your 5th brother is so skilled, yet you can't master it. Whose fault is that? Zhang Bin scratched his head, looking a bit confused. Grandpa, it must be your teaching method that's wrong. Zhang Chen said with a grin. You, Uncle 1, and Uncle 2 all say I'm the most disobedient and the most cunning. If you taught me right, I'd be just as good as 5th brother. From now on, I'm going to learn from 5th brother again. The old man shot him a disapproving look, then pointed at both him and Zhang Bin, snorting, You too. One's as cunning as a monkey, the other as stubborn as a water buffalo. Neither of you has what it takes to learn the Azure Dragon Fist. Just stay home and farm the land. Find yourselves wives soon and live a decent life. Turning to Zhang Wei, he added, Ignore those 2. Come with me into the room. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement, gave Zhang Chen and Zhang Bin a smile, then followed the old man. The old man's room wasn't large, but it wasn't as Spartan as Zhang Wei's. The most striking feature in the room was a canopy bed, draped in white mosquito netting. At the foot of the bed, the netting was suspended by hooks on both sides, revealing the bed's intricate frame. The bed's railings featured intricate, rustic carvings. A step platform stood before it, flanked by 2 armchairs on either side. The entire canopy bed resembled a self-contained little room. Zhang Wei knew that in later generations, canopy beds were highly sought after. Especially those well-preserved and made of precious materials could fetch prices ranging from tens of thousands to tens of millions. What's the matter? Taken a liking to my bed? Seeing Zhang Wei staring at the canopy bed, the old man asked with a smile. Zhang Wei hastily waved his hands. No, it's just beautiful. The old man beamed with pride. This was made by Tan the carpenter from Lu village, using silver dollars I brought back after leaving the battlefield. He sighed wistfully. It's been quite a few years. Let me see, it must have been around the 40s. I can't recall the exact year, but it cost me 10 silver dollars back then. He tapped his forehead, self-deprecatingly, getting old. Getting old. My memory's failing me. Then he laughed heartily, looking at Zhang Wei and saying, If you like it, just move it over later and swap it for your bed. No way. Zhang Wei protested immediately. He hadn't expected that just for glancing at the bunk bed a few times, his grandfather would offer to give him the cherished bed he'd slept in for decades. How could he possibly accept that? The old man didn't press the issue. If you don't move it now, he said, then after I'm gone, this bed is yours. Zhang Wei quickly protested, Grandpa, what are you saying? You shouldn't talk like that anymore. The old man smiled. 70 years is rare in ancient times. I'm already 83. I've even been on the battlefield. What's there to be superstitious about? I'll make it clear to your third uncle and aunt, after I pass, this bed is yours. As someone who had been reborn, Zhang Wei knew his grandfather wouldn't pass away for another 10 years. Suddenly, he felt that knowing the fates of those around you was actually quite painful. 10 years seemed like a long time. But in truth, it's incredibly short. It was but the blink of an eye. In his previous life, when his grandfather passed away, he had already risen to the rank of battalion commander in the military. But communication was unreliable back then, and his unit was stationed far from home. When his grandfather passed away, his family didn't even send him a telegram. He only learned of his grandfather's passing much later. Grandfather had favored him above all others throughout his life, cherishing him most dearly. Yet he never got to see his grandfather one last time, nor was he able to accompany him on his final journey. He was filled with guilt toward his grandfather. Fortunately, he had been reborn. This time around, he had at least another decade to spend by his grandfather's side, ensuring he could enjoy a peaceful old age. Zhang Wei composed himself and said, "Grandfather, let's not dwell on that. You'll surely live to be 100. By the way, what did you need me for?" Chapter 100, Sudden Warmth. Oh my! The old man slapped his forehead, chiding himself. I must be getting senile. Talking to you makes me forget even the most important matters. Hold on. The old man walked over to the drawer by the wall, opened it, pulled out a stack of bills, and handed them to Zhang Wei. Here you go. Don't tell your parents. Save it for ice pops when you go into town. Zhang Wei waved his hand, declining. Grandpa, I have money. You don't need to give me any. He remembered that in his previous life, before heading to the city for school, Grandpa had given him money too. It was about the same amount as the Mao notes in front of him now. Not much, just 3 yuan. But in that past life, Grandpa hadn't given him the money today. Instead, he'd slipped it to him secretly on the evening of the 7th day, after the family had finished their meal. This time, the butterfly effect had struck again. Grandpa had given him the money early. Seeing him refuse to take it, the old man blared and snapped, "What money do you have? Take it when it's given to you." Zhang Wei replied, "Grandpa, I really do have money. My first aunt, second aunt, and youngest aunt all gave me money. I just didn't give any to Mom and Dad." This only made the old man more displeased. "If your aunts give you money, you should take it. But when I give you money, you refuse it. Does that mean I, your grandfather, am less important to you than your aunts?" Zhang Wei was speechless. Only after his rebirth did he realize that these elders spoke with no regard for reason, capable of silencing you with a single sentence. He quickly explained, "It's not like that. I meant that since I already have money, there's no need for you to give me any more." The old man retorted, "Your money is your money, but what I give you is mine. Enough with the nonsense." "Fine." Zhang Wei reluctantly took the money and said, "Thanks, Grandpa." Only after seeing him take the money did the old man's face light up again. "You're my 5th grandson, why are you saying these things to me? Once you're in the city, don't be stingy with your money." Zhang Wei nodded. "I know, Grandpa." After leaving his grandfather's room, Zhang Wei headed straight home. Only Li Jing, Chen Xiu, and the 3 children were home. Zhang Kaming was absent. Zhang Wei asked Li Jing, "Mom, where's Dad?" Before Li Jing could answer, Zhang Jun blurted out, "Grandpa said he went to clean up after you." Chen Xiu blared at him and scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting? Keep it up and I'll spank you." Zhang Jun quickly ran off. Chen Xiu explained to Zhang Wei, "Dad went to the homes of the people you hit to apologize and make amends." After speaking, she glanced at Zhang Wei, worried his stubborn streak might kick in and he'd object to his father's actions. But to her surprise, Zhang Wei only murmured, "Oh," and said nothing more. He pulled up a chair and sat down by the hearth. Li Jing glanced at him and said, Wei, you can't be so impulsive anymore. You hit someone, and now your dad has to grovel and bring gifts to apologize. Who has he ever bowed his head to before? For your sake, he's even put his pride on the line this time." Zhang Jun, who had retreated to a distance, chimed in, plus 10 pieces of meat and 10 packs of Dakianman cigarettes. "Uncle, your impulsiveness has cost the family dearly." Grandma was heartbroken for ages. Chen Xiu stood up, raised her hand, and ran toward him. "You little brat. Do you want me to sew your mouth shut with a needle?" Zhang Jun ran outside, shouting, "But you told Grandma." "I heard it myself." "Ah. Mom, easy there." By the fire pit, Li Jing looked slightly embarrassed as she said, Wei, it's not that I'm stingy about those 10 pounds of meat and 10 packs of cigarettes. It's just... Mom. Zhang Wei cut her off with a smile. "Don't say another word. I was the one who overreacted earlier." He knew he hadn't done anything wrong. Because hitting someone was only part of his plan. But he also knew that home wasn't a place for reason. When you're with family, even if you're not at fault, what's wrong with admitting a mistake? As long as the family remained harmonious, it was all worth it. Meanwhile, Zhang Kaming arrived at Li Yong's house with the last piece of meat and the last pack of cigarettes. By now, the sky had grown dark. Li Yong's door stood open, and with no lights inside, Zhang Kaming walked straight in. In the dimly lit room, the fire in the hearth was nearly extinguished, with only a stubborn wisp of smoke still rising. Li Yong, clutching the fire tongs, had slumped over and fallen asleep at some point. "Ah! Seeing this scene, Zhang Kaming felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He let out a long sigh and placed the wild boar meat and Dakianman cigarettes on the table beside him. Then, moving quietly, he approached the hearth, picked up a slightly larger piece of wood, and placed it in the fire pit. He added some short sticks and thin branches, finally scattering a handful of sand tree leaves on top. After finishing these tasks, he crouched down and blew on the embers in the fire pit. With a few puffs, the embers ignited the sand tree leaves and a bright flame flared up instantly. Before long, the firewood and twigs caught fire, gradually igniting the log. The fire pit was successfully reignited. Uncle! Whether it was the sudden warmth or the acrid smoke from the newly lit fire stinging his eyes, Li Yong jolted awake from his doze. He glanced at the fire pit first, startled to see the flames burning fiercely. Only then did he notice Zhang Kaming. Rubbing his eyes, he scrambled to his feet and called out. "You're awake!" Zhang Kaming said softly, "I saw the fire in your pit was dying down, and you'd fallen asleep again. Worried you'd catch a chill, I relit it for you." "Sorry for the trouble, uncle," Li Yong said, his face flushing. After speaking, he quickly asked, "Uncle, how did you get here?" Zhang Kaming motioned for him to sit down. Once Li Yong was seated, Zhang Kaming spoke. "I came to apologize. Wei Wei shouldn't have hit you." Li Yong waved his hands hastily. "Uncle, don't say that. It's my fault for spreading rumors. I deserved the beating. It's not Zhang Wei's fault, and you certainly don't need to apologize to me." Zhang Kaming replied, "Hitting someone is wrong. There's no arguing that." Hearing this, Li Yong didn't know how to respond. After all, he was still just an 18-year-old kid. Facing adults always made him feel a bit uneasy. Zhang Kaming thought he might be afraid of Zhang Wei's retaliation and said, "Don't worry. Wei Wei is going to the city for school the day after tomorrow. You'll hardly ever see him again. He won't do anything to you." Li Yong quickly replied, "Uncle, I'm not afraid. Wei, he's actually a good guy." He held back. "I'm fine." Zhang Kaming nodded. "You've really suffered, all alone. Getting beaten up and not even anyone to ask about it. Where does it hurt?" Li Yong waved his hand. "I'm fine now. It doesn't hurt anymore." "It doesn't hurt now, but it certainly did before." Listening, Zhang Kaming couldn't help but curse Zhang Wei inwardly. That kid really doesn't hold back when he hits people. Li Yong was already pitiful enough, yet he still had the heart to lay into him. Looking at Li Yong, he said with concern, "If you're feeling any discomfort, just tell me." Li Yong replied, "Uncle, I'm really fine. Also, uncle, please don't blame Brother Wei anymore. Before he hit us, he actually told us a story." Chapter 101, A Simple Favor. Zhang Kaming visited 9 families to apologize, but none of them had discussed the details of Zhang Wei's assault. Hearing Li Yong mention it now, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What story did he tell you?" Li Yong recounted the story Zhang Wei had told. Then he added, "At first, I just thought it was a good story, but later, I realized Brother Wei must have been hinting at something. I'm not well educated, so I didn't immediately grasp what Brother Wei was hinting at. But I'm sure Brother Wei meant something by it." After Li Yong put it that way, Zhang Kaming also felt the story seemed to be hinting at something. Yet he couldn't quite figure it out either. What the hell is that guy up to? Even after leaving Li Yong's place and arriving at his own doorstep, Zhang Kaming was still pondering. Something just didn't feel right. Yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. This feeling was agonizing. Come dinner time, Zhang Kaming finally couldn't hold back. "Wei Wei," he said, "I heard from Li Yong that before you beat them, you told them the story of Cao Cao executing the grain officer at Guandu to calm the troops?" Zhang Wei paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Kaming pressed further, "Was there a specific meaning behind telling them that story?" Zhang Wei's eyes flickered as he countered, "Dad, why would you think that?" Zhang Kaming didn't hide his thoughts. "Li Yong mentioned it first. He said it, and I thought it made sense, so I'm asking you." Zhang Wei smiled and casually replied, "There is indeed a meaning behind it." Zhang Kaming immediately pressed, "What meaning?" Zhang Wei explained, "They were all childhood friends. I actually felt a bit awkward about hitting them, so, before I did it, I told them a story to cheer them up. To help them relax." Zhang Kaming froze. He still sensed something was off. He stared at Zhang Wei and asked, "Is that really it?" Zhang Wei nodded firmly. "Yeah, that's how it is." After dinner, Zhang Wei went to bed early. The next day, before dawn, Zhang Wei got up. He thought he was the first to rise, but when he reached the hearth room, he saw light in the kitchen and smelled the aroma of cooking. Zhang Wei gave a wry smile, grabbed his toothbrush from the windowsill, and walked into the kitchen. "Wei Wei, you're up so early?" Li Jing asked as he entered. "No matter how early I get up, I'm never as early as you." Glancing into the pot, he exclaimed in surprise, "Mom, the meal's almost ready." "When did you get up?" Then, suddenly remembering something, he asked, sounding a bit nervous, "Mom, did you forget to take your AI gene, or is it not working well?" Li Jing replied, "Don't worry, I took my medicine last night. It worked perfectly. I just went to bed early last night, so I woke up early today." Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't a doctor, but as someone who had lived before, he knew some basic facts. Li Jing's migraines were actually closely related to her poor sleep. Poor sleep and migraines formed a vicious cycle. The worse her sleep, the more severe the migraines became. Conversely, good sleep brought relief. Reassured, Zhang Wei took the dipper, scooped up a ladle of cold water, and went outside to the back gutter to brush his teeth. Upon returning, Li Jing had already prepared his face washing water, even placing the washcloth inside. "Mom, I can handle these little things myself," Zhang Wei said. Li Jing smiled. "It's no trouble at all." Zhang Wei sighed inwardly. Perhaps it was true to a mother, anything for her son was just a simple task. After washing his face, Zhang Wei picked up the basin, intending to carry it to the back ditch to pour out the water as usual. Li Jing called out to him, "Don't pour it out there. Give it to me." Zhang Wei instinctively protested, "Mom, I can pour out the water myself." Li Jing explained, "From now on, don't pour the wash water into the back ditch. Pour it into the big pot." Zhang Wei glanced over and finally understood. Their stove had 3 pots. The innermost pot was the largest, the middle one near the chimney was the smallest, and the outer pot was medium-sized. They usually used the outermost pot for stir-frying and cooking. When guests came over and one pot wasn't enough, they'd use both the middle and small pots. The innermost large pot, however, hadn't been used in years. That large pot was specifically for cooking pig feed. During the collective farming era, households weren't allowed to raise pigs, so the pig feed pot naturally sat unused. Now that the production teams had been disbanded and policies allowed households to raise pigs again, Zhang Keiming bought a piglet from Li Deshang's family. Only then was the pig feed pot put back into use. Cooking pig feed required a large amount of water. Water from washing faces, feet, dishes, pots, and vegetables could all be used. Zhang Wei poured the face washing water into the large pot, placed the basin in its spot, hung up the towel, and then sat on a small stool by the stove to tend the fire. This scene made him feel a bit dazed. When he was little, he often sat by the stove door helping to stoke the fire while Li Jing cooked. But back then, he really disliked doing it. He would constantly argue with his 2 older brothers, demanding to know why they weren't the ones tending the fire instead of him. His reasoning was simple back then. He thought that if he didn't have to help stoke the fire while his mother cooked, he could play instead. Later he learned that if he didn't help stoke the fire while mom cooked, he'd have to do other physical chores instead. Like fetching water, grinding grain, chopping firewood. Helping tend the fire was the lightest task. Just like when he grew a little older, his younger sister Zhang took over helping with the fire while his mother cooked, and he had to follow his 2 older brothers to do the physical labor. Just like now, with Zhang off at school, Li Jing handling the cooking, and the youngest sister, Zhang Kai, taking over the firewood duties by the stove. Before his rebirth, he felt nothing about these things. After rebirth, sitting once more on this small stool to stoke the fire while his mother cooked, he recalled his childhood, his eldest brother, second brother, himself, sister Zhang and little Kai Kai. Each had taken turns sitting on this stool to tend the fire. Only then did he realize that in this era, though parents might be illiterate and uneducated, they possessed their own wisdom and unique approach to raising children. Under their parents' guidance, every child in the family contributed their utmost to the household. This not only instilled diligence but also taught them the importance of respecting elders and maintaining proper order. Perhaps it was precisely this seemingly simple upbringing that forged the independence, filial piety, and affectionate bonds among children born before the 1980s. In stark contrast, when he observed so many only daughters born after the 1990s spoiled by their parents' indulgence until they became ingrates, barely capable of self-care, he grew even more profoundly impressed by the remarkable generation of parents who raised them. What are you thinking about? You can't even keep your mind on stoking the fire. You're a grown man, yet you can't even build a fire as well as Kai Kai. Move aside, move aside. I'll do it myself. Just as Zhang Wei was lost in thought, Li Jing walked over to the stove, snatched the fire tongs from his hands, and impatiently shooed him away. Zhang Wei snapped back to reality and said sheepishly, "Mom, I'm fine. Let me handle it." Li Jing shot him a disapproving look and teased, Your mind's already off with Xiaji. Just go rest. After we eat, you'll go pick up Xiaji." Hearing this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but slap his forehead. This was a huge misunderstanding. But Xiaji was coming back today, and he was going to the street to pick her up. Both were facts. He couldn't really argue. He gave an awkward chuckle and slunk off to the fire pit room. The fire pit was still unlit, so Zhang Wei set about kindling the flames. Chapter 102, This child has gone mad. Put on this coat. I mended it myself. You can't even see the patches. Wear these pants. I mended them too. The sun's out today, and the roads are completely dry. Wear these cotton shoes to go out. I washed them the day before yesterday and dried them in the sun all day yesterday. They're perfectly dry. Tie your shoelaces properly. Oh dear, let me do it for you. Tying them haphazardly like that looks awful. Like this, make a neat bow. Pretty. Just before leaving, Li Jing stood in front of Zhang Wei, fussing over his clothes while chattering away. It was as if she were dressing a groom. Finally satisfied, she stepped back a couple of paces and scrutinized him from head to toe several times before nodding approvingly. This is perfect for meeting Xiaji. This feeling of being meticulously dressed by a mother was truly wonderful. Zhang Wei was thoroughly enjoying it. What left him speechless was that his mom had gone to such lengths to help him get dressed, all just so Xiaoji would see him at his very best when she met him. In his previous life, he would have cared about such things too. He would have groomed himself meticulously, even more so than Li Jing. But things were different now. He was preparing to call off the engagement. He couldn't care less about what kind of image he presented to Xiaoji. In that moment, he realized that loving someone and not loving someone truly were worlds apart. When you love someone, your heart flutters with anticipation whenever you see her. When you don't love someone, even if you see them, your heart remains unmoved. Unconsciously, he thought, what if I were going to see her? A snow-white silhouette flashed through his mind, like an angel standing there in quiet stillness. Thump, 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 thump. In that instant, he heard his own heartbeat thumping like a drum, galloping like 1,000 horses, echoing with the clangor of steel. A smile curved his lips without his knowing. It stirred the happiest feeling deep within him, yet couldn't hold on to that fleeting snow-white figure as it gradually faded away. Gogo, what are you thinking about? You're smiling so happily. Zhang Kai blinked her big eyes, asking with a beaming smile. Li Jing, who had also noticed Zhang Wei's smile, chimed in with a gentle smile. Your brother? He's thinking about your sister-in-law. Thinking about how he'll see her soon. A flush of color spread across Zhang Wei's face. Mom was half right. He was thinking of her. But the one he was going to see wasn't her. He ruffled Zhang Kai's hair and said with a smile, Kai, be a good girl at home. I'll go out and bring you something delicious back. Okay. Zhang Kai said happily, I'll be good at home. I'll play with Big Yellow and wait for Dad to come back. Zhang Wei nodded and said to Zhang Kaiming and Li Jing, Dad, Mom, I'm heading out now. Zhang Kaiming merely waved his hand. Li Jing reminded him, it's market day today. Pick up some good food for Xiaoji on the street. She took such a long bus ride from the city to town, and she still has to walk back to the village. Don't let her go hungry. Zhang Wei replied, I know. Li Jing added, since you have money on you, I won't give you extra. Zhang Wei replied, no need. I'll just use what I have. Li Jing added, when you walk back from town, don't just plod along like you usually do. You walk so fast, and Xiaoji's just a girl, how could she keep up with you? You need to. She went on and on with more nagging. Zhang Wei listened patiently. Hearing her chatter, his heart felt warm, guilty, joyful, and lost all at once. The warmth and joy stemmed from his mother's love, a love he had never truly appreciated in his previous life, a regret that now, when he finally valued it, could never be heard again. Guilt washed over him because her every word was filled with love and acceptance for Xiaoji, and he would ultimately betray that love. In this life, he and Xiaoji would never share love again, never have a home together. To be friends felt like a blessing from heaven. The disappointment was... He dared not think further, fearing he might give himself away. He repeated, I'm heading out to the street. Then he hurried down the embankment. Just as he reached the bottom, Li Jing's voice called from behind, remember what I told you? Zhang Wei replied, I'll remember. After speaking, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned and walked back. Li Jing hurriedly asked, Wei, why are you back? Zhang Wei said, I forgot something. I'll go get it. Li Jing scolded playfully, you're such a scatterbrain, always forgetting things. No sooner had she finished speaking than she saw Zhang Wei pick up the carrying pole from the wall of the main room and walk out again. Li Jing asked incredulously, you mean the carrying pole is what you forgot? Zhang Wei replied matter-of-factly, yes. With that, he waved goodbye. This time, he was really leaving. Pot, take it easy. Come back soon, boss. Zhang Kai cupped her small hands around her mouth and shouted loudly. Li Jing shook her head repeatedly, murmuring in a daze, this child's gone mad. Going to fetch that girl, and why on earth would he need a carrying pole? Truthfully, Zhang Wei didn't know why he'd come back with the pole either. It just felt like something was missing without it. After leaving home, Zhang Wei first stopped by Xiaoji's house. He greeted both Xia Yonggui and Zhou Hongju before setting off again. He walked at a steady pace along the way. This was his third trip to the street since his rebirth, but this time, he wasn't rushing. This feeling was quite pleasant. In fact, when he reached Seojiobei, he even stopped by Zhao Gang's house to rest and drank tea for half an hour. By the time he reached Sancha town, it was already past noon. Just like the day before yesterday, the market was winding down. Though many people were still shopping, the crowds had thinned considerably. Right outside the Kai family store, Zhang Wei spotted Kai Xiaoqian frying oil cakes. For some reason, he suddenly felt her presence there was so obvious. It turned out that on this very day in his previous life, she had indeed been right there, only he hadn't seen her. Kai Xiaoqian. Hello? Zhang Wei couldn't help but walk over, smiling as he greeted her. Kai Xiaoqian looked up abruptly. Seeing the face she'd encountered just 2 days prior, she couldn't help but smile, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling like stars. Zhang Wei, it's you. Zhang Wei smiled and said, it's me. I saw you here and came over specifically to say hello. Kai Xiaoqian teased, you actually thought of me. Zhang Wei replied, you're here, like a dazzling star impossible to miss. Kai Xiaoqian paused, then laughed, did you smear honey on your lips today? Your words are so sweet. Really? Zhang Wei held up 2 fingers, touched his lips, and teased, not at all. Kai Xiaoqian couldn't stop laughing, covering her mouth and saying, you look so adorable right now. Zhang Wei flushed slightly at her words. He didn't know why he'd suddenly said those things to Kai Xiaoqian. Maybe his state of mind had changed. Or maybe she held a different place in his heart now. Seeing Zhang Wei didn't respond, Kai Xiaoqian composed herself and said, want some fried dough sticks? My treat. Zhang Wei waved his hand. Not today. I've got things to do. Gotta go. Kai Xiaoqian nodded. Go ahead then. If you get hungry, come back for some fried dough sticks. Zhang Wei gave a brief nod, waved, and walked away. Chapter 103, The Old Station. Zhang Wei. Hello? As Zhang Wei passed by Qingfeng tailor shop, a voice as sweet as a nightingale's song rang out. Zhang Wei turned his head and saw Shen Kaifeng. Today she wore her hair in a high ponytail instead of her usual large braid. Paired with a light green Chinese-style cotton jacket, she resembled a tender green bud just unfurling on a willow branch under the warm spring sun. The little jacket she had personally tailored adorned her, lifting her beyond the poverty and rustic simplicity of this era. It gave her an air of subtle nobility, like a phoenix perched on a branch. Ms. Shen. Zhang Wei instinctively called out, then asked, you know me? Mr. Shen? Shen Kaifeng paused, then smiled, her beautiful eyes sparkling. That's an interesting title. In his heart, I like it. Zhang Wei's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he thought. How careless of me to blurt out Shen Kaifeng's future identity. Sigh. He blamed himself for being so dazzled by her beauty at first glance. Zhang Wei offered a slightly sheepish explanation. Well, I thought calling you boss sounded too plain. President seems more fitting for your aura. Shen Kaifeng smiled and said, no need to feel awkward. I actually quite like that title. Hearing this, Zhang Wei figured he might as well stick with it. Miss Shen, what did you need? Shen Qingfeng replied, nothing in particular. You're a valued customer here, so I just wanted to say hello when I saw you. Any other reincarnated individual would be overjoyed or at the very least eager to build connections if this future business tycoon took the initiative to greet them. After all, that could mean valuable connections down the line. But Zhang Wei instinctively felt a sense of distance, sensing that he and Shen Kaifeng belonged to 2 different worlds. For now, while Shen Qingyi and Shen Kaifeng ran their tailor shop in Sancha Town, he could still be a customer. But once they left these mountains and made their mark in the outside world, their paths would never cross again. His expression remained impassive. Ms. Shen, you flatter me. I'm no distinguished guest, merely a passing traveler. Shen Kaifeng was taken aback once more. This clear-eyed youth always made her feel a fresh sense of curiosity whenever he spoke. Why did he care so much about being a distinguished guest? Why didn't he say customer? And why did he refer to himself as a passerby? After exchanging greetings, Zhang Wei showed no interest in lingering for further conversation. As Shen Kaifeng pondered, he simply said, goodbye, Ms. Shen. He waved and left, his back to her. Last time, he vanished without a trace. This time, he slowly faded into the crowd before Shen Kaifeng's eyes, vanishing around the street corner. Shen Kaifeng watched him leave without uttering a word to stop him. Because there was no reason. They were merely passing acquaintances. He was merely her customer. In that moment, Shen Qingfeng seemed to understand why he had called himself a passerby. People are strange creatures. The less you care about someone, the more they tend to care about you. Just like Shen Qingfeng at this very moment. She had seen too many men gaze at her with burning intensity, whether openly or surreptitiously, she always sensed it. Only this boy with the crew cut, his gaze was as clear as shallow stream water. She could even sense his deliberate aloofness. Why did he deliberately keep his distance? Curiosity never killed just cats, it killed women too. And a woman's curiosity? 10 cats combined couldn't match it. What a peculiar boy. I'll be damned if I don't figure out what's going on in his head. Oh, right, didn't he make clothes for everyone in his family last time, but none for himself? Poof. If you won't make one for yourself, I'll make one for you myself. Let's see how you handle that. Hee, it's settled then. Finding it amusing to tease the young man, Shen Kaifeng was particularly delighted. She rushed into the shop and immediately began rummaging through the fabrics. Zhang Wei had no idea that his clear-headedness and deliberate aloofness had unwittingly drawn a future big shot into an obsession, one that had led her to take it upon herself to make him clothes. He had now reached a 3-way intersection. Outside the post office, a sparse handful of people came and went. In this era, travel was slow, and people's longing was mostly carried on a small postage stamp. But Sancha Town was so remote that not many people came to send letters. Across the street, the Red Star restaurant seemed bustling today, laughter spilling out from within. Beside the Red Star restaurant lay a small, gravel-covered lot barely a quarter the size of a basketball court. Though lacking a station sign, it served as the town's de facto bus stop. Because every 7 days, an old minibus would arrive from the west, only to depart again the next day. This routine had remained unchanged for decades. At some point, someone placed a 3-meter-long bench in the gravel-covered area. For 5 days a week, the bench sat exposed to wind, sun, and rain, ignored by all. Only on one day would someone sit upon it, waiting expectantly. On another day, the same person sitting on the bench would linger, reluctant to leave. Old station, old restaurant. Gravel, wide bench. The scenery of the past remains unchanged, and people still sit on the wide bench, looking expectantly ahead, just as they did before. Only among them, Zhang Wei is missing. Waiting for the same person, waiting for the same one, yet the mood is no longer the same. What time is it? It should be almost 1. Why hasn't today's bus come yet? Yeah, I've been waiting forever. It's coming. It's coming. It should be here soon. Who are you picking up? My wife. What about you? My son. Those waiting for the bus weren't the ones driving it, they were all there to pick someone up. Though strangers at first, after waiting together for so long, they began asking each other questions, offering comfort, and passing the long hours together. Zhang Wei stood silently beside the wide bench, looking out of place. Young man, who are you waiting for? A friendly auntie, who seemed to have been observing Zhang Wei for quite some time, walked from the far end of the bench to his side and struck up a conversation with casual familiarity. Zhang Wei froze. Suddenly, he felt this was a difficult question to answer. In his previous life, he would have proudly declared, "I'm waiting for my wife." But in this life, what was his status? Fiancée? Wife? Friend? Or an acquaintance? Or the girl next door? Nothing seems quite right. It turns out that when someone is preparing to end a relationship, they even lose their identity. Or rather, Zhang Wei still didn't know what capacity he would appear before Xia Ji in the future. Just as he stood there bewildered, the nosy auntie chimed in again, "I bet you're here to pick up your parents." Zhang Wei froze, asking, "Why?" The kind-hearted aunt smiled and said, "If it were someone you were meeting yourself, you'd be anticipating them, looking around, getting anxious, feeling like it's taking too long. But you don't seem anxious at all. You just look like you're completing a task." Zhang Wei gave a wry smile. "Is it that obvious?" "Of course." The woman pointed to the people on the wide bench. "Look at them, everyone's anxiously waiting. Just like me, I've cursed that driver countless times, wondering why he's so slow." Zhang Wei understood the auntie's feelings. In his past life, he'd felt the same way even more intensely. He smiled and said, "Auntie, some people can wait. Knowing she'll come eventually no matter how long it takes is a kind of happiness." The kind-hearted aunt paused, then smiled. "Young man, you have a way with words. Just like you said," she continued, "even though I've been complaining about the long wait, the thought that my daughter is almost back, that I'll see her soon, makes me incredibly happy." Exactly. Zhang Wei smiled. When we wait for someone, we feel happy because we know that every second we wait is 1 second less we have to see them. The woman beamed, her smile stretching wide. As she chatted with Zhang Wei, they found themselves increasingly at ease with each other, and time slipped away unnoticed. Beep. Finally, the long-awaited horn sounded. Everyone in Xiabatzi jumped up from the wide benches and rushed to the roadside. A minibus slowly approached along the dirt road ahead, kicking up a cloud of dust. "It's here! It's here! Finally!" The waiting crowd erupted in excited cheers. Zhang Wei's heart no longer felt as calm as before. He watched the minibus draw nearer, his expression complex. Xia Ji was back. What was bound to happen had finally happened. Chapter 104, Young man, I misjudged you. Xia Ji was the first to step off the minibus. Just like in her past life. As if across lifetimes, she always wanted to see Zhang Wei first. The moment she stepped off the bus, Zhang Wei's gaze was already waiting. He saw her. Reborn, he saw her for the first time. Like Shin Kaifeng, she wore her hair in a high ponytail today. Unlike Shin Kaifeng, however, she wore a light blue floral jacket. Her simple, clean attire made her appear as pure as the sky. Zhang Wei couldn't explain why, but the moment he saw Xia Ji after his rebirth, she reminded him of Shin Kaifeng. Perhaps it was because they both wore high ponytails today. Or perhaps, deep down, they had already become one and the same in his heart. A faint smile graced Xia Ji's face, like a spring breeze carrying the freshness of her youth and the exuberance of her passion. Wei. The moment their eyes met, her sweet voice overflowed with joy. The canvas bag slipped innocently from her hands as she spread her arms wide like a pair of great wings enveloping Zhang Wei in her embrace. Wei, I missed you. It's so good to see you. Xia Ji wore her heart on her sleeve, utterly oblivious to the stunned stares of everyone on the small dam. She poured out her longing, declaring her feelings without reservation. This was the 1980s. A time when even young couples holding hands in public risked being spat upon. To call Xia Ji's behavior shocking would be an understatement. But that was Xia Ji. She cared only about Zhang Wei, not about what others thought, said, or did. Zhang Wei froze. Even though he'd lived through it once before in his past life, the moment Xia Ji threw herself recklessly into his arms upon his rebirth, he still felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Even knowing they had no future together. Even knowing they would eventually part ways. At this moment, he couldn't find a single fault in Xia Ji. And in the parting that would come, Xia Ji had never done anything wrong. It felt as though everything was simply fate's arrangement. He felt himself nearly melting under Xia Ji's fervor. He felt his hardened heart dissolving under her smile, her scent flooding his nostrils and seeping into his heart. Her embrace was so tight, as if she wanted to pull him into her very being. That familiar, long-lost scent intoxicated him, nearly drowning him in its embrace. In his past life, here, he had responded without reservation, holding her even tighter. She could care less about others' gazes. He, too, could do the same. In their past lives, they had been those who charged forward shoulder to shoulder. Yet time could alter everything, how much more so the fabric of space and time itself. When Zhang Wei crossed through time and space, returning to this life, everything had already quietly changed, as if a new destiny was being reshaped. Just as Zhang Wei was about to lose control, the arm that had begun to respond suddenly stiffened. For a fleeting moment, that stiffness made Zhang Wei feel as if he had returned to the days of his past life when he had lost an arm. Without a hand, how could I embrace? What's wrong? Those closest to us are always the first to notice when something about us isn't quite the same. Even the slightest. The instant Zhang Wei's arm froze, Xia sensed it and asked in confusion. Xia Ji. Some habits, even across time and space, even when feelings have changed, remain unchanged. Zhang Wei softly called her pet name. Xia buried her head against his broad chest, pressing close to his ear as if seeking the call from his heart. There are too many people here. I don't care. I'm sorry. Then how can you refuse me? The brief exchange ended with Zhang Wei's complete defeat. When you don't want to hurt someone who shouldn't be hurt, even if you hold the sharpest sword in your hand, you'll never be able to draw it. In their past life, time tore them apart. This time, parting would also require time. All Zhang Wei could do was strive to shorten that time, rather than recklessly draw his blade. He let her linger greedily in his embrace. His stiff arms softened into gentle caresses, lightly patting her slender back as if they were old friends reunited. This is outrageous. How shameless is this woman? It's scandalous. Can't you wait? Go home already. Don't look, kid, it'll burn your eyes. Whose daughter is this, acting like this? Passengers disembarking, those greeting arrivals whenever people met their intended companions, after brief exchanges, their gazes inevitably drifted back to the boy and girl still locked in a tight embrace. Everyone was spewing venom. The previously enthusiastic auntie stared at Zhang Wei in disbelief, shaking her head and sighing, "Young man, I misjudged you." Xia slowly rose from Zhang Wei's embrace. The surrounding murmurs reached her ears, but she paid them no mind. Looking at the slightly flustered Zhang Wei, she spoke softly, "Ignore them. They're just jealous, envious. When you're doing happy things with the one you love, no one has the right to interfere. So don't feel awkward. As long as we don't feel awkward, they're the ones who will." Zhang Wei looked at her with admiration. When it came to mindset, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, even having fought on battlefields and faced life and death situations, he still couldn't match Xia Ji, who was only 19. "You're the one." Zhang Wei praised her sincerely. Xia Ji beamed with a smile. "You bet." In an instant, she transformed into a petite woman with a coy, pouting expression, utterly endearing. Seeing this, Zhang Wei's heart began to race once more. Xia Ji was like that, both commanding and sweet. One moment fiery and passionate, the next utterly gentle. She glided effortlessly between every facet of feminine beauty, without a hint of awkwardness. Worried he might lose himself in her, Zhang Wei quickly bent down, picked up her canvas bag, and held it in his hand. "All right, let's go." Xia Ji nodded obediently. She extended her slender, white hand, expecting Zhang Wei to take it. But she found Zhang Wei holding a pole in one hand and her canvas bag in the other. Surprised, she asked, "Why are you carrying a pole?" Zhang Wei had naturally seen her outstretched hand. He breathed a silent sigh of relief, finally understanding the purpose of the pole. If he hadn't been holding the pole, he would have taken her hand without hesitation. But now both his hands were occupied. He gave a simple, honest smile. "I was worried you'd bring back too much stuff, so I grabbed a carrying pole to help carry it." Xia Ji pouted, her voice tinged with reproach, "I only have one bag. How much could I possibly have?" Her bright eyes suddenly fixed on Zhang Wei's head. A flicker of surprise crossed them as she asked, "Why did you cut your hair? Your long hair looked so good before. Look at that little flat top, now you look like a soldier, not handsome at all." "Really?" Zhang Wei asked bitterly. In his previous life, after enlisting, he'd cut his hair short, and Xia Ji had told him it looked awful, insisting he grow it back. That was the look she preferred. But everyone in the military kept their hair short. So Zhang Wei insisted on keeping his crew cut. Their first argument had been over hairstyles. Returning to this life, when Xia Ji saw him again with his long hair, she disliked it just as before. "Of course," Xia Ji declared matter-of-factly, her large eyes brimming with adoration. "With your hair long, you have this handsome yet melancholic aura. I absolutely adore it. Next time, don't cut it again." Chapter 105, Young man, you're truly blessed. Actually, a buzz cut isn't so bad. Zhang Wei tried to protest, his words strained. Xia Ji paused, then sighed softly. Wei, you're being naughty. You used to listen to me the most." Zhang Wei smiled. Yes, in his previous life, for a very, very long time, he had done everything she asked. When she said she liked his long hair, he grew it out. When she said she disliked watching him play basketball but preferred seeing him play ping pong, he never touched a basketball again and played ping pong with her instead. She said she liked the faint scent of tobacco. He, who had never smoked, learned to smoke, yet worried the smell might be too strong, so he insisted on only 3 cigarettes a day. She wouldn't eat cilantro, scallions, or Sichuan peppercorns. From the moment they moved into their cramped rental apartment, not a single sprig of cilantro, strand of scallion, or peppercorn ever graced their kitchen. Even when they dined out, he'd call ahead to request dishes without cilantro, scallions, or Sichuan peppercorns. Unconsciously, he had grown accustomed to her tastes. She had OCD. Her water cup must be placed on the left, sunflower seeds must be shelled one by one, never cracked open hands must be washed 3 times. She would make Zhang Wei conform to her ways. If he disliked something, she could always coax him into happily accepting it. Whenever she said, "You're being naughty," Zhang Wei would immediately reflect on himself and transform into the good boy she described. He realized he was becoming more and more like her. This time around, he wanted to live his own life. Keep the short hair he liked, play the basketball he loved, skip cigarettes or smoke when he felt like it, eat cilantro whenever he craved it, add Sichuan peppercorns to his heart's content, place his cup on either side without a care, crack sunflower seeds freely, and toss the shells wherever he pleased. When she called him naughty, Zhang Wei stopped arguing. Instead, he smiled and asked, "You must be hungry after such a long drive. Let's grab a bite to eat." Xiaji froze. A twinge of discomfort flashed through her heart. She had told him to grow his hair out from now on. And he hadn't even responded. But Xiaji never made strong demands, never insisted you must do this or that. She wouldn't resort to girlish pleading, saying just listen to me. Instead, she used her gentle nature to gradually guide him toward becoming the person she envisioned. So this slight unease quickly faded from her heart. With a confident smile, she sweetly remarked, "Wow, you're being so generous today, actually suggesting we eat out." Zhang Wei thought she was going to refuse. He'd already planned his persuasion tactics. But instead, she said, "Well then, I'm going to order something delicious." That was Xiaji always surprising him, never giving him the cold shoulder. Together, they entered the Red Star restaurant. The simple dining hall held 6 or 7 tables of varying sizes, with no chairs, just wooden stools. 2 tables were occupied by diners, while the rest sat empty. Xiaji chose the farthest corner. After they sat down, the owner approached and asked, "What would you 2 like to eat?" Xiaji replied, "1 meat dish, 1 vegetarian dish, and 1 soup." She glanced at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei instinctively added, "No cilantro, scallions, or Sichuan peppercorns in the dishes." The owner, a tall, thin man in his 30s who also served as the chef, looked surprised. "What kind of vegetable is cilantro?" Zhang Wei paused, suddenly remembering that cilantro wasn't available in Sanxia yet. Cilantro was something he and Xiaji had only started eating after the 1990s, and she disliked it from the very first taste. He quickly amended, "Oh, just leave out the scallions and Sichuan peppercorns." "Alright," the owner agreed without further questions, adding, "For the meat dish, I'll stir-fry twice-cooked pork. For the veggies, stir-fry cabbage leaves. For soup, I have braised pork ribs with radish. Is that okay?" Zhang Wei looked at Xiaji. "Sure." Xiaji wasn't picky and agreed readily. After the owner went to prepare the food, she finally asked, "Brother Wei, what exactly is cilantro?" Zhang Wei knew this question was coming and had his answer ready. He casually replied, "It's a vegetable I stumbled upon in the fields. It smells awful. I figured you might not like the smell, so I just mentioned it to the owner." Xiaji accepted this explanation without question. She smiled brightly. "Brother Wei, you're always so thoughtful. This is our first time eating out, and you already told the owner I don't like scallions or Sichuan peppercorns." Only then did Zhang Wei recall that this was actually his first time dining out with Xiaji. In his previous life, their first restaurant outing had been after he moved to the city for school, when Xiaji had taken him out to eat. Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Rebirth truly changed so much. In his previous life, after picking up Xiaji, they'd simply walked home hand in hand, never dining out. The food arrived quickly. In this era, even when dining out in Sanxia town, the rice served wasn't pure white rice. Instead, it was a mixture of half rice and half corn flour, known as soiled rice. Xiaji ate very slowly, taking small bites and chewing gently and deliberately, without making a sound. She ate very little, almost exclusively stir-fried cabbage and radish from the soup. She took only 2 symbolic slices of twice-cooked pork, passing the rest to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei felt deeply touched. He knew Xiaji was absolutely a meat lover. Back when they were poor, Xiaji claimed she didn't like meat and always left it for him. It wasn't until they became well off that Xiaji revealed her true preferences. She'd order pork knuckles, crave braised pork belly, grill pork belly slices, and relish gnawing on chicken drumsticks. It wasn't that she disliked meat. She just wanted to save the best for Zhang Wei. Sometimes, Zhang Wei would reflect that Xiaji truly was a wonderful girl. To have parted ways with such a good woman, he felt he had failed her in so many ways. Possessing Xiaji's love had once been his greatest happiness, and parting from her was equally the regret of his past life. But only after rebirth did he understand, life cannot be perfect. Some regrets remain irreparable. He could only remind himself that though he couldn't undo this regret, he mustn't hurt such a wonderful girl too deeply. She deserved happiness too. Just like in his past life, when they met again in their twilight years after years apart, he had asked her why she remained alone even after the divorce. She replied, "Though we're no longer together, having once possessed the person I loved most, my heart can hold no room for anyone else." She said, "I tried to accept new love, but I always ended up comparing them to you. Once I did, it was over." She said, "Not being together isn't necessarily the worst outcome." Yes, not being together doesn't necessarily mean it's the worst outcome. At least they didn't become enemies. At least they still cared for each other. At least they could meet happily in their later years and reminisce together. After the meal, Zhang Wei got up to pay the bill. The owner said, "Twice cooked pork is 1 yuan 2 jiao, stir-fried cabbage is 6 jiao, bone and radish soup is 8 jiao. Rice is free. Total is 2 yuan 6 jiao." While Zhang Wei was still reaching for his wallet, Xiaji had already handed over the money. A 2 yuan note, a 50-cent piece, and a dime exact change, no need for a refund. This scene sent another wave of dizziness through Zhang Wei. He suddenly recalled that in his previous life, whenever he ate with Xiaji, he had never once paid. At first, Xiaji insisted on paying every time. Later, he grew accustomed to it and never reached for his wallet again. The owner watched Zhang Wei's dazed expression and grinned. "Young man, you're a lucky guy." Zhang Wei offered a wry smile in return. Xiaji, however, lifted her snow-white neck like a proud swan. "You have excellent taste, boss. I'll make him happy for the rest of his life." Chapter 106, Is there anything else I don't know? Stepping out of the restaurant, Xiaji reached out her hand again. Zhang Wei protested, "There are so many people here. I still need to carry the pole and the bag." Xiaji insisted, "You carry your poles. I'll carry my own bag." Zhang Wei insisted, "No way. Your bag is so heavy I'll definitely carry it." Xiaji said, "Then you carry the bag and I'll take the pole." Zhang Wei had no choice but to hang the canvas bag on one end of the carrying pole and hoist it onto his shoulders. On the way home, Xiaji finally took Zhang Wei's hand. She seemed exceptionally happy. Beaming, she said, "The pole and the bag? They're nothing compared to holding my hand." She was always so confident. She always found ways to make Zhang Wei willingly comply. Hand in hand, the handsome man and beautiful woman walked like a divine couple. Oh, what a lovely young couple. Yes, the man is handsome, and the woman is truly beautiful. Look at those big eyes. Where are these newlyweds from? They look so happy. Just newlyweds, I bet. Still so lovey-dovey out in public, don't they care about embarrassment? What a pair of embarrassing fools. Look. Keep looking. Did that flirtatious fox steal your soul? She's got a man. This young couple sure has some nerve. Youth is truly wonderful. Along the way, passers-by saw them holding hands. Some looked on with envy, praise, and well wishes, while others glared with contempt, hurled insults, or seethed with jealousy. But no matter what others said, Xiaji didn't care. She declared, "I'm going to hold your hand." Nowadays, city folks hold hands when they're dating. At first, Zhang Wei felt quite resistant. But once he realized he couldn't refuse, he simply let her hold his hand. He had lived decades across 2 lifetimes. Xiaji was only 19. He just thought of it as holding a child's hand. So sweet. Your smile is so sweet. Like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. Blooming in the spring breeze. After walking for a while, Xiaji swayed Zhang Wei's hand as she began singing Sweet Sweet. Her voice was ethereal, and every note carried a touch of sweetness. Zhang Wei paused, startled. Noticing his expression, Xiaji stopped singing and asked with a bright smile, "Did you like it?" "Of course it's beautiful." Zhang Wei replied. Xiaji smiled. "It's a song by Teresa Tang. I learned it from a classmate's Walkman." A wave of realization washed over Zhang Wei. Memories so distant he'd nearly forgotten them surfaced. Hong Kong and Taiwanese music was already gaining popularity in present-day Chuyuan City. Yet he felt a pang of melancholy. The winds of reform had reached Chuyuan City, yet they still hadn't blown into the 10,000 mountains, hadn't reached the remote village of Shurha. "What are you thinking about?" Seeing he hadn't responded, Xiaji asked softly. Zhang Wei snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Nothing. You sing so beautifully, I was just lost in your song." "So you like Teresa Tang's songs too? I'll keep singing for you then," Xiaji said, and began singing again. Where have I seen you before? Your smile feels so familiar." Her singing was truly beautiful. But Zhang Wei wanted to say that, compared to Teresa Tang's songs and those Hong Kong and Taiwanese love ballads, he actually preferred listening to We Are Marching on the Road, Let Us Row the Boat Ashore, The 15th Moon. These songs were the ones that filled him with strength. Xiaji sang all the way as they walked to Zhejiawan. Seeing her voice was nearly hoarse, he took her to Zhao Gang's house to ask for a drink of water. "Sister-in-law, you're back." Zhao Gang was overjoyed to see Xiaji, greeting her warmly and addressing her as sister-in-law right away. Zhang Wei's face darkened like a sooty pot bottom. Xiaji, however, was delighted. Smiling, she asked, "Did Brother Wei tell you we're engaged?" Zhao Gang? He looked at Zhang Wei in confusion. Such a huge matter, and he hadn't even hinted at it. If Xia hadn't brought it up herself, he'd still be in the dark. His expression darkened. Zhang Wei clearly didn't consider him a friend. But then again, he couldn't very well undermine Zhang Wei. He forced a laugh and said, "Of course not. Brother Wei would never keep something like this from me. I knew all along. I even gave him a slingshot as a congratulatory gift." Then he immediately switched to a sulky expression, gritting his teeth as he said, "But Xia, you know what? I gave him a slingshot and he wasn't satisfied. He said since he's already engaged to you, he wants me to give him a bow and arrows instead." Xia felt puzzled. What on earth would Zhang Wei want with a bow and arrows? Yet she showed no hint of confusion, her smile as radiant as ever. "Gangzi, you and Brother Wei are best friends. We're getting married, how could you just give him a slingshot? Of course he needs a bow and arrow set." That was Xia. Whenever a third person was present, no matter who it was, even their mutual friends or even her own parents, she would always put Zhang Wei first. She would never let him lose face in front of anyone else. Of course, if you asked Zhang Wei, he'd say Xia had never once made him lose face. Not even in front of her own parents had she ever done such a thing. Zhao Gang asked, "Xia, you're not back to marry Brother Wei, are you?" "No way." Xia waved her hand, smiling. "We're still in school. I came back to bring him to the city." Zhao Gang glanced at Zhang Wei again, thinking to himself, "Great job, Zhang Wei. You're moving to the city for school and didn't even give me a heads up. You're such a great buddy." He kept his smile and said, "Xia, you're so kind. Traveling 400 or 500 miles just to bring Wei back. He must have accumulated good fortune over 8 lifetimes to find such a wonderful wife." Xia smiled back. "Gangzi, you'll find someone who loves you someday too." Zhao Gang waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not holding my breath. If I'm stuck in this godforsaken backwater for the rest of my life, I'll be lucky to find a woman willing to marry me." After chatting for a while, Zhang Wei and Xia had to hurry back and took their leave. Watching their retreating figures, Zhao Gang felt a vague sense of foreboding, especially since Zhang Wei hadn't shared such important news with him. At Zhao Gang's home, Xia heard him mention that Zhang Wei had hunted 2 pheasants and a rabbit. Walking along the road, she smiled and remarked, "You've really changed since I left for school this year." Zhang Wei felt a twinge of guilt and denied it. "Not at all." Xia replied, "You cut off your favorite long hair, and you've even learned how to use a slingshot. Even Gangzi said you're really accurate." She finished, smiling warmly at Zhang Wei. "Is there anything else I don't know?" Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there is." Xia beamed. "Quick, tell me, make me happy." Zhang Wei said, "On the second day of the new year, I dug up a snake nest at Nugentang and caught 13 snakes. Both my family and yours got to eat meat." Xiaoji's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Brother Wei, you're so lucky." Zhang Wei chuckled, "There's more." "What else?" "The next day, Dad and I went to the old well to fetch water. We came across a wild boar goring old Wang to the ground. I grabbed the water pole and killed the boar. Lots of villagers brought corn and wheat to our house to trade for meat." "Wow! You even hunted a wild boar. We'll have plenty of meat to eat this time. There's one more thing I haven't even told my parents. I'm only telling you, you absolutely mustn't tell my parents, or even your own parents." Yeah, I know. If I tell my parents, your parents will find out too." "What is it?" "Spit it out." Chapter 107, Lingering Fragrance on the Lips. A smile spread across Zhang Wei's face. Xia truly was a clever woman. He only needed to hint at the beginning, and she knew exactly what he meant to say next. Besides, in his previous life, he'd dealt with Xia for a lifetime. He knew she never backed down once she made a decision. Once she committed to something, she would see it through even if it meant sacrificing her own interests. In other words, Xia was someone he could trust. Therefore, Zhang Wei told Xia everything about hunting 8 wolves on Fulahua Mountain in Bianshangou, selling them for 567 yuan and 6 jiao. Except for the reason behind his trip to Bianshangou. The real reason involved his rebirth, which he couldn't reveal honestly. So he made up another plausible excuse for Xia to hear, while telling her everything else truthfully. He described the harrowing process of hunting the wolves. Xia gasped several times, her mouth agape, nearly crying out in shock, but each time she bit her red lips tightly and remained silent. She was a smart woman, and a cool-headed one. Now that Zhang Wei stood before her, safe and sound, she understood that no matter how perilous the wolf hunt had been, it was merely a process. "Brother Wei, you've become so formidable. You actually killed 8 wolves single-handedly with just a pole. And you sold them for 567 yuan and 6 jiao. That's incredible. It would take my parents years to earn that much." "I knew it. Brother Wei, you're the best." After hearing all this, Xia excitedly hugged Zhang Wei and said sincerely. At that moment, the road was deserted. Zhang Wei simply let her hold him. He could see that while listening to his wolf hunting story, Xiaoji's emotions had been running high. It was time for her to release those emotions. After a long while, Xiaji rose from Zhang Wei's embrace, tilted her head back to meet his gaze, and spoke softly, Wei Wei, please don't do such dangerous things anymore. I don't need you to earn so much money. All I want is for you to be safe, healthy, and happy. Zhang Wei froze again. In his previous life, Xiaji had said these very words to him when he chose to join the military. That day, she had also said, Wei Wei, it's a time of peace now. If you want to join the military, then go ahead. But if it were wartime, I wouldn't let you go. In this lifetime, I don't need you to be rich or powerful, nor do I want you to earn military honors because the cost of those honors is too great. All I want is for you to be safe, healthy, and happy. How strikingly similar these words were. Even separated by 2 lifetimes, even though she was only 19 now, her words were almost identical to those spoken 3 years later in her previous life. Because that was truly what she felt in her heart. And she lived by it. Only now, looking back, did Zhang Wei suddenly realize that perhaps the rift between them began precisely when he started earning commendations in the military. More precisely, it began when he started returning home covered in wounds time and again. He also seemed to suddenly notice that when Xiaji addressed him, she effortlessly switched between Wei Gu and Wei Wei. When she called him Wei Gu, he was gentle, her entire world. When she called him Wei Wei, he was merely hers, she demanded his obedience. A bitter smile touched Zhang Wei's lips. Such an obvious shift, yet he had failed to notice it in his previous life. Zhang Wei couldn't meet Xiaji's eyes. Her words, Wei Wei, don't do such dangerous things anymore. He couldn't promise that. In his previous life, the moment he chose to don the military uniform, danger had already begun its countdown. This world was far from the peaceful era she described. The peace she saw was merely built upon the burdens borne by others. And in his previous life, he had been one of them. This lifetime, the moment he chose to drop out of school and stay home to hunt, danger had already lurked beneath the surface. The vast mountain ranges held not only packs of wolves, leopards, tigers, black bears, and other fierce beasts, but also countless sinkholes, caves, deadly miasmas, and places untouched by human footprints. Even with his extraordinary skills, he could only claim superior survival abilities, not immunity to danger. After all, human strength has its limits. Wei Wei, promise me, okay? Seeing Zhang Wei remain silent for a long while, Xiaji gazed at her with tear-filled eyes, her voice almost a plea. Zhang Wei's heart clenched painfully. In his previous life, he had never once heard Xiaji plead with him in such a tone. He knew she was genuinely worried and afraid. Or perhaps, in this life, she was still too young. After all, she was only 19 now. When he stubbornly insisted on his own way, she couldn't yet digest it with the same smooth grace she had shown in the past life. In the early years of their past life, she had always obeyed him. Whatever she said, he would listen. By the time their differences began to emerge, she had matured. She could now use her gentleness and wisdom to change his mind without pleading. 2 lifetimes, one woman who loved him deeply, this was the first, and perhaps the only time, she had ever cried and pleaded with him, and it was for his own sake. Zhang Wei simply couldn't bring himself to refuse. When someone tells their first lie, they're inevitably anxious, tense, and afraid. But after telling one lie, the psychological burden lessens considerably when telling the next. Because he had already reaped the benefits from lying, he began to believe in white lies. Zhang Wei suddenly realized that in his previous life, he had almost never lied. But since his rebirth, he lied every single day. It had only been 6 days since his rebirth, yet he couldn't even recall how many times he'd lied. All right. I promise you. I won't put myself in danger anymore. Zhang Wei said through his tears. Only silently adding in his heart, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. For this family, there are dangers I must face. I'll also strive to keep myself out of harm's way. Because I'm the guardian of this family, and this family still needs me to protect it. Xiaji believed his words. Overjoyed, she gently cupped his face with both hands and smiled, saying, I knew it, Wei Wei is the best. With that, her red lips fluttered swiftly against Zhang Wei's, like a dragonfly skimming water, a single touch before retreating, leaving him utterly unprepared. The lingering fragrance remained on his lips. Xiaji had already run off, blushing. Zhang Wei. After standing frozen for a long moment, Zhang Wei finally took a step to chase after Xiaji. She took his hand again, her face radiant with contentment, and asked softly, any more heroic deeds? Zhang Wei gave a wry smile and said, yes. He recounted the time he hunted a muntjac at Muntjac Crossing, then shared how the next evening at the same spot, he nearly mistook Xiamang for a wild beast and shot him with his slingshot. That's hilarious. My second brother, is he really that clueless? Xiaji laughed until she shook like a blossoming branch. The two chatted and laughed all the way, as the sky gradually darkened. Zhang Wei pulled out his flashlight, and they walked another half-hour through the night before finally reaching Shurha village. By the time they reached Xiaji's doorstep, night had fallen completely. Chapter 108, alright, I'll listen to you. It's already dark. Why haven't they come back yet? Maybe the bus was delayed? Otherwise, why would they be so late? I wonder if Wei Wei picked up Xiaoji yet. I wonder if he remembered what I told him to buy Xiaoji something to eat after picking her up. Honey, why don't you go check on the Xia family? Ever since the afternoon, the Zhang family had been in full-blown anxiety mode. Either Zhang Keiming kept walking out to the courtyard to look around, or Li Jing wouldn't stop nagging. After dark, both were filled with both urgency and worry. Li Jing had already urged Zhang Keiming countless times to go check on the Xia family. Zhang Keiming replied, "They'll come over once they return. What good would it do for me to go?" Zhang Jun suggested, "Grandma, maybe I should go check on Grandpa Xia's place." Zhang Keiming glared at him. "How old are you? It's pitch black outside. What if you accidentally fall into a ditch?" Zhang Jun insisted, "I'm not scared. I won't." He started to dash outside. Chen Xiu grabbed him by the arm. "You're just a kid, don't make things worse." Zhang Jun still wasn't convinced. Only after Chen Xiu gave him a few swats on the butt did he finally settle down. Meanwhile, at Xia Yanggui's home. Seeing Zhang Wei bring their daughter home, Xia Yanggui and Zhou Hongju beamed with joy. They bustled about, brewing tea and fetching water for washing, treating the two like honored guests. "Wei Wei, are you tired? Are you hungry? Gee, did your feet hurt from walking? We'll have dinner at Wei Wei's place later." Only Xia Meng sat by the fire pit, stealing glances at Xia Ji now and then, and occasionally peeking at Zhang Wei. His heart was in his throat, constantly wondering if Zhang Wei had tattled on him to Xia Ji. "Meng Meng, your sister's back. Why haven't you come to say hello? And Wei Wei's been here for ages, you haven't said a word. What's gotten into you today?" Zhou Hongju noticed Xia Meng's silence and turned to him, unleashing a torrent of scolding. "Xiuji's back. You must be exhausted. Brother-in-law, you've worked hard too." Only then did Xia Meng manage to force a smile and greet the two. But no matter how he heard it, the greetings sounded awkward. Zhang Wei caught Xia Meng's worried expression and silently chuckled to himself, choosing not to point it out. He merely responded with a casual nod. Xia Ji, however, smiled and asked, "Second brother, when are you going back to Jizadu to hunt muntjac?" Xia Meng's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively glanced at Zhang Wei, thinking, "You bastard, you sold me out in the end." Seeing this, Xia Ji pouted, "I'm talking to you, why are you looking at Brother Wei?" Hearing this, Xia Meng grew even more certain that Xia Ji knew everything he'd said. His face twisted into a grimace as guilt gnawed at him. "Xiaoji, I really didn't." He stumbled over his words, unsure how to continue. Xia Ji smiled. "In the dead of night, you went hunting muntjac and nearly got beaten like a wild beast by Brother Wei. If that's not asking for trouble, what is?" "Ha?" Xia Meng froze. He'd been about to defend himself, but Xia Ji's words suddenly clicked. Zhang Wei hadn't reported him, he'd just shared the embarrassing story of how Xia Meng nearly got beaten like a beast at the muntjac crossing. "Good brother-in-law. It was worth it for me to wade into the river at midnight, soaking in cold water just to catch fish for you." Xia Meng was so touched he nearly shed tears, silently praising Zhang Wei to the heavens. Out loud, though, he said, "I brought this trouble on myself. Thank goodness you found me and brought me back. Brother-in-law, thank you." The repeated use of brother-in-law made Zhang Wei's mouth twitch. Xia Yanggui and Zhou Hongju hadn't known Xia Meng had gone to Jizadu. Hearing this now, they both gave him another scolding. Xia Meng felt wronged. In other families, sons are treasures and daughters are weeds. Why was it the opposite in their family? Fortunately, Zhang Kai interjected just in time, "It's getting late. My parents must be waiting impatiently. Let's head over for dinner." This finally saved him from the awkwardness. This made Xia Meng feel even more grateful. What a great brother-in-law. The five of them headed out together. Along the way, Xia Yanggui and Zhang Wei chatted animatedly, while Zhou Hongju and Xia Ji laughed and joked. Only Xia Meng trailed behind, ignored by everyone. The evening walk was slow. It took them about 15 minutes to reach Zhang Keiming's courtyard. From a distance, Xia Yanggui spotted Zhang Keiming standing in the courtyard. He called out cheerfully, "Brother-in-law, I bet you've been waiting forever." "Not at all." Zhang Keiming replied with a smile. "Come on up, let's go inside." Once everyone had climbed onto the courtyard, he greeted Zhou Hongju. Zhou Hongju responded warmly and kind. After the elders finished their pleasantries, Xia Qi called out in a clear voice, "Uncle Keiming." "Good, good, good." Zhang Keiming grinned so widely his mouth nearly split to his ears. "Little Ji's back. You must be tired from the journey. Come inside quickly, Aunt Jing made you lots of delicious food." Xia Ji smiled sweetly and said, "I'm sorry for causing you trouble by coming back." Then, turning to Xia Yanggui and Zhou Hongju, she added, "Dad, Mom, you two keep Uncle Keiming company. I'll go to the kitchen to help Aunt Jing." She was acting as if she were already part of the family. Zhang Keiming hurriedly protested, "No need, no need. Aunt Jing has everything ready. We were just waiting for you to arrive before we could start eating." Zhang Wei added, "You've been on the road all day and walked so far. No need for you to help. Eat plenty of meat later, I hunted it all myself." "Alright, I'll listen to you." Xia Ji was exceptionally well behaved around Zhang Wei. Seeing this, Zhang Keiming beamed with delight and invited everyone inside. But he didn't say a single word to Xia Meng. Clearly, he was still holding a grudge. Xia Meng didn't notice anything amiss. He assumed Zhang Kaming was busy welcoming his parents and sister, so he didn't take the cold shoulder to heart. Once inside, the room filled with lively chatter. Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li greeted Xia Yonggui and the others, calling them grandpa, grandma, uncle, aunt, brother, and sister. With so many people, things got quite chaotic. Only after everyone had greeted each other did they finally sit down at the table. Today, Zhang Kaming deliberately moved the octagonal table usually kept in the main hall to the hearth room. He also placed 2 covered lamps inside, and with the light from the hearth fire, the room was exceptionally bright. Dry pot roe deer meat stewed with pickled radish. Clear simmered pheasant meat, with snake meat stewed inside. Li Jing specially prepared 2 hot pots, one dry fried, the other simmered in broth. Braised wild boar pork belly, braised blackmouth croaker, stir-fried rabbit cubes, stir-fried thick-cut pork slices, stir-fried lean pork. That made 5 meat dishes alone. 5 vegetable dishes, stir-fried shredded radish, stir-fried Chinese cabbage, scrambled eggs, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, mapo tofu. Additionally, there were fried peanuts, fried potato chips, pickled chili flakes, and pickled Chinese skullcap. When all these dishes hit the table, Xia Yonggui, Zhou Hongju, and Xia Meng were all stunned. This spread. This is way too lavish. Even Xia Ji's mouth formed an O shape. There were more dishes than she'd ever seen in a restaurant. But it wasn't over yet. While they stood there dumbfounded, Xin Xiu, Li Jing, and Zhang Kai brought out bowl after bowl of pure white rice. Chapter 109, Boomerang. In-laws, this is way too lavish. Xia Yonggui stared at the table laden with dishes, his tongue stumbling over his words. Zhang Kaming explained, back when Xiuji and Wei Wei got engaged during the new year, our family really couldn't afford much. We couldn't even manage a proper meal. His gaze shifted to Xiaji as he added apologetically, Xiaoji, I'm sorry you had to endure that hardship back then. Xiaji quickly replied, Uncle Kaming, please don't say that. I'm happy to be with Wei. Hearing this, Zhang Kaming felt tears welling up in his eyes. What a wonderful daughter-in-law. The Zhang family must have accumulated virtue over generations to find such a wonderful wife for Zhang Wei. Zhang Kaming sighed, just the other day, Wei Wei got lucky. He stumbled upon a snake den and hunted wild boar, muntjac, hares, pheasants. Today's feast is like making up for it. Xia Yonggui chuckled, my dear-in-law, you're so thoughtful. Wei Wei is quite capable. With Xiuji by his side, she'll have a blessed life ahead. Zhou Hongju beamed from ear to ear. Oh my, in-laws, this sudden feast leaves me speechless. Zhang Kaming chuckled, then let's not say anything. Let's just enjoy our meal happily. Zhou Hongju nodded repeatedly. Right. Let's not say anything else. Let's eat. Seeing all the dishes, Xia Meng's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement as he kept saying, I've never seen so many dishes in my life. No way, I have to count them. There's muntjac meat, rabbit meat, pheasant meat, wild boar meat, snake meat, and fish meat. Goodness gracious, 6 kinds of meat alone. Finishing his count, he turned to Zhang Wei and declared dramatically, brother-in-law, Xiaji really knows how to pick M. You're a true dragon among men, a towering hero. Following my sister today has been a real treat for my taste buds. He pointed at the fish platter and boasted to Xiaoji, that croaker fish? I gave it to Wei Wei myself. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. He could have slapped himself. He'd gotten too excited. Why did I even bring that up? Sure enough, Xiaji asked suspiciously, why did you give Wei Wei that croaker? Xia Meng's mind raced and he blurted out, you're never home, so naturally I have to take good care of your brother-in-law. Besides, he always brings us meat whenever he hunts something. I had to return the favor, show my appreciation. Thanks, second brother. Xiaji said happily. You're welcome. It's the least I could do. Xia Meng sighed in relief, his voice tinged with guilt. While the siblings chatted here, Zhang Kaming brought over a wine jug and several oxai cups. He addressed Xia Yonggui, brother-in-law, this liquor is Bianshan Daku that Wei Wei brought back from the mountain valleys. He said it's a 10-year-old vintage. I'm not much of a drinker myself, so I'll just have a little with you. Let Wei Wei keep you company. Turning to Zhang Wei, he added, you make sure to keep Uncle Xia company tonight. Uncle Xia, I'll drink with you. Zhang Wei smiled in agreement, though his heart felt bitter. He hadn't known the family would prepare such a lavish spread today. The lavish spread was one thing. The real issue was that his father had mentioned this meal was meant to make up for the banquet they'd missed when he and Xiaji became engaged. This news left him feeling uneasy. He was already preparing to call off the engagement, yet here they were holding a belated engagement banquet. Wasn't this just making the breakup even harder? But with things already this far, he couldn't just flip the table. He had no choice but to play along for now. The belated engagement banquet officially began when Zhang Kaming offered the first toast to Xia Yonggui. Everyone feasted heartily while chatting. Zhang Wei and Zhang Kaming primarily attended to Xia Yonggui. Li Jing primarily hosted Zhou Hongju and Xiaji. Chen Xiu kept an eye on the 3 children, occasionally exchanging words with Xiaji. Only Xia Meng was left unattended. He didn't mind. With such delicious food, it was better to be ignored. He could eat to his heart's content. Zhang Kai, seated next to Xie, stood up, grabbed a spoon, scooped a piece of pheasant meat and a slice of snake meat from the hot pot, and poured a spoonful of broth into Xiaoji's bowl. Sis-in-law, have this. The word sister-in-law delighted Xiaoji immensely. She whispered, who taught you to call me that? Zhang Kai replied, no one taught me. Xiaoji chuckled, I don't buy that. You used to call me sister, how did you suddenly start calling me sister-in-law without anyone teaching you? Zhang Kai replied, Dad and Mom say you're my sister-in-law every day, so I just started calling you that. Xiaoji couldn't stop smiling. She picked up a piece of pheasant meat from the bowl and placed it in Zhang Kai's bowl, laughing, this is your reward. Zhang Kai said, sis, I scooped this out just for you, it's delicious. She urged, try it quickly. Xiaoji agreed, took a bite, and found it incredibly flavorful. She kept saying how delicious it was. Zhang Kai said mysteriously, sis-in-law, do you know what this dish is called? Xiaoji chuckled, surprised. It has a name? Zhang Kai replied, my brother says it's called dragon phoenix soup. Xiaoji laughed so hard she was shaking, saying, what a funny name. But your brother went to pick me up from the street today, when did he tell you that? Zhang Kai tilted her head, thinking for a moment before counting on her fingers. The second day of the new year. That day, brother caught a snake and said if we had chicken meat, we could make a pot of dragon and phoenix soup. But we didn't have any wild chicken that day, so we couldn't make it. We just stewed the snake meat with radish. Today, when Mom was stewing the wild chicken, I was tending the fire by the stove. I remembered what Brother Gua said that day, so I asked Mom to stew the 2 snakes we'd saved too. After finishing, he tilted his little head towards Xiaoji and added mysteriously, the dragon phoenix soup was ready, and I snuck a taste, it was so delicious. Xiaoji smiled and said, it really is delicious. Zhang Kai added, if you like it, sister-in-law, have more. Mom stewed a whole lot. Alright. Xiaoji agreed. You should eat more too. Through Zhang Kai's words, everyone at the table learned the name of the dragon phoenix soup. Dear-in-law, this dish is superb. Mother-in-law, you've outdone yourself. Today's belated engagement banquet for Wei Wei and Xiaoji couldn't be more auspicious with dragon phoenix soup as the main course. Dragon and phoenix soup. Dragon and phoenix bring good fortune. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Wei Wei came up with the name. Drink this dragon phoenix soup and may both children rise to greatness. Xia Yonggui, Zhou Hongju, Zhang Keiming, Li Jing, and even Xia Meng all praised the name dragon phoenix soup effusively, their voices filled with admiration and blessings. Xiaoji felt utterly delighted inside. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhang Wei. It felt like only a few days had passed since she last saw him, yet the changes in Zhang Wei were so profound. So much so that she almost didn't recognize him. But most of these changes were exactly what she loved, filling her heart with even greater joy. Only Zhang Wei felt bitter inside. That day when he caught the snake, he had merely sighed in nostalgia, recalling the dragon phoenix soup he had eaten in his previous life. He never imagined that uttering those 3 words that day would come back to haunt him today, tied to the engagement banquet like a boomerang aimed straight at him. The meal lasted over an hour, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. After the banquet ended, the Xia Yonggui family lingered briefly before taking their leave to return home. Since Zhang Wei and Xiaoji were heading into town the next day, they needed to set off before dawn and rest early. Chapter 110, Just Waiting for You. Midnight. After breakfast at Xiaoji's home, Zhang Wei and Xiaoji set off together. Needless to say, Xia Yonggui and Zhou Hongju were there, and Zhang Keiming and Li Jing had also arrived at the Xia residence with Zhang Wei long before. Both sets of parents gathered to see them off. Wei Wei, take good care of Xiaoji on the road. Don't be late and miss the bus. There are boiled eggs in your bag. Eat them if you get hungry on the road. You're carrying so much cash, keep it safe. Don't fall asleep on the bus, watch out for pickpockets. Be extra careful traveling at night. These words of caution had been repeated countless times at home over breakfast. As he was leaving, Li Jing still held Zhang Wei's hand and repeated them over and over. Zhang Keiming was getting a bit tired of listening. He waved his hand dismissively. All right. I could recite your whole speech by heart. Li Jing retorted, what good does memorizing do? She turned to Zhang Wei and said, Wei Wei, don't get annoyed with Mom's nagging. You must remember what I've told you. Zhang Wei nodded. Mom, don't worry. I'll remember everything. After saying this, he hoisted his carrying pole while Xiaoji shone a flashlight and they set off together. Even after their figures vanished completely, Xia Yonggui, Zhou Hongju, Zhang Keiming, and Li Jing remained standing at the crossroads, showing no sign of returning indoors. Zhang Keiming glanced up at the sky, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. This sky looks so gloomy, he muttered. I'm afraid it's going to rain. Li Jing replied, I was worried about rain too, that's why I packed an umbrella for Wei Wei. Seeing their worried expressions, Xia Yonggui smiled and said, don't worry too much. Xiaoji has been into town many times before. With her there, everything will be fine. Hearing this, the two felt somewhat reassured. After exchanging a few more words with Xia Yonggui and Zhou Hongju, they headed home together to catch up on some sleep. Now, back to Zhang Wei and Xiaoji. Though walking the same path, their moods couldn't have been more different. Xiaoji was clearly delighted. It's been almost 3 years, she said. Every year, I could only be with you during the holidays. But now it's different. From now on, we can be together every single day. After school, I can take you around town to see everything. You wouldn't believe how much the city has changed. There are several cars now, and lots of people are riding foreign motorcycles. In a little while, the peach blossoms on West City's Peach Ridge will bloom. The whole mountain covered in peach blossoms. It's absolutely gorgeous. On the weekend, we'll go on a picnic to Peach Ridge. There are even professional photographers there. I'll take lots of pictures of you then. Once they're developed, I'll use them as bookmarks. Ha ha. Then every time I open a book, I'll see your picture. Oh, and the Xinhua bookstore is only 400 meters from our school. They have tons of books. We can go browse anytime without buying anything. Oh, and the movie theater isn't far from school either. I was thinking we could go once a month, but now that you have money, we can go twice a month. She vividly described the time she and Zhang Wei would spend in the city. Her words stirred a faint flutter in Zhang Wei's heart. In her previous life, she'd taken him shopping, to the Xinhua bookstore, to the movies, out to eat, and to toweling. Oh, and she'd even taken him to the department store once, buying him a new outfit. Later he learned that Xiaoji had been saving up for his trip to the city all along, never spending a single penny of the pocket money her parents gave her. But after Zhang Wei came to the city, she paid for the restaurant meals, she paid for the movies, and she paid for the clothes. Hey! Xiaoji bounced in front of Zhang Wei, waving a hand in front of his face. I'm telling you all this, show some reaction. What are you thinking about? You look like you've lost your mind. Did you even hear what I said? Zhang Wei snapped back to reality, flashing an apologetic smile as the lie rolled off his tongue effortlessly. Of course I heard you. I was just thinking about all those things you mentioned. They sound so wonderful. Hearing this, Xiaoji finally smiled brightly, teasingly adding, of course. I've got it all planned out, just waiting for you. Zhang Wei felt even more guilty. It wasn't just Xiaoji who had plans, he did too. And because of his plan, Xiaoji's plans were almost certainly doomed to fail. In his previous life, Zhang Wei hadn't known. But this time, he understood. It was a plan she had painstakingly prepared and waited over 2 years to execute. He truly couldn't bear to ruin it. Suddenly, he recalled that song by Dick Cowboy. Why, when we clearly love each other? Why must we part in the end? He didn't know if he'd regret not keeping her by his side after his rebirth. All he knew was he had to stay home. Without him, Xiaoji might get hurt, might suffer briefly, oh no, she might endure immense pain for a long time. But without him, Xiaoji would still live well, and her life would only grow better. Yet if he didn't stay home, his parents would face increasing hardship. Eventually crushed by life's burdens, they'd die prematurely in sickness, never enjoying their twilight years, never seeing their son return. Moreover, his sister-in-law would lose her mind and meet an untimely end, while his nieces and nephews would be snatched away by traffickers, their whereabouts unknown for the rest of their lives. In his previous life, he had already been selfish once. This time, it was his turn to bear the burden. He silently vowed, Xiaoji, I walked part of your journey last lifetime. This time, even if I wrong you, I must bear it. In his mind, the melody of that beloved song began to play. What story can be told without an end? No matter how hard you try to hold on. Still, the time for parting comes. At the crossroads, even if tears flow unceasingly, one must learn to let go. I can only see you this far, the road ahead stretches on. I can only accompany you this far, farewells are inevitable. He and Xiaoji could only ever be a tale from a past life. Their story had already ended in the time and space of the past life. In this life, just as the song says, even if tears keep falling, one must eventually learn to let go. Thankfully, Xiaoji walked ahead, unable to see his tears streaming down. By the time Xiaoji looked back, he had wiped away his tears. Under the cover of night, she couldn't see the traces of his tears either, only his smile. All along this journey, they had been fortunate. Thunder rumbled several times overhead, and the dark clouds hung lower and lower, yet rain never came. They passed through Jizadu and Zayajiawan, drawing ever closer to Sansha town as the sky grew brighter. Xiaoji switched off her flashlight. Facing the crimson sun slowly rising over the mountain ridge, she spread her arms wide and cheered aloud, daybreak. In the morning breeze, bathed in the rising sun, she was radiant and full of youthful vigor. But Zhang Wei's heart grew heavier and heavier. Even though he had made up his mind and prepared himself, as the moment drew near, he still felt nervous, even afraid. Xiaoji, after walking this long, are you hungry? Zhang Wei asked cautiously. A little. Xiaoji replied. But I don't feel like eating now. I'll wait until we're on the bus. She smiled. Once you ride in cars more often, you'll understand food tastes best when eaten on the road. Then, batting her eyelashes, she asked, do you know why? Zhang Wei knew perfectly well, but he shook his head playfully and asked, why? Xiaoji smiled. Because when someone's eating on the bus and you don't have anything, the smell makes it taste extra delicious and makes you extra hungry. Zhang Wei thought for a moment. Seems like that's really how it is. After chuckling, she pretended to speak offhandedly, alright then. Mom boiled some eggs and put them in my bag. If you get hungry, just take one and eat it. Chapter 111, A Narrow Escape. Today was the 8th day of the lunar month. No gatherings. The three-way intersection was deserted, with hardly a soul in sight. The supply and marketing cooperative was open. But the entrance was equally deserted. Zhang Wei looked at Xiaoji and said, "My second uncle works inside. Want to go in and see?" "No way." Xiaoji shook her head like a rattle, looking scared. "My second uncle looks so scary." Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile. In her previous life, Xiaoji had feared Li Deshang, always greeting him briefly before making a quick exit. Zhang Wei chuckled. "Uncle Li is actually a really nice guy." Xiaoji stuck out her tongue. She tugged at Zhang Wei's sleeve and pulled him forward. Passing by Qingfeng tailor shop, Zhang Wei deliberately glanced over and saw the door was still closed. Zhang Wei glanced at Xiaoji, secretly relieved that she still didn't know about the new clothes. Otherwise, he'd have a tough time explaining things right now. The two continued walking and soon reached Sayabatsi at the western end of the street. The township office, police station, and grain management office were all clustered around the small dam. Passing by the police station entrance, Zhang Wei glanced inside. Just then, Xiaoji spotted Li Dasan emerging from the grain management office. She turned to call out to Zhang Wei, but caught him glancing toward the police station. "What are you looking at?" she asked. Zhang Wei shook his head, feeling a bit guilty. "Just passing by and taking a quick look." Xiaoji didn't think much of it and said, "Your uncle's out." Zhang Wei turned and saw Li Dasan emerging from the gate. "Let's go say hello," he suggested. Xiaoji nodded. The two quickly approached Li Dasan. "Uncle! Uncle!" Xiaoji echoed Zhang Wei's greeting. Li Dasan grunted twice, then smiled at Xiaoji. "Little Ji, it's been ages since I last saw you. You came so early?" Xiaoji smiled and replied, "The bus back to the city leaves at 10. We came early in case we missed it." Right. Li Dasan agreed, though his mind was filled with questions. Last time, Zhang Wei had declared in front of him and Li Deshang that he was dropping out of school. Why was he preparing to go into the city today? Had Zhang Wei changed his mind? He doubted it, but didn't want to ask in front of Xiaoji. Glancing at his watch, he said, "It's just past 8. Plenty of time. Why don't you come over to my place for a bit before heading to the station?" Xiaoji replied, "No need. You go about your business. We'll head to the station early to get seats up front." In those days, you didn't buy tickets in advance, so there was no such thing as assigned seating. Usually, whoever boarded first got to choose their seats, and those who boarded later could only take whatever seats were left. Tickets were usually collected by the conductor after the train departed. Li Dasan had been to the city several times and knew this routine. Since he also needed to run an errand, he didn't insist further. Smiling, he said, "All right then, go ahead. Next time you come back, come see me first. Have something to eat before heading home." "Sure thing, Uncle Li," Xiaoji replied with a smile. Li Dasan shot Zhang Wei a meaningful look before briskly walking away. Xiaoji and Zhang Wei continued toward the station. As they walked, Xiaoji remarked, "Uncle Li gave you a weird look." "Really?" Zhang Wei knew exactly why his uncle had looked at him that way. Shocked by Xiaoji's keen observation, he feigned ignorance and countered. Xiaoji suggested, "Maybe he wanted to say something to you but felt it wasn't convenient with me around." "No way." Zhang Wei quickly replied. "He probably had something urgent to do and didn't have time to talk to me." Xiaoji pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Could be." He seemed to walk away pretty quickly after leaving. As they spoke, they arrived at the station. The bus back to the city was already parked there, though its doors remained closed. Neither the driver nor the ticket seller had arrived yet, and only 2 or 3 people were waiting on the wide bench. Xiaoji went to claim a seat and said, "Quickly put down your things. Carrying that pole such a long way, aren't you tired?" Zhang Wei unloaded the pole from his shoulders as he replied, "I'm strong. Not tired at all." Xiaoji smiled brightly, gently pushing him down onto the bench. She pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and softly wiped his forehead, murmuring, "You're all sweaty, and you say you're not tired." Zhang Wei's body stiffened slightly, and an inexplicable emotion welled up inside him. This woman, she's truly wonderful. Once again, he felt his plans were cruel. He wanted to ask the heavens, why did he always encounter people who were kind to him? "You, our brother Zhang?" Just then, a young man waiting for the bus beside the wide bench looked at Zhang Wei and asked excitedly. Zhang Wei froze, looking at him in confusion. "Are you talking to me?" The young man nodded repeatedly. "Yes, brother Zhang. Don't you recognize me?" Zhang Wei studied him carefully for a few moments. He vaguely felt like he'd seen him somewhere before, but the memory was too hazy. Shaking his head apologetically, he said, "Sorry, I really can't place you." The young man didn't seem bothered. He introduced himself, "My name is Wang Jiulong. I'm from Baiyan Shangu. Last time you hunted wolves there, my uncle bought one. I was at Uncle Donlai's farmyard and saw you then." Zhang Wei murmured, "Oh," and smiled. "My apologies. There were so many people at the yard back then, I didn't recognize you right away." Wang Jiulong waved it off. "We only exchanged one sentence back then. Of course you wouldn't remember, brother Zhang. No worries, we know each other now." Zhang Wei smiled and extended his hand. Right, now we know each other. Wang Jiulong shook Zhang Wei's hand and turned to Xiaji. This must be your sister-in-law. Your Wei is incredible 8 wolves. He took them all down with just one pole. Hearing a stranger praise her husband, Xiaji felt a surge of joy. She smiled and replied, well, we have you guys to thank for buying those wolves. Wang Jiulong replied, you're too kind, sister-in-law. If anyone should be thanking anyone, it's the people of Bayanshangu village who owe Brother Wei our gratitude. If not for him, who knows how many chickens our village would have lost to wolves. Worse yet, our children might have been in danger. Wei Ge killed those wolves, ridding our village of a major menace. Every villager remembers his kindness. And you know, meat's hard to come by these days. We're thrilled Brother Wei's willing to sell us the wolves. Zhang Wei listened to their conversation, feeling a wave of relief. Thank goodness he'd truthfully told Xiaji last night that he'd killed 8 wolves in Bianshango. Had he concealed the truth or lied saying he'd only killed 2 and now encountered Wang Jiulong, who exposed the facts, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. Seems like you can't tell too many lies. Who knows when some unexpected turn might expose a lie. Zhang Wei silently cautioned himself. After exchanging a few words with Xiaji, Wang Jiulong turned to Zhang Wei, Brother Wei, are you and your sister-in-law heading into town too? Zhang Wei nodded and replied with a straight face, we're going to town for school. What about you? Wang Jiulong scratched his head and said, I'm helping Uncle Wu sell liquor. He asked me to deliver a few barrels to Mr. Tan at Yundian restaurant in town. Zhang Wei glanced behind him and saw 4 large wooden barrels as expected. Nodding, he asked, is your Uncle Wu the Sling King? Chapter 112, The Car Chase. At the mention of, Wang Jiulong's face lit up with admiration. He looked at Zhang Wei, surprised and delighted. Brother Wei, you even know my Uncle Wu's nickname? Zhang Wei smiled. Before he left Benshangdu last time, Li Chunmei had specifically mentioned Old Wang to him, saying he traveled from village to village carrying 2 barrels of wine on a single pole. That was how he'd learned the nickname King of the Carrying Pole from Li Chunmei. Back then, he had already planned to connect with the pole-carrying king. But having just returned to his past life, he hadn't yet sorted out many family matters. He hadn't truly embarked on the path of hunting, so he hadn't gotten around to reaching out to the pole-carrying king. Unexpectedly, he encountered a relative of here today, a pleasant surprise. With nothing else pressing, he struck up a conversation with Wang Jiulong, probing for information about the pole-carrying king. Xiaxi found it odd that Zhang Wei was chatting so animatedly with a liquor vendor, but she said nothing, sitting quietly beside him. After chatting with Wang Jiulong for a while, the minibus driver arrived. As soon as the door opened, Xiaxi rushed to secure a seat. In minibuses like this, the closer to the front you sat, the more comfortable it was. The best seats were undoubtedly the 2 right behind the driver's seat. Xiaxi boarded first and naturally claimed both seats. Zhang Wei helped Wang Jiulong load the 4 barrels of liquor onto the bus before carrying his and Xiaxi's luggage aboard. The carrying pole was propped against the vehicle body, while the 3 canvas bags, 1 large and 2 small, were stacked in front of their seats. Wang Jiulong, burdened with 4 large wooden barrels that would have obstructed the front, opted for the back row instead. Time passed slowly as passengers boarded one by one. They carried either back baskets, large and small bundles, or even burlap sacks and hemp bags. With only a dozen or so passengers aboard, the minibus was less than half full, yet the aisle leading to the rear seats was already piled high with all manner of belongings. The ticket seller, clutching a wooden ticket holder, bellowed from the small platform, everyone heading into town, board now. We're leaving soon, hurry up and get on. The journey from Sancha town to Tsuyuan County spans over 180 miles, entirely along mountain roads. It's either uphill or downhill, with scarcely any straight stretches and countless twists and turns. The road surface is poor. Though officially designated as a provincial highway, it's essentially a dirt track, riddled with potholes in many sections. Compounded by the fact that minibuses couldn't travel fast to begin with, and with stops along the way to pick up passengers and refill water, the entire journey took over 4 hours to complete. Hearing the shouts outside, Xiaxi smiled and said, we're finally leaving. We should reach the city around 2 o'clock. Once we get off in town, I'll take you to the school first, then we'll grab lunch out. She was enthusiastically sharing her plans with Zhang Wei when she suddenly spotted Huang Yong boarding the minibus. Behind him were several burly men, all dressed in identical dark green uniforms with red collar patches, 2 gold stripes on their trousers, and wide-brimmed hats on their heads. They were clearly public security officers. Xiaxi stopped mid-sentence, paying no mind to the officers. She turned to Huang Yang and asked, brother, are you heading into town too? A flicker of unease crossed Huang Yang's face. He didn't answer, instead stepping aside to reveal the square-jawed middle-aged officer behind him. Pointing at Zhang Wei, he gritted out, that's Zhang Wei. The square-jawed officer strode to Zhang Wei's seat, his fierce eyes fixed on him as he ordered in a deep voice, get off the bus. You're coming with me to the police station. Before Zhang Wei could speak, Xiaxi shot to her feet, blocking him and confronting the square-jawed officer. What did he do? She demanded angrily. Why are you taking him away? After asking, she turned to Huang Yong and demanded, Huang Yong, why did you bring the police to arrest Brother Wei? Her voice was icy cold, and even her form of address had shifted from brother to his full name. Huang Yong's eyes darted nervously, avoiding Xiaoji's gaze as he stammered, unable to find the words. The square-jawed officer frowned slightly. In his years of policing, he'd seen countless instances where people shielded suspects from arrest. But this was the first time he'd been blocked by a girl barely 20, who showed not a shred of guilt. He adopted a stern expression and declared, "My name is Lu Jianjun. I'm the chief of the Sancha police station." Pointing at Zhang Wei, who remained seated, he added, "He's involved in fighting and intentional assault. I'm taking him back to the station for detention." Xiaoji was stunned. "He's been with me these past 2 days. He didn't fight anyone. Are you sure you've got the wrong person? Mistake?" Lu Jianjun sneered coldly, pointing at Huang Yong. "The person who filed the report is right here. You think I made a mistake?" He then barked, "Move aside. Or I'll arrest you too." "Wait." Xiaoji didn't back down, still shielding Zhang Wei. "You say the person who reported it is my brother? I need to ask him." Lu Jianjun froze. He hadn't known about Huang Yong and Xiaoji's relationship, but looking at their faces, though male and female, there was undeniable resemblance in their eyes and brows. Doubt crept into his mind. One sibling reported Zhang Wei for assault, while the other claimed no assault occurred. Moreover, judging by the sister and Zhang Wei's demeanor, they were heading into town. Could it be that these two young lovers were facing family opposition? When that failed, the brother resorted to filing a false report at the police station? He steeled his patience and ordered in a deep voice, "Ask her quickly." Xiaoji immediately confronted Huang Yong. "Huang Yong, why did you spread rumors that Brother Wei assaulted someone? Why did you file a false report?" Huang Yong stammered, stealing glances at Zhang Wei, who remained utterly unfazed. Seeing Huang Yong's expression, Xiaoji sneered coldly and turned directly to Lu Jianjun. "Officer, look, I'm questioning him, yet he can't answer. That proves he's lying. He filed a false report. Arrest him." Huang Yong froze, staring at Xiaoji in disbelief. Their relationship had always been good before. He never imagined Xiaoji would turn around and have the police arrest him the moment she spoke. She hadn't spared him a shred of consideration. Seeing Huang Yong's expression, Lu Jianjun felt even more certain of his earlier judgment. He glared at Huang Yong, inwardly cursing. Not only had this kid filed a false report, but he'd also exaggerated wildly, claiming the assailant was trained in martial arts and had single-handedly taken down all 10 of them. That's why he'd taken it seriously and brought 2 colleagues along to make the arrest. Only to discover it was a false report. Wasn't this a waste of police resources? "Huang Yong!" Lu Jianjun barked, "What the hell is going on? Explain yourself, or I'm taking you in." His roar sent a chill down Huang Yong's spine and nearly startled the other passengers. Once they regained their composure, murmurs began to spread. "I thought the police were really arresting a criminal, but it turns out it was a false report. That young man didn't look like a bad guy. How could he be a criminal?" "Exactly. He looks like he's just come to the city for school. The one who reported it, though all bruised and battered, clearly beaten up. Who knows what trouble he got into to deserve that beating. And he still has the nerve to frame someone else." Chapter 113, I'll wait for you at school. The entire bus followed Lu Jianjun's lead, murmuring and pointing fingers at Huang Yong. Especially Wang Jiulong, he was the most vocal. "Chief Lu, my brother Wei would never hit anyone." Pointing at Huang Yong, he declared, "He's definitely spreading rumors to break up my brother and his wife." His words mirrored Lu Jianjun's assessment almost exactly. Since Lu Jianjun also knew Huang Yong, he became even more convinced of his judgment. Lu Jianjun narrowed his eyes at Huang Yong and barked, "Huang Yong, you dare file a false report? Just wait and see how I deal with you." He then turned to the 2 young officers behind him, "Officer Zhu, Officer Yang, arrest this false accuser." Zhu Jun and Yang Hongwei immediately stepped forward, twisting Huang Yong's arms and attempting to drag him out from under the car. Huang Yong, both shocked and panicked, frantically shouted, "Zhang Wei, did you hit him or not? Just say it." Lu Jianjun couldn't help but laugh. This guy must have been scared out of his wits. You filed a report to get him arrested, and now you're demanding he prove he hit someone? Would anyone admit to that? Even desperate people don't resort to such tactics. Wang Jiulong roared angrily, "Shut up. My brother Wei didn't do anything wrong, why would he admit to it?" Huang Yong, seeing himself arrested by the police, panicked and blurted out whatever came to mind. Hearing Wang Jiulong's retort, he snapped back to his senses and quickly changed his tune, bellowing, "Zhang Wei. You had the guts to hit someone, but you don't have the guts to admit it?" Seeing Zhang Wei remained unmoved, Huang Yong quickly turned to Lu Jianjun, "Officer, I swear on the portrait of the great leader I didn't file a false report. Zhang Wei really did hit someone. If you don't believe me, just go out on the street and ask any villager from Shurha village, they can all testify." Lu Jianjun sneered coldly, "It's not market day today. There's hardly anyone on the street. Where am I supposed to find someone from Shurha village for you?" Huang Yong pressed anxiously, "Then send someone to Shurha village to ask. Everyone there should know. Also, once you're in Shurha village, you can gather all the people he beat up and question them." Hearing Huang Yong speak with such certainty, Lu Jianjun felt his resolve waver. He asked gravely, "Are you telling the truth?" Huang Yong nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain, and assured him, "Every word I've said is true. If I've lied, I'm willing to accept any punishment." Lu Jianjun paused briefly, then waved to Zhu Jun and Yang Hongwei. The two immediately released Huang Yong. Yang Hongwei turned to Lu Jianjun. "Chief Lu, what should we do now?" Pointing at Zhang Wei, she added, "Should we arrest him?" Xiaji immediately intervened, saying, "I already told you, my brother is slandering him. Don't believe a word he says." "Oh, right. Didn't he say to just ask anyone from Shurha village? That they all know whether my brother Wei hit anyone? I'm from Shurha village too, and I can prove he didn't hit anyone." Lu Jianjun and Yang Hongwei both turned to look at Huang Yong. Huang Yong froze. He'd completely overlooked the fact that Xiaji was also from Shurha village. If the police believed her, wouldn't that mean he'd be arrested again? He quickly interjected, "Xiaji, you only came back last night and left again in the middle of the night. It's perfectly normal that you wouldn't know about Zhang Wei hitting someone." Then, gritting his teeth, he addressed Lu Jianjun, "Officer, my sister just returned last night. She wouldn't know the situation. You can question Zhang Wei. If he won't admit it, take him and me to the station. Then send someone to Shurha village to investigate. That'll clear everything up." Xiaji flew into a rage upon hearing this and snapped at Huang Yong, "Huang Yong, what the hell are you playing at? If you send Brother Wei to the station, by the time the officers return from Shurha village, it'll be nightfall. The bus is about to leave any minute. He doesn't have time to wait." Huang Yong felt uneasy inside, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on, "Before this matter is cleared up, Zhang Wei absolutely can't leave, right? If he leaves, how will we catch him?" After saying this, he turned to Lu Jianjun, "Officer, you absolutely cannot let the thug who assaulted someone get away." Huang Yong. Xiaji's tone had turned sharp. She was about to shout again when Lu Jianjun cut her off. "Comrade, you must not obstruct our investigation." Pointing at Zhang Wei, he declared, "Until we get to the bottom of this, he's definitely not going anywhere." With that, he ignored Xiaji and addressed Zhang Wei, "You are now a suspect. Will you come with us voluntarily, or shall we cuff you and take you in? The choice is yours." Only then did Zhang Wei slowly rise to his feet. "I'll go with you," he said. Xiaji panicked, grabbing his arm and stammered, "Wei, you didn't hit anyone, why should you go with them?" Zhang Wei didn't want to admit in front of Xiaji that he had indeed hit someone. He gave a wry smile and said, "Someone filed a report. The police officers definitely need to investigate the matter thoroughly. It's their job. Besides, we're all citizens of Dasha. Every citizen has a duty to cooperate with the police investigation. So, don't say another word. I have to go with them." Xiaji protested anxiously, "If you go now, you'll miss the bus." "That's not possible." Zhang Wei reassured her, "Here's what we'll do, you take the bus into town first. I'll handle things here and join you later." Xiaji protested, "The next bus isn't for 7 days. How will you get into town?" Zhang Wei smiled. "It's only 180 miles. I'll walk there if I have to." Xiaji gritted her teeth and declared, "Then I'm getting off too. I'll go to the police station and cooperate with the investigation alongside you. I'll see for myself why Huang Yong falsely accused you." As he spoke, he shot Huang Yong a fierce glare, his eyes sharp as knives. Huang Yong shuddered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Zhang Wei wasn't surprised by Xiaji's reaction at all. If she were the type to just let it go, she wouldn't be Xiaji. Fortunately, he was prepared. "Xiaji, if you get off the bus with me, neither of us will make it to school today. The school notified me to report today. If I don't show up, they might revoke my admission. So you must go to the school and explain the situation to the administrators. Ask them to give me a 2-day extension." Xiaji was about to protest, but Zhang Wei cut her off. "Enough. Listen to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to attend school." His tone was unusually firm. Xiaji was startled by the phrase "can't go to school." She was an exceptionally intelligent and rational person, well versed in prioritizing matters. She immediately realized Zhang Wei was right. "All right." Xiaji gritted her teeth and said, "Then it's settled. You cooperate with the police investigation, and I'll go to the school to explain the situation to the principal. You must get to the school no later than the day after tomorrow." "All right." Zhang Wei agreed with a smile, though he avoided meeting Xiaji's eyes. He wouldn't be able to make it to school the day after tomorrow. And from now on, he wouldn't be attending school anymore. He forced himself to hold back his emotions, squeezing out a smile to comfort her. "Shoji, could you please take my bag to school for me?" "Okay. The eggs Mom boiled are in my little bag. If you get hungry on the way, remember to take them out and eat them. Oh, and there's canned food in there too. If you get thirsty, drink some of the juice." As he spoke, tears finally spilled down his cheeks. Xiaji, however, thought he was upset because he couldn't go into town. She comforted him instead, "Don't worry, I've remembered everything you said. The police will clear your name. Once you've handled things here, find a way to get into the city. I'll wait for you at the school." Chapter 114, Calling for Reinforcements. After Zhang Wei was taken away by Lu Jianjun, Xiaji sat motionless in her chair, her eyes reddened but refusing to let tears fall. Wang Jiulong approached to comfort her. Sis, Wei will be fine. Don't worry too much. I'll look out for you on the way into town. Xiaji glanced at him, murmured a quiet thank you, then said, could you watch my luggage? I need to step out for a moment. Wang Jiulong hurriedly protested, sis, the bus is about to leave. Why go out now? Wei specifically told you not to miss the bus. I'll be back quickly. I won't miss the departure, Xiaji said firmly. After that, she turned to the driver up front and said, driver, please wait for me a moment. Having witnessed the entire scene, the driver felt sympathy for Xiaji and replied, hurry back then. I can't wait too long. Thank you. Xiaji said, turning to get off the bus and sprinting down the street. She had intended to find Li Dasun, but upon reaching the grain administration office entrance, she suddenly remembered he was out. Besides, she didn't know where his office was. Gritting her teeth, she continued running eastward down the street. Li Dasun was hard to find, but Li Dasheng was easy to spot. He was right there in the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's retail section, visible as soon as you entered. Xiaji usually dreaded Li Dasheng, avoiding him whenever possible. But now, she had no time for fear. In moments, she reached the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's retail store. The shop was empty of customers. Li Dasheng was engaged in a casual, off-and-on conversation with Wang Mei. Uncle Li. Xiaji burst into the store, rushing straight to Li Dasheng and calling out breathlessly. Recognizing Xiaji, Li Dasheng looked surprised and asked, Xiaoji, what's wrong? Why are you so frantic? What happened? Xiaji didn't pause to catch her breath. Wei Wei was taken away by Lu Jianjun from the police station. Li Dasheng grew anxious at once and hurriedly asked, why was he taken? Xiaji explained, my cousin said he hit someone. I don't know the details. He's at the police station now. The station will send someone to Shurha village to verify the situation, but he can't come into town with me now. Though worried, she managed to explain the situation clearly in a few words. At first, Li Dasheng panicked upon hearing Zhang Wei had been taken by the police. But when Xiaji added that Wei couldn't accompany her to the city, he instantly understood. He muttered under his breath, annoyed, you little bastard. If you won't study, you go and get yourself into trouble instead. Getting himself hauled into the police station, what kind of nonsense is that? Still, this was merely his conjecture, he couldn't be certain it was the case. Still, he regained his composure and said, Xiaoji, it's okay. I'll head to the police station right now. He glanced at the time again and continued, the bus into town leaves at 10, right? It'll be here soon. You go ahead, Xiaoji. I'll handle everything else. Xiaoji nodded, but still offered an explanation. Second uncle, with something like this happening, I should have stayed to be with Wei Wei. But Wei Wei told me to go into town first because today is the school's designated registration day. I have to go find the principal to explain the situation for him, or the school might revoke his enrollment. I know. Li Dasheng nodded and said, then hurry to the station. Don't worry about the rest, I'll handle it. I know Lu Jianjun too. Wei Wei will be fine. Xiaji said gratefully, thank you so much, uncle. Li Dasheng replied, Xiaji, what are you saying? I'm his second uncle. Xiaji insisted, then uncle, I'll go now. Once Wei Wei gets out, tell him to hurry to the school. Even if I explain his situation, they won't wait long. Li Dasheng nodded in agreement, exchanged a farewell with Wang Mei, and left the Supply and Marketing Cooperative with Xiaji. They walked all the way to the police station entrance. Xiaji thanked Li Dasheng once more before gritting her teeth and heading to the bus station. Watching her retreating figure, Li Dasheng sighed inwardly, what a wonderful girl. Only after Xiaji's figure vanished from sight did he step into the police station. The station was modest in size, consisting of only a few rooms. At that moment, Lu Jianjun was questioning Zhang Wei in his office. Noticing Li Dasheng enter, he paused his questioning and smiled, brotherly, what brings you here? Li Dasheng glanced at Zhang Wei, who sat there looking calm and composed. Beside him sat a young man likely Xiaji's cousin Huang Yong, as she had mentioned. Although Huang Yong was the one who had filed the report, he fidgeted restlessly in his seat, his expression grim. This only reinforced Li Dasheng's suspicions. Sighing in relief, he turned to Lu Jianjun with a smile. Chief Lu, step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Lu Jianjun nodded and barked at Zhang Wei, stay put and think about what you've done. Only then did he set down his pen and step out of the office. Outside the office, Li Dasheng saw no one around. He pulled out a pack of Hongtishan cigarettes and pressed it into Lu Jianjun's hand. Lu Jianjun paused, taken aback, and declined, brotherly, what's this for? Li Dasheng whispered, that guy in there just now, he's my own nephew. Lu Jianjun froze again, astonished. You mean Zhang Wei? He's your nephew? Li Dasheng nodded. My sister Li Jing's third son. His family lives in Shurha village. After explaining the relationship, he feigned ignorance and asked in a low voice, Chief Lu, what exactly did my nephew do? Is it serious? Lu Jianjun sighed. Your nephew is no pushover. I took him to the police station for questioning. He only provided basic information like his name and didn't say a single word about Huang Yong accusing him of fighting. What else could he say? He has the right to remain silent. If it were up to me, I'd have him handcuffed to the pillar by the door for a few hours first. Only then did he take the pack of Hontishan cigarettes, smiling as he said, but since he's your nephew, I'll cut him some slack and not handcuff him. Li Deshang quickly replied, Chief Lu, I'm sorry for the trouble. Lu Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. I also sensed something fishy, which is why I didn't handcuff him. But since you're rushing to give me cigarettes, I won't turn them down. Li Deshang pressed, Chief Lu, what suspicious things did you notice? Lu Jianjun replied, that's why I said your nephew isn't someone to be trifled with. He's only 19, yet after being brought to the station, most people would be trembling in fear. But look at him, he acts like he's just strolling through a vegetable garden. Meanwhile, that Huang Yang who filed the report? He looked guilty as sin, all flustered and nervous. Li Deshang pressed, so what's really going on here? Lu Jianjun recounted Huang Yong's report in detail. As Li Deshang listened, he thought to himself, this does sound like something Zhang Wei would do. At this point, he was certain Zhang Wei had indeed assaulted someone. Unavoidably, his worries resurfaced. He asked, Chief Lu, if he really did assault someone, what will happen? Chapter 115, Seeking the Village Chief. Lu Jianjun replied, assault can be a serious offense or a minor one. Li Deshang quickly pressed, what do you mean? Lu Jianjun explained, if it's a fight and the consequences aren't severe, as long as the victim doesn't press charges, we'll just give him a warning and let him go. But if the victim insists on pressing charges, it depends on the severity of their injuries. Minor injuries might mean a few days in detention, while serious ones could even lead to a prison sentence. Li Deshang knew Zhang Wei's motive for the assault and didn't think it would lead to serious consequences. He believed a prison sentence was unlikely. From what I saw, the person who reported it wasn't seriously injured, he said. Chief Lu, I think you could show some leniency. Just give him a warning and let him go. Lu Jianjun replied, I've been questioning Zhang Wei for several minutes now. Whenever I ask if he hit someone, he just clams up. No choice. I'll have old Ma take little Zhu to Shurha village. After all, according to Huang Yong, Zhang Wei assaulted 10 people at once. I need to bring back all the victims. We'll determine next steps after questioning them. He sighed and continued, you know how far Shurha village is. Just getting there and back will take at least 10 hours. This won't be settled anytime soon. I thought I could slack off today since it wasn't a busy day, but then I got stuck with your nephew's case. Who knows if I'll even get off work tonight. He shook his head repeatedly, clearly feeling he'd gotten the short end of the stick. Li Deshang quickly said, I'm sorry for the trouble. Once the Red Star restaurant opens tomorrow, I'll treat you to dinner after my shift. Lu Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. No big deal. It's part of the job when you're in law enforcement. No need for dinner. Alright, since he's your nephew, I'll give you face. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, I won't put him in handcuffs. Thanks. Li Deshang thanked him and said, we still need to eat. I'll go find the boss, and we'll all have dinner together. Lu Jianjun didn't refuse again. He smiled and said, Brother Li has business to attend to. You go ahead and handle it. There won't be much happening here before this afternoon. I can't even be bothered to question him. As if remembering something, he added, oh, right. You know how it is at our station, we don't provide meals for detainees like him. Could you bring him something to eat around noon and afternoon? Alright, thanks, Chief Lu. Li Deshang said gratefully before leaving the station and heading toward the grain management office across the street. He easily found Li Dasan. Second brother, why are you here at this hour? Li Dasan asked. Seeing no one else in the office, Li Deshang got straight to the point. I'm here about Wei Wei. Wei Wei's situation? Li Dasan froze for a moment. I saw Wei Wei and Xiaji this morning. What's wrong with him? Li Deshang recounted everything, Xiaji coming to find him, and then him going to the police station. Li Dasan stared in disbelief. Second brother, are you saying Wei Wei got himself into the police station just to avoid going to school? Li Deshang nodded. That's most likely the case. Li Dasan snapped, that little brat. How could he come up with such a rotten idea? You're telling me. Li Deshang fumed, gritting his teeth. When he gets out, I'll give him a good thrashing. Li Dasan interjected, now isn't the time to talk about this. Didn't you say Lu Jianjun already sent Ma Weigua and Zhu Junjun to Shurha village? I'm worried about my brother-in-law in Shaojing. They're already in poor health. Hearing Wei Wei got arrested by the police station out of the blue, couldn't that stress them to the point of collapse? Li Deshang froze. He'd been so focused on coming to discuss Zhang Wei's situation with Li Dasan that he'd completely forgotten about this. Hearing this, he too grew anxious. Why don't I go to Shurha village? Li Dasan asked, you're at work. Can you really leave? Li Deshang replied, there's no market today, so not many people are shopping. With Wang Mei watching the store, it shouldn't be a big problem for me to go. Li Dasan thought for a moment and said, forget it, you stay at work. I'll go. Li Deshang agreed, alright, you go to your brother-in-law's place. I'll keep an eye on things here and bring Wei Wei some lunch and dinner. Oh, I told Lu Jianjun to join us for dinner at Red Star Restaurant after work tomorrow. You should come too. Li Dasan nodded. After exchanging a few more words, Li Dashang returned to work at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, while Li Dasan went to greet Chen Guiyong, the director of the Grain Management Office, before setting off for Shirha village. It was nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Deputy Chief Ma Weigua and Officer Zhu Jun of the police station finally arrived at Shirha village. Deputy Ma, this Shirha village sure is far. As they entered the village entrance, Zhu Jun was panting heavily, wiping sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Ma Weigua wiped his own sweat but didn't pant like Zhu Jun, appearing much more composed. Glancing at Zhu Jun, who looked on the verge of collapse, Ma Weigua shook his head. Young Zhu, you're still young. If you're already out of breath from this short walk, you really need to improve your physical fitness. Zhu Jun gasped, Chief Ma, walking 30 or 40 miles in one go? Even Chief Lu couldn't manage this trip as easily as you. Ma Weigua rolled his eyes. You're only 20. Director Lu is over 40, how can you compare? Waving his hand dismissively, he said, enough of that. Let's find the people first. Zhu Jun asked. According to the list Huang Yang provided, 9 others were beaten. Who should we look for first? Ma Weigua asked, do you know where these 9 people live? Zhu Jun froze. This is my first time in Shirha village. How would I know where their homes are? After a pause, he suggested, how about we find the village chief of Shirha village first? He can guide us there. When police officers went to rural areas to investigate cases, seeking help from the local village chief to guide them was standard procedure. Zhu Jun had done it before, so it came out naturally. Ma Weigua asked coolly, then do you know who the village chief of Shirha village is? Zhu Jun froze for a moment. Well, I don't know. But we can just ask anyone. No need to ask. Ma Weigua declared. The village chief of Shirha village is Xia Yonggui. I know where his house is. Zhu Jun looked surprised. Chief Ma, Stone River village is so far away. Have you been there before? Meichum, Ma Weigua replied indifferently, leading the way ahead. After walking for 3 or 4 minutes, he pointed to a house beside an old elm tree and said, that house over there is Zhang Kang's home. Zhu Jun exclaimed in surprise, Chief Ma, you even know where Zhang Kang lives? Then we don't need to find the village chief. Let's go straight to Zhang Kang, have him lead the way, and find the others. Ma Weigua replied calmly, not only do I know where Zhang Kang lives, but I also know where the other people live. Zhu Jun grew even more astonished and blurted out, Chief Ma, you wouldn't happen to be from Shirha village, would you? Ma Weigua shot him a look and shook his head. I'm not from Shirha village. Enough about that. Let's go find Xia Yonggui first. Zhu Jun was puzzled. Chief Ma, you already know where everyone is. Why bother going to the village chief? Ma Weigua explained, when we investigate cases in remote villages, approaching the village chief isn't just about asking for directions. It's also about securing his cooperation and support. Without that, some cases simply can't be solved. Chapter 116, these 2 kids are no ordinary kids. When Ma Weigua and Zhu Jun arrived at Xia Yonggui's home, Xia Yonggui was basking in the sun on the courtyard. Chief Ma, what brings you here? Surprised by Ma Weigua's sudden visit, Xia Yonggui greeted him warmly before calling into the house, Mother, we have guests. Brew some tea and bring it out. After calling out, he pulled over the chair Ma Weigua had sat on earlier and gestured, Chief Ma, take a seat. Glancing at Zhu Jun, whom he didn't recognize, he added, Comrade Public Security Officer, please wait a moment while I fetch another chair. Ma Weigua held back Xia Yonggui, smiling as he said, Old Xia, no need to fuss. I'm here today to ask for your help. Turning to Zhu Jun, he added, go fetch 2 chairs from the main hall. I'll have a word with village chief Xia. Seeing Ma Weigua being so polite, Xia Yonggui asked in surprise, Chief Ma, has something happened in our village? Ma Weigua smiled and replied, nothing major. I just came to ask you about the situation. A sudden uneasy gratitude welled up in Xia Yonggui's heart. He hurriedly replied, Chief Ma, whatever you need to know, I'll tell you everything I know. Before Ma Weigua could speak, Zhu Jun had already brought out 2 chairs, and Zhou Hongju arrived at the courtyard just then, carrying a teacup. Seeing that the visitors were 2 public security officers, she felt curious too. Handing the teacup to Ma Weigua, she said politely, Comrade Public Security Officer, you must be tired after walking such a long way. Have a sip of water first. Thank you, sister-in-law. Ma Weigua thanked her and took the cup. Having walked so far without a single sip of water, he was genuinely parched. He opened the cup, blew on it a few times, and without waiting for it to cool, gulped down several mouthfuls before passing it to Zhu Jun. After the tea moistened his throat, Ma Weigua felt much more at ease. He then asked, Old Xia, there's a guy named Zhang Wei in your village, right? Xia Yonggui froze, his heart tightening. Before he could respond to Ma Weigua, he urgently asked, Chief Ma, what happened to Zhang Wei? Ma Weigua replied, Wang Yong came to the station this morning to report that Zhang Wei beat him up. Not just him, he assaulted 10 people. Did you know about this? Hearing this, Xia Yonggui immediately relaxed and smiled. I was wondering what it was about. So that's what it is. I know about Zhang Wei beating them up. It happened the day before yesterday in Dishaba. He added, but he had his reasons. His dad apologized to everyone involved, and the victims and their families said they wouldn't press charges. Finally, he asked, so how did Huang Yong end up reporting it to your police station? Ma Weiguo felt a slight surprise upon hearing Xia Yonggui's account. Clearly, Zhang Wei's assault was a genuine incident. But judging by Xia Yonggui's demeanor, he didn't seem to think it was a big deal. Could there be some hidden story behind this? Unable to grasp the situation, Ma Weiguo frowned and said, I don't know why Huang Yong went to the police station to file a report. But since Zhang Wei did indeed assault someone and a report has been filed, this constitutes a case. Please accompany me to visit the families of those who were beaten. I need to ascertain their stance on the matter. We need to get the facts straight before deciding how to handle Zhang Wei. Xia Yonggui hadn't paid much attention to Ma Weiguo's earlier remarks, but upon hearing the last sentence, his expression changed abruptly. He asked anxiously, Chief Ma, are you saying Zhang Wei is at your station? Ma Weiguo nodded. Yes. He was about to take a bus into town when our Chief Lu intercepted him. What? Xia Yonggui was shocked, stamping his foot. He was supposed to go to school in the city today. You brought him to the police station? How is he supposed to get into the city now? As if suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly added, what about my daughter Xiuji? Is she at the station too? Ma Weiguo looked taken aback for a moment before saying, when Chief Lu brought Zhang Wei back, he mentioned that a pretty girl had been protecting him the whole time. Turns out that was your daughter, Xiuji. Oh my, if I'd been there, I would have recognized him for sure. Oh, right. Xiaoji isn't at the station. Chief Lu said Zhang Wei persuaded her to take the bus into town as usual. Xia Yonggui lamented, how could this happen? Xiaoji should have known better. Leaving Weiwei alone at a time like this, she should have gone straight to Weiwei's uncle's to get him bailed out first. Now that Weiwei can't get into town, how is he supposed to go to school? Zhou Hongju grew even more anxious upon hearing this. Her heart racing, she asked Ma Weiguo, Officer, is Weiwei okay? At this point, Ma Weiguo sensed the special relationship between Zhang Wei and Xia Yonggui's family. He reassured her, he's pretty smart. He didn't resist when they arrested him. Since it's not a big deal and he cooperated, Chief Lu didn't handcuff him. For now, he's just being held at the station. He can't leave until the matter is resolved. After speaking, he asked curiously, so why did Zhang Wei show up at school today? Didn't school start ages ago? Xia Yonggui explained, Zhang Wei dropped out 2 years ago. He's been self-studying at home and managed to secure a spot in the college entrance exam preparatory class. The county high school notified him to register today. Ma Weiguo sighed, getting a spot in the college entrance exam prep program is no easy feat these days, especially for self-taught students like Zhang Wei. He sighed, this whole situation is really causing some trouble. If he misses the registration deadline, the school will likely revoke his preparatory exam eligibility. Exactly. Xia Yonggui stamped his foot in frustration. Zhou Hongju paced frantically, muttering, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Ma Weiguo seemed to suddenly grasp something. Old Xia, don't fret too much. Earlier you were complaining about Xiuji leaving Zhang Wei alone to go into town. Now I think I understand why Zhang Wei could so easily persuade Xiuji to go into town by herself with just a few words. Yeah, she must have gone to the school to explain the situation for Zhang Wei, trying to buy him some time. These two kids are no ordinary pair. Most young people would have lost their cool in that situation. But these two? No arguments, no fuss, just focused on solving the problem. That's truly commendable. Hearing his analysis, Xia Yonggui breathed a sigh of relief. After offering Zhou Hongju a few words of comfort, he hurriedly said to Ma Weiguo, Director Ma, let's go find Zhang Kong and the others right away. We need them to step forward and explain the situation. We should resolve this matter as soon as possible so Weiwei can get to school without delay. Having learned about Zhang Wei's situation, Ma Weiguo also felt sorry for him and immediately agreed, then there's no time to waste. Let's go right now. Xia Yonggui led the way, with Ma Weiguo and Zhu Jun following him straight to Huang Yong's house. When the three arrived, Wang Sihai happened to be in the courtyard. Seeing Xia Yonggui accompanied by 2 police officers, his heart sank. What's going on, brother? He asked. Xia Yonggui replied irritably, it's all thanks to Yong's achievements. He reported Weiwei, which is why Weiwei is still at the police station and couldn't go into town. Huang Sihai exclaimed in surprise, Yong went to the police station to report Zhang Wei for assault? How could that be? Suddenly, he recalled the day before yesterday at Deshaba. After Zhang Wei had beaten up Yang Wei, Zhang Kong, and the others, he had specifically kept Huang Yong behind and talked to him for a long time. Hiding at a distance, he could only see them fighting and talking, but hadn't overheard a single word. He had wondered why Zhang Wei singled out Huang Yong to speak with privately. Now, seeing the police arrive and hearing that Huang Yong had filed the report, he suddenly sensed the scent of a conspiracy. Chapter 117, Can we not go? Dad, what's going on? Huang Qing heard the commotion and came out of the room. Seeing Xia Yonggui accompanied by 2 police officers, he asked curiously. Huang Sihai casually replied, your second brother went to the police station to report Zhang Wei for assault. The officers are here to investigate. Ha? Huang Chang was shocked. Why would my second brother report Brother Wei? Huang Sihai snapped back irritably, how should I know? Huang Chang grew anxious. What should we do? Could Brother Wei go to jail? Seeing his daughter so concerned about Zhang Wei, Huang Sihai felt both pleased and inexplicably distressed. He replied in a sarcastic tone, who knows? Hearing his tone, Huang Qing couldn't help but feel angry. She reproached him, it's all your fault. I told you we should have gone to Uncle Kaming to stop Wei from fighting. If you hadn't stopped me, Uncle Kaming would have known, and Wei wouldn't have hit anyone. He wouldn't be at the police station now. Well, now look. Are you satisfied now? Finishing, he added bitterly, how could I have a father like you? Huang Sihai. Xia Yonggui, who had been listening nearby, looked at Huang Sihai in surprise and asked, second brother, did you know Wei Wei was going to hit someone before it happened? Huang Sihai looked sheepish. Seeing this, Xia Yonggui couldn't help but glare at him reproachfully. You, really? Even Qingqing knew she had to find Wei Wei's father, but you? Not only did you refuse to go yourself, you actually stopped Qingqing from going. I really don't know what you're up to. Caught off guard by his elder brother's accusation, Huang Sihai felt a pang of guilt and tried to justify himself. Brother, it wasn't like Qingqing said. I was just guessing at the time. Who knew he was actually setting up a fight? Sigh. Xia Yonggui knew it was too late to argue now. He sighed heavily and snapped, once I'm done with Inspector Ma's case, I'll settle this with you. With that, he bellowed toward the room across the hall, Rong Maiwa, Wang Pingping, come out here. Moments later, Wang Rong, Wang Ping, and Luo Lin emerged together. Seeing Xia Yonggui accompanied by two public security officers, all three were startled. Luo Lin stepped forward and asked Xia Yonggui, cousin, what's going on? Why are the public security officers here? Since Huang Yong had filed the report, Xia Yonggui didn't look kindly upon Luo Lin either. He snapped, it's all thanks to your little Yang Yong's achievements. Luo Lin, Huang Rong, and Huang Ping were all taken aback. Huang Rong hurriedly asked, cousin, what happened to Yang Yong? Huang Ping also anxiously asked, uncle, what happened to my brother? What trouble did he get into? Xia Yonggui snapped back, what could possibly happen to him? He's gotten so clever he went to the police station and reported Wei Wei for assault. Right now, Wei Wei is still at the police station. Ha? Huang Rong and Luo Lin were startled again. Luo Lin said, I meant I hadn't seen him for ages. That little brat ran off to the street. Huang Rong was baffled and asked anxiously, big cousin, why would Yang Yong go report Wei Wei? Xia Yonggui snapped, you're asking me? Who should I ask? Huang Rong snapped, that little bastard must be itching for a beating. Just wait till he gets back, I'll show him what's what. Before Xia Yonggui could respond, Ma Weigua stepped forward, cutting him off. Old Xia, arguing about this won't help now. Let me ask a few questions. Without waiting for Xia Yonggui's response, he turned to the three men before him and addressed the youngest, you're Huang Ping? Huang Ping, facing police questioning for the first time, was trembling so badly his legs shook. He stammered, I'm Huang Ping. Seeing this, Ma Weigua reassured him, don't be afraid. I just need to ask you a few questions. Huang Ping steeled himself and stammered, officer, go ahead and ask. Ma Weigua asked, the day before yesterday, did Zhang Wei beat you, Wang Yon, Zhang Kong, and others at Dashaba? Huang Ping stammered, yes, he did. Luo Lin interjected, officer, we all know about Zhang Wei beating Huang Ping and Huang Yong. His father, Zhang Kaming, even came to explain it. We've already settled this with him, no further action will be taken. Ma Weigua countered, you say you won't pursue it, but your son Huang Yong went ahead and filed a report. He's the one involved. So what you say doesn't count. Luo Lin paused, then retorted, I'm his father. How can I not have a say in his affairs? In those days, most people were legally illiterate, believing that as the father, he could make decisions for his son. Ma Weigua had seen this scenario countless times. He patiently explained, Huang Yong is an adult now. He has full capacity for civil conduct. Whether or not to pursue Zhang Wei for the assault is entirely his decision. He added, of course, as his father, you can try to persuade him. But ultimately, the decision rests with him alone. You cannot interfere. Luo Lin couldn't help but glance at Huang Rong. Huang Rong gritted her teeth. Where's Yang Yong? I'll go tell him not to file a report. Ma Weigua replied, he's currently at the police station with Zhang Wei. The case has already been filed, there's no option to withdraw it now. Huang Rong, panicked, exclaimed, so Wei Wei will have to go to jail? It's not that serious. Ma Weigua explained. If you and Huang Yong come to an agreement and decide not to pursue charges against Zhang Wei, even though the case has been filed, it can still be withdrawn. Huang Rong breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, then I'll go tell him to withdraw the charges. To be honest, Ma Weigua hadn't expected Huang Yong's parents to defend Zhang Wei so fiercely. He grew even more puzzled. What exactly had Zhang Wei done that made the victim's parents show him no blame whatsoever after the assault? But now wasn't the time to probe deeper. He said, since that's your decision, you can go to the police station to explain the situation. Right. I need to find the others and see what their stance is. Huang Rong immediately turned to Xia Yonggui, big cousin, I'll head to the police station first. Don't worry, Wei Wei will be fine. Xia Yanggui sighed, knowing Huang Rong couldn't be blamed for this. He waved his hand and said, you don't need to go. Let Luo Lin handle it. Luo Lin immediately responded, damn it, big cousin is right. You stay home. I'll hurry over there. Huang Rong considered this and agreed, you can go, but you must get Yang Yang's consent. Otherwise. She didn't finish the sentence, only looking at Xia Yanggui. Luo Lin glanced at him too, then solemnly said, I understand. I won't put my cousin in a difficult position. He then called out to Huang Ping, Ping, you're coming with me too. Ha? Huang Ping froze for a moment, then timidly asked, me? I have to go to the police station too? Ma Weigui interjected, you're a party involved. Even if you don't press charges against Zhang Wei, you still need to go to the station. Can I skip it? Huang Ping asked nervously. Chapter 118, two more people to worry about. Huang Ping ultimately followed Luo Lin to the station. Xia Yanggui wasted no time, taking Ma Weigui and Zhu Jun with him as they headed toward Zhang Kai's home. Upon meeting Zhang Kai, Ma Weigui explained their purpose. Zhang Kai was astonished, finding it hard to believe that Huang Yong had actually gone to the police station to report Zhang Wei. He knew Zhang Wei had kept Huang Yong behind alone at the end. He had even demanded that everyone follow Huang Yong's orders within 3 days. Given that, Huang Yong really shouldn't have gone to the police station to report Zhang Wei. Could it be? Zhang Kai couldn't help but grow suspicious. His home wasn't far from Zhang Kong and Zhang Jie's houses. After informing Ma Weigui, he proactively went to fetch the two of them. After discussing the matter, the three of them also needed to go to the police station. Ma Weigui mentioned that Huang Ping had already gone ahead. Besides the three of them, the other 5 individuals also needed to report to the station, so he asked them to wait and go together. So the three waited at the village entrance. At the village entrance, Zhang Jia asked, Brother Kai, what's the deal with Brother Yangzi? Zhang Kong chimed in, yeah, Brother Yangzi wouldn't normally report Zhang Wei. Why would he do that? Zhang Kai replied, I don't know the specifics, but from what I pieced together, it looks like Brother Yang and Zhang Wei are putting on a show. Acting? Acting. Zhang Kong and Zhang Jia both froze, exclaiming in unison. Zhang Kai quickly glanced around. Seeing no one nearby, he whispered, keep your voices down. Oh, okay. Zhang Kong and Zhang Jia nodded quickly. Zhang Jia asked, Brother Kai, what the hell is Zhang Wei up to? Why's he putting on a show that landed him at the police station? Zhang Kong added, isn't today the day Zhang Wei and Xia Ji were supposed to go to the city? If he's been arrested and taken to the police station, how is he supposed to go to school in the city? Zhang Kai said, that's exactly what I don't get. He's always wanted to study in the city. He shouldn't be pulling stunts like this. Zhang Jia asked, so what do we do now? Zhang Kong chimed in, yeah, what should we do? Zhang Kai thought for a moment and said, regardless, once we get to the police station and see Brother Yangzi, we'll hear his side of the story. Zhang Kong nodded. Anyway, Zhang Wei will be there too. We can ask him. Zhang Kai cut him off. No, we can't ask Zhang Wei. He said he'd follow Brother Yangzi's lead for 3 days. We'll just follow Brother Yangzi. While the three discussed at the village entrance, news of Huang Yong reporting Zhang Wei's assault to the police station had already spread across half of Shirhe village. Xia Yanggui had led Ma Weigui and Zhu Jun to visit Hu Han's family. Since Ma Weigui had entered from the western village entrance and Zhang Keiming's home was at the eastern entrance, the news hadn't yet reached his household. At that moment, he was still lounging in the courtyard, basking in the sun and puffing on a leaf cigarette, utterly carefree. In-laws. In-laws? Zhang Keiming looked up to see Zhou Hongju and Huang Rong rushing toward him in a panic, panting and calling out as they ran. Thinking something terrible had happened, Zhang Keiming sprang to his feet and asked urgently, In-laws, what's wrong? Zhou Hongju gasped as she ran, Wei Wei. Wei Wei's been taken to the police station. Wei Wei's been taken to the police station. Zhang Keiming's eyes widened in disbelief. He rushed toward them, asking, what happened? How did he end up at the police station? The three soon met. Zhou Hongju clutched her chest, gasping, Wei Wei got into a fight, somehow, Yang Yong reported him to the police station. Huang Rong, equally out of breath, explained. I have no idea why Yang Yong suddenly ran to the police station to report Wei Wei. But don't worry, Keiming. His dad and Ping Ping are already on their way to town. Wei Wei will be fine. Zhang Keiming felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. When he went to apologize to the person Zhang Wei had beaten up the day before yesterday, Huang Yong had been the most cooperative. Moreover, given the long-standing relationship between the Huang and Xia families, he wouldn't have been surprised if any other family had reported Zhang Wei. But Huang Yong doing it? That was completely unexpected. In-law. In-law. Seeing Zhang Keiming's state, Zhou Hongju was terrified and hurriedly shook his arm. I'm fine. Zhang Keiming snapped back to reality, a bitter smile curling his lips. I knew the day before yesterday that good-for-nothing wouldn't get away with hitting someone. As he spoke, 2 clear tears slid down the corners of his eyes. Huang Rong felt utterly ashamed. Brother Keiming, it's all because my Yong Yong is so immature. When he gets back, I'll deal with him. Zhang Kaming waved his hand dismissively, his voice laced with bitterness. It's not Yang fault. Wei Wei was the one who started it. Huang Rong countered, even if Wei Wei did hit him, you've already apologized and made amends. Besides, it wasn't such a big deal to begin with. Our two families are close, what can't we discuss sitting down? But Yang. To be honest, she was quite satisfied with her eldest son in everyday life. He was down to earth, hardworking, and modest in his demeanor. She simply couldn't fathom why Huang Yang would sneak off to the police station to file a report. Zhang Kaming suddenly asked, what about Xiuji? Is she okay? Seeing Zhang Kaming still caring about Xiaji at this moment, Zhou Hongju felt quite touched inside, thinking her daughter hadn't chosen the wrong family. She replied, I heard from the police investigating in the village that Wei Wei persuaded Xiuji to take a bus into the city first. He said he wanted Xiuji to ask the school leadership to intervene and postpone his registration date. Hearing this, Zhang Kaming felt slightly reassured. As long as Xiuji is okay, he said. However, he held little hope regarding Zhang Wei's enrollment postponement. He had seen the admission notice for the college entrance exam prep class. It stated clearly that registration must be completed by the 8th day of the second lunar month at the latest. Late registration would be considered an automatic forfeiture. Zhou Hongju, aware of the situation, interjected, Wei Wei has his reasons. With Xiuji pleading his case at the school, if we can resolve matters quickly and get him to campus tomorrow, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. Huang Rong immediately declared, we'll resolve this today. I've given Yang Yong's father a strict order, he must withdraw the case. Otherwise, I won't recognize him as my son. Zhou Hongju added, when Rong and I arrived, Xiaoji's father was leaving Zhang Kai's house with Officer Ma. Yes, Zhang Kai, Zhang Kang, and Zhang Ji all told Officer Ma they won't pursue charges against Wei Wei. Later, they'll also go to the police station to plead for Wei Wei. Hearing this, Zhang Kaming felt no relief. Among those, Zhang Wei had beaten Zhang Kai, Zhang Kang, Zhang Jia, Li Yon, Yang Wei, and Wang Bing. Things were manageable. His real worry was that Hu Hansan and Yang Dalong might cause further complications. When he went to apologize the day before yesterday, Hu Hansan and Yang Dalong were the only ones who seemed reluctant. Though they had reluctantly agreed to a settlement then, now that Huang Yang had filed a report, Hu Hansan and Yang Dalong might well kick him while he was down. With this thought, Zhang Kaming said to Zhou Hongju, please keep an eye on Wei Wei's mother at home, mother-in-law. I'll go check on Hu Hansan. Zhou Hongju replied, go ahead, don't worry. I'll take care of your mother-in-law. Zhang Kaming nodded, said no more, and set off running toward Hu Hansan's house. Chapter 119, Sharp Tongue. When Zhang Kaming arrived, Hu Ping had already left with Ma Weigua, leaving only Hu Hansan at home. Zhang Kaming, your son Wei Wei has finally met his match. Hu Hansan greeted him with an unusually cheerful, yet sarcastic tone. Zhang Kaming replied bitterly, Hansan, Wei Wei certainly deserved it. But this is a critical moment in his life. If he gets detained at the police station or ends up with a criminal record, his education will be ruined. I beg you to show mercy. With that, he bowed deeply to Hu Hansan. Hu Hansan froze for a moment before suddenly recalling that today was the day Zhang Wei was supposed to go to the city to register for school. A flicker of unease crossed his face. He was furious that his daughter had been beaten. But regardless, he had watched Zhang Wei grow up. He couldn't bring himself to ruin the boy's future by preventing him from attending school or taking university entrance exams. Yet to back down immediately would cost him face. He stammered awkwardly, alright, what good does arguing with me here do? Even if I let it slide, what about Yang Dalong? He's not as easygoing as me. Who knows if he'll kick you while you're down? Instead of wasting your time here with me, you'd be better off begging Yang Dalong for mercy. Zhang Kaming breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He bowed deeply to Hu Hansan and said, Hansan, I thank you. I'll go plead with Yang Dalong. With that, he hurried off toward Yang Dalong's house. All the way there, his heart burned with anxiety. Just as Hu Hansan had said, Yang Dalong was notorious in the village for being difficult to deal with. Last time at Yang Dalong's house, if not for Yang Dian and Yang Yang stepping in, Yang Dalong would have almost laid hands on him. He'd even said, if a son isn't taught right, it's the father's fault, implying that beating him would be justified. Though it hadn't come to blows, Yang Dalong had made a vow, this time I'll let it slide, but if Zhang Wei ever falls into my hands, I won't let him off. Zhang Kaming thought to himself that even if he had to kneel before Yang Dalong, he would beg for forgiveness. He had always been a proud man, but for his son's future, he was willing to do anything. Deep in worry, Zhang Kaming hurried along the road, completely oblivious to someone approaching from the opposite direction. Brother-in-law. Only when he heard the shout did Zhang Kaming look up, seeing Li Dasan appear before him, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Brother! Zhang Kaming startled, asking in surprise, what brings you here? Li Dasan took a deep breath, studied Zhang Kaming's expression, and said, so it seems you already know about Wei Wei's situation? Zhang Kaming nodded. I know, he said bitterly. Then he immediately pressed, boss, have you seen Wei Wei yet? How is he? If Zhang Wei were standing before him, he'd surely kick him twice. He wouldn't feel satisfied until he'd beaten him up. But since he hadn't seen him, he was deeply worried. Li Dasan reassured him, Wei Wei's fine. Second brother already spoke with Lu Jianjun. He wasn't handcuffed or beaten. He just has to wait until the police station finishes investigating the situation before he can leave. Hearing this, Zhang Kaming exhaled in relief, gritting his teeth as he spat out, he got off easy. They should have handcuffed him. Li Dasan knew this was just venting and smiled without responding. He only asked, I heard Ma Weiguo led the investigation. How's it going? Zhang Kaming's expression darkened. Wei Wei beat up 10 people. Besides Huang Yong, who filed the complaint, the other 8 should be fine. I'm worried about Yang Dalong's side. I was just about to head over to his place. Yang Dalong? Li Dasan recalled the name. I'll go with you. Zhang Kaming considered it for a moment before nodding in agreement. The two headed toward Yang Dalong's residence together. On the way, Li Dasan asked, brother-in-law, why did Wei Wei suddenly get into a fight? Though he guessed Zhang Wei's motive for the fight, he was still curious about why he'd done it. Ah. Zhang Kaming sighed deeply and recounted everything he had learned. After listening, Li Dasan became even more convinced that Zhang Wei was making a big deal out of nothing. That good-for-nothing brat. What kind of excuse does he need to pull off something like this? He cursed Zhang Wei silently in his mind. But despite his curses, he still had to clean up Zhang Wei's mess. Glancing at Zhang Kaming, Li Dasan said, brother-in-law, after all this commotion, Wei Wei's chances of getting into school are probably ruined. He shouldn't have said that. The moment he did, Zhang Kaming flared up, snapping, exactly. Doesn't that kid know how to pick his battles? Why did he have to cause trouble at a time like this? Now look what we've got, he's in the police station. All those 2 years of schooling wasted. Li Dasan sensed from his tone that Zhang Kaming had already braced himself for the worst, accepting the reality that Zhang Wei might not be able to continue his education. So he offered comfort, brother-in-law, don't worry about anything else right now. Just be glad he's safe. Zhang Kaming fumed, even if he is okay, he deserves it. Li Dasan silently shook his head. His brother-in-law was the classic type, sharp tongue, soft heart. He might say serves him right, but deep down, he'd be begging for mercy. He thought to himself that if he were in the same situation, he'd probably act the same way. After all, when parents confront their children's mistakes, most likely act this way too, saying one thing while feeling another. Sure enough, it played out exactly as he'd expected. After venting his anger, Zhang Kaming turned to him and said, brother, if that good-for-nothing really can't get into school, why not let him work as a temporary porter at the grain depot? He's got some muscle that job's right up his alley. Better than him sitting at home wielding a hoe. Li Dasan knew Zhang Wei's plans, but at this moment, he neither wanted nor dared to provoke Zhang Kaming. After some thought, he replied, Wei Wei is indeed strong. Your family doesn't have much farmland, and staying cooped up at home really is pointless. Yeah, if he's willing, I'll talk to Director Chen about it. A temporary laborer, Director Chen should give me the courtesy. It shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Kaming expressed his gratitude. This is yet another trouble I'm causing you. Li Dasan scoffed, what are you saying, son-in-law? Wei Wei is my own nephew. How could I, his uncle, not help him? He paused, then added, but I fear Wei Wei has lofty ambitions and might look down on temporary laborer work. Zhang Kaming gritted his teeth. He'd better not. If he disobeys again, he'll face the family discipline. Brother-in-law, calm down. Li Dasan quickly interjected, don't worry about that now. We need to focus on handling the immediate situation first. Yeah, Zhang Kaming sighed gloomily. We haven't even gotten through this hurdle yet. Who knows what'll happen later? If Yang Dalong keeps digging his heels in, that bastard's already living off the public payroll, why should I still be worrying about this? As they spoke, the two arrived near Yang Dalong's house. At that moment, Yang Dalong's courtyard was packed with onlookers who'd heard Zhang Wei had been taken to the police station and had come to gawk. Chapter 120, Brothers at Odds. Huang Yongyong really went and reported Zhang Wei. Now Zhang Wei's in big trouble. You can say that again. He was supposed to go to school in the city today. With all this commotion, he might not even be able to attend classes now. Huang Yong really doesn't know how to handle things. If this keeps Zhang Wei from going to school, won't Zhang Wei hate him for the rest of his life? Exactly. They're from the same village, how will they ever face each other again? Listening to the villagers' murmurs, Zhang Kaming felt even more uneasy. When he arrived at the village square, everyone was gathered around the scene, none noticing him or Li Dasan approaching. Inside, Ma Weiguo was questioning Yang Yong. Yang Wei, Yang Dian, Yang Delong, and Chen Mingyu stood nearby. Ma Weiguo, Yang Yong, did Zhang Wei hit you? Yang Yong, yes. But it was just us messing around. Ma Weiguo glanced at him. So you're saying we shouldn't hold him accountable? Yang Yong, I already said it was just messing around. Why hold him accountable? Ma Weiguo nodded and turned to Yang Wei beside him. What about you? Yang Wei chuckled, officer, when has Brother Wei ever hit me? He shook his head vigorously. Ma Weiguo's voice turned stern. Stop grinning like that. When I ask you a question, answer honestly. If he hit you, say he hit you. There are plenty of witnesses. Don't even think about muddying the waters. After a pause, he added, of course, whether you choose to hold him accountable is another matter entirely. Zhang Wei protested, officer, you're really doing me an injustice. With Wei Ge's skills, if he'd hit me, would I even be standing here talking to you? He's trained in Qinglong fist, nothing's harder than his palm, not even river pebbles. Zhang Wei demonstrated with his hands. Just like that snap. A big pebble turns to powder. Yang Yong corrected him from the side, not into flour, it would snap clean in two. Zhang Wei rubbed his forehead sheepishly. I was just exaggerating a bit. Don't sweat the small stuff. Yang Yong. Manhwaegwa, hearing this, felt a headache coming on. He said sternly, who asked you all this nonsense? Though he spoke harshly, Yang Yong's words had sent a jolt through his mind. Breaking a pebble barehanded was far harder than snapping a brick with your bare hands. And what kind of martial art was this Qinglong fist? Could it be even more formidable than hard Qigong? Unconsciously, his interest in Zhang Wei grew stronger. He thought to himself that once they returned to the police station, he would have a good talk with Zhang Wei. He glanced at Yang Wei and Yang Yong and said, I've understood the situation here. Regardless of your stance, since Huang Yong has filed a report as parties involved, you must accompany me back to the station. Yang Wei and Yang Yong both agreed it was fine. Manhwaegwa then turned to the adults behind them and asked, what about you parents? Do you have anything to say? Yang Dian waved his hand. I have nothing to say. Yang Dalong crossed his arms over his chest and said flatly, I have a few words to say. At his words, Zhang Kaming, standing at the outer edge, felt his heart tighten. Yang Yong also grew tense. Dad, what are you going to say? Zhang Kaming felt anxious and was about to push through the crowd to plead with Yang Dalong. But before he could move, Yang Dalong spoke and his words were startling. What the hell is wrong with you public security officers? Are you bored out of your minds? A few kids from the same village got into a fight and you dragged them to the police station. Then you come all the way out here to interrogate us. Instead of wasting your energy on this, why don't you ask yourselves what happens when you detain that kid at the station and he misses his school registration deadline, ruining his future education? Is your station responsible for that? The barrage of criticism left Manhwaegwa looking rather grim. He'd visited villages countless times for investigations, but Yang Dalong was the first to confront the police like this. Zhang Kaming was utterly stunned. He had come to plead with Yang Dalong, begging him not to kick a man when he's down and to spare Zhang Wei. Before coming, he'd anticipated Yang Dalong would make things difficult, maybe even refuse outright. He'd even mentally prepared himself to beg on his knees. But he never imagined that before he even saw Yang Dalong, before he could open his mouth to plead, Yang Dalong would start cursing the police. In that moment, Zhang Kaming wept. Tears streamed down his face without him even realizing it. Inside, Manhwaegwa exhaled sharply, forcing down his anger as he said in a deep voice, Yang Dalong, we police have our procedures for handling cases. When someone files a report, we must investigate thoroughly. Don't spout nonsense here. Yang Dalong scoffed and continued his tirade, all that high-sounding talk? It's just proof you don't think before you act. Oh, so whenever someone files a report, you just arrest people? Don't you realize how many young men in a village haven't gotten into a fight? He actually called the police brainless. Manhwaegwa was furious. Zhu Jun, hot-headed and young, couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted, Yang Dalong, watch your attitude. Someone filed a report, are we supposed to just ignore it? Yang Dalong sneered. When Huang Yongyong went to report it, was he missing an arm or a leg? Did he have a head wound or a broken body part? He was as lively as a spring chicken, walking dozens of miles to file that report. Use your heads, how serious could that fight have been? It's such a trivial matter, yet you arrest him and prevent him from reporting to school. Is that how you handle cases? That's just plain unethical. You're ruining his entire future. Manhwaegwa. Zhu Jun. Before coming to Shurha village, they genuinely had no idea that Zhang Wei was heading into town today to register at school. After visiting Shurha village, they not only learned of this but also discovered Zhang Wei's unique circumstances. He had spent 2 years studying on his own to finally secure a spot in the college entrance exam preparatory class. If he didn't report, he would lose even that chance to take the preliminary college entrance exam. Therefore, Yang Dalong's words left them speechless. Now that Dalong mentions it, I remember today really is the day Zhang Wei was supposed to register. Oh dear, with this delay, won't Zhang Wei really miss his chance to enroll? It's one thing if he can't go to school, but the real issue is the college entrance exam preparatory qualification. Without that, he's effectively lost his chance to take the college entrance exam. What a mess this has become. Yeah, Wei is such a good kid. He studied on his own at home for 2 whole years just to finally get this chance. I think Dalong's right, the police just don't think things through when they're handling cases. Even if they want to file a case, just look at Huang Yongyong, he's acting like nothing happened. It's clearly not some heinous crime. They could have let him enroll in school first and dealt with it later, no problem. Hearing these words, Zhang Kaming felt a warm glow in his heart. When his son faced trouble, the neighbors hadn't kicked him while he was down. Instead, they'd shown Zhang Wei compassion. This sense of community meant everything to Zhang Kaming. Excuse me. Old Li, move aside. Big Red, move aside, I need to get through. Zhang Keiming pushed through the crowd ahead, making his way into the courtyard. Keiming's here. Uncle Keiming. Alright, go on in. Yang Dalong put in a good word for you. Don't worry too much either. Only then did the onlookers notice Zhang Keiming had arrived. Seeing he was about to enter, they greeted him and made way, not forgetting to offer a few words of comfort. Li Dasan followed Zhang Keiming, squeezing his way into the center of the courtyard. Without pausing to acknowledge the police or Xia Yonggui, Zhang Keiming walked straight up to Yang Dalong and said gratefully, Dalong, thank you. Yang Dalong shot him a cold look and replied flatly, no need to thank me. I'll say it again, if Zhang Wei dares to lay a hand on my son, the day he falls into my hands, I'll deal with him just the same. Zhang Keiming froze. He couldn't figure it out. Earlier, he'd even confronted 2 police officers to defend Zhang Wei. Why did Yang Dalong revert to his previous attitude the moment he showed up? It wasn't just Zhang Keiming who was baffled. Everyone in the courtyard looked on in astonishment. Yang Yong couldn't help but blurt out, Dad, why are you still holding a grudge against Zhang Wei? After hearing you say that earlier, I thought you'd let it go. What exactly are you thinking? Yang Dalong replied coolly, I confronted those officers because Huang Yongyong acted dishonorably. He dragged our village's affairs into the public eye. Brothers may quarrel within the walls, but they unite against external threats. Village matters should be settled internally. Outsiders meddling just ruins the whole thing. At this point, he turned to Zhang Keiming and said, so, you don't need to thank me. Chapter 121, at worst, arrest me too. After interviewing the parties involved in Shurha village, Ma Weiguo led Yang Wei, Yang Yong, Wang Bing, Li Yong, Zhang Kai, Zheng Kong, Zhang Jia, and Hu Ping back to the police station. Zhang Keiming and Xia Yonggui followed along. Li Dasan, who had come to Shurha village, didn't even step into Zhang Keiming's house or get a sip of water before following them back to Sancha town. By the time they arrived, night had fallen completely. The streets of Sancha were deserted, with only faint lights glowing from the windows of the houses lining the road. In the police station office, kerosene lamps were lit. Zhang Wei and Huang Yong sat idly on stools, while Lu Jianjun, another officer named Jiang Hongwei, and Li Desheng passed the time playing cards. In the small courtyard, 2 others, Luo Lin and Huang Ping, had arrived earlier. During this month, the days were still warm enough with the sun out, but once night fell and the cold wind picked up, it became quite chilly. Both father and son kept their hands tucked into their sleeves, shuffling their feet back and forth to ward off the chill. Luo Lin, hot-tempered, had already lectured Huang Yong at length in the police station office, demanding he withdraw the report. But Huang Yong remained stubbornly unyielding. Had Lu Jianjun not intervened, he would have taught Huang Yong a lesson right there in the station. If Yang Yong won't change his statement, how am I supposed to explain this to your mother when I get home? How can I face my older brother? How could I show my face to Zhang Keiming? Luo Lin paced back and forth, muttering to Huang Ping, completely oblivious to the unease etched on Huang Ping's face. Suddenly, commotion erupted from the street. A large group approached, some carrying torches, others flashlights. The flickering light of torches and flashlights stirred the quiet, dark street. Uncle Keiming and the others are here. Huang Ping took a closer look and called out. Luo Lin hurried to meet them. Officer Ma, Officer Zhu. He first greeted Ma Weiguo and Zhu Jun, then turned apologetically to Zhang Keiming and offered a greeting as well. Just as Zhang Keiming was about to speak, Ma Weiguo interjected, please wait outside for now. I'll go inside to brief Chief Lu and see how he wants to proceed. With that, he led Zhu Jun away first. After they left, Zhang Keiming immediately asked Luo Lin, Old Luo, what's the situation? What did Yang Yang say? Luo Lin shook his head bitterly and said in a heavy voice, Keiming, I'm sorry. I don't know what got into that bastard, but he absolutely refuses to change his story. Zhang Keiming staggered upon hearing this. The other 9 had all promised not to pursue charges against Zhang Wei. Now only Huang Yong remained. On the way, Xia Yonggui had tried to persuade him, saying that since Luo Lin and Huang Pingxian had gone first, Huang Yong would surely listen to Luo Lin and change his mind to withdraw the report. But upon arrival, he heard this news instead. But it was Huang Yong who refused to change his statement, so Zhang Keiming couldn't blame Luo Lin. After composing himself, he said bitterly, perhaps this was just Wei Wei's fate. Master Luo, thank you for your trouble. Luo Lin was a stonemason, and the villagers of Shurha village generally called him Master Luo. However, due to the special relationship between the Huang and Xia families, and since Zhang Wei was engaged to Xie Ji, Zhang Keiming had always addressed Luo Lin as Old Luo. This subtle shift in address stung Luo Lin's ears, leaving a bitter taste in his heart. He knew that despite Zhang Keiming's polite words, resentment had already taken root in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting so distant. Hearing Luo Lin's words, Xia Yonggui flew into a rage, his beard bristling and eyes bulging. He bellowed, Huang Yongyong has gone completely mad. I'll go deal with him. He started toward the police station. Zhang Keiming and Luo Lin hurriedly stopped him. Luo Lin protested, cousin, that's the police station. Xia Yonggui snapped, so what if it's the police station? Get out of my way. I'll deal with him anyway. If it comes to it, arrest me too. Luo Lin replied, I was about to deal with him myself, but I was stopped by several police officers. Big cousin, don't speak in anger. The most important thing now is for us to discuss what to do next. Li Dasan also urged, Old Xia, Master Luo is right. Going in now won't help. We should strategize instead. Only then did Xia Yonggui relent, joining Zhang Keiming, Luo Lin, and Li Dasan in their discussion. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Kong, Yang Wei, and others had also gathered around Huang Ping, whispering among themselves. Inside the police station office. Seeing Ma Weigui and Zhu Jun return, Lu Jianjun tossed aside his playing cards, stood up, and smiled, Old Ma, you're finally back. Ma Weigui wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, no choice, Shurha village is quite a distance. We only just made it back. Sorry to keep you waiting, Chief Lu. Lu Jianjun waved it off. You and little Zhu ran all that way, that's the real hardship. Right. What's the situation? Ma Weigui explained, we brought back the other victims who were beaten. They're waiting outside. I came in to ask what we should do next. Lu Jianjun said, since everyone's here, let's just go through the motions. The sooner we wrap this up, the sooner we can all head back. After a pause, he added, you've been to Shurha village and brought these people in. Since you know the situation best, I'll need you to handle the questioning. Ma Weigui replied, no problem. It's not about hardship, this is simply my job. He then motioned to Yang Hongwei, Young Yang, you take over the questioning. Let Young Zhu rest for a bit. Yang Hongwei acknowledged the request, followed Ma Weigui into the interrogation room, sat down, and opened his notebook. Lu Jianjun sat down nearby. Xu Jun dashed out to fetch someone. Yang Wei entered first. Once he was seated, Ma Weigui stated, Yang Wei, we've spoken before, but that was just a preliminary chat. Now that you're here, we need to take a formal statement. Answer my questions truthfully, got it? Understood. Yang Wei replied, sounding a bit nervous. Ma Weigui wasted no time and formally began the questioning, with Lu Jianjun observing nearby. After verifying his basic personal information, Ma Weigui asked, on the morning of the 6th day of the 2nd lunar month, did Zhang Wei assault you? Yang Wei answered, yes, he did. He beat me badly. I almost didn't get to see my mom again. Ha? Ma Weigui paused, taken aback by Yang Wei's unexpected response. But before he could press further, Yang Wei spoke again, his voice trembling with emotion. Officer, Zhang Wei is completely lawless. He relies on his training in Qinglong Fist to beat me up for no reason. I want to hold him accountable. Arrest him and put him in jail. Ma Weigui nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Even Zhu Jun, standing nearby, stared at Yang Wei in utter disbelief. Both men clearly remembered how fiercely this kid had defended Zhang Wei back in Shurha village. No one expected him to flip his story the moment they stepped into the police station. Having learned of Zhang Wei's situation, Ma Weigui still felt some sympathy for him. He frowned and said sternly, Yang Wei, back at your place, you didn't tell me this story the same way. Which part of what you said is true, and which part is false? Chapter 122, Everyone turns against him. What I'm saying now is the truth. Yang Wei hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth and speaking. Seeing this, Ma Weigui felt a surge of anger. He slammed his hand on the table and snapped, then why did you say Zhang Wei didn't hit you back in Shurha village? And what about claiming you were just showing off your martial arts skills? I advise you to tell the truth. Oh, right, almost forgot to mention, giving false testimony carries legal consequences. Think carefully before you speak. Yang Wei's body trembled, but he gritted his teeth and said, at home, I didn't say that because I was afraid Dad would beat me. Now that Dad isn't here, of course I'll tell the truth. Does that mean I can't tell the truth just because Zhang Wei hit me? Ma Weigui narrowed his eyes, studying Yang Wei intently. A cold smile played on his lips. Is that so? As a seasoned veteran of the public security force, Ma Weigui took in every subtle nuance of Yang Wei's expression. He could tell the kid was lying. But he had no proof. He could only instruct Yang Hongwei to record the statement truthfully. When it was over, he waved his hand. You may leave first. Yang Wei felt as if he'd been granted a reprieve and hurriedly got up to leave. Stepping out of the police station office, he braced himself against the wall, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Xu Jun followed him out and saw the cold sweat beading on Yang Wei's forehead. But he said nothing, instead calling out to Zhaobatzi, next. Zhang Kai stepped out of the crowd and followed Xu Jun into the interrogation room. The initial process proceeded normally. When Ma Weigui asked Zhang Wei if he had struck him, Zhang Wei appeared even more agitated than Yang Wei. Officer, Zhang Wei beat me so badly. My back still aches, my legs cramp. Lu Jianjun? Xu Jun, what kind of palm technique does Zhang Wei practice? Did he beat the calcium right out of your bones? Yang Hongwei, could you possibly exaggerate any more? Ma Weigui's face turned as cold as ice. He was already surprised that Yang Wei had recanted his testimony, but he never expected Zhang Kai to do the same. Back at Zhang Kai's place, when they heard Huang Yong had sued Zhang Wei, Ma Weigui remembered Zhang Kai's look of shock perfectly. Moreover, Zhang Kai had explicitly stated afterward that he wouldn't pursue charges against Zhang Wei. So why did he change his tune the moment he stepped into the police station? Ma Weigua furrowed his brow, sensing the whiff of a conspiracy. He refused to believe Yang Wei and Zhang Kai had changed their stance without reason, yet he couldn't pinpoint what had caused the shift, leaving him deeply unsettled. After Zhang Kai left, Zhu Jun prepared to go out and call for reinforcements, but Ma Weigua stopped him. He then said to Lu Jianjun, "Chief Lu, we've hit a snag." Lu Jianjun, puffing on a Hontishan cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring and asked casually, "What's the situation?" Ma Weigua briefly recounted the details of their inquiry in Shurha village. After listening, Lu Jianjun also frowned. He exhaled a long smoke ring before saying in a low voice, "So you're saying both Yang Wei and Zhang Kai have recanted their confessions?" Ma Weigua gave a wry smile. "I'm afraid it's not just the two of them. Most of the others will likely retract their confessions too." "Interesting," Lu Jianjun chuckled, waving his hand. "Then proceed. I'm eager to see what tricks they've got up their sleeves." "All right." Ma Weigua agreed, then instructed Zhu Jun to summon more people. As expected, the next group, Wang Bing, Li Yong, Yang Yong, Zhang Kong, Zhang Jia, and Hu Ping, all retracted their confessions without exception. Every single one of them demanded that Zhang Wei be held accountable for the assault. Lu Jianjun chuckled. "Old Ma, you were spot on. These kids have all retracted their confessions." Ma Weigua gave a wry smile. "Based on their current statements, Zhang Wei's detention is unavoidable. It might even involve some civil compensation." Lu Jianjun gave him a meaningful look and said, "What's that tone of yours? You don't want to detain Zhang Wei, do you?" "Exactly." Ma Weigua admitted frankly. Lu Jianjun chuckled. "Old Ma, you're known for being as impartial as iron. What's made you think this way? This doesn't sound like you at all." "Chief Lu, it's like this." Ma Weigua briefly recounted what he knew about Zhang Wei, then sighed, "If we detain him, he'll truly be unable to attend school. His entire life would be ruined." Lu Jianjun fell silent upon hearing this. He hadn't known Zhang Wei had come into town today to register for school. He found it odd that Zhang Wei hadn't mentioned such an important matter to him. Not even Li Desheng had mentioned it. This was too strange. Suddenly, an unbidden thought popped into his head. Could it be that Zhang Wei never intended to enroll at all? But he quickly shook his head. Going to the city to study, with the chance to take the college entrance exam, this was an opportunity to change the course of his life. How could Zhang Wei possibly give it up? To give it up meant spending his entire life cooped up in the mountain hollows, toiling in the fields with his back to the sky. Getting into university, however, offered the chance to stay in the county town or even head to the big cities outside, finding work in factories or government institutions, securing a stable job. Any sane person would know which path to choose. No matter how he looked at it, Zhang Wei didn't seem like someone with a screw loose. Then, where was the problem? Lu Jianjun pondered, the cigarette between his fingers burning unnoticed until the embers seared his skin, making him fling it away. Ma Weigua noticed and asked, "Chief Lu, you okay?" Lu Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine." Ma Weigua pressed, "So what do we do now?" Lu Jianjun pulled out another Hontishan cigarette, struck a match to light it, and then said casually, "What else can we do?" "Detain him first and see." "But..." Ma Weigua tried to plead for Zhang Wei. Lu Jianjun raised his hand to cut him off. "The facts of Zhang Wei assaulting someone are pretty clear. So many people are demanding he be held accountable. Not detaining him would be hard to justify." Ma Weigua knew Lu Jianjun was right. Sighing, he said, "Then I'll go announce it and have Huang Yang and Yang Wei send everyone back." "Go ahead." Lu Jianjun waved him off. He then ordered Zhu Jun and Yang Hongwei, "You two, take Zhang Wei into custody." "Yes, sir." Yang Hongwei responded immediately. Zhu Jun hesitated before asking, "Chief Lu, should we handcuff him?" Lu Jianjun replied calmly, "Just lock him up." "Right. Yang, you'll stay on duty tonight. Zhu ran quite a distance today. Go home and rest early after this is done." "Thanks, Chief Lu," Zhu Jun said gratefully before leaving with Yang Hongwei. Lu Jianjun stretched lazily, yawning as he murmured, "I should head home and rest too." He stubbed out the cigarette butt in his hand and also left the office. At the doorway, he saw Li Dasun, Li Desheng, and several others gathered around Ma Weigua, who had just stepped outside. Each wore an anxious expression. "Chief Ma, how did it go?" "Chief Ma, have the results come in yet?" Chapter 123, Trouble is Good. Ma Weigua glanced toward the spot where Zhang Kai, Yang Wei, and the others were gathered. Zhang Kai and the others were also watching him. When Ma Weigua looked their way, they all immediately turned their heads, each wearing a guilty expression. When he heard Li Dasun and Zhang Kaming's questions, Ma Weigua realized that Zhang Kai and the others hadn't told Zhang Kaming and the others about their retraction. It made sense. Having done such a thing, how could they possibly tell? How could they even bring themselves to say it? Seeing the concern in Zhang Kaming's eyes, Ma Weigua felt a complex mix of emotions. Deep down, he wished things weren't this way. But the outcome was clear, and there was nothing he could do to change it. Exhaling deeply, Ma Weigua announced in a solemn voice. Based on Huang Yang's report and the testimonies of Zhang Kai, Zhang Jie, Zhang Kong, Li Yong, Wang Ping, Wang Bing, Yang Wei, Yang Yong, and Hu Ping, Zhang Wei assaulted others without cause. The facts are clear. His actions caused a negative impact and inflicted physical and psychological harm on the victims, who demand severe punishment. Therefore, this station sentences Zhang Wei to 7 days of detention. The moment his words fell, Zhang Kaiming froze. Detention. 7 days. Detention, 7 days. Zhang Kaiming stood frozen in place, muttering the words over and over, 2 clear tears unconsciously streaming down the corners of his eyes. Huang Ping, you better get your ass over here. You bastard, reported Zhang Wei too. After hearing Ma Weiguo's verdict, Xia Yonggui and Luo Lin froze for a moment before erupting in fury, their voices rising in unison. Then, without a word, they charged straight toward Huang Ping. While Xia Yonggui and Luo Lin were heartbroken that Zhang Kai, Zhang Kong, and Yang Wei had turned against them, those boys were someone else's children, they couldn't control them. But Huang Ping? One was their uncle, the other their father. With nowhere else to vent their fury, they both took it out on Huang Ping. Run! Huang Ping shuddered at their roars, frozen in place. Only when Li Yong shoved him did he scramble forward. You little bastard, you dare run! Luo Lin's rage boiled over. He cursed as he gave chase. Xia Yonggui gave chase for a few strides before feeling his legs give out. He sighed and stopped. On his way back, he passed by where Zhang Kong and the others were gathered. He shot them a cold glance. He said nothing and continued back the way he came. He genuinely wanted to teach these bastards a lesson, but right now, the more urgent matters were comforting Zhang Kaiming and figuring out how to get Zhang Wei out of this mess. Dealing with these young upstarts would have to wait. When he returned to the original spot, Li Dasan was consoling Zhang Kaiming, while Li Dasheng pleaded with Ma Weiguo. Chief Ma, must he really be detained for 7 days? Could you make it fewer days? Or, we could pay a fine instead. Chief Ma, please show some leniency. He and Li Dasan knew Zhang Wei's choice, so they weren't worried he wouldn't be able to enroll in school because of the detention. But being locked up at the police station was still unpleasant. He was pleading because he didn't want Zhang Wei to suffer that hardship. Ma Weiguo misunderstood, thinking Li Dasan was worried about Zhang Wei's enrollment. A look of difficulty crossed his face as he said, accountantly, Zhang Wei assaulted so many people. Detaining him for just 7 days is already a very lenient punishment. I really can't do anything else. Li Dasan pressed, unwilling to accept this. Chief Ma, is there truly no other way? Ma Weiguo glanced toward where Zhang Kai and the others were standing inside. Unless they drop the charges, there really is no other way. But inwardly, he thought it was unlikely Zhang Kai and the others would let Zhang Wei off the hook. Still, he couldn't bring himself to be completely heartless. After a moment's thought, he added, oh, and since Zhang Wei injured so many people, his punishment won't just be detention. He might also face compensation claims. Compensation? Li Dasan froze, asking, how exactly would that work? Ma Weiguo explained, mainly medical expenses and such. It depends on what the victims demand. I didn't mention it earlier because I hadn't spoken with the parties involved yet. He paused before continuing, boldly, think it through. Rather than facing compensation later, have Zhang Kaiming negotiate with them. If they reach an agreement, pay the compensation directly and get them to sign a waiver. That way, Zhang Wei can be released sooner. Li Dasan was overjoyed upon hearing this and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Director Ma. It's too late tonight, Red Star Restaurant is closed. I'll treat you and Director Lu to dinner tomorrow. No need. Ma Weiguo declined. Then it's settled. I won't discuss compensation with Huang Yang and Zhang Kai tonight. Use this evening to have Zhang Kaiming talk to them first. Hopefully it works. With that, he didn't wait for Zhang Kaiming's response and headed into the police station first. Li Dasan also sought out Zhang Kaiming for discussion. It was already late, and with more work to handle tomorrow, returning to Shurha village wasn't practical. Zhang Kaiming suggested booking several rooms at a local inn for everyone to stay the night. Li Dasan countered that with so many people having traveled all day without even having lunch, lodging would complicate meals. He suggested instead that everyone stay at his home. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Zhang Kaiming asked. Li Dasan smiled and replied, the more trouble, the better. Zhang Kaiming was puzzled. Li Dasan explained, though I don't know why Huang Ping and Zhang Kai suddenly turned against us, Chief Ma said that if we can reach a settlement agreement with them, Wei Wei can be released early. Bringing them to my place solves both lodging and meals, plus it's convenient for talks. Xia Yonggui immediately grasped Li Dashuan's meaning and nodded. Accountant Li makes a good point. After they've eaten, they'll hardly feel comfortable holding out any longer, right? Zhang Kaiming pondered for a moment before saying, that may be true, but they're practically avoiding you and me right now. Why would they willingly go to Li Jiabao? Xia Yonggui replied, they're just kids. They left in such a hurry, who had any money on them? Right now, if they don't come with us, they'll be left hungry and sleeping rough on the streets. Zhang Kaiming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Not only Zhang Kai and Yang Wei, but even he himself was completely penniless. Even though Zhang Kai and the others had turned against them, demanding the police station hold Zhang Wei accountable, Zhang Kaiming couldn't bring himself to let them sleep rough on the streets. In the end, Xia Yonggui and Li Dasan stepped forward and invited Zhang Kai and the others to come to Li Jiabao. At first, Zhang Kai and the others felt awkward about going, but after hearing Xia Yonggui mention they had no money, they had no choice but to agree. After Luo Lin returned, dragging Huang Ping by the ear, Xia Yonggui explained the situation to him. The entire group then made their way back to Li Jiabao. A few minutes later, they arrived at the Li family courtyard. Lu Feng opened the door. Seeing Li Dasan return with such a large group, and Zhang Kaming among them, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rose in her heart. But with everyone present, she couldn't ask outright. She let them all enter the house first. Chapter 124. What the hell is going on? What? Wei Wei got locked up at the police station for hitting someone? Then how is he supposed to register for school? These are the people he hit? Why did he hit them? Oh my goodness, how did this happen? I wonder how Xia Ji is doing. After she went to talk to the school administration, did they agree to let Zhang Wei postpone his enrollment? And Jingmei's kid is home alone. I wonder how she's doing? Wei Wei really is something, causing trouble at such a critical moment. What are we supposed to do now? Lu Feng, Zhao Hongyu, and Lin Jieli were preparing meals for Zhang Kaming and the others in Zhao Hongyu's kitchen, sighing and murmuring among themselves. Lin Jieli suggested, why don't we send Daiyuan to check on his wife's family? Zhao Hongyu nodded. That's right. I won't feel at ease unless someone goes. Lu Feng glanced at the two of them and said, you two know what kind of person the youngest is. He's a silent type. He won't offer any comfort if he goes, and he might even make Jingmei even more worried. Lin Jieli blushed slightly. My bad, I didn't think it through. Fine. I won't cook for you then. I'll go with Daiyuan to my brother-in-law's house. Lu Feng said, I'll feel much better with you there. Zhao Hongyu added, Jelly, we'll be counting on you to make the trip. Lin Jieli waved her hand. We're all family, why make such a fuss? It's just a night walk. Don't forget, I grew up in the mountains. I've been climbing in the dark since I was a kid. Enough, enough. Lu Feng cut her off. Enough about your past. Hurry up and get third brother ready, it's still dozens of miles away. Lin Jieli stuck out her tongue and turned to leave. Wait. Lu Feng called after her again. Lin Jieli turned back and asked, what else is there, sister-in-law? Lu Feng instructed, call him third brother quietly, don't let the eldest son-in-law find out. Got it. Lin Jieli waved her hand dismissively, annoyed by the reminder. Do I really need you to tell me that? Do I look like someone who can't read the room? After that, she went back to her room to grab a flashlight, tucked it into her pocket, and then headed to the family's hearthroom to call Li Daiyuan out. Upon hearing they were heading to Stone River Village, Li Daiyuan simply replied, alright, and said nothing more. The two set off quietly, unnoticed by Li Dasan, Li Dasheng, or Zhang Kaming. At that moment, the three men were in two separate fire pit rooms, keeping company with Yang Wei, Zhang Kai, and the others. The main reason was that there were simply too many people, one hearth couldn't seat them all, so they had to split up. However, until just before the meal began, no one mentioned Zhang Wei's matter, an unspoken agreement among them. After the meal, once everyone had washed their faces and feet, Xia Yonggui stepped forward in Li Daiyuan's fire pit hut to speak with the three Zhang brothers, the two Yang brothers, Li Yong, Wang Bing, and Hu Ping. His proposal was to offer each of them some compensation in exchange for their agreement to go to the police station the next day and pledge not to pursue charges against Zhang Wei. He hadn't consulted Zhang Kaming about the compensation amount, deciding on his own to offer 5 yuan per person. 5 yuan was no small sum for Zhang Kai and the others, and Zhang Wei hadn't exactly beaten them to a pulp. Xia Yonggui had expected them to accept. But to his surprise, although everyone expressed reluctance to pursue charges against Zhang Wei, without exception, every single one of them refused. They insisted on holding Zhang Wei accountable and demanded the police station detain him for several days. Even when Xia Yonggui pointed out that if the police station detained Zhang Wei, it would prevent him from attending school and jeopardize his college entrance exams. They were essentially ruining Zhang Wei's entire life. Yet Zhang Kai and the others were as stubborn as mules, refusing to budge an inch. This infuriated Xia Yonggui beyond measure. He cursed Zhang Kai and the others for being ungrateful, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. Meanwhile, in Li Dashuan's hearthroom, a different scene unfolded. Luo Lin tried every trick in the book with the Huang brothers, Huang Yong and Huang Ping, but they remained completely unmoved. Even when Zhang Kaming interceded on their behalf, Huang Yong and Huang Ping showed no sign of relenting. Left with no face and unable to back down, Luo Lin grabbed the fire tongs from the hearth and struck Huang Yong and Huang Ping several times with them. He struck with genuine force, each blow drawing agonized cries from the brothers. Had Zhang Kaming and Li Dasan not intervened, the brothers would likely have been beaten to death or severely injured. Finally, unable to strike them further, Luo Lin ordered them to kneel on the ground. Though reluctant, Huang Yong and Huang Ping dared not disobey, gritting their teeth as they knelt. Zhang Kaming and Li Dasan went to help them up, but the two still dared not rise, remaining obediently kneeling there. Zhang Kaming sighed repeatedly, what kind of situation is this? He pleaded with Luo Lin to let it go, but Luo Lin stubbornly insisted, Brother Kaming, if I don't punish these bastards, I'd be letting you down and way down. Just leave it alone. In the fire pit room of Li Dayuan's house, Xia Yonggui, Zhang Kai, and others heard the brothers' agonized screams as Luo Lin struck Huang Yang and Huang Ping. Xia Yonggui rushed over immediately. After he left, Zhang Kai and the others exchanged glances. Zhang Jie asked, "Brother Kai, should we go check on them?" Zhang Kai replied, "See what? Watch Brother Yang and Huang Ping get beaten?" Zhang Jie said, "If we go, we can try to talk Uncle Luo out of it." Zhang Kai said, "Both of Zhang Wei's uncles are in that room, Uncle Kaming is there too, and even Uncle Yonggui rushed over. There are plenty of people to talk to Uncle Luo. Whether we go or not doesn't matter." The others nodded in agreement. Yan Yang slumped, sighing, "Before, I only knew my dad was brutal when he beat me. But hearing Brother Yangzi and the others scream like that, I realize Uncle Luo hits kids just as hard as my dad ever did." Yang Wei shuddered at the words and timidly asked, "Yang Yang, do you think, when we go back, our uncle, will he beat us too?" Swish. Yang Yang's face instantly drained of color. All the sympathy he'd felt for Huang Yang and Huang Ping vanished, replaced by fear and dread. "If Dad finds out I turned on him, he'll probably beat me to death." Yang Yang couldn't even sit still. He stood up, glancing around nervously, as if his father, Yang Dalong, might appear before him at any moment. Yang Wei was nearly as terrified, stammering, "How about we change our story tomorrow? Say we won't pursue Wei's responsibility." Instantly, 5 or 6 disdainful glances shot his way. Li Yong darted to both doors to check, finding them empty before snapping, "You two wimps already planning to defect?" Zhang Kong chimed in, "Exactly. Brother Yangzi and Huang Pingping took beatings side by side and didn't betray us. You two haven't even been hit yet and you're already planning to defect? Are you even men?" Yang Wei protested, "You guys don't know my uncle's punches are like." "Enough!" Zhang Kai's sharp command cut Yang Wei off. His eyes blazed as he fixed them on Yang Wei and Yang Yong, his voice deep and menacing. "If either of you dare defect, don't wait for Uncle Dalong to beat you, I'll beat you first." Zhang Jia immediately declared, "I'll follow Brother Kai." Zhang Kong rolled up his sleeves, his smile forced as he added, "I'll follow Brother Kai too. And me." Li Yong stepped forward, his tone flat. "The 4 of us against the 2 of you. You're welcome to try." Chapter 125, Forced to Play Alone. Night deepened. Following arrangements by Lu Fang and Zhao Hongyu, Zhang Kai, Yang Wei, Li Yong, and the others retired for the night. Even Luo Lin and Xia Yonggui had retired for the night. Fortunately, the children of the Li Dasun family weren't home, freeing up plenty of beds. Otherwise, there truly wouldn't have been enough room for everyone. Only Huang Yang and Huang Ping were put out. Even after Luo Lin had gone to bed, no matter how much Zhang Kaming pleaded with them, the two dared not rise. They remained kneeling stiffly, not moving an inch. The ground was icy cold, and Zhang Kaming feared the children would freeze. After much coaxing, he finally persuaded them to move closer to the fire pit to continue kneeling. Watching the 2 children kneel there indefinitely wasn't a solution either. Zhang Kaming sighed and left the hearth room with Li Dasun, heading to Li Dayuan's hearth room. Li Dashang, Lu Fang, and Zhao Hongyu were still awake, sitting there waiting. Only then did Zhang Kaming notice that Li Dayuan and Lin Jelly were nowhere to be seen. After sitting down, he asked, "Where are Dayuan and Jelly? Why haven't I seen them?" Lu Fang replied, "Wei had an accident. Since you weren't home, I didn't feel comfortable leaving Jingmei alone, so I sent them both to your place." Zhang Kaming felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Gratefully, he said, "Wei got into trouble and caused you all to worry. I'm sorry to have Dayuan and Jelly come to your house in the middle of the night." Lu Fang waved her hand. "Don't mention it. The priority now is Wei. He's still locked up. What are we going to do?" At that moment, Zhang Kaming felt utterly disheartened. He sighed deeply. Wei's situation. I suppose it's just how it is. Huang Yong and the others won't budge. He'll probably have to stay locked up for a few days. Lu Fang fumed, "We all saw old Xia pleading and old Luo fighting earlier. How can those kids be so stubborn? They just won't budge." "Exactly." Zhao Hongyu chimed in. "It baffles me. From what I saw, Wei didn't even hurt them that badly. Why are they clinging to their story so stubbornly?" Zhang Kaming shared the same thoughts, offering a wry smile. "I've watched those kids grow up. Even the usual troublemakers show me respect when they see me. And old Xia usually when they see him, they scatter like mice seeing a cat, terrified out of their wits. But this time, they wouldn't even listen to old Xia. It's truly baffling." Listening to the 3, Li Dasun and Li Dashang exchanged a secret glance. Unlike Zhang Kaming, Lu Fang, and Zhao Hongyu, they knew Zhang Wang wouldn't go to school. Analyzing all the clues, they had come to realize this wasn't an accident, it was more like a play Zhang Wei had directed and acted out himself. What baffled them was what methods Zhang Wei had used to make Zhang Kai, Yang Wei, and the other boys including that girl who Ping withstand such immense pressure and stick to their guns, cooperating with Zhang Wei to play out this charade. To get these young people to go this far clearly wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. In this regard, both men felt a deep sense of admiration for Zhang Wei. But what dominated their feelings was anger. "If you must drop out, couldn't you have chosen a better way? Getting yourself locked up in the police station, what kind of stunt is that? Sure, he got his piece and achieved his goal, but how many others had to stay up all night worrying and fretting? The more Li Dasan thought about it, the more he wanted to give Zhang Wei a good thrashing despite his usually easygoing nature. But now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to play along with Zhang Wei and help him keep up the charade. After a moment's thought, Li Dasan said, Wang Yang and the others insist on holding Wei Wei accountable. He'll definitely have to spend a few days in detention. And we still don't know what's going to happen with his schooling. Here's what I suggest. Brother-in-law, once we get to the police station tomorrow and see how things turn out, I'll find a way to head into town and meet up with Xia Ji. Zhang Keiming exclaimed in surprise, there are no buses tomorrow. How will you get into town? Li Dasan replied, I'll see if any passing vehicles stop. If not, I'll have to walk. No way. Zhang Keiming protested immediately. You're over 50 years old. It's over 180 li from the town to the city. You won't make it in a day. You really shouldn't go. Li Dasan insisted, if I don't go, Xia Ji won't know the news. She'll be worried sick. Zhang Keiming. Truth be told, he was more worried about Xia Ji. But the thought of Li Dasan walking over 180 li made his heart ache. He angrily cursed Zhang Wei again, it's all that bastard's fault. He's sitting pretty in the police station, not a care in the world, while a whole bunch of us are suffering because of him. Lu Fang interjected, brother-in-law, don't speak ill of Wei Wei. Who knows what he's enduring in there? It's freezing tonight, does he even have a place to sleep? A blanket? He deserves it. Zhang Keiming fumed. Freezing to death would serve him right. Yet his expression betrayed an uncontrollable worry. After Li Dasan and Lu Fang took turns trying to calm him down, Zhang Keiming finally began to cool off. With no resolution in sight and nothing more to discuss, everyone dispersed to sleep. The next day, Luo Lin rose early and saw Huang Yang and Huang Ping still kneeling. His heart ached for them. He asked sternly, do you know you've done wrong? Both kept their heads bowed, saying nothing. Fuming but knowing further pressure would be futile, Luo Lin bellowed, still kneeling there making fools of yourselves? Get up and get the hell out of here. Huang Yang and Huang Ping finally stood up. But as they tried to stand, both stumbled and fell back to the ground, clutching their legs. Kneeling all night had left their legs numb. Only when they tried to stand did they realize their legs had lost all sensation, causing them to collapse. Luo Lin's heart skipped a beat. Forgetting his anger, he rushed forward, grabbing one of them by the arm and asked frantically, Ping Ping, what's wrong? Yang, are you alright? Huang Ping couldn't tell if it was the pain from the fall or the sense of injustice, but tears streamed down his face. Huang Yang forced a bitter smile. I'm fine, just my legs, they're numb. Let me rub them. I'll rub them for you. Luo Lin choked out, placing one hand on Huang Yang's leg and the other on Huang Ping's. He applied pressure simultaneously, massaging both legs. As he worked, he grumbled, you two, why are you so stubborn? The process of regaining feeling in numb legs was excruciatingly painful, and Huang Yang couldn't help but groan. It took a while before both men recovered. One by one, everyone got up. After breakfast at Li Deshang's house, they headed to town together. Today was the 9th day of the lunar month, market day in Sancha Street. By the time they arrived, the streets were already packed with people. During market days, the supply and marketing cooperative was the busiest place. Li Deshang had no time to accompany Zhang Keiming any longer. After a brief farewell, he headed off to work. After exchanging greetings with Zhang Keiming, Li Dasan headed to the grain management office. He needed to figure out a way to get into the city. Xia Yonggui and Luo Lin accompanied Zhang Keiming back to the police station, followed by Huang Yang, Yang Wei, Li Yong, Zhang Kai, Wu Ping, and others. Ma Weiguo was the one to receive them again. Seeing the expressions on Zhang Keiming and the other two adults, Ma Weiguo guessed the outcome, but he still asked, how did the talks go last night? Zhang Keiming gave a wry smile and shook his head. Ma Weiguo's gaze swept over the faces of Huang Yong and the others. Everyone he looked at instinctively lowered their heads. Ma Weiguo withdrew his gaze and turned to Zhang Keiming, saying regretfully, then there's no choice. We must proceed according to regulations. Zhang Keiming asked anxiously, Chief Ma, how many days will Wei Wei be detained? Chapter 126, Who Enters the City? Zhang Wei was ultimately sentenced to 7 days of detention. Huang Yong and the others all refused Ma Weiguo's offer of compensation, stating they weren't seeking money. Detaining Zhang Wei was sufficient. This only deepened Ma Weiguo's confusion. But lacking concrete evidence, he had no choice but to close the case. I was exhausted all day yesterday and still haven't gone to see that kid. If I'm free later, I'll see what tricks he's playing. After dismissing Zhang Keiming and the others, Ma Weiguo muttered to himself, his curiosity about Zhang Wei growing even stronger. Zhang Keiming and the others exited the police station. Luo Lin hung his head in shame. Keiming, I failed as a father. I'm sorry to you, and I'm sorry to Wei Wei. With the matter settled, Zhang Keiming didn't wish to dwell on it further. He waved his hand dismissively. You all go back now. Uncle Keiming, I'm sorry. Fourth uncle, I'm sorry. Uncle Zhang, I'm sorry. Huang Yon, Zhang Kai, Yang Wei, and the others suddenly seemed to become well-behaved and sensible. One by one, they each apologized to Zhang Kaming before leaving. Luo Lin tried to say something more. Xia Yonggui glared at him. Things are what they are. There's no point in saying more. You should go back too. After shooing Luo Lin away, he and Zhang Kaming went to the grain management office and found Li Dasun. Upon learning that Zhang Wei had ultimately been sentenced to 7 days of detention, Li Dasun remarked, with this outcome, Wei Wei's chances of going to school are probably ruined. Zhang Kaming looked despondent. Perhaps, this is just his fate. He then turned to Xia Yonggui and sighed, but this makes Wei Wei even less worthy of Xiaoji. Xia Yonggui quickly interjected, brother-in-law, what are you saying? It's the era of reform and opening up now. Education isn't the only path forward. Wei Wei has real talent. Who knows? Maybe he'll blaze his own trail someday. Though he said this, he still felt a pang of disappointment. He was secretly annoyed that Zhang Wei didn't know when to hold back, causing trouble at such a critical moment and ruining his own future. As for what path Zhang Wei could forge, he had no real confidence in that at all. He'd only said it to comfort Zhang Kaming. His greatest worry now was Xia Ji. How would she react upon hearing this news? Zhang Kaming also thought of Xia Ji and said, I'm worried about Xia Ji. She might find this hard to accept. Xia Yonggui understood better than Zhang Kaming how desperately Xia Ji had hoped Zhang Wei could attend school with her. He too feared his daughter might collapse under the news, but seeing Zhang Kaming's haggard, desolate face, Xia Yonggui offered consolation. Don't worry just yet, brother-in-law. What if Xiaoji can arrange with the school to delay his enrollment for a few more days? This was pure consolation. He understood better than Zhang Kaming that Zhang Wei's enrollment wasn't merely about starting school, it was about taking an exam today to confirm his eligibility for the college entrance examination. This was a unique feature of the college entrance exam system in Daxia since its reinstatement in 1978. Contemporary examinees could not directly take the college entrance exam, they first had to pass a preliminary exam. Only those who achieved qualifying scores in the preliminary exam were eligible to take the main college entrance exam. Later statistics showed that nearly 2/3 of students taking the preliminary exam failed to qualify for the college entrance exam, resulting in a remarkably high elimination rate. This unique system persisted until 1985, when the nation abolished the preliminary exam requirement, allowing all graduating students to take the college entrance exam. If you couldn't make it to school by noon today, missing the preliminary exam meant you'd completely lose your eligibility for the college entrance exam. This matter was not something the school could decide. Zhang Kaming, less knowledgeable than Xia Yonggui, heard his words and felt a glimmer of hope rise in his heart. Let's hope so, he said. After speaking, he turned to Li Dasun, brother, does the grain administration have any rides into town? Li Dasun shook his head. I asked Director Chen. There won't be any grain transport trucks coming in the next few days. Zhang Kaming frowned. Then I'll walk into town. I'm used to walking. If I leave now, I can reach the city by tomorrow morning. Don't go. No way. Li Dasun and Xia Yonggui spoke in unison. Zhang Kaming insisted, Wei Wei caused this trouble. How can I not go tell Xiaoji? Li Dasun countered, you've never even been to the city. Even if you went, you wouldn't know which way to go. I'll go instead. Xia Yonggui interjected, accountantly, in-laws, stop arguing. I'll go. Zhang Kaming protested, how could I possibly let you make the trip? Xia Yonggui insisted, Xiaoji is my daughter. I'm the most suitable person to go. With that, Zhang Kaming found it hard to object. Li Dasun nodded as well. If old Xia goes, that's fine too. Xia Yonggui said, then it's settled. Zhang Kaming was about to say more when Xia Yonggui cut in, Wei Wei's in trouble, and you haven't gone home yet. Your mother-in-law is alone at home, she must be worried sick. Don't argue with me. Head home soon and explain everything to your mother-in-law so she won't worry. Thinking of Li Jing alone at home, completely unaware, Zhang Kaming sighed helplessly. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you to go instead. When you see Xiaoji. Ah. Mentioning Xiaoji left Zhang Kaming momentarily at a loss for words. He suddenly realized that Xia Yonggui going into town was indeed more appropriate than him going. Sighing, he said, never mind. You're Xiaoji's father. It'll be easier for you to talk to her than me. Please try to persuade her. Xia Yonggui nodded. I understand. Turning to Li Dasun, he added, accountantly, I'm sorry I rushed out yesterday without any cash. Could you lend me 5 yuan? I'll bring it back to you once I get home and collect the money. Zhang Kaming quickly interjected, I'll cover the fare into town. Then he turned to Li Dasun, brother, I don't have any cash on me either. Could you help me out with some money? I'll pay you back later. Xia Yonggui said, no need for you to pay. I'll borrow and repay myself. Li Dasun thought for a moment and said, old Xia, listen to your brother-in-law on this. I'll cover it for you, and you don't need to repay me. Zhang Kaming quickly protested, brother, I'm putting you out again. Li Dasun waved his hand dismissively. I don't have any cash on me either. Hold on a moment, I'll go find someone to borrow from. With that, he stepped outside. After about 10 minutes, Li Dasun returned and handed all the money he had to Xia Yonggui. This is too much. Xia Yonggui took the money and saw it was 2 large unity notes, 1 5 yuan note and 5 1 yuan notes, a total of 30 yuan. He quickly protested. Li Dasun replied, "It's more convenient to carry some cash when you're out and about." Xia Yonggui insisted, "But I won't need that much." Li Dasun insisted, "If you don't need it, you can bring it back. But what if you need it later and have no cash on you?" Hearing this, Xia Yonggui reluctantly tucked the money into his pocket and said, "If I don't use it all, I'll return it to you when I get back." Li Dasun nodded. "I've been checking about hitching a ride. The grain depot hasn't had any grain trucks coming into town these past couple days, and there aren't many passing vehicles in town either. Maybe the tractor station has something heading into town? If there aren't any, then old Xia, you'll really have to walk." Xia Yonggui had been into town several times before, twice even on foot. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. It's not like I've never walked there before." Li Dasun said, "All right then. Son-in-law, you head home first. I'll take old Xia to the tractor station to try our luck." The three left the grain depot together. Zhang Kaming headed home, while Li Dasun and Xia Yonggui went to the tractor station. Chapter 127, Cause and Effect. It was still early morning, and the roads were bustling with people heading to the market, some carrying baskets on their backs, others balancing loads on poles. Huang Yong, Zhang Kai, and 8 others were heading back to Shurha village, walking in the opposite direction. Their counter-current movement stood out conspicuously among the throng of people rushing to the market. As they approached Zayajuan, they encountered Hu Shirquan heading to the market. "Zhang Kai, you guys heading back? How's Zhang Wei? Has he been released?" Hu Shirquan stopped and asked with concern. Zhang Kai felt awkward and stammered, "Things haven't been fully resolved yet." "Well, it's already this late. You better hurry out. I'm not talking to you anymore." With that, he hurried off without a second glance at Hu Shirquan's puzzled expression. Zhang Jia, Zhang Kong, and the others did the same without even saying goodbye. They hurriedly slipped away. Only after walking a considerable distance did they all breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Bing said, "This isn't a solution. We'll run into so many people heading to the market along the way. We can't avoid everyone." Zhang Kong retorted, "We'll dodge when we can." Zhang Jia agreed, "Anyway, we'll just run into them on the road. They're in a hurry to get to the market, they won't have time to talk to us." Yang Wei voiced his concern, "But we'll have to go back eventually. How are we supposed to hide then?" Hu Ping suddenly remembered something and gasped, "Oh no! My dad said he was going to town today. We're bound to run into him soon. What if he asks? What do I tell him?" Li Yang chuckled, "If you run into Uncle Hu, just tell him the truth. He dotes on you so much he wouldn't hit you." "What are you afraid of?" Hu Ping pouted. "He might not hit me, but I'm sure he'll give me a good scolding." Li Yang shrugged indifferently, "So what if he does? Just let it go in one ear and out the other." Hu Ping thought about it and smiled. "You're right. That's what we'll do." Yang Yang groaned, "Ping, you're fine, but I'm the one who's going to suffer." Sympathetic glances turned toward him. Li Yang suggested, "How about you skip going home? Find somewhere to hide?" Yang Yang snapped back, "Where am I supposed to hide? And for how long?" Li Yang retorted, "Then it's up to you." Yang Yang snapped, "That's just bull. It's like you didn't say anything at all." Yang Wei chimed in from the side, "Li Yang, you're just talking big with no real pain." "Exactly." Zhang Kong chimed in. "All of us get beaten and yelled at when we go home. You're the lucky one, no one says a word to you." Li Yang retorted, "Yeah, you all have parents. I don't. I'm on my own. Who cares about me?" Zhang Kong froze, then quickly apologized, "Yang Yang, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that." Li Yang waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I was just stating the truth. Sometimes, being alone isn't so bad." His words sounded carefree, but his eyes betrayed an unmistakable loneliness. Seeing this, Hu Ping's heart ached involuntarily. Not knowing how to comfort him, she quickly changed the subject. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore." Changing the subject, she asked Huang Yong, "Brother Yong, we all listened to you yesterday. What exactly was Zhang Wei trying to do? Why did he insist on getting himself taken to the police station?" Her question drew everyone's gaze toward Huang Yong. Truthfully, everyone had wanted to ask this yesterday, but the awkwardness had kept them silent. Now that Zhang Kaming, Xia Yonggui, and Luo Lin were no longer present, there was no need for restraint. Huang Yong replied, "Zhang Wei said he couldn't go to school in the city. He couldn't think of any other solution in the short term, so he had to resort to this desperate measure." Hu Ping asked in confusion, "Why can't he go to the city to study? Hasn't he always wanted to study?" Huang Yong sighed. "I asked him that too. He gave me several reasons, which is why I decided to help him." Huang Yong repeated Zhang Wei's reasons word for word, the same ones he'd shared with Li Chunmei, Li Dasun, and Li Deshang. Hearing this, Hu Ping, Li Yong, Yang Wei, and the others all looked downcast. Yang Yong remarked with emotion, "Zhang Wei went to such lengths for his parents. Even if I get beaten when I go back, it'll be worth it." Yang Wei nodded. "That's right. Brother Wei even dropped out of school for his family. What's a beating to us? Huang Ping said, when I was beaten and made to kneel yesterday, I felt quite wronged. Only now do I realize that Zhang Wei was the one who truly deserved sympathy. He smiled wryly. Anyway, I've already taken the beating and done the kneeling. It doesn't matter anymore. Huang Yong retorted irritably, you think that's the end of it? Huang Ping looked shocked. It's not over? What else could there be? Huang Yong replied flatly, yesterday it was Dad who beat you. When we get home, there's still Mom. Yeah, and when our uncle gets back, there might be another round. Huang Ping shuddered. Brother, maybe we shouldn't go back? Huang Yong snorted and continued, Mom and Uncle Huang aren't the worst part. The real trouble is yet to come. Ha? Huang Ping's mouth fell open in horror. What else? Huang Yong shot him a look. You forgot about Xiaoji? When she comes back to settle the score with us, that's when things will get truly terrifying. The thought of Xiaoji's wrath sent a shiver down Huang Ping's spine. He stubbornly insisted, she shouldn't blame me, right? Huang Yong replied flatly, you know how badly Xiaoji wanted Zhang Wei to go to the city with her for school. If we hadn't reported Zhang Wei, he'd be there with her right now. Now that Zhang Wei can't go to school, she's not blaming us, who else could she blame? Huang Ping shuddered. Brother, stop talking. I'm leaving, going far away. I won't come back until Xiaoji's anger has cooled. Not even if you beat me to death. Huang Yang replied flatly, do as you please. But where could you possibly go? Huang Ping was too frustrated to speak. He racked his brain but couldn't think of anywhere to go. Seeing Huang Ping's dejected look, Hu Ping seemed to recall some unpleasant memory. She grew tense and asked, Xiaoji won't come after me too, will she? Huang Ping's drooping face instantly twisted into a smug grin. What do you think? He sneered. Hu Ping's face drained of color as she gritted her teeth. She's a lunatic. The others Zhang Kai, Zhang Kong, Zhang Jia, Yang Wei, Yang Yong, and Wang Bing all wore worried expressions, clearly having suffered their share of torment from Xiaoji in their childhood. Only Li Yong remained unfazed, shaking his head and saying, even if Xiaoji comes back, it won't be until next month. Worrying about it now, aren't you guys just wearing yourselves out? No one paid him any mind. Li Yong shrugged indifferently. Instead of fretting over that, why don't I tell you something? You'll probably find it more interesting. Huang Ping snapped impatiently, what is it? Just spit it out. Chapter 128, is that what I meant? Li Yong continued, remember the story Zhang Wei told us before he beat us up that day? Hu Ping immediately chimed in, of course. Yang Wei scoffed, you mean that? What's so interesting about that? Huang Ping also dismissed it. Yeah, just a story. Hu Ping asked in confusion, is there some deeper meaning to it? Li Yong said, after Zhang Wei beat us that day, I kept thinking about it. I even mentioned it to Uncle Kaming. But I never quite figured it out. He glanced at Huang Yong as he continued, it wasn't until earlier, when I heard Brother Yong mention that Zhang Wei didn't want to go to school, that it suddenly clicked. Hu Ping pressed, what did you figure out? Li Yong didn't answer, but countered, do you remember how Zhang Wei ended that story? Hu Ping shook her head. Huang Yong said, I remember. The story ended with Zhang Wei's conclusion. I don't recall the exact words, but the gist was that Cao Cao knew the grain officer hadn't done anything wrong, yet he still executed him. Cao Cao believed victory at the Battle of Guandu was more important than the grain officer's life. So, to win the Battle of Guandu, Cao Cao betrayed his conscience and executed the grain officer. Li Yong nodded, smiling bitterly. After telling the story, Zhang Wei specifically added, truthfully, each of us has something most important in our hearts. To achieve that most important thing, we'll all do things that go against our conscience. Do you remember that? Hu Ping shook her head again, gazing at Li Yong with admiration. Yong, your memory is truly remarkable. After all this time, you still remember Zhang Wei's words so clearly. You're amazing. Li Yong's face flushed slightly as he deflected Hu Ping's praise. The others definitely remember too. Huang Yong nodded. That's right. I remember him saying something like that. Zhang Kai smiled at Hu Ping. It's not just Li Yong who remembers. I remember too. Yeah, Zhang Wei also said that each of us could be Cao Cao. So he decided to play the part of Cao Cao and borrow something from us too. With that, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I get it now. That's why he told us that story. Huang Yong's eyes widened as he grinned, so that's it. The two of them chimed in unison, leaving Hu Ping utterly bewildered. She looked at them blankly and said, what are you talking about? I still don't get it at all. Zhang Kai chuckled, well, you're a woman. You've got hair on your head, what's so strange about not getting it? Hu Ping fumed, Zhang Kai, how dare you mock me? Zhang Kai retorted, what exactly did I mock you about? Hu Ping retorted, you're mocking me for being hairy-headed and narrow-minded. You really think I can't figure anything out? Zhang Kai roared with laughter. I never said that, you said it yourself. Yes, you did. You definitely said it. Hu Ping's face flushed red as she raised her fist to punch Zhang Kai, shouting, see if you mock me again. Take this. Zhang Kai dodged swiftly. Seeing the two of them playfully fighting, Yang Wei called out, enough, you two. Stop messing around. We still haven't figured out what's going on here. Huang Yang shot Zhang Qi a stern look. Is this how you tease Hu Ping? Is it even funny? Zhang Qi gave an awkward chuckle and stopped, letting Hu Ping land a few more punches on him. The little incident passed. Yang Wei immediately asked, Brother Yangzi, Zhang Qi, what exactly did you two figure out? Yang Yang, Zhang Kong, and Hu Ping all turned their attention toward Huang Yang and Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi glanced at Huang Yang, seeing he had no intention of speaking, and said, What Li Yang meant is that the story Zhang Wei told before beating us up was a carefully laid trap. Yang Wei remained confused and asked blankly, What kind of scheme? Zhang Qi explained, he planned it all before tricking us to Dishaba. He wanted to get himself arrested at the police station, and beating us was his method to achieve that. Just like Chow Chow killing that grain officer, beating us was merely an excuse. So that's how it was. Yang Wei, Zhang Kong, and Hu Ping all suddenly understood. Hu Ping fumed, Zhang Wei's got way too many tricks up his sleeve. He set us up so early on. Yang Yang added, You're telling me. If he wanted to get himself arrested, all he had to do was tell us. Wouldn't we have helped him? He had to beat us up, doesn't he know that hurts? Zhang Qi sneered contemptuously. Put. If he'd just talked to us properly back then, do you think we wouldn't have helped him? Yang Yang paused, then grudgingly admitted, We were so angry with him back then, we probably wouldn't have agreed to help even if he'd asked. Zhang Kong, Zhang Jia, and Hu Ping all nodded in agreement. Zhang Qi continued, That's why he had to beat us into submission first. He then turned to Li Yong, Is that what you meant? Li Yong chuckled. Yes and no. Zhang Qi froze, asking, Then what do you mean? Li Yong replied, The key point is that before Zhang Wei beat us up, he said one final thing. Zhang Qi thought for a moment and said, He said he'd treat us to meat. He added, Didn't he promise each of us 20 pounds of meat? Li Yong replied, Exactly. But have you considered this? There are 10 of us. 20 pounds per person adds up to 200 pounds. Where would he possibly get that much meat? Zhang Qi frowned thoughtfully. Huang Yang's brow furrowed into a deep character. He's planning to hunt. He's going into the mountains. Suddenly, both men shouted almost simultaneously. Right. Li Yong clapped his hands excitedly. That's exactly what I figured. Zhang Kong, Zhang Jia, Yang Wei, Yang Yang, Huang Ping, and Hu Ping all gaped in astonishment. Yang Wei couldn't help but exclaim in shock, his older brother died hunting in the mountains. How dare he go in there? Li Yang scoffed, he went to such lengths, even getting himself into the police station rather than going to school. Plus, he promised us all that meat. If he's not hunting in the mountains, what else could he be doing? Yang Wei grew anxious. But hunting in the mountains is so dangerous. Then, by helping him, are we actually putting him in danger? Yang Yang, Zhang Jia, and Hu Ping all nodded in agreement. Zhang Kong lamented, If we'd known it would turn out like this, we never should have helped him. Li Yang snorted, You guys just don't have a clue. Didn't you see Zhang Wei shatter that pebble with one palm strike at Dishaba? With his skills, what danger could he possibly face hunting in the mountains? Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement once more. Yeah, with Zhang Wei's skills, even if he ran into a wolf, he'd probably have it wrapped up. I bet he'd even dare to take on a tiger. Taking on a tiger? Forget it, he's no Wusong. But if he had a gun, taking on a tiger wouldn't be a problem either. The conversation suddenly shifted to Zhang Wei's future hunting skills. Li Yong pressed his hand to his forehead, speechless. Guys, can you pay attention? Is that what I meant? At his rebuke, Yang Wei and the others looked sheepish. Zhang Kong asked, Then what did you mean? Chapter 129, The Man with Ideas. Li Yong fumed, I can't be bothered explaining to a bunch of brainless idiots like you. He turned to Huang Yang, Zhang Qi, and Wang Bing, who had remained silent, asking, What do you think, Yangzi, Qi, and Wang Bing? Zhang Qi blurted out, We helped him out big time. If he goes hunting in the mountains and doesn't take me along, I'll never let him off the hook. Huang Yang nodded, gritting his teeth. I was punished by kneeling all night. If he doesn't take me, it's not fair. Wang Bing chimed in, I want to go too. Li Yong clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Look at that. Look at that. People with brains are just different. What does catching on instantly mean? What do you mean by catching on instantly? This is it. He pointed at Yang Yang, Yang Wei, Zhang Kong, and the others. Now look at you lot, each of you has a chamber pot stuck on your neck. At that moment, no one took offense at his coarse language. Zhang Kong, Yang Yang, and the others stared in shock at Li Yong, Huang Yang, Zhang Qi, and Wang Bing. Yang Wei still couldn't believe it. You all want to go hunting in the mountains? Zhang Qi replied, I've wanted to hunt in the mountains for ages, but I lack the skills. I'm afraid I'd just become a meat dumpling thrown to the dogs gone without a trace. Now that I know Zhang Wei's got the skills, he gets the meat and I just get the broth. That's fine by me. Wang Bing added, My family of 5 only got a little over 3 acres of farmland. That tiny plot can't feed us all, especially with my younger brother and sister still in school. We've got to find other ways to make ends meet. Hearing Zhang Qi and Wang Bing speak this way, Wang Ping turned to Huang Yang and asked, Brother, do you also want to go hunting in the mountains? Huang Yang replied, I didn't think about it at first, but after hearing Li Yong's words, I figured with Zhang Wei around, hunting in the mountains might not be a bad option. Li Yong chimed in, exactly. Haven't you seen how Zhang Wei's family has meat on the table every single meal now? Look at us, every single meal at our houses is sweet potatoes, and cabbage. When have we ever seen meat all year long? Wang Ping couldn't help but blurt out, I heard from Lei that Zhang Wei's family doesn't just have meat now, they're eating pure white rice. Pure white rice? Hu Ping gasped. He can afford that? Yang Wei was practically drooling, but still doubted, even if Zhang Wei hunted a wild boar or a muntjac, rice costs money. Where'd he get the cash to buy it? Huang Yang spoke up, I know the story. The money Zhang Wei used to buy rice came from selling 8 wolves he hunted in Bayanshangu village. His words were like a pinch of salt tossed into a boiling oil pot. What? Zhang Wei hunted 8 wolves too? When did that happen? Is that even true? How come I never heard about it? How did he take down 8 wolves? That's a whole pack. 2 years ago, his older brother Zhang Wen, Zhang Rui, and Wang Fei, all 3 of them armed with guns, faced a wolf pack and ended up with 2 dead and 1 severely injured. And now Zhang Wei dares to take on a whole pack by himself? This news was utterly unexpected. Not only did Zhang Wei, Yang Yong, and the others find it hard to believe, but even Zhang Kai and Li Yong were left speechless. Huang Yang explained, that day, Zhang Wei told me this story to convince me to help him. He specifically warned me not to let his parents find out. Oh, right. He also told Uncle Kaming and Aunt Li, though he said he only killed 2 wolves. Yeah, you all get it. Yang Wei said, we all get it. His older brother died after encountering a wolf pack. He's afraid that if he tells them about the wolves, Uncle Kaming and Aunt Li will worry. Yang Yong, Zhang Kong, and the others nodded in agreement. Zhang Kai's eyes burned with intensity as he asked, Brother Yon, did Zhang Wei tell you how he managed to kill 8 wolves? Did he have a gun? Huang Yong replied, he didn't give me the details. He just said he killed 8 wolves with a single pole and sold them for over 500 yuan. His words sparked another wave of gasps. Good heavens! Killing 8 wolves with just a pole? That's incredible. 8 wolves, mind you. Yeah, they say even tigers can't stand up to a pack of wolves. Zhang Wei's more formidable than a tiger. And he's already got over 500 yuan? That's crazy money. Over 500 yuan? I can't even imagine how much that is. With that much money, no wonder he dares to eat plain rice. Huang Yang cut off the chatter. What I've told you, just keep it to yourselves. Don't go spreading it around. Yang Wei and the others immediately assured him they wouldn't. Huang Yang turned to Li Yong and said, when Zhang Wei told me he'd hunted 8 wolves, I should have realized he'd go into the mountains to hunt after choosing not to continue his studies. But I just didn't think along those lines. You're the sharp one. Li Yong waved his hand dismissively. If I hadn't heard what you said, I wouldn't have figured it out either. Zhang Kai interjected, enough of that. Zhang Wei has talent and good intentions, but if he wants to hunt in the mountains, he'll have a hard time getting past his father. Li Yong and Huang Yang both nodded. Zhang Kai continued, so, if we all want to eat meat in the future, we need to work together to figure something out for him. Huang Yang asked, you have a plan? Zhang Kai chuckled. What solution? That's why I said we should brainstorm together. Li Yong said, 3 cobblers make a zhuge liang. Today, the 3 of us will be those cobblers. At that moment, Zhang Wei sat in the police station holding cell, completely unaware that his plan to go hunting in the mountains had already been analyzed by Li Yong, Zhang Kai, and Huang Yang. He had no idea they were even helping him figure out how to overcome the obstacles. At that moment, he was still preoccupied with the myriad problems he would face after leaving the police station. How would he explain it to his parents? How would he explain things to Xia Ji? He was also worried about the situation of those who had helped him, Huang Yang, Zhang Kai, Yang Wei, and the others. This incident had caused quite a stir, and if handled poorly, it could end badly. Of course, if he could successfully withdraw from school, it would all be worth it. Zhang Wei had no regrets. He had already gone over these issues countless times in his mind. But confined and with nothing to do, he kept replaying the events over and over in his mind, hoping to find the optimal solution. Yet the most crucial matter still troubled him. After successfully withdrawing from school, how could he convince his father to let him go hunting in the mountains? On this point, he still hadn't found a breakthrough. Forget it. I'll just take it one step at a time. When he couldn't figure it out, Zhang Wei didn't dwell on it, choosing instead to set the problem aside for the time being. Just then, the cell door swung open and a figure stepped inside. Zhang Wei turned to see Manhwaedit. He didn't know Manhwaedit personally, only recognizing the surname from when he'd first arrived at the police station. He'd heard Lu Jianjun call him Old Ma and instruct him to take Zhu Jun to Shurha village to verify the assault allegations. Chapter 130, an almost identical face. Manhwaedit held an aluminum lunchbox in his hand. Approaching Zhang Wei, he handed it over. Zhang Wei was somewhat puzzled. In those days, the police station didn't provide meals for detainees. Just like yesterday, both lunch and dinner had been delivered by Li Deshang. Today was a special occasion, and he knew his second uncle couldn't leave his duties. He had even guessed that his eldest uncle would likely bring him food. Unexpectedly, his eldest uncle hadn't come. Instead, this police officer surnamed Ma, who hadn't even spoken a word to him, was delivering his meal. Thanks. Zhang Wei was genuinely hungry, so he thanked him and took the lunchbox. He opened it to find 3 large meat buns inside. He picked one up, took a bite, and quipped, "Are the perks at the police station this good now? Even the detainees get meat buns." Manhwa's mouth twitched. The station was understaffed and didn't even have a cafeteria. Where could these meat buns have come from? These were homemade, made by his own hands. Whatever you say, Manhwa replied indifferently, not bothering to explain. Zhang Wei chuckled. I know your station doesn't have a cafeteria. These meat buns you made them yourself, Officer Ma, didn't you? Manhwa froze. These days, ordinary folks called them public security officers, but no one ever used the title police officer. Even within the system, they addressed each other as comrade, never officer. He was puzzled as to why Zhang Wei had used that title. But that wasn't the point. What troubled Manhwa more was that Zhang Wei hadn't said he'd bought the buns. He'd claimed he'd made them himself. How did you know I made them? Once Manhwa regained his composure, he couldn't help but ask. Zhang Wei held up the large meat bun in his hand and said, "Which shop sells buns with such thin wrappers, so much filling, and so much meat in the filling?" Manhwa couldn't help but smile. You're quite the observer. While eating the bun, Zhang Wei gestured, "Officer Ma, take a seat." Manhwa froze again. Zhang Wei's demeanor made it seem less like a police station holding cell and more like his own home. He was the host, while Manhwa felt like a guest dropping by. In his years as a police officer, Manhwa had detained hundreds, if not thousands, of people. Yet he had never encountered anyone quite like Zhang Wei. Usually stern, he couldn't help but smile, teasingly remarking, "You've started treating this place like your own turf, haven't you?" "No." Zhang Wei flatly denied it. Then he added, "Officer Ma wouldn't just drop by to give me meat buns for no reason. You came to see me, so you probably want to have a chat. Well, if we're going to talk, we might as well sit down and have a proper chat." Manhwa clicked his tongue. "Before this, we've never even spoken, right? How did you know I came to talk?" Zhang Wei abruptly stopped eating his bun, his eyes fixed on Manhwa like 2 nails. Manhwa had never encountered such an intense gaze. Instinctively taking a step back, he blurted out, why are you staring at me like that?" Zhang Wei exhaled. Yesterday's fleeting glance had already made Manhwa's face feel strangely familiar. But after that brief moment, Manhwa had left, and he hadn't gotten a clear look. Now, having studied it closely, he confirmed it was a face familiar beyond recognition, almost identical to the one etched in his memory. Except that face had once radiated youth and vitality. The face before him now had entered middle age, wrinkles etched across the forehead, the eye sockets gradually deepening. Though he couldn't be certain yet, Zhang Wei had a vague suspicion forming in his mind. He withdrew his gaze and asked earnestly, "Officer Ma, do you believe in fate?" "Ha?" Manhwa froze, his mind momentarily blank. Zhang Wei's shift in topic was so abrupt he struggled to keep up. Before he could process it, Zhang Wei smiled again and continued, "Never mind. You're a man of faith, a staunch materialist. You couldn't possibly believe in that sort of thing." By then, Manhwa had regained his composure and nodded. "That's right. I don't believe in fate." Zhang Wei seemed deeply moved, speaking slowly, "I didn't believe in it either, back then. But now I do." Manhwa chuckled, rolling his eyes. "Back when? How old were you then?" "Back then, you were just a little brat." Zhang Wei chuckled, then said earnestly, "Back then, I was just like you. I had faith. I was a staunch materialist." "Really?" Manhwa was amused. "You had faith as a kid? You must have been a model student." "Of course." Zhang Wei declared matter-of-factly. "I was born in New Great Xia, raised under the red flag. Having faith since childhood, what's wrong with that?" Manhwa couldn't really argue with that. After staring at Zhang Wei for a moment, he asked, "Then why did you suddenly start believing in fate?" Zhang Wei thought to himself, "I'd been reborn if something like this can happen. What mysterious thing couldn't I believe in?" But aloud he said, "I met an old man with a white beard on the stone bridge by the village. He asked me to fetch water from the river to wash his feet. Well, I'm a kind-hearted person. Seeing he was old, I fetched water and washed his feet. Unexpectedly, after washing the old man's feet, he gave me a heavenly book." Manhwa's mouth twitched violently. "Was that old man named Huang Shigong?" he asked sarcastically. Zhang Wei laughed heartily. "You know that too? Have you seen that white-bearded old man as well?" Manhwa snapped, "No wonder you ended up in the police station. You're always up to no good." Zhang Wei's expression froze. After a moment, he gave a bitter smile. "Officer Ma, your inside is like a beacon. You've seen right through me." Manhwa was taken aback. He narrowed his eyes and gave Zhang Wei a deep, intense look before saying flatly, "What? You admit it so readily?" Zhang Wei replied calmly, "Since you've seen through me, I have no choice but to admit it." Manhwa snapped, "I don't know why you did this, but do you understand the consequences?" "I know." Zhang Wei said earnestly. "I won't be able to go to school. My parents will worry, and many relatives will worry too. They'll all suffer because of this. And Xiao Ji will be heartbroken. Ma Weigua's voice grew stern. If you know all this, why did you still do it? Zhang Wei smiled faintly. A gentleman knows what to do and what not to do. I may not be a gentleman, but if I'm doing this, there must be a compelling reason. Reasons? Ma Weigua snorted coldly. Even if you have 1,000 reasons, you can't exploit the police station to achieve your goals. What you're doing is wasting police resources. This is utterly despicable. I'd really like to lock you up for a few years and teach you a proper lesson. I'm sorry. What I did indeed waste public resources. It shouldn't have happened. Zhang Wei admitted his mistake without hesitation. But then his tone shifted and he spoke earnestly. Uncle Ma, I need a favor. Chapter 131, will you come to the police station? Uncle Ma? That single word froze Ma Weigua again. He couldn't help but ask, you called me uncle? Zhang Wei replied, I'm 19 and you're in your early 40s. Is there a problem with me calling you uncle? Ma Weigua's mouth twitched a few times before he gritted his teeth and said, no problem. But inwardly, he wondered, was that really the case? After all, Zhang Wei had asked for his help immediately after calling him uncle. It was hard not to suspect the kid was just trying to curry favor. Ma Weigua's voice was low and stern. What kind of help do you need? Zhang Wei replied, let's just say I got myself into trouble at the police station. Uncle Ma, please don't tell my parents. Ma Weigua sneered coldly, I haven't even punished you yet and you're already making demands. Zhang Wei replied earnestly, Uncle Ma, even though you saw through it, the fact remains that I did hit someone. You can only punish me for that assault, you can't hold me accountable for anything else. That was precisely what infuriated Ma Weigua. But this was an open scheme. Even if you knew you'd be used, you still had to play along, there was no way to refuse. He gritted his teeth. What if I refuse? Zhang Wei spread his hands and grinned. Then there's nothing to be done. At worst, I'll be humiliated and get a good beating from my dad. Anyway, I've already achieved my goal. Him beating me up won't change the facts. Yeah, at worst, his sadness will turn to rage, utter fury. He might even get so angry he falls ill. Oh, right. Zhang Wei pretended to suddenly remember. I forgot to tell Uncle Ma my dad has tuberculosis. If he gets really angry all of a sudden, he'll probably cough up blood. The consequences could be serious. And half the blame for such dire consequences falls on me, the other half on you, Uncle Ma. Ma Weigua. I intended to pressure Zhang Wei, but instead of succeeding, I ended up being threatened. Ma Weigua glared at Zhang Wei with indignation. While investigating Zhang Wei's assault, he'd learned some things about him that piqued his interest. That's why he'd gone to the trouble of making buns himself to come visit. Little did he know that seeing is believing Zhang Wei turned out to be this kind of person. He suddenly regretted his kindness in visiting this guy, only to get himself unnecessarily angry. Enough! Ma Weigua waved his hand impatiently. I can't be bothered telling your parents about your nonsense. Thanks, Uncle Ma. Zhang Wei beamed at the words, instantly transforming into a model child as he expressed his gratitude. Watching him, Ma Weigua couldn't help but shake his head. What kind of person was this guy? A detained criminal who showed no fear toward him, a public security officer, instead chatting and laughing freely. To achieve his goals, he even dared to make threats. Yet once he got what he wanted, his face changed faster than flipping a book, transforming from a scheming strategist into the image of a model child. Despite having seen countless people, Ma Weigua found himself utterly unable to fathom Zhang Wei. What experiences has this youth endured? How could he possess such profound cunning and such remarkable skills? Ma Weigua was secretly startled. His curiosity about Zhang Wei only deepened. Ma Weigua composed himself, slowly sat down, and said, since you say I came here to talk with you, let's have a proper conversation. Sure thing. Zhang Wei readily agreed, happily munching on a large meat bun as he asked, Uncle Ma, what would you like to talk about? Ma Weigua said, first, tell me why you did this. Is that okay? No problem. Zhang Wei was straightforward. It was old news anyway, he'd already told Li Chunmei, Li Dasun, Li Dasheng, and Huang Yong. He rattled off the story with ease. He didn't sob uncontrollably, but when describing the various hardships, his emotions were genuine. Even Ma Weigua, a grown man, felt a strange, indescribable ache listening to it. Especially at the end, when Zhang Wei delivered his piercing question. Uncle Ma, if you were in this situation at home, what would you choose? Ma Weigua fell silent for a long moment before forcing a bitter smile. As a man, do I even have a choice? Exactly. Zhang Wei nodded with deep feeling. There's no way to have it both ways. No one can please both Buddha and the lady. Sometimes life seems like a multiple choice question, but really, it's a fill in the blank. Some choices exclude you from the start. Ma Weigua pondered seriously before nodding in agreement. This acknowledgement wasn't just for Zhang Wei's words, it was more for the man himself. He chuckled, you're not half bad, kid. Making those buns for you this morning wasn't a waste after all. Zhang Wei pursed his lips. Uncle Ma, it seems like you made those buns before you even knew me. He wasn't exactly grateful. He pressed. Uncle Ma, you called me here for another reason, right? Manhwaegwa chuckled and admitted frankly, you could say that. I heard from Zhang Wei and the others that you can break pebbles with a single palm strike. Is that true? Zhang Wei replied, it's true. Hearing his confirmation, Manhwaegwa felt a surge of satisfaction. I heard you practice the Azure Dragon Fist. Is it really that formidable? Zhang Wei declared proudly, the Qinglong Fist isn't that powerful, it's me who's powerful. This answer surprised Manhwaegwa. As a martial artist himself, practicing his family's traditional techniques, he had assumed Zhang Wei's Qinglong Fist was some profoundly advanced art. He hadn't expected such a response. Zhang Wei continued, truthfully, I believe all martial arts are fundamentally similar. What truly matters is the person practicing them and the person wielding them. Some people, no matter how formidable the art, can only perform empty gestures. Others, even if their training is ordinary, can unleash unimaginable power when wielding it. Therefore, it's not the martial art that determines strength, it's the person. Manhwaegwa pondered this carefully, then smiled in surprise and nodded. That's absolutely true. He sighed, I've trained in martial arts for decades myself, yet I hadn't grasped it as deeply as you. I've truly learned something today. Zhang Wei hastily replied, not at all. This isn't my own insight, it's exactly how Jin Yong wrote it in his martial arts novels. In the early 1980s, Jin Yong's martial arts novels had been circulating in mainland China for years. Yet in those days, few could afford to buy a complete set of his works, especially in such remote areas where even his novels were a rare sight. Even Manhwaegwa hadn't read them. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, he was utterly astonished. You gained such profound insights from martial arts novels? He almost added, that's ridiculous. Zhang Wei smiled and replied, novels are books too, especially well-written ones. They not only pass the time but also help us grasp many profound truths. So, Uncle Ma, when you have free time, you should read more novels. Manhwaegwa's mouth twitched. He didn't want to discuss this topic with him anymore. He gave Zhang Wei another intense look and said solemnly, Zhang Wei, now that you've achieved your goal, you won't be studying anymore. What are your plans? Zhang Wei looked at Manhwaegwa in surprise and asked, Uncle Ma, why are you suddenly concerned about my future plans? Manhwaegwa smiled and said, since you called me uncle, I'll give you an opportunity. Would you be willing to join our police station? Chapter 132, Isn't hunting just about having hands? Zhang Wei stared blankly at Manhwaegwa. He never imagined Manhwaegwa would invite him to the police station. This meant he could become a police officer, a formal job opportunity. Such an opportunity was virtually unheard of in later generations. In the future, those wishing to join the public security system had to either graduate from police academies and be assigned there, or transfer from the military and be placed within the system. Beyond that, entering the police force was unthinkable unless a leader made an irregular arrangement. But in the early 1980s, it was perfectly normal for a leader to arrange a job for someone they favored, no irregularities required. Even so, for ordinary people, securing a formal job, especially one within the system with a permanent position, wasn't easy. Such a rare opportunity would have been accepted immediately by anyone else. Zhang Wei, however, merely expressed surprise before stating, thank you, Uncle Ma, but I have no such desire. Ha! This time, it was Manhwaegwa who was taken aback. He had recognized Zhang Wei's martial arts skills and, moved by his desire to nurture talent, had sought to recruit him to the police station. He expected Zhang Wei to be thrilled, even deeply moved. But to his surprise, Zhang Wei refused outright without a moment's hesitation or room for negotiation. Manhwaegwa exclaimed in astonishment, you just flat out refused? Do you realize how many people would kill for this opportunity? To reject it without even considering it, isn't that a bit rash? He added earnestly, once this opportunity passes, it won't come around again. You should seriously consider it, or discuss it with your family after you get home. There's still time to decide. Zhang Wei responded gratefully, Uncle Ma, thank you for giving me this opportunity. But truly, there's no need to consider it. I have my own plans. As for consulting his family? Absolutely out of the question. If Zhang Kaming found out, he'd insist on giving his approval. He dared not even mention it. Manhwaegwa was puzzled. What plans do you have? Could they possibly be better than joining the police force? Zhang Wei didn't hide anything. I plan to go into the mountains to hunt. Hunting? Manhwaegwa couldn't help but chuckle. I thought something better was waiting for you. Turns out you just want to go into the mountains to hunt? He shook his head. With your skills, it's such a waste to be just a hunter. Zhang Wei looked serious. I don't think so. Manhwaegwa retorted, then tell me, what's so great about being a hunter? Zhang Wei replied, you get to eat meat. Those three simple words made Manhwaegwa's mouth twitch. Is that all you want out of life, just to eat meat? Zhang Wei declared, I want my parents to eat meat. I want my sisters and nieces and nephews to eat meat. If that's not reason enough, I need to hunt to earn money to treat my parents' illnesses and pay for my 2 sisters and nieces and nephews to go to school. Plus, I want electricity in our home, a TV, washing machine, refrigerator. All of this takes money. Zhang Wei grew visibly agitated as he spoke. After finishing, he solemnly asked Ma Weigua, "Uncle Ma, if I get a job at the police station, will my salary be enough to do all this?" Ma Weigua. He'd worked for nearly 20 years, yet his monthly salary barely exceeded 21 yuan. If Zhang Wei were hired at the police station as a new recruit, his pay wouldn't surpass 12 yuan. And 12 yuan wouldn't even cover the meat Zhang Wei mentioned eating at every meal, let alone paying for Zhang Kaming and Li Jing's medical treatment and supporting 4 children through school. Still, he didn't agree with Zhang Wei's choice. "The police station's salary isn't high," he said. "It's even less than what your uncle makes at the grain depot and supply cooperative. But joining the police station means you'll have a stable job. You'll be a government employee with a fixed monthly salary, guaranteed rain or shine. That's better than being a hunter, right? As a hunter, you only get meat to eat and money to sell when you actually catch something. If you don't bag any game, you'll end up with nothing. Besides, the dangers of hunting in the mountains go without saying. With what happened to your older brother, you know that well enough. And let's be honest, hunting isn't exactly easy. You don't just go out and bag game." Zhang Wei smirked confidently. "Uncle Ma, hunting just requires 2 hands, right?" Ma Weigua scoffed. "Blow your own horn all you want. Don't think being good at kung fu guarantees you'll catch game. Hunting requires a gun, right? Without a gun, you hunt barehanded?" Zhang Wei said, "Uncle Ma, I'm not bragging, but I've already bagged quite a few game these past few days without even entering the mountains." Ma Weigua scoffed skeptically. "It's been freezing cold these past few days. You caught game without even going into the mountains? Keep bragging. At least bragging isn't illegal, and you don't have to pay taxes on it." Zhang Wei said, "On the second day of the new year, I was digging up roots and stumbled upon a snake nest. I caught 13 snakes. On the third day, a wild boar charged into our village's storage room and injured someone. I happened to be passing by carrying water, and I took it down with my carrying pole. Yeah, that boar weighed over 200 pounds. On the 4th day of the new year, I went to the mountain valley to fetch wine. I heard that many chickens had gone missing in their village. After investigating, I found wolf tracks. Following the tracks up the mountain, I encountered 8 wolves. With that same pole, I wiped out all 8 wolves." At first, when Zhang Wei mentioned clearing snake nests and hunting wild boars, Ma Weigua just thought he was lucky and didn't pay much attention. But when he heard about killing 8 wolves with a single pole, Ma Weigua couldn't help but exclaim, "What? You killed 8 wolves with a pole?" "Yeah," Zhang Wei said casually. "Everyone in the valley knows I killed those wolves. I sold the meat to them, made 567 yuan and 6 jiao in total." Ma Weigua was dumbfounded. He was at a loss for words. Earlier, he tried to dissuade Zhang Wei, saying hunting wasn't easy, suggesting that becoming a hunter might not be profitable. But now this guy had gone out and killed 8 wolves, selling them for 567 yuan and 6 jiao. Over 500 yuan. Even he, an old public security officer, would have to work over 2 years without eating or drinking to save that much. Ma Weigua didn't doubt Zhang Wei's story. He sighed, "No wonder you refused to join the police station. You've tasted the sweetness of hunting." Zhang Wei didn't deny it, replying with a mix of truth and jest, "Yeah, a single hunt can bring in hundreds. That's way better than my iron rice bowl job paying just a few dozen bucks a month. Yeah, I used to plan on getting into college, finding a good job, and supporting my family. But after hunting 8 wolves in that mountain valley and selling them for over 500 yuan, I realized I was wrong. Wasn't the whole point of studying and going to university to get a good job and earn more money? But if hunting can make me that much money, why bother spending years studying just to land a job that might not pay as well as hunting? What's the point of going to college? Wouldn't that be like rowing north while steering south?" Chapter 133, Changing Their Tune Again. Zhang Kaming returned to Shurha village and first went to Xia Yonggui's house. Xia Yonggui had gone into town, so he needed to inform Zhou Hongju to spare her worry. Upon reaching the gate, he found it locked. It's broad daylight, and no one's home. Where could they have gone? Zhang Kaming muttered to himself, turning to head home instead, planning to return later. Soon, he approached his own home. He looked up and saw his courtyard packed with people. His heart sank. Could something have happened? Zhang Kaming's heart raced. He took 3 steps at a time, rushing to the courtyard as fast as he could. "Kaming, you're back. Uncle Kaming. Grandpa." The people in the courtyard greeted Zhang Kaming as he returned. Zhang Kaming didn't have time to respond. He asked, "Why are you all here?" As he spoke, he spotted Wang Taijun, Wang Ron, Luo Lin, Yang Dian, Yang Dalon, and others in the crowd. Also present were Huang Yong, Wang Ping, Yang Wei, Yang Yong, Wang Bing, Wu Ping, Li Yong, Zhang Kai, Zheng Kang, and Zhang Jie, all of whom had returned to Shurha village before him. All 10 were present, not one missing. Li Jing, Li Daiyuan, and Lin Jiali were present, along with Zhou Hongju, Xiao Wei, and Xiao Meng. Even Zhang Wenju, Zheng Kaixing, Zheng Kaigai, Zhen Xiao, along with Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li were present. Amidst the crowd, he even spotted old Wang. Zhang Kaming felt even more puzzled. Though the crowd was large and Li Jing's eyes were red, the scene didn't seem to indicate anything was wrong. Before anyone could answer his questions, Zhou Hongju asked first, "Dear-in-law, where's old Xia?" Zhang Keiming quickly replied, he went into town. He needed to tell Xiuji about Wei Wei. Zhou Hongju muttered, he needs to talk to Xiuji, and said nothing more. By now, Zhang Keiming knew nothing serious had happened at home and felt relieved. Still, he couldn't help asking, why is everyone here? Huang Rong said apologetically, Brother Keiming, we all already know about Wei Wei's situation. Zhang Keiming gave a wry smile, feigning indifference as he forced out, it's all in the past. No need to dwell on it. Huang Rong pointed at Wang Taijun, Wuhan San, Yang Dian, Yang Delong, and the others. After we found out, we gave the kids a good talking to. Then we brought them here to your house to apologize. Only then did Zhang Keiming realize that Wang Taijun, Yang Dian, and the other 10 families had come to his home to apologize. As for the others, some had come to offer comfort, while others were merely spectators. But now that things had come to this, Zhang Wei was already detained, and his education was ruined. What good would apologies and consolation do? Could they get Zhang Wei released early? Could they make Zhang Wei rush to school to register, continue his studies, and take the college entrance exam? Zhang Keiming waved his hand with a bitter smile. No need for apologies or anything like that. If anything, Wei Wei started the fight. This outcome is entirely his own doing. Let's just leave this matter at that. Huang Rong countered, that's not acceptable. Zhang Keiming was already in a foul mood, and Huang Rong's words only made him angrier. He'd already said to let it go, why couldn't she just drop it? Must she rub salt into his wounds? His voice turned cold, his gaze sharp as he demanded, what more do you want? Huang Rong froze, instantly realizing Zhang Keiming had misunderstood her. She hurriedly clarified, Brother Keiming, it's not that we want more. Well, it's like this. Pointing at Huang Yong, Huang Ping, and the others, she explained, after I talked to them, they realized their mistake. They all agreed to go back to the police station and said they wouldn't pursue any charges against Wei Wei. Zhang Keiming froze. Before he could react, Huang Yong and Huang Ping stepped forward and bowed together. Huang Yong said, Uncle Keiming, I was foolish yesterday. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. If we go back out today, the police station will definitely be closed by the time we get there. But rest assured, we'll set out at midnight tonight. First thing tomorrow morning, when the police station opens, we'll go withdraw the case. Huang Ping was more concise, Uncle Keiming, I'm withdrawing the case too. I won't pursue Zhang Wei's responsibility. No sooner had they spoken. Yang Wei, Yang Yon, Wang Bing, Zhen Kong, Zhen Kai, Zhen Jia, Li Yon, and Hu Ping all approached Zhang Keiming. They bowed, apologized, and explained they would go to the police station tomorrow to retract their statements and drop the charges against Zhang Wei. Each of them said much the same thing. And each one was more sincere than the last. For a moment, Zhang Keiming didn't know whether he should feel relieved or even more heartbroken. With everyone dropping the charges against Zhang Wei, he could be released immediately after retracting his statement at the police station. But the difference between being released yesterday and tomorrow, though only 2 days apart, carried entirely different weight. If released yesterday, Zhang Keiming still believed that if Zhang Wei could find a way into the city, there might still be hope for him to continue his studies. But if he were released tomorrow, even if Zhang Wei made it to the city, it would be the day after tomorrow. As for continuing his education? In the words of the countryside, the opportunity would be long gone. He really wanted to say, if only I'd known then what I know now. But he opened his mouth and closed it again, never uttering the words. He hadn't read many books, knew few characters, and had a limited vocabulary. Yet at that moment, a phrase surged inexplicably from his heart, words are useless. Thanks. Zhang Keiming's expression was desolate, his voice flat. He didn't refuse their offer to change their address, nor did he show any sign of joy. At that moment, he simply wanted to be alone. Waving to the people in the courtyard, he said, there's nothing more to do. Everyone, go back now. He hadn't even bid farewell to Huang Rong, Yang Delong, or the others. It was Zhang Kaixing who stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Second brother has just returned after traveling dozens of miles. He's exhausted. Everyone should head back first. Once he's rested, he'll personally thank each of you. Huang Rong, Yang Delong, and the others exchanged glances, saying nothing more. Each took their children and departed. Old Zhang must be heartbroken. Yeah, even if Wei Wei gets released tomorrow, he probably won't be able to go to school. His greatest hope was for Zhang Wei to get into university. Now he can't even attend school, how could he not be heartbroken? Sigh. Facing something like this, it's hard for anyone to feel good about it. The onlookers dispersed one by one, shaking their heads and sighing as they walked away, murmuring among themselves. Yang Yong, Wang Bing, Zhang Kai, Wang Yong, and the others were cursed all the way home. Most people had left the courtyard, including Xiao Wei and Xia Meng. Only Zhou Hongju remained, aside from immediate family members like Zhang Wenju, Zhang Kaixing, and Zhang Kaikai. Zhang Keiming knew they were all concerned about Zhang Wei and had many questions for him, or perhaps wanted to comfort him. But at that moment, he felt utterly exhausted, so tired he didn't want to speak. He said, Dad, big brother, third brother, you should all go home too. Zhang Kaixing sighed and glanced at the old man. Zhang Wenju paused briefly before saying, all right, we'll head back first. With that, he turned and walked away first. Seeing this, Zhang Kaixing, Zhang Kai, and the others offered a few words of comfort before following suit. Once everyone had departed, Zhang Kaiming beckoned to Zhou Hongju, "Dear-in-law, please come inside." He could dismiss everyone else, but Zhou Hongju was different. He had no reason to send her away now, so he could only invite her inside. Chapter 134, The Pain of Comparison. Xia Yonggui's luck wasn't great. Inquiring at the tractor station, he learned that a tractor had departed for Qingtian Township early that morning. Qingtian Township lay along the road from Sanxia Town to Tsuyuan County, about 40 li from Sanxia. Though that tractor wasn't bound for the county seat, catching it would still get him to Qingtian Township, saving him 40 li of walking. Li Dasan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only we'd come earlier, we could have caught it. Xia Yonggui smiled and said, "Station Master Gao mentioned the tractor left at 6 this morning. We couldn't have made it even if we'd started earlier." Li Dasan sighed, "Guess there won't be any other rides today." Xia Yonggui shrugged. "If there were, great. If not, no use fretting. I'd already planned to walk into town anyway." With that, he stopped chatting, bid farewell to Li Dasan, and set off alone along the Chusan Highway, the road connecting Tsuyuan County to Sanxia Town. Braving the blazing sun, he traversed mountains and valleys until past noon, when he finally reached Qingtian Township. Qingtian Township had two streets, a narrow, winding old street and a broad new street. The 10-meter-wide new street was paved with blue stone slabs, with the Chusan Highway running straight through it. Along the new street, nearly all the buildings were newly constructed two-story brick and tile houses, with a few three-story structures. Compared to Sanxia Street, it looked much more modern. Unlike Sanxia Street's market days on odd lunar calendar dates, Qingtian Street held its market on even lunar calendar dates. Today is the 9th day of the second lunar month. It was an odd-numbered day, not a market day in Qingtian Township. Even so, a few shops along Qingtian's new street remained open, and a handful of people strolled about. On the new street, the Masses restaurant was open for business. Parked outside were a tractor, a military green 140 truck, and several bicycles. Xia Yonggui arrived here, hungry and thirsty. Seeing the restaurant open, he hesitated for a moment. His gaze swept over the 140 truck and tractor parked at the entrance before he gritted his teeth and stepped inside. Inside, 3 tables were occupied by diners. At one table, a young man dined alone. Another table seated a middle-aged man with a younger companion. The last table held 4 or 5 people, men and women of varying ages, who appeared to be hosting a reception for some local organization, drinking merrily. Xia Yonggui ordered only a bowl of plain noodles. He deliberately sat at a table next to the one where 2 people were eating, listening to their conversation while he ate his noodles. The more he listened, the more delighted he became. He finished his noodles quickly, then walked over, handed one of them a Dakianman cigarette, and said, "Comrades, you're heading into the city, aren't you?" The middle-aged man seemed experienced. He glanced at Xia Yonggui, took the cigarette, and asked, "Comrade, are you hitchhiking?" Xia Yonggui replied, "I'm rushing from Sanxia Town for urgent business in the city. While eating, I overheard you mention reaching the city before dark, so I guess that 140-ton truck at the gate must be yours. So I took the liberty of approaching you. If it's convenient, I'd appreciate a ride." Before the man could respond, he added, "I can pay for the ride, just charge me the same as a minibus ticket from Qingtian Township to the city." The middle-aged man smiled. "Seeing you're in a hurry, I'll give you a ride. As for the fare, forget about it." Overjoyed at the offer, Xia Yonggui protested, "But that's too much." The middle-aged man replied, "It's just a detour for me. No need to be so polite." Xia Yonggui no longer hesitated. "You two go ahead and eat. I'll wait for you outside." The middle-aged man nodded. Xia Yonggui went to the restaurant counter and called the owner over. He settled the bill for both his own meal and the middle-aged man's table. His bowl of plain noodles cost 60 cents. The middle-aged man's table had 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, totaling 2 yuan and 60 fun. The total cost was 3 yuan and 20 cents. Xia Yonggui didn't feel the pinch. He then went to the nearby convenience store and bought 2 packs of Hontishan cigarettes, each costing 60 cents, spending another 1 yuan and 20 cents. When the middle-aged man and the young guy finished their meal and went to pay, the owner informed them that the previous customer had already settled their bill. The middle-aged man seemed unfazed by this. Stepping outside, he spotted Xia Yonggui and said politely, "Comrade, it was just a ride. No need to be so formal." Xia Yonggui smiled and replied, "You gave me a ride without charging me, so I treated you to a meal. If anything, I'm the one who got the better deal." He was telling the truth. In the early 1980s, bus tickets were quite expensive. For example, a ticket from Sanxia Town to the city cost 9 yuan, while one from Qingtian Township to the city cost 6 yuan. Xia Yonggui paid only 2 yuan and 6 jiao for their meals, plus 1 yuan and 2 jiao for 2 packs of Hontishan cigarettes, totaling just 3 yuan and 8 jiao. That was 2.2 yuan cheaper than the 6 yuan bus fare. As he spoke, Xia Yonggui pulled out the 2 packs of Hontishan cigarettes he'd bought and slipped one into each of their hands. After some polite refusal, they cheerfully accepted. Typically, when a 140 truck driver gives someone a ride, they only let them stand in the rear cargo area. But with the earlier meal payment and the newly gifted Hontishan cigarettes, the middle-aged man directly invited Xia Yongui to sit in the cab. This delighted Xia Yongui immensely. The entire route from Qingtian Township to Tsuyuan County was gravel roads. Once the 140 truck picked up speed, the dust it kicked up was like a small sandstorm. If he'd stood in the open cargo bed, his clothes would have been covered in at least a pound of dust by the time they reached the city. Those 3 yuan and 8 jiao were money well spent. The three chatted happily in the cab all the way. Xia Yongui also learned about the other two. The middle-aged man was Lei Hongjun from Laohishan village in Longping Township, Qingyang County. The young man was his son, Lei Zhihua. While Xia Yongui might not have known much about other parts of Qingyang County, he happened to be familiar with Lao Heishan. Lao Heishan was rich in coal. Entire mountains there were open-pit coal mines, appearing as black hills, hence the name Lao Heishan. They say you live off the land you're born on. With coal mines in Old Black Mountain, Lei Hongjun managed to get his hands on a 140-ton truck after the 1978 reform and opening up. He started a transportation business, mainly hauling coal out of the area. His visit to Qingtian Township today was specifically to deliver a truckload of lump coal. During their conversation, Xia Yongui learned that Lei Hongjun now not only runs a transport business but also leases several mountain slopes to operate his own coal mines. Business was booming, and over the years, he had become a 10,000 yuan household. Lei Hongjun also mentioned plans to purchase another 140-ton truck, intending to have his son Lei Zhihua operate it independently to expand the business further. Xia Yongui couldn't help but feel envious, sighing all the way about how places with mineral resources were truly different. A 10,000 yuan household. When would Shurha village ever have one? For some reason, Zhang Wei's face flashed through his mind. But he quickly shook his head. Even if Zhang Wei had some talent, Shurha village had little farmland and no mines. During the land distribution, no one got even 1 mu per person. No matter how capable someone was, they couldn't earn much money all year round. He felt a pang of regret once more. If only Zhang Wei hadn't met with that accident, he could have gone to university and perhaps built a promising future. But now that he'd met with this misfortune, he'd be stuck farming in Shurha village forever. His future was ruined. Then there was Lei Zhihua, roughly the same age as Zhang Wei, yet he was about to start driving a 140-ton truck on his own. Even if he split from Lei Hongjun's household later, he could become a 10,000 yuan household. The contrast was stark, one in the heavens, the other in the dust. A vague unease suddenly gripped Xia Yongui. His daughter Xia Ji was such an exceptional person. Could she really end up following Zhang Wei back to Shurha village to spend the rest of her life there? Chapter 135, one awkward situation after another. Before nightfall, Lei Hongjun's car entered Tsuyuan County. Originally, Xia Yongui had been eager to see Xia Ji, but after chatting with Lei Hongjun and his son in the truck, he developed a desire to befriend them. Besides, if not for the ride, he wouldn't have seen Xia Ji at all. Since they'd arrived early anyway, there was no need to rush. Xia Yongui suggested inviting Lei Hongjun and his son to dine at the state-run restaurant. Lei Hongjun replied, "Brother Xia, you treated me to lunch earlier today. Tonight, it's my turn to host." Xia Yongui countered, "I hitched a ride with you, how could I let you pay? I'll cover it." Lei Hongjun chuckled, "Brother Xia, I'm at least a 10,000 yuan household. How could I let you treat me? We get along well, just listen to me." This left Xia Yongui with no good counter-argument. He agreed verbally, but inwardly thought, there's no way I can let Lei Hongjun pay. If need be, I'll settle the bill in advance just like I did at lunch. Seeing his agreement, Lei Hongjun was pleased. He skillfully navigated the city streets in his 140 sedan and soon pulled up in front of a detached Western-style villa. After getting out, Xia Yongui noticed the sign above the door reading Yunbian Restaurant. Surprised, he asked, "Mr. Lei, didn't you say we were going to a state-run restaurant? Why are we here?" Lei Hongjun chuckled, "The food at the state-run restaurant can't hold a candle to this place. You'll see for yourself, brother Xia." Xia Yongui could only chuckle and agree, "I don't come to the county seat often. Since you say this place is good, then let's eat here." Lei Zhihua chimed in from the side, "Uncle Xia, this place isn't just for dining, they also offer lodging. Dad and I will be staying here after dinner." "Uncle Xia, you only have a daughter studying at the county high school. You don't have any relatives in town, do you?" Xia Yongui replied, "I'm just an old farmer. What relatives would I have in the city?" Lei Zhihua nodded and said to Lei Hongjun, "Dad, you and Uncle Xia go ahead in order. I'll handle the check-in." Lei Hongjun nodded. After the three entered the Yunbian restaurant, Lei Hongjun led Xia Yongui toward the dining area on the right while Lei Zhihua headed to the front desk to check them in. Wow, this hotel is really upscale. Only upon entering did Xia Yongui notice the lavish interior decoration, its opulence far surpassing that of state-run hotels. The dining area wasn't a single large hall like in state-run establishments, but rather divided into private rooms. Upon entering the private room, the first things to catch the eye were the elegant chandeliers and the dining table below. It wasn't a traditional octagonal table, but a round one covered with a tablecloth. In the center sat a circular glass top that could rotate. The chairs were upholstered armchairs with soft cushions, offering exceptional comfort. All of this was unfamiliar to Xia Yonggui, delivering a powerful visual impact. Lei Hongjun was clearly a regular here, quickly ordering a table full of dishes. There was braised rooster, braised pork hock, braised pork belly with stir-fried pork kidney, several meat dishes along with 4 or 5 vegetable dishes. He also ordered a pound of baijiu. He even chuckled, "I hear the baijiu here is made from your Sancha town's famous Banshan Daku liquor." Xia Yonggui was speechless. His original plan had been to secretly settle the bill during the meal, but when he heard the waiter quote the prices while ordering, he silently calculated that this table alone would cost over 80 yuan. Before leaving, Li Dasun had given him 30 yuan, but he'd already spent 4 yuan and 40 fen at Qingtian Street that morning. Now he only had 25 yuan and 60 fen left on him. It was nowhere near enough to cover the bill. Xia Yonggui felt incredibly awkward. If only he hadn't suggested treating everyone to lunch. It made him look like he was freeloading. But the real awkwardness was yet to come. Shortly after, Lei Zhihua entered and placed a card on the table in front of Xia Yonggui. The card held a key and bore the number 208. Lei Zhihua said, "Uncle Xia, I went ahead and booked a room for you too. Here's your key. It's room 8 on the 2nd floor." Xia Yonggui immediately protested, "How could I possibly let you book a room for me? No. I'll cover the room fee." He reached for his wallet. Lei Zhihua held his hand to stop him. "Uncle Xia, no need to be so polite. It was no trouble at all." Lei Hongjun chimed in, "Brother Xia, don't be so formal. It's just a room." Unable to refuse any longer, Xia Yonggui thanked him and accepted the key. Next came dinner. To say the host and guests were thoroughly enjoying themselves would be a stretch. Xia Yonggui was clearly uncomfortable. But it was perfectly accurate to say all three were well fed and well drunk. After dinner, Lei Hongjun and Lei Zhihua returned to their room to rest, while Xia Yonggui headed to the county high school to find Xia Ji. Before leaving the restaurant, Xia Yonggui made a point of stopping at the front desk to ask how much room 208 cost per night. The clerk replied that the room was a standard double, costing 30 yuan per night. Xia Yonggui nearly dropped his jaw. He had been planning to pay for the room himself. Little did he know that the money he carried wasn't enough to cover the meal, let alone his own lodging. 30 yuan. He calculated that he'd need to sell nearly 400 jin of corn or 2,000 jin of potatoes to make 30 yuan. And in those poor fields of Shurha village, a single mu of land yielded only about 400 jin of corn per year. His family's allotment totaled just 4 mu of land. 30 yuan was nearly equivalent to a quarter of his family's entire annual harvest. And this was just for one night's lodging. He couldn't afford it. Xia Yonggui dared not stay. Fortunately, as the village chief, he managed to hide his shock and avoid embarrassment. He handed the key card to the attendant and said, "Room 208 was booked for me by Boss Lei. I haven't even entered yet, but something urgent came up and I need to leave. Please cancel the reservation for me." The staff likely recognized Lei Hongjun as a regular and readily agreed. Xia Yonggui breathed a huge sigh of relief and fled the Yunbian Hotel. On the way out, another awkward incident occurred. Xia Yonggui got lost. Truth be told, his last trip to the city had been over 2 years prior, when Xia Ji had been admitted to the county high school and he had accompanied her in Zhang Wei for enrollment. Over those 2 years, the once small county town had quietly expanded with several new streets and countless newly built houses. After walking for a while, Xia Yonggui realized he had no idea where he was or which direction to head toward the county high school. Fortunately, the streets were still bustling with people. After asking for directions several times and fumbling around for nearly 20 minutes, he finally found the county high school. At that moment, evening self-study was underway at the county high school. The campus was quiet and serene, with bright lights shining from the classrooms in the teaching building. Electric lights. Gazing at those lights, Xia Yonggui felt a moment of daze. So bright. Even from a great distance, the glare was blinding. I wonder when Shurha village will get electricity too, so the villagers can use electric lights. After a moment of wistful reflection, Xia Yonggui headed to class 2 of senior 3 to find Xia Ji. Chapter 136, Too Clear-Headed. Xia Ji was focused on her homework when the teacher called her name, saying someone was waiting outside. Stepping out of the classroom, she saw Xia Yonggui standing in the hallway and paused in surprise. "Dad!" Xia Ji hurried over to Xia Yonggui and called out to him. Xia Yonggui responded with a nod, his gaze fixed intently on his daughter. For a long while, neither father nor daughter spoke. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Yonggui spoke first. "Let's take a walk down to the playground." Xia Ji hummed in agreement and led the way ahead. They descended the stairs and soon reached the playground. The field was unlit, yet not pitch black. The lights from the nearby classroom building, along with the moonlight and starlight, cast their silhouettes long and stretched out. After another long silence, Xia Yonggui spoke first. "Wei Wei won't be able to come for now." Xia Ji replied softly, "I knew it the moment I saw you come." Xia Yonggui felt a tightness in his chest. He had imagined all sorts of reactions from his daughter upon learning Zhang Wei couldn't come crying, throwing a tantrum, and he thought any of those would be normal. But he hadn't expected Xia Ji to be so calm as if nothing had happened. Yet no one knew his daughter better than he. The more composed Xia Ji appeared, the heavier the weight on Xia Yonggui's heart grew. He couldn't even find the words to comfort her. After a long pause, he finally said, "If you feel sad, just cry. No one's here." Xia Ji replied softly, "If crying helped, I would have cried long ago." She didn't notice that as she spoke, tears had already begun to fall. Only when she realized it did she hastily turn her head away, gently raising her hand as if to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, swiftly wiping away the tears with her sleeve. She seemed unwilling to let her father see her vulnerability. Turning back, she asked in a disguised tone, "How is Wei?" But how could her supposedly discreet actions escape Xia Yonggui's keen eyes? Xia Yonggui didn't call her out, simply replying, "He'll be held at the police station for 7 days. Xia Ji seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. 7 days isn't too bad. I was most worried he'd be detained for a long time. After saying that, she quickly changed the subject. "Dad, how did you get here? Have you eaten yet?" Xia Yonggui paused for a moment before answering, "I walked to Qingtian Township and hitched a ride on a 140 bus into town." Seemingly intent on diverting Xia Ji's attention, he recounted how he struck up a conversation with Lei Hongjun, got the ride, and how Lei Hongjun treated him to a meal. Xia Ji listened and said, "Well, that's good. If you hadn't gotten a ride, you'd probably have had to walk until tomorrow to get here." "Yeah." Xia Yonggui sighed. "Not only did I get lucky with the ride, but I also got a free, decent meal. I owe him big time." Xia Ji countered, "You said that Uncle Lei is a 10,000 yuan household. He surely wouldn't mind spending a few dozen yuan." Xia Yonggui replied, "He might not care, but I can't just brush it off. A favor is a favor, and I'll find a way to repay it later." Xia Ji said, "Dad, don't dwell on this too much. Shurha village and Lao Heishan are so far apart, and the wealth gap between you and Uncle Lei is huge. Maybe you'll never cross paths again." Xia Yonggui paused, his voice bitter. "My girl, you're too clear-headed." He suspected Xia Ji wasn't truly strong, she was merely putting on a brave face while her heart was in turmoil. By steering the conversation, he hoped to distract her from dwelling on Zhang Wei's situation. That way, she might feel a little better. But Xia Ji could see things in his words that most people wouldn't notice. This meant she truly wasn't thinking about Zhang Wei right now, she was genuinely listening to him. Even after talking for so long, neither father nor daughter mentioned Zhang Wei's expulsion. It was as if they both understood the truth and were deliberately avoiding the subject. When Xia Yonggui suddenly spoke up, Xia Ji paused, then replied, "Dad, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Actually, I came to terms with it the day before yesterday." Xia Yonggui was taken aback. A bitter smile touched Xia Ji's lips. "Before Wei was taken away by the police the day before yesterday, he urged me to go into town to buy him some time. In the heat of the moment, I agreed without much thought. But after the bus left, I suddenly remembered he was supposed to take an exam. The school could wait for him to enroll, but the eligibility for the preliminary college entrance exam wasn't something the school could grant him. That bus ride the day before yesterday wasn't just a bus ride for Wei Gu or for me, it was his chance to take the college entrance exam. Missing that bus meant missing this year's college entrance exam." At this point, she looked up at Xia Yonggui, her voice choked with emotion. "Wei must have known this too. That's why he wouldn't let me get off the bus. He lied, saying he needed my help to buy time at the school, but really, the truth is, he didn't want me to lose my chance to take the exam alongside him." Xia Yonggui was stunned once more. Until now, he'd only considered Zhang Wei's inability to take the exam. He hadn't realized that if Xia Ji hadn't boarded the bus back to the city, she too would lose her eligibility. A wave of dread washed over him. Had Zhang Wei not successfully persuaded her, all those years of her daughter's hard study would have been wasted. At that moment, he felt profound gratitude toward Zhang Wei. The resentment that had weighed on his heart finally lifted. He didn't ask Xia Ji how she had done on the exam. When it came to her grades, he trusted her completely. Instead, he looked at her and asked, "Xiao Ji, did Wei Wei tell you why he hid Huang Yang and the others?" Xia Ji shook her head. Xia Yonggui sighed and explained the reason behind Zhang Wei's actions. Xia Ji stood there in a daze for a long time. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of loss welled up inside her. She would have preferred Zhang Wei to have gotten into a fight for no reason at all, rather than for her honor. She didn't care about Li Yong and the others spreading rumors about Zhang Wei kissing her. Because it wasn't just anyone kissing her, it was Zhang Wei. Seeing Xia Ji's expression, Xia Yonggui mistakenly thought she was still blaming Zhang Wei for acting impulsively at a critical moment. He tried to comfort her, "So, Xia Ji, Wei Wei hit someone to protect you. Don't be too hard on him." "Dad, I know that." Xia Ji didn't elaborate, simply saying, "When you get back, please comfort him for me. I won't be able to return until next month's break." Xia Yonggui nodded. "I'll talk to him properly." Xia Ji added, "Then I'll walk you out. There's a hotel right next to the school. Get a room for tonight, and figure out how to get back tomorrow." "All right." Xia Yonggui agreed, following Xia Ji out the school gate. Just 300 or 400 meters away stood the Ruxing Hotel. Xia Yonggui paid 1 yuan and 50 fun for a single room. Inside, it had everything: a bed, drawers, a washstand, a basin, a thermos, and teacups. Unconsciously, he recalled the room he'd cancelled at the Yunbian Hotel. He chuckled to himself, a room costing 1.5 yuan a night, is this nice? What must the 30 yuan a night rooms be like? Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret. Even if he didn't stay, he should have at least opened the door to take a look. Xiaji looked around the room and was reasonably satisfied. Noticing only towels and toothbrushes were missing, she said, "Dad, rest for a bit. I'll go buy you a towel." Xia Yonggui replied, "It's so late. Where would you go to buy one?" "Never mind. I'll just splash some water on my face." Xiaji insisted, "The city's different from Sancha Street. Plenty of convenience stores stay open late. Don't worry about it, I'll be right back." Chapter 137, The Joy of Raising a Daughter. Xiaji didn't return for half an hour. When Xia Yonggui opened the door and saw her, he was startled. He thought she'd just gone out to buy a towel, but instead she returned carrying 2 bags on a shoulder pole. Xiaji explained, "Both bags and the carrying pole belong to Zhang Wei. Since he can't come to school anymore, Dad, please help him take these things back." After making her request, she took out the towel, toothbrush, and toothpaste she had bought separately from a mesh bag and said, "You can use these for now, but take them home tomorrow too." "This is such a waste." Xia Yonggui protested as he took them. "It's no big deal to skip brushing your teeth for a day. Why buy toothpaste and a toothbrush?" Xiaji just smiled, placed the mesh bag on the drawer, and pointed to the brown paper wrapped items inside. "I bought you some steamed buns. Take them for the trip home tomorrow." Xia Yonggui. Xiaji explained, "I figured you'd be leaving early tomorrow, but I have morning self-study and can't see you off. I was worried you wouldn't want to buy food, so I got these for you. If they get cold, just ask the innkeeper for a bowl and soak them in hot water." "Right. There's no bus to Sancha town tomorrow, but there is one to Pingchuan. That way, you'll save yourself 60 li of walking. Once you reach Pingchuan, try your luck seeing if you can hitch a ride to Qingtian. Along the way, if you see a car, just wave it down." She spoke sentence by sentence, not like a daughter talking to her father, but more like a mother giving instructions to a child setting out on their first journey. Xia Yonggui grumbled under his breath. "I've crossed more bridges than you've walked roads and you're telling me this?" Yet deep down, he felt a surge of comfort. Perhaps this is the joy of raising daughters. His 2 sons never gave him a moment's peace. But this daughter, she's the most considerate. Xiaji didn't argue back, letting Xia Yonggui vent his frustrations. She simply instructed, "I found some more books earlier. Take them back for Wei. Tell him that even if he can't take the college entrance exam this year, he'll still have a chance next year." As she spoke, she seemed to remember something and added, "Also, try to talk some sense into Uncle Kaming. He has such a hot temper, he'll definitely want to hit Wei. Make sure he doesn't." "Okay." Xia Yonggui agreed, sounding like an obedient child. With all instructions given, Xiaji said, "Dad, I'll be going now. Get a good night's rest." Xia Yonggui offered to walk her out, but she declined. She left the room, quickly exited the hotel, and plunged into the night. Xia Yonggui was in luck. Shortly after getting off the bus in Pingchuan, he hitched a ride on a tractor heading to Qingdao. Though he was covered in dust and his ears buzzed the whole way, at least he avoided walking. Upon reaching Qingdao Street, his luck hit the jackpot. No sooner had he stepped off the tractor than he ran into Gao Dai, whom he had just seen the day before at the Sancha tractor station. "Station Master Gao, what a surprise to see you here!" Xia Yonggui exclaimed excitedly. Gao Dahu looked at Xia Yonggui, puzzled. "Village Chief Xia, didn't you say yesterday morning you were going into town? Are you returning from the city now?" Xia Yonggui replied, "Luck was on my side. I made it to the city yesterday afternoon and headed back early this morning. I took the bus from the city to Pingchuan, then hitched a ride on a tractor there. I just got off and ran into you. So you're heading back?" Gao Dai chuckled. "Then you really are lucky. If you'd been a few minutes later, I would have left already. Come on, hop in. We'll ride back together." Xia Yonggui cheerfully climbed into the car. Hitchhiking all the way, he made it back to Sancha town before 3 in the afternoon. After thanking Gao Dai and taking his leave, he headed straight for the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Since it wasn't market day, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was nearly empty. Li Deshang was surprised to see Xia Yonggui. "Old Xia, weren't you going into town to find Xiaoji? How come you're back so soon?" Xia Yonggui replied, "Lucky me got rides both ways without wasting any time. I came specifically to tell you." Li Deshang said, "Glad you're back. How's Shirji?" Xia Yonggui sighed and recounted their meeting, concluding, "The child, oh, she's so sensible it breaks my heart." Li Deshang relaxed upon hearing this and said, "Xiaoji isn't just any girl. If she can come to terms with it, then it's all right." As if suddenly remembering, he quickly added, "Oh, and Wei Wei has come home." "Ha?" Xia Yonggui froze. He had come to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to find Li Deshang precisely because he feared he might not find Zhang Wei at the police station on his own. He had planned to have Li Deshang take him there. But unexpectedly, Zhang Wei had already been released from the station and returned home. But wasn't he supposed to be detained for 7 days? Xia Yonggui asked in astonishment. Why was he released? When did they let him go? Li Deshang replied, it's quite a mess, actually. Early this morning, Wang Yong and his gang went to the police station. They all changed their story, saying they wouldn't pursue charges against Wei Wei, and asked the station to release him. Xia Yonggui grew even more puzzled, muttering, the night before last, Luo Lin beat Huang Yang and Huang Ping so badly and made them kneel all night, yet neither of them backed down. How come they changed their minds just because I went to town and came back? Li Deshang replied, rumor has it his mother beat him again. Xia Yonggui shook his head. I know Rongmei's kid. She's sharp-tongued, but she wouldn't lay a hand on her child like Luo Lin did. Even if she did beat him, given how Huang Yang and Huang Ping held out that night, they wouldn't have changed their story. And then there's Yang Wei, Zhang Kai, and that bunch of kids. I talked their ears off trying to persuade them, but they never cracked. How come they all changed their stories all at once? Li Deshang echoed the sentiment, yeah. My brother-in-law said when he went home, all those kids' parents were waiting for him at his place. He repeated what Zhang Kaming had told him, concluding, regardless, it's all good news now. Xiaoji is fine, and Wei Wei is out. Everything's settled. Both he and Li Dasan knew Zhang Wei wouldn't be going to school. For him, the best outcome was that Zhang Wei wasn't suffering in the police station and Xiaoji was safe. Hearing the news Xia Yonggui brought back, he felt completely at ease. For Xia Yonggui, Zhang Wei's release was a positive development, and his daughter's ability to handle the situation rationally was another. But Zhang Wei's inability to attend university left him deeply concerned about the boy's future prospects and potential paths forward. Especially after this trip to the city, where he learned Lei Hongjun was a wealthy man and gained new perspectives at the Yungbin Hotel, his mindset had subtly shifted. He didn't want Zhang Wei to spend his entire life farming in Shurha village. Only if Zhang Wei made something of himself could his daughter have a good life. So while everything seemed resolved for Li Deshang, for him, it was only just beginning. Xia Yonggui forced a smile and said to Li Deshang, as for Uncle Wei Wei's side, please pass on my regards. I won't go see him myself. I need to hurry back to the village and tell Wei Wei about Xiaoji's situation. Chapter 138, Miscalculation. By the time Xia Yonggui returned to Shurha village, night had fallen completely. Only Xia Meng was home. Zhou Hongju was nowhere to be seen. Xia Yonggui asked, where's your mom? Xia Meng replied, she's at Zhang Wei's place. Only then did he ask, how's Xiaoji? Is she okay? Xia Yonggui replied, she's fine. His primary reason for returning home first was to give Zhou Hongju a heads up, so she could rest easy. Since Zhou Hongju was at Zhang Wei's place, he lost all desire to waste words with Xia Meng. You stay home, he said. I'll go find your mom first. With that, he hoisted his carrying pole once more and walked out the door. After he left, Xia Meng stood at the doorway, muttering to himself, I knew Xiaoji couldn't possibly be in trouble. I honestly can't think of anything that could get to her. Then he sighed again. Sigh. If only Zhang Wei had gone to college too, even if he hadn't matched up to Xiaoji, at least they'd both be college graduates. The gap wouldn't be so wide. Now look, Zhang Wei won't become a college student, and the gap between him and Xiaoji just keeps growing. I fear they won't be able to make it work in the future. Rather than waiting until they're married with kids to fight and divorce, they're better off splitting up now. It's just an engagement anyway, nothing serious. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He slapped his own face several times. Pa. What nonsense am I spouting? As he spoke, he nervously glanced around, afraid someone might be eavesdropping. After scanning the area carefully and confirming no one was there, he let out a huge sigh of relief. He hurriedly closed the door and headed back to the hearth room. Xia Yonggui soon arrived at Zhang Wei's house. It was already dark, and the main gate was closed. After knocking, Zhang Kaming opened the door and was startled to see him. Brother-in-law, why are you back so soon? Only then did he notice the load still balanced on Xia Yonggui's shoulders. Those were Zhang Wei's 2 luggage bags. Zhang Kaming hurriedly took them, setting them down on the ground as he said, come inside and sit down. Zhou Hongju also came running from the fire pit room upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Xia Yonggui, she asked, Father, how is Xiaoji? Xia Yonggui replied, Xiaoji is very sensible. She's fine, perfectly fine. As he uttered those last 3 words, he felt a bitter taste on his lips. Xiaoji certainly looked like someone who was fine, but only her father knew that beneath her calm exterior, her heart was undoubtedly covered in wounds. She was simply using her strength to do everything she could, refusing to let him worry. Nor did she want Zhang Wei to worry. Zhou Hongju remained skeptical and pressed, are you sure Xiaoji is really okay? Xia Yonggui replied, don't you know your own daughter? She's got a heart of steel. When I arrived, she was still in the classroom doing evening study, completely absorbed in her work. I knocked on the door and called out to the teacher, and many students turned to look at me. I didn't see her look up at all. It wasn't until the teacher asked me about the situation and then went into the classroom to call her name that she realized I had come looking for her. Hearing this, not only Zhou Hongju but also Zhang Kaming and Li Jing all breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jing murmured, as long as Shirji is okay. These past 2 days, she's been my biggest worry. Zhang Kaming added, as long as Shoji is okay, that's what matters. Let's not stand here. Come on, let's go to the fire pit room and sit down to talk. Upon entering the fire pit room, they saw only Zhang Kai holding big yellow. Zhang Wei was nowhere to be found. Xia Yonggui asked, "Where's Wei Wei?" Zhou Hongju replied, as soon as Wei Wei got back, he locked himself in his bedroom. He didn't even come out for lunch. She sighed and added, the way he looks, he must be heartbroken too. Xia Yonggui said, he's been studying at home for over 2 years. He was finally close to taking the college entrance exam, and now this happens. How could he not be heartbroken? Zhang Kaming retorted irritably, who's to blame for this mess? He brought it on himself. He caused the trouble, and now he regrets it. What good does regret do? I haven't even hit him yet, and he's already playing the victim. Xia Yonggui tried to calm him down. Brother-in-law, Wei Wei is already heartbroken. Please don't scold him anymore. Zhang Kaming snorted, let him stew in it for a while. Once he's had his fill, I'll deal with him. Don't you dare. Xia Yonggui quickly interjected. Before I left, Shoji specifically told me to come back and talk some sense into you to make sure you don't give Wei Wei a hard time. And that's coming from Xiaoji herself. Zhang Kaming opened his mouth to speak, but it ended in a sigh instead. After offering Xia Yonggui a cigarette, he turned to Zhang Kai, hurry up and go get your brother out here. Tell him Uncle Xia is back. Okay. Zhang Kai replied, rising to pick up Big Yellow and head toward Zhang Wei's bedroom. Uncle. Uncle. Zhang Kai called out twice before the door swung open. Gogo, you finally opened the door. Seeing Zhang Wei open the door, Zhang Kai's face lit up with a triumphant smile as she whispered, Uncle Xia is here. In truth, Zhang Wei had noticed Xia Yonggui's arrival at the courtyard long before he knocked on the door. The reason he locked himself in his room the moment he got home wasn't because he was heartbroken, but simply to have some peace and quiet. Of course, it was also to pretend to be heartbroken. Well, if he hadn't done that, it wouldn't have made sense. But now that Xia Yonggui was back, he couldn't keep himself locked up. He told Zhang Kai, come on, let's go. Zhang Kai didn't move immediately. Tiptoeing, she whispered, Daddy, if he hits you, just run. He'll never catch you. Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile. Dad won't hit me. Zhang Kai seemed confused. She tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then said, but I heard Dad tell Uncle Xia he was going to deal with you. Zhang Wei chuckled. Then Uncle Xia must have talked him out of it. Zhang Kai nodded with a smile, admiringly saying, Big brother, you know all this. Uncle Xia said it was Sister Xiaji who stopped Dad from hitting you. Zhang Wei froze. The words nearly broke his resolve. He hadn't expected that even in that situation, Xiaji would still be thinking of him, specifically instructing Xia Yonggui not to let Zhang Kaming hit him when he returned. Xiaji was far stronger than he'd imagined. And she cared about him far more than he'd ever imagined. Then Dad definitely won't hit me. Zhang Wei said, masking his emotions, as he led Zhang Kai toward the fire pit hut. Uncle Xia. Zhang Wei called out softly, his eyes red. Seeing his exhausted, tear-stained face, Xia Yonggui thought he was overcome with grief and hurried to comfort him. Wei, don't be too upset. Xiaoji said that even if you miss the college entrance exam this year, there's always next year. Yeah, Xiaoji asked me to bring you some books and study materials. You should review hard and take the exam again next year. Ha? Zhang Wei's mouth fell open. He had thought that by disrupting this year's exam, the matter would be settled. He never imagined Xiaji would handle it this way. Chapter 139, already arranged. Wei. What's wrong? Seeing Zhang Wei's wide-eyed expression, Xia Yonggui felt something was off and couldn't help asking. Zhang Wei snapped back to reality and quickly replied, nothing. I just didn't expect I could still take the college entrance exam next year. Xia Yonggui frowned inwardly. Is that really the expression of someone surprised? To me, it looks more like you're scared out of your wits. But he couldn't be sure, and he couldn't think of any reason Zhang Wei would be scared. He sighed, at first, we were all panicking, stuck in a dead end. We only thought about missing this year's preliminary exam qualification. None of us considered that we could still take it next year. Xiao Ji was the one who kept her cool. Zhang Wei replied sheepishly, yeah. No matter what happens, she always regains her composure quickly. Zhang Kaming felt like he'd reached a point where, when all seems lost, a new path emerges. He nearly wept with joy, exclaiming, exactly. If we miss it this year, there's always next year. Li Jing added, an extra year of preparation means better chances. Almost everyone was swept up in the excitement of retaking the exam next year. Only Zhang Wei felt bitter inside, though he had to put on a happy face. Perhaps seeing renewed hope, Zhang Kaming stopped giving Zhang Wei the cold shoulder. Instead, he motioned for him to sit down and said, your Uncle Xia just got back from his trip and hasn't eaten yet. You should join him for a bite later. Li Jing immediately stood up. Right. Wei, you keep Uncle Xia company for dinner. I'll start cooking right away. With that, she headed to the kitchen. Zhang Kai followed her without being asked. Whenever Mom cooked, she stoked the fire no matter the time. The little girl had already developed this conditioned reflex. Zhou Hongju glanced around and rose to her feet. I'll go help my mother-in-law. Once she left, only 3 men remained by the hearth: Zhang Wei, Zhang Keiming, and Xia Yonggui. Zhang Keiming and Xia Yonggui began discussing plans for Zhang Wei's future. Xia Yonggui said, brother-in-law, Wei Wei won't take the college entrance exam until next year. With so much time left, we should find him something to do. Zhang Keiming added, to be honest, I'd assumed he wouldn't get to continue his studies. I'd already asked his uncle to help secure him a temporary job as a porter at the grain depot. Xia Yonggui nodded. Wei Wei is strong. Working as a porter at the grain depot would suit him well. It's better than staying in the village wielding a hoe. Zhang Keiming added, that's right. Our family only has 5 or 6 mu of land. My wife and I can manage that much ourselves. He won't be needed for farm work. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Wei finally realized his father had been quietly arranging a path for him. Perhaps this was the nature of a father. No matter how disappointed he might be in his son, he would always do his utmost to secure a decent place for him, hoping his son could live a better life. But this wasn't what Zhang Wei wanted. If he went to work as a porter at the grain depot, how could he still go hunting in the mountains? Still, he didn't object immediately. His uncle knew his thoughts. When it came to arranging temporary work for him, he would certainly put in the hours but not the effort. As long as his uncle didn't finalize the arrangement, he wouldn't have to go to the grain depot. He could stay home and figure out a way to hunt in the mountains. This was far better than voicing his own objections. So when Xia Yonggui asked his opinion, he obediently replied, I'll follow Dad's arrangements. Zhang Keiming was quite satisfied with his attitude, but he sternly lectured him, once you're in town, don't go causing trouble again. He spoke as if Zhang Wei had already become a temporary porter at the grain depot. Zhang Wei obediently replied, I won't. Seeing his compliance, Zhang Keiming said no more and turned to chat with Xia Yonggui. Xia Yonggui mainly inquired about why Huang Yang and Zhang Kai had suddenly changed their tune. Zhang Keiming recounted the events that unfolded after he returned yesterday. This was similar to what Xia Yonggui had heard from Li Deshang, though slightly more detailed. Still skeptical, Xia Yonggui frowned. They just went home for a visit and suddenly came to their senses? Why do I keep feeling something's off? Zhang Keiming said, I can't figure it out either. But he waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. It's all in the past. No point dwelling on it. Xia Yonggui thought about it and realized he was right. Let's just say good things take time, he said. No more dwelling on it. Zhang Keiming nodded and changed the subject. Speaking of you, I thought you wouldn't be back in town until today, at least the day after tomorrow. I never expected you'd be back today. What's the story? Mentioning this, Xia Yonggui felt quite emotional and immediately began recounting the entire story to Zhang Keiming. When he got to the part about Lei Hongjun and Lei Zhihua, father and son, Xia Yonggui's face lit up with excitement. His emotions flowed like the Yellow River, unstoppable and endless. What? Over $80 for a single meal? $30 for one night in a room. Are they running a restaurant or robbing people? Zhang Keiming exclaimed in disbelief. Xia Yonggui gave a wry smile. You bet. You wouldn't believe it, brother-in-law. When we were eating, I didn't even dare to encourage Boss Lei to drink more, afraid I'd get him drunk and then I wouldn't have the money to pay the bill. Zhang Keiming said, if it were me, I wouldn't even dare touch my chopsticks. I'd bolt right out of there. Xia Yonggui said, I ran. Right after dinner, I ran. You ran? Zhang Keiming asked. But didn't you say Boss Lei's son offered you a room for 30 yuan a night? Xia Yonggui replied, when I asked at the front desk, they said that room was $30 a night. How could I possibly stay there? I quickly made up an excuse about an emergency and had the staff cancel the reservation. I didn't even say goodbye. Zhang Keiming burst out laughing and teased, a room for $30 a night? Even if you didn't stay, you should have at least gone in to see what it looked like. Xia Yonggui looked regretful and sighed, yeah, I regretted it afterward. I should have gone in to see if the bed was made of gold, otherwise, how could it be so expensive? Zhang Keiming asked, what happened next? Xia Yonggui replied, what then? Then I went to find Xiuji. We chatted for a while, then I went to a small hotel near her school. I spent 1 yuan and 50 cents on a single room, stayed the night, and rushed right back. Zhang Keiming sighed, man, your trip to the city was quite the adventure. Xia Yonggui sighed, I feel bad about Mr. Lei. I left without even saying goodbye. I wonder what he thinks of me now. Zhang Keiming said, our Shurha village is so remote, and you don't leave often. We might not even see each other again. Don't worry about it. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Wei felt a stir within. The Yunbian Hotel. Xia Yonggui mentioned he recalled Wang Jiulong having spoken of it before. He also took note of the coal mine on Old Black Mountain. Unfortunately, these places held no place in his memories from his previous life. Yet, he instinctively sensed they would inevitably become part of his future. Chapter 140, Revisiting Old Matters, Better Learn Pig Slaughtering from Me. The next day. The weather was exceptionally fine. A crimson sun hung high in the azure sky, while thousands of white clouds drifted like cotton. Several consecutive days of sunshine had melted the snow from the mountains and fields. Trees once bent under the weight of snow now stood tall, and the earth, once hidden beneath the snow, revealed its true yellowish-brown hue. A gentle breeze carried the earthy scent of soil, mingled with the faint fragrance of fresh foliage. Looking closely, one could spot countless specks of tender green emerging on the treetops, while fresh green shoots sprouted across the fields. Spring had finally arrived in Shurha village. The Zhang family ate breakfast as usual, the turmoil of the withdrawal incidents seemingly behind them. The reaction was far less dramatic than Zhang Wei had anticipated. He guessed that Xia Xi's words about retaking the exam next year had played a crucial role. For Zhang Wei, retaking the exam next year was impossible. Yet it granted him a year's respite, and he was satisfied with that. After breakfast, Zhang Keiming and Li Jing grabbed their hoes and prepared to head out. Spring had arrived, and it was time to sow seeds. The fields needed to be turned over first, a task known in the countryside as digging the fields. Zhang Wei also grabbed a hoe, and even Zhang Kai slung a small basket onto her back. Seeing this, Zhang Keiming said to Zhang Wei, "You don't need to go. Stay home and study. In a couple of days, I'll go into town and ask your uncle how things are progressing with arranging a job for you." Zhang Wei replied, "I'll go once it's arranged. Reading isn't urgent, I can do it at night. During the day, I'll help you dig the fields first." Zhang Keiming pondered for a moment, then relented. He led the way, guiding the family of four toward the plot of land they'd been assigned. "Uncle Keiming, off to dig the fields." "Yeah, since you're all digging, I'll go work the field too. How much corn are we planning to plant this year?" "Well, we only have so much land. How much can we really plant?" "2 mu should be enough. 2 mu of corn isn't bad. My family's fields are small, we can only manage 1 mu and 5 mu of corn at most." With such fine weather, it wasn't just Zhang Keiming's family out digging. Nearly the entire village had mobilized, with men, women, and children all busy working their own plots. Zhang Keiming's family arrived at the fields relatively late. As they walked along the ridges, people working in the fields would occasionally strike up a conversation with Zhang Keiming. Wei, you're digging too?" "Yeah, everyone's digging. I gotta work too." "Ha ha. Do you even know how to use a hoe? Who do you think you're looking down on? Want to have a contest? Forget it. Our fields are too far apart. I won't compete with you." Some people struck up conversations with Zhang Wei. After all, folks in the countryside never let their hands or mouths rest, they're always chatting away, whether there's work to do or not. The field Zhang Keiming planned to dig today bordered a plot belonging to Huang Xihai's family. When they arrived, Huang Xihai, Huang Lei, and Huang Chang had already tilled a small section. After exchanging greetings, each got to work. Zhang Wei surveyed his own plot, roughly half an acre in size. About 40% of it was dotted with exposed stone mounds at regular intervals, leaving significantly less space suitable for planting. Even beneath the soil where no stones were visible, a layer of rocks likely lay just below the surface. With such poor soil, even if I plant corn, the harvest won't be much to speak of. Zhang Wei sighed inwardly as he dug. Digging a field wasn't just physical labor, it required skill. Without the right technique, it was exhausting and slow. Zhang Wei had little experience with this work, and Li Jing worried he might struggle. As they dug, she offered occasional pointers. But what Jing didn't know was that while Zhang Wei had little experience with farm digging, he had plenty of experience digging trenches. He wielded the hoe with remarkable skill. After a few tries to get the hang of it, he dug exceptionally fast, even faster than Zhang Keiming, an experienced farmer. The three split into 3 rows, digging from one end of the field to the other. Initially, they progressed in unison. Within minutes, Zhang Wei fell behind. Yet soon, he not only caught up but surged ahead, leaving Zhang Keiming far behind. By the time he reached the far end, Zhang Keiming had only dug 2/3 of his row. Li Jing watched with concern. Wei, slow down a bit. Digging like that, you'll run out of strength soon. You need to pace yourself. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement, his hands never stopping as he turned and dug his way back. Time flew by. Before noon, more than half of the field had been dug. Li Jing gasped, "I estimated this field would take a day and a half to dig. At this pace, we'll finish in just over half a day." Their rapid progress caught the attention of Huang Xihai's group nearby. Huang Xihai called out, "Keiming, you brought Wei to help dig today, but he's outworking you." Zhang Keiming watched Zhang Wei's retreating figure and shook his head. I'm getting old. Can't keep up with the young ones anymore." Huang Xihai scoffed, Lei isn't exactly young either, and he's not digging as fast as Wei. "Huang Lei." Zhang Keiming countered, Lei is still a strong worker. Back when we earned work points, he could rack up 10 points in a single day. Huang Xihai retorted, "Speaking of that, I've got to call you out." Zhang Keiming looked puzzled. "What about me?" Huang Xihai retorted, "Back in the collective days, you couldn't bear to send Wei to the fields. You kept him indoors studying. Look at his digging speed now, one man does the work of 2 strong laborers. If you'd let him work the fields back then, just think how many labor points your family could have earned. Would our life have been so hard then?" Zhang Keiming froze, suddenly filled with regret. If only he'd known Zhang Wei worked so fast, he should have sent him to the fields earlier to earn work points. But he didn't know that even if he had sent Zhang Wei to the fields back then, without his rebirth, Zhang Wei would have barely been considered a strong laborer, nothing like what he was now. But despite his frustration, Zhang Keiming refused to admit defeat. Education is still the priority, he insisted. I told him today not to go to the fields, but he insisted on going himself. Huang Sihai had long suspected Zhang Wei probably didn't want to go to school anymore. He chuckled, "You only know how to push him to study. Your family already has one child in school, we don't need him. I say, it's better to let him stay home, work the fields during the day, and learn pig slaughtering from me in his spare time." Zhang Keiming flared up at this, snapping, "All you ever think about is my son." Huang Sihai shrugged it off with a smile. "Your son's so outstanding, what's wrong with me wanting him?" With that, he ignored Zhang Keiming entirely and called out to Zhang Wei, "Wei, since you're not going to school anyway, why not just learn pig slaughtering with me?" Huang Sihai. Before Zhang Wei could respond, Zhang Keiming was already seething with rage, shouting his name, "Will you ever stop?" Huang Sihai roared with laughter. Zhang Wei said nothing, keeping his head down and working. It was barely past noon, yet Huang Sihai's field was still less than half dug up, while Zhang Keiming's plot was already finished. What Huang Sihai had dug alone in the morning exceeded the combined output of Zhang Keiming and Li Jing. Finishing his work, Zhang Keiming wiped the mud from his hoe and called out to Huang Sihai with a show of satisfaction, "Dig your field at your own pace. I'm heading home for lunch." Chapter 141, Where's the Money? For 3 consecutive days, Zhang Wei stayed diligently at home, digging fields by day and reading by night. His family's fields weren't extensive, so they finished digging them in 2 days. On the final day, he joined Zhang Keiming and Li Jing to finish digging Qin Xiu's fields as well. You know what? Zhang Keiming really did raise a good son. Yeah, no one in our Shurha village can match Zhang Wei's digging speed. He's a natural-born farmer. If we ever need help with farm work, we should ask Zhang Wei. One of him is worth 2 others. Too bad he's already engaged to Xiaji. Otherwise, I'd consider marrying my daughter to him. Zhang Wei's farming prowess had spread throughout Shurha village. Everyone envied Zhang Keiming for having such a capable son, and the topic was frequently discussed. Of course, what the villagers talked about even more these days was the Zhang family having meat to eat. Not only is Zhang Wei good at farming, but he's got luck on his side too. He hunted a wild boar, and not just that, he also bagged a muntjac, wild rabbits, and pheasants. Yeah, every time I pass by Zhang Keiming's house when they're cooking, I can smell the aroma of meat. Before, not having meat wasn't a big deal, but now that I smell the aroma from the Zhang's kitchen, nothing else tastes good to me. Did you hear? The Zhangs are raising piglets now. Zhang Kai gathers pig feed every day. Looks like they'll never run out of meat from now on. Sigh, I need to figure out how to get a piglet to raise too. Otherwise, I'll just be watching others eat meat. I've been thinking the same thing. I've been asking around lately, heard a piglet costs over 10 yuan. Zhang Keiming overheard these conversations from time to time. He said nothing, but the corners of his mouth, which even an AK couldn't suppress, betrayed his inner satisfaction. People spend their whole lives comparing themselves to others. As children, we compete over who studies best. In youth, we vie over who's more capable. After marriage, we compare the merits of our partners and who earns more. But in the end, the ultimate comparison always boils down to whose children turn out best. Zhang Keiming was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Why? His son was capable, had married a beautiful wife, and was about to take the college entrance exam. The villagers no longer dwelled on Zhang Wei missing his chance at college. A few days ago, some still murmured regrets, but now all that remains are praises for Zhang Wei's hard work. They say Zhang Keiming has gained a capable helper and can look forward to a life of ease. Zhang Keiming himself was all smiles these days. His good mood, combined with his consistent medication, meant his coughing up blood had eased considerably, leaving him feeling naturally more energetic. Li Jing was the same. Since starting the anal jin, she slept better and her migraines were much less frequent. When pain did strike occasionally, a single painkiller tablet made it bearable. Seeing his parents' spirits lift day by day, Zhang Wei felt genuine joy from the bottom of his heart. After all, his rebirth had already brought some improvement to the family. Before he knew it, the 15th day of the 2nd lunar month arrived. Zhang Wei remembered his promise to Xin Qingyi. They'd agreed he'd pick up the clothes before the 15th. He still owed Xin Qingyi 22 yuan. Of the 55 yuan given by his 3 aunts, he had spent all but 13 yuan in 4 jiao. Later, his grandfather gave him another 3 yuan. On the evening of the 7th day, his eldest aunt, Zhang Yueying, and his youngest aunt, Shen Hongxia, each secretly gave him 5 yuan. His 2 married cousins, Zhang Long and Zhang Hu, had also quietly given him 3 yuan each. Even his eldest sister-in-law, Chen Xiu, gave him 80 cents. Truthfully, Zhang Wei didn't want to accept any of this money. But that's just how things work in Daxia, a society built on personal connections. When a nephew was about to start school, how could his own uncle and older cousins not show some support? Then there were Zhang Long and Zhang Hu, both married men themselves. Supporting their cousin's education wasn't exactly their duty, but they knew Zhang Wei's family situation. At such a crucial juncture in his life, they felt compelled to lend a helping hand. Even Chen Xiu, though she could only afford 80 cents, felt compelled to contribute as the only blood sister-in-law. Zhang Wei dared not reveal his plan at the time. No matter how reluctant he was to accept the money, he had no choice but to take it. Now, he had a total of 32 yuan and 2 jiao on him, enough to clear his debt. He wouldn't need to touch his secret stash. After breakfast, Zhang Wei said, "Dad, Mom, I'm heading out to the street." Li Jing replied, "Why didn't you say you were going out earlier? It's already this late. By the time you get there, it'll be noon." Zhang Wei replied, "It's fine. I'll walk fast." Li Jing countered, "What's the point? Why go out? You'd be better off staying home and reading." Zhang Wei had to make up an excuse. "I had some clothes made by Tailor Shen. I didn't pick them up last time, so I'm going to get them today." Li Jing said, "You reminded me, I almost forgot. You did say you had clothes made and needed to pick them up. Go quickly then." After saying this, her expression grew a little somber. That new outfit had originally been intended for Zhang Wei to wear to school. Mentioning the new clothes inevitably made her think, if that incident hadn't happened, Zhang Wei would be studying in the city with Xia Ji right now. Seeing Li Jing's expression, Zhang Wei knew immediately what was on her mind. He didn't dare delay and quickly said, "I'll go then. I'll be back tonight." "Wait a moment." Just as he stood up to leave, Zhang Keiming called him back. Zhang Wei stopped and turned back, asking, "Dad, what is it?" Zhang Keiming said, "I'll go to the market with you." Zhang Wei froze, surprised. "You're going out too? Do you need something?" Zhang Keiming replied, "I'm going to see your uncle. I want to ask him how things are going with arranging that temporary job for you." "That's all?" Zhang Wei quickly replied. "I can ask my uncle myself. No need for you to make a special trip. It's so far away, and the road is rough." Li Jing chimed in, "Exactly. It's just a quick question. You shouldn't go. Let Wei Wei ask him." Zhang Keiming thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, then you ask your uncle." "All right, I'll go find him as soon as I head out." Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, quickly agreeing before turning to leave. "Wait." Zhang Keiming called him back, displeased. "I wasn't even finished speaking. Why are you in such a rush to leave?" Zhang Wei reluctantly stopped again. "Dad, what else is there?" Zhang Keiming said, "Last time your uncle Xia went into town to find Xiuji, he took 30 yuan from your uncle. That money should come from us." Zhang Wei nodded. Since the matter had originated with him, he couldn't let Xia Yonggui cover the expense. Li Jing interjected, "My in-laws said they only spent 6 yuan and 50 cents last time and returned 23 yuan and 50 cents to me. I'll go get it for you." With that, he turned and went inside to fetch the money. Zhang Keiming waved him off. "You go ahead. When you see your uncle, remember to give him back the money." Zhang Wei froze, he hadn't even gotten the money yet. "What are you standing there for? Aren't you in a hurry to leave? Go, go, go. Hurry up." Zhang Keiming urged him, "You won't be going to school in the city anymore. Keeping the money won't do you any good. Just take it and give it back to your uncle. Yeah, your aunts gave you over 50. And don't think I don't know your grandpa, eldest uncle, third uncle, plus your eldest and third brothers all gave you money. The money you have on you, give your eldest uncle 30 yuan. That's more than enough." Zhang Wei. Chapter 142, Blocking the Path to Reveal Feelings. Li Jing took out the money but didn't see Zhang Wei anywhere. "Where's Wei Wei?" she asked. Zhang Keiming replied indifferently, "Didn't he go out to run an errand?" Li Jing retorted, "Didn't you tell him to return the 30 yuan to Big Brother? I haven't even given him the money yet, how could you just let him leave?" Zhang Keiming replied, "He has money on him. Why does he need you to give him money?" Li Jing paused, then smiled. "True. He does have quite a bit on him. Last time, no matter what I said, he wouldn't hand over the money. But you managed to get him to cough it up when you had the chance. Yeah, it's better this way. Otherwise, with all that cash on him, he'd blow it all in no time." Zhang Keiming nodded. "Let him pay back the 30 yuan he owes Big Brother. Keep the money you have safe, save it for when he goes back to school next year." Li Jing said, "That way, even if he spends all the money he has on him, he'll still have money for school later." With that, she went back inside to put the money away. She thought to herself, this money absolutely couldn't be spent, it had to be saved for Zhang Wei's schooling. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei trudged alone, feeling down. His plan had been perfect. He started with 32 yuan and 2 jiao. After giving 22 yuan to Xinxingyi, he'd still have 10 yuan and 2 jiao left. Now, thanks to his dad arranging for him to pay back 30 yuan to his uncle, he didn't have enough left. The agreed time to pick up the clothes was approaching, and he absolutely had to pay Xinxingyi the 22 yuan. And he couldn't delay paying back the 30 yuan to his uncle either. No need to guess, Zhang Wei knew his uncle didn't have 30 yuan on him. That money was definitely borrowed at the last minute. This debt had to be repaid. Time to dip into the secret stash? But he hadn't taken the passbook when he left. Money! I've got to figure out how to get some cash fast. Zhang Wei felt gloomy. He recalled his previous life, where money had never been a concern. Before going to the city for school, his parents handled all the family finances. After moving to the city and being with Xiaji, all expenses were handled by Xiaji, and he never had to worry about it either. After graduating from university and joining the military, not only did he receive a salary, but his food, clothing, and transportation were all arranged by the army. Money was the last thing on his mind. Even after he was discharged due to disability, the state provided him with housing, substantial compensation, and a monthly stipend. He entrusted all that money to his younger sister to manage, never once worrying about it himself. It could even be said that in his previous life, he had scarcely touched money himself. He never imagined that after rebirth, every single thing would revolve around worrying about money. At this moment, he couldn't help but reflect that life in his previous existence had been remarkably carefree. But precisely because of that, he understood even more clearly, his previous life hadn't been carefree at all. It was simply that others had been shouldering the burdens for him all along. His parents, Xiaji, and his little sister, they had shouldered the burdens that should have been his. A pang of pain suddenly shot through Zhang Wei's heart. I can repay my parents and little sister for everything they've given. But what about Xiaji? How could I ever repay her? By breaking up with her? Zhang Wei felt ridiculous. How could he repay someone who had given him her all for years with such cruelty? Wei. Brother Wei. Just as Zhang Wei was lost in his anguish, two voices suddenly rang out, interrupting his thoughts. He turned to see Zhang Kai and Li Yong darting out from the road beside him. Oh, it's you guys. Zhang Wei greeted them with a smile. After leaving the police station and returning home, he spent the following days working the fields with his parents during the day and staying in to read at night. He hadn't met with them individually yet. To be honest, both of them had contributed to his dropout plan and endured hardships for it. He still owed them a favor. Approaching them, Zhang Wei asked, "What are you two doing here?" They were now outside Shurha village, in a small place called Fujiapo, which belonged to Liujia village. Li Yong grinned. "You've been holed up for days. I figured you'd be out and about today, so Zhang Kai and I came here specifically to wait for you." Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. "What do you mean I've been hiding out for days? What exactly have I been hiding from?" Li Yong grinned. "Brother Wei, don't try to hide it from us. We already know what you're up to." Zhang Wei froze, studying Li Yong and Zhang Kai's expressions. A sinking feeling washed over him. Had they discovered him? But upon careful reflection, he couldn't pinpoint where he'd slipped up. His guard up, he casually replied, "I haven't done anything." "What do you know?" Li Yong chuckled. "If Brother Wei doesn't want to talk about it, that's fine. Just know we'll help you out." His words piqued Zhang Wei's curiosity. "What are you talking about? I'm getting more and more confused." Li Yong glanced at Zhang Kai, who nodded. Only then did he speak up. "Brother Wei, you insisted on knowing, so I'll tell you." Zhang Wei urged, "Go on." Li Yong said, "Brother Wei, we already know why you went to such lengths to avoid going to school in the city. It's so you could go hunting in the mountains." Zhang Wei's expression changed. He frantically glanced around. Thankfully, no one was around. His face darkened as he growled, "Li Yong, what nonsense are you spouting?" Inside, he was stunned. Where had he gone wrong? How had Li Yong and the others found out? Li Yong didn't immediately retort. Instead, he said, "Brother Wei, don't worry. I picked the spot specifically. You can see everything in front and behind. There's no hiding anyone here." Only then did he retort, "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, Brother Wei, you know it in your heart." Zhang Kai chimed in from the side, "Brother Wei, we know you don't want anyone finding out about your plans right now. Couldn't you have picked a better place to talk?" Hearing their words, Zhang Wei felt a slight sense of relief, though he wouldn't admit it. He only said, "You two sure know how to play it cool." He flattered them first, then countered, "So, what's the plan you want to discuss with me?" Li Yong immediately chimed in, "Brother Wei, you get the meat, let us have a sip of the broth." Zhang Kai cut straight to the point, "Brother Wei, if you're going hunting in the mountains, take us with you." Zhang Wei fell silent, his mind racing. After a moment, he spoke again, "Besides you two, who else has this idea?" Li Yong replied, "All 10 of us basically know your plan, but not many want to go hunting. Probably 5 or 6. Zhang Kai added, "Don't worry, Brother Yang has already warned them repeatedly. No one will leak your hunting plans." Hearing this, Zhang Wei realized his hunting plan had been discovered by Li Yong and the others. He didn't ask how they found out, only saying, "I do have that idea, but I can't go into the mountains just yet. So what you're asking, I can't agree to." Li Yong said, "Brother Wei, we understand your situation. Uncle Kaming would be the first to oppose you going into the mountains, and we're helping you figure things out." Zhang Wei was taken aback. What kind of solution could you possibly come up with? Li Yong was brutally honest, "We haven't figured anything out yet. But us brainstorming together is better than you trying alone." Zhang Wei sighed, "Just don't make things harder for me." Li Yong retorted, "If I wanted to make things harder for you, I'd just go straight to Uncle Kaming." Zhang Kai glared at him. "How dare you talk to Brother Wei like that? Now you're threatening him." Then he turned to Zhang Wei, "Brother Wei, Yong didn't mean it like that." Zhang Wei's mouth twitched. These two sly foxes were putting on a show. Still, he could tell Li Yong and Zhang Kai genuinely meant no harm, so he didn't bother calling them out. If you have any ideas, he said, run them by me first. Don't go charging ahead on your own. Both were smart guys. Hearing Zhang Wei say that, they knew there was hope. Li Yong immediately chimed in, Brother Wei, rest assured we'll follow your lead from now on. Zhang Kai chimed in, Brother Wei, now that you're out, take us along. Let us witness your hunting skills. Zhang Wei replied with a sigh, I can't go into the mountains yet. How could I show you? Zhang Kai smiled. Hunting requires going into the mountains. I know a spot with plenty of game. Chapter 143, An Unexpected Delight. You can hunt without going into the mountains? Where? Zhang Wei perked up instantly, asking excitedly. Zhang Kai smiled and said, there are several places like Huliuk, Tianqiling, Lekangpo, Songshuping, Jiganjian, and Shizishan. All of them work. When it came to familiarity with the surrounding area, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Zhang Wei couldn't match Zhang Kai and Li Yong. After all, in his previous life, once he went to the city for school, he rarely returned to Shurha village. Even when he did come back, he mostly stayed at home and didn't go out exploring. Before moving to the city, aside from his childhood days of exploring, he spent most of his teenage years studying at home with Xia Ji. Unlike Zhang Kai and the others, who would roam aimlessly whenever they had free time, exploring every nook and cranny of the surrounding hills. He'd heard of all the places Zhang Kai mentioned, but had only visited the closest one, Huliuk. The others remained unexplored. Huliuk left a deep impression on him, a cluster of sinkholes that had once seen glory, though now lay desolate. Zhang Wei asked, so where are you planning to take me today? Zhang Kai replied, Huliuk, Tianqiling, Songshuping, and Lekangpo are all within our village. Since we've already left the village, we won't be returning. Zhang Wei nodded. He didn't want to go back either. It wasn't that he feared missing the market time, but rather that if he was seen returning to the village, someone might tell his father, and that would be hard to explain. Zhang Kai continued, let's go to Lion Mountain. It's right along the way to town. Zhang Wei said, alright, let's go check out Lion Mountain. Seeing his agreement, Zhang Kai and Li Yong both looked exceptionally pleased. Li Yong asked, Brother Wei, what are you going to hunt with? Zhang Wei pulled his slingshot from his pocket and smiled. Good thing I brought this along before heading out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hunt at all. He hadn't planned to go hunting specifically today when he brought the slingshot along. He just thought it might come in handy if he happened to spot a turtle dove or something along the way. Little did he know that carrying it would unexpectedly come in handy. Seeing the slingshot in Zhang Wei's hand, Li Yong looked skeptical. Just a slingshot? You can hunt with that? Zhang Wei smiled. A slingshot, when properly loaded, packs a punch comparable to a small bow. But he didn't bother explaining. You'll see for yourselves in a moment. Alright. Li Yong agreed with a laugh. If a slingshot really can hunt, I'll make one myself when I get back. Zhang Kai chuckled. I played with slingshots when I was little, but I couldn't even hit a sparrow. Bro, if slingshots can really hunt, I'll definitely make one too. Zhang Wei knew slingshots looked easy to make, anyone could craft one as a toy. But crafting a quality slingshot capable of hunting? That was another story. Even he himself wasn't confident he could make one good enough for hunting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to swiping Zhao Gang's slingshot. Still, he didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. He just smiled and said, enough chatter. Let's hurry to Lion Mountain. After that, I still need to head downtown. Zhang Kai immediately took the lead, walking ahead and chuckling, don't worry, Brother Wei, we won't hold you up from going to the market. Li Yong chimed in, Lion Mountain isn't really that big. We can circle it in an hour or two. After we go around, whether we catch anything or not, we'll go to the market with you. Zhang Kai chimed in, exactly. Yong and I will keep you company. Zhang Wei glanced at the two of them and said, whether you accompany me to the market isn't important, but there's something I need to discuss with you first. Zhang Kai immediately chimed in, what is it, Brother Wei? Go ahead. Li Yong declared outright, I'll follow whatever you say. Zhang Wei explained, if we don't get much game today, I won't share any with you. Whatever we catch, I'll sell it for cash. He chuckled. Of course, if we get a lot, I won't mind sharing some with you. Oh, that. Li Yong chuckled. I'm just tagging along today to see how it's done. I don't want any of the game. Zhang Kai chimed in, all the game is yours. I just want to see how you hunt. Fine. Zhang Wei nodded. Let's be clear about this up front, so we don't end up with hard feelings over something like this later. That would be pointless. He agreed to Zhang Kai and Li Yong's proposal because he'd run out of money after going to town today. If he could bag a few game animals and sell them at the Red Star restaurant, he'd have enough to repay his uncle's 30 yuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered. Lion Mountain lay west of Lu Village. Beyond it lay Li River Village. Zhang Wei and his companions had only recently entered Liujia Village. After walking for over 20 minutes, they came upon a winding creek beside the road. A small hill stood by the river, its slope sloping on 3 sides. The side facing the river ended in an irregular cliff. From afar, the entire hill resembled a giant stone lion crouching by the water's edge. Hence the mountain's name, Lion Mountain. Zhang Wei asked with some doubt, could there be game on Lion Mountain? Li Yong replied, Brother Wei, haven't you ever climbed Lion Mountain? Zhang Wei shook his head. The Lion Mountain appeared right beside the roadside river. Reaching it required first crossing the river and then circling around to the slope on the mountain's backside. Moreover, there was no bridge nearby, making river crossing a hassle. Every time he passed through here, he was in a hurry. Who would bother taking a long detour to climb a mountain? Li Yong pointed to a small temple perched atop the cliff face of Lion Mountain and said, around this time last year, Wang Ping and I were heading into town. Passing by here, we got curious about who built a temple up there, so we climbed up to check it out. You wouldn't believe it, we encountered several wild rabbits on the way up. Wang Ping and I even tried chasing them. But we couldn't catch them. They always slipped right under our noses. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up as he pressed, are you sure it was this month? Li Yong chuckled, how could I possibly forget? Zhang Wei was overjoyed, his voice tinged with excitement. So you're saying we might actually find game up in these mountains? Besides rabbits, what else did you see? Li Yong replied, sparrows. There are tons of sparrows on the mountain. Zhang Wei's face darkened. Sparrows were too small, he couldn't be bothered to waste pellets on them. He asked impatiently, didn't you see any pheasants or anything? Li Yong shook his head. Zhang Wei couldn't help feeling disappointed. He muttered, well, I hope we run into a few more rabbits. Otherwise, we won't make $30. Li Yong, with his sharp ears, overheard Zhang Wei's muttering and asked, Brother Wei, are you in urgent need of 30 yuan? Seeing he'd overheard, Zhang Wei didn't hide it. Yeah. Li Yong said, I heard from Brother Yangzi that you hunted 8 wolves all over the mountain valleys and sold them for over 500 yuan. How come you're still short 30? Zhang Wei froze. Instead of explaining why he needed the money, he asked in surprise, did Huang Yang tell you guys about me hunting wolves and selling them? So that's how you figured out I was planning to go hunting in the mountains? Chapter 144, Hunting on Lion Mountain. Not exactly. Zhang Kai explained, before Brother Yang mentioned your wolf hunt in Bayanshango, Li Yong had already figured out you were planning to go hunting in the mountains. Earlier, Zhang Wei hadn't asked them how they knew about his plan. Now that it came up, and hearing it was Li Yong who figured it out, he felt somewhat surprised. He looked at Li Yong and asked in astonishment, you deduced I was going hunting in the mountains? Li Yong gave an awkward chuckle and nodded. Zhang Wei pressed, how did you figure it out? Li Yong replied, you got yourself into the police station, then said you'd give each of us 20 pounds of meat. He didn't finish, but Zhang Wei understood. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. So the flaw had been in promising 20 pounds of meat to each person. Zhang Wei looked at Li Yong with approval and said sincerely, you may not have much schooling, but you're quick-witted and willing to think things through. That's very good. He said this with an air of worldly wisdom, like an elder speaking to a junior. In the past, Li Yong would have shot back. Who do you think you are? We're practically the same age, yet you're acting all high and mighty. But after the incident at Tashaba, Li Yong's attitude toward Zhang Wei had completely changed. He didn't find anything wrong with what Zhang Wei said. Instead, he felt energized and satisfied to have earned Zhang Wei's approval. That's how people are. When you're better than them, they'll agree with anything you say. Even if you spout nonsense, they'll find it appealing. Even if you're wrong, they'll twist things in their heads to justify your position. But if you don't make them feel inferior, even when you're perfectly reasonable, they'll just see you as showing off or lecturing them. Thus, what determines right and wrong in this world is often not the truth itself, but power. This is why so many famous quotes endure. They survive precisely because they come from renowned figures. But if those words came from an unknown person, even if they were profoundly true, they wouldn't be recorded at all, let alone passed down through the ages. After figuring out why Li Yong and the others knew he was going into the mountains to hunt, Zhang Wei finally explained, I deposited the money from selling the wolf at the credit union. I didn't bring the savings with me when I left. I need to pay back 30 yuan to my uncle today. Li Yong offered, Brother Wei, I have 30 yuan. Should I go back and get it for you? Zhang Wei froze. He genuinely hadn't expected Li Yong to have 30 yuan saved up. That was more than his own family had. In fact, most families in Shurha village couldn't even come up with 30 yuan in cash. Zhang Kai was astonished, unable to believe it. Li Yong, you actually have that much money? Li Yong scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. I live alone, so I don't have many expenses. I saved up all the work points I earned except for what I needed for food and exchanged them for cash. Zhang Kai said enviously, you get to save all the work points you earn? Mine are all managed by my parents. I never see a penny. A flicker of melancholy crossed Li Yong's eyes. Don't envy me. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Huang are surely saving your earnings for you too. With their support, you'll be able to marry soon. With that, he waved his hand nonchalantly. Enough about that. He turned back to Zhang Wei. Brother Wei, you and Zhang Kai head to Lion Mountain first. I'll go back and get your money. With that, he turned to leave. Stop right there. Zhang Wei called after him. If you're going back to get it, I'll go get it myself and save it. No need for you to go. Li Yong protested, but Zhang Wei cut him off, no buts about it. As long as there are wild rabbits on Lion Mountain, I can hunt them and sell them for cash. You'd better hurry up and take me there. Li Yong reluctantly conceded, fine. If we don't catch any rabbits, I'll go back and get it for you. To reach Lion Mountain, they first had to cross the river. Though the weather was gradually warming up this season, the river water remained icy cold. Instead of wading across, Li Yong led Zhang Wei and Zhang Kai on a detour that took over 10 minutes. They crossed via a wooden plank bridge, then walked another 10 minutes before finally reaching the back of Lion Mountain. Bored along the way, Zhang Wei learned from Li Yong why there was a temple atop Lion Mountain. Legend had it that back in the 1930s, when the nationalist army was conscripting men everywhere, they captured two brothers surnamed Li. Unwilling to serve, the brothers fled to the summit of Lion Mountain. When their pursuers closed in, with no escape route left, they chose to leap off the cliff. The result? The younger brother plunged straight down and died instantly. Before leaping, the elder brother uttered, "Lion Mountain, they say you are the manifestation of a lion. If you possess any spirit, please protect me so I may escape and ascend to heaven." Remarkably, after leaping, the elder brother survived nearly unscathed. Later, the elder brother built this small temple on the mountaintop. Li Yong said many locals knew this story and asked, "Brother Wei, do you think this story is true?" Zhang Wei replied, "If you believe it, it's true. If you don't, it isn't." Li Yong replied, "Then I believe it." After saying that, he asked Zhang Wei again, "Brother Wei, do you believe it?" Zhang Wei nodded. "I believe it too." Since even rebirth had happened to him, he chose to believe in things that sounded mysterious. Perhaps because the locals believed Lion Mountain possessed a spirit, this modest hilltop was densely forested, showing little sign of logging. No wonder there are wild rabbits here. Zhang Wei remarked thoughtfully upon seeing Lion Mountain's environment. A small path wound its way up the mountain, hidden among the trees and undergrowth, clearly well trodden. Zhang Wei guessed it was made by those who went to the small temple at the summit to worship and pray for blessings. However, they weren't coming to Lion Mountain for worship or blessings, they were here to hunt. Naturally, they wouldn't follow the path. After observing for a while, Zhang Wei chose a spot to ascend the mountain. Within 7 or 8 minutes of entering the woods, he actually spotted signs of wild rabbits. "Got this!" he murmured excitedly. Zhang Kai and Li Yong perked up at his words. "Brother Wei, how did you know?" "Brother Wei, did you spot a rabbit?" Zhang Wei hushed them, "Quiet. Just follow me. Yeah, tread lightly. Don't make too much noise." Zhang Kai and Li Yong nodded quickly, holding their breath as they tiptoed behind Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei searched his way forward, veering left and right as he advanced 300 or 400 meters. Suddenly, 2 gray rabbits appeared on a hillside ahead, catching the trio's attention. The slingshot was already in Zhang Wei's hand. Without hesitation, he pulled back the rubber band and fired the first pellet. Swiftly reloading another pellet, he fired it just as quickly. The sequence flowed seamlessly, firing 2 pellets almost without pause. Snap! Snap! With 2 sharp cracks, the 2 gray rabbits more than 20 meters ahead tumbled to the ground. "Got 'em! We really hit them!" Li Yong and Zhang Kai shouted excitedly. A satisfied smile spread across Zhang Wei's lips. Li Yong crouched low and darted forward, volunteering, "I'll go pick up the rabbits." Zhang Wei didn't object. Soon, Li Yong returned, carrying 2 wild rabbits. "Brother Wei, you're amazing." Both pellets hit the rabbits right in the forehead, they're dead as doornails. Zhang Kai examined them and said admiringly, "I've seen it. Really seen it. So slingshots can actually be used for hunting." Zhang Wei chuckled, "As long as you aim accurately, of course it can." Zhang Kai exclaimed, "Brother Wei, you're incredibly accurate." "That's amazing." Zhang Wei chuckled and said, "I have a friend who's the real master with a slingshot, he can hit flying pheasants." He was, of course, referring to Zhao Gang. Zhang Kai was skeptical. "Someone even more accurate than you?" Zhang Wei shrugged. "My slingshot skills aren't anything special. You'll see what I mean when you meet my friend." Zhang Kai said, "Anyway, I've only seen you shoot fast and accurate. Brother Wei, once I make my slingshot, teach me how to shoot too." Li Yong didn't want to be left out. "Me too. Teach me too, Brother Wei." Zhang Wei agreed, "Alright, I'll teach you guys later. For now, let's keep searching and see how many more rabbits we can find." Chapter 145, Partnership formed, buyers secured. Zhang Kai and Li Yong naturally had no objections. Each carrying a wild rabbit, they followed Zhang Wei as they continued searching Lion Mountain. Probably because few people came here often, the mountain still harbored plenty of wildlife. After some searching, Zhang Wei not only bagged 3 more rabbits but also encountered a small wild boar. However, slingshots were useless against wild boars, and without a proper weapon, Zhang Wei could only watch helplessly as the boar bolted away. He regretted not bringing his carrying pole when they left. He continued searching afterward but didn't catch any more hares. Still, his luck held, and he managed to shoot 2 turtle doves. Zhang Kai and Li Yong watched with excitement, urging Zhang Wei to keep searching. But Zhang Wei had lost interest. "That's enough for today," he said. "I still need to hurry to the market." There'll be plenty more chances later. Li Yong and Zhang Kai relented, following Zhang Wei down the mountain. Back on the main trail, Zhang Wei asked, "Are you two heading back to Shurha village or coming with me to the city?" Li Yong replied, "We agreed to go with you to the market." Zhang Kai, acting like a sycophant, chimed in, "I'll help Brother Wei carry the rabbits." Seeing both were heading to town, Zhang Wei raised no objection. The three walked together toward the town center. After passing through Zheojiao Bay, they encountered people returning from the market. Seeing the wild rabbits and turtle doves in Zhang Kai and Li Yong's hands, passers-by couldn't help but glance at them. Some even struck up conversations, asking where they'd hunted their prey. "Brother Wei, see how envious those people look? Haha, they probably think I shot the rabbits myself. This feeling is amazing, such a sense of accomplishment." Zhang Kai and Li Yong were bursting with excitement, chattering away like two sparrows all the way. By the time the three of them reached the street, it was past noon. Most of the market goers had dispersed, leaving only a handful of people behind. Zhang Wei noticed Kai Xiaoshan still tending her stall. But he didn't stop to greet her. Instead, he led Li Yong and Zhang Kai straight to the Red Star restaurant. At that moment, the restaurant was empty. The owner sat behind the counter, bored out of his mind. "Good afternoon, boss." Zhang Wei entered the restaurant and greeted him with a smile. The owner looked up and smiled. "Oh, it's you." Zhang Wei chuckled, "You still remember me?" The owner laughed heartily. "That gorgeous girl complimented my taste, saying I'd make you happy for life. How could I forget?" Li Yong and Zhang Kai immediately realized the boss was referring to Xia Ji. "Brother Wei, what's the story?" "Boss, was it that exceptionally beautiful girl who said it? The one with the high nose bridge, big eyes, and two dimples when she smiles? Boss, did that girl really say she'd make Brother Wei happy for the rest of his life?" The two instantly launched into gossip. Zhang Wei's forehead creased with exasperation. He turned his head and glared at them. "Shut up." Seeing this, the boss laughed even louder. "Well now, when I saw you with that girl the other day, you seemed quite refined. But today, with your two buddies around, you're really showing off your prowess." Zhang Wei replied awkwardly, "Sorry to make a fool of myself, boss. By the way, I'm Zhang Wei. What's your name?" The owner replied, "My name is Lu Wei." "So you're Boss Lu?" Zhang Wei said. "I came today to ask if you buy wild game?" Lu Wei had already noticed the wild rabbits and spotted doves Zhang Kai and Li Yong were carrying, but he hadn't asked while talking to Zhang Wei. Now that Zhang Wei brought it up, he smiled and said, "Of course. How come you hunt?" Hearing that he did, Zhang Wei perked up. "I'm planning to hunt, though I haven't officially started yet. I just happened to catch a few rabbits and turtle doves today, so I came to ask if you'd buy them. If you'll take them, I can really go all out hunting." Lu Wei gave him a surprised look and chuckled. "From the sound of it, you're planning to go all out. These days, there are plenty of hunters out there, but not many actually catch anything." Zhang Wei didn't want to overpromise, so he simply said, "Let's give it a shot." Lu Wei said, "All right. From now on, if you bag any game, bring it to me first. If I can take it, I'll buy it all." "All right. Thanks, Boss Lu." Zhang Wei agreed, then pointed to the hare and turtle dove and asked, "Boss Lu, how much will you pay for these?" Lu Wei replied, "For the hare, I'll give you 1.6 yuan per pound. The turtle dove doesn't have much meat, so I can only offer 1 yuan each." Zhang Wei didn't know the market price for wild rabbits, but since he had nowhere else to sell them, he agreed without hesitation. "All right, since this is our first deal, I'll take your price." "Fair enough." Lu Wei praised him, pulling out a scale from behind the counter and weighing the rabbits on the spot. The 5 rabbits weren't particularly large, totaling just 21 jin and 4 liang. At 1.6 yuan per jin, the total came to 34 yuan, 2 mao, and 4 fen. Zhang Wei generously rounded down the 24 fen change. Adding the 2 spotted doves, he collected 36 yuan from Lu Wei. Brother Wei, hunting really is a way out. Just a little while ago, the game he hunted sold for 36 yuan. If I were working in the fields, I wouldn't earn that much in 2 months. And these rabbits were small. If they'd been bigger, we could have made over 100 yuan. Wild rabbits are probably the least valuable. If you bagged a muntjac or a cicadeer, that'd be worth a fortune. Wei Ge, no wonder you don't even want to go to school anymore. Choosing to hunt in the mountains really does offer hope. No doubt about it, Brother Wei. I'm sticking with you from now on." After leaving the Red Star restaurant, Li Yong and Zhang Kai were bursting with excitement. They swarmed around Zhang Wei, chattering animatedly, itching to go hunting themselves. Zhang Wei ignored them, mentally calculating his finances. He had 32 yuan and 2 jiao on him before, plus the 36 yuan from selling the wild rabbit and turtle dove. Now he had a total of 68 yuan and 2 jiao. He needed to pay Xinqingi 22 yuan and return 30 yuan to his uncle, totaling 52 yuan in expenses. After this calculation, he would have 16 yuan and 2 jiao left. With the math settled, Zhang Wei pulled out 2 5 yuan notes, handing one to Li Yong and one to Zhang Kai. "Here, this is for you." "Brother Wei, what are you doing? We agreed all the game we hunted today is yours." "I don't want any." 5 yuan wasn't a small sum for either Li Yong or Zhang Kai, yet both declined without hesitation. Zhang Wei explained, I said it before, if we didn't catch many rabbits, you wouldn't get any share. But today we got lucky with 5 rabbits. Since the extra money from selling them covers it, I'm splitting some with you. Li Yong retorted, you caught more because of your skill. We don't want your money. Zhang Wei countered, if you hadn't shown me the way, I wouldn't have known Lion Mountain had wild rabbits. I wouldn't have made this money otherwise. Consider it your information fee. Just take it. As he spoke, he slipped 2 bills into Li Yong and Zhang Kai's hands respectively. Thanks, Brother Wei. Thanks, Brother Wei. Li Yong and Zhang Kai accepted the money, both expressing their gratitude excitedly. Neither of them had expected that simply wanting to witness Zhang Wei's hunting skills would also earn them 5 yuan. Sure enough, following Zhang Wei was the right choice. Far better than toiling in the fields. Chapter 146, Fellow Villagers, it's truly family. You're welcome. You earned it. Zhang Wei said, but hunting in the mountains I can't agree to that yet. We'll have to wait until I get my dad's approval. Li Yong immediately replied, Brother Wei, we totally get that. Zhang Wei added, besides, hunting in the mountains isn't like messing around on Lion Hill. Once you're in there, you might run into wolf packs, tigers, or even black bears. I can't take you until I'm absolutely sure. Li Yong and Zhang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. But they knew Zhang Wei was telling the truth. Li Yong said, then we'll wait until you're confident enough to take us. We trust you. Zhang Kai added, Brother Wei, rest assured we won't be any trouble. Satisfied with their attitude, Zhang Wei considered for a moment before saying, if we just wait, we might never get the chance. If you truly want to hunt, you'd better start honing your skills now. Both men's eyes lit up. Li Yong exclaimed excitedly, Brother Wei, are you going to teach us the green dragon fist? Zhang Kai chimed in, your Qinglong fist is so powerful. If I could master it too, I wouldn't be afraid to go into the mountains again. A black line appeared on Zhang Wei's forehead. What Qinglong fist? He'd nearly forgotten it himself. His current strength stemmed from 2 things, the foundation laid during his military service in his previous life, and the benefits of his rebirth. It wasn't something he could achieve just by practicing the blue dragon fist alone. But he couldn't say that. Instead, he bluffed, teaching you the azure dragon fist is no problem. But martial arts must be cultivated from a young age. You're both past your prime now. No matter how hard you train, you'll never reach my level. Li Yong and Zhang Kai couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment wash over them. They had fantasized that by mastering the azure dragon fist, they too could one day become as formidable as Zhang Wei, capable of snapping pebbles barehanded, taking on 8 wolves alone. They even envisioned scaling walls and roofs, using falling leaves and flying flowers to strike foes. Every youth in Great Xia harbors a martial dream, imagining themselves riding a white steed, sword in hand, roaming the world seeking justice and revenge. Zhang Wei understood their feelings. He, too, had been young once, had once dreamed. He reassured them, though you may not reach my level of skill with the azure dragon fist, it will greatly enhance your physical prowess. Without a strong body, hunting just won't work. Hearing this, Li Yong and Zhang Kai perked up, both vowing to train diligently. Zhang Wei wanted to add that hunting required not only physical prowess but also skill and experience. Of course, having a gun would be ideal, mastering marksmanship even better. But that was too complicated, and Li Yong and Zhang Kai couldn't afford guns right now, so he kept that thought to himself for the moment. Alright, I'll teach you hunting skills gradually later. Right now, I need to go pay back my uncle. Since you two have money now, you can buy some snacks or get something for your families. Alright, go ahead and do that. Li Yong smiled. I'm not buying anything. I'm saving my money. At that moment, Zhang Wei began to understand why Li Yong had managed to save up 30 yuan. Like most people in this era, he was reluctant to spend on food or clothes. Whenever he earned a little money, his first thought was to save it. The difference was that he lived alone, no family to feed. Without dependents, saving money came easier than for households with elders or children. One might think that the more people in a household, the more earners there are, and the wealthier they should be. But that wasn't always the case. While larger families might have more earners, the expenses for non-earners like the elderly and children often outweighed the income, making it easier to fall into debt. Zhang Wei felt a twinge of sympathy for Li Yong and said, you shouldn't just save all the time. Treat yourself to something nice to eat once in a while. Li Yong shook his head. I used to think I'd save up and then marry a wife. As he spoke, a vivid image flashed through his mind. A bitter smile touched his lips. I'm not like Zhang Kai, his parents take care of things. I'm on my own, so I have to do everything myself. If I don't work hard to save money, no girl will want to be with me in the future. He smiled, seemingly resolved, and said, but I don't think that way anymore. Zhang Kai asked in surprise, then what do you think now? No saving money to get married? Exactly. Li Yong declared with unwavering resolve. Forget about a wife, for now I'm saving up to buy a gun. Zhang Kai froze, then rubbed his head in frustration. I was planning to buy 2 fried dough sticks to eat. Hearing you say that, I won't buy them either. I'm saving up for a gun too. Li Yong looked at Zhang Kai earnestly. We don't have Wei Ge's connections. If we want to follow him into the mountains for hunting, we absolutely need guns. Zhang Kai, let's save up together. Let's buy a gun together. Alright. Zhang Kai agreed excitedly. Seeing this, Zhang Wei felt a bit impressed by their determination. He smiled and said, alright, it's good you have this idea. Go ahead and look around. I'll go find my uncle first. When you're done, meet me at the East Street entrance, and we'll head back together. Got it, Wei. Alright, brother Wei, you go ahead with your business. Li Yong and I will wander around for a bit. Li Yong and Zhang Kai both nodded in agreement and walked away. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Wei smiled to himself. These two aren't half bad. Once the hunting business gets properly established, bringing them along for the fun might not be such a bad idea. He strained to search his memory for recollections of Li Yong and Zhang Kai from his previous life, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't recall much. He vaguely recalled hearing bits and pieces about them from his younger sister in his previous life. Mostly, it was about how they come to visit and care for his parents when they were sick, and how they helped arrange the funeral after his parents passed away. Yet he had never repaid those favors, not even knowing how the latter half of their lives unfolded. In his previous life, after he left for the city to pursue his studies, they ceased to inhabit the same world. Li Yong and Zhang Kai stayed behind in Shurha village to make a living, while he went out to experience the wider world. He later enlisted, became a soldier, then an officer, and ultimately a hero. Perhaps Li Yong and Zhang Kai later heard of his heroic deeds through television, newspapers, or the internet, but they had little further connection. In my past life, I truly neglected so many people close to me. They were all striving to live their best lives, doing their utmost to build better futures, and extending kindness to those around them. In my past life, I didn't care for my parents nearly as much as you all helped me. I owe you all a debt of gratitude. This time around, whatever I can manage, I'll make sure you all get your share of the good life. Zhang Wei muttered softly to himself. In that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the term villagers. Fellow villagers weren't just those who lived nearby, they were bound by genuine affection, truly like family. Composing himself, Zhang Wei headed toward the grain management office. He planned to repay his uncle's 30 yuan first, then go find Xin Qingyi to retrieve his clothes. Chapter 147, Is there an interesting person in my eyes? The grain management office was usually quiet except during the period when public grain was delivered. When Zhang Wei found Li Dasan, he was sitting with his legs crossed, hugging a thermos while reading the newspaper, the paper completely obscuring his face. Uncle! Only upon hearing Zhang Wei's call did Li Dasan lower the paper, revealing his face with a smile. Ah, Wei. You're here. Zhang Wei grunted in acknowledgement and sat down in the chair opposite the desk. Once he was seated, Li Dasan stood up instead, walking over to Zhang Wei. He scrutinized him from head to toe several times before chuckling. Looks like you're holding up okay. Seems your dad didn't beat you. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. Uncle, you actually want dad to beat me up? Li Dasan smacked him hard on the forehead. Look at the mess you've made. Don't you deserve it? As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike again. Zhang Wei quickly ducked his head, shielding his face with both hands and begging, Uncle, one hit is enough. So you are afraid of getting hit after all? I thought you weren't. Li Dasan teased, then lowered his hand and sat back down in his chair. Zhang Wei dared not argue back. He quickly pulled out some money, counted out 30 yuan, and placed it on the desk in front of Li Dasan. Dad told me to give this back to you. Li Dasan glanced at the money, pocketed it, and finally said, alright. It's been a hassle, but at least your withdrawal from school is settled. What are your plans now? He quickly added, if you want to go hunting in the mountains, I won't stop you. But I'm warning you, don't pull any more stunts like this time. If you dare to act recklessly again, even if your uncle doesn't discipline you, I will. A rare sternness flashed across his face, his tone sharp. Zhang Wei, however, wasn't afraid. He grinned and said, Uncle, don't pretend. You wouldn't hit me. Li Dashuan's face darkened. Didn't I hit you before? Then why did you run away? He stood up, raising his hand as if to strike. Alright. Zhang Wei quickly begged for mercy, promising, I won't dare again. I'll never act recklessly again. That's more like it. Li Dasan snorted, sitting back down. As if remembering something, he smiled and said, you don't need to rush home today. Come over for dinner this afternoon. Zhang Wei replied, no thanks. 2 friends are waiting for me. I'll head back with them later. Li Dasan sighed disappointedly, what a pity. Zhang Wei asked in surprise, what's the matter? Li Dasan explained, your second uncle even went to the bamboo grove to cut a horsewhip, a slender bamboo root shaped like a horsewhip just for you. He said he'd treat you to a proper feast when you arrived. Zhang Wei's face darkened. Uncle, you're setting me up. Li Dasan burst out laughing. Your second uncle isn't as easygoing as me. Just wait for your punishment. Zhang Wei had planned to greet his second uncle shortly, but Li Dashuan's words sent a chill down his spine, making him reconsider. But then he thought better of it, not going would be awkward. Reluctantly, he muttered, fine, beat me if you must. I've got thick skin, a beating won't hurt. Li Dasan sneered, tough as nails? More like shameless and thick-skinned. With that, he waved him off. Alright, head home early. Don't stay too late and end up walking in the dark. Zhang Wei asked, oh, right, uncle. Dad said he'd ask you to help arrange for me to work here as a temporary porter. What should I tell him when I get back? Li Dasun replied, just tell him it's the off-season now, and we don't need temporary laborers. We'll see when the busy season rolls around. Alright. Zhang Wei agreed. If he asks, just brush him off for me. Got it. Li Dasun replied impatiently. Day in and day out, you're always finding ways to bother me. Zhang Wei chuckled. Mother and uncle come first, what can you do? You're my uncle. He stood up and walked toward the door. Without looking back, he called, I'll visit Auntie again in a few days. Who needs you to visit? Li Dasun muttered under his breath, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Wei emerged from the grain management office and saw the sign for the Sancha police station. A wave of emotion washed over him as he hurried past. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng tailor shop. The shop was nearly closing, with no customers left inside. Only Xin Qingyi and Xin Kaifeng remained. Ms. Xin. Zhang Wei entered the shop and apologized, sorry I'm a bit late. Xin Qingyi looked up and smiled upon seeing Zhang Wei. Oh, it's you. No worries, we said the 15th, and today is the 15th. Not late at all. Zhang Wei explained, the weather's been so nice these past few days. I've been digging up the fields at home. I only had time to come into town after I finished. As he spoke, he pulled money from his pocket, counted out 22 yuan, and handed it over. Here's the remaining 22 yuan. After paying for the clothes, he had only 6 yuan and 2 jiao left in his pocket. Xin Qingyi took the money, counted it, and nodded. That's correct. I'll get your clothes. He placed the money in the drawer and walked over to the nearby counter to fetch the clothes. Just then, Xin Kaifeng walked over with a smile. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail again today. She wore a pale yellow, form-fitting thin jacket that outlined her delicate curves and tight waist, like a fresh willow leaf just 3 days old, evoking a desire to protect her. Her slender, delicate eyebrows softened as she smiled, adding a touch of allure to her expression. Hi, Zhang Wei. Xin Kaifeng waved, her eyes crinkling with amusement as she greeted him, we meet again. Zhang Wei smiled back. Good day, Ms. Xin. Xin Kaifeng giggled softly, covering her mouth. Every time I hear you call me Ms. Xin, it strikes me as rather amusing. Zhang Wei paused slightly, feeling a bit off. In his previous life, he had read reports about Xin Kaifeng. Nearly every media outlet described her as a stern, rigid woman somewhat like the domineering female CEOs in novels. Yet in their recent encounters, he increasingly perceived Xin Kaifeng as a gentle young woman, even possessing a hint of liveliness utterly unlike the stern, rigid figure etched in his memory. He didn't know if Xin Kaifeng had changed over time or if the media had only highlighted one aspect of her personality, but either way, she didn't match the image he remembered. Of course, he didn't dwell on it. Smiling, he remarked, life may seem the same every day, yet some people find something different in it. If Ms. Xin finds it interesting, it's likely because she has an eye for discovery. Xin Saifeng's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she replied, then do you see an interesting person in my eyes? As she spoke, she leaned closer to Zhang Wei. The intoxicating fragrance that washed over him was almost overwhelming. Zhang Wei quickly took a step back, a look of awkwardness spreading across his face. Xin Saifeng's laughter grew even more infectious. Just then, Xin Qingyi approached carrying 7 neatly folded garments. Witnessing this scene, he paused in slight bewilderment. He had never seen his daughter act this way toward anyone. Surprised and slightly annoyed, he frowned and asked, Kaifeng, what are you doing? Chapter 148, A Sword for a Hero. Talking to Zhang Wei. Xin Kaifeng replied casually before turning and walking away. Seeing her leave, Xin Qingyi didn't dwell on it. He placed the clothes on the counter and said to Zhang Wei, my daughter is a bit mischievous. If she's offended you, young friend, please don't take offense. Zhang Wei paused, startled. For the first time, Xin Qingyi's tone carried a hint of pedantic scholar. Yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely unsurprising. After all, he knew Xin Qingyi came from a scholarly family with deep academic roots. She herself was well educated otherwise, how could he later become the famed Xin tailor god at the head of the Huangpu River, relying solely on his tailoring skills? A title like god isn't bestowed lightly. It wasn't merely recognition of his tailoring skills, but a testament to his profound inner cultivation. For someone with such profound scholarly refinement ingrained in his very being, it was hardly surprising that while he appeared ordinary in everyday life, subtle hints of his literati aura would occasionally surface in the finer details. Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively, signaling it was no trouble. His gaze settled on the garments displayed on the counter. Though neatly folded, the garments' specific designs remained hidden. Yet the precision of the cuts and the meticulous stitching spoke volumes about Xin Qingyi's mastery. A quiet admiration welled up within him, and he murmured, truly the work of a tailor god, unmatched skill indeed. His whisper was faint, yet both Xin Qingyi and Xin Kaifeng, who had just returned, overheard it. Their reactions, however, were quite different. Xin Qingyi paused briefly, then her eyes softened with satisfaction and a sense of recognition. This was easy to understand. For any artisan, praise for their work brings genuine, heartfelt joy. It was like a chef. If you praised his cooking, he'd be delighted. And Zhang Wei's praise was uniquely heartfelt. Xin Qingyi's delight grew even deeper. Young friend, to discern the subtleties of my craft at such a tender age you must be quite the connoisseur yourself. Xin Qingyi sighed with admiration before continuing to himself, this is the Xin family's ancestral secret cloud stitch technique for sewing garments. The needlework is so fine the needlepoint is invisible, the threads are tightly packed, and the fabric and stitching become one only a true connoisseur could discern it. Zhang Wei was utterly baffled. He had merely uttered his quiet admiration because his past life memories told him Xin Qingyi was the god of tailoring, and he had seen the exceptional quality of the garment. He understood nothing of the subtleties of Xin Qingyi's craftsmanship, much less what the cloud hiding stitch entailed. He certainly wasn't an expert. Had he not been thick-skinned, he would have blushed at his own praise of Xin Qingyi. Xin Qingyi, likely lost in her own delight, failed to notice Zhang Wei's expression. She smiled and asked, young friend, would you like me to unbutton the garment and show you? Zhang Wei hastily waved his hands. No need. I trust Master Xin's craftsmanship. His real motive was to avoid the hassle. After all, they were neatly folded. Unfolding them would mean refolding them again. What a hassle. But to Xin Qingyi, those words carried a different weight. They conveyed Zhang Wei's complete trust in him. Trust, it was the most underestimated core of human emotion. The feeling trust evoked was more moving than love or family affection. Even love and family bonds develop only upon a foundation of trust. Without trust, the very foundation of all relationships crumbles. Zhang Wei's trust made Xin Qingyi feel even more favorably toward him. He smiled and said, all right, I'll wrap it up for you. Noticing Zhang Wei was empty-handed, she fetched a cloth bag from behind the counter. I made this myself, she said with a smile. Since you have nothing to carry your clothes in, take this bag as a gift. Use it for packing. Zhang Wei had been fretting over how to carry all these clothes back. Seeing Xin Qingyi offer him a bag, he was overjoyed and quickly said, thank you, Master Xin. Well, having accepted a gift, it only made sense to offer a compliment. This cloth bag is truly ingeniously designed. As for what exactly made it so unique, he couldn't really say. It was just a casual compliment. Better safe than sorry. Xin Qingyi perked up at this, beaming as she replied, young friend, you truly have an eye for detail. This bag may look simple, but its design and material selection took quite a bit of thought and effort. A sword for a hero, this cloth bag is meant for you. Zhang Wei felt a pang of embarrassment. Yet he knew better than to be overly polite with such a master. Besides, he didn't plan on dealing with him much in the future, so there was no need for formalities. In fact, this bag was precisely what he urgently needed. He accepted it graciously, muttered a quick thank you, and picked up the bundle of clothes containing the sack, ready to leave. Wait. He had barely turned around when Xin Kaifeng called him back. Zhang Wei turned back, surprised. Miss Xin, what is it? Ever since hearing Zhang Wei utter the words god of tailoring, Xin Kaifeng had been starstruck by him. It wasn't just his recognition of her father's craftsmanship. She sensed something extraordinary about Zhang Wei himself, something unlike anyone she'd ever met. The god of tailoring, what a fitting title for her father. It brought her even more delight than when Zhang Wei addressed her as Ms. Xin. Why could others only call her father Master Xin or Tailor Xin, while Zhang Wei could come up with such an imaginative title as tailoring god? She felt Zhang Wei was a kind of god himself, a god who always seemed to understand her soul. But she didn't know that Zhang Wei was a reincarnated soul. Whether he called her Ms. Xin or referred to Xin Qingyi as Tailor God, these were merely titles others had used for them in his memories. He himself possessed none of that so-called imagination. Ah! How else could one describe fate's cruel twists? It was precisely this information gap that had made Xin Kaifeng become utterly captivated by Zhang Wei. Hearing Zhang Wei's question, Xin Kaifeng reached out and handed him the garment she was holding. Here. Zhang Wei froze. He distinctly remembered Xin Qingyi had packed 7 garments into the cloth bag earlier. And he had only made 7 garments. So why was Xin Kaifeng handing him another one? Zhang Wei didn't reach out to take it. He looked at Xin Kaifeng and asked in confusion, what's this? Xin Kaifeng flushed with coyness, pouting, it's a garment. She silently cursed, you idiot, can't you even tell? Zhang Wei, I know it's clothes. I saw it, but is that what I meant? Fine. Thanks to his past life experience living with Xiaji, Zhang Wei knew women were the epitome of formal logic and the bane of dialectical reasoning. Simply put, you can't reason with women. And you can't ask women why. Asking is just looking for trouble. Dealing with women is actually quite simple. If she offers, you just take it. Following the wisdom gained from his past life, Zhang Wei took the clothes and tucked them into the cloth bag. Aha! Thanks a bunch. As the saying goes, politeness never hurts. Reasons? They don't matter. What mattered was getting out of there fast. After saying his thanks, Zhang Wei grabbed the cloth bag and hurried out of Qingfeng tailor shop. Chapter 149, Overwhelmed, he flees. This guy. He's certainly interesting. Xin Kaifeng wasn't annoyed by Zhang Wei's actions. Instead, she found them quite intriguing. At least he wasn't like some people who were all coy and coy. Ahem. Seeing the stars in her daughter's eyes, Shen Qingyi cleared her throat twice and asked, "What's the story with that garment?" Shen Kaifeng replied, "I saw he'd made clothes for everyone in the family except himself, so I just made one for him." She said it with such grace and ease, not a hint of coyness. Shen Qingyi froze for a few seconds, her mouth twitching. "A dress? You just gave it away like that?" Shen Kaifeng shrugged. "It's just a dress. Our family isn't short on money." She rolled her eyes. "My dress probably isn't worth as much as that cloth bag you gave him. If you could part with that bag, what's wrong with me giving him a dress?" Shen Qingyi retorted, "I gave him the cloth bag I made because I thought he'd like it." Shen Kaifeng retorted, "I only wanted to give him a dress because I found him interesting." Shen Qingyi countered, "Giving him a cloth bag makes perfect sense. But what if he misunderstands your gift of a dress?" Shen Kaifeng rolled her eyes. "If he misunderstands, so be it. What else can we do?" Shen Qingyi. As for Zhang Wei, he finally let out a long sigh of relief after leaving the tailor shop. What on earth possessed this future big shot to give me a shirt? Zhang Wei was utterly baffled. But since he'd accepted the gift, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Who cares? It's perfect I didn't make myself clothes last time, and I'd have to explain that when I get home. With this new outfit, I'll just tell them we made it together. Yeah, anyway, mom and dad know auntie and grandpa gave me money to make extra clothes. They can't really say anything. With that thought, he actually felt a bit relieved that Shen Kaifeng had made him a garment. Worst case, I'll hunt some game and bring her some meat to repay the favor. Better not owe a future big shot like that. He muttered to himself as he walked. Unconsciously, he remained constantly on guard, keeping his distance from Shen Kaifeng. Arriving at the supply cooperative's entrance, Zhang Wei hesitated briefly before stepping inside. By now, the supply and marketing cooperative storefront was empty of customers. Even Li Deshang was gone, leaving only Wang Mei behind the counter. "Hello, Auntie Wang." Zhang Wei approached and greeted her. Seeing it was Zhang Wei, Wang Mei's eyes lit up. She smiled warmly and said, "It's Wei Wei. Why did you come out so late?" Zhang Wei casually replied, "I came earlier. I had some things to take care of, so I just got here now. By the way, where's my second uncle?" Wang Mei replied, "He went to the restroom. He'll be back soon." Zhang Wei gave a non-committal "oh." Wang Mei continued, "I heard you got into trouble last time. It really worried me. Are you okay now?" Zhang Wei smiled and said, "I'm fine now." "Glad to hear it." Wang Mei said. "Young people roughhousing is perfectly normal, isn't it? Those boys from your village were really out of line. You shouldn't hang out with them anymore." Next time, I'll introduce Bing Bing to you. Hang out with her, you'll never run into any of that messy trouble." She rambled on and on, leaving Zhang Wei with a headache. He thought to himself, hanging out with your niece would probably lead to even more trouble. But he couldn't interrupt her, so he just gave a perfunctory response. Wang Mei, however, grew more animated. "Oh, you finally made it downtown. Why not stay for dinner tonight? After work, come over to my place. Bing Bing's resting at home today. I'll introduce you too." "No way." Zhang Wei quickly refused, "Aunt Wang, I came with some friends. They're waiting for me outside. I just came to say hello to my second uncle and then head out." "Ah, well, since Uncle Air hasn't arrived yet, I won't wait for him. Aunt Wang, please tell my second uncle for me. I'll come back in a few days." Startled by Wang Mei's outburst, he didn't bother waiting for Li Deshang. He hurriedly blurted out his excuse, then bolted before Wang Mei could respond. "Looks like I'll be visiting this supply and marketing cooperative less often from now on. I can't handle it. I just can't handle it." Stepping outside, Zhang Wei exhaled deeply, shaking his head in exasperation. Before long, he reached the east end of the street. "Brother Wei. Brother Wei, done with your business?" Li Yang and Zhang Kai came over to greet him together. Zhang Wei nodded. "I'm done with my business. Do you guys still have things to do? If not, let's head back." Li Yang replied, "I'm done. I was just waiting for you." Zhang Kai grinned, "Bro, what are you carrying? Here, let me help you with that." Looking like a total suck-up. As he spoke, he reached out to grab it. Zhang Wei waved him off, glaring at him and snapping, "It's just a cloth bag with a few clothes light as a feather. I've got hands of my own. What kind of help is that?" Zhang Kai, unable to grab the bag, looked sheepish. "Brother Wei, you're the boss. How could I let you carry things when we're out? As your little brother, I should be empty-handed. Just give it to me. I'll carry it for you." Saying this, he ignored Zhang Wei's protests and snatched the bag from his hands. The three continued their banter without stopping their pace. Before they knew it, they'd reached the Kai residence. Zhang Wei saw that Kai Xiaoshan hadn't packed up her stall yet and walked over. "Zhang Wei." At that moment, there were no customers at the fried dough stick stall. Kai Xiaoshan spotted Zhang Wei immediately and greeted him first. "Still open this late?" Zhang Wei asked with a smile. Kai Xiaoshan replied, "There aren't many people on the street anymore, but there are still a few. Plus, the later it gets, the longer those who stay out have been out, and they're more likely to buy my fried dough sticks." Zhang Wei thought about it and smiled. You've got me hungry now. He pointed to Li Yong and Zhang Kai behind him. Give us 2 oil cakes each. Sure thing. Kai Xiaoqian beamed. See, that's the thing about running a stall, you just have to stick it out. And look, I stuck it out until you guys came along. Zhang Wei conceded, you've got a point. Fry a few extra. Kai Xiaoqian said, alright, I'll fry up 10 for you all at once. Alright. Zhang Wei agreed. Zhang Wei's sudden visit for fried dough sticks surprised both Li Yong and Zhang Kai. When they heard he wanted 10, Li Yong quickly protested, Brother Wei, you don't need that many. Zhang Kai chimed in, bro, you won't be able to eat that many. Zhang Wei shot them a look. What are you thinking? 2 each for us. The rest are for Kai Kai, Junjun, and Lily. Oh, that's what it was. Li Yong and Zhang Kai felt awkward, having mistakenly thought Zhang Wei was buying all 10 oil cakes for them. So delicious. Yeah, so good. I haven't had fried dough sticks in years. Just like when I was a kid. After leaving Kai Xiaoqian's fried dough stick stall, the 3 headed back to Shurha village while munching on their treats. Li Yong and Zhang Kai couldn't stop marveling. Chapter 150, New Clothes for the Family. Zhang Wei arrived home around 7 o'clock. With spring's arrival, dusk set in later and later. Though evening had fallen, the sky remained partially lit. Wow. Daddy, you brought me fried dough sticks again. Zhang Kai spotted the brown paper bag he handed her, inhaled the distinctive aroma of rapeseed oil, and cheered excitedly. Zhang Kaiming, however, wore a sour expression as he disapprovingly remarked, money just can't stay in your hands. You blow every penny you earn day after day, you have absolutely no sense of saving. Zhang Wei just smiled without responding. He only asked Zhang Kai, do you want to eat them now, or save them for breakfast tomorrow? Zhang Kai immediately replied, I want to eat them right now. Zhang Wei said, alright, I'll go heat it up for you. Zhang Kai cheered, then I'll go get Junjun and Lily. With that, she patted the big yellow dog at her feet. Big yellow, let's go. Zhang Kaiming watched this unfold and grumbled, it's already evening, can't you just eat it tomorrow? Zhang Kai had already dashed out the door. Zhang Wei called after her retreating figure, bring your sister-in-law over too. Got it. Zhang Kai didn't even turn around as she called back, running off swiftly with Big Yellow. Hearing this, Zhang Kaiming felt even more annoyed. Noticing the cloth bag still in Zhang Wei's hand, he snapped, how many oil cakes did you buy this time? Zhang Wei casually replied, not many this time. Zhang Kaiming rolled his eyes. He didn't believe a word of it. Not many? Then why did you have Zhang Kai call Qin Xiu over too? Li Jing picked up the brown paper bag Zhang Kai had set down and said, I'll go warm up the oil cakes. She then turned to Zhang Wei, I saved some rice for you. Do you want to eat rice or oil cakes? Of the 10 oil cakes Zhang Wei had bought, he, Li Yong, and Zhang Kai each ate 2, leaving only 4 all meant for the 3 little ones. I'll have rice. Li Jing also assumed the cloth bag in Zhang Wei's hand contained oil cakes. She reached out and said, then give me the rest of the oil cakes too. I'll put them in the cupboard. Only then did Zhang Wei realize his parents had misunderstood. He laughed and explained, there are only 4 oil cakes. The bag doesn't contain them. Li Jing asked curiously, then what's in the bag? Zhang Wei replied, clothes. Li Jing suddenly remembered that Zhang Wei had gone out today to pick up new clothes. She couldn't help but smile and said, so you got the new clothes? Quick, take them out and show me. Put them on. Let me see if they fit. Zhang Wei nodded, opened the cloth bag, and began pulling out clothes, placing each one on the side table as he took it out. Wait. You made so many clothes. How many are there exactly? Watching Zhang Wei pull out garment after garment, Li Jing was dumbfounded, uttering in disbelief. Zhang Kaiming froze. Wasn't it supposed to be just one dress? This is way too many. Zhang Wei declared without a hint of shame, those 3 ants gave me 55 yuan the other day. I figured if I was going to make clothes, it wouldn't be fair to just make one for myself, so I made one for each of you. Dad, this one's for you. Mom, this one's for you. This one's for Kai Kai. This one's for big sister. Staring at the new clothes in his hands, Zhang Kaiming felt no joy. Instead, he snapped angrily, why did you make clothes for me? Li Jing frowned and added, exactly. We already have clothes. Why waste money on this? Zhang Kaiming fumed, I told you that little brat shouldn't have any money. If he has it, he'll spend it all, every last penny. Look at all these clothes. How much did they cost? Dad, I brought Junjun and Lily. Just then, Zhang Kai entered with Zhang Jun and Zhang Li, followed by Qin Xiu. The moment she entered, Qin Xiu heard Zhang Kaiming's complaints. She then saw the clothes in his and Li Jing's hands, plus several more piled on the side table. Surprised, she asked, Dad, Mom, what's going on? What's going on? Zhang Kaiming pointed at Zhang Wei, his voice dripping with irritation. This little rascal made a garment for each of us. Oh, I've already made them. What's the point of you complaining now, Dad? Zhang Wei retorted, then turned to Qin Xiu. Sis-in-law, I made one for you, Junjun, and Lily too. As he spoke, he selected the garments meant for the 3 of them from the side table and handed them over. Why did you make these for us? Holding the new clothes in her hands, Qin Xiu felt both touched and embarrassed. Zhang Wei explained, I just happened to have some money, and since I was making clothes anyway, I made one for each of you. Sis, try them on Junjun and Lily. Since the clothes were custom made, unlike other store-bought items, there was no way to return them. Chen Xiu could only agree, alright, I'll try them on for them. Zhang Wei also handed her Zhang Kai's outfit. Daddy, you made me a new outfit too. Uncle, did you make one for me too? Uncle, new clothes. In stark contrast to the three adults' reactions, the three little ones' eyes lit up with excitement at the sight of the new clothes. Seeing his little sister and two nieces and nephews so delighted, Zhang Wei felt pure joy. His father's scolding meant nothing to him. Li Jing knew the clothes couldn't be returned once made. Sighing, she helped Zhang Kai try hers on. Soon, all three little ones were dressed in their new outfits. Junjun, you look so handsome in this new outfit. Auntie, your dress is the prettiest. Wow, little sister looks so adorable in this outfit. Lily looks so adorable in it, even cuter than my big yellow. Woof woof. After changing into their new outfits, the three little ones were overjoyed and started complimenting each other. Even Big Yellow barked at Zhang Kai, as if praising her new outfit too. Zhang Kaiming, Li Jing, and Chen Xiu gazed at the three little ones in their new outfits and couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Children truly look different in fresh clothes. Chen Xiu said, Wei Wei, how did you learn to sew so well? Kai Kai, Jun, and Lily's outfits are absolutely gorgeous. Zhang Wei scratched his nose. I don't know how to make clothes. They were all made by Tailor Shen. Chen Xiu pressed, but didn't you choose the designs? And how did they fit so perfectly without taking measurements? Zhang Wei explained, I just gave Mr. Shen their heights and weights as a rough guide. He handled everything else, picking the fabrics and finalizing the designs. You have to admit, Master Shen's craftsmanship is truly exceptional. Absolutely. Chen Xiu agreed enthusiastically. His craftsmanship is truly unmatched. Zhang Wei smiled. Dad, Mom, sister-in-law, why don't you try them on too? See if they fit? Seeing the outfits on the three little ones, Chen Xiu had been eager to try them on herself. She agreed, sure, I'll change into them and see. Li Jing had no choice but to try one on as well. Only Zhang Kaiming declared, I'm not trying it on. He looked thoroughly annoyed, though no one could tell what exactly had gotten under his skin. Zhang Wei didn't press him. Fine, he said. If you don't want to try it on now, you can wear it when you feel like it. That's okay, right? Zhang Kaiming shot him a fierce glare, then suddenly remembered something. You spent all your money on clothes, he demanded. Did you give back that 30 yuan to your uncle? Chapter 151, Settling Accounts. Zhang Kaiming's question made Li Jing recall the money matter. She hurriedly asked, Wei Wei, how much did you spend making all these clothes? 52 yuan for all the clothes. And I already paid back the 30 yuan to my uncle. Zhang Wei replied truthfully. Upon hearing that the clothes cost a total of 52 yuan, Li Jing felt a pang of pain in her heart. 52 yuan. She and Zhang Kaiming worked their fingers to the bone farming all year, and they still couldn't save that much. Yet Zhang Wei blew it all in one go. She couldn't help but glance at Zhang Kaiming, thinking to herself, you were absolutely right, Wei Wei simply mustn't have money in his hands. At this rate, even mountains of gold and silver wouldn't be enough to satisfy his spending. When Zhang Weiming heard that the 30 yuan had been repaid, Zhang Kaiming did a quick mental calculation and asked incredulously, you really paid back the 30 yuan to your uncle? Where did you get that much money? He was about to audit her finances. Zhang Wei sighed inwardly and explained, my eldest uncle's wife gave me 20 yuan, my second uncle's wife gave me 30 yuan, and my youngest uncle's wife gave me 5 yuan. You all know that. Plus, Grandpa gave me 3 yuan, my eldest uncle and third uncle each gave me 5 yuan, and Long and Hu each gave me 3 yuan. That's another 19 yuan right there. And Mom gave me 8 yuan earlier, and my sister-in-law gave me money too. He didn't mention how much Chen Xiu had given. But she had given some, he couldn't omit that. Zhang Kaiming and Li Jing did the math in their heads, the 52 yuan for the clothes and the 30 yuan returned to Li Dasun totaled 82 yuan. According to Zhang Wei's account, it all added up. Li Jing turned to Chen Xiu and reproached her, sure, you don't have much money yourself. Why did you give Wei Wei any? Chen Xiu flushed and stammered, Mom, I didn't give him much. Li Jing understood Chen Xiu's situation and her intentions, so she couldn't really say anything more. Instead, she glared at Zhang Wei. You too. Taking money from your sister-in-law and not even giving it back. Zhang Wei had originally had 16 yuan and 2 jiao. After splitting 5 yuan each with Li Yong and Zhang Kai, he was left with only 6 yuan and 2 jiao. Later, he spent another yuan on oil cakes. Now he had 5 yuan and 20 fun left. Returning 80 cents to Chen Xiu wouldn't be a problem. But once he took it out, the accounts wouldn't balance. He immediately retorted, Mom, I spent 52 yuan on clothes, gave my uncle 30 yuan, and bought some oil cakes. I've spent all my money, how could I possibly have any left to give back to my sister-in-law? Chen Xiu also said, Mom, how could I possibly make Wei Wei pay me back? The money I gave wasn't much, but it was my little token of appreciation. Li Jing had also done the math and knew Zhang Wei probably didn't have much money left either. She said, from now on, you absolutely cannot take your sister-in-law's money anymore. Zhang Wei quickly agreed, smiling, from now on, I'll give my sister-in-law money. Chen Xiu replied, you've given me so many things you bought, and you always bring snacks for Jinjun and Lily. I don't even know how to thank you, why would I need you to give me money? Zhang Wei replied, you're my sister-in-law. As long as I have money, giving it to you is only right. With that, he ruffled Zhang Li's hair and grinned, Lili, isn't that right? Zhang Li lifted her head proudly. Uncle says, so it is. Zhang Wei burst out laughing. Sis-in-law, see? Even Lily agrees. Chen Xiu sighed, what could a child possibly know? Zhang Li piped up in her babyish voice, I know. I know. Uncle is good to me, good to mom, good to Gidge. Uncle is the best. Unwittingly, she made Zhang Keiming, Li Jing, and Chen Xiu all laugh. Children possess the purest innocence. She might not understand much, but she knew exactly who was kind to her. Mom, the new clothes uncle bought for you are so pretty. By then, Chen Xiu had already changed into the newly made dress. Zhang Jun saw her, his eyes sparkling with delight as he exclaimed happily. Big sister-in-law, you look so pretty. Zhang Kai nodded her little head like a chick pecking at grain, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Li Jing looked over, and her vision blurred momentarily. It was as if she saw Chen Xiu again, fresh and vibrant, just as she had been when she first entered the family. Xiu'er is still so beautiful. All these years, I haven't bought her a single new outfit. I've really put her through it. A pang of regret washed over Li Jing. But when she looked at Zhang Wei now, she felt nothing but deep satisfaction. He had done what she, as his mother-in-law, should have done. Zhang Keiming felt a wave of dizziness. Like Li Jing, he too felt an inexpressible sense of guilt toward Chen Xiu. If the eldest son were still alive, he would surely have made Xiu'er new clothes regularly. If the eldest son were still here, Xiu'er would be as radiant as she was now, not looking so shabby all these years. As her father-in-law, he had failed to care for his daughter-in-law properly, and in the end, it was Zhang Wei who had to make Xiu'er a new outfit. Meanwhile, Li Jing had also changed into fresh clothes. The well-fitting dress made her appear several years younger under the lamplight. Zhang Keiming felt even more bitter inside. This household was once his to lead. But what had he done all these years? He hadn't bought his wife a single new garment, hadn't bought his son a single new garment, hadn't bought his daughter a single new garment, hadn't bought his daughter-in-law, grandson, or granddaughter a single new garment, hadn't even bought them snacks once. He hadn't even treated them to meet more than a couple of times. He had always believed he was doing his best to support this family. But now, he himself feels like a failure. All the things he failed to do, his son has done instead. And yet, he still found himself blaming his son, still thinking his son wasn't doing enough. Zhang Keiming's heart clenched in pain. Silently, he reached for his pipe, only to find the Dakianman cigarettes in his pocket. Only then did it dawn on him, these past few days, he'd been smoking the Dakianman cigarettes his son had bought. He hadn't touched his own leaf tobacco in days. His gaze drifted to the new garment his son had made for him, now discarded on the chair. A wave of suffocating emotion choked Zhang Keiming. It dawned on him that his son hadn't just done so much for the rest of the family, he had done so much for him, too. He didn't know whether to feel comforted or heartbroken. Mom, you look so beautiful in that dress. Even Chen Xiu couldn't help but exclaim. Li Jing blushed and protested, Mom, I'm getting on in years, what's there to look good in? Zhang Kai smiled brightly, big sis is right, Mom looks great in new clothes. Zhang Jun nodded emphatically. Grandma looks beautiful in new clothes. Grandma looks pretty. Zhang Li chimed in with a babyish voice. The children's words made Zhang Keiming's vision blur for a moment. Li Jing hurriedly took off the new clothes, covering up her embarrassment as she said, oh dear. I was so busy trying on clothes I forgot to warm up Wei Wei's meal. With that, she set down the discarded new clothes and hurried toward the kitchen. Zhang Kai heard this and offered, I'll help Mom stoke the fire. Chen Xiu quickly protested, but you're still wearing your new clothes. Don't get them dirty. You stay here. I'll go. Chapter 152, saying one thing, meaning another. Evening. In Zhang Keiming and Li Jing's bedroom. Li Jing, drowsy from the anodyne, yawned repeatedly. Seeing Zhang Keiming still not getting into bed, she couldn't help but say, if you want to try on the new clothes, just put them on. What are you dawdling around for? Zhang Keiming looked sheepish, hesitating for a long while before finally saying, fine, I'll try it on. With that, he swiftly shed his jacket and slipped into the new outfit. The fit was perfect, and wearing it felt indescribably comfortable. Zhang Keiming picked up the small round mirror on the windowsill and examined himself repeatedly under the dim lamp, feeling immensely satisfied. When he turned to ask Li Jing, how do I look in this, he found she was already half asleep. Her lips murmured indistinctly, pretty. Wei Wei made you a new outfit pretty. The person who can never fall asleep normally, and now she's asleep in the time it takes to say a few words. Zhang Keiming muttered to himself. He turned back around, holding the small round mirror in one hand and the lampshade lamp in the other, repeatedly examining how the new clothes looked on him. It was as if he could never get enough of looking at it. He didn't know how long passed before he reluctantly took off the new clothes, carefully folded them, and placed them back in the wardrobe. The next morning at breakfast, Zhang Kaming said to Zhang Wei, "I forgot to ask you yesterday, did you ask your uncle about that temporary porter job at the grain depot?" Zhang Wei replied, "I did. My uncle said it's the off-season now. They won't need temporary laborers until the busy season." Zhang Kaming let out a low "oh," feeling a twinge of disappointment. He muttered under his breath, "It's only spring planting now. Waiting for the busy season when they harvest the grain? That's still months away." Li Jing said, his uncle's point is valid. The grain depot isn't very busy except during harvest season. They already have 2 full-time laborers, so it's only natural they wouldn't need temporary help. Zhang Kaming replied, "I understand the logic, but Wei Wei would be home idle for such a long stretch. I just don't think it's worth it." Li Jing tentatively suggested, "Then maybe find him something else to do in the meantime?" Zhang Kaming replied, "There's nothing else for him to do." Li Jing suggested, "Huang Sihai has always wanted to take Wei Wei as an apprentice. Why not have him learn pig slaughtering from Huang Sihai first?" Zhang Kaming replied, "Hardly any families in the village raise pigs now. Even if they do, they're just piglets. Where would the pigs for slaughter come from?" Li Jing suggested again, "Then let him learn stonemasonry from Luo Lin. There's plenty of stone in the mountains, so he can learn that skill anytime." Zhang Kaming said, "Learning stonemasonry is fine. After learning it, he can make a water vat for the family and rebuild the embankment around the courtyard." Li Jing said, "Then wait until after spring planting when things slow down. Go talk to Luo Lin about it." Zhang Kaming nodded. "All right." Zhang Wei listened nearby, utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined his parents would consider sending him to learn stonemasonry. He quickly interjected, "Dad, I'm not interested in being a stonemason." Zhang Kaming countered, "Interest grows over time. We don't have much farmland anyway. After planting corn, there won't be much work left in the fields. Since you can't go to the grain depot for now, learning a trade from Luo Lin would be good for you." Zhang Wei retorted, "Even if I learn a trade, I won't be a stonemason." Zhang Kaming frowned and asked, "Then what do you want to learn?" Zhang Wei's mind was set on hunting. He had no interest in learning a trade. But he couldn't mention hunting. After a moment's thought, he said, "I'll help you finish planting the corn, then stay home and study. I plan to take the exam again next year anyway." Zhang Kaming replied, "I also hope you take the exam again next year. But with the current policies, no one can predict what will happen. In your situation, what if they don't allow you to take it next year? We need to secure a path for you in advance." Zhang Wei paused, taken aback. He hadn't realized his father's desire for him to learn a trade stemmed from such concerns. His father might be uneducated, lacking knowledge and even broad experience, but when it came to his son's livelihood, he always thought deeply. Li Jing seemed to recall something and said, "Wei Wei doesn't want to learn stonemasonry from Luo Lin. Then he could learn veterinary medicine from Yang Dian. Now that we're raising pigs at home, learning veterinary medicine would be a useful skill." Zhang Kaming nodded, turning to Zhang Wei and asking, "What do you think?" Zhang Wei wasn't particularly opposed to studying veterinary medicine, but he didn't show much interest either. "Let's see," he said. Li Jing added, "Wei Wei, if you don't want to study veterinary medicine, you could learn about medicinal herbs from your third uncle." Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. People eat grains, so they're bound to get headaches and fevers now and then. Learning about medicinal herbs from third uncle would be great. The third uncle he mentioned was Zhang Wenyuan, the younger brother of Zhang Wenju. In the village, Zhang Wenyan was quite well respected. He was a barefoot doctor who knew some medicinal herbs and a bit of Western medicine, and he could perform flying needle injections. The so-called flying needle technique involved flicking the syringe like a dart rather than pinching the vein with fingers before insertion, ensuring the needle hit the artery on the first try. Among barefoot doctors before the 1980s, this technique was commonplace. Later, as hospitals became more formalized and injections shifted from doctors to nurses, the art of flying needle gradually faded into obscurity. Zhang Wenyuan wasn't just a barefoot doctor, he also knew a thing or two about yin and yang. Whenever a family in the village built a new house, they consulted him to choose the location and select an auspicious date. When someone passed away, they sought his advice on selecting a burial site and the best day for the funeral. For engagements, weddings, or even building a stove, anyone needing to pick an auspicious date would turn to him. This included naming newborns. Almost every child born in the village had a name chosen by him. It could be said that nearly every person born in Shirha village under the age of 50 had a name chosen by Zhang Wenyan. Moreover, Zhang Wenyan had studied for 3 years at a private school and possessed excellent calligraphy skills. During the new year, villagers would bring red paper they had purchased and ask him to write spring festival couplets for them. When families in the village held celebrations or funerals, they often asked him to keep the accounts. With so many talents bestowed upon him, it was no wonder Zhang Wenyan held such prestige in the village. Yet Zhang Wenyuan remained a lifelong bachelor. Now approaching 80, he still lived alone. When Zhang Kaming heard Zhang Wei wanted to learn herbal medicine from Zhang Wenyan, he frowned and said, "You're not seriously thinking of learning herbal medicine from your third uncle, are you?" Zhang Wei was taken aback. He was preparing to hunt, and venturing deep into the old forests would inevitably bring him into contact with medicinal herbs. Learning about them would undoubtedly be beneficial. He genuinely wanted to learn. But he didn't understand why his father had said that. "Dad," Zhang Wei asked, "I don't understand what you mean." Zhang Kaming replied, "I'm afraid you won't be learning herbal medicine from your third uncle, but instead picking up all sorts of nonsense about mysticism." His tone turned stern as he added, "You must never touch those things. Once you get involved with that stuff, you'll never escape the 5 vices and 3 deficiencies. Look at your third uncle, never married, no children or family. Though he lived comfortably, he left behind no wealth. Isn't that precisely fulfilling the 5 misfortunes and 3 deficiencies?" Zhang Wei suddenly understood. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Dad, why would I study that stuff anyway?" Yet deep down, he felt a jolt. Had his father not mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten that his third uncle possessed such abilities. If even rebirth could happen to him, what harm was there in learning a bit of mysticism? Chapter 153, Scenery Missed in a Past Life. After breakfast, Zhang Kai stayed home to watch the house while Zhang Kaming, Li Jing, and Zhang Wei all went out to the fields to plant corn. Zhang Wei led the way, digging holes. Digging seedbeds meant using a hoe shaped like a shovel to dig a hole. Li Jing followed behind him, tossing corn seeds into the holes, while Zhang Kaming turned the soil to cover the holes, burying the seeds. Zhang Wei dug holes at an astonishing pace, and Li Jing easily kept up with his rhythm as she tossed seeds into them. But Zhang Kaming was in a tough spot. By the time Zhang Wei had finished digging all the holes and Li Jing had finished dropping all the seeds, Zhang Kaming had barely filled half of his holes. Wiping sweat from her forehead, Li Jing said, Wei, take a break. Give me the hoe, I'll help your dad finish filling all the holes." Zhang Wei wouldn't dream of resting while Li Jing worked. Waving his hands, he insisted, "Mom, you rest. I'll do it." Shouldering the hoe, he went back to work. Working together, father and son spent another half hour or so until all the seedbeds were refilled. The corn planting for this field was finally complete. Li Jing glanced at the sun and realized it was only noon. She couldn't help but exclaim, "I thought planting this field would take all day, but we finished in just the morning." Zhang Kaming was at a loss for words. The 3 returned home for lunch, rested a while, then headed out to plant corn in another field that afternoon. The afternoon field was slightly larger than the morning one. Armed with the morning's experience, Li Jing deliberately brought an extra hoe. After Zhang Wei prepared the seedbeds and she scattered the corn seeds, the 3 of them filled in the holes together. Amazingly, they finished before nightfall. "Kaming, we finished early again today. Ha ha. With Wei as our super laborer, finishing early is practically guaranteed. Kaming, you're really living the good life now. With Wei around, your little plot of land gets planted in no time. Yeah, I never expected him to be such a natural at farming. You just enjoy it quietly." While everyone else was planting corn in the fields, only Zhang Kaming's family finished early. As they carried their hoes home, the villagers still working in the fields shot them envious glances and teased Kaming with a few jibes. Zhang Kaming responded cheerfully. Back home, the 3 washed their hands and changed their shoes. During the break, Li Jing and Zhang Kaming discussed and planned their sowing schedule for the new year. Due to the terrain, the fields in Shurha village weren't large, contiguous plots. Instead, each household was allocated small, scattered pieces of land. Take Zhang Kaming's family, Zhang Kaming, Li Jing, Zhang Wei, Zhang Yun, Zhang Kai, and Xieji. 6 people in total were allocated just over 7 mu of land. However, these 7 acres were not contiguous. Instead, they were scattered across 12 separate plots, some distant, some nearby, some large, some small. The largest plot was just over half an acre, while the smallest was barely 2 mu. This fragmented distribution was primarily due to variations in soil fertility and the need to consider proximity to each household, ensuring no single family received all the nearby plots. Of the Zhang Kaming family's 7+ mu of land, the 3 smaller plots near their house were used as vegetable gardens. The 3 largest fields, totaling just over 2 acres, were reserved for corn cultivation. The remaining fields would be used for wheat, rapeseed, sweet potatoes, and intercropping with potatoes, buckwheat, cucumbers, pumpkins, sorghum, and soybeans. Li Jing remarked, "At this pace, with half a day left tomorrow, this year's corn planting will be finished." Zhang Kaming said, "When we plant the field by the old well tomorrow, call Xior to help us." Li Jing paused, then said, "With Wei here, if we start early, we can finish by noon at the latest." "Why bring Xior to help?" Zhang Kaming explained, "With Xior helping, we can start work earlier. We'll finish planting the corn in the field below the old well before noon. After lunch at home, we'll help Xior plant her cornfield too." Only then did Li Jing understand. She quickly agreed, "Right. Xior has to dig holes, scatter seeds, and backfill the soil all by herself. She can't possibly manage everything alone." Zhang Kaming said, "She doesn't have much land. I reckon we could finish planting it all in an afternoon." He then turned to Zhang Wei and asked, "What do you think?" Zhang Wei naturally had no objections. Helping his sister-in-law with the fields even if his father hadn't brought it up, he was planning to suggest it himself. Zhang Kaming said to Li Jing, "Then go tell Xior about it later." Li Jing replied, "I'll go right now. We'll invite them over for dinner tonight." Zhang Keiming paused briefly before adding, make extra dishes. I'll invite Uncle San over. After agreeing, Li Jing headed to Chen Xiu's house. Zhang Keiming also got up, walked down the field embankment, and headed toward Zhang Wenyuan's house. Before long, Chen Xiu arrived first. She helped Li Jing cook in the kitchen, while Zhang Jun and Zhang Li ran out to the courtyard to play with Zhang Kai. In those days, rural children didn't have many toys. The only toys Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li had were the shuttlecocks they'd made just a few days earlier. The three little ones played nothing but shuttlecock kicking. Kicking shuttlecocks had 4 basic techniques: spinning kick, tapping kick, hook kick, and stretching kick, all demanding high balance and agility from the players. Zhang Kai and Zhang Jun could kick the shuttlecock in all these ways. Zhang Li, being too young, could only manage the simplest spinning kick, and the shuttlecock would fall to the ground after just 1 or 2 kicks. In fact, she nearly fell over a few times. Yet she never grew tired of it, playing enthusiastically with Zhang Kai and Zhang Jun. Zhang Wei crouched on the gate's stone base, watching quietly. The fading sunlight bathed the compacted earth of the playing field. With each kick and leap from Zhang Kai, the shuttlecock soared high before descending again. Sometimes it would rise and fall dozens of times before finally landing. Giggles would break out from time to time, accompanied by Big Yellow's woof woof barks. As the 3 children bounced and skipped, Zhang Wei's heart bounced and skipped along with them. What a beautiful scene! It was a view he had missed in his previous life. In his previous life, after leaving for the city to study, he never knew how his little sister spent her days, nor what games his nieces and nephews played. He strained to recall, yet couldn't picture them playing as children. His memories of his little sister began almost exclusively after he became disabled, when she started caring for him. His recollections of his nieces and nephews were frozen in time with the news of their abduction by traffickers. Kai Kai, Jun Jun, Li Li. This time around, I will make sure you are this happy every single day. I'll give you a carefree childhood, send you to school, and let you see the prosperous great Xia. Watching this beautiful scene, Zhang Wei resolved himself once more. What are you doing? Even third uncle is here, and you don't even get up to greet him. Only when Zhang Keiming's voice boomed in his ears did Zhang Wei snap back to reality. Chapter 154, Third Uncle. Third Uncle. Zhang Wei snapped back to reality, quickly rising to his feet and addressing him with utmost respect. Since his rebirth, this was his first time seeing Zhang Wenyuan. Zhang Wenyuan stood tall and slender, clad in a traditional Chinese robe. His face was gaunt and austere, his half-gray eyebrows as sharp as needles. The longest strands at the outer corners even extended beyond his eyes, stretching at least an inch beyond. In rural areas, there was a saying that people with long eyebrows possessed fire at high status. The common interpretation was that such individuals possessed abundant yang energy, so much so that even ghosts dared not approach them. Legend also held that shaving off one's eyebrows made one susceptible to seeing unclean things. Beyond his eyebrows, Zhang Wenyan's snow-white beard lent him an ethereal, otherworldly air, further enhancing his scholarly demeanor. Perhaps it was precisely this appearance that inspired the villagers' reverence, prompting them to address him respectfully as master. Zhang Wenyan narrowed his eyes at Zhang Wei and chuckled, I hear from your father that you wish to study medicinal herbs with me? Zhang Wei quickly replied, I'm quite interested in medicinal herbs. If third uncle is willing to teach me, I'll definitely study hard. Zhang Wenyan smiled. You're my grandson. If you're willing to learn, I'm certainly willing to teach. He paused before adding, but this is rather tedious work. I wonder if you have the patience for it. Zhang Wei respectfully answered, persistent learning never ceases. Others may find it arduous, but I find joy in it. Zhang Wenyuan paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. Wei, you've actually read Gu Yanwu's daily record. Learning is like digging a well. If you only skim the surface, you'll find nothing. But dig deep, and sweet water will spring forth. Finishing, he pointed at Zhang Wei and declared to Zhang Keiming, this lad is teachable. Zhang Keiming didn't understand a single word of Zhang Wei and Zhang Wenyan's conversation, but he could tell Zhang Wenyan was very pleased with Zhang Wei. He quickly added, if Uncle 3 thinks he's obedient, please teach him a little about medicinal herbs. That way, when he has a headache or fever, he can take care of himself and even help others with minor ailments. Zhang Wenyuan sighed. I named all 3 of your sons. I calculated their destinies at birth. The eldest had a dangerous fate in his destiny. I hoped he'd focus on his studies and avoid the ways of swords and spears, so I gave him a name rooted in literature. Alas, who knew he'd still choose that path? The second son, well, he's the exact opposite of the eldest. He was destined to make a name for himself through martial prowess. Alas, he chose books instead, never touching martial arts. As for Wei, he possesses traits from both his brothers. He has the heroic stature to bring honor to our family. But today, observing his face, it's different from when he was born. His life will be peaceful and secure. You and Xiao Jing will enjoy prosperity through him. Oh, and his fortune will be enduring. Your entire family, even the whole village, will prosper through him. Zhang Keiming listened with a grim expression and quickly interjected, Third uncle, please don't teach Wei any of that. Just stick to teaching him herbal medicine. Zhang Wenyan waved his hand dismissively. What I said earlier was just an exclamation. Nothing I've seen has ever been accurate. Now I doubt myself, why would I teach Wei Wei? Hearing this, Zhang Kaming finally exhaled in relief. Little did he know, Zhang Wei's heart was churning with turmoil. In my past life, I never realized third uncle was such a master. He foresaw that something would happen to my eldest brother. That's why he named my eldest brother Zhang Wen, hoping he'd study literature, stay away from weapons, and avoid disaster. He named second brother Zhang Wu, saying he hadn't seen it clearly. But second brother researched the nation-protecting artifact in the northwest that's the ultimate martial prowess. Didn't second brother gain fame precisely through martial prowess? And in my past life, I dedicated myself to the nation. Wasn't I seen as a hero by others? What's even more absurd is that he actually foresaw my fate changing now. That's because after rebirth, this time I chose not to follow the path of my past life. Is mysticism really this mysterious? Looking at third uncle, Zhang Wei resolved firmly to study diligently under him. If anyone else sought a master, there would be a formal process. But Zhang Wenyan and Zhang Wei's relationship was different. All the formalities were dispensed with. After just one meal at Zhang Kaming's house, the matter was settled. After Zhang Wenyuan left, Zhang Kaming called Zhang Wei aside and repeatedly cautioned him, "Remember this, you are only to learn herbal knowledge from your third grandfather. Don't even touch those messy yin-yang theories." Zhang Wei replied, "Dad, I was born under the red flag and raised as a fine young man of the new Great Xia. I'm a modern youth aiming for university. Why would I study such esoteric nonsense?" Hearing this, Zhang Kaming nodded in satisfaction. As if remembering something, he added, "Your third uncle has beautiful handwriting. Practicing calligraphy with him wouldn't be a bad idea." In his previous life, after becoming disabled, Zhang Wei spent his days in a wheelchair. Though he had only one hand, he passed the time either reading or practicing calligraphy, developing his own fine handwriting. But since his rebirth, aside from using corn and wheat to trade for wild boar meat last time and picking up a pen when registering names, he hadn't touched a brush since. Zhang Kaming simply didn't know his calligraphy had already reached such a high level. The next day, as planned, Zhang Wei rose extra early to tend the cornfield. He wanted to let his mother sleep in a little longer while he got up early to make breakfast. But while the idea was noble, reality left him feeling ashamed. As he approached the hearth room, he glimpsed a faint light through the door crack from the kitchen, accompanied by the aroma of cooking meat. Mom had gotten up even earlier than him. Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile bitterly. A mother's love was like that, silent and unseen, yet ever present. He squeezed toothpaste onto his brush, fetched a gourd from the kitchen to fetch water for brushing, and greeted Li Jing. Li Jing said with concern, "You worked so hard yesterday. Why didn't you sleep in a little longer?" Zhang Wei replied, "Mom, I'm not tired. I'm young. A good night's sleep restores my energy. You shouldn't get up so early either. Sleep in a bit longer." Li Jing smiled. "Ever since I started taking the medicine you bought, I fall asleep faster, sleep soundly, and go to bed earlier. I'm sleeping much better now." Zhang Wei nodded, saying no more. He knew that no matter how much he urged her, some things simply couldn't be changed. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Zhang Wei opened the front door. The eastern sky was just beginning to lighten. He guessed it couldn't be past 6 o'clock. "I really need to buy a watch." Zhang Wei sighed again. He really wasn't used to this life without precise time. After his lament, he muttered to himself, "Breakfast probably won't be ready for another half hour or so. Since I've got nothing else to do, I'll go for a run." No sooner said than done, he immediately descended the embankment and began jogging along the path. He ran straight out to the edge of the village before turning back. By then, the sky had brightened considerably. Shortly after entering the village, a figure came into view ahead. Zhang Wei paused, slightly startled, and stopped in his tracks. Chapter 155, Craving a Sip of Fish Soup. The figure was still 200 or 300 meters away, descending the slope along the path, apparently heading toward Dishaba. He didn't see Zhang Wei. But Zhang Wei recognized him instantly, none other than Zhang Kaikwan. So early? What's he doing at the big sandbar? Zhang Wei felt puzzled. After a moment's thought, he crouched low and followed. In his previous life, he'd been a reconnaissance company commander. Following an ordinary person like Zhang Kaikwan would be undetectable. What surprised Zhang Wei more was that there was another person on the sandbar. It was Zhang Kaichuan's younger brother, Zhang Kaisheng. He was soaking wet, clearly having just emerged from the river, stepping down from a small wooden boat. "Little brother, how'd it go?" Zhang Kaikwan approached Zhang Kaisheng and asked with concern. Zhang Kaisheng sighed, "I've been in the river since the middle of the night, struggling for hours, and I haven't caught a single fish." Zhang Kaikwan looked utterly devastated. He suddenly crouched down, burying his head in his hands and sobbing uncontrollably. "How could this happen? Mom's condition is getting worse and worse. She just wants to drink a bowl of fish soup, but I can't even get her any." Zhang Kaisheng said dejectedly, "Brother, it's my fault. I'm useless. I couldn't catch any fish. That's why Mom can't even have her fish soup." Zhang Kaikwan looked at Zhang Kaisheng, his clothes soaked through, lips and cheeks turning purple. His already frail body shivered in the river wind. "You did your best," he said bitterly. The river water is freezing this early spring. Wipe yourself off and put on some dry clothes. His gaze drifted to the murmuring river as he clenched his jaw. I'll try again. Zhang Kaisheng gasped in alarm, rushing to stop him. Brother, you can't swim. You've been keeping watch over Mom all night. Look at your state. If you go in like this, forget catching fish. I don't even know if you'll be able to get back up. You can't get hurt. If something happens to you, what will Mom do? Zhang Kaikwan couldn't find words, only staring at the river and gritting his teeth. How can such a big river have no fish? Zhang Kaisheng said, Brother, it's my fault. I can't catch any fish. Why don't I go to the market today and see if I can buy some? Zhang Kaikwan replied, You couldn't even buy any fish at the market yesterday. It's dead quiet today. Where would they have fish to sell? Zhang Kaisheng gritted his teeth. Then I'll go back for a hot meal and head back to the river. Surely we sons can't even grant Mom her last wish of having a sip of fish soup before she leaves? Zhang Kaikwan seemed to recall something. Right. I heard there's a family surnamed Gao in Li River Village who fish for a living. You go home, wash up, change clothes, and take care of Mom. I'll head to Li River Village. Zhang Kaisheng sounded doubtful. Will that work? This time of year isn't good for fishing. Zhang Kaikwan replied, Whether it's feasible or not, I'm going anyway. Zhang Kaisheng sighed. Guess that's our only option. I'll go back and take care of Mom. Hurry back, I'm afraid she might pass away at any moment. I'll be back as soon as possible. Zhang Kaikwan said, then without further delay, he immediately started running. Zhang Kaisheng hurried home in a fluster. After the two brothers left, Zhang Wei finally stood up from his hiding place. He had heard every word of their earlier conversation. He couldn't help but gaze at the Clearwater River, muttering to himself, They say Uncle Wu and his brothers are devoted sons. It seems it's true after all. Lately, he'd been busy handling his withdrawal from school, which landed him in the police station for 2 days. After returning, he'd been occupied helping his family dig fields and plant corn, nearly forgetting that second grandma was nearing the end. He thought about it. Today was already the 17th day of the second lunar month. In his previous life, second grandma had passed away on the evening of the 19th day of the second lunar month. That meant second grandma had only 2 days left to live. Grandma Air was always so kind to me. If her final wish is to have a sip of fish soup before she goes, I should find a way to make it happen. He could swim and had fished in rivers as a child, though his technique was mediocre. Even Zhang Kaisheng hadn't caught any fish when he went down to the river. He didn't think he was any better than Zhang Kaisheng, and even if he went down to the river, he wasn't sure he could catch any fish. Gazing at the clear river water and the two small wooden boats moored on the sandy shore, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. He recalled how Xia Meng had given him a blackbass just a few days ago. The weather was colder and tougher for fishing a few days ago, yet Xia Meng still managed to catch a croaker. Now that the weather's much better, if he's willing to go in, he might just catch something. Whether it works or not, having Xia Meng try gives us one more hope. Zhang Wei muttered excitedly to himself, then immediately set off towards Xia's house. Soon, he arrived. Arriving so early, he'd worried the Xia family might still be asleep. But when he reached their courtyard and saw the gate open, he breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Xia! Zhang Wei called out loudly as he stepped through the gate. Xia Yonggui, still in his nightclothes, came out from the inner room to greet him. Seeing Zhang Wei, he asked with some surprise, Wei, you're here so early. What brings you? Zhang Wei replied, I'm here to see Brother Meng. Hearing he was looking for Xia Meng, Xia Yonggui replied impatiently, I told him last night to get up early today to dig the fields. Lots of folks have already finished digging their fields and are planting corn. But ours isn't finished yet. That guy still hasn't gotten up. After venting his frustration, Xia Yonggui finally asked, By the way, what do you need him for? Zhang Wei didn't beat around the bush. Uncle Xia, I need him to help me catch some fish in the river. Xia Yonggui froze for a moment. The river water is still so cold. It's not a good time for fishing right now. Why the rush? If you're not in a rush, just wait a few days. Once the weather warms up a bit, it'll be easier to fish in the river. Zhang Wei thought to himself, I can wait, but second grandma can't. But he couldn't mention that. Smiling, Zhang Wei said, Uncle Xia, these days aren't good for fishing, but Mengzi is a real pro at it. Remember the croaker you ate at my place on the 7th day of the month? That was Brother Mengzi's catch. Even when fishing was tougher before, Mengzi managed to catch them. These days should be no problem at all. When it came to the croaker, Xia Yonggui naturally remembered. He glanced toward Xia Meng's bedroom and sneered with disdain, he can't handle proper work day in and day out. All he's good for is some shady business. Zhang Wei countered, Uncle, everyone has their own strengths. Brother Mengzi doesn't like farm work, but that's fine. Fishing isn't bad either. Maybe someday he can even start a fish farm or something. Xia Yonggui countered, our village is too far from town. Even if he catches fish, by the time he sells them in the market, they'll be stale and won't fetch a good price. Waving his hand dismissively, unwilling to discuss it further, he said, if you want fish, just wait a few days. Once the fields are dug up and the corn is planted, I'll have him catch some for you. Zhang Wei couldn't wait that long. He smiled and said, "Uncle, how about this? Let Mengzi go catch fish for me in the river today. You and Auntie can start digging the fields. My family still has the last cornfield to plant today. I'll come help you dig and plant corn tomorrow. I'm much better at this kind of work than Mengzi. I'll help you both for 2 days, it won't slow you down at all." Zhang Wei was known throughout Shurha village for his speed at work, and Xia Yonggui was well aware of this. Hearing this, his face lit up with a smile. "If you're coming to help, that's no problem at all. I'll go wake him up right now, he can go catch fish for you in the river." Zhang Wei replied, "No need. I'll go myself." Chapter 156, Refusing to Help. After dragging Xia Meng to the sandbar and giving him clear instructions, Zhang Wei finally headed home. When he arrived, the meal was already laid out on the table, and everyone was waiting for him to eat. Zhang Kaming snapped, "Your mom said you got up early this morning. Where did you go?" Zhang Wei replied, "I went for a run to exercise." Zhang Kaming's mouth twitched. "You're full of energy all day long. You're about to go plant corn, and you still went running." "I practice martial arts, I'm full of energy." Zhang Wei blurted out. "Enough already." Li Jing shot Zhang Kaming a glare. "Looks like you're bursting with energy too. It's almost time, hurry up and eat. We need to plant the corn from the old well in the field this morning so we can help Shore plant hers this afternoon. We've got plenty to do today. Save some energy." Amid her constant nagging, the family finished breakfast. The 3 children played at home while the adults headed to the fields to work. With Zhang Wei's strong labor and Chen Shou pitching in, the corn planting in the field below the old well was finished before noon. Seeing it was still early, Li Jing said, "I'll go home to cook lunch. You guys head straight to Shore's field and work for a bit. I'll call you when the food's ready." In rural work, if you can get a head start, you do. Neither Zhang Kaming nor Chen Shou found this surprising, but it was Zhang Wei's first time experiencing such efficiency. Since he didn't feel particularly tired anyway, he agreed to the arrangement and followed Chen Shou to the field where her family planned to plant corn. "Wei, your family's corn is all planted already. We're helping Shore plant hers too." "Oh my, Wei, how come you're so amazing? You can hunt wild boars, hunt muntjac, and plow fields so fast. Uncle Kaming, with Wei around, you'll have it easy this year." Along the way, many villagers working in the fields couldn't help but express their envy. Passing by Zhang Kaicai's field, he smiled and said, "Wei, since you helped Shore plant corn today, you'll have nothing to do tomorrow. My field will be dug up today, but I still haven't planted corn. Come help me tomorrow." Auntie Shen Hongxia heard this and beamed, "Wei, if you come help, we can finish planting our corn in just 1 day too." Hearing both of them say this, Zhang Kaming laughed and said, "Alright, tomorrow Wei and I will come help you both." Chen Shou added, "I don't have much to do tomorrow either. I'll come help Auntie Shen plant corn." Shen Hongxia beamed, "That's wonderful." But Zhang Wei suddenly spoke up, "Uncle San, Auntie, I'm sorry, but I already promised to help Uncle Xia tomorrow." Shen Hongxia's face flushed with embarrassment. But who could blame her? She hadn't even asked Zhang Wei if he was free tomorrow before inviting him to help. Zhang Kaikai also looked awkward and said, "Oh dear, I didn't know you were helping your father-in-law plant corn tomorrow." "Never mind, you should help him first." People working in the 2 adjacent fields burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Kai, even if you're Wei's own uncle, an uncle can't compare to a father-in-law." "Exactly. Wei's so capable, do you think his mother-in-law would let him off the hook? Ha ha. A son-in-law has to keep both his father-in-law and mother-in-law happy. Kai, you'd better plant your corn all by yourself. Don't count on your own nephew for help." Hearing these remarks, Zhang Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Kaming shot him a surprised look and remarked, "Well, that's something at least you know to help Uncle Xia plant corn." As if suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed, "Oh. So that's why you said you were going for a run this morning, you went to Uncle Xia's place. You really are something. If you were going to Uncle Xia's place, just go. Why come back and lie to me? Xiao Ji has been so good to our family. Isn't it only right that you help them?" Zhang Wei. "Fine, no explanation needed." After scolding Zhang Wei, Zhang Kaming turned to Zhang Kaikai, youngest. "Wei already promised his in-laws. He won't be able to help you tomorrow." He pointed at Chen Xiu. "Anyway, I'm here, and so is Shore. We'll call Wei's mom too. The 3 of us can help you plant corn. We don't need Wei." Zhang Kaikai smiled. "It's fine. Your help is just as welcome." With that settled, they agreed the matter was finalized. The 3 continued walking and soon reached Chen Xiu's cornfield. Chen Xiu's plot was relatively large, nearly an acre, and contained few stones. Zhang Kaming couldn't help but remark, "Sure, you're lucky to have been assigned such a good plot." Chen Xiu felt a bit awkward and said, "I've only cleared half of this field." Zhang Wei interjected, "No worries, sis-in-law. You and Dad can start digging holes in the cleared section while I finish clearing the rest." Everyone knew Zhang Wei worked fast, so Zhang Kaming and Chen Xiu didn't object. They each got to work. Time flew by. "Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready, come eat. Mom. Dinner's ready, hurry back to eat." Just as the sun reached its zenith, Zhang Wei was nearly finished digging his field when the shouts of Zhang Kai and Zhang Jun reached his ears. Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile. Every time he heard his little sister calling him home for dinner, it felt especially warm and familiar. Got it. We'll be right back. Zhang Wei shouted back at the top of his lungs. Oh, well, hurry up then. On the other end, Zhang Kai called back. Zhang Kaming glanced toward where Zhang Wei was working. Earlier, nearly half of this field remained untouched, yet in such a short time, Zhang Wei had nearly finished digging it all. That kid digs fields so fast. Zhang Kaming shook his head in amazement. Chen Xiu was equally astonished. I've been digging for nearly 2 full workdays, and I still haven't dug as much as Wei Wei has in just a little while. Wei Wei, you're incredibly capable. Zhang Wei smiled and said, I'm just strong. Nothing special. After a pause, he added, Sis, Dad, you guys go ahead back home. I'll finish up the last bit here and catch up with you later. Zhang Kaming said, let's all go back for lunch and come back to work later. It's not like we're in a rush. Chen Xiu agreed, exactly. It's just this one patch of corn anyway. We'll definitely finish planting it today. Don't work yourself so hard. Go back for lunch first. Zhang Wei chuckled, if we all go back together, we'll still have to fetch water and wash up one by one. You two go ahead. By the time you're done washing, I'll be back. It won't take long. Hearing this, Zhang Kaming relented. Calling Chen Xiu, the two headed back first. Zhang Wei dug for another 10 minutes, finishing the remaining plot. Only then did he exhale a long sigh of relief and start walking home. As he reached the courtyard, he spotted his third grandfather, Zhang Wenyuan, sitting under the eaves. Third uncle, what brings you here? Zhang Wei didn't bother washing his face or hands first. He hurried over to ask. Chapter 157, Delivering the Book. Zhang Wenyan slowly rose, drew a yellowed old book from his robe, and handed it to Zhang Wei. Read this book first. Zhang Wei took it and saw that only half the cover remained, bearing the title Shenong's Classic of Materia Medica. The title was still mostly intact. Only the author's name was damaged. Just the top half of the surname remained, a roof-like radical, while the rest was completely illegible. Among the 100 family surnames, many used the roof radical as their surname, such as Ning, and Song, Gong, Su, Rong, and so on. It was hard to guess offhand. He casually flipped through a few pages and discovered it was actually a handwritten copy. The yellowed pages were filled with delicate, brush-written characters, along with vivid illustrations of medicinal herbs drawn with an iron nib pen. Additionally, scattered throughout the margins and blank spaces were tiny annotations, no larger than grains of rice, written in a distinctly different hand. Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise, Third uncle, I've only heard of the Compendium of Materia Medica, never the Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica. This must be a unique copy. Was it compiled by some great master? Zhang Wenyuan nodded, his gaze drifting as if recalling the figure of the departed friend. He smiled faintly and replied, Indeed, it was compiled by an old friend of mine. He was a veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who passed away many years ago. I've heard he had a descendant, but since I've never left Shurha village all these years, I have no idea how his heir is faring. Zhang Wei inquired, What was your friend's surname? Zhang Wenyuan replied, His surname was Song. Surnamed Song. Zhang Wei's heart jolted. In his previous life, he knew of an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner surnamed Song. Though he had never met the old Chinese medicine practitioner himself, another person closely connected to Master Song remained someone he never forgot throughout both his lifetimes. The image of that snow-white figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind once more. The image had barely materialized when Zhang Wenyuan's words interrupted it. Heh, I doubt you'd know him, he's not from our Shurha village. Zhang Wei snapped back to reality, realizing it probably wasn't that coincidental. After all, there were countless people surnamed Song in the world. He smiled and asked, Third uncle, what was the name of your old friend? He added, trying to cover his tracks, since I've read his books, I should know who he is, right? Zhang Wenyuan slowly uttered 2 words, Song Ci. Song Ci? Zhang Wei froze. This was a completely unfamiliar name, he'd never heard of it before. Unconsciously, a tiny pang of disappointment fluttered in his heart. So it wasn't the person he'd thought it was. Soon, however, he felt at ease again. The world was vast, and there were countless people surnamed Song. Among them, there must be many who practiced traditional Chinese medicine. How could there be so many coincidences? Yet, the name Song Ci was firmly etched in his mind. Third uncle, come inside for dinner. Only when Zhang Kaming came over to call them for dinner did Zhang Wei snap back to reality. He hurriedly replied, Third uncle, please go inside and eat first. I'll put my books away, wash my face, and be right there. The midday meal wasn't particularly lavish, just a hot pot and 3 or 4 stir-fried dishes. The hot pot contained stewed meat, and among the dishes were 2 meat-based options. Even the rice was half white rice and half cornmeal, steamed as a striped rice cake. Zhang Kaming apologetically explained to Zhang Wenyuan, Third uncle, we're still planting corn today and need to hurry. Just a simple lunch for now. Zhang Wenyan pointed at the dishes on the table and laughed, Kaming, I told you you'd reap the benefits of having Wei Wei. This meal is better than what many families in our village eat during the New Year celebrations. And you call this just a simple meal? Zhang Weiming felt delighted inside but looked sheepish. Compared to last night's elaborate banquet held specifically to welcome Zhang Wenyan as his master, today's midday dishes were indeed simpler. Even so, it was still a feast rarely seen in other households in Shurha village. Zhang Weiming admitted, "It's true, I'm enjoying the good life now that I'm with Wei Wei." Zhang Wenyan chuckled, "You've got plenty more blessings coming your way. Then I'll take Uncle San's blessing to heart." Zhang Weiming said happily, continuously serving dishes onto Zhang Wenyan's plate. While eating, Zhang Wenyan said to Zhang Wei, "Wei Wei, study the book I gave you diligently. Memorize the names, habitats, uses, and appearances of those medicinal herbs." "Right. You mentioned the Compendium of Materia Medica earlier. I know it's a remarkable book, though I've never seen it myself. But this divine farmer's classic of Materia Medica, I've carefully compared it with the herbs I've collected, and I can say its records are remarkably accurate. Mastering these principles will form the foundation for your future work in gathering and using herbs." Zhang Wei nodded. "Third uncle, I'll memorize every single detail." "Wei Wei. Zhang Wei Wei, are you home?" As the two were talking, several calls rang out from the courtyard outside. "Here." Zhang Wei called back, then stood up with his rice bowl and headed outside. As soon as he reached the doorway, he saw Xia Meng walking toward him with 3 fish in hand. "Mengzi, you really caught fish." Zhang Wei was overjoyed. He saw that among the 3 fish, one was a crucian carp, another a common carp, and the last one was, to his surprise, a black croaker. Xia Meng grimaced. "It's all because you insisted I go fishing. I've been busy all morning and afternoon, and I've only caught 3 fish so far." "Is that enough?" "More than enough." Zhang Wei laughed. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come have a bite." Xia Meng finally brightened up. "I didn't eat breakfast before you dragged me into the river. I'm starving." "What's for breakfast?" Zhang Wei laughed heartily. "There's meat stewed in it. Come eat quickly." At the mention of meat, Xia Meng's lingering frustration vanished instantly. He urged, "Hurry up and scoop me some rice. I want meat." The two entered the fire pit hut. "Third uncle." Seeing Zhang Wenyuan present, Xia Meng respectfully addressed him, then greeted Zhang Weiming and Li Jing, "Uncle Weiming, Auntie." Zhang Wenyuan responded with a single word, then fell silent. Zhang Weiming, noticing Xia Meng carrying 3 fish, asked in surprise, "Why are you bringing fish again?" Xia Meng replied, "Wei Wei asked for them." Zhang Weiming glanced at Zhang Wei and scolded, "Why did you ask Meng Meng for fish when you didn't need it?" Zhang Wei first asked his sister-in-law to help serve Xia Meng his rice. Setting down his own chopsticks and bowl, he took the 3 fish and said, "I'll deliver these to Uncle Wu's place later." Zhang Weiming froze. "Why are you delivering fish to him for no reason?" Zhang Wei recounted the conversation he'd overheard that morning at Dashaba between Zhang Kaikwan and Zhang Kaishang. Only then did Xia Meng realize Zhang Wei hadn't wanted the fish for himself, but to give them to Zhang Kaikwan. Zhang Weiming sighed deeply. "I've been meaning to visit your second grandmother. Then you got into trouble a few days ago, and after that we were busy digging fields and planting corn. I kept putting it off. You did the right thing. Take the fish to your second grandmother later." Zhang Wenyuan interjected, "I visited old lady Mei yesterday. She's held on this long, but this time, it seems she can't hold on much longer. It'll be over in a day or 2. Hearing this, the room fell silent. Even Xia Meng, who loved meat the most, found the taste less savory as he chewed. Munching quietly, he muttered under his breath, "If I'd known you wanted the fish for Grandma Mei, I wouldn't have yelled at you so much." Though his voice was low, Zhang Wei heard it and turned to glare. "You still think I'm the one who scolded you?" Xia Meng wanted to slap himself. That mouth of his, what a stinker. No. Xia Meng shook his head hastily. "I meant I was scolding the fish." "Right, I was cursing the fish. These fish are as crafty as monkeys these days, impossible to catch. When I can't catch them, I curse them." Zhang Wei rolled his eyes, not buying his nonsense. But he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After finishing their meal, Zhang Wenyuan and Xia Meng headed home. Zhang Weiming said to Li Jing, "Help Wei Wei and me carry the host to the field. I'll go with him to Kaishue family to see Auntie before heading to the fields." Chapter 158, The Visit. 3 fish. Zhang Wei didn't keep a single one. He took them all. Zhang Kaijia's house was about 700 or 800 meters from Zhang Weiming's place, just a 5 or 6 minute walk. On the way, Zhang Wei said, "Dad, when you see Uncle Wu, don't mention me eavesdropping this morning." Zhang Weiming rolled his eyes. "Your old man may not have gone to school, but I'm not stupid. With Uncle Wu's petty nature, if I told him, do you think he'd still take your fish?" Zhang Wei gave an awkward smile and flattered him, "Dad, you may never have set foot in a classroom and lack formal education, but you've got real-world wisdom. You're good with words." Zhang Weiming rolled his eyes again, shaking his head. "How come I never noticed before how mischievous you are?" Yet, he couldn't help but let a smile spread across his face. Father and son soon arrived. The Zhang family's front door stood open, but no one was in sight. It was eerily quiet. Usually when visiting neighbors and finding no one home, they would call out first before entering. Worried that noise might disturb old lady May's rest, Zhang Keiming whispered to Zhang Wei, "Let's go straight in. Keep it quiet." Zhang Wei nodded. Zhang Keiming led the way, with Zhang Wei following behind. They entered the main hall of Zhang Kaichuan's home first, then turned left past the fire pit room. The weather had been fine these past few days, so no one had lit the fire during the day. The hearth was now extinguished. Having visited many times before, Zhang Keiming knew old lady May's bedroom was in the room next to the hearth room. After exiting the hearth room, they entered a corridor shaped like the number 7 and spotted Grandma May's bedroom. The wooden door stood open. Inside, Zhang Kaichuan was gently helping old lady May lie down, murmuring softly, "Mom, take it slow, hey, slow down." After Mrs. May was settled back down, Zhang Kaichuan lifted the bedding and carefully tucked it around her. After finishing these tasks, he crouched down, picked up a chamber pot from beside the bed, and said, "Mom, rest for a bit. I'll go empty this and be right back." As he turned to leave with the chamber pot, he glanced up and saw Zhang Keiming and Zhang Wei standing outside. Zhang Wei now understood Zhang Kaichuan had been assisting old lady May with her bodily functions. They weren't far away, but the foul stench from the chamber pot was overpowering. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Kaichuan asked in a low, displeased voice. Zhang Keiming, worried about disturbing old lady May, motioned him over and turned back toward the hearth room. Zhang Kaichuan hesitated for a moment, then followed with the chamber pot in hand. Only upon reaching the hearth room did he notice the fish in Zhang Wei's hands. His pupils dilated involuntarily, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his dull eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered the chamber pot in his hand and hurriedly said, "Wait a moment, I'll go empty it and come back." Zhang Keiming nodded. "Go ahead." Zhang Kaichuan dashed out like the wind and returned several minutes later. When he returned, the chamber pot had been cleaned and was half filled with fresh water. Setting the chamber pot aside, he had already guessed what was happening, but couldn't help asking, "What's going on here?" "Uncle Wu," Zhang Wei called out. "I should have come to see second grandma long ago. Something came up a few days back. Lately, I've been thinking about how second grandma used to love fish. So I asked brother Xiaomeng for help and we finally caught a few fish still fresh. I brought them over for you." As he spoke, he handed over the 3 fish he was holding. If it had been anything else, Zhang Kaichuan would never have accepted it. But these were fish. Yesterday, his younger brother Zhang Kaixing couldn't buy any at the market. Last night, he went fishing in the river but caught nothing. This morning, he went to Li River to find the Gao family, who specialized in fishing, but they didn't have any fresh fish either. Gao Xiaoqiang had agreed to go fishing tonight. If Zhang Kaichuan still needed fish tomorrow, he could come back to him. But Gao Xiaoqiang had also said he couldn't guarantee they'd catch any fish. Whether he was willing to make another trip was entirely up to Zhang Kaichuan. As long as there were fish, Zhang Kaichuan would definitely be willing to make the trip. But his heart was in knots. He feared his mother might not even make it through the night. Who would have thought that the fish he tried so hard to get himself, Zhang Wei would actually bring to him? And not just 1, but 3 at once. Among them was a rare black-mouthed croaker. At that moment, Zhang Qianxuan's heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions, a taste he couldn't quite define. After a long silence, he clenched his teeth, took the 3 fish Zhang Wei offered, then bowed deeply to him, choking out, "Thank you. Uncle Wu, you mustn't do that." Zhang Wei hurriedly helped him up. Zhang Keiming chimed in from the side, "Kaichuan, you're the elder here. How can an elder bow to a younger person?" After the bow, Zhang Kaichuan straightened his back, his expression returning to its usual coldness. He said flatly, "My mother probably has only a day or 2 left. The day before yesterday, she suddenly told me she wanted to drink some fish soup. To be honest, I tried everything, but I couldn't find any fish. The fish you brought is a tremendous kindness to me." At this point, he paused, his tone shifting abruptly. "But I have nothing kind to say to you. If you want to see my mother, go ahead." Saying this, he carried the fish toward the kitchen, leaving Zhang Keiming and Zhang Wei behind without taking them to his mother's bedroom. Zhang Keiming and Zhang Wei exchanged helpless glances before heading toward old lady May's bedroom. The small room had poor ventilation, yet it held no unpleasant odors. It was tidy and well kept, hardly resembling the room of an elderly woman confined to bed for so long. Grandma May lay on the bed, her head the only part visible. Her skin was stretched taut over her high cheekbones and sunken eye sockets. The pallid skin on her face twitched intermittently, a clear sign she was enduring the torment of illness. "Second aunt." Zhang Keiming crouched by the window, slipped his hand under the quilt, and grasped her emaciated hand. His voice trembled as he said, "It's Keiming. Zhang Keiming. We've come to see you, Mei Weiwei and I." Mrs. May's hand twitched slightly, but her body remained motionless. She struggled to open her eyes, yet they seemed hollow, devoid of any spark of life. "Whoa!" Her lips quivered slightly, emitting a sound, but not a single word could be made out. "Second grandma." Zhang Wei leaned closer and called out. Old Mrs. May's reaction was identical. "My mother doesn't recognize anyone anymore." Zhang Kaichuan had entered the room unnoticed and spoke softly. Outside in the fire pit room, he had been harsh and stern with Zhang Keiming and Zhang Wei, yet now he was utterly calm. Perhaps he didn't want to show his fierce side in front of his mother. Zhang Keiming chattered on for a little while longer, then signaled to Zhang Wei and stepped out of old lady Mei's room. Zhang Kaiquan followed suit. The three of them walked all the way to the courtyard. Only then did Zhang Keiming speak up. Kaichuan, we're planting corn today. I'll be heading off now. If second auntie wants anything else to eat, just tell me. A look of deep sorrow washed over Zhang Kaichuan's face as he replied bitterly, in her condition, even if she wanted something, she probably couldn't speak it anymore. The last words old lady Mei left him were, I'd love to have a sip of fish soup. After that, her words became completely inaudible. That I'd love to have a sip of fish soup had become almost like her last words. How could Zhang Kaiquan not do everything in his power to fulfill her wish? Faced with this situation, Zhang Keiming didn't know what to say either. He turned and left silently. In the face of life and death, words seemed utterly futile. Zhang Wei glanced at Zhang Kaiquan and said, Fifth uncle. Don't call me Uncle Wu. Zhang Kaiquan raised his hand to stop him, his voice heavy. I truly appreciate what you did with the fish. I'll repay this favor someday. But the grudge between us won't be so easily resolved. Don't ever call me Uncle Wu again. And don't come to my house again. You're not welcome here. Chapter 159, Helping You Out. After Zhang Kaichuan's family left, father and son went together to Chen Xiu's cornfield. Li Jing asked, Father, how is second aunt doing? Zhang Keiming sighed, she can't speak anymore. It's probably just a matter of days now. Li Jing and Chen Xiu both looked downcast. After a long moment, Li Jing spoke up, birth, aging, sickness, and death, no one can escape them. Whatever we can do to help, let's do it. Zhang Keiming gave a bitter smile. Kaiquan holds too much resentment toward me and Wei Wei. He practically kicked us out of the house earlier. Even if we wanted to do something for him, I doubt he'd accept it. Li Jing asked with concern, did he take the fish? Zhang Keiming replied, he took the fish. Li Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Good. That's what matters. Zhang Keiming added, Kaiquan is devoted. Before his mother passed, she wanted just one sip of fish soup. He couldn't get her any fish. No matter how much resentment he holds toward Wei Wei and me, when it comes to his mother, he swallows his pride. Chen Xiu's eyes reddened as she fumed, he has grievances against you? I have grievances against him. Zhang Chenchuan's grievances toward Zhang Keiming's family stemmed from the hunting accident 2 years prior. But that incident hadn't only involved Zhang Chenchuan's son, Zhang Rui, it had also claimed the life of Chen Xiu's husband, Zhang Wen. Zhang Kaiquan could vent his resentment toward Zhang Keiming's family, but Chen Xiu's grievances had nowhere to go. She had to bear them alone. She harbored resentment toward Zhang Kaiquan, and even Zhang Keiming couldn't say much about it. Moreover, the incident had left Chen Xiu emotionally scarred. Li Jing couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for mentioning Zhang Kaiquan in front of Chen Xiu. She quickly changed the subject, let's not talk about this anymore. We should hurry and plant the corn. Zhang Wei chimed in, sis-in-law, once we're done with these busy days, I'll take Junjun downtown. His hair needs a trim. Chen Xiu's attention was finally diverted. She chatted with Zhang Wei about getting Junjun's haircut while getting back to work. Because Zhang Wei and Zhang Keiming had gone to visit old lady Mei, they were delayed. It wasn't until after sunset that Chen Xiu finally finished planting corn in her field. After returning home, Li Jing and Chen Xiu prepared dinner. Zhang Wei washed his face, changed clothes, then carried a chair out to the courtyard. He pulled out the Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica and began reading it with great interest under the fading glow of the sunset. Brother Wei, still reading? Just as Zhang Wei was engrossed in his reading, a voice startled him. He looked up to see Li Yong standing there. What brings you here? Zhang Wei closed the book and asked in surprise. Seeing the field empty, Li Yong whispered, Bro, are you free tomorrow? If you're free, let's head over to Green Onion Hill and see what game we can hunt. He pulled a slingshot from his pocket and added excitedly, Look, I even made a slingshot. Zhang Kai made one too. Zhang Wei glanced at the slingshot in his hand. It was crudely made, just a tree branch with the bark stripped off, tied with 2 rubber bands. The bands were blackened and reeked of cooked rubber. You cut these rubber bands off rubber boots, didn't you? Zhang Wei asked. Li Yong chuckled. Couldn't find anything else for rubber bands, so I just cut them off my old rubber boots. Zhang Wei was speechless. Can you even hit anything with that slingshot? Li Yong nodded vigorously. Zhang Kai and I have been practicing the techniques you taught us these past few days. Within 10 meters, we can actually hit the target sometimes. Zhang Wei smiled. Then keep practicing. He paused. I'm busy tomorrow, got to help Uncle Xia plant corn. Li Yong looked disappointed. What about the day after tomorrow? Will you be free then? Zhang Wei thought to himself, Xiaxi's cornfield should only take a day to plant, so the day after tomorrow should be free. But the day after tomorrow, old lady Mei would pass away. According to Shurha village tradition, when an elder passed away, every household had to send someone to help the bereaved family with the funeral arrangements. Zhang Wei shook his head. The day after tomorrow probably won't work either. Li Yong, however, assumed Xiaji's corn couldn't be planted in a single day and that Zhang Wei would still need to help the day after tomorrow. He said, "Is Xiaji's cornfield really that big this year? I'll come help you tomorrow too. Let's try to get it all planted in one day." Zhang Wei's face darkened. "I'm going to help them, and you're coming to help me? What kind of situation is that?" He asked irritably, "Have you finished planting your own corn?" Li Yong replied awkwardly, "I only got 1 mu of land. If I plant corn, I won't have room for anything else. I don't plan to plant corn. I'll just plant some potatoes and sweet potatoes instead." Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt a pang of gloom. Unlike other families who could plant a little of everything, Li Yong's plot was too small. He had to choose high-yield crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes just to feed his family for the year. Zhang Wei found it hard to say more. "Uncle Xia's corn should be planted by tomorrow, so you won't need to help. As for the day after tomorrow, we'll see. If nothing comes up, we'll go for a walk." His words were deliberately vague. But he didn't outright refuse either. Li Yong beamed with delight. "Great. Zhang Kai and I will come find you the day after tomorrow." With that, he turned and headed back. Zhang Wei called after him, "Dinner's almost ready. Come eat before you go." Without turning his head, Li Yong waved his hand and replied, "No thanks. I'm going to find Zhang Kai. We're going to practice slingshot shooting." Zhang Wei shook his head. He sat back down and continued reading. Only when darkness had fully settled did he finally go inside. The rest of the night passed without incident. The next day, Zhang Wei rose early again, running for about an hour before dawn broke. After washing up, he greeted Li Jing and headed toward Xiaji's house. As he passed by Li Yong's door, the kid suddenly darted out. "Brother Wei, I knew you'd be here early. I waited here just for you." Zhang Wei asked, "Why are you waiting for me?" Li Yong replied, "I came to help you plant corn at Xiaji's place." Zhang Wei sighed, "Didn't I tell you yesterday? No need for your help." Li Yong grinned. "I've got nothing better to do anyway. If I tag along to help, I might even score a free meal." "Fine. Whatever you say." Zhang Wei couldn't be bothered to argue and just said casually. The two headed towards Xiaji's house together. Before long, 2 more figures appeared at the intersection ahead: Zhang Kai and Huang Yong, both carrying hoes. "Wei Wei. Brother Wei." As Zhang Wei approached, both greeted him with beaming smiles. Zhang Wei asked, "What are you two up to now?" Zhang Kai explained, "Yesterday, Li Yong mentioned you were going to help Xiaji's family plant corn. We thought about it and decided to come along and lend a hand." "No way." Zhang Wei was utterly speechless. "It's not like I'm planting corn for my own family. I'm going to help them out, and now you're coming to help me? What kind of situation is this?" Huang Yong chuckled, "Come on, helping Xiaji's family is helping your family. Why are you refusing?" Zhang Wei. Chapter 160, Too Many Helpers. Today Zhang Wei was coming to help plant corn. Zhou Hongju got up early, cooked congee, steamed corn cakes, stir-fried 2 dishes, and pickled some vegetables. She waited for Zhang Wei to arrive. As soon as she stepped out the front gate, she saw Zhang Wei approaching her house with Huang Yong, Zhang Kai, and Li Yong in tow. Huang Yong and Zhang Kai were even carrying hoes. "Wei Wei, what's this?" Before Zhang Wei could greet her, Zhou Hongju blurted out. "Auntie." Zhang Wei called out, pointing to Huang Yong and the others. "I told them yesterday I'd help plant corn for your family, and they've been waiting for me on the road since early this morning." "Aunt Zhou." "Auntie." "Cousin-in-law." Zhang Kai, Li Yong, and Huang Yong all greeted Zhou Hongju in turn. After the introductions, Huang Yong said, "Cousin-in-law, we came uninvited. You won't mind, will you?" Zhou Hongju smiled and said, "You silly boy, what are you saying? You've come to help your aunt, how could I possibly blame you? Quick, come inside and sit down. I steamed some corn cakes this morning, have breakfast first." Li Yong grinned immediately. "See, Wei Gu? I told you helping out would get us a free meal. Auntie even steamed corn cakes." The group chatted and laughed as they went inside. Xia Yonggui was both surprised and delighted to see so many people suddenly show up to help plant corn. However, he didn't have a kind word for these 3 fellows. He recalled how, just days ago, he'd practically worn himself out pleading with them not to hold Zhang Wei accountable, yet these fellows had stubbornly refused to budge. He still held a grudge. He remarked flatly, "So you lot are suddenly on good terms with Zhang Wei now, huh?" Huang Yong immediately understood the situation and quickly explained, "Uncle, we're not here to help Zhang Wei. We feel guilty towards you and came to help you." Zhang Kai chimed in, "Uncle Xia, that's right. We realized our mistake and came to make amends by doing something useful." Li Yong added sheepishly, "Uncle Xia, I can't enjoy good food alone. I came to work at your place just to get a decent meal. You wouldn't be too heartless to refuse me, would you?" Huang Yong and Zhang Kai's apologies were one thing, but when Li Yong put on such a pitiful act, Xia Yonggui knew he was faking it, yet he couldn't help but be amused. He shot him a disapproving look. "You're the master of playing the victim. Now eat up." "Thanks, Uncle Xia." Li Yong beamed, relieved he'd passed this test. He immediately called out to Huang Yong and Zhang Kai, "Eat up. We'll need energy to work hard." But the happiest of all was Xia Meng. He'd been overjoyed just to have Zhang Wei help plant corn, but now 3 more people had shown up. With so many hands for the small patch of corn his family needed to plant, they'd finish the work in no time. He even considered suggesting, with all of you planting corn, how about I go catch a couple of fish from the river? But he dared not voice it. After breakfast, Xia Yonggui led Zhang Wei, Wang Yang, Zheng Kai, and Li Yong to the cornfield. Xia Meng trailed behind them, bouncing along with a look of pure ease on his face. Village chief, did you hire all these people to help with the planting today? Wei Wei, you're here to help your father-in-law plant corn. Ha ha. Since Xiuji isn't home, you'll have to work extra hard. Li Yong, you're here to help too. Along the way, seeing so many people helping Xia Yonggui's family plant corn, many expressed envy with a few words, while others teased Zhang Wei. Xia Yonggui and Zhang Wei both responded with a few words of laughter. Upon reaching Xia Yonggui's cornfield, under Zhou Hongju's direction, the 7 people split into 3 groups and began working. How could they not say that many hands make light work? With so many hands on deck, the work on the less than 1 mu cornfield was finished in just 2 hours. The group moved on to another field. Xia Yonggui's family planned to plant corn across 3 small plots, totaling just over an acre. With 7 people working, they finished planting all the corn effortlessly by midday. After lunch, Zhang Wei led the team again, plowing all the other fields belonging to Xia Yonggui's family that weren't being used for corn. Xia Yonggui and Zhou Hongju were overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear as they praised their wonderful son-in-law. Xia Meng was especially delighted no more digging fields this year. His brother-in-law was truly the best. He resolved never to speak ill of his brother-in-law again. After leaving Xia Yonggui's place, Li Yong said cheerfully, Brother Wei, we've finished planting corn at Xiaji's place and dug up the rest of the fields. If you're free tomorrow, we can go take a look at Green Onion Hill. Huang Yong looked at Zhang Wei with eager anticipation. Unlike Zhang Kai and Li Yong, he hadn't seen Zhang Wei hunt with his own eyes yet. He was especially eager to witness it for himself. Zhang Wei replied, let's decide tomorrow morning. But if we go, we need to come back early. Li Yong immediately assured him, we'll leave early and come back early. Zhang Wei replied, I still need to figure out how to get away. Otherwise, if Dad asks where I'm going, I won't know what to say. Li Yong chuckled, easy fix. Tomorrow's the 19th market day. Just say you're going downtown. Zhang Wei grimaced. Going downtown won't work. I promised to take Junjun to get a haircut next time I go downtown. If I say I'm going downtown, I'll have to take Junjun with me. Li Yong sighed helplessly, then we'll have to find another excuse. Zhang Kai chimed in, Brother Wei, didn't you say you're learning herbal medicine from third uncle? Just say you're going to Green Onion Hill to gather herbs. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. That works. That's what I'll say. With the plan settled, the 4 went their separate ways. The next day. While eating breakfast, Zhang Wei kept glancing at the Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica. Zhang Kaming couldn't help but say, can't you finish eating first before reading? Zhang Wei closed the book and said, Dad, I want to go to Green Onion Hill. Zhang Kaming froze. What business do you have there? Zhang Wei replied earnestly, book learning alone is never enough. After reading this book, I feel I should gather some herbs myself to gain a deeper understanding. While the first part went over Zhang Kaming's head, the plain meaning of the latter part registered. After a moment's thought, he nodded. You're right. To truly learn about herbs, you need to gather some yourself for study. Zhang Wei beamed at this and immediately said, since the farm work is done anyway, I'll grab the book after dinner and head out to see what I can gather. Zhang Kaming didn't object further, only saying, then just stay around Green Onion Hill. Don't wander too far, and definitely don't go into the forest. Got it. Zhang Wei replied. Then, as if suddenly remembering, he added, I'll bring my slingshot too. Just in case I spot a rabbit or a turtle dove, I can take a shot. Zhang Kaming replied, there might be rabbits in Green Onion Hill. You can bring it along. Now completely reassured, Zhang Wei happily finished breakfast. He tucked the Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica into his pocket, grabbed his slingshot, and found a small shovel to put in his backpack. Shouldering the pack, he prepared to head out. Chapter 161, supposedly going to gather medicinal herbs. Daddy! Can I come with you to pick herbs? Zhang Wei had just stepped out the front door when Zhang Kai swiftly followed behind him, calling out. Though she asked politely, this was the first time his little sister had ever made a request. Zhang Wei's heart softened. Since they were just heading to Green Onion Hill and not entering the forestry area, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Smiling, he said, if you want to go, then let us go together. Really? Zhang Kai cheered excitedly. Big brother, you'll take me with you? Zhang Wei replied gently, of course. You're my little sister. I knew brother Zhang was the best. Zhang Kai said happily. Zhang Wei said, then go tell your parents. Got it. Zhang Kai agreed, turning and running toward the inner room while calling out, Dad, Mom, I'm going with brother Zhang to pick herbs. Zhang Kaming emerged from the inner room and asked, you're going to gather herbs? How convenient is it with Kai Kai along? Zhang Wei smiled. Green Onion Hill isn't that big and I won't go anywhere dangerous. If Kai Kai wants to come along to play, just let her come. Zhang Kaming thought for a moment and said, alright then. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her fall. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Off to gather herbs. I'm going to gather herbs with Dad. Seeing her father agree, Zhang Kai cheered again. She slung her little backpack over her shoulder and called out to Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Big Yellow, we're going with Gogo to pick herbs. Zhang Kaiming couldn't help but chuckle. You can go by yourself. Why bring the dog? Zhang Kai replied earnestly, if I go alone, Big Yellow won't have any company. Then she added, Dad, don't underestimate Big Yellow. Just because he's small he runs faster than I do. Grandpa said it might help us find rabbits. Big Yellow can chase rabbits. Zhang Kaiming couldn't stop laughing. But Big Yellow's still so small, how could he chase rabbits? Though he said this, he didn't insist, letting Zhang Kai take Big Yellow with her. As for Zhang Kai carrying her little basket on her back, neither he nor Zhang Wei said anything. Country kids grew up loving to work. Heading out with a basket on their back was perfectly normal. The siblings and Big Yellow, 2 kids and a dog, set off cheerfully toward Green Onion Hill. Wei, you're here. Brother Wei, why did you bring Kai Kai along? Brother Wei. At the foot of the back mountain, Li Yong, Zhang Kai, Wang Yon, and Wang Bing, each carrying a bamboo basket, waited by a large rock beside the path. Spotting Zhang Wei, they all stepped forward to greet him. Yongzi, what are you guys doing here? Kai Kai, where are you guys headed? Before Zhang Wei could answer, Zhang Kai asked in surprise. Zhang Kai grinned. Kai Kai, where are you headed? Zhang Kai replied earnestly, Pot said he's going to Green Onion Slope to gather herbs, so I'm coming along to help. Zhang Kai burst out laughing. Then we'll go help your Pot too. He deliberately mimicked Zhang Kai's tone, calling his brother Guegua, which made Li Yong and Wang Bing burst into laughter. Zhang Kai took it seriously, beaming, oh, you guys are all going to help Gogo? That's great. With so many of us, we'll have company. Zhang Kai added, yeah, with all of us, your Gogo will definitely gather a lot of herbs. Li Yong chuckled, not just herbs, maybe we'll even catch some rabbits. Zhang Kai immediately beamed with pride. I brought Big Yellow along. If we see any rabbits, he'll definitely catch them. Da Huang had been with the family for just over 2 weeks. Well fed, he was gradually growing into his body, much larger than when he first arrived. He was now nearly a foot long. But to Zhang Kai, Li Yong, and the others, he was still just a puppy. They didn't believe such a small dog could chase rabbits, but no one wanted to dampen Zhang Kai's enthusiasm. Li Yong chuckled, well then, we'll be counting on Big Yellow later. Big Yellow. Show us what you've got. Zhang Kai waved at Big Yellow encouragingly as soon as he heard this. Woof woof. Big Yellow obliged with 2 obedient barks. Seeing this, Li Yong and the others burst into laughter once more. After a few more lively exchanges, the group set off together. Huang Yang led the way at the front, followed by Zhang Wei and Zhang Kai, with Li Yong, Zhang Kai, and Wang Bing bringing up the rear. Bro Wei, check out this slingshot I made. Zhang Kai pulled out the slingshot he'd made and handed it to Zhang Wei with a show-offy grin. Zhang Wei took it and examined it. This slingshot was slightly more refined than Li Yong's, but the rubber bands were also made from rubber shoes. It's just a bit too much effort. Zhang Wei pulled the rubber bands to test them. They had elasticity, but the force was insufficient, and pulling them back required a lot of effort. Zhang Kai asked, bro, what's your rubber band made of? Why doesn't it feel so tough to pull? Zhang Wei shook his head. No idea. My friend made it. Zhang Kai said enviously, your friend's slingshot is really beautiful. Introduce me to him sometime. I'll ask him to make me one too. Li Yong immediately chimed in, I want one too. Zhang Wei didn't refuse, saying, next time we'll find a moment to go out together. He lives in Zhejiajuan, and we'll pass right by his place. I'll introduce you then. Thanks, Brother Wei. That's great. Then I'll finally have a good slingshot too. Zhang Kai and Li Yong exclaimed excitedly. People in the countryside have this habit, they assume that once something is said, it's settled. They never considered whether the person they asked for help would actually be willing or able to assist. Zhang Wei silently shook his head, but didn't point it out. He only thought to himself that if Zhao Gang wasn't willing to help, he'd just have to put in a good word himself. He was someone who disliked owing favors, yet Zhang Kai and Li Yong were people he owed from his previous life. In his previous life, he'd been unaware of this debt. Now, reborn, he could only repay it quietly and gradually. Shurha village was backed by the Dei forest farm. Beyond the village, no other dwellings remained. The land grew increasingly desolate the closer one approached the forestry station. This desolate stretch was quite large, spanning 7 or 8 li from Shurha village to Dei forest farm. After walking for a few minutes, Zhang Kai suddenly gasped, Brother Zhang, look over there. Zhang Wei followed the direction of her finger and saw a waterfall cascading down the cliff face hidden by the mountains ahead. It seemed to fall onto the mountain in front, yet miraculously vanished without a trace. He couldn't help but be astonished. He smiled and explained, that's where Huliuk and Tianqiling are. Zhang Kai asked curiously, what are Huliuk and Tianqiling? Zhang Wei explained, Huliuk is a cluster of sinkholes. There are several of them in this area. The place where you see the waterfall is Tian Qi Ridge. Legend says there's a heavenly pool atop the highest peak. When the pool overflows, the water cascades down the cliff, forming the waterfall. Zhang Kai nodded uncertainly, but the water from the waterfall flows up the mountain. I don't see any river. If it kept flowing like that, wouldn't it flood the mountain? Zhang Wei chuckled, that's nature's marvel. Though it looks like the water flows onto the mountain peak, it actually doesn't. Zhang Kai's eyes widened with curiosity. Then where does it go? Chapter 162, Gourd Pit. Zhang Wei explained, there's a sinkhole at the cliff. The water from the waterfall flows into that sinkhole. Zhang Kai looked utterly astonished. A sinkhole on the mountain? Zhang Wei nodded. Yes. That entire mountain ahead is a sinkhole. Zhang Kai said, then we'd have to climb to the summit to see that sinkhole. Not necessarily. Zhang Wei chuckled. If we walk a bit further, we'll see a cave. That sinkhole connects to another sinkhole, forming a shape like a gourd, hence the name Gourd Pit. The most amazing part is that right at the outer edge of the smaller sinkhole up ahead, there happens to be a tall cave. You can enter the sinkhole through that cave. How amazing! Zhang Kai exclaimed, then asked, Gogo, have you been inside? Zhang Wei nodded. I went in when I was a kid. Li Yong chimed in from the side, Kai, if you want to know about Gourd Pit, ask me. Your brother only knows how to read with your sister-in-law. He only went to play there once when he was little, but I went often. Then I'll ask brother Zhang. Zhang Kai pouted. Li Yong's cheeks puffed up in anger. Zhang Wei, however, burst into laughter. He began telling Zhang Kai about Gourd Pit again. They chatted all the way as they continued walking forward. Before long, they entered a canyon. The gorge was about 50 to 60 meters wide, flanked by sheer cliffs on both sides. A few minutes into the gorge, a small slope appeared on the right cliff face. Perched atop the slope was a cave, 8 or 9 meters high and 5 or 6 mu wide, standing like a massive mountain gate. From the cave entrance, they could see the cliff walls of the sinkhole below, even spotting several caves of varying sizes on the cliff face. Yet, the waterfall itself remained hidden from view. Where's the waterfall? Zhang Kai asked in surprise. Zhang Wei smiled and explained, the sinkhole you see now is the smaller one outside the main hulukang. There's a larger sinkhole inside, connected by a cave. You have to enter the inner sinkhole to see the waterfall. Zhang Kai immediately perked up. Brother, how about we go explore the sinkhole? Zhang Wei replied, Huluk isn't too far from our home. Next time, I'll bring you specifically to explore it. Today, let's head to Green Onion Slope to gather medicinal herbs first. If we don't gather any herbs, Dad won't let us go out next time. Realizing the seriousness of failing to gather herbs, Zhang Kai immediately abandoned the idea of visiting the sinkhole. Then let's gather lots of herbs to take back, she said. That way, Dad will let me come with you next time. MHM. Zhang Wei nodded. Truthfully, he also wanted to see the Gourd Pit again, mainly because an idea had struck him. What if we built a door in front of this cave and constructed a house inside the entire Gourd Pit? Wouldn't that be absolutely wonderful? Once a thought took root in his mind, it wouldn't let go. For the rest of the journey, Zhang Wei's mind kept picturing what the house would look like built inside the Gourd Pit. Brother Wei, we're here. Li Yong's voice finally snapped Zhang Wei out of his reverie. Looking up ahead, he saw what appeared to be a dividing line in the distance. On one side stretched endless mountains and forests. Even from afar, he could sense the towering height of the trees within. On the other side lay a long, gently sloping hillside. The trees there were sparse and withered, overgrown with wild grasses, while the trees themselves were few and far between. Even when trees were present, they stood far apart, none resembling the towering giants of the forest. Zhang Wei had only ever been to Huluk before. This was his first time here. After observing for a moment, he remarked, so Green Onion Slope connects to Tian Qi Ridge. Li Yong replied, exactly. Green Onion Slope forms the base of Heavenly Pool Ridge. Otherwise, how could Heavenly Pool Ridge be so high? Zhang Wei nodded. Let's split up and scout around first. If you recognize any medicinal herbs, pick them when you find them. Li Yong grimaced. Brother Wei, we don't know any medicinal herbs. Zhang Wei replied, common Chinese herbs are everywhere in the countryside. You've seen them before, but maybe never paid attention. Like shepherd's purse, plantain, mugwort, purple violets, prunella, fishmint, motherwort, wild chrysanthemum, honeysuckle, mint, purslane, and gynostemma. You probably recognize most of these. Li Yong's eyes widened. All of these can be used as medicine? Zhang Kai said, I've always eaten Chinese skullcap as a vegetable. Zhang Wei added, bittercress reduces inflammation and detoxifies. Boiling it for tea is more effective than eating it raw. He added, I won't go into the medicinal properties in detail. Anyway, most of you recognize the herbs I just mentioned. If you come across them, pick a little of each. Zhang Kai chimed in, I actually recognize quite a few of those you mentioned. If I come across them later, I'll gather them all. Li Yong chimed in, if I see any, I'll pick them all too. Huang Yang and Wang Bing both nodded in agreement. Zhang Wei's face darkened. If all of you are collecting, how much will that be? If I carry all that back, Dad will ask why I gathered so much. I won't know what to say. Just pick a little of each kind. Huang Yang, Zhang Kai, Li Yong, and Wang Bing all eagerly agreed. The six split into three teams, Huang Yang and Zhang Kai as one group, Li Yong and Wang Bing as another, and Zhang Wei leading Zhang Kai. Each set off on their own. Li Yong was the most excited. He said to Wang Bing, "The other day I followed Brother Wei to hunt rabbits on Lion Mountain. He never missed a shot. Pop 2 rabbits down. Today you're coming with me. I'll show you my slingshot skills." Wang Bing doubted, "Are you really that good?" Li Yong patted his chest. "I've been practicing my slingshot skills these past few days. I won't claim perfect accuracy, but hitting 6 or 7 out of 10 shots is definitely within my reach. As long as I spot a rabbit, I'll take multiple shots. We're bound to get something today." "Alright, it's all up to you then," Wang Bing said. He didn't have a slingshot himself today, he was just tagging along for the fun of it. Huang Yang and Zhang Kai were in another pair. Huang Yang also didn't have a slingshot, so he followed Zhang Kai as they searched the hillside. Zhang Wei wasn't rushing to find rabbit tracks. Whenever he spotted medicinal herbs along the way, he carefully picked them and placed them in his backpack. Every time he found a herb, Zhang Kai would ask, "Uncle, what kind of herb is this?" Zhang Wei patiently explained each one to her. After searching for a while, Zhang Kai suddenly pointed to a spot and exclaimed, "Daddy, there's Chinese skullcap here." Zhang Wei looked over and saw a patch of Chinese skullcap growing there. He smiled and said, Kai, you're so clever you even know Chinese skullcap now." Zhang Kai replied, "Mom took me to dig Chinese skullcap before." Of all the herbs Zhang Wei mentioned, she had only recognized fishmint before. But now, after Zhang Wei also explained plantain and honeysuckle to her, she recognized those two though she hadn't encountered them yet. Zhang Wei smiled and said, "Dig up plenty of Chinese skullcap. Even if we don't use it for medicine, we can pickle it to eat when we get home. How do it tastes great." Zhang Kai exclaimed before following Zhang Wei to dig some. Big Yellow stayed quietly nearby. They had only dug halfway through when De Huang, who had been perfectly still, suddenly twitched his ears and whipped his head toward a certain direction. With barely a glance, Big Yellow twisted and bolted out, moving so fast he left only a faint yellow blur. Zhang Wei froze, halting his digging of fishmint. Rising to his feet, he scanned the direction Big Yellow had vanished, his expression turning astonished. Chapter 163, Big Yellow's First Achievement. Nearly 100 meters ahead on the hillside, 2 wild rabbits were scurrying along the grassy patch beneath a bull-thick American sycamore tree. From that far away? Big Yellow actually detected them. Zhang Wei marveled inwardly. After Big Yellow dashed off, Zhang Kai also stood up, gazing in the direction he had run. "Rabbits!" Zhang Kai was about to shout excitedly, but before she could utter more than a single syllable, Zhang Wei covered her mouth. Quick-witted, she immediately fell silent, her large eyes fixed on Zhang Wei. Seeing she understood, Zhang Wei released his hand and whispered, "Stay quiet. Just watch Big Yellow here. I'll go help." Though Big Yellow reacted swiftly, he was still young and inexperienced. Zhang Wei feared he might not catch the rabbit. But Zhang Wei had underestimated Big Yellow's intelligence. As he hurried toward the hillside, he noticed Big Yellow had somehow circled around to the back of the thorn tree and suddenly charged at the rabbits. Startled, the 2 rabbits bolted toward Zhang Wei's position. "What a dog!" Zhang Wei couldn't help but praise. The distance between him and the rabbits steadily closed. When they were about 20 or 30 meters apart, the rabbits must have spotted him and tried to flee in another direction. But it was too late. Pop! Pop! Zhang Wei, who had been ready, pulled the slingshot's rubber bands repeatedly while running, firing 2 pellets. One of the hares fell instantly. The other, startled, darted wildly in all directions. Woof woof! Big Yellow proved remarkably clever, ignoring the fallen rabbit entirely and chasing after the fleeing one instead. Just as before, it didn't attack the hare itself but instead circled around, driving the hare closer and closer to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei certainly wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. As he swiftly closed in on the hare, he fired several pellets in quick succession. Finally, the frantic hare couldn't escape being hit. Moments after it fell, Big Yellow pounced, pinning it to the ground with both front paws. Woof! Woof woof woof! When Zhang Wei approached, Big Yellow lifted its head triumphantly and barked at him a few times. "Big Yellow, good boy." Zhang Wei praised generously, giving him a thumbs up. After picking up the hare, he realized it was surprisingly large, weighing about 5 or 6 pounds. And it wasn't dead yet. Zhang Wei wouldn't let the rabbit suffer in its final moments. He swiftly put it out of its misery before leading Big Yellow toward the spot where the other rabbit lay. This rabbit was also still alive. After putting it out of its misery, Zhang Wei carried one in each hand and headed back to where he'd dug up the Chinese skullcap. Woof woof! Big Yellow outpaced Zhang Wei, quickly reaching Zhang Kai's side. His little snout nudged her pant leg as if saying, "Come on, praise me. Big Yellow, you're so amazing. Big Yellow, you found a rabbit right after we came out. That's amazing. You'll get a bone tonight." Zhang Kai couldn't stop smiling. She crouched down, petting Da Wang's head and back repeatedly, almost ready to pick him up and give him a kiss. "Guagua, Big Yellow caught this." "Guagua, isn't Big Yellow amazing? I told you bringing Big Yellow along would be useful." By the time Zhang Wei reached her, Zhang Kai was gushing about how amazing Big Yellow was. Zhang Wei smiled and said, Big Yellow is amazing, but Kai is amazing too. Zhang Kai blushed and said, how am I amazing? Big Yellow found the rabbit and chased it right to you. I couldn't even catch up to it. Zhang Wei chuckled, you trained Big Yellow well. Otherwise, how could he be so amazing? Ha ha ha. Zhang Kai couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's right. I'm amazing too, I trained Big Yellow. Big Yellow, isn't that right? Woof woof. They hadn't gathered many herbs yet, but they'd already caught 2 rabbits. Zhang Wei was quite satisfied. He took all the herbs he'd put in his basket earlier and transferred them to Zhang Kai's small basket. Then he placed the 2 rabbits into his large backpack. Deciding against digging up more fish mint, he said to Big Yellow, come on, let's keep looking. See if we can find any more rabbits? Woof woof. Da Huang responded with 2 barks and led the way. Zhang Wei laughed heartily, Big Yellow actually knows how to scout ahead. Zhang Kai beamed, Big Yellow is so clever. The 2 followed Big Yellow as they climbed the slope. Li Yang and Wang Bing, who hadn't gone far, noticed the commotion from earlier. Before Zhang Wei and Zhang Kai had gone far, Li Yang and Wang Bing caught up. Bro Wei, I saw you shooting your slingshot from a distance earlier. Did you hit any rabbits? Before they even met, Li Yang couldn't help but ask. It was Big Yellow. He spotted the rabbit, ran over to chase it toward Pot Pot. Pot Pot grabbed his slingshot, went snap, snap, and nailed the rabbit. Before Zhang Wei could answer, Zhang Kai chimed in proudly as they walked. You really got a rabbit? Wang Bing asked, his voice full of surprise and delight. Of course. Zhang Kai said matter-of-factly. Big Yellow is amazing, he chased 2 rabbits over, and Go-Go hit both of them. Wow, 2 rabbits that fast? Wang Bing's mouth dropped open in astonishment. When both parties met up and Li Yang and Wang Bing saw the 2 rabbits in Zhang Wei's basket, they were completely convinced. Wang Bing declared, Li Yang, I'm not following you anymore. I'm sticking with Brother Wei to see how he hunts rabbits. Zhang Kai chimed in, you mean watch Big Yellow chase rabbits? Right. Wang Bing immediately agreed. I want to see how Big Yellow chases rabbits. Li Yang grimaced, his voice dripping with frustration. Wang Bing, do you really think so little of me? Am I really worse than Big Yellow? Wang Bing burst out laughing. The truth is, you really are no match for Big Yellow. He actually caught a rabbit, while you haven't even seen a single rabbit fur. Feeling rejected, Li Yang gritted his teeth. Fine, I won't come. I refuse to believe I'm worse than a dog. Today, I'll hunt down a rabbit no matter what. With that, he left Wang Bing behind and strode off in another direction, determined to find rabbits. Once Li Yang was out of earshot, Wang Bing turned to Zhang Wei. Brother Wei, hand over your basket. Zhang Wei replied, don't you have your own basket? Why take mine? Wang Bing explained, if we spot another rabbit later, it'll be a hassle for you to shoot your slingshot while carrying the basket. Zhang Wei chuckled, rabbits aren't exactly easy to come by. I'll stick with mine. What if we do? Wang Bing insisted, reaching for Zhang Wei's basket. Seeing his persistence, Zhang Wei had no choice but to unload his basket and hand it over. After taking the basket, Wang Bing also unloaded his own. He then nested the 2 baskets together, hoisted them back onto his back, and said eagerly, Brother Wei, you lead the way. I'll follow and watch closely how you hunt rabbits. Chapter 164, I really want a dog too. Wang Bing felt rather disappointed. He'd followed Zhang Wei around for nearly an hour. They'd dug up plenty of herbs, but hadn't encountered a single rabbit. Why haven't we seen any rabbits yet? Wang Bing wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice tinged with complaint. Zhang Wei chuckled. Rabbits aren't that easy to find. Don't worry. Wang Bing sighed helplessly, I just want to see how you hunt rabbits. Just then, Zhang Wei's expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand, signaling them to stop. Wang Bing perked up, halting immediately. He asked nervously in a low voice, Brother Wei, did you spot a rabbit? Zhang Kai also looked around, glancing at the big yellow dog at her feet. Zhang Wei said nothing, silently raising his arm and aiming the slingshot in his hand at a tree ahead. Wang Bing followed Zhang Wei's gesture and finally spotted a bird perched among the branches of that tree. It was too far away to tell exactly what kind of bird it was. That far away? A slingshot hitting such a tiny bird? Will it even connect? Wang Bing dared not speak aloud, his thoughts still murmuring when he saw Zhang Wei had already pulled back the rubber band, sending a pellet flying. Wang Bing blinked instinctively. When he opened them again, the bird was gone from the tree. Even the branches seemed barely disturbed, as if no bird had ever been there and nothing had happened at all. Did you hit it? The words had barely left his mouth when Big Yellow darted off. Shortly after, Big Yellow returned to Zhang Kai's side, carrying a bird in its mouth. You actually hit it. It's a bulbul. It didn't look that big earlier, but it's actually quite large now that it's down. Wang Bing exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Wei looked at the thrush and felt quite satisfied. When he fired, he hadn't been entirely confident, shooting more on a whim. He never expected to hit it on the first shot. Big Yellow, you're getting better and better. And you even know to retrieve the prey. Zhang Kai's praise made Zhang Wei smile too. This dog was truly intelligent. Earlier, when the rabbit was too large, he hadn't bothered to retrieve it. But the thrush was small, no need for his master to pick it up. He'd simply run over and fetched it back. Big Yellow. Good job. Zhang Wei praised sincerely. Wang Bing watched Big Yellow with envy, his voice tinged with sourness. I want a dog too. Go for it. Zhang Wei laughed. Having a dog is actually pretty nice. Wang Bing sighed with frustration, but there aren't any dogs in our village. I wouldn't even know where to find a puppy. Zhang Wei agreed, that's true. If you want one, you'll have to look elsewhere. But not all dogs are created equal. If you really want one, you should find a good puppy. Wang Bing looked at Big Yellow with envy. Brother Wei, where did you find Big Yellow? If only I could find a dog like him. Zhang Wei's mouth twitched as he waved his hand. Forget about one like Big Yellow. He's a military dog bred by the army. I snatched mine away. You probably won't get that kind of chance. The two chatted as they set off again. De Huang led the way as usual, with Zhang Wei close behind. Wang Bing, meanwhile, had fully transitioned into a dedicated pack carrier and part-time caretaker for Zhang Kai. Woof woof. About half an hour later, Big Yellow barked again at a patch of grass. Zhang Wei walked closer to investigate. Good heavens, it was a small pile of pea-sized, brownish-gray droppings, still slightly damp on the surface. Poop. Zhang Kai looked at it and said disappointedly, Big Yellow, why are you barking at a pile of poop? Wang Bing chuckled, dogs love poop, it's their favorite treat. Big Yellow must be craving some. Zhang Kai glared at him, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. My Big Yellow doesn't eat poop. He eats his meals, he loves meat the most. Woof woof. Big Yellow turned his head and barked twice at Zhang Kai. As if to say, that's right. I don't eat poop, I eat meat. Zhang Wei glared at Big Yellow and whispered, stop barking. Get to work. De Huang immediately let out a soft grunt twice, drooped his head, and sniffed the air intensely before setting off in one direction. Seeing this, Zhang Wei pointed to the droppings by the grass and whispered to Wang Bing and Zhang Kai, these are rabbit droppings, still fresh. Big Yellow was searching for the rabbit burrow. You two wait here. I'll follow him to find it. With that, he crouched low and followed Big Yellow. After he left, Zhang Kai smiled and said, I knew Big Yellow wasn't after poop, he found another rabbit. Wang Bing murmured in admiration, Big Yellow is amazing. You bet. Zhang Kai said proudly. He'll be even more amazing when he grows up. The two stayed put, chatting quietly. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Wei returned. Guogua, where's Big Yellow? Seeing only Zhang Wei return, Zhang Kai asked worriedly. Kai, here you go. Instead of answering, Zhang Wei handed Zhang Kai two little rabbits. The two little bunnies were pure white all over, tiny in size, about the size of an adult's palm. They're little white rabbits. Seeing the two little white rabbits, Zhang Kai was overjoyed, forgetting to ask about Big Yellow's whereabouts. She took them in her hands and asked excitedly, Daddy, how did you catch them? Zhang Wei smiled and said, Big Yellow found a rabbit burrow. I dug it out and discovered these two little bunnies. I caught them for you to keep as pets. Thank you, Gogo. Daddy, you're the best. Zhang Kai couldn't get enough of the two little rabbits. She urged Wang Bing, quick, help me take down my backpack. I want to put the little bunnies in it. Wang Bing grinned as he took down her little backpack. He then pulled some wild grass from nearby to line the inside, creating a makeshift rabbit nest. Zhang Kai carefully placed the two little white rabbits inside and happily hoisted the basket onto her back. Now I can raise little bunnies to play with. Junjun and Lily are going to be so jealous. Then I'll let them play with them too. Zhang Kai chattered away to herself, smiling as she imagined the scene of raising the little rabbits together with Zhang Jun and Zhang Li. Only then did Wang Bing ask, Brother Wei, did you only catch two little rabbits? Zhang Wei chuckled, we cleared out the whole rabbit warren, so of course there were more. I only took two little rabbits back with me, I didn't take the ones I shot. Wang Bing's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, how many did you catch this time? Zhang Wei chuckled, we got lucky this time. Besides the two young ones, there were 4 adult rabbits too. Big Yellow's holding them over there. Wang Bing exclaimed excitedly, let's go. Quickly. Zhang Wei led Wang Bing and Zhang Kai up the hillside. After walking for a few minutes, they saw 4 snow-white wild rabbits neatly arranged beside Big Yellow. Da Huang crouched there, tilting his little head upward, looking like a guardian deity. Spotting Zhang Kai, he sprang to his feet, barking excitedly as he ran to her side. Big Yellow! Big Yellow! You're amazing! Zhang Kai crouched down, scooped up Big Yellow, patted its back, her face beaming with joy. Wang Bing stared at the 4 large white rabbits on the ground and exclaimed, these rabbits are so plump. And their fur is absolutely gorgeous. Zhang Wei chuckled, these are snow rabbits, their fur is top-notch. Turning to Zhang Kai, who was playing with Big Yellow, he added with a smile, with these 4 snow rabbit pelts, we can have Tailor Shin make Kai a fur coat. Chapter 165, looks so much fun. Bro Wei, your slingshot can shoot that far? Your aim is incredible. After spending another hour or so with Zhang Wei in the green onion fields, Wang Bing watched as Zhang Wei used his slingshot to take down 2 turtle doves and a brown-eared bulbul. Impressed, he exclaimed. Zhang Wei just smiled. Zhang Kai, however, boasted proudly, "Of course my husband's amazing. He's even shot pheasants with his slingshot." "Huh, why aren't there any pheasants today?" Wang Bing sighed. "Too bad we didn't run into any pheasants today." Zhang Wei chuckled. "Pheasants aren't that easy to come by." Wang Bing thought about it and agreed, chuckling, "But we've already bagged 6 hares, 2 turtle doves, and 2 bulbuls today. We even caught 2 little white bunnies." Zhang Kai pouted as she added, slightly annoyed that Wang Bing had forgotten about the 2 little white rabbits. "Right." Wang Bing chuckled. "We caught 2 little white rabbits too. We've already got quite a haul. I wonder how many Li Yong and Zhang Kai got." Zhang Kai said, "They don't have big yellow, and they're not as skilled as Guagua. They definitely won't catch any rabbits." Wang Bing said, "Well, when we meet up later, they'll be jealous of us." Zhang Kai pouted, "They'll be jealous of me and Guagua. You didn't catch anything, why would they envy you?" Wang Bing. "Woof woof." Just then, Big Yellow barked twice and dashed outside. Wang Bing exclaimed, "What did Big Yellow find now?" Zhang Kai exclaimed excitedly, "Big Yellow must have found prey. He's so amazing." Hearing their words, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation as he looked in the direction Big Yellow had dashed off. But this time, he couldn't detect anything unusual. In his previous life, he had served as a reconnaissance company commander, possessing keen observational skills. Within a 100-meter radius, he could detect the slightest movement or rustle if he paid attention. If Big Yellow hadn't alerted them, it would have been one thing. Da Wang's demeanor clearly indicated he'd spotted something. Yet after observing for a while longer, he still couldn't spot any prey ahead. By now, Big Yellow had stopped beside a protruding rock. Zhang Wei glanced over, no prey appeared there. Big Yellow's still just a pup. Probably just being playful. Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Woof! Woof woof! Seeing that Zhang Wei hadn't followed, Big Yellow turned around and kept barking at him. "Go, Big Yellow is calling you over." Zhang Kai seemed to understand Da Wang perfectly and turned to Zhang Wei. "Alright, let's go check it out." Zhang Wei didn't think much of it, replying with a smile. After all, they were wandering through the mountains, it didn't matter where they went. Soon, the 3 of them reached the large rock. Zhang Wei scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, no prey appeared. Not even animal fur, droppings, or tracks were visible. "Ha!" Zhang Wei's gaze locked onto the area near Big Yellow's paws, and he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. A spark of delight flashed in his eyes. He slapped his forehead. "I've been stuck in a mental rut, assuming Big Yellow could only detect prey." Wang Bing had also been scanning the area but hadn't seen anything. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, he asked in confusion, "Brother Wei, what exactly did Big Yellow find?" Zhang Wei pointed to a rock beside Big Yellow and smiled. "Look, what is this?" Wang Bing and Zhang Kai both looked over. The rock was half buried in black, decaying soil. A purplish-red vine snaked its way up the stone, its emerald leaves resembling tiny hearts covering the surface. A rock. A vine. Nothing special. Wang Bing examined it closely before speaking doubtfully. "I know." Zhang Kai exclaimed excitedly. Wang Bing chuckled, "What do you know?" Zhang Kai declared solemnly, "This must be medicinal herbs." "Ha!" Wang Bing couldn't help but laugh. "I thought you actually knew something. What difference does it make if you say it or not?" Zhang Kai bit her lip stubbornly. "It's definitely medicinal herbs. That's why Da Huang spotted them and ran over to call for Gogo." She tilted her little head and asked Zhang Wei, "Guagua, am I right?" Zhang Wei smiled and nodded. "You're right. It is indeed a medicinal herb." Wang Bing shrugged indifferently. "Just a medicinal herb. We've dug up plenty along the way. I've seen many of them before, though I never knew they could be used for medicine." Zhang Wei chuckled, "This one's different. Might just be a pleasant surprise." Wang Bing froze, surprised. Could it be some kind of rare medicinal herb? Recalling the description in the Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica, Zhang Wei recited offhandedly, "Heart-shaped leaves, crimson vine, hidden in rock crevices lies the spiritual root." Wang Bing looked utterly bewildered, growing impatient. "What is it exactly? Stop teasing me, just tell me." Seeing his impatience, Zhang Wei teased him, smiling, "Dig it up and see for yourself." He reached into Wang Bing's backpack, pulled out a small shovel, and carefully scraped away the decayed soil at the base of the vine. As the black, decayed soil was continuously swept aside, a tuber with reddish-brown outer skin and a rough, uneven surface came into view before the 3 of them. "Vine roots can get this thick?" Wang Bing blurted out in disbelief. Zhang Wei ignored him, digging even more carefully with the shovel. He didn't look like he was digging up a medicinal herb, he looked like he was unearthing some kind of treasure. After a few more moments, the vine's tuberous root finally revealed itself. "Holy crap!" Wang Bing stared in disbelief, unable to contain his gasp. Zhang Kai's eyes widened too, and she asked innocently, "Brother, who buried such a tiny baby here?" Hearing their words, Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Still, he paid them no mind. His heart was pounding wildly. After a long moment, he exhaled and carefully dug out the doll. Now, the doll's true form became even clearer. Wow, this is amazing. It has a head, arms, a torso, and legs just like a real person. Wang Bing marveled at it, his curiosity growing. What on earth was this thing? Zhang Kai was equally fascinated, her big eyes sparkling as she grinned from ear to ear. Guogua, I thought we buried a doll, but it's actually a little old man. Let me play with this. It looks so fun. Zhang Wei's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he blurted out, this is a human-shaped polygonum multiflorum root. Are you going to treat it like a rag doll? Zhang Kai didn't understand and simply said, I think it looks just like a doll. Wang Bing, however, was internally shocked and exclaimed, Brother Wei, you're saying this is He Shou Wu? Good heavens! A human-shaped He Shou Wu? That means it's become a spirit. Chapter 166, When luck strikes, even a door can't stop it. In the folktales of Great Xia, legends have long circulated about He Shou Wu gaining sentience. It was said that after growing for 100 years, Polygonum multiflorum could take on a human form. This humanoid form could absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens, earth, mountains, and forests. After 1,000 years of growth, it would not only have a head and limbs but also clearly defined facial features. The He Shou Wu root in Zhang Wei's hands, though its features were indistinct, already possessed a distinct outline. Wang Bing, having heard the legend of He Shou Wu, was utterly shocked. Zhang Wei knew the legend too. Though he had experienced rebirth and chose to believe in the mysterious, he still didn't think Polygonum multiflorum could become a spirit. Nor did he believe the one in his hand had grown for hundreds or even thousands of years. What he could affirm, however, was that this He Shou Wu was exceptionally rare and possessed remarkable medicinal value. He chuckled, He Shou Wu becoming a spirit is just a legend, but this root is definitely worth a fortune. Wang Bing couldn't help but ask, how much is it worth? Zhang Wei shook his head. I don't know the specifics either. But Granduncle's copy of the Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica says that human-shaped He Shou Wu is worth its weight in gold. Wang Bing gasped, Brother Wei, so what you're holding is a piece of gold? The human-shaped He Shou Wu in Zhang Wei's hand was over a foot long, with a diameter exceeding 10 centimeters. At that size, it weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. Wang Bing didn't know the exact price per gram of gold, but in his understanding, gold was the most valuable thing. Even a tiny bit was worth a fortune. And with He Shou Wu that big in Zhang Wei's hand, if it really was worth as much as gold, he couldn't even begin to imagine how much it would be worth. Bro, you're loaded. Wang Bing exclaimed, his voice a mix of envy and shock. Zhang Wei was thrilled inside too, laughing heartily, I'm probably going to strike it rich. He then gave Big Yellow a thumbs up. Big Yellow, you're the best. Bringing you back was like finding a treasure. From now on, you'll get meat every day. Woof woof. Big Yellow barked triumphantly, bouncing excitedly around Zhang Kai's feet. Wang Bing watched, his gaze filled with envy as he looked at Big Yellow. I wish I had a De Huang too. Zhang Kai immediately crouched down, shielding Big Yellow behind her. She glared at Wang Bing fiercely and declared, Big Yellow is mine. Wang Bing found her reaction both amusing and exasperating. He sighed dejectedly, I know Big Yellow is yours. I wouldn't dare compete with you. I just wish I had a De Huang too. Zhang Kai insisted, there's only one Big Yellow. Wang Bing sighed helplessly, fine. I'll get a dog and name it Little Yellow. No way. Zhang Kai insisted. Big Yellow will have his own Little Yellow someday. Your dog needs a different name. Wang Bing. Zhang Wei gathered some long grass and plucked a few large leaves. He wrapped the Polygonum multiflorum like a precious treasure and placed it in the basket on Wang Bing's back. He said, let's walk around a bit more, then we'll meet up with Li Yong and the others. Wang Bing looked up at the sky and said, it's barely past noon. Are we really heading back so early? Zhang Kai chimed in, Captain, it's still early. We can play a little longer. Zhang Wei's mind was preoccupied with the news of Old Lady May's passing that day, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Instead, he replied, it's past noon. Aren't you hungry? I am. I want to get back early for lunch. With that, he smiled and turned to Wang Bing. If you and Li Yong aren't leaving soon, why not come over to my place for lunch? Wang Bing beamed with delight. Rabbit meat? Zhang Wei replied, rabbit meat, turtle dove meat, and even song thrush all stewed and ready to eat. Hearing this, Wang Bing's mouth watered. He quickly said, then I'll go call Li Yong and the others. Before Zhang Wei could respond, he bellowed, Li Yong, Zhang Kai, where are you? We were just about to head back. Before long, Li Yong's echo came from the distance, heading back so early? Zhang Kai's voice followed, let's hunt a bit longer. Wang Bing yelled back, Brother Wei said to come over for lunch at his place. Got it. All right. After getting their responses, Wang Bing said to Zhang Wei, then let's head back. Zhang Wei nodded, assessed their direction, and turned back. Of course, they didn't retrace their exact steps. After confirming their direction, they took a detour and headed back. He was hoping to spot another rabbit or a turtle dove on the way back. As the old saying goes, when luck is on your side, even a door won't hold you back. Just as the three were about to exit Green Onion Slope and enter a small grove, Big Yellow bolted forward again. Zhang Wei looked up and saw several dark figures darting toward the trees ahead on the left. Though he hadn't yet identified the beasts, he wasted no time cocking his slingshot. Snap, snap, snap. Zhang Wei fired off 6 or 7 pellets in quick succession. Only after he finished firing did Wang Bing ask in alarm, "Brother Wei, what were you shooting at?" Zhang Wei shook his head. "No idea." Wang Bing pressed, "Did you hit it?" Zhang Wei replied, "Probably 1 or 2. The prey had appeared far too suddenly, and since it was fleeing, he hadn't had time to aim. He'd simply fired shot after shot based on feel, following the principle of shoot first, ask questions later." Wang Bing gasped, "So you mean there was more than one target just now?" Zhang Wei chuckled, "No point arguing about it. Let's go check and see." The distance wasn't far, only about 20 meters. By the time the three arrived, Big Yellow was already waiting there. "What did you hit?" "Da Huang, find it," Zhang Wei commanded the dog. This was a small grove, the ground thick with weeds. The prey wasn't large, and they hadn't seen clearly whether it had been hit or where it had fallen. Searching for it himself would be a hassle. But with Big Yellow, it was different. With his keen sense of smell and small stature, Da Huang was sure to find any fallen prey. "Woof woof." Big Yellow responded with 2 barks, then turned and darted into the thicket. Zhang Wei immediately followed. Before long, Zhang Wei emerged from the thicket, holding 3 prey in both hands. Wang Bing took a closer look. The creatures had brownish-red heads and backs, grayish-white bellies, and a distinct bright yellow patch on their chests. The creatures weren't large, roughly the size of Big Yellow. Their long snouts curved like blades, their whiskers along the lips as sharp as steel needles. Their ears were round and short, while their tails were thick like a child's arm near the base, tapering gradually into a slender cone. At the very tip, a tuft of deep brown, long fur suddenly flared out, resembling the bristled tip of a brush saturated with ink. "What is this?" Wang Bing asked curiously. Zhang Wei replied, "It's a yellow-throated marten, also called a honey dog." "Oh, so this is a honey dog." Wang Bing exclaimed in realization, then excitedly added, "Brother Wei, you're amazing. I didn't even get a clear look, and you managed to hit 3 of them." Zhang Wei chuckled, "Just luck. I thought I only got 2, but turns out I hit 3. He shook his head. "Too bad a few got away." Wang Bing said, "Bro, if you keep being so humble, you'll end up sounding arrogant. Hitting 3 is already incredibly impressive." Yeah. This time, Zhang Kai agreed with him, nodding repeatedly. "Pot's amazing." Wang Bing chuckled, "You're amazing, Pot. You bagged so much game. Wonder how Li Yong and Zhang Kai are doing?" After placing the 3 yellow-throated martens into Wang Bing's backpack, Zhang Wei said, "Let's go wait outside. We'll find out once we meet up." Chapter 167, Fine, you win. About half an hour later. Huang Yang, Zhang Kai, and Li Yong emerged together, each carrying a backpack. Li Yong looked utterly dejected, as if someone owed him 10,000 yuan and hadn't paid up. Zhang Kai, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Wei knew at a glance, one had come back empty-handed, while the other had clearly made a kill. The question was, what exactly had Zhang Kai bagged? And how many? Huang Yang, meanwhile, stared at Zhang Wei with burning eyes and shouted from afar, Wei, how many did you bag?" "Not many," Zhang Wei replied indifferently. By the time they spoke, the 3 had already approached. Zhang Kai proudly lifted a spotted dove in his hand and boasted, "Brother Wei, look. I got this one." Zhang Wei smiled. "Not bad. First time out hunting and you got a turtle dove. Pretty impressive." Zhang Kai's pride swelled. He shot a glance at Li Yong and sneered, "At least I bagged something. Unlike certain people who busted their ass all day and came up empty-handed. Who said I didn't get anything?" Li Yong pouted, unstrapping his backpack and slamming it onto the ground. Pointing inside, he declared loudly, "Look. I dug up all these medicinal herbs." Zhang Wei peered into the basket. Inside was a basket full of Chinese skullcaps. He couldn't help but chuckle. Just hearing Li Yong's defiant words, I thought he'd bagged some game too. But it turned out he was talking about fish mint. Wang Bing couldn't help but burst out laughing, covering his mouth with his hand. "Good heavens, Li Yong, did you dig up all this Chinese skullcap to eat?" Li Yong looked sheepish. He'd been practicing his slingshot skills at home these past few days. During practice, it felt fine at a fixed target about 10 meters away. He hit it 6 or 7 times out of 10. Before coming to Green Onion Hill today, he was brimming with confidence. Even if he wasn't as skilled as Zhang Wei, he was sure he could bag a few rabbits if he spotted them. But while searching with Wang Bing, they came up empty-handed. Wang Bing grew impatient and left him to follow Zhang Wei instead. Li Yong didn't mind. Later, while searching the hills alone, he actually spotted rabbits, several of them. Thrilled, he raised his slingshot to fire. But after firing just 2 pellets, the rabbits vanished without a trace. He searched the area, hoping to find a rabbit burrow. He nearly stripped the surrounding grass bare, yet didn't even find a single rabbit hair. Fuming, he decided to try his luck elsewhere. You might say he had bad luck. After circling the area, he encountered rabbits twice more and spotted plenty of turtle doves and bulbuls. You could say he was lucky, but he ended up using up all his pellets. Not only did he fail to catch a rabbit, he didn't even manage to shoot a single bird. Left with no choice, he turned to digging up medicinal herbs. He didn't recognize most herbs and hadn't encountered many, but he knew fish meant best and dug it up whenever he saw it. In the end, he filled more than half his basket. Li Yong was already irritated, and hearing Wang Bing's mockery, he retorted unhappily, "Didn't Wei Gu say it? How to win a core data is a treasure. Eating more is good for your health. So what if I eat it like it's my main meal? But do you dig as much as I do?" Wang Bing was instantly at a loss for words. Ever since he joined Zhang Wei dug the herbs, Zhang Wei hunted the game, and all he did was lend a hand, following behind Zhang Wei to carry the basket. Beyond that, he did nothing. "Fine, you win. Alright then." Wang Bing conceded with a defeated tone. He quickly changed the subject, asking Zhang Kai, "You only got one turtle dove? Did you bag anything else?" Zhang Kai exaggerated his expression. "Didn't you hear Wei say he didn't get much game either? There's not much game on Green Onion Hill. I managed to get one turtle dove, even Wei Gu said that's pretty good. And you're asking me if I got anything else?" Wang Bing's expression was priceless. Seemingly unable to stomach Zhang Kai's smugness, he quipped, "Bro, Wei was just being modest and encouraging you. But you? You hit one turtle dove and already think you're some kind of big shot. You should see how many Brother Wei bagged." "Brother Wei, how many did you actually get?" "Wei Gu, how many did you get?" Li Yong and Zhang Kai asked almost simultaneously, their faces filled with concern. Yet, their gazes held subtle differences. Zhang Kai knew full well that Zhang Wei had definitely bagged more game than him. Yet he didn't want Zhang Wei to have bagged too much game. That way, the gap between him and Zhang Wei would narrow. He could show off then. Li Yong, however, felt exactly the opposite. He hoped Zhang Wei would bag an overwhelmingly large haul, so large that Zhang Kai's single turtle dove would seem insignificant. That way, if Zhang Kai mocked him, it would be like the pot calling the kettle black. At least then, his defeat wouldn't be quite so humiliating. "I bagged 6 rabbits. I got 2 bulbuls, 2 turtle doves, and 3 honey badgers." Zhang Kai counted them off on her fingers, listing each one. "What? Wei Gu, you bagged that many game? 6 rabbits. Holy cow, I didn't even get one rabbit. How did you manage to get so many? Wei, you really bagged that many game animals? Over a dozen animals? That's way too many." Huang Yang, Zhang Kai, and Li Yong all gasped in surprise, their eyes sparkling as they stared at Zhang Wei. "And I even caught 2 little bunnies." Seeing their stunned expressions, Zhang Kai felt a surge of pride. She gave her little backpack a few vigorous shakes and added deliberately, Kai, your brother caught live rabbits?" Li Yong hurried over and peered into the basket on Zhang Kai's back. Sure enough, he saw 2 tiny white rabbits curled up inside. Their adorable little faces nearly melted his heart. Reluctantly pulling his gaze away, he looked at Zhang Kai with a hint of envy and said ingratiatingly, Kai, could you share one of your little white rabbits with me?" "You wish." Zhang Kai hurriedly turned away, shielding the small basket behind her back. "I only have 2 little bunnies, not even enough to share with Junjun and Lily. There's none left for you." Wang Bing sneered, "Li Yong, you can't catch rabbits yourself, so you're eyeing Kai's? How shameless." Li Yong flushed slightly at the accusation and tried to justify himself, "I'm not after Kai. I just think those 2 little white rabbits are so adorable." Zhang Kai shot back warily, "Of course they're cute. But Big Yellow helped catch them. Don't you dare set your sights on my little bunnies, or else. Or I'll make Big Yellow bite you." "Woof, woof, 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 woof." Big Yellow obliged, barking at Li Yong a few times. Li Yong scrambled backward, sticking out his tongue. "This dog is way too human-like. I can't mess with him. Can't mess with him." Zhang Kai burst out laughing. Wang Bing said sourly, "Big Yellow isn't just human-like, he's downright amazing." He then recounted how Big Yellow had spotted the rabbit and chased it away. Huang Yang, Zhang Kai, and Li Yong listened in stunned amazement, each staring at Big Yellow with eyes aglow. Especially when the story reached the part about the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum, the 3 were utterly amazed. They begged Zhang Wei to bring out the root for them to see. Chapter 168, the second time he was rejected. "Dad. Mom. Wugwa and I picked lots of herbs. And we caught a rabbit." As soon as they reached the courtyard, Zhang Kai dashed to the front, shouting excitedly. Zhang Kaiming and Li Jing emerged from the house. Seeing Huang Yang, Zhang Kai, Li Yong, and Wang Bing following behind Zhang Wei, they looked surprised at first. Then they turned to the sweaty Zhang Kai and asked, "You said you caught a rabbit?" Zhang Kai nodded her little head like a chick pecking at grain, gesturing excitedly as she explained, "Daddy caught 6 little rabbits, plus 2 bulbuls, 2 turtle doves, 3 honey badgers, so many." Li Jing gasped in disbelief. "That many?" "Yes, they're all in Uncle Wang Bing's basket." Wang Bing hurriedly unloaded the basket, explaining as he worked, "Auntie, Wei Gu is really amazing. I saw him do it with my own eyes. He just used a slingshot, a few snaps, and the honey badgers fell right out of the trees. I couldn't even see clearly. By the time he finished speaking, he'd already set the basket down filled to the brim with game. He really caught that much. Even though she'd heard about it before, seeing it with her own eyes now, Li Jing couldn't help but marvel. And there's more. There's more. Zhang Kai set down her small basket and said proudly, Dad, Mom, come see. I have 2 live little rabbits. Zhang Kaiming and Li Jing peered into her little basket and indeed saw 2 tiny white rabbits peeking out, curled up inside. Li Jing gasped, these little bunnies are so adorable. Zhang Kai nodded again. Mom, I want to keep them. Li Jing smiled and said, then you can keep them. Seeing Mom agree, Zhang Kai was overjoyed and said to Zhang Kaiming, Dad, help me make a cage. Zhang Kaiming chuckled, I don't know how to make cages. If you want one, go ask your brother. Oh, right. Zhang Kai hurriedly turned to Zhang Wei. Brother Wei, help me make a cage. Just as Zhang Wei was about to agree, Wang Bing volunteered, Kai, I'll make it for you. You can make one? Zhang Kai asked doubtfully. Wang Bing grinned. My dad's a carpenter. I've watched him work with wood since I was little. You think I can do it? I still don't want you to make it. Zhang Kai insisted stubbornly. I want my big brother to make it. Wang Bing. Alright, this is the second time today I've been rejected. And he couldn't even speak up for himself. Zhang Wei saw this and smiled, Kai, just let brother Wang Bing make it for you, okay? Only then did Zhang Kai turn to Wang Bing, my pot says you can help me, so I'll let you do it. Wang Bing. Huang Yong, Zhang Kai, and Li Yong burst into laughter at the scene. After a few more lively exchanges, Zhang Kaiming finally asked Zhang Wei, weren't you supposed to be gathering herbs? How come you brought back so much game? Didn't you gather herbs? Zhang Wei casually replied, I did gather some. While I was collecting herbs, I came across some game and just hunted it on the side. Zhang Kaiming's mouth twitched. Incidentally? Incidentally could bag this much game? He began to suspect whether Zhang Wei had used gathering herbs as an excuse to specifically go hunting at Green Onion Hill. He said in a low voice, let me see what herbs you've gathered. Huang Yong and Zhang Kai both pulled out their back baskets. Zhang Kai said, the herbs are all in these 2 baskets. Zhang Kaiming glanced inside. The baskets contained shepherd's purse, plantain, prunella, motherwort, wild chrysanthemum, honeysuckle, purslane, and other herbs. He couldn't help but frown. Is that all? These herbs weren't exactly everywhere in the countryside, but they could be found in many places. He had assumed Zhang Wei had gone to Green Onion Hill specifically to gather some rare medicinal herbs. Little did he know they were just these commonplace plants. Moreover, these weren't even taken from the baskets Zhang Wei was carrying. Confused, he asked, how come you guys went to Green Onion Hill too? Zhang Kai blurted out, we ran into Brother Wei. He said he was going to Green Onion Hill to gather herbs. We talked it over and decided to tag along for fun. Huang Yong, Li Yong, and Wang Bing all nodded. Zhang Kai stared at them in astonishment, her mouth agape. She wanted to say, that's not how it happened. When Guagua and I arrived, you were already waiting on the road. Li Yong, quick-eyed, saw Zhang Kai about to spill the beans and hurriedly said to Zhang Kaiming, Uncle, I've got another basket here. He unloaded the basket and placed it before Zhang Kaiming. Zhang Kaiming looked down and saw the basket nearly half filled with Chinese skullcap. He couldn't help but chuckle. Yong, is this the herbal medicine you mentioned? Li Yong replied matter-of-factly, Wei Gu said so. Hautuinia cordata is also a medicinal herb. It can reduce inflammation and detoxify. He pointed at Zhang Kai. Ask Kai if you don't believe me. Even she knows. Interrupted by him, Zhang Kai forgot what she had been about to say and nodded instead. Dad, Grandpa said fish mint is a medicinal herb. Zhang Kaiming sighed in exasperation. Wherever you look, you can find fish mint. Why did you have to go all the way to Green Onion Hill to dig it up? You really have too much time on your hands. Zhang Kai tilted her chin defiantly. Dad, while fish mint grows everywhere, only Green Onion Hill has the kind of Polygonum multiflorum that's good for kids. What? Zhang Kaiming froze, staring at Zhang Kai. What did you say? A human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum? Zhang Kai pointed at Zhang Wei's bamboo basket and said triumphantly, Daddy, there's a medicinal herb in your basket that looks like a baby. Daddy said it's a human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum. Zhang Kaiming whipped his head around to face Zhang Wei, skepticism in his voice. Is that true, little sister? MHM. Zhang Wei replied, unloading his basket onto the ground and pulling out the yishou wu wrapped in grass and leaves. Slowly peeling away the grass and leaves, the true form of the Polygonum multiflorum was revealed before Zhang Kaiming and Li Jing's eyes. Good heavens, it really is a human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum. Wei, you actually found something this amazing. It looks so real, just like a person. It's almost got eyes and a nose. It's practically turning into a spirit. Zhang Kaiming and Li Jing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Even Huang Yong, Zhang Kai, Li Yong, and Wang Bing, who had seen it once before, were buzzing with excitement nearby. Seeing Zhang Kaiming and Li Jing's expressions, Zhang Kai said triumphantly, Dad, I was right to take Guagua to Green Onion Hill, wasn't I? Zhang Kaming was already bursting with joy, exclaiming repeatedly, absolutely. You made the right choice. Zhang Kai beamed even more proudly, and guess who found this little one? Big Yellow. Big Yellow found it? Zhang Kaming froze, clearly skeptical. Wang Bing seized the chance to show off, recounting how Big Yellow had spotted the rabbit, chased it away, and then discovered the Polygonum multiflorum root. Zhang Kaming and Li Jing gaped in astonishment. They never imagined Big Yellow possessed such remarkable abilities. Their gaze toward Big Yellow changed completely. Zhang Kaming declared with characteristic generosity, "Today, we're stewing meat for Big Yellow." Woof woof. Da Wang barked happily twice, bouncing excitedly around Zhang Kai's feet. Chapter 169, Pot Pot Once. Huang Yang, Zhang Kai, Liang, and Wang Bing were all having lunch at Zhang Wei's house. Braised rabbit meat, clear-simmered turtle dove soup, and several stir-fried meat dishes were served. The four of them ate until they were thoroughly satisfied. It had been years since they'd enjoyed such a hearty meat feast. Even as they were leaving, Zhang Wei handed them a gray rabbit and a yellow-throated marten, saying, "I can't share the snow rabbit with you, I need its fur to make a coat for Kai Kai. But this gray rabbit and this honey badger, you four can split between yourselves." How could Huang Yang and the others possibly accept gifts after already eating? But Zhang Wei insisted, so they had no choice but to take them. It's definitely better hanging with Brother Wei. You bet. We always get to eat meat when we're with Brother Wei. How about we ask Brother Wei to take us hunting again tomorrow? Sure, where should we go tomorrow? Let's head to Pine Grove tomorrow. That's perfect. Besides rabbits, there might be wild boars, porcupines, pheasants, muntjac, and more. Deal. I'll invite Wei Gu tomorrow. On their way back, the four of them walked in disgust, filled with anticipation. At Zhang Wei's house. The little bunnies are so pretty. Zhang Li gazed at the two little white rabbits, utterly charmed. She praised them and turned to Zhang Kai, "Auntie, can I pet them?" Zhang Kai smiled. "Go ahead. They're so gentle they don't even flinch when I pet them." Zhang Li tentatively reached out, gently brushing the soft fur of one rabbit before quickly pulling her hand back, looking both eager and afraid. "Sis, you're such a scaredy cat," Zhang Jun said with a hint of disdain. "Watch me." He scooped up a bunny and declared triumphantly, "It's more fun when you hold it." Zhang Kai grabbed another one and placed it in Zhang Li's arms. "Li, hold it too." Holding the rabbit, Zhang Li exclaimed happily, "Its fur is so soft." Zhang Kaming, Li Jing, and Chen Xiu watched the three children playing happily, and smiles spread across their faces. Zhang Wei said, "In a few days, I'll go to town and find Tailor Shin. I'll have him make Kai Kai a coat with snow rabbit fur." Li Jing retorted, "Winter's already over. It's warm now, why make a coat? We might as well sell the rabbit skins instead." Zhang Kaming added, "These snow rabbits have pure white fur and intact pelts. We might get a good price for them." "Not selling," Zhang Wei declared firmly. "This winter will pass, but there's always next year." Li Jing knew her son was stubborn, so she said, "Fine, if you want to make it for her, go ahead." Zhang Jun chimed in from the side, "Uncle, I want a rabbit fur coat too." Chen Xiu immediately slapped him. "That's for your aunt. Why are you fighting over it?" Zhang Jun burst into tears. He wailed, "But I want one. I just want one. Uncle only makes it for auntie. He won't make one for me." "Stop talking." Chen Xiu raised her hand to strike again. Li Jing rushed to stop her, saying, "Sure, he's just a child. Why hit him?" After stopping Chen Xiu, Li Jing pulled Zhang Jun into her arms. She wiped his tears while comforting him. "Good boy, Junjun. Don't cry, Junjun." Zhang Jun sobbed uncontrollably in Li Jing's arms, voicing his grievance, "Grandma, Mom hit me. Grandma, my aunt has a rabbit fur coat, but I don't. Grandma, I want a rabbit fur coat too. Uncle only likes my auntie. He won't make rabbit fur coats for me and my little sister." Chen Xiu scolded impatiently, "You ungrateful child. Your uncle just made you new clothes a few days ago. Have you forgotten already? But uncle made new clothes for little auntie too just the other day." Zhang Jun retorted defiantly. Chen Xiu was furious. "Do you want another beating?" She stood up, ready to yank Zhang Jun out of Li Jing's arms. Li Jing stopped her again, saying, "Why are you getting so worked up over a child? Jun is still little. Seeing the pretty rabbit fur and wanting some himself isn't that perfectly normal?" Chen Xiu retorted, "He's just greedy." All right, enough. You sit down." After getting Chen Xiu to sit, Li Jing carried Zhang Jun toward the bedroom, soothing him as they walked. "Junjun, stop crying. Grandma will get you something tasty." After they left, Chen Xiu apologetically said to Zhang Wei, "Wei, Junjun is still young and doesn't understand things. Please don't take it to heart." "Sis-in-law, what are you saying?" Zhang Wei replied. "Rabbit fur is white. It'll look much prettier as a coat for a little girl. With 4 snow rabbit pelts, we can easily make 2 little cotton jackets. I was planning to make one for Kai Kai and one for Li Li." Chen Xiu insisted, "Just make one for Kai Kai." Zhang Li's voice was soft and childlike, "Uncle, I don't want a new coat." She looked a little scared, her voice faint. Zhang Wei smiled and said, "Lily, I've already made arrangements. For snow rabbit pelts won't even be enough for your aunt to make a coat all by herself. I'll make you one too when the time comes. I didn't mention it earlier because I wanted it to be a surprise. Really? Zhang Wei asked softly. Zhang Wei chuckled, of course it's true. Would your uncle ever lie to you? Then. Zhang Li hesitated, uncle, could you not make a quilted coat for me and make one for Gogo instead? Guagua wants one. She seemed to struggle to get the words out, but she made herself clear. After speaking, her big eyes gazed at Zhang Wei with longing, tinged with a hint of pleading. Zhang Wei's heart ached at the sight. He pulled her into his arms, stroked her head, and said softly, Lily, you're so thoughtful. The snow hare fur? I'll make little cotton jackets for you and your auntie. Later, I'll find better fur to make a quilted jacket for your brother. Really? Zhang Li's eyes lit up, yet she still asked with a hint of worry. Zhang Wei smiled. Really? More real than pearls. But now, the weather's already warm. We don't need coats yet. We'll need them in winter. Winter is still so far away. Your uncle will definitely catch other rabbits. By the time you two get your rabbit fur coats, your brother will have one too. That's wonderful. Zhang Li finally smiled happily, her voice sweet and childlike. Uncle, you're the best. Zhang Wei set her down, patted her back, and said with a smile, go find grandma quickly, don't let her give all the good stuff to your brother. Zhang Li stood still and said, I won't fight with Junjun. Zhang Kai, standing nearby, took her hand and said, Lily, you don't have to fight with Junjun. Mom has plenty of tasty treats. Come on, I'll take you. Let's go eat too. Chapter 170, Firecrackers Blast. After Zhang Kai and Zhang Li left, Zhang Kaming turned to Zhang Wei and reproached him, you really should have planned for all three kids. Why did you specifically mention making a coat for Kai Kai? Zhang Wei replied earnestly, it was my oversight. I let Junjun down. Chen Xiu quickly interjected, Wei, you mustn't say that. You've never skimped on anything for me, Junjun, or Lily. Zhang Wei added, sister-in-law, please don't say that either. We're family. Kai Kai is my sister, and Junjun and Lily are my own nieces. I wouldn't show favoritism. Zhang Kaming added, sure, Wei is still young. Sometimes he acts without thinking things through, but he would never treat Junjun and Lily unfairly. You can rest assured about that. Chen Xiu replied, Dad, I know that. Zhang Kaming said, then let's not dwell on this anymore. Now that the land has been contracted out, we'll help you tend the fields properly. In the second half of the year, we'll send Junjun to school first. Chen Xiu said, if Junjun goes to school, he'll just attend the elementary school in neighboring Liujia village. Zhang Kaming said, that won't do. Lu Village Elementary is just a village school with only 2 or 3 teachers. How could he get a proper education there? He absolutely must go to the central school. Chen Xiu protested, the central school is too far. Zhang Kaming retorted, what's the big deal? Let Junjun stay at his great-uncle's place. Isn't that where Xiaoyun lives now? After Kai Kai starts school, she'll live there too. Junjun and Kai Kai will both stay there. Chen Xiu said bitterly, Xiaoyun and Kai Kai staying at their uncle's place is fine, but Junjun is a whole generation removed. Uncle and auntie are both wonderful people, but as the saying goes, first generation is close, second generation is distant, third and fourth generations barely recognize each other. Junjun is already the 3rd generation. For him to live at his uncle's house too would be a bit much. Zhang Kaming countered, you said it yourself, your uncle and aunt are kind people. Junjun is Wanwan's flesh and blood. Out of respect for Wanwan, they'd let him stay. Chen Xiu opened her mouth to protest. Zhang Kaming cut her off. Don't worry about this. Next time I visit my brother's place, I'll talk to him about it. Zhang Wei chimed in, sis, Dad's right. Junjun really needs to attend Central Elementary. Just let Dad handle this. Zhang Kaming added, exactly. Junjun and Kai Kai can go to school together, they'll have each other for company. Bang 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 bang. As they spoke, the faint sound of firecrackers drifted in. Who's setting off firecrackers? Zhang Kaming asked in confusion. Chen Xiu also found it odd. Who would set off firecrackers at this hour? Zhang Wei's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, second grandma has passed away after all. Because on this day in his previous life, he hadn't been home and only heard about it later, so he didn't know exactly what time old lady May had passed away. He only knew it was in the evening. It wasn't particularly late now, he estimated it was barely past 8. But at this hour, it was already night. Thus, regarding old lady May's passing, no butterfly effect had occurred due to Zhang Wei's rebirth. The course of history remained unchanged. Old lady May's death still occurred on the evening of the 19th day of the 2nd month, just as it had in his previous life. Listening to his father and sister-in-law's discussion, Zhang Wei kept the truth to himself. He pretended ignorance and said, I'll go out and see where the firecrackers are being set off. As he stepped outside, Zhang Kaming and Chen Xiu followed him out. By the time the three reached the courtyard, the firecracker sounds had ceased and it was impossible to tell where they had originated. Whose house is setting off firecrackers? Li Jing emerged as she walked, asking. Behind her followed Zhang Kai, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Li. By now, Zhang Jun had stopped crying. He was cracking roasted peanuts in his hand and popping them into his mouth. Zhang Keiming casually replied, "The firecrackers had already stopped by the time we came out. I couldn't tell where they were going off." As he spoke, something seemed to occur to him. His expression changed abruptly, and he blurted out in alarm, "Could it have been the whole family's house that exploded?" Li Jing froze upon hearing this, exclaiming in shock, "Could it be that second aunt has passed away?" In Shurha village, whenever an elder passed away, a string of firecrackers would be set off to announce the death to the entire village. This practice mirrored the ancient custom of striking mourning bells to announce an emperor's death throughout the city. However, most villages lacked bells to ring, so they used the simpler method of setting off firecrackers instead. Earlier, when Zhang Wei heard the firecrackers, he deduced it was because of two things. First, his memories from his previous life told him that old Lady May had passed away today, and second, because of this custom in Shurha village. Zhang Keiming hadn't initially considered this because his curiosity had gotten the better of him. After all, no one sets off firecrackers for no reason. If it were for a joyous occasion or a birthday celebration, as fellow villagers, they would have known in advance. Only such sudden firecrackers signaled a death. Moreover, everyone in Shurha village knew that old Lady May had been gravely ill and was nearing the end. Though Zhang Keiming's reaction was a bit late, he understood the moment he thought about it. A look of deep sorrow spread across his face as he managed to say, "Second auntie couldn't escape it after all. She's gone." Li Jing said, "Then we must go and help." In rural areas, weddings and funerals are collectively called red and white events. Among these, weddings, whether marrying off a daughter or taking a bride, are considered red celebrations. The passing of an elder, however, is called a white event. For red celebrations, the host family prepares in advance, personally delivering gifts to invite helpers. For white events, since they happen suddenly, the family is often unprepared. They don't need to personally ask for help. Once the whole village hears the news, everyone will come forward to assist. Zhang Keiming said, "I'll go take a look first." Zhang Wei had intended to go too, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. "Then you go, Dad," he said. "If you need me, I'll come over." Zhang Keiming nodded and started to walk away. "Dad, wait a moment." Zhang Wei called after him. Zhang Keiming asked, "What is it?" Zhang Wei said, "It's getting dark. Take the flashlight with you." As he spoke, he turned and went inside, grabbing the flashlight and handing it to Zhang Keiming. Zhang Keiming took the flashlight and had barely descended the field embankment when Zhang Kaixing, Zhang Kaikai, Zhang Long, Zhang Hu, and others emerged from the neighboring house. Clearly, they too had heard the firecrackers and guessed that old Lady May had passed away, rushing over to help. They exchanged greetings and walked together toward the Zhang family home. Li Jing, Chen Xiu, and Zhang Wei stood in the courtyard for a moment before going inside. The three little ones naturally followed them inside. Li Jing said, "Sure, since second aunt passed away, you should stay home and look after the three kids these next few days. I'll probably need to help out for a couple of days too." Chen Xiu nodded in agreement. Normally, as a younger relative, Chen Xiu would have to attend old Lady May's funeral and even wear mourning clothes. However, since she and Zhang Kaikwan had always been at odds, Li Jing knew she would be reluctant to go. To avoid any awkwardness, she simply made this arrangement instead. After settling Chen Xiu, Li Jing turned to Zhang Wei and said, "Wei Wei, you'd be better off not going either." Bitterness welled up in Zhang Wei's heart. He had wanted to pay his last respects to his second grandmother. But yesterday, Zhang Kaikwan had made it clear he wasn't welcome and shouldn't come to their house anymore. Zhang Wei was also worried, what if his presence caused an awkward situation? Still, he wasn't ready to give up. "We'll see," he said. Chapter 171, Sister-in-law on the brink of a mental breakdown. Half an hour later, Zhang Keiming returned. Li Jing asked in surprise, "His dad? Didn't he go to help? Why are you back?" Zhang Keiming replied bitterly, "Kaikwan has a strong prejudice against me. He said he didn't need my help." Li Jing retorted, "Even if he has issues with you, he shouldn't be making things difficult for you like this. The way he's acting, how will you ever show your face around the villagers again?" Chen Xiu added indignantly, "Dad, he's practically humiliating you. This won't do. We can't just let this slide. I'm going to confront him at second grandma's memorial. What gives him the right to treat you like this?" She started to head outside. Zhang Keiming quickly stopped her, saying, "Sure, let it go. His mother just passed away. He's in a state of grief. We shouldn't pick a fight with him at a time like this." Chen Xiu retorted angrily, "Zhang Kaikwan isn't grieving his mother's death. He's just petty, deliberately causing trouble, and clearly trying to bully you. Just because Zhang Keiming thinks he's the only one who can be petty, does that mean I, Chen Xiu, can't? If he, a grown man, isn't afraid to make a fool of himself, why should I, a woman, be afraid? Dad! Don't stop me today. I'm going to confront him. These past 2 years, I've had enough of his bullying. Today, I'll settle this with him once and for all." By the end, she was practically screaming, her hands struggling fiercely. Zhang Keiming barely managed to restrain her. Seeing Chen Xiu on the brink of losing control, Zhang Wei's heart tightened. He rushed over to help, pulling her toward a chair and saying, "Sis-in-law, calm down. Even if you want to confront him, you don't have to go alone. I'm still here, your husband. Zhang Kaming's anger flared at this. Wei, what nonsense are you spouting? You're just adding fuel to the fire. Zhang Wei snapped, Dad, stop it. Sis-in-law is right. He's clearly picking on you. You might be easy to bully, but sis-in-law and I? We're not so easily pushed around. Turning to Qin, he added, Sis, don't get so worked up. I'm here. I'll make sure Dad gets his revenge. Hearing this, Qin finally calmed down a bit. She sat down in her chair, took Zhang Wei's hand, and said, Wei, we haven't done anything wrong to Zhang Kaikwan. We can't let him keep bullying our family like this. Zhang Wei nodded repeatedly. Sis, I know. I was young before, but now I'm grown up. I won't let anyone push us around anymore. With that, he turned and made to walk out. Zhang Kaming snapped angrily, Zhang Wei, what do you think you're doing? Zhang Wei shouted back, I'm going to settle the score with Zhang Kaikwan. Zhang Kaming shouted back, you're not going. Whatever needs to be done can wait until after these few days. Seeing the two about to erupt into a fight, Li Jing quickly intervened. Both of you, stop arguing. We're family, can't we talk this out calmly? She then pulled Zhang Wei aside and said, Wei, Mom knows you and Xiao are both good kids. You're just upset for your dad, but he was right. These are days of mourning for the family. If you go causing trouble now, the whole village will hold it against you. Even if they can't do anything to you, they'll stab your father in the back, saying he failed to raise you properly. You might feel better after causing trouble, but have you thought about your father? Zhang Wei fell silent. Qin still felt resentful, her voice breaking as she protested, Zhang Kaikwan bullies us every single time. Are we just supposed to keep putting up with it over and over? Li Jing said, Sure, I know you're upset, but do you think your father feels any better? You don't want the whole village stabbing him in the back behind his back, do you? Mom, Qin tried to explain, but she was emotionally shaken and couldn't find the right words. She managed to say I, but then fell silent. Li Jing said, Sure, don't say anything else. Let's wait a few days, then we'll demand an explanation from him. Zhang Wei chimed in at just the right moment, Sis, don't worry. I won't let this slide. Why don't you go home and rest first? Qin replied, I'm not sleepy yet. After what had happened, how could she possibly sleep? Zhang Wei said, It's getting late now. Jun and Lily need to sleep. After saying this, he turned to Li Jing, Mom, please take my sister-in-law home. Stay with her tonight. Li Jing hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She then said to Qin, Sure, I'll walk you back. Qin quickly protested, Mom, it's no trouble. It's just a few steps, you don't need to walk me. But Li Jing directly addressed Zhang Jun and Zhang Li, Jun, Lily, come on, let's go home. Zhang Jun and Zhang Li were still young and didn't understand why the adults were arguing. When adults quarreled, children grew afraid. Even though they didn't want to go home yet and wished to play a little longer, they dared not say anything now. They all silently stood up and followed Li Jing and Qin out the door to head home. After they left, Zhang Kaming's face darkened as he scolded Zhang Wei sternly, Mark my words, don't go causing trouble at your Uncle Wu's place. Zhang Wei gave a wry smile. Dad, why would I go to Uncle Wu's place and cause trouble? Zhang Kaming paused, startled. Zhang Wei seemed like a completely different person, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, which had been ready to fight Zhang Kaikwan to the death. But he began, puzzled. Before he could finish, Zhang Wei interrupted, Dad, didn't you see how Auntie looked? If I hadn't gone along with what she said, she would have completely lost it. Zhang Kaming's heart tightened. Recalling Qin state at that moment, a wave of dread washed over him. He gasped, so you mean you were deliberately saying those things earlier? Zhang Wei gave a wry smile. Dad, you know how Auntie is. She can't handle too much stress. If I hadn't gone along with you in opposing it, she probably would have lost her mind. Sigh. Big brother's matter has always been a hurdle she can't get over. Glancing at Zhang Kaming, he continued, I know I shouldn't have brought up Big Brother. His death isn't just a hurdle for my sister-in-law to overcome, it's a scar on your heart and Mom's too. Every time I mention him, it's like poking at your wounds. But my sister-in-law's situation is different. In that moment, I had no choice but to confront you. I had to calm my sister-in-law first. Sigh. Zhang Kaming let out a long, heavy sigh. I was wrong to blame you earlier. In handling this matter, you were more thoughtful and considerate than I was. Now he understood why Zhang Wei had arranged for Li Jing to stay at Qin house tonight. It was to keep an eye on Qin, to prevent her from having an episode. Realizing this, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. But what about your mother? Zhang Wei replied, Dad, don't worry. I think Mom already understands what I meant. Hearing this, Zhang Kaming finally exhaled in relief. After a moment's thought, he said, with your second grandmother passing away, both you and I should be wearing mourning clothes. But now your Uncle Wu won't let us go to his house. What are we to do? Chapter 172, Funeral Rites Spark Conflict. Whose household gained a new ghost last night? The funeral drums beat through the night until dawn. Under Zhang Kaichuan's direction, the funeral for Old Lady May drew help from most villagers, making it a bustling affair. Tick-tock. 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 Clang. Clang. Clang clang clang. 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 Clang clang. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Snap. Snap snap. Snap snap snap. In the memorial hall for Old Lady May, the sounds of swan horns, gongs, drums, and small cymbals blended into a symphony of sorrow. Their mournful tones seemed to pierce the soul, drawing listeners unconsciously into a deep sadness. This was the funeral drum and gong, also known as the blowing drum and gong, a tradition passed down for generations in the Shirha village area. Snow, oh snow. Snowflakes fall from the sky, blanketing the earth in white. When the sun rises, they vanish without a trace. When the snow melts, they return to the sea, but the poor soul who died will never come back. Moon, oh moon. The moon rises in the heavens, hazy on the 3rd and 4th days, full and round on the 14th and 15th. Only on the 14th, 15th, and 16th does it shine whole. On the 17th and 18th it wanes. Though the moon wanes, it will wax again, but the pitiful dead never return. Before the altar in the memorial hall, 2 Taoist priests clad in black robes stood side by side, each holding a wooden board. In a distinctive, drawn-out tone, they sang the funeral dirge. Their voices carried a world-weary sorrow and indescribable pathos. Each verse concluded with drawn-out, wailing notes of iya, 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 I say iya, echoing in harmony with the rhythmic clang of gongs and drums. The morning chant performed by the Taoists was an excerpt from Wind, Flowers, Snow, and Moon, each line tugging at the heartstrings. Behind the Taoist stood 2 mourners clad in mourning robes, Zhang Kaikwan and Zhang Kaishang. After singing a few lines, the 2 Taoists bowed in reverence. Zhang Kaikwan and Zhang Kaishang behind them followed suit, their expressions numb and vacant, eyes bloodshot, tear streaks on their cheeks never drying. Behind the spirit tablet, 2 benches held the pitch-black coffins. Red silk brocade edged with yellow set draped over the lids. Beneath the coffins, a brazier burned joss paper. The entire memorial hall was filled with flickering candles. The ashes of the joss paper mingled with the rising blue smoke, while the flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows. The air was thick with the scent of incense and burning paper. Oh, Mom. Why did you have to leave so soon? I never got to cook you a proper meal. Mom. How could you be so heartless? Leaving your daughter all alone. Oh my God. You raised me all these years. I haven't even had a chance to repay you yet. Grandma May's 2 daughters, dressed in mourning robes, knelt on the coffin, weeping bitterly while repeatedly pounding the coffin lid with their fists. In Shirha village, when an elder passed away, not only were funeral songs sung, but daughters were also expected to wail. The funeral songs were chanted by Taoist priests, using fixed lyrics passed down through generations, mostly lamenting the deceased and reflecting on the hardships of life. Wailing, however, was performed by the mourning daughters. Drawing from their personal experiences and their bond with the deceased, they would express their grief spontaneously. There were no fixed phrases, they would simply cry out short sentences about their daily interactions with the departed. In Shirha village, if a daughter cannot wail at a funeral, she is considered unfilial. Grandma May's 2 daughters wailed with heart-wrenching grief. Mourners and neighbors who came to pay their respects all praised their filial devotion, and many came to comfort and console them. Old Lady May had such a hard life. Yes, her husband died young. She raised several children alone, it wasn't easy. She never got to see better days. Just as the land was redistributed and before the harvest, she passed away. But you know, Old Lady May lived a life worth living. Look at her sons Kaikwan, Kaishang, and the others and her 2 daughters. Which one of them wasn't devoted to her? Yes, yes. Mourners gathered in clusters, murmuring among themselves. Zhang Kaming came to pay his respects after all. Zhang Wei accompanied him. When father and son arrived, the memorial service had just concluded. The Taoist priest sat resting nearby, the gong and drum players had ceased their music. Only Zhang Kaikwan, clad in mourning garments, remained kneeling before the spirit hall, facing the entrance. Before him lay 2 burlap sacks filled with wheat bran knee cushions for mourners to kneel upon during their bows. Zhang Kaikwan knelt here to express his gratitude. During the first 3 days after death, all ranks are equal. Anyone who came to pay respects, even if they were of lower status than Zhang Kaikwan, deserved a kowtow in return. Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei entered the memorial hall, stood side by side before Old Lady May's spirit tablet, then knelt and kowtowed. The funeral had been underway for 2 days. Zhang Kaikwan hadn't closed his eyes once during that time, already exhausted and listless, his eyes perpetually drooping. When he saw Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei kneeling before him, a surge of anger welled up inside him. Without even bothering to return their kowtows, he snapped, "What are you doing here? I told you before I don't want you here." Zhang Kaming replied, "Kaijin, tonight is the vigil for our second aunt. I should at least be here to see her off." Zhang Kaikwan retorted, "She was my mother. I'll see her off to the mountain myself. I don't need you here." Zhang Kaming tried to reason, "Kaikwan." Before he could finish, Zhang Kaikwan had already risen to his feet. Pointing toward the gate, he fumed, "I'll say it again, my mother doesn't need you to see her off. Get out." Zhang Wei sighed inwardly. After Zhang Kaikwan explicitly barred them from visiting, they'd stayed home these past 2 days. It wasn't until this late night that father and son finally came together. They had hoped that with so many mourners present, Zhang Kaiquan wouldn't take things too far. But unexpectedly, Zhang Kaiquan still stubbornly drove them away. This was tantamount to publicly humiliating them in front of so many people, leaving them utterly disgraced. Kaiquan, tonight is your mother's wake. Don't act impulsively. Kaiquan, death is the greatest tragedy. It's only right that Kaming and Weiwei come to pay their respects. Don't make things difficult for them at this time. Exactly. Let your mother pass in peace. Exactly. The more people come to honor your mother, the livelier it will be. Tonight we'll keep vigil with you, and tomorrow morning we'll send her off to the mountain with a grand send-off. What's going on? Uncle Kaming, Uncle Kaiquan, why are you two arguing now? On a day like today, please stop arguing. Everyone in the funeral hall witnessed it and understood what was happening, rushing to persuade Zhang Kaiquan. Outside, unaware of the commotion inside the funeral hall, people sensed something was amiss and rushed over, asking questions and murmuring among themselves. In rural areas, whether for celebrations or funerals, there's always a chief organizer. This person manages and directs the helpers and is called the chief steward. Typically, this role was filled by a respected elder in the village who was also a skilled communicator. In Shurha village, the role of grand steward had almost become exclusive to Zhang Kaiji. Whenever a family had a wedding or funeral, they would invite him to serve as their chief steward. This time, for old Lady Mei's funeral, Zhang Kaiji was once again the grand steward. It's nothing, really. You all know there's a rift between Kaiquan and Kaming. Kaming came to pay his respects, and Kaiquan felt uncomfortable. It's nothing serious. Everyone, please disperse. Disperse, everyone. It's fine. Zhang Kaiji, Zhang Kaming, and Zhang Kaiquan were all cousins. As the chief steward, he understood the situation when the two started arguing and quickly stepped in to mediate. Most of the onlookers dispersed after his persuasion, though a small group remained to watch. With fewer people around, Zhang Kaiji no longer insisted on dispersing them. He addressed Zhang Kaiquan, Kaiquan, since you hired me as your chief steward, today you'll follow my lead. Let's put this matter to rest, okay? Chapter 173, I have no mother anymore. Brother Kaiji, I'll follow your lead on everything else. But Zhang Kaming and his father, they must leave. I don't want to see them. Zhang Kaiquan refused to listen to reason, insisting stubbornly. Zhang Kaiji said, I know about the situation between you and Kaming. I'm not taking sides. Let's keep things separate. Second aunt has passed away. It's only right for Kaming to come pay his respects. Your mother is also his second aunt. If he doesn't come, the villagers will say he's unfilial. Zhang Kaiquan sneered, what the villagers say about him is none of my business. He won't be invited to my mother's funeral. Zhang Kaiji sighed helplessly, his voice tight with pain. Why are you being so stubborn? Pointing at Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei, he added, they're here to pay respects to your mother. By coming, they've fulfilled their filial duty. If you chase them away, will the villagers still say anything about them? The one they'll criticize is you. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhang Kaiquan shouted, my mother is dead. What do I care what others say? With that, he knelt down with a thud and wept loudly before old Lady Mei's spirit tablet. Mother! I have no mother left. My mother is dead, yet my enemies still torment me. What sin did I commit to deserve such suffering? As he wept, he pounded the ground with his fists, each blow heavy and forceful. Within moments, his hands were covered in blood. Everyone who witnessed this couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow in their hearts. Especially the words, I have no mother left, pierced the hearts of those who had lost their own parents, tears welling up uncontrollably. As long as your parents are alive, no matter how old you are, you will always be their child, loved and cherished. Once they're gone, you cease to be a child. No one will ever scold you or discipline you again. No one will ever care for you the way your parents did. Even if you have children of your own, as a parent yourself, you know that a child's concern for their parents is entirely different from a parent's concern for their child. Zhang Wei is only 19 now, but as someone who has been reborn, he experienced the pain of losing his parents in his previous life. He understands Zhang Kaichuan's feelings at this moment more deeply than most people present. Dad! Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Kaming and called out in a low voice, let's go. Zhang Kaming lifted his head, casting one last glance at old Lady Mei's spirit tablet. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Ah! In the end, he said nothing. He sighed deeply and nodded. Let's go. The onlookers instinctively parted to form a path. Father and son gradually faded into the distance under the complex gazes of everyone present. Zhang Kaiji stared at the two strips of white cloth and two hemp ropes in his hands, his heart heavy with sorrow. According to custom, Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei were to wear mourning attire following old Lady Mei's passing. These two pieces of mourning cloth and hemp ropes were originally meant for Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei. But after Zhang Kaichuan's earlier outburst, he never handed them over. As Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei disappeared from sight, the onlookers gradually dispersed, and those who had helped returned to their own tasks. Tick-tock. 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 Clang. Clang. Clang clang. 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 Clang clang. Ding! Ding! Ding ding! The swana sounded again, and the funeral gongs and drums began to beat once more. Wind, oh wind! A breeze descends from the heavens, gentle when it comes, leaving no trace when it departs. The wind comes and goes, yet it remains, alas, the departed never return. O flower, O flower! Flowers bloom upon the earth, in September, chrysanthemums are compared in every home. Flowers come, flowers go, yet their roots remain, alas, the departed never return. The Taoist priest began singing wind, flowers, snow, moon once more. Old Lady May's funeral proceeded undisturbed by the earlier turmoil, nor did it grow quieter with Zhang Kaming and Zhang Wei's departure. The mourning songs, wails, and dances continued, still heartrending, still bustling. This bustle only abruptly ceased the next morning when the funeral procession carried Old Lady May up the mountain and erected her new grave. Shirha village seemed to return to its former tranquility. Those digging fields, planting corn, tending vegetables, fetching water, visiting neighbors, gathering firewood in the mountains, or heading to the market, all went about their business as usual. Only at the village entrance, a new grave had been added. For several days in a row, Zhang Wei noticed Zhang Kaikwan lingering for long periods at the new grave. He and Zhang Kaming had also paid their respects to Old Lady May once when no one else was around. This had nothing to do with Zhang Kaikwan, it was simply the father and son fulfilling their filial duty as younger generations. Due to Old Lady May's passing, Huang Yang, Zhang Kai, Li Yong, and Wang Bing hadn't come looking for Zhang Wei to go hunting these past few days. It wasn't until the third day after Grandma May's burial, the 24th day of the second lunar month, that Li Yong finally came looking for Zhang Wei again at dusk. Brother Wei, got plans tomorrow? If you're free, how about we head to Songshooping? Zhang Wei replied, tomorrow is the 25th, market day. I need to go into town. Li Yong sighed disappointedly, what's so great about going to town? We should go hunting at Pine Grove instead. They say Pine Grove has a small forest reserve. The game there is far more abundant than at Green Onion Slope. If you go, you'll definitely have a big haul. You might even dig up some human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum. Zhang Wei shot him a look. Cut the crap. Human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum isn't that easy to dig up. Finding one would be pure luck. If you're trying to trick me into going, at least come up with a better excuse. Li Yong looked sheepish. I just wanted you to take me hunting. Zhang Wei thought for a moment. Let's see about the day after tomorrow. If nothing special comes up, we'll take a trip to Songshooping. Li Yong beamed. Great. We'll go hunting the day after tomorrow. He spun around and took off running. He couldn't wait to share the good news with Huang Yang, Li Yong, and Wang Bing. After running a few steps, he came running back. Zhang Wei asked in confusion, is there something else? Li Yong smiled and said, I forgot to ask earlier, what time are you heading out tomorrow? Zhang Wei asked, what for? You're going to the street again? Li Yong chuckled, Brother Wei, didn't you say last time that when we go out again, we should head to Zhejiawan so you could introduce your friend to us? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered the promise. Oh, he murmured, nodding. Go ahead then. I'll head out around 7 tomorrow morning. Got it. Li Yong said smugly, and this time he really left. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment, then headed toward Chen Xiu's house. Uncle! Uncle! Zhang Jun and Zhang Li, who were playing in the courtyard, saw Zhang Wei coming and hurriedly greeted him. Zhang Kai, who was also there, turned her head and asked, Uncle, what brings you here? Zhang Wei replied, I'm going into town tomorrow to take Junjun to get a haircut. I just wanted to let your mother know. Zhang Kai immediately chimed in, Uncle, Junjun's going to town? Can I come along too? Chapter 174, Taking his sister and nephew to town. You're really something. Why bring a carrying pole to the market? Li Jing scolded irritably as she watched Zhang Wei head out with a carrying pole. Zhang Wei pointed to the roll of snow rabbit fur hanging from one end of the pole and explained, I'm taking these rabbit skins to town to make coats for Kai Kai and Li. Li Jing retorted, it's just a few rabbit pelts. Why not just carry them in a basket? Hanging them on a pole like that, are you showing off? Zhang Wei replied, I'm used to carrying a pole. Besides, last time I took it out, I bagged a muntjac. The weather's nice now. If some clueless beast darts out on the road, I'll have the pole handy to take care of it. Li Jing rolled her eyes. What kind of dumb beast would do that? With so many people around, why would any beast run onto the road? Forget it, forget it. You won't listen anyway. Carry it if you want. Li Jing waved her hand dismissively and turned to Zhang Junjun, listen to your brother on the way. Don't wander off once we're in the streets. If you get lost, it'll be a disaster. Got it, Grandma. Zhang Jun replied happily. Going to the street he hadn't been in ages. Getting to go with his uncle was such a thrill. After instructing Zhang Jun, Li Jing turned to Zhang Kai and said, You two, why did you insist on tagging along for no reason? It's so far, can you even walk that far? Why not just stay home and play with Lily? Mom, I can do it. Zhang Kai assured her. I'll definitely walk faster than Junjun. Forget it, forget it. None of you listen. Seeing her pleas fell on deaf ears, she gave up arguing and turned to Zhang Wei instead. Take good care of your sister. Zhang Wei replied, Mom, don't worry. I'll take good care of them. Li Jing worried, they're both so young. What if they get tired on the way? How will you manage? Carry one and carry the other on my back? Zhang Wei chuckled, then I'll just grab 2 more baskets. If they can't walk, I'll put one in each basket and carry them. Li Jing rolled her eyes. Stop joking around. Zhang Wei gave an awkward chuckle. Just kidding. Even if they really can't walk anymore, it's no big deal. Li Yong and Zhang Kai are also going to the market. I'll have them each carry one, and they'll bring them back. Li Jing felt a little more at ease after hearing this. She usually didn't take the kids out shopping because she worried the distance was too far for them to walk. When she absolutely had to take them out, she usually brought 2 adults along. That way, if the kids got too tired, the adults could take turns carrying them. Off to the market. Off to the market. Since they were going out, Zhang Jun and Zhang Kai both wore the new clothes they just gotten made. Cheering, they followed Zhang Wei out the door, skipping and jumping all the way. For kids their age, going to the market was like a carnival. How could they not be so happy they felt like they could fly? Wei. Brother Wei. Brother Wei, you're here. At the village entrance of Shihe village, Zhang Kai, Zhang Jia, Li Yong, Li Wei, Wang Bing, and Yang Wei, all 6 of them greeted Zhang Wei enthusiastically as he arrived. Zhang Kai, you've got a whole crew here, are you all heading out too? Before Zhang Wei could speak, Zhang Kai, seeing the large group, excitedly asked first. Zhang Kai smiled and said, yeah, we're all heading out. You coming too? Of course. Zhang Kai declared triumphantly. I'm going out with brother Kai to have fun. You guys are coming too, we'll have company again. Zhang Kai laughed heartily. Right, we'll have company. If you get too tired later, I'll carry you. Zhang Kai declared, I can walk just fine. With that, she took off running ahead. Zhang Jun immediately followed suit. Let's see who's faster. Alright. The 2 youngsters raced ahead, competing with each other. Seeing this, Zhang Wei called out to the others, let's go too. Zhang Kai stepped forward, took the carrying pole from Zhang Wei's hands, and said with a smile, Brother Wei, let me carry your pole for you. Last time they hunted rabbits on Lion Mountain, Zhang Kai had insisted on carrying it too. This time he wanted the pole again, and Zhang Wei couldn't be bothered to argue, so he let him take it. Brother Wei, Wang Bing said you caught a bunch more rabbits at Green Onion Hill last time. Yeah, 6 of them. Wow, Brother Wei, you caught that many? Looks like you're really serious about hunting. Hunting's better than farming, right? Brother Wei, Li Yong said you dug up a human-shaped Hisho Wu root. Is that true? It's true. Bro. Zhang Jia, Yang Wei, and Li Wei, the 3 who hadn't joined Zhang Wei on his last hunting trip to Green Onion Hill, asked him all sorts of questions along the way, and Zhang Wei answered each one. Before long, Zhang Kai, Li Yong, and Wang Bing joined in, and the group chatted sporadically. Man, I'm exhausted. Uncle, how much farther is it? They had only just entered Li Jiahe when Zhang Jun was already panting heavily, his little face flushed red. Gone was the excitement he felt when they first set out. He looked at Zhang Wei pitifully and asked. Zhang Wei replied, we're still early. We've only walked about 10 miles. We still have another 20 miles to go. Ah. Zhang Jun gasped, his voice filled with disappointment. It's still that far? Zhang Wei replied, going to town takes time. I told you before we left not to run around. You've used up all your energy. Tired, huh? Zhang Jun hung his little head low, looking utterly dejected. Zhang Wei took his hand and said, I'll lead you. We'll walk slowly, and it won't be so tiring. Zhang Jun extended his small hand, letting Zhang Wei lead him. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Kai and asked, are you tired? Zhang Kai nodded, then shook her head. Seeing this, Zhang Wei smiled and said, come on, I'll hold your hand too. Zhang Kai protested, I can walk by myself. Alright. Zhang Wei didn't insist, but reminded her, walk slowly. Don't run around. Got it. Zhang Kai replied, then set off with her little legs, catching up to Wang Bing ahead. After walking a bit further and passing Jizi Ferry, Zhang Jun started complaining about being tired again. He asked weakly, Uncle, how much longer until we get there? Zhang Wei replied, we're not even halfway there yet. Ugh. Zhang Jun let out a wail. That far? I can't walk anymore. Zhang Wei retorted, look at your aunt. She's walked this far too, and she's not even a girl, yet she hasn't complained about being tired. You're complaining? Aren't you embarrassed? Zhang Jun's already flushed face turned even redder, but he dared not complain about being tired anymore. Zhang Wei said, let's keep walking a bit longer. Once we reach Zhejiawan, we'll take a break. Hearing this, Zhang Jun perked up and began walking with renewed vigor. Li Yong also perked up, looking at Zhang Wei and asking, Bro Wei, is your friend home? Or did he go out too? Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. How should I know if he's home? We'll just have to take our chances. Hearing this, Li Yong felt his heart sink. Zhang Kai chimed in, I hope your friend is home. I'm counting on him to help me make that slingshot. Chapter 175, the bow and arrow are ready. I'm dead tired. I never want to go out again. Upon arriving at Zhao Gang's house, Zhang Jun collapsed into a chair, looking utterly exhausted. Zhang Kai gulped down water and said in a grown-up tone, "If you don't go to the street, how are you going to get your haircut?" Zhang Jun grimaced. "But the street is so far away. Walking there is exhausting." Zhang Kai replied, "I'm tired too, but when I think about getting to go out and play, I don't feel tired anymore." Zhang Jun replied skeptically, "I want to go out and play too, but why do I still feel so tired from walking?" The two little ones chatted away. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang was talking with Zhang Wei and the others. Mainly, Zhang Wei introduced Li Yong, Zhang Kai, and the others to Zhao Gang. "Zhao Gang, Brother Wei said his slingshot is yours, right? Brother Wei says your slingshot hits better than his. I think Brother Wei's slingshot skills are already amazing. If yours are even better than his, what level are we talking about? When? Let me see your slingshot skills sometime." After meeting him, Zhang Kai, Wang Bing, and Li Yong all showered Zhao Gang with praise, surrounding him with questions. Zhao Gang had never been treated with such enthusiasm by so many people before. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, he said shyly, "My slingshot skills are nothing special. If you guys want to see, we can head up the mountain later." Li Yong immediately exclaimed excitedly, "That'd be great. Take me whenever you have time." Zhang Kai chimed in, "I'm in too." Wang Bing looked at Zhang Wei and asked, "What about you, Wei?" Zhang Wei replied, "You guys go ahead. I need to head downtown first." Zhao Gang asked, "What business do you have downtown? If it's nothing important, skip it and come hunting with us. We're not going to Wild Chicken Hill today. We're heading to Wild Boar Forest to see if we can bag a wild boar." At the mention of wild boar hunting, Li Yong and Zhang Kai grew even more excited. Li Yong said, "Brother Wei, you hunted wild boar last time. Let's go again today." Zhang Wei insisted, "I have business in town. You guys go ahead if you want." Zhao Gang chuckled, Wei, I was planning to take you to the boar forest and let you try your hand with the bow. If you're not going, I'll try it myself." "What?" Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise. "You finished my bow?" Zhao Gang rolled his eyes. "Look at you, haven't been around in ages. How long do you think it takes to make a bow?" Zhang Wei calculated the time. The last time he'd come to Zhao Gang to make a bow was on the 5th day of the second lunar month. Today was already the 25th. A full 20 days had passed. With that much time, a bow and arrow should be ready. "Let's go. Take me to see it." Zhang Wei stood up, his voice brimming with excitement. Zhao Gang remained seated, replying indifferently, "You wouldn't go to the wild boar forest even if I asked you. What's the point of just looking?" Zhang Wei genuinely wanted to test his bow in the wild boar forest, but today he'd brought Zhang Jun and Zhang Kai into town. The children rarely got to go out, and it wouldn't be right to turn back now. After a moment's thought, he said, "How about this? I'll take the kids out first. We can head to the wild boar forest when we get back this afternoon." Zhao Gang agreed, "Sounds good. It's unlikely we'd encounter wild boars at midday anyway. Afternoon would be perfect." Zhang Wei was delighted. "It's settled then. I'll head to the market now. Wait for me when I return." Zhao Gang nodded in agreement. Zhang Wei no longer felt rushed to check on his bow and arrows. He stood up and called out, Kai, Jun, get ready to go." "Okay." Zhang Kai responded cheerfully and stood up. Zhang Jun, however, groaned in protest, "We have to go again? We have to walk so far again?" Still, he got up. Zhang Jia, Yang Wei, and the others also stood up, ready to depart. Li Yong, Zhang Kai, and Wang Bing also stood up, but they kept stealing glances at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei didn't catch on at first. After a moment's pause, he remembered and smiled, saying to Zhao Gang, "My buddies here really like the slingshots you make. If you have time, could you make one for each of them?" Zhao Gang didn't refuse. Looking at Li Yong, Wang Bing, and Zhang Kai, he said, "Sure thing. But making 3 slingshots will take about 2 days. You'll have to come back next time to pick them up." "Thanks. No problem. We really appreciate it." All 3 expressed their gratitude. Li Yong turned to Zhang Wei and said, "Bro, I don't really have anything to do downtown anyway. I'll stay here and see if there's anything I can help Gangzi with instead of going with you." Zhang Kai chimed in, "Exactly. Gangzi's making slingshots for us is holding up his work. We should stay and help him get some things done first." Wang Bing had originally planned to go out, but since Li Yong and Zhang Kai both said that, and he needed a slingshot too, he could only say, "Then I'll stay too." Zhang Wei thought this was fine and didn't object. Zhao Gang, however, said, "I don't have anything to do. You guys go out and have fun. Don't worry about me." "No way." Li Yong and Zhang Kai insisted. After some back and forth, Li Yong and the other 2 stayed behind. The remaining trio Li Wei, Zhang Jia, and Yang Wei followed Zhang Wei out. "Uncle, it's hot. Uncle, I'm exhausted. Uncle, I feel awful." As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, its rays growing increasingly harsh. After only a few miles, Zhang Jun couldn't take it anymore and kept complaining. Though Zhang Kai remained silent, Zhang Wei could tell from her gritted teeth determination that she must be utterly exhausted too. Yang Wei said, "Brother Wei, this sun is too intense. We're already sweltering just walking. Imagine how Jun and Kai Kai must feel. How about I carry one of them?" Li Wei quickly chimed in, "I'll carry one too." "No need." Zhang Wei waved his hand and said firmly, "We can just slow down. Let them walk on their own." Yang Wei and Li Wei exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Zhang Wei's decision. Zhang Wei addressed Zhang Jun, "Walk to the street on your own. Once we're there, I'll buy you a fried dough stick." Snacks always held immense appeal for children. At the mention of oil cakes on the street, Zhang Jun instantly stopped complaining and gritted his teeth to keep going. With 2 children to care for, the group moved slowly, reaching the street only by noon. Zhang Wei kept his promise first, leading Zhang Jun and Zhang Kai to Kai Xiaoqian's fried dough stick stall. "Zhang Wei, you're here. Want some fried dough sticks?" 2 customers were already waiting for their fried dough sticks at the stall. Kai Xiaoqian smiled as she saw Zhang Wei arrive with the 2 children. "Yeah." Zhang Wei nodded. "Fry me a few oil cakes." Kai Xiaoqian replied, "You'll have to wait a bit today. There are 2 people ahead of you. I'll fry theirs first, then I'll make yours." Zhang Wei said, "No problem, you go ahead. We'll wait a bit." Kai Xiaoqian asked, "So how many do you want?" Zhang Wei turned to ask Li Wei, Yang Wei, and Zhang Jia, "How many do you want?" Li Wei waved his hand. "We're not having any." Yang Wei and Zhang Jia both declined as well. Zhang Wei said, "Just make 2 for each kid." "Alright." Kai Xiaoqian agreed while getting busy. Zhang Jun watched the frying oil cakes, his mouth watering, but he tilted his head back and said, "Uncle, I want some water." Chapter 176, Xiaoqian, I have a suggestion. Not just Zhang Jun, even Zhang Wei himself was parched after walking so far under the sun. But in 1981, bottled mineral water wasn't sold yet, and it was only the end of the second lunar month. Soft drinks hadn't even started appearing on the market. The bottled water and soft drinks that had been readily available anytime, anywhere in his previous life now proved elusive to Zhang Wei. "Uncle, I want water too." Zhang Kai chimed in. Zhang Wei could only say, "Wait a little while longer. We'll go to my uncle's place soon and find you some water to drink." "Okay." Zhang Kai agreed obediently. But Zhang Jun protested, "But I'm dying of thirst. I want water right now." Zhang Wei was at a loss when Kai Xiaoqian smiled and asked, "These are your nephew and sister, right?" She pulled a military green canteen from a box at her feet and said, "I have water here. Let's give them some." As she spoke, she handed the canteen to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun turned to look at Zhang Wei. "Thanks." Zhang Wei thanked Kai Xiaoqian, then told Zhang Jun, "Go ahead and drink." Seeing his uncle's approval, Zhang Jun eagerly took the canteen, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down several big mouthfuls. After quenching his thirst, he passed the canteen to Zhang Kai. "Auntie, you should have some too." Zhang Kai took the water bottle and drank as well. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Jun and said, "You drank Auntie's water, and you didn't even thank her." Zhang Jun quickly replied, "Thank you, Auntie." Kai Xiaoqian smiled and said, "It's just a little water, no need to thank me." She turned to Zhang Wei and teased, "You're being too strict with your nephew. Such a small thing, and you still have to say thank you." Zhang Wei smiled and said, "Character is cultivated from a young age, and many habits are formed early on. Being strict isn't a bad thing." After finishing her drink, Zhang Kai also said to Kai Xiaoqian, "Thank you, Auntie." Zhang Wei chuckled and said, "You can't call her auntie, you should call her sister." Zhang Kai quickly added, "Thank you, pretty sister." This made Kai Xiaoqian laugh out loud. Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle too. How to put it? Girls just have a way with words. Even without being taught, they still know to add pretty before sister. Zhang Jun, however, was displeased. He looked at Zhang Wei and asked, "Why do I have to call her auntie, but my aunt can be called sister?" Zhang Wei chuckled, "Because you're younger in the family hierarchy." By then, Kai Xiaoqian had finished frying the dough fritters. She wrapped 2 portions in brown paper and handed one to Zhang Jun and one to Zhang Kai. Zhang Wei still had 5 yuan and 2 jiao on him. 1 5 yuan note and 2 1 mao coins. The 4 fried dough sticks cost 40 cents. He took out the 5 yuan note to pay. Kai Xiaoqian pushed it back, smiling as she said, "Since this is the first time I've met your nephew and sister, these fried cakes are on me." Zhang Wei quickly protested, "That's not right. This is your livelihood. If I don't pay, how could I ever come back?" Kai Xiaoqian replied, "I took your money the last few times. This time, I'm treating your nephew and sister." Zhang Wei insisted, "Really, I can't accept. Besides, you already treated me last time." Kai Xiaoqian insisted, "It's just a few fried dough sticks. Don't be so formal." She added another excuse, "You gave me such a large bill, my small business doesn't have change for that." Kai Xiaoqian's fried dough stick stall was doing well. Zhang Wei didn't believe she couldn't make change. But since she'd said it, insisting further would be pointless. He took back the money and said, "Alright then, thanks." Kai Xiaoqian scolded playfully, "Thanks again." Zhang Wei smiled and was about to take his leave when a sudden thought struck him. He changed his mind and said, "Xiaoqian, I have a suggestion." What do you think? Kai Xiaoqian looked at him in surprise and asked, what suggestion? Go ahead. Zhang Wei explained, while you're frying dough fritters here, you could also sell some soy milk on the side. Just get a few small bowls. If someone buys a fried dough stick and wants soy milk, sell it to them for 3 cents a bowl. For those who don't buy fried dough sticks but want soy milk, you can charge 5 cents per bowl. Kai Xiaoqian froze. Will people actually buy it? Zhang Wei replied, most people walking down the street have come a long way. Thirst is worse than hunger. If you sell it for a few cents a bowl, plenty of people will buy it. Li Wei chimed in, if it's 3 cents a bowl, I'd gladly buy one to quench my thirst. Yang Wei chimed in, yeah, there aren't even any soda vendors around now. A bowl of soy milk would be perfect to moisten our throats. Zhang Jia chuckled, forget soy milk, even plain water. Sell it for 1 fun a bowl, and people might still buy it. Hearing their responses, Kai Xiaoqian smiled brightly. Then I'll give it a try at the market day after tomorrow. Zhang Wei encouraged, give it a shot. Maybe you could even think about how to sell water in the future. Kai Xiaoqian smiled in agreement. Zhang Wei, you really think fast. Zhang Wei gave an awkward chuckle. Was he really quick-witted? In the future, eating fried dough sticks with soy milk was the most basic pairing. Moreover, in the future, there was an abundance of bottled water. Even several of the wealthiest individuals on the Dasha fortune list were entrepreneurs in the bottled water industry. He just thought it might be a good idea for Kai Xiaoqian to sell some drinks on the side. After all, being thirsty was genuinely miserable. Wow, there are so many people on the street. So many vendors. The street is so lively. I'm definitely coming back to the street. Uncle, what's that over there? Look over there. After leaving Kai Xiaoqian's fried dough stick stall, Zhang Jun and Zhang Kai followed onto the street. The bustling scene immediately caught their attention, and everything seemed astonishing to them. The crowd was thick and somewhat jostling. Worried the two youngsters might get lost, Zhang Wei had Yang Wei hold Zhang Jun's hand while he held Zhang Kai's. They pushed their way through the crowd until they reached the barber shop where he'd gotten his last haircut. Quite a few people were waiting for haircuts inside. After greeting the barber, Zhang Wei had Yang Wei, Li Wei, and Zhang Jia take Zhang Jun to wait in the barber shop. He took Zhang Kai with him to find Tailor Shin first. After another push through the crowd, the two arrived at Qing Kai Tailor Shop. The tailor shop was bustling with activity as the changing seasons brought many customers seeking new garments. Zhang Wei wasn't in a hurry. After greeting Shen Qingyi at the entrance, he waited nearby. Shen Kaifeng finished first. She approached with a smile and greeted him, Zhang Wei, it's good to see you again. Zhang Wei responded, good day, Manager Shen. Shen Kaifeng glanced at Zhang Kai beside Zhang Wei and asked with a smile, is this your sister? Zhang Wei nodded. This time, without Zhang Wei prompting her, Zhang Kai beamed and greeted Shen Kaifeng, hello, pretty sister. Shen Kaifeng burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Little sister, you have such a sweet mouth. Zhang Kai tilted her head and said earnestly, because you really are beautiful. Shen Kaifeng was utterly delighted. She turned to Zhang Wei and said, your little sister is so adorable. Zhang Wei was a bit curious and asked, how did you know she's my sister? There's quite a big age gap between us, isn't there? Chapter 177, Uncle, please save me. Shen Kaifeng chuckled, the new clothes she's wearing weren't those the ones you made last time you visited? You mentioned 3 children's outfits last time, one was for your sister. Zhang Wei realized with a start and said sincerely, Miss Shen, you have such a good memory. But she thought to herself, no wonder he's destined to be a business tycoon, he remembers every little detail. Shen Kaifeng pursed her lips. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up upon hearing their conversation. Pretty sister, did you make my new clothes? Shen Kaifeng thought for a moment before replying, actually, yes. This outfit was made by me. Zhang Wei was taken aback. He'd assumed all those clothes were made by Shen Qingyi. He hadn't expected some of them to be made by Shen Kaifeng. But upon reflection, it made sense. Shen Qingyi and Shen Kaifeng ran a tailor shop together as father and daughter. Naturally, they'd collaborate on orders. Just as he pondered this, he heard Zhang Kai say to Shen Kaifeng, pretty sister, Dad says you make such great clothes, you're a money god. Isn't the god of wealth a bodhisattva? Can bodhisattvas sew clothes? Zhang Wei felt awkward upon hearing this. He had told his parents that Master Shen was a tailor god for his excellent work, but Zhang Kai had misheard it as god of wealth. Did your little one say I'm the god of wealth? Shen Kaifeng understood the difference between god of tailoring and god of wealth, but she still asked Zhang Kai happily. Zhang Kai nodded. That's exactly what Gogo said. Shen Kaifeng beamed, then I am the god of wealth. As she spoke, she glanced at the rabbit fur Zhang Wei had unloaded from his shoulder pole and asked with a smile, did you come to make new clothes again? Zhang Kai nodded repeatedly, pointing at the rabbit pelts. Grandpa hunted these rabbits. He said he'd make coats for me and Lily to wear in winter. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Kaifeng's eyes. She quickly asked, your mom hunts too? Of course. Zhang Kai boasted proudly. Grandpa hunted lots of game. She began counting on her fingers, 1 wild boar, 1 muntjac, 7 rabbits, 1 pheasant, 2 bulbuls, 2 turtle doves, 3 Kai. Zhang Wei cut her off as she rambled on. Shin Kaifeng, however, was fascinated. She smiled and said, so your name is Kai? Never mind your daddy. Go on, tell me what else your daddy hunted. Zhang Kai stuck out her tongue. Gogo won't let me talk. Shin Kaifeng couldn't help but glare at Zhang Wei. Still, she didn't press further. Smiling, she said, your daddy caught so much game he's really skilled. Zhang Kai nodded her little head like a chick pecking at grain. Whenever someone praised her brother, she felt incredibly happy. In her babyish voice, she said, big brother is amazing, and pretty sister is amazing too. Shin Kaifeng chuckled again and couldn't help asking, why do you say I'm amazing? Zhang Kai replied earnestly, pretty sister is great at making clothes. When I wear the clothes you made, everyone says they're beautiful. Shin Kaifeng was overjoyed. Then how about I make your little jacket for you? Yes. Zhang Kai happily agreed, adding, Lily's little jacket should be made by pretty sister too. Alright, I'll make them all. I'll make them absolutely beautiful for you, Shin Kaifeng promised. Thank you, pretty sister. Zhang Kai said happily. After Zhang Kai finished sharing her plans, Zhang Wei handed 4 snow hair pelts to Shin Kaifeng. There's no rush on the winter clothes. Leave these with you for now, Manager Shin. If you need any other materials, feel free to use them. We'll settle the bill later. I can do whatever I want with them? Shin Kaifeng asked with a smile. Zhang Wei replied, since I'm leaving it to you, just make them based on how they'll look in winter. He didn't understand these things anyway, so he kept his mouth shut. Besides, it was just 2 cotton jackets. Could they possibly be adorned with diamonds? Zhang Wei wasn't the least bit worried. Hearing this, Shin Kaifeng gave a sly smile. Alright then. I won't charge you up front either. Just settle the payment when you come to pick up the finished garments. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He only had 5 yuan and 2 jiawan and not even enough for a deposit if he had to pay now. His original plan was to bring the fur first, then discuss with Shin Qingyi about paying when he picked up the clothes. Now that Shin Kaifeng had offered this solution, it saved him the trouble of explaining. After chatting with Shin Kaifeng for a few more moments, Zhang Wei noticed another customer entering the shop. He grabbed his carrying pole, gave Zhang Kai a quick farewell, and left. When they returned to the barber shop, Zhang Jun was wailing. Zhang Wei hurriedly asked, what's going on? Yang Wei explained, we were giving him a haircut. It started fine, but when the barber took the razor to shave his neck hair, he started crying and refused to continue. Zhang Jun spotted Zhang Wei as if he'd seen a lifeline and wailed loudly, Uncle. They're trying to kill me. They're slashing my neck with a knife. Zhang Wei was both amused and exasperated. He soothed him, the barber was just shaving your facial hair, not trying to kill you. Zhang Jun didn't believe him. Pointing at the barber, he cried, he really is trying to kill me. Uncle Yang Wei is helping him hold me down. Uncle, please save me. After much persuasion, Zhang Jun still refused to get his hair cut. With no other choice, Zhang Wei personally picked him up, coaxing and cajoling him until he finally agreed. Seeing the tear stains on Zhang Jun's face, an indescribable ache suddenly welled up in Zhang Wei's heart. Only now did he realize that though his nephew was a boy, he was timid, fearful, and even emotionally fragile. He couldn't bear to imagine what kind of life his nephew had endured after being abducted by traffickers in his previous life. This time, no matter what, I won't let Junjun and Lily be snatched away by traffickers again. I will make sure they live a happy life. If I ever come across the traffickers who took them last time. If I do, I won't let them off the hook. Zhang Wei vowed once more in his heart. After Zhang Jun finished his haircut, Zhang Wei paid 1 yuan, leaving him with only 4 yuan and 20 cents. Next time I go hunting, I'll have to sell it on the street. Otherwise, having no money on me is such a hassle. He thought to himself as he stepped out of the barber shop. Zhang Wei asked Yang Wei, did you guys come to the city to buy anything? Yang Wei waved his hand. I don't need to buy anything. I'm just tagging along for fun. Zhang Jie said much the same. Only Li Wei seemed a bit hesitant. Zhang Wei said, if you want to buy something, just go buy it. Why be shy about it? Li Wei's face flushed slightly as he stammered, I'm not here to buy anything. Zhang Wei asked curiously, then what's the matter? Li Wei's expression twisted in conflict. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and said, I want you to take me somewhere. Zhang Wei looked surprised. You know Sancha Street like the back of your hand. Why do you need me to take you anywhere? Li Wei seemed to gather his courage, stepping forward to grab Zhang Wei's arm and pleading, Brother Wei, please take me there. Zhang Wei suddenly felt countless eyes on them. He quickly shook off Li Wei's grip and said with disdain, pulling and tugging on the street like this? What kind of scene is that? But he relented, fine. Name the place, and I'll take you there. Chapter 178, Are you that close to her? Li Wei didn't say where, only motioned for Zhang Wei to follow him. Reluctantly, Zhang Wei, Yang Wei, and Zhang Jie, the 3 of them took Zhang Kai and Zhang Jie along as they followed Li Wei. They retraced their steps. When they reached the entrance of the Sanchai Health Center, Li Wei pointed inside and said, Here. Zhang Wei froze, staring at Li Wei and asking, "What? Are you sick?" Li Wei quickly waved his hands. "I'm not sick." Zhang Wei pressed further, "Is it Uncle Li who's sick, or Aunt Sue?" Li Wei replied, "My parents are perfectly fine. They're not sick." Zhang Wei wondered, "If no one's sick, then why did you drag me to the hospital?" Yang Wei chimed in, "Li Wei, what's your deal? Hospitals aren't exactly pleasant places. Why drag us here for no reason?" Li Wei grew flustered and stammered, "I came to see someone. I didn't dare come alone, so I asked you guys to keep me company." So that's what this was about. Zhang Wei snapped, "If you wanted us to keep you company, just say so." Yang Wei chimed in, "Exactly." Zhang Jia asked, "Who are you here to see? Do we know them?" Li Wei's face flushed even redder as he waved his hands. "You don't know them. It's. Zhang Jia grew impatient. "You're not stuttering. Who is it? Just say it." Li Wei gritted his teeth and blurted out, "A while back, my aunt." Zhang Jia said, "Is your aunt sick?" "No." Li Wei quickly denied it. "I wasn't finished yet." Zhang Jia was speechless for a moment. "Just say it already." Li Wei finally continued, "A while back, didn't my aunt set me up with a girlfriend?" "Oh, so your girlfriend's sick." Zhang Jia suddenly understood and blurted out. Zhang Wei also recalled that when he first bumped into Li Wei on the street, Li Wei had mentioned his aunt wanted to set him up with a girlfriend. It was during that encounter that he learned from Li Wei about Huang Ping, Yang Wei, and the others spreading rumors that he and Xia Ji had kissed. After returning home, he used that as an excuse to lure Huang Ping and Yang Wei to Dashaba and beat them up. Li Wei, however, had gone on a blind date and wasn't home, so he escaped the beating. Zhang Wei asked in surprise, "You're here at the hospital to see your girlfriend, so what's stopping you from coming? He insisted on dragging us all along." Li Wei stamped his foot in frustration. "I'm not here to see my girlfriend." Zhang Wei, Yang Wei, and Zhang Jia all froze in surprise. Zhang Jia snapped, "Li Wei, what's your game? You can't even explain yourself properly." Li Wei defended himself, "You didn't listen to the whole story, you jumped in to speak." Zhang Jia thought about it and realized he was right. Reluctantly, he said, "Fine, I won't interrupt you anymore. Finish your sentence. Who exactly are we visiting?" Li Wei replied, "My girlfriend's mom's in the hospital. I came to visit her, and to see my girlfriend." Zhang Jia rolled his eyes and teased, "So, you're just here to see your girlfriend, aren't you? If you're just seeing your girlfriend, why drag us along?" Zhang Wei was equally speechless, sharing Zhang Jia's thoughts. He was about to say, "Go see her yourself. We'll wait outside for you." Before the words left his mouth, a voice rang out. "What are all of you doing blocking the hospital entrance? If you're not here for anything, move aside." Zhang Wei turned to see the female doctor who had given him medicine last time. Dressed in a white coat, she approached and scolded them angrily. Zhang Wei quickly replied, "Sorry, we'll move aside right away." Though few people were entering or leaving the clinic at that moment, they were indeed blocking the entrance. Scolded by the doctor, he couldn't very well argue back. But then, recognizing Zhang Wei, her eyes lit up. Her angry expression instantly softened like a spring breeze, and even her voice grew gentle. "Oh, it's you, Zhang Wei." He truly hadn't expected the female doctor to transform like a different person the moment she recognized him. The difference before and after was just too stark. Were they really that familiar? Yang Wei, Li Wei, and Zhang Jia all turned to look at Zhang Wei at the same time, their expressions filled with disbelief. Zhang Jia, "Brother Wei, do you know her?" Yang Wei, "Bro, how come you know pretty girls everywhere you go?" Li Wei, "Bro, you know Dr. Wang?" Hearing Yang Wei's words, Zhang Wei's face darkened. But at least he learned from Li Wei that the female doctor's surname was Wang. "That's me. Hello." Watching the female doctor approach him again, Zhang Wei said awkwardly, "My name is Wang Bingbing." The doctor introduced herself with a smile. "I heard them calling you Brother Wei. What's your surname?" Zhang Wei replied, "My surname is Zhang, with the Bao radical. My full name is Zhang Wei." "Zhang Wei." Wang Bingbing murmured softly, biting her thin lips as she repeated his name. She swayed her tall frame slightly, her face beaming with warmth as she asked, "Have your parents' conditions improved? Why don't you bring them to the clinic sometime? I'll give them a thorough checkup." Zhang Wei felt Wang Bingbing was being overly enthusiastic, but her suggestion was sound. "Thank you," he said. "I'll bring them in a few days." "Great." Wang Bingbing agreed cheerfully, then asked, "So what brought you here today?" Zhang Wei pointed at Li Wei and explained, "His girlfriend's mother is hospitalized here. I came with him." Wang Bingbing glanced at Li Wei and asked doubtfully, "Is that young Chunzi with hepatic ascites your girlfriend's mother?" Li Wei quickly replied, "Dr. Wang, you have such a good memory. I didn't expect you'd remember me." Wang Bingbing shot him a look and scoffed, "I don't remember you. There's only one middle-aged woman hospitalized in our hospital, young Chunzi. When Wei said your girlfriend's mom was here, I figured it must be her." Li Wei felt utterly embarrassed. He'd been to the hospital several times, even stayed overnight to keep her company, and interacted with Wang Bingbing multiple times, yet she claimed not to remember him. But the way she treated Zhang Wei was completely different. From their earlier conversation, he could tell they didn't know each other at all. It seemed that just because Zhang Wei had bought medicine for his parents once, she remembered him. Why was there such a huge difference in how she treated people? Li Wei was still inwardly grumbling when Wang Bingbing spoke to him again. Go see your girlfriend's mother. Your girlfriend is here too. After saying that, she turned to Zhang Wei or Brother Wei, come to my office for a moment. You've been out on the street for so long, you must be thirsty. I have some good tea there. Zhang Wei was indeed thirsty, but he sensed something off in Wang Bingbing's gaze. He quickly replied, no thanks, I'm not thirsty. I'd rather accompany my friend to visit the patient first. Zhang Wei actually refused. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Bingbing's eyes. Still, she said, alright, I'll take you there then. Before Zhang Wei could say it wasn't necessary, Wang Bingbing had already turned and started leading the way. He had no choice but to follow. Chapter 179, The Stairway of Love. After visiting Li Wei's girlfriend's mother, Zhang Wei finally understood why Li Wei hadn't dared to come alone. After leaving the clinic, Zhang Wei felt no desire to visit his uncles. He led the group straight back. Once they were out on the street and in a less crowded area, Yang Wei fumed, Li Wei, is that really a girlfriend you found? Li Wei replied awkwardly, what, isn't she my girlfriend anymore? Yang Wei retorted, did you hear what your future mother-in-law said? Number 800 yuan dowry? Don't even think about marrying her daughter. Li Wei meekly protested, giving a dowry when marrying a wife, isn't that just the way it is? Yang Wei retorted, do you even have 800 yuan? Li Wei fell silent. 800 yuan, even if his family sold everything they owned, they couldn't scrape that together. Zhang Jie sighed and said, looks like she's just looking for a sucker. 800 yuan. Is she marrying off her daughter? Or selling her? Yang Wei snorted, probably she's just desperate for money to pay her own medical bills, so she's rushing to marry off her daughter to get the dowry. Zhang Jie nodded. Not just guessing, that's definitely it. He then shot Li Wei a look and rolled his eyes. No wonder you said you wouldn't come alone and dragged us along. Next time, don't bother calling me for this kind of thing. Yang Wei chimed in, don't call me either. Li Wei wore a mournful expression. If you guys won't keep me company, how could I possibly face her mother alone? Zhang Wei cut in, enough with the excuses. Just tell us, what did your dad say? Li Wei replied grudgingly, my dad said this marriage isn't suitable. Zhang Wei remained silent. Zhang Jie chimed in, I think your dad's right. This match really isn't suitable. Li Wei suddenly seemed to find courage, declaring firmly, but I've set my heart on Zhang Jing. I love her, and I want to marry her. Zhang Jie retorted, then do you have 800 yuan? Li Wei instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Seeing this, Zhang Jie said, see? You know deep down your family can't possibly come up with 800 yuan. So listen to your father, give up this idea while you still can and find someone else. Yang Wei chimed in, even if you somehow scraped together 800 yuan and paid the dowry, I still don't think it'd work. Li Wei asked, why? Yang Wei sneered coldly, once you marry the girl, her mother is hospitalized. Are you going to take care of her? If you don't, won't you two end up fighting? If you're going to manage it, what are you going to manage with? Li Wei. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth, but I really do like Jinger. Yang Wei asked, what do you like about her? She's 3 years older than you. And she already has 2 kids. You're not even married yet. Why not find a young, unmarried girl? Wouldn't that be better? Zhang Jie chimed in, I have no idea what your aunt was thinking, introducing a widow to you. I'm baffled by her. Li Wei timidly replied, so what if she's a widow? She's still a person. What's wrong with her being older? People even say marry a woman 3 years older and you'll hold a gold brick. Zhang Jie retorted, that's not a gold brick, that's 3 burdens you're taking on. Not just Yang Wei and Zhang Jie, even Zhang Wei felt the same way. Exactly. A sick mother, 2 kids still growing up, 3 burdens, plain and simple. But he held his tongue for now, his mind racing to recall memories of Li Wei from his previous life. He wanted to see how Li Wei had ultimately chosen to live in that past life. No matter how hard he tried, his memories of Li Wei from his previous life were pitifully scarce. He only remembered that Li Wei had left Shirha village later on. As for when he left or why, his memory was completely blank. Ironically, he had some memories of Yang Wei and Zhang Jie from his previous life. Not much. At least it wasn't like Li Wei's, which was almost non-existent. Zhang Wei looked at Li Wei and couldn't help but feel concerned for him. After all, a vanished companion was the last thing he wanted to see after his rebirth. What he didn't know was that in his previous life, Li Wei had become a legend, inspiring countless young people who had once doubted the power of love. In his previous life, Zhang Wei had gone to the city for studies and never learned that Li Wei's arranged match, Zheng Jing, was a widow with 2 children, nor that Zhang Jing's mother was hospitalized with an illness. This world was strange indeed. Some people fell in love at first sight, bound together for life and death. Defying his family and everyone else's objections, Li Wei ran away from home to be with Zheng Jing. In the past life, he didn't have 800 yuan. So he stole the village ox, sold it for 800 yuan, and paid Yang Chunzi's hospital fees. But Yang Chunzi had hepatic ascites. Even in later generations, hepatic ascites is a terminal illness, let alone in that era. Not long after, Yang Chunzi died from her illness. Villagers suspected Li Wei of stealing the ox, but he was never found. After giving the 800 yuan to Zhang Jing, Li Wei went alone to Fulua Mountain. He chose Fulua Mountain because Zhang Jing was familiar with every ravine there. After reaching the mountain, Li Wei built 3 thatched huts and lived alone for over 3 months. Only after Yang Chunzi's death did he descend again, bringing Zhang Jing and their 2 children back up the mountain. From then on, the family of 4 lived a secluded life in the mountains. Given the sparse population in the Sancha area and the rugged, remote nature of Fulua Mountain, decades passed without anyone discovering them. The early days on the mountain were extremely difficult for Li Wei and Zhang Jing. They once survived by gathering wild fruits and foraging for edible plants. Even the simple thatched hut they initially built was destroyed by a snowstorm. Fortunately, they found a cave on Fulua Mountain and managed to survive the winter there. The following spring, Li Wei began quarrying stone and digging clay to make bricks and tiles. Over 3 years, he built 7 tiled houses at the cave's entrance. During this time, Li Wei traded medicinal herbs he gathered and game he hunted down the mountain for money. He used this to buy seeds and tools, clearing land and cultivating fields on the mountain. After enduring over a decade of hardship, he not only raised Zhang Jing's 2 children but also had 3 children of his own with her. All 7 members of the family lived on the mountain. For all that time, only Li Wei occasionally descended to trade goods for daily necessities. Zhang Jing and the children never left the mountain. Once, Zhang Jing expressed a desire to descend the mountain to visit her mother's grave, so Li Wei accompanied her. But there were hardly any paths on the mountain. Zhang Jing fell and broke a bone, ultimately unable to make it down. Li Wei resolved to build a path down the mountain. Over the next few decades, using only primitive tools, a hammer, steel crowbar, and drill, he painstakingly carved a stairway to heaven straight up Fulua Mountain. The ladder had over 8,000 steps and was later hailed as Dasha's most beautiful love ladder, inspiring countless young people who declared they believed in love again. In his previous life, Zhang Wei had never heard of Li Wei's story, so he assumed Li Wei had simply vanished. Now, he resolved that Li Wei must not vanish again in this lifetime. He hoped Li Wei could also live a good life. But if he knew Li Wei's story, would he still hold on to that conviction? Chapter 180, Li Wei snaps, "You don't understand a thing. Brother Wei, please help me." Just as Zhang Wei was thinking he couldn't let Li Wei vanish this time around, Li Wei grabbed his hand and pleaded desperately. Zhang Wei frowned. He did want to help, but asked, "How exactly do you want me to help?" Li Wei replied, "Don't you have that human-shaped polygonum multiflorum? It's become a spirit now, it must be able to save Dinger's mom. If I save her mother, she'll marry me even if I don't give her 800 yuan as a dowry." Zhang Wei froze, surprised that Li Wei had set his sights on that human-shaped polygonum multiflorum. As someone who had been reborn, having witnessed the advancements of the future, his understanding far surpassed that of people in this era. He knew that even the human-shaped polygonum multiflorum, while possessing high medicinal value, was not a miracle cure. It couldn't treat every ailment. Yang Chunzi suffered from hepatic ascites, a condition that remained incurable even with the advanced medical technology of the future, let alone the current level of medical care. He said earnestly, "Li Wei, that polygonum multiflorum won't cure Yang Chunzi's illness." Li Wei remained unconvinced. "Brother Wei, I know that he Shou Wu is incredibly precious. I might never be able to afford it in my lifetime. But a life is at stake. Saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. Have mercy and save Jinger's mother. I'll work for you day and night, repaying your kindness." As he spoke, he bent his knees, about to kneel. Zhang Wei acted swiftly, grabbing him by the arm and snapping, "What are you doing?" Li Wei sobbed, "Brother Wei, I beg you, save Jinger's mother. She's truly a good woman. She doesn't want her mother to die." Zhang Wei was at a loss for words. Yang Wei, witnessing this, roared angrily, "Li Wei, I never imagined you'd stoop so low, demanding human-shaped He Shou Wu from Brother Wei just for a widow. Don't you realize how much that human-shaped He Shou Wu is worth? Is that old woman's life worth that much?" Zhang Jie chimed in, "Yeah, Li Wei, you've gone way too far. Even if you wanted to save someone, this is excessive." Zhang Wei waved his hand, forcing a bitter smile. "Yang Wei, Zhang Jie, don't say anymore. If that He Shou Wu could truly save Yang Chunzi, I wouldn't mind giving it to her. But the human-shaped He Shou Wu isn't nearly as miraculous as the legends claim. It's just a relatively expensive Chinese herb." Not only did Li Wei find this hard to believe, even Yang Wei and Zhang Jie found it hard to believe. They assumed Zhang Wei was just reluctant to part with the human-shaped He Shou Wu. But they didn't hold it against Zhang Wei. In their eyes, that human-shaped He Shou Wu was too precious. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was worth a fortune. Who would just give away something so valuable to a stranger for no reason? Yang Wei said, "Brother Wei, we understand." Zhang Jie added, "Brother Wei, don't dwell on this." Li Wei overstepped. Hearing their words, Zhang Wei knew they had misunderstood. He didn't explain. It was something that defied understanding, something impossible to explain. Turning to Li Wei, Zhang Wei said, "Li Wei, don't worry. I'll think of another way." Li Wei said nothing else, only pleading desperately, repeating, "Brother Wei, you must help me. No one else can help me but you." Yang Wei couldn't stand it anymore and snapped, "Li Wei, Brother Wei said he'd figure something out. Why are you still like this? Do you really think he owes you something?" Zhang Jia cut straight to the point, "Bro, ignore him. He's a fool blinded by lust, can't even remember basic decency when he sees a woman. A man like that doesn't deserve your sympathy." To be honest, Zhang Wei was also a bit repulsed. You can throw caution to the wind for love, but using moral blackmail to pressure others is a whole different story. Zhang Wei's voice turned cold. "If you keep this up, I'm out of here." Li Wei shuddered and finally fell silent. Yang Wei and Zhang Jia ignored him completely, following Zhang Wei as they walked on in silence. Zhang Kai and Zhang Jun were too young to understand what was happening, but they could sense the uneasy atmosphere. Children are naturally sensitive, and Zhang Jun didn't even dare to complain, gritting his teeth as he followed closely behind. By the time the group reached Zayajuan, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. "Ha! What's wrong with you all? Why are you all looking so downcast?" Seeing Zhang Wei return, Li Yong rushed over to greet him, only to find everyone looking downcast. He asked in surprise. Zhang Wei, Li Wei, Yang Wei, and Zhang Jia, not a single one acknowledged him. It was Zhang Kai who whispered to him, "They seem to have had a fight." Li Yong's heart sank. He hurriedly asked, Kai, tell your brother why they're fighting?" Zhang Kai shook her head. "I don't know. I only know they started arguing after we left the hospital." Li Yong grew even more anxious, but he knew Zhang Kai was too young to provide any answers. He didn't dare ask Zhang Wei, so he pulled Zhang Jia aside and demanded, "What the hell is going on?" Zhang Jia snapped irritably, "Don't ask me." Li Yong had no choice but to turn to Yang Wei. Yang Wei pointed at Li Wei. "It's all his fault." Having held back for far too long, he immediately recounted how Li Wei had demanded Zhang Wei produce the human-shaped He Wu to save Yang Chunzi. As he spoke, Zhang Kai, Wang Bing, and Zhao Gang gathered around. "Li Wei, what the hell are you playing at? If you're so capable, why don't you save people yourself? What kind of move is asking Brother Wei for the human-shaped He Wu? I was wondering why you were tagging along to the market today. Turns out you had ulterior motives. Li Wei, no offense, but is it really worth it for just one woman? Wei, ignore him. He's got love blinded him. That's not love, it's just being a sucker." Zhang Kai, Li Yon, and Wang Bing all listened with righteous indignation, taking turns berating Li Wei. Li Wei, already feeling miserable, was so enraged by their criticism that he shouted, "What do you know? You know nothing. Just spouting nonsense here. I'm begging Wei Gu. I didn't ask for your help. How dare you criticize me? How dare you?" His heart-wrenching shouts echoed so loudly that the entire village of Zaojiabe heard them. People poured out of their homes, gazing in this direction and murmuring about what had happened. "Gangzi, what's going on? What happened?" Zhao Gang's parents, Zhao Guangming and Lu Hongying, who had been tending their vegetable garden behind the house, hurried back, their worried voices echoing the questions. At this point, Zhang Wei couldn't stay silent any longer. Before Zhao Gang could answer, he spoke first. "Uncle, aunt. Nothing serious. My friend ran into some trouble and got a little upset. He just lost his cool. Go about your business. Don't worry. We'll take him home right now." Zhao Guangming had intended to invite Zhang Wei and the others to stay for dinner, but seeing Li Wei's state, he couldn't bring himself to insist. He could only say, "Then take him home. Make sure he doesn't get into trouble." Zhang Wei nodded in agreement, motioning for Zhang Kai and Wang Bing to help pull Li Wei away. Chapter 181, Taking the Bow Home. "I was supposed to go hunting with Gangzi today. Now that's ruined, no wild boar hunting for me. It's all Li Wei's fault. Enough. Cut him some slack. He looks genuinely upset. What's there to be sad about? He brought it on himself." All the way home, Li Yong kept complaining, and Zhang Wei could only offer a few words of consolation. To change the subject, he asked, "Didn't you guys say you were helping out at Gangzi's place? What did you do?" Li Yong replied sheepishly, "Uncle Zhao and Aunt Lu wouldn't let us do anything. We just ate for free." Zhang Wei chuckled but said nothing. Li Yong added, "But today, the three of us made a huge discovery." Zhang Wei looked surprised. "What else did you gain?" Li Yong replied proudly, "Gangzi taught us how to use a slingshot step by step. Now we're way more accurate than before." Zhang Wei chuckled. "Gangzi's slingshot skills are unmatched. If he teaches you, you'll definitely learn something. Just keep practicing." Li Yong nodded vigorously, his voice brimming with pride. "But that's not all. We also asked him how to make slingshots and bows, and Gangzi taught us that too." As he spoke, his eyes darted to the bow and arrows slung behind Zhang Wei's back, filled with envy. He added with a touch of sourness, "Of course, we only learned the basics. We could never make bows and arrows as good as the ones he gave you." Although the plan to hunt wild boars in the boar forest with Zhao Gang fell through, Zhang Wei still took the bow and arrows with him before leaving. Zhang Wei was extremely satisfied with this set of bow and arrows. The only drawback was the limited number of arrows Zhao Gang had only given him 60. Moreover, the quiver itself wasn't large, holding only 15 arrows at a time. The rest were essentially extras. Seeing Li Yong's envious expression, Zhang Wei remarked, "With your current skills, you don't need such a fine bow. If you want to hunt, you'll have to practice your abilities steadily." Li Yong immediately grinned and said, "Then teach us more techniques." Zhang Wei was more than willing to oblige and began explaining right away. As a result, Zhang Kai, Wang Bing, Yang Wei, and Zhang Jie all gathered around to listen, leaving no one to pay attention to Li Wei. Seeing this, Li Wei felt even more heartbroken. It seemed as if in this vast world, not a single soul understood him. He couldn't understand why Zhang Kai and the others were so interested in hunting yet showed no concern for his situation. "Even if none of you understand. Even if none of you help me. I'll find a way, any way I can, to scrape together 800 yuan for Jinger. I will live with her from now on." Li Wei shouted silently within himself. The fear and resentment fading from his face, an unprecedented resolve, decisiveness, and courage filled his eyes, making his gaze grow ever more determined. Wiping away his tears, he quickened his pace. Li Yong, Zhang Kai, and the others were all engrossed in Zhang Wei's vivid storytelling. None of them noticed that Li Wei had already walked ahead, leaving them far behind. Li Wei. It wasn't until Zhang Kai called out, "Li Wei, the boss, has gone off by himself." Only did Zhang Wei and the others realize Li Wei was gone. "Hurry up, catch up to him." Zhang Wei hurriedly added, "Don't let anything happen to him." Li Yong grew concerned upon hearing this and said, "Brother Wei, Zhang Kai and I will go chase him first. You guys follow behind." Zhang Kai nodded and ran forward with Li Yong. Zhang Wei dared not linger any longer. He hoisted Zhang Kai onto his back, had Wang Bing carry Zhang Jun, and hurried forward. They chased all the way to Shurha village but still couldn't catch up with Li Wei. Yang Wei voiced his worry, "I hope nothing happened to Li Wei." Zhang Wei shared the worry but reassured, "He should be fine. We haven't seen anything unusual along the way. Besides, Li Yong and Zhang Kai haven't been seen either. They're probably together." Just then, Zhang Kai and Li Yong approached them. Both were panting heavily. Yang Wei asked anxiously, "How's Li Wei?" Li Yong replied, "No matter how much Zhang Kai and I tried to talk to him along the way, he wouldn't say a word. He just kept walking straight home. He's home now." Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Only Zhang Wei grew more worried. He was the only one who knew that in his previous life, Li Wei had left Shurha village. But in that past life, he had paid far too little attention to Shurha village and its people. He only knew this much: his memory held no trace of when Li Wei had vanished. "In my past life, everyone thought I was a hero. But I never paid attention to the people closest to me. If I had cared back then, I would have known what would happen to Li Wei next." Zhang Wei was overcome with self-reproach. Yang Wei asked, "Brother Wei, should we go check on Li Wei's place?" "We won't go." Zhang Wei replied, glancing at Li Yong. "Li Yong, be careful when you get back. If anything happens, come straight to my place." "Got it, Brother Wei." Li Yong replied promptly. By now, night had fallen. Everyone had been on the road all day and was exhausted. The two little ones had even fallen asleep on Zhang Wei and Wang Bing's backs. Zhang Wei glanced over and said to Wang Bing, "Wake Junjun up and put him down. You should head home early too." Wang Bing replied, "It's fine. At this hour, I'll just walk him home." Zhang Wei hesitated briefly before agreeing. Oh my, how did both of them fall asleep? Upon arriving home, Li Jing was startled to find both Zhang Jun and Zhang Kai asleep. Chen Xiu quickly took Zhang Jun from him and said to Wang Bing, "You've worked so hard. You must be exhausted." Wang Bing was indeed exhausted, but he just smiled and waved it off. "It's fine. Li Yong, Zhang Jia, and I took turns carrying him along the way. It was okay." Li Jing took Zhang Kai from Wang Bing and asked, "Have you guys eaten yet?" Zhang Wei replied, "Not yet." Li Jing quickly turned to Wang Bing, "Bing, don't rush back just yet. Have dinner first, I've got something hot in the pot." Wang Bing tried to decline, but Zhang Wei cut in, "Eat first, then go." He obediently agreed. Li Jing said, "I'll put Kai in bed, then come back to heat up the food." Just as she was about to leave, Zhang Kai woke up. "Oh my, we're home already." She rubbed her eyes, recognized she was indoors, and exclaimed happily. Seeing her awake, Li Jing gently laid her down. Chen Xiu went ahead and woke Zhang Jun too. Li Jing protested, he was sleeping soundly. "Why wake him up?" Chen Xiu replied, "So he can eat something later. Otherwise, he'll wake up starving in the middle of the night and start looking for food again." Li Jing thought about it and agreed, saying no more. She went with Chen Xiu to the kitchen to warm up the food. Zhang Kaming had held back for so long, and now that he finally had a moment, he didn't care that Wang Bing was still there. He asked Zhang Wei in a low voice, "Where did you get that bow and arrow? What are you planning to do?" Chapter 182, Hiding in a Different Place. Zhang Wei knew his father would ask about the bow and arrows the moment he brought them home. Fortunately, he'd already prepared his response. He replied calmly, Gangzi gave me the bow and arrows. Zhang Keiming replied in a deep voice, why would he give you a bow and arrows? A set of those isn't cheap. Zhang Wei explained, I was hanging out at his place. When I mentioned how I'd let a few honey badgers escape while hunting on Green Onion Hill the other day, he said his slingshot wasn't fast enough or long range enough. He figured switching to a bow and arrow might just let him take down all those honey badgers. He just made 2 sets of bows and arrows and gave me one. He chuckled at this point. Dad, you know how close Gangzi and I are. He offered it to me, I couldn't very well refuse. Zhang Keiming had heard Wang Bing mention the incident at Green Onion Hill where several honey badgers had escaped. He couldn't find a way to refute it, but something about the story felt off. Zhang Wei didn't give him time to think, continuing, I figured, since I'm learning about herbs with third uncle now, won't I need to gather medicinal plants often in the future? Even if I don't work in the forestry station, I'll definitely be in the nearby mountains often. You might even run into wild boars or muntjac. With a bow and arrow, you could hunt them too. The mention of bows and arrows always made Zhang Keiming anxious, mainly because he feared Zhang Wei would hunt in the forestry station. Hearing Zhang Wei say he wouldn't enter the station now, Zhang Keiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. His expression softened slightly as he nodded. As long as you understand. Zhang Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. The bow and arrow issue was temporarily cleared. It even meant he could carry his bow and arrows with him whenever he went out without raising eyebrows. But he knew that without entering the forest, the bow and arrows wouldn't have much use. He still needed to find a way to enter the forestry area sooner rather than later. Only then could he truly put his skills to use and genuinely improve his family's situation. Wang Bing understood Zhang Keiming's lingering concerns. Seeing Zhang Wei had said enough, he steered the conversation toward Li Wei's situation. He specifically emphasized that Li Wei wanted the human-shaped polygonum multiflorum root that Zhang Wei possessed. Zhang Keiming's temper flared instantly. What is Li Wei thinking? That he Shou Wu has become a spirit? Just give it to him like that? Absolutely not. Wang Bing added, yeah, we told Li Wei too, but he seems possessed by it. He added a well-meaning warning, Uncle Keiming, I'm worried Brother Wei is too easily swayed. He might give in to Li Wei's persistent pestering. You'd better keep that he Shou Wu well hidden. Zhang Keiming replied, don't worry. Something so precious? I hid it away ages ago. Zhang Wei had originally kept the He Shou Wu root in a drawer in his bedroom. Hearing Zhang Keiming's words, he was startled and blurted out, Dad, you took the He Shou Wu root? Zhang Keiming replied calmly, your bedroom door is never locked. You just left it lying in the drawer. What if someone came in and stole it? I took it and put it away. Zhang Wei didn't mind his father taking the He Shou Wu. What worried him was that his father might have seen the bankbook and the 8 yuan hidden in the old pencil case while rummaging through his drawer. If that were discovered, the whole mountain valley would be hunting for wolves and he couldn't keep it hidden. The previous expense reports wouldn't add up either. More importantly, his parents had always believed he couldn't lie. Once they decided he'd started lying, they'd never trust his words again. They'd also discover that his first and second uncles had helped him cover it up. Not only would he be exposed, but he'd drag his uncles down with him. Zhang Wei's heart sank with dread. He silently prayed that when his father took the polygonum multiflorum, he hadn't rummaged through that old pencil case and discovered the savings passbook and the 8 coins he'd hidden inside. Seeing his expression, Zhang Keiming thought he was upset about the He Shou Wu being taken and said, I was just hiding that He Shou Wu for you. I don't want it. It's yours to keep as a family heirloom. Zhang Wei breathed a silent sigh of relief. Judging by his father's tone, he hadn't gone through the old pencil case. He'd moved the passbook and those 8 coins later. He couldn't leave them there any longer. Even though his father hadn't found them this time, who knew when he might discover them? Feigning resignation, Zhang Wei said, if you insist on keeping it, then keep it. But you must store it in a well-ventilated place. Otherwise, if it gets damp and ruined, it'll be useless. Zhang Keiming froze, surprised. It needs ventilation? Zhang Wei explained, He Shou Wu is a medicinal herb. If you store it in a stuffy place, it'll get moldy easily. Zhang Keiming immediately stood up and said, then I'll go find a new spot right now. With that, he hurried off. After all, it was his most treasured possession right now. He was even more worried about it than Zhang Wei was. Wang Bing, sit down for a moment. I need to handle something. Once Zhang Keiming was gone, Zhang Wei couldn't sit still either. He wouldn't feel at ease until he checked on the bedroom. Wang Bing said, go ahead. Zhang Wei hurried back to the bedroom, walked to the dresser, grabbed a match, lit the lamp on top of the drawer, and eagerly opened it. Holding the lamp, he carefully searched the drawer. The old pencil case was still tucked beneath 2 books, showing no signs of having been disturbed. Thank goodness. Only then did Zhang Wei finally relax. He turned and closed the door, moving the lamp around the bedroom as he muttered, where would be the safest place to hide it? The room contained nothing but a bed, a chest of drawers, and 2 chairs, not even a place to hide something. He didn't dare linger in the room. After a moment's thought, he set down the lamp, walked to the bed, and quickly pulled back the quilt and mattress pad. Beneath them lay a layer of straw spread across the bed. Yes, it was straw. In rural areas during the 1980s and 1990s, nearly every bed was covered with a thick layer of straw. Zhang Wei parted the straw, found a spot inside, slipped the old pencil case in, then covered it back up with straw before making the bed again. He felt much safer now. But it's a hassle to get the passbook now, and I have to make the bed all over again each time. Unconsciously, he found himself missing his grandfather's four-poster bed. That bed had numerous drawers and hidden compartments, making it much easier to stash things. But he could only think about it. He couldn't very well go after Grandpa's canopy bed. When he returned to the hearth room, Zhang Kaming hadn't come back yet. Instead, he saw Zhang Jun playing with an arrow and quickly snatched it away. Jun, you can't play with that. The tip is so sharp. What if you poke yourself or someone else? Zhang Jun replied, I want to shoot arrows too. Zhang Wei said, if you want to shoot arrows, tomorrow I'll have Uncle Wang make you a small bow to play with. You can't pull back this big bow of mine. Wang Bing paused, then asked, why do you want me to make it? Zhang Wei chuckled, your dad's a carpenter, and you spent all day learning from Gangzi. If you don't make it, who else would? Wang Bing. Zhang Kai, who had been playing with Big Yellow nearby, turned around and said discontentedly, Uncle Wang, you don't keep your promises. You said you'd make a cage for my rabbit, but you still haven't given it to me. Chapter 183, he says he's going herb gathering again. Where the hell did that Li Wei guy go in the last life? Did he really like that Zheng Jing that much? Zheng Jing is pretty, sure, but she's a widow with 2 kids. What on earth did Li Wei see in her? Knowing full well it's a pit of fire, yet that fool Li Wei still jumps right in. I'm truly amazed by him. I definitely can't give him the polygonum multiflorum. I'll keep it might come in handy someday. Besides that, what else can I do to help him? Besides lending him money, I don't think I can do much for him. But money? Forget it. If he insists, I'll withdraw the 400 yuan from my passbook and lend it to him first. All night long, Zhang Wei's mind was preoccupied with Li Wei's situation. He tossed and turned, barely getting any sleep. He didn't even know when he finally drifted off. When he woke up in the morning, he only remembered having a dream the night before. In it, Li Wei got into a fight with his father and stormed out of the house in anger. In the dream, he searched for Li Wei but couldn't find him anywhere. In the dream, he regretted not giving Li Wei the polygonum multiflorum root. He felt his refusal was somehow connected to Li Wei's disappearance, and this guilt haunted him for decades. In the dream, he later heard legends about Li Wei, saying he had lived with Zheng Jing in some remote wilderness for decades. In the dream, Li Wei was happy. They seemed to meet, and Li Wei even smiled at him. After waking, Zhang Wei muttered, why would I have such a dream? How strange. But he didn't dwell on it just to dream. Stepping out of his room, he realized it was already broad daylight. His parents and Zhang Kai were all up. Gogo, you got up so late today. The moment she saw Zhang Wei, Zhang Kai rushed over. Noticing his dark circles, she asked with concern, Gogo, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Zhang Wei smiled. Yeah, I didn't sleep well. I'll just go to bed earlier tonight. With that, he went to wash his face and brush his teeth. Zhang Kai followed him the whole time, asking in a low voice, Gogo, are you worried about Li Wei Gogo? Zhang Wei paused, surprised his little sister was so perceptive. He smiled. Yeah, a little. Zhang Kai said, I'm a little worried about him too. He looked so scary yesterday. Zhang Wei reassured her, it's okay. He'll be fine. He thought to himself that Li Wei probably wasn't in trouble last night after all. He'd instructed Li Yong to come find him if anything happened to Li Wei. Since Li Yong hadn't come last night, it probably meant nothing serious. Even so, Zhang Wei decided to stop by Li Wei's place after breakfast. He couldn't shake the feeling of unease without checking on him. During breakfast, Zhang Kaming said to Zhang Wei, there's not much work in the fields these days. Your mom and I plan to go up the mountain to chop firewood. You stay home, read, study, and look after your little sister. Don't wander off. Zhang Wei replied, I plan to go to Pine Grove to gather some more medicinal herbs. Zhang Kaming asked, you just went to Green Onion Slope to gather herbs not long ago. I haven't seen you bring back anything. Why go to Pine Tree Plain so soon? Li Jing interjected, oh, Wei Wei is learning about medicinal herbs from his great uncle. If he wants to go gather them, just let him go. Zhang Kaming insisted, his priority should be reviewing his high school material. Herbal studies can't come first, don't put the cart before the horse. Li Jing nodded and said to Zhang Wei, your dad's right. You should focus on your studies and not waste all your energy on herbs. Well, I'll just learn casually. Zhang Wei replied, Mom, I know. But I have a great memory, I mastered all my high school material. I just need to review it daily. Right now I'm really interested in herbs. I've already studied all the ones I collected the other day, so I need to gather some different ones to research. Yeah, I brought my bow and arrows back yesterday. I want to take them with me. If we run into wild boars or something, we can hunt them and sell the meat for some money. Zhang Kai shot him a look and said impatiently, I was asking why you suddenly want to go to Pine Grove to collect herbs. Turns out you just want to hunt wild boar. Zhang Wei quickly defended himself, herb gathering is the main goal. Hunting wild boar is just a side activity. If we come across one, we'll hunt it, but we definitely won't go looking for them. Just as Zhang Kaming was about to say more, Li Jing interjected, Dad, that's enough. Wei Wei wants to go, so just let him. Seeing Li Jing agree, Zhang Kaming finally relented. Fine, go to Pine Grove. But don't even think about entering the forestry station. Zhang Wei immediately promised, I absolutely won't go into the forestry station. Just then, a shout came from outside the door, Wei, are you there? Zhang Wei turned his head and called back, I'm here. Soon, Wang Bing walked in, holding a cage in one hand and a small bow in the other. I made Kai Kai's cage and Jun Jun's bow and arrow. I brought them over. Wow! My little rabbit's cage is done. Zhang Kai exclaimed, dropping her chopsticks and bowl as she dashed over. The cage wasn't large and was made of bamboo slats, light enough even for Zhang Kai to lift. Holding it with delight, she exclaimed, I'll go find a place to put it, and dashed out. As for the small bow and arrows Wang Bing still held in his hand, she didn't even glance at them. Li Jing stepped forward to take the bow and arrows. Thanks for bringing these over, Bing Bing. Wang Bing waved it off. No problem. I was coming to find Wei Gu anyway. Li Jing didn't ask why he was looking for Li Wei. She simply said, have you had breakfast? If not, help yourself to something. Wang Bing's eyes scanned the dishes on the table. He swallowed hard and mumbled awkwardly, I already ate. Truthfully, he hadn't. He'd just eaten here last night, and coming back so early in the morning felt awkward, so he pretended he had. Li Jing, sharp-eyed and perceptive, saw right through his lie. She didn't call him out, just said, since you're already here, have a little bite even if you've eaten. As she spoke, she set down her chopsticks and bowl, then went to the kitchen to scoop a bowl of rice for Wang Bing. Wang Bing declined a couple of times before finally accepting the bowl and chopsticks, tucking in heartily. Zhang Wei knew why Wang Bing had come, but he still asked innocently, you said you came to see me. What's on your mind? Wang Bing ate while stealing a glance at Zhang Kaming. My dad was fixing a water bucket earlier and accidentally cut his hand. It bled quite a bit. Brother Wei, aren't you studying herbal medicine with third uncle? I came to ask if you know any herbs that can stop bleeding? I need some for my dad. Seeing Wang Bing speak with such earnestness, Zhang Wei paused, then hurriedly asked, is the injury serious? Wang Bing replied, not too bad. He just got nicked by the axe while chopping wood. We didn't have any herbs at home, so we just wrapped the wound with cloth. It's not bleeding anymore. I'm just worried it might get infected, so I came to ask you for some herbs. Zhang Kaming urged, Wei Wei, among the herbs you gathered last time, are there any that can stop bleeding and reduce inflammation? If so, hurry and get some for Bing Bing. Chapter 184, Searching for Tian Qi. Zhang Wei replied, many herbs have anti-inflammatory properties, but treating wounds requires a specific formula. I saw a formula in the Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica that Granduncle San gave me. It's an excellent remedy for knife wounds. They say ancient bandits always carried it, so it's also called bandit medicine. It quickly stops bleeding, fights infection, and promotes tissue regeneration. Before he could finish, Zhang Kaming cut in, you know the formula? Then mix it up right away. Zhang Wei smiled bitterly. Dad, that formula requires quite a few herbs, and I don't have the two main ingredients dragon's blood resin and sanchi powder. Zhang Kaming replied, aren't you heading to Sonshopping to gather herbs today? See if you can find them, then mix up that bandit medicine. Working in the fields and the countryside, bumps and scrapes are commonplace. It's handy to have some of that medicine on hand for when you need it. Zhang Wei nodded. Alright, I'll go look for it today and see if I can gather all the herbs needed for that formula. Wang Bing immediately chimed in, great. I'll come along to help you. Just then, Zhang Kai returned after setting down the cage. Guogua, are you guys going to gather herbs again? I'll bring De Huang along to help. Zhang Kaming said, your brother and the others are heading to Songshopping today. It's all forest there, you really shouldn't go. After a pause, he added, but you can bring De Huang. He must have thought De Huang was useful after helping Zhang Wei find that human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum last time. Zhang Kai grew frantic at the suggestion. I want to go too. If you won't let me come, I won't let De Huang go either. With that, she stopped eating. She called out to Big Yellow, let's go. If you don't take me with you, you can't go either. She ran over, scooped up De Huang, and headed straight for the field. Wang Bing quickly interjected, Uncle Kaming, if Kai Kai wants to go, let her. I'll take her with me. Zhang Kaming fumed, she's just a girl. What's the point of her running into the mountains day after day? Li Jing sighed, we're going up the mountain to chop firewood today, and Wei Wei is going to Songshopping to gather herbs. We can't just leave her home alone. Bing Bing said he'd take her, so just let her go. With that, she got up and hurried toward the village square, calling out as she went, Kai Kai, come back for dinner. After we eat, you can go play with your brother. Zhang Kai heard him and immediately came back hugging Big Yellow, overjoyed. Only Zhang Kaming remained sulking, muttering under his breath, "A soft mother spoils her child, and this is how you spoil kids." Unfortunately, Zhang Kai paid him no mind. After dinner, she hoisted her little backpack, scooped up Big Yellow, and urged Zhang Wei and Wang Bing to get moving. Zhang Wei had originally planned to visit Li Wei's house first, but Zhang Kai's impatience finally got the better of him. He grabbed his bow and arrow, slingshot, and shovel, slung his basket over his shoulder, and headed out. To reach Pine Grove, they had to traverse the back mountain again, but this time in the opposite direction from Green Onion Slope. To Green Onion Slope, one took the left path along the mountain's base. To reach Songshooping, one took the right-hand path at the foot of the mountain. This path also led to Taiping, connecting to the Sanyi Highway. When the three reached the foot of the back mountain, Zhang Kai, Li Yong, and the others hadn't arrived yet. Wang Bing took the backpack from Zhang Wei and said, "We left early, so let's wait a bit for Zhang Kai and the others." Zhang Kai's eyes widened. "Zhang Kai and the others are going too?" Wang Bing replied, "Yes, they're coming too." Zhang Kai beamed, "That's great. I'll have so many people to play with every day." As the three chatted idly, over 20 minutes passed before Zhang Kai, Li Yong, and Huang Yong arrived together. Huang Ping and Yang Wei followed behind them. After exchanging greetings, Zhang Wei asked Li Yong, "How's Li Wei doing?" Li Yong yawned and said, "After he got home yesterday, he had a big fight with his parents, then went back to his room to sleep. I was worried he'd sneak out at night, so I didn't dare sleep all night. I only managed to doze off a little when I saw his aunt get up early in the morning." Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt somewhat relieved and said, "Thanks for your trouble." Seeing him yawning constantly, he added, "You didn't sleep last night. Why did you come along? Why don't you go back to sleep?" Li Yong waved his hands repeatedly. "I'm fine. If I get sleepy, I'll just find a spot to doze off." Seeing his persistence, Zhang Wei said no more. The group headed towards Songshooping. After walking for about half an hour, a relatively gentle valley appeared between two mountains ahead, mostly covered in Chinese pines. That was Pine Grove. Seeing the vast forest, Li Yong exclaimed excitedly, "Hope we can bag a rabbit today." Zhang Kai chimed in, "Me too. Hunting turtle doves is just too boring." Li Yong shot him a withering look, thinking to himself, "You only bagged one turtle dove that day. And you're still bragging about it after all this time." Wang Bing said, "You guys hunt your way. I'll stick with Wei Wei." Huang Yong chimed in, "I'm sticking with Wei Wei today too." Huang Ping and Yang Wei both declared they'd follow Zhang Wei too. Zhang Wei sighed, "With all of you following me, even if we find game, you'll scare it away just by being here." After a moment's thought, he added, "Let Wang Bing stay with me. The rest of you, go explore on your own." With that decision made, Huang Yong, Yang Wei, and Huang Ping had no choice but to comply. Huang Yong followed Li Yong, while Yang Wei and Huang Ping followed Zhang Kai. The two groups dispersed. Zhang Wei observed for a moment, then chose a direction and led Wang Bing and Zhang Kai into the woods. Unlike the grassy slopes of Green Onion Hill, the forest was thick with thorns, what villagers called thorn clusters, referring to the dense, clustered thorns. Fearing Zhang Kai might get pricked, Zhang Wei no longer let Big Huang lead the way. He took the front himself, wielding a shovel to hack through the thorns and weeds ahead, parting them to make a path for Zhang Kai. He searched along the damp, shady slope, pausing occasionally to observe. Wang Bing asked, "Brother Wei, what are you looking for?" Zhang Wei replied, "Dad said he needs ingredients for banded medicine, right? I'm looking for Tian Qi first and checking for the other herbs along the way to see if I can find them." Wang Bing recalled the request and murmured, "Oh," then asked, "Can we find Tian Qi here?" Zhang Wei shook his head. "I don't know either. Let's just look." Wang Bing pointed at De Huang and suggested, "Why not let De Huang help search? It can even find human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum. Finding Tian Qi should be a breeze." Zhang Wei's face darkened. De Huang doesn't even know what Tian Qi is. How could it find it? Wang Bing looked sheepish, realizing his idea was a bit far-fetched. He quickly added, "Just tell me what Tian Qi looks like, and I'll keep an eye out." Zhang Wei explained, "The leaves of Tian Qi resemble palms, usually composed of 3 to 7 leaflets. The edges have fine serrations, and the stem is purplish-red." Wang Bing gaped, thinking to himself, with just those few characteristics, how hard could it be to find? Still, he memorized the description carefully and followed Zhang Wei, searching diligently. But as he scanned the area, he found so many plants, some with slender, elongated leaves, others with round or oval leaves, all looking remarkably similar. His eyes grew dizzy from the confusion, and he found it harder and harder to tell them apart. Chapter 185, The Muntjac Trail. Suddenly, Zhang Wei stopped beside a clump of bushes and crouched down. Da Wang immediately approached. And Wang Bing hurried over too. They saw Zhang Wei examining a pile of droppings. "Brother Wei, did you find some prey?" Recalling Zhang Wei's previous experience with rabbit droppings, Wang Bing whispered the question. Zhang Wei flashed a smile and said, "There's yellow muntjac here." Wang Bing exclaimed in surprise, "Bro Wei, you can tell it's a yellow muntjac just from the droppings?" Zhang Wei pointed to the droppings in the grass and said, "Look at the shape of these droppings, they resemble olive pits." Wang Bing looked puzzled. "Olive pits? What are those?" Only then did Zhang Wei remember it was still the 1980s. Information wasn't readily available, especially for someone like Wang Bing living in the remote village of Shurha. He'd never even heard of olives. He sighed and said, "It's too complicated to explain. I won't go into detail." Right. Notice how this dung is dark green? That means it's fresh. The muntjac probably passed through here this morning. That's all you need to know. Wang Bing exclaimed in astonishment. "Brother Wei, how did you know the yellow muntjac passed through here this morning?" Zhang Wei explained, "I deduced it from the yellow muntjac's habits. They usually travel along fixed routes, commonly called muntjac trails." He pointed to several other spots. At one spot, the damp soil boar hoof prints pointed at the front and rounded at the back. On the trunk of a pine tree, about 30 to 40 centimeters above the ground, there were distinct vertical scrape marks. Zhang Wei led the two men and the dog further ahead. At the base of a thicket, they spotted neatly gnawed feeding marks. More strikingly, the grass and shrubbery along the path had been neatly parted to the sides, resembling a cleared trail. Now Wang Bing understood. This was a muntjac trail. "Brother Wei, do you think we can hunt yellow muntjac?" Wang Bing asked nervously. Zhang Wei smiled. "Shouldn't be a problem." "Then let's go," Wang Bing exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Wei replied, "If we take you two along, by the time we sneak over there, the yellow muntjac will probably be long gone." Wang Bing looked sheepish. Zhang Wei said, "You stay here with Kai Kai. I'll take Da Huang to hunt the muntjac." Wang Bing really wanted to follow Zhang Wei to see how he hunted the muntjac. But he knew Zhang Wei was telling the truth. Reluctantly, he agreed, "All right, Kai Kai and I will wait here for you." Zhang Wei nodded and turned to Zhang Kai. Before he could speak, Zhang Kai piped up, "Uncle, you go ahead. Uncle Wang and I will wait here for you. I'll be good." Zhang Wei smiled and said no more. He called out to Big Yellow and followed the muntjac's trail. Man and dog traversed the thicket until they reached a mountain ridge. Below it lay a shallow gully, its stream barely 10 centimeters deep yet murmuring softly. Big Yellow led the way, sniffing ahead. Zhang Wei followed closely, walking 200 or 300 meters along the shallow stream. Suddenly, Big Yellow stopped. Zhang Wei looked ahead and saw 3 yellow muntjac, 1 large and 2 small, grazing on the grass beside the shallow stream. Wow! This trip wasn't for nothing. Zhang Wei was thrilled. By his estimate, the male yellow muntjac among the family of 3 was over a meter long, definitely a big one among yellow muntjac. The adult female wasn't small either, with Zhang Wei estimating her length at over 80 centimeters. Even the young yellow muntjac wasn't small, measuring at least 40 to 50 centimeters in length. Zhang Wei motioned for Big Yellow not to wander off. He gripped his bow and arrows, crouched low, and crept silently toward the trio of muntjac. He knew muntjac possessed exceptionally keen hearing and sense of smell, so he dared not make a sound, moving forward at an extremely slow pace. It took nearly 10 minutes for Zhang Wei to reach a suitable position, about 60 to 70 meters away from the 3 yellow muntjac. This was the absolute limit. Worried that advancing further would alert the animals, without hesitation, he drew his bow and released the arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew in succession, each aimed at one of the yellow muntjac. As the arrows flew, Zhang Wei leaped into the air, soaring directly toward the yellow muntjac. Ba! 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 Zhang Wei's arrows never missed their mark, all 3 pierced their targets. The young yellow muntjac let out a mournful cry and collapsed. The female yellow muntjac struggled a few times before collapsing lifelessly. Ironically, the first male hit by an arrow, though struck in the neck, managed to flee frantically into the woods, still carrying the arrow in its flesh. The shallow stream ran right along the edge of the woods, and the muntjac were incredibly swift. Within 2 or 3 seconds, they vanished into the forest. The 2 arrows Zhang Wei had fired while running both missed their mark and struck the ground. Big Yellow! Zhang Wei called out, abandoning his pursuit along the shallow stream. He turned sharply and gave chase after the yellow muntjac fleeing into the woods. The pine forest was thick with thorns, overgrown with weeds, and densely packed with shrubs, making it extremely difficult to run through. But that was for ordinary people. For Zhang Wei, skilled in jungle warfare, it merely presented additional obstacles. He either took giant leaps, striding over low shrubs, or used the leverage of one hand on a pine trunk to swing himself forward in a flying leap. His agility was not far off from the lightness skills seen in TV dramas. After chasing through the woods for 300 or 400 meters, Zhang Wei finally caught sight of the yellow muntjac again. After all, the previous arrow had struck the muntjac's neck. Severely wounded, it had barely managed to run this far and was now nearing its end. Woof woof! Da Huang's barking sent the yellow muntjac into a panic. It sprinted for its life, yet its pace grew slower with every step. 2 minutes later, Zhang Wei was less than 30 meters away. Whoosh, whoosh! Zhang Wei didn't hesitate, drawing his bow once more. One arrow struck the yellow muntjac squarely in the hindquarters. The excruciating pain finally overwhelmed the yellow muntjac and it collapsed onto the ground. Woof woof! By the time Zhang Wei reached the yellow muntjac, Big Yellow had caught up. Ba! Ba ba! The yellow muntjac hadn't yet breathed its last, still whimpering in pain. Zhang Wei grabbed an arrow and swiftly thrust it into its throat, ending its suffering. Phew! Only then did Zhang Wei exhale a long breath. The chase had been brief, less than 6 minutes total, yet he'd expended every ounce of strength. Now that the tension eased, exhaustion washed over him. Big Yellow! Zhang Wei called out, gesturing with the arrow in his hand before pointing in a direction. Go retrieve the arrows over there. He was genuinely exhausted. He didn't want to move anymore. He tried to command Big Yellow. But he wasn't sure if Big Yellow could actually understand him. Woof woof. Big Yellow seemed a bit confused too, staring at Zhang Wei and barking a few times. After Zhang Wei gestured and explained for a while, Big Yellow finally turned and ran toward the spot Zhang Wei had pointed to. Hopefully he'll surprise me. Watching Big Yellow disappear into the bushes, Zhang Wei muttered to himself. Chapter 186, All things have spirits, yet show no mercy. The wait felt interminable. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and Big Yellow still hadn't returned. By then, Zhang Wei had recovered considerably. Glancing at the spot where the arrow had landed earlier, he chuckled to himself. Big Yellow's still too young. And he hasn't had any specialized training. Probably. He was muttering to himself, about to go retrieve the fallen arrow himself, when suddenly a rustling sound came from behind. De Huang appeared. In its mouth, it held the very arrow. Good dog. What a good dog. Zhang Wei was overjoyed. Once Big Yellow reached him, he retrieved the arrow and immediately picked up the dog, performing 3 consecutive tosses in the air. A good dog is truly different. After being tossed through the air several times, it showed no fear whatsoever, instead barking excitedly. Setting Big Yellow down, Zhang Wei grinned and said, Big Yellow, you're amazing. When we get home today, I'll give you extra meat. Woof woof. After teasing Big Yellow for a while longer, Zhang Wei slung his bow over his back, hoisted the thoroughly dead yellow muntjac, and headed outside. Earlier, while chasing the wounded yellow muntjac, neither he nor Big Yellow had paid attention to the path. Yet now, as if guided by navigation, they effortlessly found their way back to the shallow stream where the 2 yellow muntjac lay. Ba ba. The young yellow muntjac lay dead, while the mother muntjac wailed mournfully. Her large eyes fixed on the lifeless calf nearby, each sob echoing with sorrow. As Zhang Wei approached, he was startled to see tears glistening in the mother muntjac's eyes, tears that looked just like human tears. They say all creatures possess a spirit. It's true. Zhang Wei felt a deep pang in his heart, but that was all. Life was too harsh now. He needed prey. There was no room for mercy. Sighing, Zhang Wei seized the female yellow muntjac's head and twisted it gently, ending its suffering. A large male yellow muntjac weighs 60 to 70 pounds, a female weighs 40 to 50 pounds, and a young one weighs about 30 pounds. Combined, they weighed only about 160 to 170 gene. This weight was no challenge for Zhang Wei. The real problem was that he was also carrying his bow, making it difficult to handle all 3 yellow muntjac. Even if he managed to bring the 3 yellow muntjac to the spot where Wang Bing and Zhang Kai were waiting, he would still have to figure out how to move them further. That spot was no place to linger. What kind of situation is this? Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't even found Tian Qi yet, nor had he begun gathering other herbs, and now he'd started off by hunting 3 such large yellow muntjac. Was he supposed to lug around 160 or 70 pounds of game all over the mountains? Zhang Wei shook his head. He even regretted coming so early to hunt these 3 yellow muntjac. Glancing around, Zhang Wei suddenly caught sight of something and called out to Big Yellow again. Big Yellow, go fetch Kai Kai. Woof woof. This time, Big Yellow seemed to understand immediately. He turned on his heel and sprinted toward where Zhang Kai was. Seeing this, Zhang Wei grinned and found a large rock by the stream to sit on. Time passed slowly. Go go. Brother Wei. Woof woof. Having slept poorly the night before, Zhang Wei was on the verge of dozing off when 3 voices called out. He opened his eyes and turned to see Big Yellow leading Zhang Kai and Wang Bing toward him. Go go, Big Yellow called us over. I couldn't believe it at first. You really were waiting here for us. Zhang Kai called out as she walked. Carrying a small backpack, she swayed unsteadily along the mountain path. Zhang Wei feared she might stumble and fall. He couldn't help but call out, slow down. Even on this relatively flat stretch, Zhang Kai kept walking extremely fast, insisting, I'm fine. Wang Bing asked as they walked, Brother Wei, did you bag that yellow muntjac? Zhang Wei chuckled, you'll see when you get closer. Wang Bing chuckled, I figured you did. You must be guarding the kill, that's why you sent Big Yellow to call us. Big Yellow's really smart. He actually found his way back. As they spoke, he and Zhang Kai reached Zhang Wei's side. Their eyes scanned the area, spotting 3 yellow muntjac neatly arranged not far away. Brother Wei. You actually bagged 3 yellow muntjac. Wow. Pot pot, you bagged so many. Go go, you're amazing. Wang Bing and Zhang Kai exclaimed in unison. Zhang Kai scampered over, staring at the yellow muntjac on the ground, and let out another series of gasps. So this is a yellow muntjac. It's actually quite beautiful. Wow, this yellow muntjac is huge, bigger than a sheep. Go go. Doesn't the yellow muntjac look like a little calf? Zhang Wei chuckled, it looks more like a little deer. Zhang Kai's big eyes sparkled as she giggled, I've never seen a fawn before. Zhang Wei blurted out, someday, I'll catch a fawn for you to raise. Yes, yes. Zhang Kai clapped her hands happily. Zhang Wei seemed to think of something and quickly added, but this is our secret, you can't tell anyone. Why? Zhang Kai asked, puzzled. She had planned to share this wonderful news with Junjun and Lily as soon as she got home. Zhang Wei explained, if mom and dad find out, they won't let me catch a fawn for you. Oh. Zhang Kai understood immediately, her expression firm as she declared, I won't tell anyone. Just the two of us will know. Zhang Wei nodded vigorously. Zhang Kai seemed to think of something, turned to look at Wang Bing, and said fiercely, Wang Bing, if you dare tell anyone about our secret, I'll set Big Yellow on you. Wang Bing chuckled at her expression and waved his hands in agreement. We're in this together. I won't tell anyone. Only then was Zhang Kai satisfied. She beckoned him over. Come here and see the yellow muntjac my pot caught. Wang Bing was already heading over, so upon hearing her call, he walked over with a smile. Truthfully, he'd never seen a yellow muntjac before. As he got closer and saw it, he couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. But then a problem occurred to him. Frowning, he said, Brother Wei, how are we supposed to move 3 yellow muntjac this big? Zhang Wei replied, I still need to go gather herbs. You and Kai can stay here and guard them. Wang Bing nearly cried, how long do we have to guard them? Zhang Wei replied, I'll try to get back as soon as possible. Wang Bing could only sigh helplessly, alright, come back soon. Kai and I will wait here for you. Zhang Kai pouted, you wait here alone. I'm sticking with Gogo. Wang Bing protested, why follow your brother? What if he encounters more game and leaves you unattended? You should stay here and wait with me for your brother. No way. Zhang Kai declared firmly. Guagua Hansen digs herbs too. I'll carry the little basket and collect herbs for him. Zhang Wei wanted to point out the forest was full of thorns and insisted Zhang Kai wait here. But seeing her determined look, he didn't argue. He took her and Big Yellow back into the woods. He no longer hurried with hunting, focusing instead on searching for herbs. After over 2 hours of searching, he gathered some Buplurum, Polygonatum, Philodendron, Eucamia, Astragalus, and Gastrodia. Yet the one herb he sought, Tian Qi, remained elusive. During this extended period, he also managed to bag a pheasant, 4 turtle doves, and 3 hares. It was a rather bountiful haul. Zhang Kai's excitement waned, and she asked, Pot, how much longer do we have to search? Zhang Wei knew she was tired and replied, we'll head back now. Great. Zhang Kai replied contentedly. We've found so many herbs and hunted so much game, that's plenty. Chapter 187, with the right spot, waiting for rabbits can work too. Wang Bing waited by the shallow stream, bored out of his mind. Seeing Zhang Wei and Zhang Kai return, he wore a long face and said, Brother Wei, if you hadn't come back, I would have fallen asleep. Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile. It wouldn't hurt to catch some sleep. Wang Bing retorted, with 3 game animals right here, how could I possibly sleep? Zhang Wei asked, there's no one around here. Who's going to steal them? Wang Bing retorted, no people, but what about wild boars? I almost dozed off myself, but then a wild boar showed up. I chased it away. Zhang Wei asked excitedly, wild boars too? Wang Bing said, yeah, besides the wild boar, a mountain cat showed up earlier and nearly dragged off that little yellow muntjac. I'll never dare to sleep again. Zhang Wei whistled in amazement, chuckling, this place is really something, so many wild animals come here. But then again, it wasn't surprising. Though beasts usually stay in the mountains, they still need to drink water. This spot was ideal for them. Wang Bing sighed regretfully, too bad I've got nothing on me. If I had a weapon, maybe I could have taken down that boar and that mountain cat. Seeming to have made up his mind, he added, when I get back, I'll start by making a bow. I'll practice diligently. Next time we go hunting together, I'll need my own bow and arrows. Zhang Wei thought to himself that hitting game with a bow wasn't something one could master after just a few days of practice. But he didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. Practice hard, he said. Next time we go out, you can bring a pair of poles. Right. Wang Bing regretted it bitterly. If I'd had a carrying pole earlier, I wouldn't have let that wild boar and that mountain cat get away. Zhang Wei waved it off. No use regretting the past. Let's rest here for a bit, then call Li Yong and the others back. Wang Bing perked up instantly. Brother Wei, if we wait here, maybe that boar and lynx will come back. Let's hope so, Zhang Wei replied casually. But deep down, he didn't hold much hope. Yet, as often happens, the less one expects, the more likely it is to happen. The 3 rested by the stream. Less than an hour later, Big Yellow suddenly sprang into action, dashing off in one direction. Zhang Wei caught the movement and followed the dog's gaze. A wild boar burst out of the woods, heading straight for the shallow stream to drink. The boar wasn't large, weighing no more than 80 jin. You can actually catch rabbits by waiting by a stump. Zhang Wei was overjoyed. He immediately picked up his bow and arrows from the ground beside him, drew the bowstring, and knocked an arrow. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air. Only when he saw Zhang Wei shoot did Wang Bing abruptly stand up. As he rose, he saw the arrow strike the boar squarely in the head. But Zhang Wei didn't stop. After releasing the first arrow, he immediately drew another. With a sharp whistling sound, it flew out. The second arrow struck the boar's back. Wah! The wounded boar let out a wail, scrambling and rolling as it fled into the woods. But after only a few steps, it collapsed headfirst down the slope. Hit! Got it! Wang Bing was thrilled, shouting, "I'll go get the boar." The boar lay only about 50 or 60 meters away from where they stood. Wang Bing soon returned, shouldering the beast. "Bro, having a bow and arrow really makes a difference." Zhang Wei chuckled and replied, "Having a gun would make an even bigger difference." Wang Bing laughed heartily and flattered him, "Bro Wei, with your archery skills, you're just as good as anyone with a gun." Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively. As a skilled gunman, he knew the gap between guns and bows all too well. Glancing at the 3 yellow muntjac and the freshly carried boar, Zhang Wei thought to himself that selling them all could cover the cost of a rifle. Oh, right. Just as he was pondering what kind of gun to buy, Wang Bing suddenly interrupted him. "Brother Wei, didn't you say Tian Qi leaves are shaped like palms?" Zhang Wei stared at him in surprise. "Why bring that up now?" Wang Bing replied, "When I went to retrieve the wild boar earlier, I thought I saw a cluster of palm-shaped plants over there. Want to go check it out?" Zhang Wei smiled. "We've got nothing else to do here anyway. Let's go check it out." Zhang Kai also prepared to follow. Zhang Wei said, "We're just ahead. You don't need to come." Zhang Kai gave a soft "oh" and obediently sat back down on the rock, playing with her dog, Big Yellow. "Big Yellow, you're amazing. You found this wild boar too." "Woof woof." Big Yellow responded joyfully, sticking out his tongue to lick Zhang Kai's small hand. Zhang Wei followed Wang Bing over. This was a shaded slope, with several tall Chinese pines not far away. The slope was covered in fallen pine needles, accumulated over countless years, now decomposed into rich black soil. Earlier, a wild boar had passed through, leaving a small pit in the black mud. Right at the edge of that small pit, several palm-shaped plants, 30 to 40 centimeters tall, were growing. Zhang Wei examined them closely. Their stems were perfectly straight, with clearly defined internodes. Overcome with delight, he turned to Wang Bing and exclaimed with a smile, "That's right. This is Tian Qi." "Really?" Wang Bing's excitement grew. He had only noticed the peculiar leaf shape of these plants while hunting the boar somewhat resembling the palm Zhang Wei described and casually mentioned it upon returning. Little did he expect they would actually be Tian Qi. Neither of them had come expecting much, arriving empty-handed. Once they confirmed it was Tian Qi, Wang Bing immediately said, "Brother Wei, I'll go get a shovel." Without waiting for Zhang Wei's reply, he bounded back to his place. He returned swiftly with the shovel. Zhang Wei took the shovel, carefully peeling back the decaying leaves on the slope before carefully digging into the black soil at the root base. Soon, a spindle-shaped root emerged from the exposed black soil, its grayish-brown skin covered in vertical wrinkles. Zhang Wei dug even more carefully with the shovel until most of the root stem was exposed. He then set down the shovel, gripped one end of the root stem with one hand, and pulled it out like a radish, bringing up a large clump of black mud. Wang Bing asked in surprise, "Brother Wei, is this Tian Qi?" Zhang Wei nodded with a smile. "Yep, this one's pretty big. Must be 5 or 6 years old." Wang Bing couldn't tell its age. He looked at Zhang Wei with admiration and said, "Brother Wei, how do you know so much?" Zhang Wei chuckled, "Grandpa-san gave me the Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica, which details how to identify the age of Tian Qi. If you want to know more, read more books." Wang Bing waved his hands repeatedly. "I just can't get into books. The moment I see one, my eyelids start drooping." Zhang Wei shook his head and didn't press the matter. He continued digging up the other Tian Qi plants. There were 7 plants in total. From each one, he took only the largest root stem, leaving the smaller roots in the soil. After digging, he carefully refilled the soil and covered them back up. Wang Bing couldn't help asking, "Brother Wei, why bother filling the holes back up after digging up the ginseng?" Zhang Wei smiled. "It's the rule of herbalists, leave the roots behind. That way, in a few years, there'll be more Tian Qi to harvest." Chapter 188, easier said than done, not everyone can do it. After digging up the Tian Qi, they returned. Zhang Wei called out, "Wang Bing, go get Li Yang and Zhang Kai. We're heading back." "Ah." Wang Bing froze for a moment. Looking at the wild boar on the ground, he thought to himself, we waited here before and got one wild boar. If we wait a bit longer, might other beasts come to drink too? He suddenly felt hopeful. He didn't want to head back so soon. Turning to Zhang Wei, Wang Bing grinned and said, "Brother Wei, it's still early. Why don't we wait here a bit longer?" Zhang Wei looked up at the sky and saw the sun was already sinking toward the west, signaling it was nearly afternoon. He shook his head. "No, let's head back early." Wang Bing felt a bit disappointed. But since Zhang Wei had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. He called out loudly toward the pine forest, "Li Yang, Zhang Kai, time to head back." He called out several times, the echoes reverberating through the valley. "Got it." We'll meet up on the main road later. It took a long while before he finally heard their responses. Zhang Wei and Wang Bing began organizing the herbs in game, but soon faced a dilemma. The herbs in game were plentiful, yet they had only two back baskets, one large and one small. Even if Zhang Kai's small basket were empty, it couldn't hold even the smallest yellow muntjac. As for the game, 3 yellow muntjac, 1 wild boar, 1 pheasant for spotted doves, and 3 hares, 1 basket simply couldn't hold it all. Zhang Wei regretted not bringing a carrying pole. Wang Bing suggested, "Brother Wei, why don't you wait here? I'll go find Li Yong and the others. They have 2 more baskets. We can meet up here." Zhang Wei thought for a moment, then waved him off. "Forget it. It'll take forever for them to get here." Wang Bing frowned in concern. "But with so much game, how are we going to carry it all?" Zhang Wei picked up a shovel and pointed toward a patch of scrub forest. "I'll go over there and chop down a rosewood tree to use as a carrying pole. Anything that won't fit in the baskets, I'll carry back on my shoulders." "A shovel can cut down a rosewood tree?" Wang Bing was skeptical. After a moment's thought, he said, "I spotted some palm trees over there. I'll gather some leaves to make rope." Zhang Wei nodded. The two split up to work. Soon, Zhang Wei returned with a piece of rosewood about as thick as his wrist and roughly 5 feet long. Wang Bing returned with a whole sheet of palm leaves. Zhang Wei used a shovel to carve grooves into both ends of the rosewood. Wang Bing tore strips from the palm fronds, twisted them into several strands, and then bound the legs of the 2 large yellow muntjac together. Once Zhang Wei finished preparing the rosewood pole, he used it as a carrying pole, threading it through the bound antelope legs and hoisting one end. The rest of the game was packed into a backpack, which Wang Bing carried. The 3 men and 1 dog set off down the mountain, finding their way. It took them over half an hour to reach the trail again. When they arrived, Li Yong and the others hadn't returned yet. After waiting another 20 minutes, Zhang Kai, Yang Wei, and Huang Ping came back first. Zhang Kai looked utterly dejected. After all that effort, he hadn't even matched his last outing. Not only had he failed to bag a single rabbit, he hadn't even managed to shoot a single turtle dove. Seeing Zhang Wei had bagged so much game, the 3 were speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. A few minutes later, Li Yong and Huang Yang also returned. Like Zhang Kai, they too returned empty-handed. Seeing the game Zhang Wei had bagged, they were stunned all over again. Comparing people to people is enough to drive you crazy. You bet. Brother Wei, you bagged all that game by yourself, while the rest of US didn't get a single thing. My slingshot sucks. If you're not good enough, don't blame the slingshot. That's like blaming the toilet for not being able to take a dump. I thought after learning slingshot techniques from Gangzi yesterday, I could at least get 1 rabbit today. Turns out I did worse than the other day. Still aiming too high. On the way back, Li Yong, Zhang Kai, and the others kept shaking their heads and sighing. Zhang Wei consoled them, "A craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools. If you want to hunt, besides practicing your skills relentlessly, you also need to prepare the right equipment. Hunting with a slingshot? Unless you're a pro, don't even try." Zhang Kai admitted, "I used to think if you could do it, so could I. It looks like the gap is just too wide. After getting back today, I won't rush out hunting. I'll focus on honing my skills and getting my gear ready first." Li Yong agreed, "Same here." Wang Bing and Huang Yang, though silent, shared the same thoughts. As for Yang Wei and Huang Ping, they had no interest in hunting, they'd just tagged along for fun today. Everyone followed Zhang Wei back home. Zhang Kaming and Li Jing were stunned speechless seeing how much game Zhang Wei had brought back. In fact, Zhang Kaming began to suspect that Zhang Wei and his group hadn't gone to gather herbs at all, they'd gone specifically to hunt. But after hearing Wang Bing's account and seeing the substantial amount of herbs Zhang Wei had gathered, they couldn't help but believe him. Zhang Wei said, "Dad, we got quite a haul this time. I'd like to keep just 1 young yellow muntjac for dinner and sell the rest." Zhang Kaming agreed without hesitation. "I'll go to town with you tomorrow." Zhang Wei quickly interjected, "Dad, you don't need to come. I can carry it to the market by myself." He dared not let his father accompany him to the market, lest their previous transaction at the Red Star restaurant be exposed. Zhang Kaming glared at him. "If I don't go with you, I'm afraid you'll blow all the money from selling the game." The rebuke left Zhang Wei speechless. "That's settled." Zhang Kaming cut off any further discussion, putting an end to the matter. Then he addressed Huang Yang and the others, "No one's leaving this afternoon. We're all staying here to eat meat." On the way back, Zhang Wei had already arranged with them to have dinner at home that afternoon. Now that Zhang Kaming invited them again, Huang Yang and the others naturally didn't refuse and all agreed. Everyone was in high spirits. Only Zhang Wei felt gloomy. How could he avoid giving himself away tomorrow? Sigh. He sighed inwardly. It seemed he really couldn't tell lies anymore. Otherwise, one lie would require countless others to cover it up. And one wrong move could expose it all. As Huang Yang and the others finished their meal and headed home, news of Zhang Wei bagging 3 yellow muntjac and a wild boar at songshopping that day quickly spread throughout Shurha village. What? Zhang Wei bagged 3 yellow muntjac? He must be incredibly lucky. That's not luck, it's skill. Exactly. Huang Yong, Zhang Kai, and Li Yong all went hunting too, but only Zhang Wei bagged any muntjac. If that's not skill, what is? At first, the villagers were just envious and praised Zhang Wei's skill. But as the conversation unfolded, the tone shifted. This time, he hunted so much game. Does that mean he can trade corn and wheat for meat again? Yeah, it's been almost a month since the last meat trade. We haven't had meat in so long, it'd be great if we could get some. Yong said Zhang Wei plans to carry the yellow muntjac and wild boar into town tomorrow to sell them. Oh. So he's not planning to slaughter it for meat? Sigh, it would be so nice to get some meat. Now, aside from Zhang Wei's family having meat at every meal, and Zhang Kaiming occasionally delivering some to Zhang Kaixing, Zhang Kaikai, and Xia Yonggui's households every few days, the rest of the families hadn't tasted meat in nearly a month. Hearing daily about others eating meat made those without it feel unbearably miserable. Huang Xihai was the first to lose his patience. He grabbed his slaughter knife and headed toward Zhang Kaiming's house. Chapter 189, Two Solutions. Old Huang, what brings you here? Seeing Huang Xihai show up unexpectedly, Zhang Kaiming ushered him inside and asked with a smile. Huang Xihai cut straight to the point. Kaiming, I heard you bagged another yellow muntjac and wild boar. I'm here to help you butcher them. Zhang Kaiming smiled politely in response. Brother, we've got plenty of meat at home lately. I wasn't planning to slaughter the yellow muntjac or wild boar. I intended to carry them to market tomorrow. Huang Xihai had already heard this news before arriving, but he still remarked, Huang muntjac and wild boars aren't small. With such large whole animals, who are you going to sell them to on the street? Zhang Kaiming froze. He'd only thought about carrying them to market, never considered who would buy whole yellow muntjac and wild boars. Huang Xihai's words made him feel uneasy. Seeing his hesitation, Huang Xihai suggested, in my opinion, you'd be better off butchering them and selling the meat in portions. Zhang Kaiming hesitated. But, would they sell? Huang Xihai wasn't entirely sure himself, but he pressed on. Think about it. A whole yellow muntjac weighs at least 40 or 50 jin. Muntjac meat isn't cheap. You could easily get 2 yuan per jin. 40 to 50 jin? That's over 100 yuan. Think about it, how many people on Sancha Street could afford to pay 100 yuan for a whole yellow muntjac? Zhang Kaiming felt his heart sink even further upon hearing this. He blurted out, that big yellow muntjac wasn't just 40 or 50 caddies, it was at least 60 caddies or more. Huang Xihai countered, exactly. Who could afford such a heavy yellow muntjac? Zhang Kaiming couldn't help but glance at Zhang Wei. Little did he know that Zhang Wei intended to sell both the yellow muntjac and the wild boar to Mr. Liu, the owner of the Red Star restaurant. While ordinary people couldn't afford a whole yellow muntjac or wild boar, Liu Wei ran a restaurant. Purchasing them was no problem at all. Zhang Wei was just worried that Zhang Kaiming might find out about his previous sales of wild rabbits and turtle doves, so he hadn't mentioned where he intended to sell the yellow muntjac and wild boar. Just then, Huang Xihai arrived. A thought flashed through Zhang Wei's mind, reminding him of a scene from his previous life. It was his 3rd year studying in the city. During a holiday break, he saw Huang Xihai on the street carrying a wooden frame with half a side of pork hanging from it. He struck up a conversation and learned that since the dissolution of the collective farms and the permission for every household to raise pigs, after 2 years, not only did each family raise their annual pig for the new year, but they also kept several extra pigs to sell for income. With more people raising pigs, Huang Xihai officially became a full-time pig slaughterer, no longer farming during regular times. On non-market days, he traveled from village to village, buying pigs from farmers. After slaughtering them, he transported the meat to the market the following day for sale. Gradually, butchers like Huang Xihai each established their own meat stalls in the market. Zhang Wei suddenly realized. It was only 1981, just after the land had been distributed to individual households. Not every family had pigs to sell yet. But Huang Xihai's idea was essentially the same as what Zhang Wei would do in a couple of years, setting up his own meat stall. Zhang Wei thought it was feasible. The main advantage was that even if Zhang Kaiming went out, he wouldn't have to take his father to the Red Star restaurant, thus avoiding detection of his previous sales of wild rabbits and turtle doves. Dad. Zhang Wei said, I think Uncle Huang has a point. We should slaughter the yellow muntjac and wild boar to sell. Zhang Kaiming remained a bit concerned. If we slaughter them, won't people not know what kind of meat we're selling? Will we get a good price? Zhang Wei smiled. That's easy. We'll set up a wooden rack on the street and hang the boar head and muntjac head on it. Anyone who wants to buy will know right away. Zhang Kaiming thought it over and agreed it was the only option. Alright, let's slaughter them and sell them. Huang Xihai was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurriedly said, Quick, quick! You guys get the water boiling. I'll slaughter the boar and muntjac shortly. Zhang Kaiming nodded in agreement and called Li Jing over to the kitchen to boil water. He himself busied himself preparing torches. After he left, Zhang Wei glanced at Huang Xihai and said, Uncle Huang, let's discuss how we'll handle the cost for you helping us slaughter the yellow muntjac and wild boar. Huang Xihai paused, then blurted out, What do you mean, settle the cost? The usual arrangement, just give me a knife's worth of meat when the time comes. He'd come uninvited, eager to help slaughter the yellow muntjac and wild boar. Wasn't it just to get a bite of meat? Zhang Wei waved his hand. That won't do. Huang Xihai grew flustered. Why not? Zhang Wei explained. Before, you just helped slaughter at home and that was it. But tomorrow, you'll also have to help sell it on the street. Huang Xihai shrugged indifferently. So what if I help you sell it? Big deal. Zhang Wei smiled. If it were just this one time, Uncle Huang helping out, it really wouldn't be a big deal. At most, I'd buy you a drink. Huang Xihai froze, staring blankly at Zhang Wei as if suddenly realizing something. You mean, there will be more times? He asked, astonished. Zhang Wei cut him off, whispering, Uncle Huang, there will definitely be more times. But please don't tell my dad. Though his voice was low, it carried an undeniable force that brooked no refusal. Huang Xihai lifted his eyes and caught the sharp glint in Zhang Wei's gaze. Instantly, the scene at Dashaba that day flashed through his mind. And that line, in the Qinglong fist, there's a move called separating tendons and dislocating bones. If I were to land that on Uncle Huang's jaw, I guarantee he wouldn't be able to utter a word for 3 days. Without thinking, Huang Xihai nodded and blurted out, I promise I won't say a word. Zhang Wei flashed a satisfied smile. Still speaking softly, he continued, then I can discuss a business matter with Uncle Huang. Huang Xihai whispered back, what kind of business? Zhang Wei replied, there are 2 options. First, Uncle Huang helps me sell meat for 1 day, and I'll give you 10 yuan. Before he could finish the first option, Huang Xihai gasped, what? You'd give me 10 yuan? Zhang Wei motioned for him to calm down and continued, option 2, I sell you the game I hunt, and you butcher it yourself to sell on the street. Whatever you earn is all yours. Huang Xihai replied without hesitation, just give me 10 yuan. Zhang Wei smiled and said, Uncle Huang, you might actually make more profit by buying it from me, butchering it yourself, and selling it. Huang Xihai retorted, I can't afford your game. I don't have that kind of money. Zhang Wei smiled. Help me sell it a few times, and you'll have more money. Once you have enough, you can consider my second option. Huang Xihai brushed it off, we'll talk when I have enough. But inwardly he thought, selling meat for you 1 day nets me $10 a surefire profit. Why wouldn't I jump at that? Why would I risk my own money? Just then, Zhang Kaming emerged with several finished torches. Spotting Zhang Wei and Huang Xihai whispering, he asked, what are you 2 talking about? Zhang Wei casually replied, I was telling Uncle Huang that if he helps us sell meat in the market tomorrow, I'll give him 10 yuan for his work. Chapter 190, Big Loss. 10 yuan for labor. Zhang Kaming stumbled, nearly falling. He regretted letting Zhang Wei stay here. He should have sent Zhang Wei to make the torches. But now that Zhang Wei had spoken up, backing out would only offend Huang Xihai. He forced a smile and said with difficulty, Brother Huang, you'll be working hard tomorrow. I should give you this much. But his expression had long been noticed by Huang Xihai. Huang Xihai didn't blame Zhang Kaming after all. Zhang Wei's offer of 10 yuan a day was far too generous. People from their Shurha village toiled in the fields for a month and still couldn't earn 10 yuan. And he was getting 10 yuan just for helping sell meat for a single day. If the villagers knew he could earn that much in a single day, every one of them would probably regret it. Regret that they hadn't learned how to slaughter pigs. Huang Xihai exchanged a few polite words with Zhang Kaming, making no mention of the generous payment. But inwardly, he marveled that compared to Zhang Wei, Zhang Kaming still seemed a bit small-minded. The torches in Zhang Kaming's courtyard soon drew nearby residents rushing over to see the commotion. Kaming, this is unbelievable. 3 yellow muntjac and a wild boar today. So much meat, how will you ever eat it all? Zhang Wei really is impressive, getting meat like this every few days. Wow, yellow muntjac meat, I hear it's a mountain delicacy. I've never had it myself. At first, the onlookers nearly murmured with admiration and envy. Gradually, Zhang Kaigui walked up to Zhang Kaming and said with a smile, Brother Kaming, you've hunted so much meat, how are you going to trade it today? Zhang Kaming paused, then said, I forgot to mention I'm not trading today's meat. I'm taking it to market tomorrow. Zhang Kaigui said, Brother Kaming, give me 2 pounds to trade. I'll give you grain in exchange. Isn't that the same as carrying it to the market with you? We can trade right here, no need for you to carry it all that way. Zhang Kaming hesitated. Now that they had grain at home, he didn't want to trade meat for grain. He'd much rather sell the meat for cash. His family still owed over 100 yuan in debt. Selling the meat for cash would let him pay off the debt. Uncle Kaming, Uncle Kaigui is right. All that meat, carrying it all the way to town to sell would be exhausting. Yeah, you might as well trade some with us. After trading the rest, you can still carry it to the market to sell. After all, grain and money are the same. Kaming, it's been ages since we had meat. Why don't you trade some for us? Right, Uncle Kaming, trade for some. Most people who came here weren't just spectators, the majority were here to trade for meat. At first, everyone felt too embarrassed to speak up. But once Zhang Kaigui took the lead, they all came out of the woodwork, urging him to make the trade. What was rather telling was that everyone insisted on trading grain for meat, not a single soul mentioned paying with money. Pressured by so many voices, Zhang Keiming felt reluctant yet couldn't refuse their pleas. He found himself in a bind. Gritting his teeth, he decided to pass the buck. The yellow muntjac and wild boar were both hunted by Wei Wei. He said he wants to sell them for money. It's not up to me. Hearing this, the crowd immediately swarmed around Zhang Wei. Wei Wei, swap some meat for uncle. Zhang Wei, swap some meat for me. Hey Wei Wei, last time I swapped meat and didn't get any. This time you gotta give me at least 2 pounds. Zhang Wei. With so many uncles and aunts asking him to swap meat, Zhang Wei couldn't bring himself to refuse. After pondering, he said, alright, once the wild boar is butchered, you can swap if you want. Hearing him relent and agree to the swap, most of them cheered instantly. We knew Wei Wei was a good kid. Yeah, Wei Wei would never let us down. Great. I'll trade for 3 pounds. I'll trade for 2 pounds. Wei Wei, should we trade corn or wheat? I'll go weigh some corn right now. A few people felt dissatisfied. Only wild boar meat? I want to trade for yellow muntjac meat. Wild boar meat isn't nearly as tasty as muntjac meat. Regardless of the murmurs around him, Zhang Wei pretended not to hear a word. As someone who had been reborn, he knew all too well what small-minded peasant mentality was. They were all fellow villagers, no need to quibble with them. Sticking to his plan, Zhang Wei announced loudly, this time, 5 pounds of corn or wheat, or 10 pounds of potatoes, sweet potatoes, radishes, or cabbage. Any of these can be traded for 1 pound of wild boar meat. But each person can only trade for 1 pound. When they heard it was only 1 pound, many were disappointed. But then they remembered the terms even radishes and cabbages could be traded and their spirits lifted again. Without another word, they scattered and dashed home to weigh their goods, fearing they might be too slow and find no wild boar meat left upon their return. In an instant, more than half the crowd in the field dispersed. Those who remained included Zhang Kaixing, Zhang Kaikai, and other close relatives of Zhang Wei, along with those whose family members had gone home, leaving them free to stay and watch the commotion. Zhang Keiming pulled Zhang Wei aside, frowning slightly. Even if you wanted to trade, you didn't have to set the terms so low. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, radishes, and cabbages aren't worth much. Why do you need so many? Zhang Wei chuckled indifferently. Don't we raise piglets? Potatoes, sweet potatoes, radishes, and cabbages, they're all pig feed. Zhang Keiming fumed, feeding pigs? Your mom can gather pig fodder. Zhang Wei replied, I only suggested swapping for potatoes and sweet potatoes because I see mom working so hard gathering pig fodder every day. Zhang Keiming. He still felt cheated. After bottling up his frustration for a while, he finally muttered, you spendthrift, and stormed off. Before long, Zhang Kaigui arrived first with a load of sweet potatoes. His face beamed with joy. Wei Wei, no need to weigh these. I packed extra sweet potatoes just for you, and picked out the best ones. Zhang Wei didn't mind. He grabbed a notebook and pen to record the transaction. The people who arrived later mostly brought potatoes and sweet potatoes to trade, while a few brought cabbages and radishes. Zhang Keiming weighed the produce while Zhang Wei recorded the transactions. Having done this once before, both men worked with practiced ease. Only Zhang Keiming's expression was sour, and he kept shooting Zhang Wei dirty looks. He knew at once people heard they could trade potatoes and sweet potatoes for meat, no one would bring corn anymore. The wild boar they hunted this time wasn't as big as the last one. The whole animal weighed about 100 pounds. After slaughtering it and removing the head and offal, there was only a little over 50 pounds of meat left. With each family receiving 1 pound, most households in Shurha village managed to get some, though a few went empty-handed. Of course, a few families didn't come to trade. Among them were the Zhang Kai family and Old Wang's family. Li Wei's family was also among them. Su Dahong watched longingly as one person after another walked past their doorstep carrying meat. She snapped at Li Fugui, everyone else went to get meat. Why didn't you go get a couple pounds? Li Fugui replied listlessly, with my son nearly gone, how could I possibly have an appetite for meat?